A brilliant yellow chandelier sways overhead, its many candles burning so brightly that the whole room seems to glitter beneath the light. This lavish chamber belongs to the troublemaking son of a high-ranking noble house, the same young man who once lorded over the Magic Academy as if the entire place were his personal kingdom. And that infamous noble brat is none other than the narrator of this story, and, unfortunately for him, its technical protagonist too. There he sits in the middle of his oversized, extravagant dorm room, surrounded by a grand bed, polished furniture, and every luxury a pampered noble could want, quietly reflecting on the disaster his life has become. Sadly, his run of good fortune is completely over. One after another, his sins have piled up beyond forgiveness, cursing in front of the honorable princess like some drunken sailor, tampering where he had no business during the entrance exam, throwing decency aside and dragging his family name through the mud because he was consumed by jealousy. Those are not the kind of offenses a noble household can simply shrug off and ignore. Put simply, his family has decided they are done with him. He caused more chaos than even they were willing to tolerate, so now they are cutting him out of the family register entirely, stripping him of his place in the house as thoroughly as if they meant to erase him from their bloodline. "It's like fate itself is laughing at me," he laments, burying his face in his hands as the weight of it all crashes down on him. That ruffian noble's name is Ed Rothstaler, and at this very moment, his life is effectively over. Before long, Ed is thrown out of that splendid dorm room, all of his possessions stuffed into just a few plain brown suitcases. Those bags are dumped right beside him in the dirt, and the people tossing him out do it with such cold indifference that they do not even spare him a second glance after forcing him onto the ground.
"Thank you for your hard work," they say to him on the way out, but their voices are so empty and insincere that the words sound more insulting than polite.
The moment other students spot him, the jeering starts. Some point him out openly, eyes wide with disbelief, while others avoid meeting his gaze at all, as if looking at him too long might infect them with the same disgrace clinging to his name. By now, Ed has become the Academy's favorite piece of gossip, and a lot of students are already wondering why anyone should bother tiptoeing around him anymore. After all, he has already been disowned and kicked out of his dorm, so whatever influence he used to wield is gone. Most of them assume they probably will not even see him next semester. A few students go even further, saying this downfall is entirely his own fault. They insist he should have known better than to try rigging the entrance exam, and they sneer at him like he is nothing but a filthy noble getting exactly what he deserved. Those cutting insults drift through the hallways and across the gardens until they all reach Ed, who sits alone on a bench with his suitcases at his side, wrapped in an aura so bleak it might as well be visible. From his perspective, the whole thing feels horribly unfair, and honestly, that reaction makes sense. The arrogant Ed everyone is mocking and condemning is not even the same person anymore. Because the truth is, this world with its magical academy was originally a game. And the pitiful protagonist, sitting there on the verge of tears, somehow ended up inside that game while he was playing it on his computer, back in his original world. That game was set in the famous magic school known as Sylvania Academy, and it was so good it even won Game of the Year. Its title was The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and it happened to be his absolute favorite. Strangely enough, he is not even that shocked about finding himself inside a game, since he has seen this kind of setup plenty of times in the comics he used to read. Usually, in stories like this, the person who gets pulled into the game ends up inside the body of the main hero, or maybe the final villain. Maybe someone incredible, like the eldest son of an absurdly wealthy family, a genius delinquent prodigy, a young clan master, or one of those overpowered triple-S rank hunter types who smash through every rule in style. But of course, that is not what happened to him. Instead of landing in someone cool and important, our unlucky protagonist drew the shortest straw possible and woke up as a third-rate villain. Not even a proper villain either, but the kind of throwaway character who gets kicked out of the dorms right at the very beginning of the game and barely matters after that. He is not important, not memorable, and not even written to have a dignified name. Seriously, what kind of name is Ed Rothstaler at that point? It almost feels like the developers created this guy specifically to lose. He ended up possessing the worst possible character at the worst possible moment, right after that character had already ruined his own life beyond repair. Anyone would call that rotten luck. Looking up at the sky, our protagonist practically howls in protest at the sheer unfairness of it all. In his old life, he was never greedy, never extravagant, and always lived simply and modestly, so why did this disaster have to fall on him? Unfortunately, the nearby students hear him shouting and completely misunderstand what is going on. To them, it just sounds like the same arrogant Ed whining again, acting as though the world has wronged him after filling his life with one rotten deed after another. And when he starts talking like he lived frugally, they immediately fire back, calling him a shameless scumbag and mocking the absurdity of that claim. That reaction stops him cold. All at once, he just stands there with his mouth hanging open, stunned by the humiliation and shock, his spirit taking a direct hit. In the end, he can do nothing but sit down quietly, swallowing his embarrassment in total silence while the angry students storm off and leave him behind. After a while, our poor guy lets out a long sigh and glances off to the side. That is when he suddenly notices something strange floating before his eyes. A status window has opened up in front of him. The window identifies Ed Rothstaler as a 17-year-old human male in his second year, with absolutely zero achievements to his name. The numbers only make things worse. His stamina is level 3, his intellect is level 4, and together they paint a pretty pathetic picture. There are at least a few brighter spots: level 7 talent, level 7 willpower, and even a bonus level 6 in luck, which means he is not totally hopeless. Even so, our guy cannot hide his disappointment. For a student in the Faculty of Magic, Ed's intellect is laughably low, and his stamina is so poor it is embarrassing for a noble. Looking at those stats, he can immediately understand why Ed never became anything more than a disposable third-rate villain. That explanation fits even with his memories from when he played the game. Ed was such an unimportant character that he barely registered at all, more like a vague blur than a real presence. It is so bad that he cannot even remember what eventually happened to him later in the story. Then, all of a sudden, a flash of realization hits him. Like a forgotten file opening in his mind, he finally remembers exactly what kind of ending awaited the pitiful and useless Ed Rothstaler. Somewhere in the corner of the game's ending credits, he recalls seeing an old man crouched on the side of a street. The man had a thin mustache, wore a shabby suit, and most pitiful of all, had no shoes on his feet as he huddled there in the corner. That miserable old man was Ed Rothstaler, and his ending was to spend his life begging in the streets like a homeless drifter. Thinking it through calmly, our protagonist cannot even call that ending surprising. Ed had lived as a spoiled noble brute who knew nothing about how the real world worked, and then he was suddenly thrown out into it with nothing. Honestly, the so-called begging bad ending almost sounds merciful, because the fact he stayed alive at all was already lucky. But none of that makes the reality any less crushing for the guy now trapped in Ed's body. The moment he imagines that future, his face goes pale, his shoulders droop, and another heavy sigh escapes him. He has no clue why he was the one who ended up in Ed's body, and he has even less idea how to uncover the reason behind this bizarre possession. Even so, he grips the handle of his suitcase and lifts it with renewed resolve. No matter what else happens, he refuses to let his story end with him begging on the street. He rises to his feet, pale-faced but burning with determination, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Clenching himself together, he boldly declares that he is going to make this work somehow. After all, once you have already hit rock bottom, there is only one direction left to go. For all its name suggests a school, Sylvania Academy is practically a city unto itself, with the vast Arkan Mountains serving as its enormous grounds. The valley stretches out wide and green, its fields of grass rolling around the Academy's shining white towers, which rise beautifully against the landscape like something out of a fantasy painting. To get away from the stares and whispers of the other students, our guy heads for the undeveloped forest northeast of the Academy. By the time he gets there, he is sweating heavily and breathing hard, but he keeps pushing on until he reaches deep into the woods. After half a day of trudging through the wilderness with all his baggage, he finally stops and drops himself onto one of the suitcases to rest. Considering Ed's body is hardly that of a well-built noble, it is honestly impressive that he managed to drag both suitcases all the way out there by himself in the first place. Now that he has been disowned and reduced to the Academy's biggest disgrace, he has plenty of time to think about what to do next, even if the odds stacked against him are terrible. Back in the original game, Ed being disowned was basically the extreme opening point of his scenario. Even so, he was not expelled from the Academy. And that detail matters more than anything, because Sylvania Academy is no ordinary school. It is a top-tier institution. Simply graduating from Sylvania is enough to secure someone a stable, comfortable future. And thanks to how obsessively our protagonist played the game, he now has the knowledge of someone who cleared it 5 separate times. That means he can squeeze every bit of value possible out of what he knows. As long as he can quietly endure, make it through school, and graduate without causing more trouble, then he still has a path to success. In fact, if he pulls this off, he might even end up with a softer, easier life than the one he had back in his previous world. So naturally, he settles on the clearest goal imaginable: graduation. He crouches down, scratches that word into the sand, and stares at it, while visions of towering stacks of gleaming gold coins flash through his mind. But before he can chase that new dream, there are several immediate problems standing in the way. The biggest one comes first: tuition. Now that he has been disowned and cast aside, he does not have a single reliable source of money left to keep himself enrolled. And with his current abilities, he is nowhere near talented enough to expect a scholarship on merit. The one bit of good news is that his wealthy, noble family already paid for the current semester, so he still has a little time to figure out how to earn a scholarship before the next one begins. Even so, Ed's stats remain painfully bad, almost insultingly so, and our protagonist knows it. He cannot help thinking he would be lucky just to avoid failing out altogether with numbers like these. Still, for all his frustration, he has no intention of giving up here. In the end, he decides tuition can wait. Right now, there are more urgent concerns than next semester's fees. He was just thrown out of the dorms, so the real question is how he is supposed to stay alive from this point on. At the moment, the essentials are painfully simple: food, clothes, and some kind of shelter. With that in mind, he snaps open his expensive-looking suitcase and starts checking what resources he actually has on hand to survive the next week or so without turning into a full-on beggar. The contents are not encouraging. Inside, he finds flashy, showy clothes that look expensive but provide no useful stats or magical effects whatsoever, along with ceremonial daggers that are every bit as pointless as they sound. There is even an ornamental cup, which somehow manages to be even less helpful. It is a miserable inventory for survival, though at the very least, he does still have something to wear. That still leaves two huge problems. He has no place to sleep and no food to eat, and Ed's terrible reputation is only going to make both harder to solve. He lowers himself onto the ground and sits there thinking it over, which only makes him look even more like a homeless drifter already. Since returning to the dorm is impossible after being thrown out, he ultimately decides that for now, hiding out in the forest is his best option. At least there is a clean stream nearby, so water is one problem he can cross off the list. On top of that, school does not start again for another 10 days, and he decides he will use every bit of that time to whip himself into better shape. He begins by practicing a spell called Windblade. Again and again, he swings the magic through the trees, sending sharp blades of wind slicing across the forest until the repeated casting leaves him completely drained. Thankfully, he can cast spells at all, which means he is not totally helpless. But there is a catch. Using magic only seems to make him even hungrier, and after using Windblade to cut down just a few tree trunks, he is already worn out and gasping from the effort. At that point, he starts to feel like the spell is not nearly as useful as he hoped. His frustration only grows when he remembers that he got kicked out without even being given food first. Then another thought occurs to him: is getting ravenously hungry after using magic just a normal thing in this world? Because right now, after casting those spells, he is so hungry that sweat is rolling down his forehead. Then, without warning, an old memory surfaces. He remembers something his grandfather once told him when he was young. Back when barley was scarce during his grandfather's childhood, people apparently survived by eating tree bark from the back mountains. And just like that, Ed slowly turns his gaze toward the bark on the trees he cut down, staring at it with deep suspicion and visible doubts. Unfortunately, desperation has already pushed him far enough that he is willing to try even that. Only a few minutes later, he is actually using ignition to heat up strips of bark inside that ceremonial cup. Hunger has lowered his standards so far that anything remotely edible feels worth testing if it might keep his stomach from twisting itself inside out. He is so starving by this point that he starts tricking himself into seeing the bark as if it were tender chicken breast, the kind of comforting meal he wishes he had instead. With a spark of desperate excitement in his eyes, he quickly shoves the cooked bark into his mouth and starts chewing, clinging to a ridiculous amount of hope. Naturally, the fantasy does not last. The instant reality hits his tongue. All that hope collapses, and he ends up spitting the whole thing right back out. Humans may be omnivores, sure, but even that has limits. By the time the third day in the forest rolls around, Ed looks less like a student from a noble house, and more like a half-dead corpse that somehow managed to keep walking. His cheeks are hollow, his skin is pale, and his whole body has that worn-out, starved look of someone being slowly drained dry. At that point, he silently sends a wave of resentment toward his grandfather for passing down such absolutely worthless survival advice. After one full day of starving, followed by 2 miserable days of vomiting, Ed finally reaches a firm conclusion. He is never trying to eat wood again. From now on, if he is dealing with lumber, it is going to be for building a shelter, not pretending it is food. What he needs most right now is something sturdy enough to protect him from rough weather and the elements, so he wastes no more time feeling sorry for himself. He gets to work immediately. The first thing he focuses on is the frame, setting up the basic structure that will hold the wooden shelter together. If the support is bad, then the whole thing will fail before it even begins. The problem is that he only has 2 hands, and trying to raise and steady 4 separate supports by himself is way harder than it sounds. Every piece wants to shift, tilt, or fall out of place the moment he lets go of another one. Naturally, that first pathetic attempt does not go well at all. Before long, the whole effort falls apart on him, and he ends up collapsing in the middle of the job. But for Ed, this is no longer about pride. It is succeed or die out here. So he forces himself back onto his feet, face flushed red with strain and frustration, and hurriedly ties the frame down before it can give way again. After managing that small victory, he drops into a short rest to catch his breath. Even then, he knows full well he is nowhere near finished and still has a long way to go. Since sleeping directly on bare ground is out of the question, he ends up throwing his luxurious clothes down across the floor and using them like a makeshift mat. Noble fashion has now officially become camping gear. It feels like a terrible waste to ruin such fancy clothes that way, but at this point Ed does not exactly have the luxury of being picky. It is that or lie on the cold dirt. By the time the next day arrives, he finally manages to finish a crude wooden tent, and he is absurdly proud of it, compared to the situation he started in. That rough little shelter feels like a masterpiece. The moment the work is completed, his status window suddenly activates on its own and notifies him that his crafting proficiency has increased. Apparently, successfully finishing a basic wooden shelter is enough to count as real progress. Just like that, Ed earns the title of Novice Craftsman. His updated abilities now show Level 4 Handiness, Level 1 Design, and Level 1 Gathering. They are modest numbers, but for him, they are at least proof that he can build something. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have been a lot more impressed by that development. Unfortunately, it is hard to celebrate skill growth when he is on the verge of starving to death. Still, the update makes him realize something important. Because he was born and raised as a noble, he never had any reason to discover talents outside that sheltered lifestyle. And now, to his surprise, it seems he is actually much better with his hands than he ever was with magic. So Ed decides to make use of that bit of handiness right away. He crafts himself a simple harpoon by fastening one of those ceremonial daggers onto the end of a carefully shaped tree trunk, turning decorative junk into something he can actually use. Gripping that freshly made weapon like a man on the edge, he heads out with one goal in mind: finding something to eat. 2 days with an empty stomach on top of non-stop physical labor have pushed his body to its limits. By now, pure desperation is the only thing keeping him moving. Standing at the water, he repeatedly thrusts the harpoon down in wild, frantic jabs, trying to catch fish through sheer stubbornness. And somehow, against all odds, he actually manages to catch 2. Without wasting a second, he roasts them over a fire using the ignition spell, watching the fish cook as if his entire world depends on it, because right now it basically does. With 1 week still left before school starts, Ed finally gets to taste actual food again. No wonder his eyes start shining with joy the moment he does. After everything he has suffered, that bite feels almost miraculous. Now, all he has to do is endure as he is. If he can just keep himself together until school begins, then maybe, just maybe, he can still get through academy life without everything falling apart. But in the middle of devouring that precious meal, he forgets something important. Then suddenly, someone appears in front of him, and the shock is so sharp he nearly chokes on the fish. Standing there is a beautiful girl, with long blonde hair cascading down her back and bright golden eyes that seem to shine even in the forest light. In his frantic struggle to survive, Ed had completely forgotten about the actual main characters of the story. Still, out of all the people he could have run into out here, this is the one person he absolutely did not expect to meet. She is the strict, no-nonsense Princess Funia, the very same person who got Ed Rothstaler thrown out of the dorms in the first place. The real problem here is that Ed Rothstaler is the kind of villain who shows up practically the moment the player starts the game. He is one of those early troublemakers designed to make a bad first impression fast. Using his status as a noble, he harassed the main character's childhood friend, only to get beaten up for it and punished afterward. That alone would have been humiliating enough. But Ed's bitterness did not end there. Still burning with resentment, he went on to abuse his family's influence and tamper with the main character's entrance exam at Sylvania Academy. Unfortunately for him, he was caught almost immediately by a girl who had come to take the entrance exam while concealing her true identity. That girl turned out to be Fenia Elias Kloll, the 3rd princess of the Empire. And thanks to her gift of insight, she has the ability to detect the lies, schemes, and hidden intentions of the person standing before her. That was how pathetic Ed Rothstaler was exposed. He stood there gritting his teeth and scrambling for excuses, but every lie he tried to tell was seen through by Fenia, and in the end, he was driven out of the dorms in disgrace. Plenty of people at the academy already hated Ed Rothstaler, of course, but the moment he crossed paths with the one person he should never have provoked, his downfall was guaranteed. And now, adding insult to injury, our current protagonist has run into her again while stuck inside Ed Rothstaler's body. The instant she sees him, her expression hardens. She folds her arms, clearly furious, and immediately assumes he must be up to something suspicious. "What are you doing here?" she demands. Her anger only grows when she realizes he was not expelled on the spot. In response, Ed hurriedly explains that he is still officially a student, even if he was thrown out of the dorms. But the princess is not willing to accept that answer. Cold and unwavering, she tells him to leave. She cannot bear the thought of someone as shameless as him lingering around the academy grounds. And honestly, that judgment would be fair if he were still the same scumbag Ed Rothstaler as before. But inside, he is a completely different person now. The problem is, Fenia has no way of knowing that. As far as she is concerned, he is still the same rotten noble, and she immediately decides she will go to the academic department herself and request his expulsion. That means Ed is suddenly in very real danger. She fully intends to push for his expulsion on two grounds. First, for committing a dishonorable act as a student of the academy, and second, for deliberately setting up another student in an attempt to ruin that person's path toward a better future. Meanwhile, even in the middle of this crisis, part of Ed's mind is still screaming about his precious fish slowly burning away over the fire. But at the same time, he knows this situation is no joke. If the princess truly decides to press the issue, she absolutely has enough authority to get him expelled for real. And if that is how things are going to be, then Ed decides he has no choice left. He is going to have to take this seriously. "The sun's going to set soon," he says, his expression darkening as he steps closer to her. Then he questions why a member of royalty like her is out here alone without any guards at her side. In one sharp move, he flips the pressure back onto her, mocking the recklessness of a noble princess wandering into an isolated forest by herself. Even so, Fenia refuses to back down. Rather than feeling threatened, she raises her hands and takes a battle-ready stance, making it clear that even without her escorts, she is not afraid of him. But just when it looks like he is trying to intimidate her, our protagonist abruptly denies that he was ever threatening her in the first place. Then, without warning, he drops down onto his knees. Wearing a bright, almost absurdly cheerful smile, he claims that he only wanted to thank her. That completely throws Fenia off. Suspicious and confused, she immediately activates her insight ability to test whether he is lying. And what shocks her is that his words actually register as truthful. Her skill detects no lie in what he is saying. Seeing the look on her face, Ed calmly points out that she seems surprised. Then he explains that the Rothstaler family he comes from may be famous and influential, but behind that prestigious name, they exploit ordinary citizens and even carry out human experiments in pursuit of research into eternal life. To the protagonist, that family is nothing but doomed trash. In the future that awaits them, the entire house is destined to be destroyed, with every last member dragged away, imprisoned, and eventually executed. But because Ed was cast out of the family early, our guy realizes he has just narrowly escaped being tied to that horrifying end. By now, the fish he worked so hard to catch has been burned black over the fire. He is still freezing, still hungry, and still painfully aware of how miserable his condition is. But even so, he decides this outcome is far better than ending up dead. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes that getting disowned might actually be a blessing in the long run, and that thought slowly spreads into a bright smile across his face. What matters now is convincing Fenia without telling a single lie, because if he fails here and gets expelled, then any chance he had of building a peaceful, happy life for himself will be over on the spot. At that point, it would be game over for real. Looking at where things fall in the timeline, he works out that school should start again in about a week. Once he settles on that, another question rises in his mind. What exactly is the princess doing out here alone in the forest at a time like this? She came without any escort, and instead of royal attire, she is dressed in simple clothes that do not draw attention to her status. The moment he notices those details together, it clicks for him. She must be in the middle of taking the class placement test. Professor Glast's placement test is a notorious one. The students are sent into the forest and told to search for hidden magic beads scattered throughout the area. It is an especially vicious exam, and Ed knows someone like the noble Princess Fenia would naturally be aiming for the highest placement possible, Class A. But rather than appreciate anything he says, She snaps back at him, accusing him of trying to flatter her, and once again brings up the idea of having him expelled. Ed cuts in before she can press the matter any further and tells her plainly that without his help, she will never be able to get into Class A. Then he raises the stakes himself, adding that if what he is saying turns out to be a lie, she is free to go ahead and have him expelled afterward. He tells her to head toward the lake in the southeastern part of the forest. There, she will find a small grassy island set apart from the shore. And on that island, he says, there stands a giant tree known as Marilda's guardian tree. At that very spot, he tells her, she will find the present he left behind. Following his directions, Fania goes exactly where he told her to go. And when she arrives, she is stunned to discover that the golden bead really is hidden there, just as he said. She cannot make sense of it. The Ed Rothstailer she knew was a shameless liar, a fraud and a manipulator who could never be trusted. And yet the Ed she just met in the forest felt strangely different from that person. All she can do for a moment is stare down at the bead in silence, completely at a loss for words. Eventually, the class placement test officially comes to an end, and the professor instructs all the students to bring out the beads they managed to obtain during the exam. The results are a mess. Some students proudly present absurd piles of beads in all kinds of colors, while others somehow come back carrying fruits and even eggs, clearly having missed the point of the test entirely. In response, Professor Glast flatly informs those students that they will be starting from Class F, because the exam was never about finding just any random magic bead. The only students worthy of entering Class A were the ones who found beads with the highest level of magical power, the golden beads. And in the end, only 3 students managed to find one. One of them was Jix Effelstein, a rough-looking boy with green eyes and red eyeliner that gave him an even fiercer appearance. Another was Lortel Ketchel, a striking red-haired beauty with green eyes and a sly, cat-like smile. And the last golden bead came from the unusually powerful one hidden at Marilda's guardian tree. Whoever found that final bead would be acknowledged as the top student of the class, and from the look of things, the princess seems prepared to accept that honor. Meanwhile, Ed sits off on his own, reflecting on the choice he made to help the princess. His fish has burned, and he is so worn out now that he does not even have the strength left to properly use his spear. Still, he has not been completely idle. Thanks to the improvement in his crafting skills, he has managed to make himself a fishing rod. As he works, he thinks back on the Empire's 3rd princess, Fania. Ever since she was a child, she had been able to see through flattery and empty sophistry, and over time she sharpened that perception until it became the innate skill she now possesses. Nobody can fool that insight of hers. That is why Ed had no room to bluff or deceive her. The only way forward was to give her information that was completely genuine. Unfortunately, that honest move creates an even bigger problem for him. The proud Princess Phonia was originally supposed to experience failure during the placement test, and that setback was part of the road that would eventually earn her the title Princess of Love. But if Phonia, a figure with enormous influence over the early part of the story, ends up finding a golden bead and entering Class A, then the original scenario starts to collapse. And if the plot changes too much, then even if Ed successfully avoids expulsion, all the knowledge he has from the original game will become worthless. If that happens, he is finished. Luckily for him, the top student of Class A is still awarded to a girl named Lucy, a small silver-haired witch who is fast asleep in class as usual. In other words, the future has not changed after all. Meanwhile, Fania storms out of the classroom, lost in thought. Her insight has always shown her the truth, and there really had been a bead at the tree exactly where Ed said it would be. But even as she thinks it over, her hands tremble with anger because emotionally she still cannot accept what happened. The whole reason she concealed her identity in the first place was because she hated the idea of being handed special treatment just for being a princess. That kind of favoritism embarrassed her. More than anything, she genuinely wanted to prove herself on her own merits, and the moment she saw that bead, she knew it would secure the best possible result on the test. And that is exactly why she could not bring herself to accept it. No matter how valuable the bead was, obtaining it was not something she had accomplished through her own effort. The future title of Princess of Love was something she wanted to earn only by walking the proper, righteous path. So, in the end, with her head lowered and her feelings in turmoil, she turned away from the opportunity in front of her. Ed had thrown bait to the princess, fully aware that in the end it would not matter whether she first suspected it was truth or a lie. Even if Ed Rothstailer assumed she would fail the test, the princess herself had been confident that she would succeed anyway and later throw that success back in his face. But that confidence fell apart once she failed to find another bead on her own. At that moment, she was forced to admit that Ed had never lied to her, because without the item he directed her to, she had not been able to secure entry into the class that way. Furious, the princess slams her fist into the wall. This result means she has no choice but to honor the promise she made and give up on getting him expelled. Even so, she swears to keep watching him closely from now on. Elsewhere, Ed is busy celebrating after finally managing to catch a fish even bigger than the tiny sardines he caught before. His current life now includes one ridiculous hardship after another, including the fact that he has to start running from early morning if he wants to make it to school on time. There is no carriage, no convenience, and no way to travel easily between his crude wooden shelter and the academy. Even so, Ed is willing to put in that effort. So he runs all the way back towards school, genuinely overjoyed to return once again to the dazzling grandeur and lively atmosphere of Sylvania Academy. The opening ceremony for the new semester begins, and the announcers warmly remark that it is wonderful to see how much the students have improved before the term has even started. They invite everyone to enjoy the food prepared for the occasion while listening to the rest of the speech. But as those polished words continue to ring across the venue, Ed catches the much less pleasant whispers drifting around him from the students who absolutely did not miss him while he was gone. Not a single face around him looks genuinely glad to see him back at school. The murmurs spread fast, with students wondering how someone like him could even have the nerve to show up at the opening ceremony, while others question why he bothered coming back at all. Ed, however, could not care less about any of that. For him, the only thing that matters is the fact that he is once again eating richly seasoned meat, and he goes after plate with the single-minded intensity of someone who has suffered real hunger. His goal is graduation, plain and simple, and compared to that, a few horrified stares mean absolutely nothing to him. Even so, the surrounding side characters keep whispering about his disgrace, his shamelessness, and the way he eats. Still, mixed in with the criticism, a few of them quietly admit that something about him feels a little different than before. Then the attention of a nearby group of girls suddenly shifts when they start whispering excitedly about desserts prepared by the head chef of Ophelis Hall. The moment they hear that, they hurry over toward the table where the sweets are being served. Among them, a pretty girl with long brown twin braids and a ribbon in her hair pauses just long enough to remark that it is strange. Somehow, Ed Rothstaler really does feel like a different person now. Meanwhile, our protagonist is doing his absolute best to keep his head down and pray that nothing unusual happens around him for once. And just like that, another fresh day opens beneath the wide blue sky hanging over Sylvania Academy. It is the first official day of the new semester. In a grand hall, a welcome speech is delivered to the students, the speaker cheerfully saying how pleased they are to see everyone returning in improved form. There is even talk about how Sylvania Academy will continue shaping them into capable people society can be proud of. But while the atmosphere sounds uplifting enough, things are not going smoothly for everyone. On the very first day of school, our protagonist Ed somehow finds himself sitting in the dean's office instead. In fact, he came alarmingly close to not starting the school year at all, because he nearly got himself expelled on day one. Ed never expected Phonia to report him to the dean, especially after what happened between them in the forest. Fortunately, the dean turns out to be a surprisingly cheerful old man, smiling the entire time they speak, instead of acting stern or hostile. That alone is enough to make Ed suspect that Phonia probably did not say anything too damaging about him after all. Since he somehow managed to avoid expulsion by the skin of his teeth, he decides he needs to be more careful from this point on, and lets out a long breath of relief. With fresh determination settling onto his face, Ed steels himself and decides once again that he has to keep the story from drifting away from the original route. His dream of a peaceful, comfortable life depends on it. Because of all the survival skills he was forced to develop out in the wilderness, he has now gained the combat ability of a novice fighter. His specialty, at least for now, is the bow, even if he is still only level 1 with it. On top of that, he also kept up with magical training, doing the kind of practice expected from a student in the Faculty of Magic. To balance survival ability with magic training, there was really no weapon better suited to him than a bow. It let him combine both skill sets at once, and he used that advantage to hunt small game for food. As his life skills continue improving and he gets better at crafting high-quality arrows, he knows the day will come when he can infuse those arrows with spirit or magic formulas. But that level is still beyond him for now, so at the moment he sticks to hunting rabbits and steadily practicing while waiting for the day those spirit formulas become possible. Then, right in the middle of one of those hunts, Ed suddenly stops when he spots a breathtaking beauty seated beneath a tree, her hair moving gently in the wind. It is the brunette girl with the braided pigtails from before, and she is sitting there quietly reading a book. with several more books stacked on the ground in front of her. This beautiful young woman is Janica. She is in her second year, just like Ed, but unlike him, she is also the top student of her class and a genius spirit sorcerer. The beauty lifts her gaze and her ruby-colored eyes sparkle as she looks up at him. The moment she notices Ed, she cheerfully remarks that he must be the amusing guy Marilda was talking about, with Marilda apparently referring to the tree. And despite the fact that she already seems to know about him, Janica is not wary at all. Instead, she looks genuinely pleased and introduces herself with an easy, happy smile. Ed is caught completely off guard when she suddenly closes the distance and leans right into his personal space, smiling brightly as if the two of them are already friends. With playful energy, she even asks whether he is surprised that she already knows all about him, almost like some kind of creepy stalker. Then she explains that this forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit, and apparently Marilda is an outrageous gossip. She has already told Janica all sorts of things about Ed. Hearing that, Ed is left genuinely stunned that the ruler of the forest apparently has enough spare time to talk about him to strangers. Janica just laughs it off and says that Marilda is a little nosy, which honestly explains a lot. Since Marilda's attention is spread all over the forest, it makes sense that she would notice an unexpected visitor living in her territory. Unfortunately for Ed, that also means he has just been classified as an unwanted guest in the place he now considers home, and that lands harder than he would like. Then again, once he thinks about it, he cannot exactly deny that he has been killing animals and chopping down plenty of trees to survive out there. The more he reflects on that, the more depressed he starts to feel. And Janica quickly realizes that her careless wording has made things awkward. So she hurriedly tries to reassure him, saying not to worry so much because creatures in the forest naturally hunt and eat one another. That is simply part of the order of nature, according to her. Marilda is not upset about things like that, which means Ed does not need to feel guilty over it. Hearing that, Ed is a little touched, and even blushes faintly as he notes that the mighty master of the wild forest seems to have a surprisingly gentle heart. Meanwhile, the more Janica looks at him, the more she starts to think that Ed is unexpectedly handsome. Living out in the wilderness has definitely not done his hygiene any favors, but somehow his natural looks are still carrying the whole situation harder than they have any right to. Janica laughs and agrees that yes, it really is a little unexpected that Marilda turns out to be such a softie. Then, suddenly excited, she hurries to show him something she finds adorable, saying she made a contract with it just yesterday as soon as she saw him. A little sparkle of light gathers in her hands as the creature manifests, and she eagerly asks Ed whether he wants to try touching it. Ed stares at the light in surprise, unsure whether what he is looking at is a contracted being or a spirit. At that moment, he realizes that if he wants to become friendly with Janica, this would be the right time to respond properly and join in, but instead, Ed lowers his head and quietly admits that he does not understand what she means because he cannot actually see spirits. He goes on to explain that he simply lacks the ability to perceive them, and that confession hits Janica hard enough to leave her staring at him in stunned, almost heartbroken surprise. Ed then turns away from her and says that he only came out there to get food, so he should be going now. As far as he is concerned, the only way to preserve his advantage is to keep the original storyline intact. And Janica is someone who plays a very important role in that original story, which is exactly why he believes he must never get close to her. The future has something deeply haunted and terrible waiting for her, and he knows better than to step into that. So he simply walks away, leaving her behind, while Janica stands there and watches him go with a sad look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Janica quietly notes to herself that Marilda had been right about Ed after all. She agrees that Marilda's assessment was correct. Ed really is an incredibly fascinating guy. As she says that, she gently strokes the soft white chin of the forest master, who has now taken the form of a giant wolf-like beast. No matter how much she turns it over in her head, one conclusion stays the same. Ed truly could not see her. That leaves her wondering all over again just who he really is. And to make matters worse, she had tried so hard to be nice to him, only for him to answer her so plainly and then leave. The embarrassment hits her all at once, and she buries her face into Marilda's fur with a squeal of frustration. Still, she quickly cheers herself up by reminding herself that this is not as if this was their last meeting. After all, they go to the same school, and they are in the same year. That means she will have plenty of chances to learn more about him from now on. The distance between Ed's shelter and the student area is absolutely not short. If anything, the trip feels less like a normal commute and more like following some ridiculous treasure map all the way from point A to point B. Even when he leaves at dawn and runs at full speed, Ed barely manages to reach school on time. The commute is completely absurd, but at least there is one upside. The sheer effort of doing it keeps raising his stats, so in a strange way, it is still worth it. If Ed wants any real shot at winning a scholarship, then he has no choice but to study harder than he ever has in his life. He has no money for proper supplies, so he scratches notes onto a stone slab with a burned stick and relies on books borrowed from the student library to keep up with his studies. At this point, our guy has basically dragged himself all the way back to the Stone Age just to survive academically. And even after classes and studying, his day is nowhere near over. On the way back home, he stops by the stream to wash the sweat out of his clothes. You would think that would be the end of his chores for the day, but no, that is only the beginning. Life as a broke student is brutal, and every day comes with another checklist of survival. He has to make sure there is still enough firewood, enough drinking water, and enough jerky packed away for tomorrow's lunch. By the time all of those extra chores are done, he is left with only 4 miserable hours of sleep. But strangely enough, none of that is the part that bothers him most. What truly gets under his skin is the fact that while he is out there struggling through this exhausting routine, Janica keeps trailing after him and watching him from a distance like he is some kind of interesting circus act she cannot stop observing. Eventually, he snaps and calls her out directly for following him around. Janica looks genuinely startled that she has been caught, even though she was never particularly good at hiding in the first place. Ed immediately shouts back that it would have been stranger if he had not noticed her, considering how unbelievably bad she is at sneaking around. Growing more irritated by the second, he demands to know whether Janica even understands who he is supposed to be. He is Ed Rothstaler, the worst hooligan around, the most infamous scumbag at school, and he genuinely cannot understand why she keeps hanging around him like this. But Janica calmly points out that the hooligan image is only what other people say about him. She tells him she would rather judge him for herself, instead of blindly accepting everyone else's opinion. Then she smiles at him so brightly it feels almost unfair, glowing with such sunny warmth and pure beauty that it practically blinds him on the spot. And somehow, that only makes Ed even more unsettled, because he remembers exactly what kind of person Janica is. On the surface, she can seem innocent, airy, and a little absent-minded, but underneath that soft exterior, she is fiercely independent and always insists on reaching her own conclusions. But none of that changes the future waiting for her. Knowing what lies ahead, Ed cannot bring himself to answer her with some light, carefree smile, no matter how kind she is being to him right now. That is because sweet, angelic Janica is destined to become the final boss of Act 1. She is the one rare person who would still smile kindly at someone like Ed Rothstaler, and that makes pushing her away hurt even more. But Ed feels like he has no choice. If he wants things to unfold smoothly and succeed in the long run, then he cannot afford to tamper with the plot. So Ed reminds himself that in the eyes of the story, he is supposed to be a villain, even if he never intended to become truly cruel. With that in mind, he says that if fate really did bring them together like this, then maybe she could do him a favor. Instead of being cautious, Janica lights up immediately. Her eyes start sparkling with excitement, and she eagerly asks what he wants her to do. Ed then explains that he is in a complete mess right now. He has been disowned by his family. His situation is desperate, and he is in a serious bind. So he asks her if she can lend him some money. For one brief, pitiful moment, Ed becomes the very beggar he had feared turning into. Janica is so shocked by the request that she practically freezes where she stands, her bright smile locking stiffly in place like she has turned to stone. Realizing how pathetic this looks, he quickly tries to recover some scraps of dignity, insisting that of course he would pay her back the moment he gets back on his feet. But the truth is, Ed already knows something important about Janica. Every year, she earns a scholarship for being the top student in class, but that scholarship is not just proof of her talent. Her background is so poor that without it, the Academy's angelic beauty would not even be able to continue advancing through school. In other words, she is just as broke as he is. Janica, the sweet daughter of a humble ranch family, has one painfully obvious weak point, and that weak point is money. So the poor girl just stands there in the clearing, stunned and speechless, completely at a loss for what to say. At last, the frozen look on her face starts to crack as she apologizes in obvious pain and despair, admitting that she cannot help him at all, and that, of course, is exactly the answer Ed knew he would get. Deep down, he hopes this awkward scene is enough to cut Janica out of his life for good, and for the next 3 days, it actually seems to work. For the first time in a while, Ed is finally left alone in peace. Of course, he does not feel good about deliberately asking Janica for the one thing she could never provide. But even so, he keeps telling himself it was necessary. He does not want to get tangled up with important characters any more than he already has. What he should be doing instead is quietly continuing his simple routine of surviving, hunting, and living out in the forest. Above all else, he has to stay careful and make sure the story does not start drifting away from the original path. Eventually, he returns home and reaches his wooden tent, ready to step inside, only to freeze in place the instant he looks in. 'Cause sitting inside that tent is someone with a presence even heavier and more overwhelming than Janika's. The genius everyone admires, the wonder spoken of by students and professors alike, the rare prodigy and the most powerful character in the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy. And there she is, Lucy, sleeping peacefully inside his tent as if it belongs to her. A moment later, she stirs and wakes with a slow, tired yawn. Ed is horrified to find her napping in his home and cannot even begin to understand what she is doing all the way out in this mountain valley. Still half asleep, Lucy only mumbles that he is being too loud and that she cannot sleep like this. Ed is just about to ask what exactly he did that was supposedly so loud, but the sleepy girl cuts him off and says she was not talking about him. She is actually referring to the massive wolf behind him, the one so huge it is practically the size of a house. Apparently, it keeps talking to him. Ed's eyes go wide in total shock, and a bright light suddenly flares behind him. It is Merilda, the master of the forest. The mighty spirit makes a single request of Ed. Someday, no matter what happens, he must save Janika. Considering Merilda is technically the ruler of the land he is squatting on, that makes this an incredibly dangerous request to receive from his own unofficial landlady. In the end, Lucy only stays at Ed's camp for 2 days. After that, Ed goes back to carrying out his usual routine, chopping wood with an axe over one shoulder and rope in hand as he works through his chores. While doing all of that, he desperately hopes that Lucy's brief stay in the forest will not cause any major disturbance to the plot. Looking back later, though, he can only think about how naive that hope was, because it does not take long at all for him to realize how wrong he was. Before long, Sylvania Academy begins its joint combat training. A huge auditorium fills with loud cheers from the students, and at the center of it all stands a fighting ring prepared for the matches. The joint combat training is basically a mock one-on-one combat exercise between students. A competitive but friendly event where they can test their abilities against each other without having to fear seriously injuring their opponent. To make the matches even safer, the school provides most students with practice weapons instead of real ones, reducing the danger of truly lethal blows. As duel after duel continues, Ed already has a pretty good sense of how many of them will turn out, especially the matches involving certain standout people, the glittering and benevolent Princess Phonia with her insight ability, the golden daughter Lortel with her red hair and confident smile, Jix, one of the few students who made it into the top class through the bead hunt, and Janika, the sweet but penniless spirit sorcerer. Then there is the lazy Lucy, who does whatever she pleases without a care in the world, and the sinister-looking Clebius, a dark-haired boy with an edgy presence. The list of exceptional figures just keeps going, and Ed recognizes every single one of them. After all, each of these named characters is destined to become important in the game. And above them all stands the most important character in the story, the failed swordsman Taylor, the red-clad hero with dark, gleaming hair, blazing passion in his eyes, and a sharp, shining sword he turns on anyone who stands across from him. Ed stares toward the ring with his breath held and excitement sparkling in his eyes like an obsessed fanboy waiting for his favorite idol to step onto the concert stage. He can hardly contain himself as he wonders if Taylor will be fighting next. Since he already knows how most of the matches are supposed to end, he has not been paying much attention to the others at all. The winners of the duels in this joint combat training are mostly first-year students, just like the protagonist Taylor. And that makes sense, because those winners are the ones expected to eventually form Taylor's elite team. The only real exception among those winners is Janika, who stands out because she is a second-year student. As if she had been summoned by the very thought of her, Janika suddenly pops up beside Ed with lively energy and greets him with a bright, glowing smile, much to his frustration. Ed is immediately dismayed that she still has not given up on trying to be friendly with him, even after the deeply awkward disaster of him asking her for money. Unlike Lucy, who behaves like a lazy cat and just drifts wherever she pleases, Janika comes at him with the eager energy of a happy dog every single time she sees him, practically bouncing with excitement. Janika tells him that the match list has finally been posted. But Ed, arms folded and face turned away, barely reacts because his attention is fixed on the ring instead. Even so, Janika does not lose heart. She immediately questions why he is acting so uninterested, saying she thought he would at least want to know who he was matched up against. That one sentence hits Ed like a bolt of lightning. He freezes on the spot as terror, horror, and sudden realization all crash into him at once, cold sweat running down his face. He had been so focused on everyone else's battles that he completely forgot the obvious: he has to fight too. And that terrifying oversight is entirely his own stupid mistake. Ed suddenly remembered something important. By the point when the joint combat training originally took place, Ed Rothstaler should have already been thrown out of the academy. But this time, that expulsion never happened, because Ed had managed to stop it before it could unfold. And that meant there was no escaping it now. Since he was still officially here, he naturally had to participate in the joint combat training, which also meant stepping into the arena and facing another student himself. A faint uneasiness crept into his eyes as he leaned toward the list in Janika's hand, quickly scanning down the names to find out exactly who his assigned opponent was going to be. At the same time, over in the ring, the story's true protagonist, Taylor, stood tall with a proud, unwavering look on his face, thumping a fist against his own chest as if to steel himself before the fight. Taylor loudly vowed that he would give it everything he had. And the instant Ed heard that, his attention snapped away from his own situation completely. The moment his inner fanboy woke up, his future opponent stopped mattering altogether. A soft smile spread across Ed's lips. Right now, he couldn't care less about his own match. All he wanted was to keep his eyes on Taylor. Even if Taylor himself had no idea, the bond Ed felt with him ran incredibly deep. After all, in a sense that no one in this world could possibly understand, Ed had once lived alongside Taylor for a very long time from beyond the screen. He had experienced the game through Taylor's perspective again and again. Every time things fell apart, every time a game over screen appeared and asked whether he wanted to try once more, Ed always answered yes. He stayed with Taylor through miserable bad endings, hollow failures, and the rare true endings that left a deep, lingering ache in his chest. He had walked that road with Taylor so many times he could barely count them anymore. And across all those countless routes, not a single one had ever been easy. Every path Taylor walked was brutal. There were times he got beaten bloody, times his whole body was covered in fresh bruises from battle, his face twisted in pain as the weight of that harsh journey pressed down on him. Now in this life, Ed and Taylor were no longer one and the same. They were separate people, and Ed had his own survival to worry about if he wanted to avoid a terrible ending. Even so, he still intended to cheer for Taylor with all the energy and sincerity he had. More than anything, he wanted Taylor to succeed. If Taylor kept moving down the proper path, then the story would remain stable, predictable, and far less likely to drag Ed into disaster. Just thinking about that moved him so much that his eyes started to glimmer with emotional tears. Then, all of a sudden, his attention was dragged away by the blaring noise of the huge black speakers set up nearby. The same announcement kept repeating over and over through the auditorium. The announcer was calling for a student named Lucy, ordering her to report to the arena at once when she was ready for her practice match. Ed looked around the wide auditorium, searching through the crowd, but he couldn't spot Lucy anywhere. That only made him wonder where in the world she had disappeared to. And then they found her. She was fast asleep beneath the spare podium set beside the fighting ring, curled up in the most absurd place possible while everyone else waited. At last, all the shouting and noise finally managed to reach her. Lucy slowly rose to her feet and let out one huge, familiar yawn, still looking as though she had no intention of taking any of this seriously. The announcer barked at Lucy to hurry up and finish her duel instead of lazing around. But Lucy showed no sign of urgency at all. With sleepy, dragging steps, she trudged toward the podium to meet whoever was waiting for her. The matchup was finally called. First-year top student Lucy was about to face Taylor, the very hero of the game itself. The moment Ed saw that, he instantly knew how this scene was supposed to go. Taylor was the kind of character who seemed born to become a swordsman, and yet, up to this point, he had never even truly held a sword in his life. Even so, with his very first powerful swing, his blade blazing with fierce fire energy, he was supposed to slash straight through Lucy's lightning-fast magic. The spell Lucy believed would strike true and bring him down would be miraculously stopped instead. That impossible outcome would catch her completely off guard, and in the instant she froze in shock. Taylor would rush in and close the distance before she could recover. Then Lucy, reacting on pure instinct, would fire back with Lightning Strike, an intermediate-level lightning spell so destructive that it would practically obliterate the ring itself. Taylor would be utterly overwhelmed by that reflexive counterattack, but because Lucy had used intermediate-level magic when she wasn't supposed to, she would be disqualified on the spot. And that would give Taylor the honor of becoming the very first person ever to defeat Lucy. Just remembering that legendary scene was enough to make tears of joy well up in Ed's eyes all over again. Then the match actually started right in front of him. And just as Ed expected, Taylor burst forward aggressively with a brass knuckle fitted to his hand, throwing himself into the attack with every bit of strength he had. But in the very next moment, Lucy blasted him without warning right where he stood, and Taylor was knocked flat from a single hit. A stunned silence swept across the entire crowd. Even so, Ed still refused to give up hope. His hand tightened into a firm fist as he kept watching, still convinced this was not over yet. Meanwhile, Lucy just stood there as the laziest, least concerned victor imaginable, yawning again and absently scratching at her hair like the whole thing had barely been worth noticing. All around the arena, whispers broke out in disbelief over how quickly the match had ended. The students were shocked, but most of them came to the same conclusion. Of course, nobody could beat the top student in the class. On top of that, they thought Taylor had looked ridiculous, charging a mage head-on with his bare hands like some reckless bull. They muttered over his strange tactic for a moment before deciding he must simply be unlucky. But Taylor's life had always been a relentless string of hardships. He was the rural nobody, the student everyone looked down on, the hopeless underachiever who had failed to earn even a single respectable grade since enrolling. To everyone around him, he was a failure so complete that no one even bothered to acknowledge his existence. He was so overlooked, so invisible to the student body, that nobody noticed the small movement of his hand. While everyone else was already busy judging the outcome of the match, Taylor's trembling fingers reached out and wrapped themselves around a sword. It was a cruel, almost vicious situation. And as Taylor forced himself back onto his feet, the surrounding students could only look on with pity. And yet, even in the middle of all that despair, Taylor never gave up. The fire driving him forward still burned just as fiercely, and his will to succeed had not dimmed in the slightest. Ed watched in open excitement as Taylor staggered upright again. In his heart, he was already shouting encouragement as hard as he could, fully believing that Taylor still had what it took to pull through. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, Taylor hurled himself straight at Lucy and shouted her name at the top of his lungs. Lucy turned with visible surprise, clearly not expecting him to still be moving, and Ed's grin only stretched wider as he watched it happen. He held his breath, waiting for Lucy to answer with lightning magic and set the scene back on the familiar track he remembered. But instead, everything began to go wrong. Ed could only stare in blank confusion and shock as Lucy countered with a glowing ball of green light that instantly stopped Taylor's charge in its tracks. That magic swelled outward and took the shape of a snarling wolf's face, a beast-like image that crashed over Taylor and overpowered him completely. It was a face Ed recognized immediately, one that looked unmistakably like the forest master Marilda. The powerful spell then hurled the helpless Taylor away inside a raging tunnel of green and white wind, spinning him through the air with terrifying force. Taylor's body was launched high before being thrown hard into the wall just behind where Ed was standing. His limp form slammed against one of the enormous pillars inside the grand auditorium, then dropped from that height and smashed into the floor below with such terrible force that the stone beneath him cracked apart on impact. Lucy had counterattacked with magic, just as Ed expected she would, but it wasn't lightning. Wind swirled all around her instead, and a strange purple glow burned in her eyes as she stared coldly at Taylor's fallen body. She was glaring at the boy who had come dangerously close to defeating her. He had nearly reached that miracle, but in the end, Taylor had still failed. Lucy was officially declared the winner of the match, and the very next second, the entire auditorium burst into loud cheers, the crowd erupting as they celebrated her victory with open excitement. But Ed stood there like he had been rooted to the floor, his whole body stiff with horror and disbelief. He couldn't accept what he had just seen. This was supposed to be the moment when Taylor claimed his first meaningful victory, the moment the watching crowd finally started to notice him. And yet somehow Taylor had lost to Lucy instead. The announcer repeated it again for everyone to hear. The recognized winner of the match was, without question, Lucy. That declaration rang out across the grand auditorium, and the students answered it with even louder cheers, throwing up their hands and praising the first-year top student like she had just given them exactly the result they wanted. Meanwhile, Ed could do nothing but stare at Taylor's collapsed body in stunned disbelief, his eyes fixed on the crumpled figure as if he still couldn't process that the fight was truly over. What shook him most was the meaning behind it. The protagonist had lost his first major fight. And if that had changed, then the story itself had already started to drift away from the path Ed knew. With his heart sinking, Ed could only watch as Taylor, the hero he had always believed in, left the ring with his shoulders hanging low in defeat. It didn't take long for Ed to realize just how dangerous this situation could become. This was not something he could ignore, and there was no way he could just leave the hero alone to deal with the aftermath by himself. Lucy had beaten the hero in their combat training match by using the spell called Protection of the Wind. That spell drew on the power of a wind spirit to shield its user automatically from sudden attacks. The massive howling wolf face that appeared as part of the defense was the mark of a continuous magic ability granted through a contract with the high-rank wind spirit, Marilda. Lucy lazily held out a hand and asked for some jerky, but Ed ran right past her without even slowing down. His mind locked onto something far more urgent. In the original scenario, Lucy and Marilda were supposed to remain completely separate beings. They were never meant to be linked like this. But because that lazy girl had wandered into his tent and then spent time lingering around the forest, she had ended up forming a contract with Marilda, and that had made her even stronger than she was supposed to be. As Ed sprinted off, the announcer's voice boomed out across the arena again, declaring that the next joint combat training match would be between him and the Empire's beloved and highly respected Princess Funia Elias Clowell. Funia was already stepping out toward the ring, and she tried to say something to him as he passed, but Ed rushed right by her without stopping, barely registering her presence at all because of how desperately fast he was running. The problem was painfully simple. Taylor was supposed to win that fight against Lucy. He was supposed to come out of that battle with more confidence in himself. Instead, the hero had lost because Ed Rothstaler, a person who had never existed in the original flow of the story at that point, was now still here inside Sylvania Academy. Burdened with guilt, Ed chased after Taylor and called out to the hunched, defeated figure ahead of him. He didn't even know whether anything he said would matter, but standing still and doing nothing felt worse. So Ed shouted out words of encouragement, telling Taylor that all his effort would definitely pay off in the end. He told him not to get discouraged, and said there was absolutely nothing for him to be ashamed of. Of course, Ed wasn't doing this because he was some kind of selfless saint. Deep down, he knew that if Taylor's spirit broke here, then sooner or later Ed himself would be the one stuck doing all the hard work the hero was supposed to handle. So he poured out one wave of aggressive positivity after another, practically forcing encouragement onto him and telling Taylor to hold his head high because he had done well. Ed was shouting so hard and with so much intensity that his face was practically turning purple. He knew full well that Sylvania Academy still had plenty of suffering and chaos waiting ahead, but those were trials meant for the hero to face and overcome, not for him. Meanwhile, the focus shifts back to Funia for a moment, giving us a glimpse into her story and the past she came from. The first person to notice her natural gift of insight was Emperor Cole, and he told her that she had been born under the blessing of God. But he had been wrong. Life inside the royal family was not some blessed fairy tale. It was a world drowned in schemes, hidden agendas, and endless conspiracies. And inside that dark, suffocating abyss, Funia, that golden light of the imperial family, developed her sense of insight on her own, as a way to protect herself. That was the reason she always carried herself with such calm confidence. Whenever she looked into the eyes of the imperial family members around her, she could always see that ugly abyss twisting deep inside them. Even though she understood what kind of darkness lurked in their hearts, the Princess of Love continued to live on as if she had never noticed any of it at all. Now the scene returns to the present, where she stands facing Ed in the middle of the joint combat training. Ed, wearing a solemn expression, politely asked Funia to go easy on him, and in return, she also asked him to go easy on her. As the two of them prepared for the match, the other students whispered among themselves about Ed's behavior from earlier, especially how he had rushed off to shout at the defeated Taylor. To them, it looked like Ed was being persistently malicious in his own twisted way. They were even impressed in a disturbed sort of fashion that he would go to such lengths just to mock someone who was already too beaten down to do anything back. Some guessed he had only cheered for Taylor afterward so he could make himself look kind after being exposed as a bully. Others agreed that the whole thing felt unpleasant, and a few of them openly laughed, saying that this was exactly the kind of person Ed had always been. Funia closed her eyes and sank into thought. The truth was, she believed those sneering students were probably right. Ed Rothstaler had always been the sort of person who used his status as a noble to humiliate those beneath him, and when things stopped going his way, he had even been caught in the disgraceful act of tampering with test results. That was the Ed Rothstaler she knew from before, an obvious, predictable nuisance. But lately he had begun to behave differently. In her mind flashed the memory of him kneeling before her and offering her the chance to take the golden bead for herself. And that made her wonder whether she truly understood everything there was to know about Ed Rothstaler after all. After all, when Ed had run off earlier to call out to Taylor, there had been real desperation burning in his eyes. That part, at least, had not looked like an act. Then the announcer declared the start of the duel, and the students all broke into cheers as the two fighters finally moved to begin. Funia told Ed that he confused her, and that unexpected remark visibly caught him off guard. She then informed him that she intended to use this duel to reach a conclusion about who he really was, and with that Funia calmly declared that she was beginning her attack. She started by launching a single ball of water at him, just one, using it as a probing move to test his response. She already knew that Ed's specialty lay in wind and fire magic, so as that water sphere flew forward, she watched carefully to see how he would react to it. In her mind, this fight was going to serve as a dramatic ending, the moment when she finally erased that mysterious man who had continued to linger in her heart. But to her complete disappointment, the water ball flew straight into Ed's chest, landing cleanly, and he took the hit in a surprisingly dramatic fashion. Funia could only stare in complete confusion as Ed crashed to the ground like he had just been struck down by a falling asteroid. From the floor, Ed silently declared his defeat. Naturally, Funia was outraged. A noble princess who couldn't even accept a freely handed-over bead during a hunting contest was never going to be pleased with being given a victory like this. She knew very well that he had seen the path of the water ball clearly and had deliberately chosen not to block it. The student body threw their heads back and laughed at how pathetic Ed looked. To them, his performance had gone even worse than Taylor's. He had acted so composed earlier, only to be flattened in a single hit. At the same time, they cheered for the princess with shining admiration in their eyes, all agreeing that it was refreshing to watch Funia step in and win so cleanly. Ed bowed to Funia and thanked her politely, saying that he had learned a lot from the match. But Funia understood perfectly well that she was the one being made into the punchline of this ridiculous stunt. She had fired only a single shot, and a clash that short could barely even be called a fight, so there was no way Ed could have truly learned anything from it. Then another detail hit her. Throughout the entire duel, Ed had never once properly met her eyes. The moment she realized that, she became even more irritated, because to her that could only mean one thing. He had been lying to her from the start. Princess Fenia Elias Kloel was formally announced as the winner, and just as anyone would expect, the crowd erupted into loud applause. Fenia herself was still simmering with anger, while Ed wasted no time at all, bolting out of the grand auditorium the instant their match ended. For Ed, keeping his distance from the princess was important, because in the current flow of events, she was one of the most important people involved. The only person who mattered even more than Fenia in this scenario was the world's true protagonist, Taylor. So Ed hurried off in a frantic search for him, muttering and calling Taylor a punk, while scanning every direction he could. Then, out of nowhere, someone called his name. By sheer rotten luck, it was Princess Fenia looking for him. Ed immediately asked why she was wandering the hallway without any attendants by her side, but she had no intention of letting his questions derail her. With clear anger in her voice, she demanded that he explain what exactly he was. Ed, completely thrown by the question, admitted that he had no idea what she meant. He tried once again to say that he had learned a lot from their duel, but that answer only made her expression harden even more. Funia had already seen through that much. He had never intended to win. All he had wanted was to get off the stage as fast as possible. And on top of that, she was already overwhelmed enough as it was. She was struggling just to keep up with class. The sly, red-haired merchant woman kept thinking about how to seize influence over the academy. Professor Glast's foul temper only seemed to worsen by the day, and the palace servants never stopped lecturing her about royal conduct from morning to night. Put simply, Princess Fenia was completely fed up. Her head was already packed with more frustrations than she could comfortably carry. Ed, for his part, was genuinely surprised to discover just how much pent-up stress the princess had been bottling up inside. Back in his past life, while he was playing the game, he had spent almost all of his time looking at the world through Taylor's perspective, so he had never really stopped to think deeply about what the other characters were carrying. So now, in a move that even surprised the mood of the moment, he gently placed both hands on the princess's shoulders and told her to calm down and take a deep breath. Carefully, step by step, he guided her through breathing exercises, and Funia actually followed along, breathing in and then slowly breathing back out. For a brief, stunned silence, her mind simply stopped. She had come here to confront Ed, and yet somehow, before she realized it, he had ended up helping her settle herself instead. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and in a much softer voice, she asked him to forget everything that had just happened. Ed agreed immediately, and was already preparing to leave on the spot, but Fenia clearly wasn't done speaking yet. She admitted that she had a habit of asking blunt, piercing questions because she had spent so long living in the palace, always trying to predict what other people were really thinking behind their words. Ed, meanwhile, could not have cared less about the explanation in that moment because all he wanted was to get moving again and find Taylor. Still, Phinia refused to let him go without asking what she came to ask, so she finally put the question to him directly. She asked whether he had tried to sever ties with his family because he already knew about the darkness hiding inside them. Then she pressed further and demanded to know whether the reason he had targeted Taylor was because he needed some excuse to be cast out by the family. At that sharp deduction, Ed couldn't stop a cold line of sweat from sliding down the side of his face. Most of her guess was off the mark, but the part about the Rothstaler family having a dark side was dangerously close to the truth. Even so, there was no way he could openly admit that here. So Ed averted his eyes and denied everything. It was still far too early for Phinia to know anything about that. The fact that she could read so far ahead in that direction was already alarming enough. Phinia, meanwhile, was stunned by how shamelessly he brushed her off with such an obvious lie. She demanded to know why he had gone around cheering for the very person he had supposedly tried to get expelled. She asked whether he had never truly hated Taylor in the first place. Every one of her questions came straight and sharp, without any softness to cushion them. Ed answered by turning his gaze away again and piling on lies so transparently that Phinia could practically picture his nose growing longer with every word. At that, she snapped and shouted at him to look her in the eye and answer honestly, because her insight was already telling her that everything coming out of his mouth was false. Even then, Ed shamelessly insisted that he was telling the truth, while Phinia's inner sense continued to register it for exactly what it was, another lie. But because she had no hard evidence to prove any of it, she couldn't corner him properly, and that inability only made her even more furious. More than anything, Ed needed the story to stay as close to the original scenario as possible, so there was absolutely no chance he was going to reveal the truth to her. In the end, Phinia finally exhaled and let the matter drop. She had noticed from the very beginning that his eyes kept drifting toward the door, so she understood that he must have something urgent he was desperate to deal with. Ed bowed to her in gratitude and started toward the door. As he did, he found himself thinking that this was the first time he had ever truly seen a different side of Phinia. She was someone with enormous influence over the early scenario, and by now she was already entangled with countless people and events, enough overlapping complications to give Ed a headache just thinking about them. He even admitted to himself that many of these new complications were probably his fault, since he was the extra variable that had been inserted into the scenario. Compared to the burden Princess Phinia had been carrying all this time, his own worries felt small, and that thought made him stop for just a second. So Ed turned back and told her that yes, paying attention to complicated politics mattered, but she should also let herself relax once in a while. After all, Sylvania Academy was not the Imperial Palace. Here, she did not need to stay tense over every tiny detail. Phinia had spent her whole life trying to see through everyone else's lies, but this was the first time someone had looked straight through the person hiding behind her own composure. The next moment, Ed took off again at full speed, still desperately searching for Taylor. If Taylor ever abandoned his story and role entirely, then Ed's comfortable life would be at risk, and in the worst case, the whole world itself could collapse. So naturally, relief washed over him the moment he finally found the main character sitting alone, wooden sword broken in his hand. But now that he had actually found Taylor, Ed suddenly had no clue what he was supposed to say. And before he could even come up with anything, a girl stepped in front of Taylor with both arms spread wide, taking a defensive stance between the two of them. She declared that Ed Rothstaler would not be allowed to bother her friend any further because he had already caused more than enough damage. After a second, Ed recognized her. It was Ayla Triss, the main heroine, Taylor's cherished childhood friend, and the girl he would spend so much of the game protecting. Ayla stayed firmly planted in Ed's path, refusing to let him pass. She told him that Taylor was already struggling badly enough without Ed showing up to make things harder for him. Then she raised her voice and told him flat out that Taylor did not need to be harassed anymore. At that point, Taylor slowly got to his feet and, with clear surprise, remarked that he hadn't expected Ed to still be in the academy at all. Meanwhile, Ed was having his own shock, because the main character had already recovered enough to stand again. That was exactly the kind of fighting spirit Taylor possessed as the hero. No matter how overwhelming the opponent was, his will simply refused to break. He gently moved Ayla behind him and called Ed by name. There was resolve written all over him, from the way he stood to the unwavering strength in his eyes. Looking at him now, Ed understood what must have happened while he had been off dealing with Princess Phinia. Taylor's childhood best friend, his loudest supporter, and biggest source of encouragement, had chased after him the moment he left. She had rushed out the door without even glancing back once, then run straight to Taylor and encouraged him, telling him that no matter what challenge came his way, he would make it through, because getting through impossible things was always something he had been good at. She kept cheering him on, telling him not to let this defeat crush his spirit. Taylor then asked why Ed was here and whether he had some business with him. And as he faced the two of them, Ed could only think the same thing even more clearly than before. As long as Ayla stayed by his side, Taylor would always find a way to rise back to his feet again and again. So in the end, Ed simply said that the hero was incredible with a blade. He had lived through this story before, played through it, and stayed beside Taylor every step of the way. He had gone through more experiences with Taylor than anyone here could imagine. And in all those paths, he had seen the hero keep moving forward right to the very end. Then Ed turned his back on Taylor and quietly said that he had no hidden scheme here. To be honest, Ed had always assumed the hero would be the one to save the world while he himself focused on nothing more glamorous than staying alive. And yet, somewhere along the way, he had still ended up treating Taylor like someone he could look down on. But the relief Ed felt now had nothing to do with the story crawling back toward its original route. What truly eased his chest was much simpler than that. Taylor, the one he had spent so much time with through the game, was still okay. That alone was enough for him. So he left. Taylor and Ayla could only stare after him with wide, baffled eyes, both of them left wondering why Ed was suddenly acting like some cool, mysterious guy. Still, after everything that had just happened, there was one thing Ed absolutely could not avoid. As he walked off on his own, he suddenly whipped around at the sight of a violent burst of fire erupting from somewhere inside the academy grounds. A major event had already begun. In the original story, everyone was supposed to witness this from their seats inside the battle auditorium, the Nail Building. A massive red dragon was now rampaging around that very Nail Building. The Golden Daughter, Lortel Ketchum, immediately struck back against the blazing dragon with a burst of ice magic. Her power was overwhelming enough to freeze the giant beast's entire body in one go. But even that wasn't enough. The monster soon burned its way free, melting through the ice with the ferocious fire magic pouring out of its body. That dragon was being wielded by the spirit sorcerer Janica, and the one standing against Lortel in that clash was her. Taylor couldn't watch the battle from inside the auditorium this time, but the fight was so intense, and the dragon itself was so enormous, that even from outside where he stood with Ayla, he could still see the whole thing unfolding. The events were drifting a little from the original plot again, but what mattered most was that Taylor still got to witness this overwhelming battle. He and Ayla could only look on in awe. Ed desperately wanted the main character to keep his eyes fixed on that fight, because this was tied to one of the many ordeals waiting for Taylor in the future, and the final boss of Act 1 was none other than the wielder of that mighty fire dragon, Janica Failover. Lortel was powerful, no doubt about that, but even her ice magic struggled under the torrent of fire raining down from the dragon's jaws. In the end, Janica became the only second-year student to defeat one of the first-year newcomers. The moment that victory was decided, cheers exploded from the second years. They crowded around the delighted Janica, praising her talent, her skill, her warm personality, and her astonishing gift for spirit sorcery. Janica lit up under all that praise and happily thanked everyone for their compliments, with a bright, innocent smile. But then her eyes caught sight of the medics carrying Lortello away. Even while people were hailing her as the pride of the sophomores, Janica was horrified when she realized what she had accidentally done to Lortel. Because Lucy had beaten Taylor instead of losing the way she originally should have, the central star of the joint combat training ended up becoming Janica instead, the girl who now stood as the defender of the upperclassmen's pride. She had already been popular and surrounded by friends before this, but after an incident like this, things were only going to get even more chaotic around her. At least, Ed hoped that meant she would stop showing up at his camp, because every single time he got tangled up with the main cast, it felt like his head was about to split open. 2 weeks passed after the joint combat training, and with the main characters no longer barging into his life every other minute, Ed was finally able to throw himself into studying and survival without constantly looking over his shoulder. He had even gone as far as making a fishing net, which meant his food problem was, at the very least, mostly under control now. On top of that, he had managed to raise his stats as well. His stamina, intellect, talent, and willpower had all improved. As his stamina continued to rise, his body was starting to change too, tightening into a more solid frame with clearly defined muscle. And yet, the moment he stepped out of the stream after bathing, he found Janica haunting his camp again. The instant she noticed he was half naked, she flushed with embarrassment. Ed, on the other hand, was furious and demanded to know why she had suddenly shown up here again. He had just come back from fishing, so naturally he was still dripping wet from head to toe. Janica answered with sparkling excitement, saying the place felt like some top-secret hideout and made her feel like an adventurer, which to her was incredibly thrilling. She added that she also wanted to talk with Ed more, and on top of that, she had come because she needed some advice. That surprised Ed. He couldn't understand why she would come all the way to ask him for advice of all people, especially when she already had plenty of other friends she could go spend time with instead. Then Janica started explaining that during the joint combat training last month, she had ended up hurting Lortel. Ed felt absolutely no sympathy hearing that. He already knew Lortel had used intermediate-level magic during the training, even though that kind of magic was forbidden there. Janica said she had been trying her best to move past it, but the worry kept nagging at her and she couldn't shake the fear that maybe she had gone too far. So she asked whether she should apologize to Lortel. Her friends, she admitted, would probably disapprove if she did that. But Ed simply told her to do whatever she honestly felt was right. The bright and lovable second-year student Janica was treasured by practically everyone around her. To the people who knew her, she was the kind of person who seemed precious in every possible way. Because of that, anytime she felt guilty or started blaming herself, everyone around her would naturally rush to comfort her and take her side. But Janica herself understood something deeper than that. Being kind, and being treated kindly, did not automatically erase a wrong that had already been done. Hearing his answer, Janica said that this was exactly what she had expected from Ed. Unlike everyone else, he never took her side unconditionally, and for some reason that seemed to please her. Stretching lightly, she smiled with open satisfaction. To herself, Janica quietly admitted that Ed had changed a great deal. The person standing in front of her now was nothing like the kind of guy he had been the year before. Janica might have looked like nothing more than a cheerful, bubbly girl with a smile always ready on her face. But beneath that softness, she was surprisingly observant. She had noticed it even back when Ed was desperate enough to ask for money. Even in that kind of situation, he had never carried the pitiful desperation of a true beggar. If anything, the way he acted had almost felt like he was quietly warning her not to get too close to him. And strangely enough, those very parts of Ed were what lingered in her heart as a kind of comfort. Looking at him now, she told him honestly that she found him reassuring. She even went a step further and said that she wished everyone in the world could be a little more like him. Then the next day arrived, bright and beautiful from the outside, but Ed was moving fast with fear and panic written all over him. The game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, was an undeniable masterpiece, but almost nobody ever reached its ending, and new players especially had a habit of running headfirst into one bad ending after another very early on. One classic example came during the class placement test, when a player chose to save a girl during a kobold ambush. Making that choice would open the door to the secrets surrounding the Golden Daughter. But then, before the player could enjoy that discovery for long, she would send someone to kidnap Taylor, and just like that, the player died while Taylor wound up assassinated too. Then there was the monster slaying practice episode. If the player ignored the childhood friend Aila and formed a unit with the Golden Daughter instead, Aila would fall from a cliff and die. That happened because Taylor was originally supposed to be the one who rushed in and saved her from that fall. And if the player protected the Golden Daughter, who honestly wasn't sounding all that golden at this point, from the tree spirit Tarkin that Janica had summoned, then the reward for that choice was simple. The player got burned to death. That was exactly why Ed was running so fast right now, flat out ignoring the voice calling him senior from behind. Unfortunately, the girl cut in front of him anyway. Ed stopped short and demanded to know how long she planned on following him around. She answered with a faintly amused look, saying she hadn't expected him to grit his teeth and keep ignoring her for quite this long. She was the fourth heroine of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the only daughter of the great business magnate Elte Ketchuln, Lortel Ketchuln herself, the infamous Golden Daughter. Wearing an angelically innocent smile, she sweetly asked whether she might be allowed to purchase just 2 hours of Senior Ed's time. To Ed, though, Lortel had another title entirely, the Newbie Crusher. She was the hidden heroine, a character who, unlike Fonia, had been framed almost like a villain from the very beginning, only for her true side to be revealed much later in the story. By the time most players finally came to understand the loneliness and pain buried inside the realist called Lortel, they were already standing at the crossroads where they had to choose between her and Fenia. So while walking briskly away, Ed kept warning himself over and over that he absolutely could not let himself get pulled in by her words. Lortel, however, followed right after him, asking him to at least hear her out before deciding anything. She said she only wanted to help him a little. Of course, Ed didn't buy a second of her fox-like nonsense, and he bluntly remarked that she was saying things she didn't truly mean. Still playing sweet and harmless, the sly girl tilted her head and asked how he could say something so cruel when she respected him so deeply as her senior. She even boldly claimed that simply seeing him was enough to inspire her. Honestly, hearing lies that shamelessly polished made it easy to understand how she ever ended up as a rival to Phenia. With the same smooth voice, she added that she admired the way he kept learning and enduring despite being trapped in such difficult circumstances. She said she knew all the ugly rumors surrounding him, but that she didn't care about any of them. She even tried to laugh away his rotten reputation as if it meant nothing, but Ed stayed completely unmoved. Even then, the fox of a girl refused to give up and offered him 3 gold coins as a down payment, an amount so large it could make a poor student like him dizzy. Lortel had also noticed that Ed seemed to be getting rather close to Janica lately, and so she asked whether he could help her become friends with Janica as well. Ed did have to admit, at least internally, that a down payment of 3 gold coins was impressive. For some people, that kind of money could amount to an entire month's worth of income. Even so, he had no intention of letting himself be swayed just because she threw money at him. Lortel smoothly slipped the coins into Ed's pocket anyway and told him to keep them for the time being, because from her point of view, the more people she could gather onto her side, the better her position would become. Ed already knew where this was heading. Eventually, Lortel would end up clashing politically with Princess Phonia over control of the academy, so he couldn't help being a little impressed that she had already realized, this early, how necessary it was to secure allies as quickly as possible. A faint smile even touched his face in acknowledgement of that. But Ed was not some innocent fool who could be reeled in that easily. He knew all too well that for people who had spent their lives wrapped in wealth, even one brief plunge into poverty could be enough to break their spirit. And when people were cornered like that, when they were starving or desperate, it became frighteningly easy to lure them toward ruin with nothing more than a handful of cheap money. People in that state could eventually be driven to sell their family, their pride, and even themselves for a single gold coin. For the rich, preying on desperation was that simple and that cruel. In most cases, that was exactly how this should have gone. But Ed managed to slip the money right back into Lortel's hand during a handshake, and then left her there staring down at the coins in confusion, as if she couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Ed walked away from what he knew was certain danger, but even as he did, he was clearly irritated. Because the truth was, taking that money absolutely would have made his life easier, but Ed couldn't afford to let himself alter the storyline any further than it already had. That night, Lortel Ketchum did not take Ed's clean rejection as some humiliation she needed to stew over. Instead, she paid a nighttime visit to Janica. Someone who truly understood profit, loss, self-interest, and opportunity never let a chance slip away once it appeared within reach. And Lortel was exactly that sort of perfect businesswoman. Rather than backing off, the fox-like girl only felt her determination burn even harder. She had decided that Janica Failover absolutely had to become one of her people. So Lortel apologized to Janica for having gone too far during the combat training and explained that she had only wanted to see for herself just how powerful the spirit sorcerer really was. Lortel Ketchum quietly judged that Janica really did resemble the kind-hearted heroines from fairy tales. From where she stood, it would have been far easier to take advantage of someone like that by pressing on her guilt and steering her emotions wherever she wanted. But Janica immediately caught Lortel off guard when she casually brought up the fact that the spirits were always whispering little bits of gossip to her. She openly admitted that, thanks to those spirits, she ended up hearing most of the conversations happening around the northern side of the forest anyway. At that, Lortel visibly broke into a nervous sweat. The meaning hit her almost at once. If Janica could hear that much through the spirits, then there was a very real chance she had also overheard that private conversation with Ed Rothstaler. Janica then leaned in until she was right up near Lortella's face and, with a gentle but unmistakably pointed tone, told her that sincerity was not something money could ever buy. And the whole mood shifted as Janica let out a light laugh and bashfully asked whether she had sounded a little too smug just now. It was her first time acting like the senior one for once, so maybe she got carried away and boasted a little. The thought alone made her feel completely embarrassed. As Janica turned and started to leave, Lortel quietly noted to herself that the spirit girl was nowhere near as innocent as she looked at first glance. Jenica waved her goodbye with an easy smile and cheerfully remarked that making a contract with a high-ranking spirit took an enormous amount of preparation. Lately, she had been receiving so much support from the people around her that she felt she had to work even harder to live up to it. Before going, the talented spirit mage also took a moment to apologize to Lortel for the injury she had caused during their joint combat training. Even though Jenica clearly understood that the world had an ugly and darker side to it, she still managed to keep a surprisingly bright and cheerful way about her. Lortel stood there watching Jenica's figure grow smaller in the distance, thinking to herself that this whole situation was proving far more difficult than she had first imagined. And yet, even as she watched her go, Lortel couldn't shake the feeling that Jenica had seemed strangely tense, like she was standing right on the edge of something. Back at the camp, Ed Rothstaler was in the middle of hanging up his laundry when a violent gust of wind came tearing through and sent the whole thing crashing right back down. Just then, a voice called out to him, and when he turned, he found Belle Maya standing there, the senior maid from Sylvania's most prestigious dormitory, Ophilis Hall. Of course, Belle Maya also happened to be the very same maid who had thrown him out of the dorm before, without even bothering to look back once. She gave his rough little woodland setup a faintly disgusted look. Still, she didn't seem especially shocked to find him living out in the forest like this, mainly because Lady Jenica apparently talked about him quite a lot. Belle went on to say that, in a way, she was actually glad to see this had turned into a positive change for Ed, especially since he looked far more responsible now than he ever had before. Ed knew very well that the maids of Ophilis Hall were an elite group, the sort of women who handled every household duty with flawless precision. That naturally included preparing and serving food for the students as well, which meant the basket Belle had brought with her almost certainly contained food, and not just any food either, but something made from the finest ingredients this top-class maid had personally gathered from the forest. Ed immediately started digging through his memory, trying to think of any major event in the main story where Belle Maya might have had an influence on the plot. While he was still lost in that serious line of thought, Belle lightly told him that he really didn't need to act so formal around her. She even added that he could speak down to her the same way he used to while reciting Anis Halalan's name so casually before. But Ed shut that idea down right away, and that honestly caught Belle off guard. The Ed Rothstaler she knew had never been the kind of person to pass up a chance to sneer at someone or make them feel small. Meanwhile, Ed nearly smiled in relief, because no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't recall a single moment where Belle Maya directly affected the main plot at all. So, in a genuinely cheerful mood, he turned his attention to the basket in her hands and started asking about it instead. Since neither of them seemed deeply tied to the main storyline, Ed figured there was probably no real danger in two side characters becoming friendly. From there, he listened as Belle Maya explained all kinds of useful things about edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs found in the area. Using what he learned, Ed even made a basket of his own modeled after hers, and in the process, his crafting ability improved even more. He also put together a fish farming net and installed it out in the water. On top of that, he had already secured plenty of game, with strips of meat laid out and drying beneath the sun. By this point, Ed had built up a solid supply of both fish and meat, meaning his basic dietary needs were finally close to being fully taken care of. Even so, the only magic he could really use at the moment was still fire and wind, and even then, only through two very basic spells. But he had cast those spells so many times in daily life that without even realizing it, his proficiency with aiming had already reached level 10. Between chopping firewood, cooking, and handling all the little tasks needed to survive, Ed had used magic so constantly that it had massively improved his odds of making it out here on his own. One clear sign of how much he had grown was the fact that he finished all of his work before the sun had even gone down, leaving him enough time to simply stand there and watch the beautiful sunset. To be honest, Ed was genuinely enjoying this quiet life at camp. Then his eyes caught a tiny spark high in the sky, glimmering like some distant star. But the moment he saw it, he realized something was wrong. It was far too early in the evening for any star to be shining that brightly. Ed had been having the time of his life right up until the second that glowing object dropped straight out of the sky and slammed down into his camp. The impact kicked up an enormous cloud of dust that swallowed everything around him. In an instant, his precious, peaceful little camp was completely wrecked. A cough came from inside the dust, and as the haze slowly cleared, it revealed Lucy lying there in the middle of it all, dressed in nothing more than a simple gown that looked almost like a nightdress. Still sitting in the crater she had made, Lucy coughed again and muttered that something had nearly killed her. Ed, meanwhile, could only stare in total disbelief at the sight of Lucy of all people suddenly appearing inside his home like this. She kept mumbling that the fall had almost finished her off, while Ed, quite understandably, was furious over the fact that she had almost killed him instead by dropping out of the sky and destroying everything he had built. At the same time, one thought kept nagging at him harder than anything else. What kind of threat could possibly be dangerous enough to nearly kill the strongest mage around? When Lucy finally revealed that the one who attacked her was Belle Maya, Ed turned toward her with a look of such heavy disbelief that it was practically written all over his face. Lucy went on to explain that she had skipped class, which, according to her, was hardly unusual. But for some reason, Belle Maya had been in a terrible mood that day. It had all happened so suddenly that Lucy panicked and teleported away on instinct, and that reckless escape was exactly how she ended up crashing straight into Ed's camp and ruining it for absolutely no good reason. Then the world's strongest mage looked up at him and, as if none of this was a big deal, casually asked whether he had any jerky. Ed's answer was immediate. He smacked her right on the head and shouted at her. To his surprise, that actually hurt Lucy, and she immediately rubbed the spot with a pained look on her face. That was when Ed suddenly realized that Lucy wasn't maintaining any kind of protective magic around herself. With a sulky, almost childlike expression, Lucy finally explained that she had completely run out of magic. Ed immediately decided this was the perfect chance to hand down some absolutely merciless punishment for the crime Lucy had just committed against his precious home. Once that whole mess settled down, Ed came to a simple conclusion. If he was going to keep living out here, then it was finally time to stop patching things together and build himself a better, sturdier wooden house. With that in mind, he headed to the library to learn exactly how to make one properly. There, he pulled out books packed with practical information, from what materials he would need for the structure itself to the basic planning methods and other essentials. By the time he sorted through everything, the only parts he still needed to figure out were how to smooth out the wood nicely and how to finish the roof. Before long, closing time rolled around, and a pink-haired girl with long, wavy twin tails approached him to let him know the library was about to shut for the day. Noticing how seriously he had been studying, she warmly commented that it was genuinely nice to see someone working so hard. Just watching him focus like that, she said, made her feel more motivated to study too. Her name was Elka Islan, and she was a first-year student. When Ed introduced himself as Ed Rothstaler, Elka froze on the spot in visible shock. Honestly, Ed wasn't all that surprised by the reaction. With the kind of reputation his name had dragged around campus, this was about what he expected. What did surprise him, though, was Elka's next response. Looking at him with clear honesty, she said he was completely different from everything the rumors had made him out to be. She even pointed out that he had managed to read through books in just a few days that were so difficult she could barely understand them herself. According to her, the other students kept saying Ed acted arrogant, but the truth was that they clearly had no idea what he was really like as a person. Then she let out a small laugh and said that, in the end, rumors really couldn't be trusted after all. Ed was so caught off guard by that unexpected support that all he could do for a moment was stand there dumbfounded and thank Elka sincerely. She was just about to leave when, without warning, a crushing, oppressive presence swept through the entire library. Elka jerked her head up in shock. In the very next instant, books began tumbling violently from the shelves all around them. That scene immediately reminded Ed of the final chapter of Act 1 in the game, the part called the Glaskin Showdown. Then, just like in that nightmare scenario, a blinding purple light shot up from the school and pierced the sky like a giant beam. By 11:30, most of the students had gathered at the temporary camp set up in front of the student center, all thanks to the efforts of Taylor and the others. It had been only 2 hours since that unprecedented disaster broke out. Staring up at the sky, Ayla said she recognized that eerie light from something she had read in a spirit magic book. She explained that the light was the shape of a summoning rune, one specifically used to call forth Glaskin, the highest-ranked spirit of darkness. Even Fenia had to admit that this was terrible news. There was only one person she knew whose spirit affinity was high enough to pull off a summoning on that scale, which meant the most likely enemy could only be the second-year top student, Jenica. And if Ayla's guess about what was being summoned was correct, then the barrier protecting the students was only going to buy them a little time. Taylor stepped forward and declared that if Glaskin really was summoned, then even more casualties were inevitable. Because of that, the students needed to move inside the student center immediately, where they would at least be safer. Claire, the captain of the guard, said that people outside the barrier would surely notice what was happening soon enough and come help them. But Alvera from the first-year alchemy faculty answered that this barrier must be incredibly strong if it had been set up alongside a spirit of darkness. In other words, they would have to solve this crisis from inside the academy themselves, especially since Principal Obel Forcius was out of town and unavailable. Clabius Nortondale from the combat faculty was completely against that plan. The very thought of facing that hateful monster made his whole body tremble with fear. He explained in a shaking voice that they would first have to break through all the intermediate-level spirits swarming outside the barrier, and after that they would still need to subdue the spirit boss. And to do any of that, they would have to enter the building itself and bring down Janica. As if that weren't enough, there were also high-ranking spirits waiting inside the building. Guarding the interior were two massive, powerful, heavily muscled spirits, the high-ranked Berserk Fire Spirit, Tarkin, and the high-ranked Spirit of Darkness, Velosphor. At that point, Clabius completely lost it, screaming that this was a suicide mission and flatly refusing to be part of it. Meanwhile, Lortel Ketchum was left in sheer disbelief that Janica could have caused all of this on her own. Even allowing for Janica being a second-year prodigy, Lortel thought her power had gone far beyond what made sense. Aila then explained that most of this overwhelming force was actually coming from Velosphor. Janica herself, she said, was merely acting as the medium through which that ultimate power was being manifested. Spirits of darkness were the natural enemies of spirit mages. They seized control of spirit users and turned them into puppets for their own sinister will. That was why every spirit mage felt that same deep instinctive revulsion toward them. In the end, spirit sorcerers were the ones who became prey to spirits of darkness. And right now, poor Janica was suffering that exact fate. Still, no one could understand how she, of all people, the most outstanding student in spirit studies, had managed to command Velosphor in the first place. Jix reminded everyone that debating that question was not the most important thing right now. At that, every eye turned toward the noble Princess Phinia, who had started sweating heavily under the crushing weight of all this responsibility suddenly placed on her. The gathered students stood there in tense silence, all waiting for their beautiful and wise princess to tell them what they should do next. Phinia recalled Ed's words to her about the burden she carried and how he had once asked why she could never seem to find any peace of mind. In that moment, she could only bitterly think that finding peace was nowhere near as easy as he made it sound. Then Phinia made her decision and declared that they would enter the building in 1 hour. At the same time, she made it clear that she had no intention of throwing ordinary students into danger. The only ones who would go inside were herself, her guard Claire, and the top student from each year in class. Only those who had already proven their ability would accompany her to stop Janica. She ordered them to prepare themselves and steel their resolve. No matter what happened from that point on, Phinia said she would take responsibility for it. Not long after, more students returned with a report after checking on the staff assigned to the teaching area. According to them, Audrey Hall and the Potions Archives were both in the middle of a strike, so it was unlikely that anyone from those places would join the attempt to stop Janica. Phinia let out a disappointed sigh, realizing that the people already gathered here were all they had for any meaningful action. Still, there was at least one relief in all this. Most of the students were present and safe. But then a girl suddenly shouted that someone was still missing. She hurried to the front and explained to the princess that she had just come from the direction of the library. There, inside the student library, one of her friends was still trapped, an apprentice librarian as well as a second-year student. Hearing that, Phinia's expression changed, and she immediately asked for the names of the missing students. The girl quickly answered that the apprentice librarian's name was Elka Islan. The moment he heard that, Jix went pale with horror. The thought of Elka being caught in danger was more than he could bear. Unable to stand still for even another second, Jix immediately tried to run off to rescue her, because Elka had no power at all to defend herself. Lortel Ketchum quickly told Jix to calm himself, reminding him that the student library was far from where they were now. She said they had to focus on the true source of this disaster first, which meant stopping Janica before anything else. Phinia stepped in as well and blocked his way, siding with Lortel. She added that there was also a second-year student still inside the student library, so they had to trust that whoever that student was would surely protect Elka Islan. Jix found himself unable to argue back against that logic, no matter how badly he wanted to. Phinia then asked about the identity of the other student, and the girl who had brought the news suddenly looked hesitant. Jix lunged toward her at once, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook her in panic as he demanded to know what she was hiding. Pressed into finally answering, the girl blurted out that the other student in the library was none other than Ed Rothstaler. The same Ed Rothstaler everyone knew as the infamous first-year bully. Nearly in tears, she explained that he had been sitting in the library until very late at night. She admitted that she had been so irritated by him that she ended up leaving him there with Elka, especially because everyone already knew what a scummy kind of person he was supposed to be. Elka was never the kind of girl who cared much about ugly rumors like that, but hearing that Ed Rothstaler was the one left behind with her did absolutely nothing to reassure anyone there. If anything, it only made the mood worse. The students already despised him, and they only stirred each other up further by pointing out that a shameless lowlife like Ed Rothstaler was now trapped alone with a pretty apprentice librarian. By then, Jix was far beyond simple anger. Funia rushed in front of him again to stop him, desperately begging Jix to have faith in Ed Rothstaler of all people. But not a single person in that crowd had any faith in Ed Rothstaler whatsoever. The mere suggestion made everyone go pale. Even Lortel Ketchum looked stunned, because she too had no faith in Ed Rothstaler at all. Jix's expression darkened into something terrifying, like a storm cloud ready to split the sky. At that point, if nobody got out of his way, he looked ready to turn into a second final boss himself. Then, without a second of hesitation, he blasted straight through the barrier, driven by the need to save Elka from both the evil spirits outside and Ed Rothstaler inside. Outside the barrier, the dark spirits were still raging wildly, and the instant Jix emerged, they all rushed at him at once.
He cut through them immediately without even slowing down, carving a path forward and continuing on as if nothing could stop him.
Jix had become pure walking fury after everything he had just heard. In his mind, if Ed so much as laid a single hand on Elka, he swore he would beat him into a pulp. Even the phrase, rags to riches, wasn't enough to describe how unbelievable the existence of Jix, the spear of the grasslands, really was. Jix was born as a descendant of the nomadic people who wandered across those lands. By the time he had grown old enough to stand on his own, he had already been separated from his family. Jix never knew when he had been abandoned, and he never knew why. He did not even know whether he would ever return to his herd, his clan, or his people. Before he ever learned how to read, he had already learned how to sever a deer's head. Before he ever learned how to buy things like ordinary people did, he had mastered the grim skill of scavenging supplies from corpses left by the roadside. Needless to say, that boy had lived the life of a beast. He used to drag his kills straight into town, with blood dripping from the carcasses and staining the market roads behind him. People would stare in horror and awe as he passed. They whispered about him under their breath, calling him the boy from the northern grasslands, a barbarian's descendant. Some even spread rumors that he ate human flesh. And yet, to his complete surprise, Elka Islan had simply looked at him and asked for his name, treating him like he was a human being. So he told her, in the plainest way he could, that his name was Jix. Elka smiled at him and said he looked like a wolf standing upright on two legs. That smile was so bright, so warm, that it forced Jix to realize what kind of life he had been living all along out there across the endless northern plains. He had survived off carcasses, abandoned at the roadside. He had slept under the open sky with nothing but the moon above him. He was nothing more than a wolf cub abandoned by its pack. And when that truth finally hit him, his eyes filled with tears. Jix realized that up until then he had lived a life of unbearable loneliness. The day he met Elka was the day he met the very first true companion of his life. What shocked him even more was that Elka and her father welcomed him into their home like family. From there, Jix spent his days chasing after the fast-moving life of civilization, learning magic alongside Elka and sitting at the table to eat meals with them like an ordinary person. Little by little, that brutal, savage life faded further into the past. Elka even helped trim and tidy his hair. After so many years of living in isolation, that lost wolf cub had finally started to become a man. But all of that growth, every bit of it, had ultimately been for one reason: to protect the girl who had become the first light to shine into his world of loneliness and darkness. For Elka's sake, the wolfman would cut down and behead anything that stood in his way. If it meant protecting her, then he would gladly become a beast again. Jix had heard plenty of rumors about Ed Rothstaler, that Rothstaler guy, as he thought of him. According to what he knew, Ed had cheated on an exam, insulted the princess, and harassed one of his juniors. In Jix's mind, Ed was basically one of the worst men around. So he shot toward the library at full speed, never once stopping to catch his breath. The thought of powerless Elka being hurt by Ed drove him forward like madness, and it did not take long before the wolfman finally found Ed. Ed asked who he was, but Jix had no patience for introductions. He seized Ed by the collar on the spot and demanded to know where Elka was. Even then, Ed did not lose his calm expression. In the same casual tone as ever, he told Jix that Elka was in the reading room on the 3rd floor. Jix threw him aside at once and took off again without the slightest hesitation. Desperate to see Elka with his own eyes, he burst through the door and shouted out, asking if she was all right, and there she was, sleeping peacefully, with Ed's jacket draped over her body. The sight of her resting so calmly made his whole body tremble with relief. Overcome with gratitude, Jix rubbed a hand over his head as the tension finally began to loosen. Then, as he looked around more carefully, he realized something else. For a fully grown man, those heavy bookcases should have been difficult to lift, and yet they had been arranged all around Elka in a way that clearly looked meant to shield and protect her. There were even blackout curtains hanging nearby, set up specifically to block the vision of the berserk spirits so they would not notice her. Then his eyes caught a message scribbled out for her on a blackboard. The message told Elka not to panic when she woke up. It instructed her to stay inside that safe space and remain there no matter what. It said everything would be resolved before dawn, so all she needed to do was stay calm and block the entrance. It also warned her not to provoke the spirits under any circumstances. In the end, the note stressed one thing above all else. She had to prioritize her own safety and never do anything rash. Jix took in every part of it, the moved shelves, the blackout curtain, and even that carefully written message. That was when he understood it. In his absence, someone had protected Elka. Then he noticed blood staining the jacket covering her, and he immediately realized two things at once. The blood was not hers, and the jacket was not hers either. All of that had been done by Ed Rothstaler. Even though he was hurt himself, he never stopped to worry about his own condition for even a second. Instead, like some saintly figure who instinctively looked after others first, Ed chose to put Elka Islan's safety above his own body. There he was now, sitting against the base of a statue of a woman gently cradling someone in need of care, with the light falling over him in a way that made him look almost absurdly saint-like. And that was what made it feel so unbelievable. This was Ed Rothstaler, the same guy everyone was supposed to hate as human trash. And yet he had gone this far just to keep Elka safe. Only 3 hours earlier, when the library first began to tremble, Ed had reacted instantly. He threw Elka over his shoulder and, in the same desperate motion, caught the shelf that would have crushed both of them. Thankfully, he had been doing regular strength training, so he actually had enough raw power to hold back disaster at the last possible moment. From the shape of the summoning rune, Ed quickly judged that this was the opening of the Glaskin showdown. He glanced out the window at that giant beam of light stabbing into the sky, then simply shut the curtains like the lazy bastard he was, fully convinced Taylor would handle the whole mess anyway. As far as Ed was concerned, he shouldn't even be looking in that direction in the first place, because that area was packed with the storyline's core characters. And before long, the berserk, low-ranked spirits were bound to start pouring into the library in a swarm. So he blocked up the entrance first, making sure those berserk spirits couldn't just rush straight inside. Then he used the opening to build a proper shelter and place Elka safely inside it. Once all that exhausting work was done, Ed's plan was simple. Eat the beef jerky he had brought with him and spend the entire night researching, especially since the library was effectively going to stay open until the whole Janica situation was resolved. Then something clicked in his head. Janica was so strong because her spirit understanding and spirit connection were both abnormally high, and those two stats kept growing the more she interacted with spirits. Since Janica happily talked to basically every spirit she came across, it made perfect sense. For Ed, though, that was almost hopeless. Simply encountering spirits was part of Janica's natural talent, while he himself couldn't even see them, so raising his own spirit-related stats was practically impossible. That was why he was so surprised now, because Janica's materialized spirits had become visible enough for him to actually see them. And the moment he realized that, Ed saw an opportunity. If he could fight those spirits directly, then he could use this chaos to improve his own combat ability, and he happily took full advantage of that chance. So he stepped out from behind his carefully made barrier and spent a long stretch of time going head-to-head with the materialized spirits. By the end of it, he had pushed his ignition skill up to level 12, and both his spirit connection and spirit understanding had risen to level 7. If the combined total of his spirit connection and spirit understanding had reached 15, then he might have actually qualified to form a spirit contract. But he had already driven himself all the way to the brink. So for now, resting was no longer optional. As he sat there catching his breath, Jix asked what exactly Ed had been doing out in the hallway like that. Ed figured the Wolfman couldn't possibly ignore the sight of him, sitting there bruised up from head to toe. There was no real need to make up some excuse. So Ed simply admitted the truth and said he had been training. Jix, however, didn't believe that answer even a little. Looking straight at him, the Wolfman said he had finally understood what kind of person Ed really was. With the most sincere expression on his face, he bent deeply at the waist and thanked him, saying he truly owed Ed an enormous debt, and addressed him respectfully as Senior Ed. Jix then promised that when the time came he would repay that debt no matter the cost. That was when Ed finally put the pieces together and realized Elka was Jix's lover. She had barely mattered enough to show up in the original setting, so as a hopeless Taylor fanatic, he had completely forgotten about her. But Jix was different. Jix was Taylor's trusted ally, the kind of friend who stayed on Taylor's side from the very beginning of the story all the way to the end. That made the Wolfman a hugely important figure in the plot. Looking at the situation now, Ed confirmed what had happened. Jix had left the student center and come sprinting all the way to the library for one reason only: to save Elka. And now that he had confirmed Elka was safe, he needed to hurry back and do what he was supposed to do: help the others stop Janica. So Ed told him to go back to the student center and support Taylor. He added that as long as Jix followed Taylor's lead, things would work out somehow. Jix looked startled and asked whether Ed was actually talking about the Taylor McLean he knew. After all, Jix had no idea why Ed seemed to think so highly of Taylor, especially when the two of them had never even really spoken before. Ed explained that it wasn't exactly about admiring Taylor so much as it was a matter of compatibility. The shell of the high-ranked fire spirit Tarkin could only be damaged by Taylor's element slash ability. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor was supposed to learn one of his signature moves, element slash, and that skill was absolutely necessary to clear this scenario. As long as Taylor used it, they could win. Jix thanked Ed again with another deep bow, but Ed brushed it off right away, telling him there was no time to stand around doing that and that he needed to move fast. As for Ed himself, he planned to stay behind in the library and rest. He had already given the Wolfman one huge piece of advice, so now all he could do was hope events would start unfolding the way they had in the original story. And that was exactly when Ed suddenly realized something alarming. Jix and Taylor were, surprisingly, not friends yet. In fact, the Wolfman barely seemed to think about the hero at all. In the game's Act 1, Scene 9, during the end-of-semester assessment, Taylor was supposed to suffer badly in a one-sided duel against the Wolfman. But during that fight, Taylor awakened element slash and cut straight through Jix's magic. That was the moment the two finally acknowledged each other and became friends. But this time, the final chapter of Act 1 had arrived a full month earlier than it did in the original story. That meant Act 1, Scene 9 never even got the chance to happen. Which also meant Jix had not grown close to the hero yet, and Taylor had not learned the incredibly important element slash either. And if that was true, then at this very moment, not a single person on the raid team had any way to deal damage to Tarkin. The realization hit Ed like a nightmare. In horror, he understood that the plot was already breaking apart, and at this rate, the strike team was almost guaranteed to lose against Tarkin. Back at the student center where the raid team had set up base, Jix returned and immediately apologized for being late. He even vowed that he would properly pay for his mistake. But Fania told him to let that go. Even if he had been there, she said, they still would have lost. The whole raid team was already battered, covered in blood and bruises. They had attempted their first assault already, and that first invasion had ended in total failure. Claire, the guard, grimly remarked that if they intended to launch another assault, then they seriously needed reinforcements. In his view, the adult professors should have been carrying far more of the burden in a battle like this instead of leaving everything to a group of students. He added that he would join the next raid as soon as the pain in his leg eased up. But Fania stopped him and told her guard it was fine, that he should remain at the base and rest, especially since he could barely walk properly. Claire answered that if she truly cared, then she should rescind that order. But Fania refused, telling him that she had a heart too. At least their retreat had been successful. But even so, her guard was now out of the squad. Clebius Nortondale, the top first-year student from the combat faculty, had also been injured. Funia could no longer see any easy way out of this nightmare. Still, she forced herself to declare that they would have to do their best to eliminate Tarkin with the people they had left. That was when Ed suddenly showed up, looking reluctant to be there, and told them they didn't have time to waste going after Tarkin like this. Everyone stared at him in shock, and more than a few looked half horrified just to see him there at all, but Ed kept talking anyway. Ed said that, judging from how far the summoning ritual had already progressed, completion was only moments away. The last thing he wanted was to interfere with the plot, but things were clearly reaching the point where he could no longer stay out of it. But in the end, Ed had no real choice left. If everyone got wiped out in a second failed raid, then the peaceful ending he wanted so badly would disappear for good. so he stepped in and told them to divide the raid force into 2 separate teams, adding that he would personally take command of one of them. At this point, his existence had already warped the story far too much to pretend otherwise. From here on out, Ed Rothstaler was officially stepping into the storyline himself. Everyone there could only stare in shock as Ed Rothstaler not only showed up in the middle of the crisis, but also started taking control of the entire situation. Clebius immediately snapped at him, shouting that Ed was treating this life-or-death situation like some kind of joke. But before that outrage could spiral any further, the Wolfman cut in and stopped Clebius cold, saying they should at least hear Ed out before rejecting the plan. Ed then laid it out plainly. First, they had to get past Tarkin, the fire spirit Janica had summoned. Second, they also had to deal with Velisfor, the spirit of darkness that had completely overpowered the spirit mage. But as everyone had already learned during the previous clash with that monster, damaging Tarkin directly was incredibly difficult because of the shell covering his body. That was exactly why Ed said they no longer needed to fight the beast head-on. Instead, once one group succeeded in drawing Tarkin's attention, the other group could slip into the combat training grounds and subdue the suppressed Janica directly. In Ed's eyes, they needed to abandon the idea of a frontal assault and switch to a classic bait and switch with 2 teams. One side would act as the lure and keep the beast occupied, while the other would become the subduing team. If they got past Tarkin that way, they could go straight for Janica herself. However, Lortel Ketchelm immediately objected to what she saw as a terrible idea. They had never fought anything like that beast during ordinary training, and the only reason they escaped the last encounter at all was because luck happened to be on their side. If the lure team failed to keep Tarkin's eyes on them, then the subduing team would end up getting chased down by the beast instead, and if anything went even slightly wrong, the lure team could be wiped out on the spot. Worse still, the subduing team might find itself facing 2 high-ranking spirits at the same time. To her, the whole plan was simply too dangerous. Ed answered without wavering. Risks could only be carefully weighed when there were other options to choose from. Right now, the most important objective was obvious. Janica had to be taken down first. Once that happened, the beast would lose its power as well. Some of the students muttered bitterly that choosing people for the lure team was basically the same thing as asking for volunteers to commit suicide. Even so, Taylor, ever the brave and sincere protagonist, immediately offered to join the lure team himself. Naturally, Ed shut that down on the spot. There was no way he was going to let Taylor waste time playing tag with a monster when they needed him confronting the real heavyweight enemies with that all-important sword technique of his. Taylor still insisted, saying he was fast enough and that he was willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. Ed, of course, wasn't having any of it. He shoved Taylor aside and told him flatly that he had it all wrong. They were not choosing sacrificial lambs here, and the teams were not going to be split into equal halves either. Ed declared that Clebius, Lortella Ketchon, and himself would be enough for the lure team. The 3 of them would distract Tarkin. The moment those words left his mouth, both Clebius and the fox-like Lortel were horrified. Clebius loudly protested that he had no desire to die, while Lortel declined with polished respect and absolutely no enthusiasm. But Ed kept insisting that this was the only way they were going to defeat Tarkin. Clebius and Lortel continued objecting at full volume, while Ed's irritation became more and more visible. They simply did not have time to keep arguing while Janica's ritual crept closer to completion. That was when Phonia finally spoke. As the one in command, she made the decision that they would follow Ed's proposal and split the raid into 2 teams. Taylor, Phoenia, Elvira, Aila, and Jix would form the team assigned to subdue Janica. Meanwhile, Clebius, Lortel Ketchon, and Ed would make up the team responsible for luring away Janica's high-ranking spirit, Tarkin. After that, Phoenia kept her final order brief because every passing second mattered now. She told both raid teams only one thing. No matter what happened, they were not to die. Inside the corridor of Nail Hall, Tarkin prowled like a predator stalking its territory. Lortel Ketchon asked Ed how exactly he planned to stall for time against an opponent that was basically a giant fire lizard. Ed only replied that she should do exactly as he said. If things unfolded according to plan, then they would definitely win. With those words, Ed, Lortel Ketchon, and Clebius rushed forward. Ed, for his part, was already familiar with Clebius the Gloomy from the game. Clebius was the kind of person who always looked gloomy, nervous, and painfully lacking in confidence, which stood in total contrast to how powerful his actual skills were. In spite of that miserable attitude, he was still the top first-year student in the combat faculty. So Ed tried to reassure gloomy old Clebius, telling him that he could absolutely do this. Clebius was caught off guard by how confident Ed sounded, even if he still privately thought the guy was an annoying brat. In the end, the main reason he had come this far with Ed at all was because he had been moved by the princess's firm resolve. He was still afraid, of course, but because he wasn't facing this alone, he felt like he might be able to squeeze out a little courage. And with that tiny spark of hope in his chest, Clebius actually managed a small smile. Then Tarkin finally noticed them, and the spirit was clearly not happy about the intrusion. The high-ranking fire spirit let out a furious roar, making its displeasure unmistakably clear. At the sight of that overwhelming monster, gloomy, Clebius started trembling in fear and asked how in the world he was supposed to lure Tarkin away. But when he glanced behind him for support, he found nothing there. Ed and Lortel Ketchum were gone, and he had been left standing there alone. For a split second, both Tarkin and Clebius just stared at the empty space behind him in mutual stunned silence. Gloomy old Clebius then felt the crushing pressure of the fire spirit looming right at his back, and sweat instantly started pouring down him. With a terrified scream, he broke into a desperate sprint, shrieking in despair that Ed had tricked him. Cursing, yelling, and flailing through sheer panic, he ran for his life while somehow managing to avoid getting caught by Tarkin. Meanwhile, outside, Lortel Ketchum stood still for a moment and took a slow breath. Her mind flashed back to what Ed had told her in the hall. The second Clebius began charging toward Tarkin. Ed had quietly ordered her to leave, according to him. Once they had driven Clebius into the corridor of Nail Hall, their part of the plan was already complete. He had even said, almost unbelievably, that Clebius might actually be capable of defeating Tarkin. Lortel gave him a sly, fox-like smile and asked if he was planning to sacrifice Clebius in the end after all. She admitted it wasn't necessarily a bad strategy, though he would never escape the moral backlash that came with something like that. But Ed flatly answered that this was not a sacrifice. No matter how pitiful Clebius looked on the surface, he was still a top student, and a surprisingly resilient one at that. Ed firmly believed he would not lose to Tarkin so easily. Ed then told the Fox Girl that the most important role in the plan actually belonged to her. That was why she was now standing outside Nail Hall, right by the combat training grounds. Her task was to secure an entry route for the subduing team and, at the critical moment, land a decisive blow on Tarkin. Amused by that responsibility, Lortel began gathering her power outside the hall. At the same time, she found herself thinking that maybe she really shouldn't judge Ed based only on nasty rumors. Ed had told her that everyone would probably hesitate and doubt themselves at a moment like this. But he also said he knew they were each good at exactly the roles he was assigning them. And just as Ed predicted, the Fox Girl's magic activated. In the next instant, she blasted open a huge hole in the wall of Nail Hall. Her power tore straight through the structure, and the wall exploded outward before collapsing into a pile of rubble at her feet. The members of the subduing team stared in shock and immediately demanded to know what on earth she was doing. Lortel answers with a sly little smile curling at the corner of her lips, as if this much was obvious from the start. In a calm, almost playful tone, she simply says they have no choice now but to go in. The girl suddenly remembers the joint combat training exercise, back when she had blasted open the ceiling of Nail Hall by firing off forbidden intermediate-level magic without holding back. A wicked grin spreads across her face the moment it clicks. Now she finally understands exactly why Ed had handed this role over to her in the first place. With that, the route of entry is finally secured. At this point, the only remaining piece they still need to line up is Clebius. And almost as if Lortel had summoned him with that thought alone, Clebius comes bursting out of Nail Hall at full speed, with Tarkin charging right behind him. As he runs for his life, he yells at the top of his lungs about how much he hates both Ed and Lortel. Even if everything goes according to plan, and the raid party slips inside without crossing paths with Tarkin, the problem still is not over. Lortel and Clebius will be the ones left behind to deal with the beast as it rampages around outside. If they have to face Tarkin out here in the student plaza, there will be nowhere to retreat and no room to escape. Mr. Gloom is already panicking, running straight toward Lortel while desperately begging her to save him. And in that tense moment, she remembers a conversation she once had with Ed when she questioned his idea of killing Tarkin. Ed had explained it plainly back then. Tarkin is a high-rank creature, and something like that is not the type that simply runs away. If they want to beat him, then the only real method is to pin him down and apprehend him. And because of Tarkin's shell, ordinary attacks are practically useless against him anyway. They already confirmed that much during the practice match between Janica and Lortel, and Ed had even gone out of his way to remind the Fox Girl rather smugly that she lost that one. Not a single member of the raid team had managed to leave so much as a scratch on Tarkin's body. Then Ed had lifted a small pouch and told Lortel that the answer to Tarkin's shell was inside it. Her only job, he said, was to prepare herself and quietly start gathering mana for the moment it mattered. So, while Lortel and Clebius stay behind to occupy the beast, Ed breaks off on his own and takes off running toward a different objective entirely. Without hesitation, the girl unleashes her magic and seals Tarkin in ice from head to toe, locking down his entire body in one clean move. The truth is, without Elemental Slash, there is no one in the raid party who can actually crack through Tarkin's shell by force. But the beast does not stay trapped for long. In no time at all, Tarkin shatters the ice binding him and erupts from it with an enraged roar. At that exact same time, Ed slams a door open with a hard kick, because the one thing they need most right now is overwhelming, absurd firepower. And behind that door, he finds the person he was looking for, Lazy Lucy, still fast asleep like she has been out cold for who even knows how long. Very few players ever bother trying to fulfill every additional achievement condition required to clear this part of the game. And honestly, that is probably because there are so many ridiculous requirements stacked on top of each other. But Ed is different. He has cleared this scenario more times than he can count, and because of that, he knows exactly where the correct weapon is hidden in every possible version of the situation. This time, that weapon just happens to be Lucy. He hoists the sleeping deadweight onto his shoulder while she groggily mutters that all she wants is to keep napping, and Ed barely suppresses his irritation. In the middle of a full-blown disaster, he genuinely cannot understand how she is still sleeping this peacefully. At this point, calling it a nap does not even feel accurate anymore. She had already lost her usual place to rest when the shelter was destroyed during her asteroid panic, so Miss Lazy had simply been out cold for far too long. After losing the shelter, Lucy had apparently gone to the rooftop where she normally liked to sleep anyway, and then stayed there asleep the entire time. From a game design perspective, it almost feels as if she had to be deliberately removed from the storyline for the plot to keep moving. Meanwhile, Belle Maya had been in a foul mood the whole time, mainly because Janica was clearly not in any condition to keep pushing herself. So Lucy had run off, burned through all of her magic, and then collapsed into sleep afterward. It really does feel like one of those blatant game mechanics meant to sideline the single most overpowered character during Janica's scenario. But Ed has already sprinted all the way to Obel Hall and dragged her back into the action himself. The instant Lucy catches the smell of beef jerky, her eyes suddenly snap open. Right now, she is nowhere near full strength, so Ed immediately starts stuffing her with as much beef jerky as possible to force her energy back up. The little secret pouch he showed Lortel earlier was not some rare magical item after all. It was packed full of beef jerky from the start, and Lucy does not get the luxury of being picky about it either, because the thing waiting for her is that flame-spewing lizard. Ed is not completely certain he can judge the distance perfectly from here, but that hardly matters now. Throwing things is one area he has plenty of experience in from his military days. That is right. He does not have the time to race all the way back to Nail Hall on foot, because if he does, he will never make it in time to help Clebius and Lortel. So instead, he settles on a completely insane solution. He is going to launch Lucy straight from the rooftop of Obel Hall. Now that Tarkin has been baited out into the open grounds, this is actually the perfect chance to bring him down. Ed bellows for everyone below to get down, and then he hurls Lucy with all the force he can muster. She shoots through the air like a guided missile locked onto its target. And the timing could not be tighter. Tarkin has just smashed his way free from the ice prison and is already lowering himself to charge straight at Clebius and Lortel. Lucy comes flying in at the perfect angle and drops right between Tarkin and the other two, completely cutting off the beast's path before it can reach them. Then she detonates like a firecracker the instant she lands, unleashing her high-rank electrokinesis spell, Divine Punishment. The light bursting from her body is so blinding and violent that for a moment it is as if she has turned herself into a living nuclear weapon. The blast is so monstrously powerful that Clebius and Lortella almost get erased along with Tarkin. Lortella barely manages to react in time, throwing up a shield around herself and Clebius at the last possible second. Even Ed, all the way back at his position, has to grab the railings with both hands and hang on for dear life because the shockwave from Lucy's explosion nearly tears him right off the rooftop. In a lot of ways, this single instant is the most important turning point in the entire fight. Tarkin is a high-rank fire spirit, wrapped in a shell so hard that even if the whole group rushed him together, they still would not be able to properly subdue him. But after taking a direct hit from Lucy's high-rank magic, even that seemingly unbreakable shell finally shatters apart. Now at last, their attacks can actually injure him, and the moment Ed realizes that, he bolts down the stairs. He already knows there will be a huge pile of experience waiting once Tarkin goes down, and after coming this far, there is no chance he plans to stand aside and let everyone else take all the rewards. His eyes practically sparkle with greed at the thought of all the gains still left on the table, and he immediately starts aiming for the one thing that matters most now: securing the finishing blow. At the same time, Janica finds herself remembering her mother's voice, warmly telling her how proud she is of her. More memories rise up after that. She remembers her friends saying how proud they are to be close to her. She remembers teachers praising her as the hope of the sophomores, saying she was the only one who truly displayed proper skill during the joint combat training exercise. Another teacher appears in those memories too, smiling gently as they say they can always rely on Janica to handle things. Without her, they say, the second-year class really would have been beyond saving. Ever since she was very young, Janica has lived beneath the crushing weight of everyone else's expectations. People always expected her to choose correctly, to act properly, to be flawless no matter what, as if perfection were simply natural for her. And then all of those memories crack apart like shattered glass, breaking one after another as darkness rushes in and swallows everything. A violent blast tears through the wall of the combat center, and through that opening, the subduing team finally succeeds in reaching Janica. She greets them with a smile on her face. But even then, the spirit of darkness, Velasfor, still keeps the spirit girl tightly bound under his cruel and relentless control, without loosening his grip on her in the slightest. Meanwhile, Ed is convinced that this entire scenario should be wrapped up by the time dawn breaks. Thankfully, he has not arrived too late. He makes it back to Nail Hall in time to see that Clebius is somehow still running for his life, while Tarkin is still alive and spraying fire wildly across the area. Ed notices right away that Lucy is nowhere in sight, so he asks where she ended up. Lortel answers in her usual easy manner, saying Lucy is still somewhere nearby, probably just rolling around in a corner like always. Typical Lucy. Even so, Ed thinks it would be ideal if Lucy could carry this all the way through to the finish, but Lortel doubts Miss Lazy has enough strength left to do anything that dramatic now. Lortel has already burned through most of her remaining magic, forcing out 2 punishing ice spears and launching them straight at the beast. Even after taking both hits, though, the high-rank spirit refuses to go down. Tarkin is absurdly durable, stubborn enough to keep holding on no matter what they throw at him. Ed says the only way to finish this is to cut the beast's throat, and since that kind of precise killing blow is not really suited to the Fox Girl's magic, he will handle it himself. Lortel immediately points out the obvious flaw in that plan. Ed is from the Faculty of Magic too, so close-quarters combat is hardly his specialty either. In her eyes, the better option would be to let Clebius do it instead. But then, Mr. Gloom is far too shaken to pull off a clean finishing strike like that. Panic is written all over him. He says he is staking his life on Lortel instead, so he begs her to do it properly. Lortel lets out a quiet sigh and closes her eyes for a moment, almost as if she is wondering whether trusting her really does come that easily to Ed. From her perspective, this entire situation looks like nothing more than a blind gamble with lives on the line. But Ed immediately pushes back on that idea and tells her it is not a gamble at all. A human life is far too valuable to be treated that cheaply. No. In Ed's words, this is an investment. He throws the phrase out in the language of a businessman, speaking in exactly the kind of terms that would land best with a business-minded girl like her. That answer amuses Lortel. A small smile tugs at her lips as she tells him that investment just so happens to be her field of expertise. She even goes as far as admitting that she likes Ed more than she likes the princess, and if he is truly willing to risk his life on her judgment, then she says she will risk her life for him in return. Clebius is completely at his limit by now. He can barely force himself to keep running any longer, but the timing lines up at the last possible moment. As Tarkin lets out another furious roar, Ed suddenly charges straight at the beast, just like Clebius. Ed is scared. He feels that fear plainly. Even so, he does not slow down, and he does not stop charging. No matter what, he has to get in close to Tarkin. Then, all at once, a roar tears through the air, and everyone looks up to see something monstrous reaching down from the sky, a gigantic red-clawed hand wrapped in chains. Ed recognizes that sight instantly. He knows that hand belongs to Glaskin. Which means Taylor's party has already entered the final phase of their battle, and from the look of it, things are proceeding well on that side. The problem is, a spectacle like that is more than enough to pull everyone's attention away for a split second. and Tarkin takes advantage of that opening immediately, spewing a blast of fire straight toward Ed. At the perfect moment, Lortel fires off a burst of ice and intercepts the flames before they can swallow him. Even with the entire battlefield thrown into chaos by such a massive upheaval, neither Ed nor the Fox Girl slips up. Not even for a moment do they make a mistake. Ed swings the Spellwind blade and cuts Tarkin's head clean off, and the massive head of the heavy beast drops down at last. A notification screen immediately appears before Ed's eyes, informing him that he has successfully taken down the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkin. His proficiency in spirit connection rises, and his understanding of spirits increases along with it. On top of that, his spirit contract slot is finally unlocked, granting Ed the ability to form a contract with a spirit for the first time. Meanwhile, Ed lifts his gaze toward the dark red sky, watching Taylor bring down Glaskin with a look that is half admiration and half genuine fondness. Taylor truly is the hero. Red lightning crackles across the sky above them, and everyone on the ground stares upward, quietly realizing that the brutal battle has finally come to an end. Lortel remarks that she has met plenty of people in her life who love to talk about how seriously they were risking everything. But when the time came, most of them turned out to be cowards. She finds it funny that the two of them have just survived a brush with death together, and yet Ed still seems to be missing a proper sense of sentiment for the occasion. She reaches out and shakes Ed's hand once again, and this time she successfully slips 3 gold coins into his palm while doing it. Now, whether he likes it or not, he owes her a favor. Ed would really prefer not to stay entangled with Lortel any longer than necessary, but before that thought can settle, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white from the overwhelming power he used to defeat Glaskin. The hero is still carrying resentment toward Ed, and honestly, given everything that happened before, the reason is obvious. Even so, Ed cannot help admiring how unbelievably cool Taylor looks right now in the full manifestation of his swordsman form, and despite the grudge, the main hero still holds against him. Taylor lowers his head and bows, saying Ed has earned a debt from him. He thanks him sincerely, with unmistakable gratitude in his voice. Clavius is left completely stunned by that sight, and he quickly tells Taylor that there is no need to show someone like Ed that kind of respect. But then the other heroes arrive with dark, intimidating expressions and shut Clavius down on the spot. It is Ziggs, Phinia, and Elvira. While Clavius starts sobbing, Phinia also admits that Ed did a great deal to help all of them. She even suggests putting in a recommendation for him to the student council, but Ed cuts that idea off immediately before it can go any further. As far as Ed is concerned, Lucy was the biggest contributor in bringing down Tarkin. On top of that, Taylor was the one who slew both Velosfor and Glaskin, so he wants everyone's attention to stay focused on those accomplishments instead. Elvira sounds amused by the way Ed is tossing aside credit for the victory. She needles him, saying everyone already knows Lucy and Taylor performed brilliantly. That much is obvious, but right now, the conversation is supposed to be about Ed, unless he is actually embarrassed about the fact that he helped them. Ziggs immediately tells Elvira to show some respect, and she gets visibly annoyed that they keep taking Ed's side again and again. Ed has spent all this time trying to keep his distance from the main characters so he would not interfere with the original storyline. But standing here now and looking at all of them together, he feels a strange warmth spreading quietly through his chest. After all, he has watched each one of these characters step into their own role and face down the problems meant for them to overcome. Taylor will only continue getting stronger as he survives one trial after another, and Aela will grow stronger right alongside him. Phinia will one day fully accept the fate waiting for her as a monarch, and little by little she will grow into adulthood. Ziggs, too, will carve out a path of his own while living in the middle of civilization. Clavius will eventually find courage inside himself, and Elvira will come to realize that life cannot be only fun and thrills forever. Even Lortel will continue to grow in her own way, spending her life buried beneath piles and piles of gold coins. Every one of them is a main character in their own right, each carrying a role only they can fulfill, and waiting at the end of their road is the same shining prize, a trophy called success. Knowing that, Ed quietly turns his back on their brilliance and leaves them behind to walk their own paths. He chooses not to linger beneath their spotlight any longer, letting the true protagonists continue on with the lives that belong to them. Instead of staying there, Ed heads back into the wreckage of the broken nail hall, stepping once more into the ruined building. Something about this still feels unfinished to him, like something important has been left behind, and that is exactly why he came back to check. After all, for some people to stand at center stage and shine, someone else has to remain behind the curtain and quietly hold everything together from the shadows. And just as expected, he finds Janica inside the destroyed hall, curled up and hiding in a chest, bruised and battered all over. So the story picks up again from that scene, with Ed discovering the injured Janica tucked away inside a box in the ruins of Nail Hall. As it turns out, Lortel had already formed a theory about why the spirit sorcerer lost control and went berserk in the first place. She once happened to see Janica's room on the night they had that conversation in the hall, and what she saw there looked like a room built entirely out of sincerity, gratitude, and expectation. There was a board hanging there, covered in message after message of thanks, and gifts were spread across her reading table in such numbers that they felt less like presents and more like weights pressing down on her shoulders. In the end, Janica's suffering came from the fact that she could no longer endure the crushing pressure of being admired by everyone around her. She had become obsessed with repaying every ounce of kindness, goodwill, and sincerity the world had shown her, trying to honor all of it with absolute diligence. And that was the opening Velosfor exploited. He took advantage of that darkness growing inside her, and that is how Janica was pushed into going berserk. The spirit sorcerer had become the hero of the joint combat training exercise only because Lucy defeated Taylor. Marilda had formed a contract with Lucy, which is why Taylor was taken down in a single blow. And the reason Miss Lazy was even able to make that contract was because she kept visiting the Forest of the North so often. The reason she kept going there, of course, was because Ed had built the perfect napping spot for her in the middle of it. Everything had happened nearly a month earlier than it was supposed to, simply because Ed was still present in the story when, from the moment the first act began, he should have already disappeared from it. Janica lets out a weak laugh and says she never expected Ed to find her this easily. Then, with a small hurt smile, she admits that most people had already forgotten about her, and that stung more than she expected. After causing chaos on such a grand stage for everyone to witness, she has now been pushed into the back seat the moment everything is over. Honestly, she would have preferred to stay hidden for a little while longer, because she can already tell she is about to break down into a truly ugly crying mess. At that moment, Ed remembers the message Marilda left him, telling him to save Janica. To him, it almost feels like Marilda had been asking him to stop Janica from ending her story as the villain of Act 1. Still, he cannot quite bring himself to believe that completely. Since he is the only one who knows the future, Ed convinces himself that Marilda was probably just worried about how much pressure Janica had been carrying all this time. He had been the one deliberately trying to keep some distance from Janica, which ironically should have made him the perfect person for her to lean on. But in the end, everything still fell apart. Janica had tried to form a contract with a high spirit, but because she rushed the summoning ritual, she ended up falling into the grasp of the spirit of darkness instead. In the process, the faculty building was destroyed as well. She stayed up late into the night studying magic, and through all of it, she kept smiling at her family, her friends, and her teachers, all of whom sincerely cheered her on. But behind that smile, while outwardly seeming to live up to everyone's expectations, she had been struggling terribly in private the whole time. And somehow, because even the process itself had been beautiful, the failure that followed also feels beautiful in its own painful way. Even now, with tears spilling down her face, Janica still looks heartbreakingly beautiful. Ed honestly does not know how much comfort he is capable of giving her in a moment like this. But even so, he tells her one simple thing from the heart, that she has worked incredibly hard. Up on the stage, the main characters are still being paraded around beneath the school's applause and endless praise. But behind that stage, away from all the noise, it is dark and quiet. Only Ed and Janica remain there together, alone in the silence. Janica, the villain of Act 1, steps off the stage just as the main characters move forward into the light, and there she finally cries. Ed has seen the completion of the first act more times than he can count, but this time he is here to witness it with his own eyes. Then he slowly raises his head in amazement, because for the very first time he can actually see the beautiful spirits gathered all around her. As Janica cries, those spirits remain close by her side, and in that quiet moment, Ed feels as though he has finally witnessed the true ending of Act 1 all the way through. His spirit connection and spirit understanding both rise to level 10, and in response, many spirits begin to show interest in him.
10 full days pass after the end of Janica's disciplinary committee trial.
At the hearing, Janica admitted her mistakes, without making excuses, and testified that she would willingly accept whatever punishment was given to her. But during the first trial, her professors and her friends all stepped forward one after another to express the strongest possible support for her. Then, during the second trial, Phineas stated that the spirit sorcerer would not be judged for the attempted murder of royalty. She testified that Janica had been overpowered by Velasfor and had never acted with the intent to harm anyone on purpose.
Lortel also came forward to address the matter of the damages. The Elite Merchant Association fully covered the restoration costs without demanding anything in return up front.
Although, naturally, they did attach one condition to the contract. The customs fees on the school supplies they distributed would be reduced to half. In the end, the official result was that Janica lost the benefits normally granted to the year's top student. All of her prizes and honors were taken back, and she was barred from entering Ophilis Hall for the following semester. She received 10 days of probation and 20 days of suspension, but the decision to expel her was ultimately withdrawn. With the way students and teachers alike reacted to that outcome, it almost felt like the ending of some emotional coming-of-age drama montage, with everyone openly celebrating the news. People were relieved, of course. But at the same time, the students gradually began to notice just how much stress Janica seemed to be carrying. So her best friends, Clara and Annie, start doing everything they can to ease her worries and lighten the burden on her mind. They put together a lovely tea party for her, laying out all kinds of delicious little treats and snacks for her to nibble on. And before it even begins, they remind each other over and over not to mention the disaster and not to bring up anything that might upset her again. When her friends warmly welcome Janica, she barely seems to hear them at first. Her attention drifts, her cheeks slowly redden, and then, completely out of nowhere, she asks them what the difference is between liking someone and loving them. It is not a casual question either. Janica is genuinely lost in the thought, turning it over seriously in her mind as if she truly cannot tell where one feeling ends and the other begins. Her friends immediately look startled, wondering why she would suddenly bring up something like that. Janica panics the moment she notices their reaction, and with a nervous, embarrassed rush of words, she quickly insists that she is not talking about herself at all. She says it is about a friend. Then she starts explaining. This so-called friend, she says, had a dream about a beautiful garden, a place overflowing with flowers, where she stood in the middle of it all like some kind of princess. And into that dream came a boy with an air of complete nonchalance, riding in like a knight on a shining horse, as if he had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. When she placed a flower garland on him, one she had specially prepared with care, she could see love shining clearly in his eyes. Of course, it is painfully obvious that this friend is Janica herself, and that glittering knight in her dream is Ed. In that dreamy little fantasy, the two of them even end up holding hands and skipping happily through the garden together, laughing like a perfect storybook couple. Janica goes on to say that this friend has apparently been having the same dream again and again. But her friends can already tell she is obviously talking about herself. After all, she had been on probation for 10 days, so there is no way she had even been meeting other friends during that time. Annie decides to play along with the act anyway, and with a straight face, she gently asks Janica what else this supposed friend had to say. Janica answers that her friend would sometimes just blankly stare around her room, and then, without warning, that person's face would suddenly pop into her mind. That is apparently where Annie reaches her absolute limit. The second-hand embarrassment hits too hard, and she abruptly bolts, blurting out that she just remembered she has to go help the assistant professor. That leaves Clara sitting there alone with Janica, now forced to carefully handle the fragile mess of feelings laid out in front of her. She knows she has to proceed gently here, because one wrong move could easily shatter Janica's delicate heart. If this gets mishandled, the entire student body could end up hearing about it. The love story of Janica Failover would spread across campus like wildfire. So Clara carefully suggests that Janica try not to overcomplicate the matter too much in her own head. She explains that emotions are often confusing things, and sometimes it is genuinely difficult to tell whether what you're feeling is positive, negative, or something tangled up in between.
Clara tells her that, at least for now, it would be better to be honest with her own feelings. Then she hurriedly corrects herself and says she means honest with her friend's feelings, of course. Janica, now looking unexpectedly motivated, nods right away and agrees with Clara's advice.
Clara also warns her to be careful when talking about topics this sensitive, especially because it would not be good for her friend's reputation if rumors started spreading. Janica gasps in alarm, then quickly agrees again. For the time being, at least, Clara has successfully prevented the Janica situation from exploding into gossip. Janica thanks Clara sincerely for the heartfelt advice, but after that, she says she needs to head back to Ophilis Hall to report regarding her suspension. Clara decides to remain behind in the garden for a little while longer so she can sort through her own thoughts. She waves Janica off with a bright, friendly goodbye, and the moment Janica leaves, Clara drops forward and lets her head hit the table in pure relief. For now, at least, she has successfully defused the Janica bomb. Meanwhile, Ed thinks back on how stubbornly he had been saving up every coin he could. But thanks to Fania's petition, his fees for the next semester were waived entirely. With the money he still had left, Ed happily spends some of those gold coins on a few tools he had been wanting for a long time. Then, when he returns to camp, he is surprised to find Janica already there waiting for him. Up until now, Ed had been deliberately avoiding her. But with the first act centered around Janica finally over, he decides there should be no problem interacting with her more casually from this point on. So he greets her normally, only to freeze in confusion when Janica suddenly springs away from where she was standing and hides herself behind a tree. Ed has no idea what is going on. But on Janica's side, Clara's earlier words are echoing loudly in her mind, telling her to be honest about her feelings. And yet when the moment actually arrives, she cannot overcome her nerves. In the end, she panics and runs off, blurting out that she has things she needs to do at Ophelis Hall. For Janica, trying to confess what she feels is a challenge far too difficult to face head-on. As for Ed, he is left standing there completely stunned, frozen in pale shock without any idea what just happened. Then, with his new tools finally in hand, Ed turns his attention to the thing he has wanted for ages. At last, he is going to build the hut he has been dreaming about. On the very first day, he picks out the location for it, choosing a wide shaded area that will not stand out too much. Once he settles on the spot, he begins working without wasting any time. By the third day, he is out gathering wood. At this point, he has become fairly skilled with Windblade, so the job goes far more smoothly than it would have before. On the fourth day, he pauses the lumber work for a bit to check the end-of-semester results. His practical scores turn out to be quite high, and even his theory exam results are above the average for freshmen, which proves all that studying has not gone to waste. One of the more notable developments during this period is that Janica continues avoiding him completely. And on top of that, her friends, Clara and Anise, keep looking at him like he has some nerve even showing his face around them. By day 18, the lumber work is nearly finished. While looking over what he has accomplished, Ed cannot help wondering if anyone else has ever become this good at using Windblade for construction work. By day 20, the school vacation has finally started, which means Ed can now devote all of his time to building the hut. Around then, one odd little incident happens when he goes to inspect the trap he had set for catching game. Instead of prey, he finds Lucy caught in the trap, fast asleep and looking perfectly peaceful. After seeing that, Ed makes a firm mental note to stop using beef jerky as bait. On day 27, the senior maid Belle Maya stops by to bring Ed some herbs and mushrooms. While she is there, she asks him how things are going with Janica, and when Ed says that the spirit sorcerer might actually hate him, Belle simply tilts her head in puzzled confusion. Then, on day 30, just when one central pillar is standing in place, the outer wooden walls collapse. That is when Ed realizes that properly shaping and fitting the joints together is not enough by itself to make the structure stable. Later that same day, he runs into Janica's group again at the bakery, and the instant their eyes meet, Janica outright turns and runs away. And once again, her friends glare at Ed, as though he is somehow the one causing all of this trouble. On day 37, Ziggs comes by to offer Ed a hand with the work. He also brings news that Ed's recommendation had been correct, and that Taylor really is a good guy. Hearing that, Ed feels satisfied knowing things are once again moving in line with the original storyline. After that, Ed starts explaining to Ziggs which side of the house he has set aside for the chimney. As the days continue passing, Ed keeps marking the wood and refining the structure bit by bit. By day 45, he has reached the point where he can finally sit down inside the house itself. The floor is still unfinished and the walls have not been properly secured yet. There is not even a single piece of furniture inside. At this stage, it is nothing more than a crude hut built from rough logs. Even so, it has outer walls and a ceiling now, and when he closes the door properly, even insects cannot get inside. Ed smiles with quiet satisfaction as he looks over the finished log hut, and once again, his proficiency in creation increases. At long last, after all those exhausting days of labor, Ed finally has a home. As Ed rests inside his newly built log house, Janica watches him from a distance, unable to take her eyes off him. Her fingers curl nervously, and her cheeks are already glowing red with embarrassment. Now that Ed has finally finished the walls, the flooring, and even the fireplace, there is not much left to do. All that remains is putting up a proper fence, building some storage for firewood, and adding whatever extra features he wants later. But to his immediate annoyance, he looks up and finds Lucy stretched out on top of the roof. peacefully taking yet another nap like the house belongs to her. At last, Jenica gathers every bit of courage she can and manages to say hello. Earlier, Belle Maya had told her that she had seen Ed deep in the woods building an astonishing house with his own hands. The ever-capable maid had openly praised his handiwork and even added that it would be a good idea for Jenica to go see the inside for herself, which was enough to gently push the shy spirit sorcerer into finally coming over to check on it. So Jenica appears and, in an almost overly loud voice, starts talking about how naturally curious she was about the house. Even though it is only a recent build, she awkwardly but enthusiastically praises how nice it looks. When Ed asks whether the spirits were the ones who told her about it, Jenica instantly blushes, because the spirits had not merely informed her about the house at all. What they had really been eager to tell her was how handsome and sweaty Ed looked while he was building it. So, flustered beyond belief, she hurriedly lies and says she has not really been talking with them that much lately. Ed then casually invites her inside. While Lucy continues sleeping deeply on the roof above them, Jenica steps inside and gasps in sincere amazement at everything. Ed managed to build all by himself. As the two of them sit near the fire and talk for a while, Jenica eventually admits that she owes Princess Phinia and Lortelle a huge debt for lending her the money for her tuition. Ed tells her that if paying them back is beyond her right now, then she should not keep crushing herself under the weight of it. After all, the whole incident happened in the first place because Jenica kept burdening herself with responsibilities she never needed to carry alone. So many people had already invested in her and supported her, and even then, she still chose to move into the outdated Dex Hall, simply because she wanted to feel like she owed them a little less. Now she is sharing a room with 8 or more other students, the kind of arrangement plenty of people would probably still envy on paper. But in truth, that means the vicious cycle never really ended at all. That is why Ed tells her she can come visit him whenever she wants. Jenica lights up with joy at that invitation. And in return, she says that if he is carrying any burdens of his own, he can share them with her too. She promises that no matter what happens, she will help him however she can. And before long, the second semester is about to begin, which means Act 2 is drawing near as well. At the center of that coming chaos lies the sage-sealed grimoire, a small, slightly worn-out book that will end up stirring a storm big enough to swallow the entire academy whole. And standing right at the center of that turmoil is Lortelle, calmly noting that the book smells like money. Even so, Ed thanks Jenica for her offer. But deep down, he already knows he is not going to share his problems with her. Mostly because the kinds of problems threatening the school are the very ones the hero and the other main characters are destined to deal with anyway, and probably with great enthusiasm. Ed fully intends to stay on the sidelines and cheer them on from a safe distance. Then, on a dark night lashed by heavy rain, Act 2 begins, the occupation of Ophelis Hall. The honor students living in Ophelis Hall are practically guaranteed a lifestyle close to nobility. They get first pick of classroom seats, freedom and comfort during meals, personal maid service, and all kinds of privileged treatment piled on top of that. Then, one day, around the time students are meant to return to school after vacation, a heavy rain begins to pour without mercy. Carriages and boats are arranged, but only for the students heading back to Ophelis Hall. Students who cannot make it back under those conditions are simply told they may rest for a few more days. Meanwhile, the so-called inferior students of Dex Hall are left to slog through the downpour on foot, because if they fail to return on time, they will have points deducted. Naturally, that kind of blatant unfairness leaves them frustrated, furious, and ready to erupt, until the anger finally spills over into a riot right in front of Ophelis Hall. And behind all of it, quietly pulling the strings, is a very familiar fox-like merchant. Lortelle had already contacted the representative of the lower-ranked students ahead of time. Their resentment was already overflowing. All they needed was a reason they could rally around. Willane, a man skilled at provoking people and steering them with his words, was prepared to become the spark that would set the rest of them off. That reason took shape as the Academy's openly discriminatory treatment of ordinary students who were still expected to return on time despite the storm. A formal proposal was drafted calling for the return deadline to be adjusted proactively, while also openly pointing out the unfair favoritism shown toward Ophelis Hall students. By that point, the head maid of Ophelis Hall and part of the Academy's Administrative Review Division were already standing on Lortelle's side. They strongly backed the proposal she had prepared. It had already gone beyond whether the Academy would approve the proposal or reject it. At that stage, the mere fact that such a thing even needed to be debated was enough to make the lower-ranked students burn with anger. So they blew the entire controversy up into a loud, massive public issue. Ophelis Hall itself is decorated with artwork donated by noble houses and wealthy families. Its walls, carpets, and hardwood furniture were all crafted by skilled artisans, making the entire place feel like a monument to privilege. And from Lortel's point of view, the more damage done to those assets, the better. If the rioting students were going to rampage, then ideally they would smash a good portion of Ophelis Hall to pieces. The wilder they ran, the harder it would hit the Academy's finances, which were already in a fragile state because of the Glast incident. And with negotiations over the sage-sealed grimoire already underway, that kind of pressure would hand the Elite Merchant Association a major advantage. The sage-sealed grimoire is as precious to Sylvania as a heart in a human chest. But when desperation sets in, people are willing to offer even their own hearts. That is exactly the kind of moment Lortel is waiting for as she stands there watching the rain pour down. Not a single strand of sunlight slips through the heavy, overcast sky. That bleak darkness pulls her right back to the days she spent in the slums, wrapped in little more than filthy, worn-out rags. She can only sneer at herself for actually feeling comforted by the dim, rain-soaked gloom, because the bright, polished world of Sylvania Academy had always felt far too dazzling for someone like her. To her, the image that comes more naturally is the one of herself sprawled in complete darkness, body stained with dirt, buried in filth. The evidence of schemes and manipulations scattered across her desk stands as proof of the kind of life she has lived, a life where she never once showed true sincerity and survived by betraying others at every turn, all while doubting everyone around her and clawing forward in a desperate struggle just to stay alive. And even in the middle of all that, she still keeps searching frantically for someone like herself, even here in Sylvania, a place overflowing with people who seem so bright and untouchably radiant. Surely, among all of them, there has to be at least one person who could look at a filthy gutter rat like her and still acknowledge that miserable, disgusting life. She was lonely. Even so, the core of who she really was had never changed and never would. No matter how miserable reality became, she endured it the only way she knew how, by holding the exact same posture toward the world every single time. She was the dark curtain hanging behind the stage, always hiding the ugly, shadowed truth of reality, and that was exactly why players called her the hidden villain. The furious students raised their voices in a wave of loud, angry protest. In the original storyline, the occupation of Ophelis Hall was the episode where the main characters stepped in to stop the lower-ranked students after they had been stirred up by Lortel Ketchum. From the first floor all the way to the fifth, there were supposed to be mid-bosses stationed throughout Ophelis Hall, each one getting in the main character's way while backing up the lower-ranked students. The mid-boss assigned to the first floor was originally Tote the Decoy. After calling Taylor a loser and getting beaten down by Taylor's friends for it, he held onto that grudge and ended up getting bought by Lortel Ketchum. His part in the scenario was simple: overpower the rookie maid and hold the first floor. After that, Tote was supposed to throw open the doors of Ophelis Hall and allow the enraged students to flood inside. They would surge forward in a frenzy, shouting at the top of their lungs that they were going to make their voices heard. And once the students broke through the first floor, Tote's role as the Act 2, Phase 1 mid-boss would properly begin. His job then was to stop the main character and the companions chasing after the students from moving any farther. That role was supposed to belong to Tote from the start, so Ed Rothstaler could only stare in disappointment and wonder how, out of all people, he had somehow become the mid-boss Lortel Ketchum bought instead. To his deep irritation, Ed Rothstaler had ended up taking the place of Act 2's mid-boss. To understand how things got twisted into that mess, the story has to go back 2 days earlier. At the time, Ed Rothstaler had gone back to hunting. Since he had no real talent for combat skills, he kept forcing himself to make do with a bow while tracking prey. Even after a semester and a half, plus the vacation period, his bowsmanship was still painfully pathetic. On top of that, his camp had started getting visitors far more often than before, because by now too many people knew Ed Rothstaler was living out in the forest. One of them was the absurdly powerful Miss Lazy, who showed up whenever she felt like it. She would casually appear by slipping through the window, then start firing one troublesome question after another at Ed Rothstaler, even when he clearly did not have the time to deal with any of them. Another regular visitor was Janica, and unlike the others, he was genuinely glad to see her, especially since she often arrived carrying useful gifts like food, tips and help for washing laundry, and assistance with all sorts of small daily chores, her gratitude toward him seemingly endless. But whenever Ed Rothstaler tried to praise her for all that effort, Janica would suddenly blush, fidget, and start acting strangely, which left him baffled because she used to be much easier to understand. At times, she seemed especially off because she was jealous of how often Lucy kept coming around. Then there was the last visitor, Lortel Ketchum, the golden daughter herself, drifting into his space as if she already owned the place. Ed Rothstaler quickly guessed that she was trying to gather useful pawns for the occupation of Ophelis Hall, and he wanted absolutely no part in it. But then Lortel Ketchum calmly explained that Tote had collapsed. The moment he heard that, Ed Rothstaler demanded an explanation because a change like that would throw the scenario badly off course. Apparently, Tote had picked a fight with Taylor just like he was supposed to in the original storyline and mocked him to his face. The problem was that Jix Effelstein dropped Tote with a single punch after Tote dared to insult Ed Rothstaler. Even Albie had apparently never seen the Wolfman that enraged before. And with Tote out cold, Lortel Ketchum decided to hand his role over to Ed Rothstaler instead. She needed someone who would not sell her out when the investigators started asking questions, and thanks to Ed Rothstaler's awful reputation, she figured he was the perfect person to approach. From her point of view, he also had every reason to want revenge, considering he had been driven out of Ophelis Hall. Ed Rothstaler had no desire to accept, but before taking the job he still laid down a few conditions of his own. He sets his terms plainly and bargains for 20 gold coins in exchange for playing only a moderate part in the whole affair. As far as Ed Rothstaler is concerned, he is not trying to derail anything. He is only planning to put the flow of events back where it originally belongs. The occupation of Ophelis Hall is supposed to happen before the conflict over the sage-sealed grimoire begins, and Lortel Ketchum's real aim here is to throw the Academy's finances into total chaos. In the original storyline, her scheme actually works. From that success, she builds Merchantry, a highly profitable force inside the Academy, and it eventually grows into a power structure strong enough to rival the Princess's student council. On one side stand the idealists, and on the other stands the hard-nosed realism of Merchantry. In the end, the only thing that really matters is which side Taylor chooses, because whichever camp he joins is the one that comes out on top. For Ed Rothstaler, that means the smartest move is to stay on the sidelines, watch carefully, and later attach himself to the side that looks most likely to win, because survival still comes first for him too. A little later, Janica comes by to visit. Bright and cheerful, happy that she can wander back and forth like this is some carefree camping trip, while Ed Rothstaler is stuck spending even the rainy days by himself. Now that the semester is over, Janica is preparing to move out of Ophelis Hall and into Dex Hall, and before the conversation goes any further, she gently reminds Ed Rothstaler that if he ever needs anything at all, he should come to her. Ed agrees, and Janica quickly starts listing off the extra things she has lying around: pillows, cushions, clocks, lanterns, and all kinds of daily necessities and supplies. Since Dex Hall is smaller, she says it would feel like such a waste to just throw all of that away. So Ed Rothstaler tells her he is willing to take anything she no longer wants. And the moment he says that, Janica lights up with pure delight. Then the two of them end up talking about how Lucy often stands alone on the roof while the rain is falling. Power on Lucy's level was never something that came without a cost, and for years she had hidden behind a life of laziness, using it as an excuse to look away from the fate that had been waiting for her all along. Rainy days were the only time she seemed to truly turn inward and reflect on the life she had lived. When Ed Rothstaler casually says that he does not really pay much attention to Lucy, Janica looks visibly thrilled to hear it. Once the occupation of Ophelis Hall begins, the large-scale protection runes will activate and seal the students inside their rooms all at once. Janica would still be able to get out on her own, but Ed Rothstaler asks her for a favor before that happens. He tells her to come to the Rose Garden in front of Ophelis Hall at 9 o'clock that evening. And when she asks why, he only says that he will explain the reason to her the next day. That answer alone is enough to send Janica blushing furiously with joy. In truth, Ed Rothstaler simply does not want Janica anywhere inside the building in case something goes wrong. The Rose Garden is far enough away to keep her out of danger, and on top of that, she will be able to stay out of the rain. Janica runs off with her face burning so red she looks like a beacon in the dark, and after watching her go, Ed Rothstaler quietly sits there and listens to the rain. By the time the new semester starts, the rain should finally be over. Then he will be able to look up and enjoy a clear, bright sky again. The long vacation is almost at its end. At last, the clock reaches 9 at night. Jix Effelstein is in his room doing his usual exercises and thinking about emotional control when he suddenly notices Ed Rothstaler outside the window, sprinting toward the dormitory. By then, most of the maids have already gathered inside the meeting room for an important agenda discussion. Once the last of them are in, the entrance will be blocked off, Since the one giving the orders has already been bought, everything is moving forward fast and smoothly. The maid cooperating with Ed Rothstaler has also prepared the items he requested beforehand. At this point, every last preparation has been completed, and Ed Rothstaler stands there beside a suspicious, mysterious bucket. That is the moment the occupation of Ophelis Hall finally begins, with the lower-ranked students charging in under the leadership of their representative, Willain. The doors are thrown open, and the students immediately rush inside in a wave. Willain is clearly taken aback when he sees that the person Lortel Ketchum bought over is Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler then delivers a half-hearted speech, acting like he supports Willain and believes in his cause because he himself had once been kicked out of Ophelis Hall. And somehow, despite how obviously fake it sounds, the lower-ranked student's representative is deeply moved by every word. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler is inwardly irritated that Willain caused this entire mess in the first place, so without wasting time, he sends him upstairs to keep the plot moving forward. In the end, it is Willain, the representative of the lower-ranked students, who will be left carrying the blame for all the chaos. Ed Rothstaler does not stop the fleeing maid either, because with all of her superiors locked away, there is no one she can even report the situation to. Chief Maid Alice Olim, the one who controls the protection runes, is already in Lortel Ketchum's hands. Because of that, every student ends up trapped inside their room by the activated protection runes. Everything is unfolding exactly according to plan, and at last, the hidden villain, Lortel Ketchum, steps fully onto the stage. From here on, speed matters. The Academy staff will suppress the rampaging students before long, so Ed Rothstaler's side needs to finish what they came to do as quickly as possible. Then, out of nowhere, Lortel Ketchum turns to Ed Rothstaler and asks him a chilling question. Has he ever killed someone before? Of course, Ed Rothstaler says he has not, and after hearing that, Lortel quietly admits that she has never done it either. Even so, she says, she has done things close enough to killing in the desperate effort to stay alive. She has ruined people's lives with her own hands, and she has stabbed others in the back without hesitation. That was the life she lived, forgiving her own sins, making excuses for herself, and piling up wealth one piece at a time, until that very way of living became the reason people started calling her the Golden Daughter. She knows better than anyone that she deserves no sympathy at all. That is exactly why she keeps searching for it in other people. Almost like someone possessed, she asks Ed Rothstaler whether he can sympathize with her. Whether they are called good or evil, all people carry loneliness inside them, and some of them end up searching for others who have also rolled through the dirt and filth of life. For people like that, redemption only seems possible when they find someone just as stained and wretched as they are. But Ed Rothstaler does not give her the sympathy she is searching for. Instead, he tells Lortel Ketchum in a flat, unwavering tone that the choices she made are hers alone, and that she has to bear responsibility for them herself. The moment those words land, she smoothly slips her mask back on and returns to her usual calm, nonchalant expression, then coolly says they need to move, because they do not have time to stand around wasting another second. That alone lets Ed Rothstaler finally loosen up a little in relief, knowing that Lortel Ketchum will be the one speaking to Alice Olim about the next phase of their plan. Once they drive the defensive magic of Ophelis Hall into a berserk state and hand control of the runes over to Willain, the whole story is supposed to keep unfolding with the current chaos only growing worse. Wrapped in the dense protection of Ophelis Hall's defensive spells, Willain will then transform into the boss of the fourth stage. That scenario is all about bringing down Willain after he loses his mind and goes fully berserk, so all Ed Rothstaler really has to do for now is sit still, hold his position, and wait for the hero to come storming into Ophelis Hall. He plans to put up a decent enough fight, then lose on purpose and leave the rest to Taylor. He does not mind taking a few hard hits along the way either, because to him that is simply a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, Janica sits quietly in the rose garden, bundled up in warm clothes as she waits there for Ed Rothstaler. At some point, she even notices a note he left behind for her, and in it he says that he is going to be a little late. That tiny message is enough to make her cheeks flush bright red, because in her mind, it sounds like he must be preparing something special for her. The golden carriage parked near the garden barely registers in her thoughts at all, and she has no intention of leaving anyway, because for the last 3 days she has been thinking about Ed Rothstaler so much that she has not even been able to sleep properly at night. Even so, Janica had quietly kept track of everything happening around Ed Rothstaler's camp through Marilda, and because of that, she already knew exactly who had been visiting him. Unfortunately for her, most of those visitors were women, and that fact had been stabbing painfully at her heart the entire time. That was exactly why she had already decided she would keep waiting for him no matter what happened. That determination only lasted until the moment she made up her mind to change her hairpin, which is precisely how she ends up heading unexpectedly toward Ophilis Hall. Elsewhere, Elvira is panicking over the fact that she needs to get inside Ophilis Hall to preserve her herbs with magic. In her haste, she grabs Taylor and Ayla Triss and drags both of them along to help her. She is so furious and worked up that even Ayla starts to worry Elvira might actually snap and go on a rampage herself. Then the red-headed girl charges inside in a storm of anger with Taylor and Ayla right behind her, and waiting there for them is none other than Ed Rothstaler. Taylor freezes in surprise at the sight of him and immediately demands to know why he is here. Elvira's eyes quickly pick out the traces left behind by the students who rushed through earlier, and she can see at a glance that the entire place has already been thrown into complete disorder. Ed Rothstaler sits there in silence with his back turned toward the stairs behind him. She never expected that of all people. He would be the one standing there to block their way. Then Ed Rothstaler calmly confirms her suspicion and tells them that he cannot allow them to pass any farther, delivering it with a kind of firm, dramatic finality that sounds almost like a line straight out of a fantasy legend. Elvira lets out a laugh, convinced he has no chance of beating them on his own when the people standing on her side are all highly capable. Taylor, however, is not laughing at all. He cannot understand why Ed Rothstaler would stand against them here, and he presses him for an answer, demanding to know what is really going on. But when Ed Rothstaler gives him nothing in return, Taylor finally lunges forward and charges straight at him. Ed Rothstaler responds instantly, throwing up magic to stop him in his tracks, and Elvira recognizes the spell at once as the basic wind blade. Except by now, after Ed Rothstaler has used it over and over again without stopping, that once basic spell has been honed into something far more vicious, powerful enough to deal serious damage. The students inside Ophilis Hall panic on the spot, or rather, Clebius Nortondale is the one who visibly panics first, completely unable to understand what is happening. Elvira, Taylor, and Ayla all recoil in shock from the sudden attack, and then Elvira realizes with horrified disbelief that Ed Rothstaler has sliced off part of her hair. That is when it hits her that he is taking this fight completely seriously, so she moves for her potions at once. But before she can properly react, Ed Rothstaler casts ignition and sets the area ablaze. The battlefield is decided in an instant, and the speed and precision of his judgment leave no room for hesitation. At the same time, Elvira cannot help thinking to herself that Ed Rothstaler is displaying talent that goes far beyond the simple level of a high mage with good spell proficiency. As the top student of the alchemy faculty, Elvira is supposed to represent the strength of their main combat force. But the greatest weakness of alchemy is also painfully obvious. Without magic tools or prepared elixirs to rely on, an alchemist's raw combat ability is almost non-existent. That is why most alchemy students always carry enchanted rings, necklaces, or other backup tools on them. But Elvira, proud of her own genius, had never once believed she would need that kind of support herself. That arrogance turns out to be a rookie mistake, and from the way he moves, it seems Ed Rothstaler understood that weakness perfectly well, too. Using the opening he created, he drops the chandelier and follows it up with a firewall. Not to destroy Elvira outright, but specifically to separate her from her bag. Even so, Elvira cannot help wondering why he chose to target only the strap, instead of simply destroying the bag itself along with all the precious contents inside it. Still, she is not out of options yet. She quickly casts a fire-resistant formula, amplifies its power, and forcibly drives that formula into a berserk state. At the same time, Ayla Triss frantically searched for any spell she could use to put out the spreading fire. The flames were already overwhelming her, and in a panic she let out a scream, only for Taylor to snap at her and shout that she needed to pull herself together. She was normally proud of her magic and carried herself with confidence, but when it came to actual combat, her ability was only average at best. And because Ed Rothstaler kept pressuring her specifically, Taylor could not safely leave her side or close the distance on him the way he wanted. Elvira, however, had already made up her mind to create an opening big enough for the hero to land a proper blow on Ed Rothstaler. Her berserk, fire-resistant bunny came hurtling straight at him, and right behind it, Taylor charged forward as well, fully determined to stop Ed Rothstaler here and now. The red-headed alchemist admired that kind of direct energy from Taylor, and after wrapping herself up in cloth, she plunged into the fire herself to shake off the shock and force a path through. The moment she reached her bag of potions again, the fight truly became a different game. Ed Rothstaler sent a wind blade flying at her, but Elvira immediately threw back a chemical reagent made from finely diced rare flowers and mushrooms. That substance worked by regulating the release of magic and temporarily suppressing the effects produced by active magic formulas. Ed Rothstaler successfully brought down the Berserker Bunny, but in that very instant, Taylor used the gap to dash straight at him. Then, without warning, Ed Rothstaler suddenly turned and ran. As he retreated, he slammed down a massive table between them and set it ablaze on the spot. Elvira was horrified by what she saw and screamed that if the fire spread any further, the students trapped inside would be burned alive. Taylor, though, did not waver. He was certain that any flames created through magic could be cut apart with his elemental slash. They had to move quickly while Elvira's chemical reagent was still taking effect. So Taylor rushed forward again, even as Elvira shouted after him and told him to wait. But the moment he pushed in, the details of the room started to stand out. The windows had been opened wide enough for all the smoke to escape, and even the carpet that should have been there was gone. There were no other flammable objects anywhere in sight, which could only mean one thing. This whole setup was a trap. At that exact moment, Ed Rothstaler raised his bow and calmly nocked an arrow. Taylor had not expected him to suddenly pull out a weapon like that. But even so, he assumed he could easily knock the arrow aside if it came for him. Then, to Taylor's horror, Ed Rothstaler loosed the shot, not at him, but at Aela Triss. And Aela Triss, still affected by everything going on, was in no state to use even the most basic spell properly. But Elvira reacted first and threw herself in, using Claw Hand, to intercept the arrow before it could ever reach Aela Triss. That was when Elvira noticed the arrowhead had been wrapped in cloth, and in that instant, she realized Ed Rothstaler had never intended to seriously injure her in the first place. Even so, Taylor ignored Elvira's warning and kept charging straight in. Because by then, it was obvious that Ed Rothstaler was not simply defending himself. He was waiting for something. Inside his room, Clabius Nortondale had already started to panic as Act 2 of the final chapter of the Ophilus Hall incident finally began to move. The moment Clabius Nortondale burst out of his room, Ed Rothstaler could finally relax. And that single opening was all Taylor needed to send him flying with a brutal hit. Elvira could only stare in absolute shock as Ed Rothstaler was launched across the room. Taylor shouted at the fallen Ed Rothstaler, demanding to know why he had gone this far, and why he had done all of this in the first place. Even Elvira was angry now, because from her point of view, it felt like he had been toying with all of them the entire time. Everything about the way he fought only made that suspicion worse, because none of it looked like the behavior of someone who had truly been trying to defeat them. Still lying there, Ed Rothstaler simply tells them that if they are done, then they should go upstairs and handle what they came for. Elvira, furious and confused, demands to know why he deliberately let them win, a question that leaves Taylor and Aela Triss completely thrown off. Her anger only burns hotter because she now feels certain he made fools of them. And then, at the worst possible moment, Yannicka appears from her room after taking the time to choose a flower pin. Her pure feelings may have been naive, even a little delusional, but she still had every right to fill her heart with happy little fantasies if that was what she wanted. The cruel part was that reality did not care about those fantasies at all. The boy she had imagined would be waiting for her nicely dressed at the pavilion was instead lying on the ground, bloodied and battered after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. There was no chance the ever-gentle spirit sorcerer was going to accept that sight quietly, and in an instant, Janika's eyes burned red with fury. To be fair, Janika would have admitted that something about the whole situation had already felt slightly off to her. It was possible Ed Rothstaler had been dragged into some kind of unexpected trouble. Even with that concern in the back of her mind, the simple life he lived and the way he had handled things during the Glaskin incident had made her believe he would somehow find a way to solve whatever problem came his way. It was only now, when the flaw in that easy, trusting way of thinking was finally exposed, that she was forced to confront it. She had told him herself that if he was ever in trouble, he should ask for her help, and yet Ed Rothstaler had never once called for her. And now, the reason was painfully obvious. The reason he lured her outside Ophilus Hall, even going so far as to leave her a letter, something completely unlike him, was the very same reason he had fought here alone until he was covered in blood. He wanted to keep Janika out of the battlefield because she had already been punished several times over after the Glaskin incident. She still did not fully understand everything that had happened, but one thing was clear to her. Even in the middle of all this, he had been thinking only about protecting her from being dragged into it. And while she had been busy worrying about her appearance and fixing herself up, Ed Rothstaler had been standing here alone, fighting for real. Meanwhile, Taylor, completely oblivious to the rage building inside her, is actually relieved to see Janica and starts telling her how Ed Rothstaler had been trying to stop them from going upstairs. Too late. Elvira tries to warn Taylor that Janica has appeared here not as an ally, but as an enemy standing directly in their path. At that point, Janica barely cares about the details of what happened or who started what. All that matters to her is the simple fact that these people hurt the boy she loves, and for that, she has no intention of forgiving them. Ed Rothstaler immediately tries to stop her, raising his voice and calling out her name in a panic. But Janica has already made up her mind. She calls forth the spirits all at once, and tells Ed Rothstaler to stay back and wait, because she is going to deal with everything herself. What she summons is not some small handful either. Intermediate spirits of all 4 elements answer her call, joined by others as well, enough to make the air feel like an entire battalion has suddenly assembled around her. The moment Elvira sees that, she urgently tells Taylor and the others to run. There is no realistic way they can beat the magic faculty's top second-year student in a direct fight. They had only barely managed to hold their own against Ed Rothstaler as it was. Taylor already knows full well that they have no chance against a spirit sorcerer as overwhelming as Janica. And from the strange way Ed Rothstaler had been acting this whole time, he also understands that this occupation incident is not unfolding normally at all. Even so, the heroic part of him refuses to step back. As long as students might still get hurt, he cannot bring himself to retreat. So he reminds Elvira that they still have to secure her herbs, then plants his feet and stubbornly stands his ground like the hero he believes he has to be. Ed Rothstaler is impressed by that resolve, but he does not have time to admire it. He grabs Taylor by the collar and hurls him out of the way. Then he tells the hero that he will take care of his girl here, so Taylor should get to the 2nd floor immediately. The others can hardly believe what they are hearing. After trying so hard to stop them, Ed Rothstaler is suddenly letting them through. All he does is yell that he changed his mind and tell them to stop standing around and hurry up. Elvira cannot believe he is seriously planning to hold back all those spirits by himself. But Ed Rothstaler keeps insisting that they move, and in the middle of it all, he even apologizes to her for tearing her bag. They are still confused, still trying to make sense of him, but in the end, they finally listen and rush off. Then Janica steps forward, her eyes still glowing a furious red. But the instant she sees Ed Rothstaler standing in front of her, she pauses and says he does not need to explain anything. She will handle the rest herself. Instead of arguing, Ed Rothstaler gently places his hands on her shoulders and quietly reassures her that he is all right. That one touch hits Janica harder than any argument could. The violent rage drains out of her almost instantly, and her face turns bright red because the boy she likes is suddenly holding her. Ed Rothstaler then asks her, almost pleading, to send the spirits away because the wind they are stirring up is so strong he can barely keep himself standing. The spirits, thoroughly underwhelmed by how quickly this ends, are dismissed almost as soon as they appeared. Watching from the side, Taylor's group is left completely stunned. Ed Rothstaler really did stop Janica all by himself. He waves them onward again and tells them to go now because there is probably not much time left. The moment the tension releases, Ed Rothstaler finally gives out and collapses. As Janica catches and supports him, she starts scolding him at once, asking why he always ends up hurt like this and why, if he was in trouble, he did not simply ask her for help. Ed Rothstaler gently tells her that when the right situation comes, he really will ask for her help. Janica fumes that the trio clearly went way too far in beating him up, and she promises herself that the next time they meet, she is going to be genuinely furious with them. She makes him promise to stop getting hurt like this, and Ed Rothstaler thanks her for worrying about him. The plan may have slipped a little off course, but he still fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss, and now he can finally relax and turn his attention back to his camp. But just as he starts to settle down, Janica casually mentions the enormous golden carriage she saw near the rose garden. That carriage, shaped like a golden crown, is the emblem of the Elite Merchant Association. Lortel Ketcheln's adoptive father, the man who killed her real father, is the so-called false kingpin, and in the future, he is supposed to vanish after being defeated by Lortel herself. That is tied to the second act's final episode involving the sage-sealed grimoire and the Golden King of the Elite Merchant Association. More importantly, if he has already come to the Academy earlier than expected, then that can only mean something outside Ed Rothstaler's knowledge is already moving behind the scenes. Rain pounds down outside as Lortel Ketcheln tells Alice Olam in a half-bitter tone that Ed Rothstaler dumped her. As they move along the fifth-floor corridor of Awfulus Hall, Alice Olam dryly remarks that she had no idea Ed Rothstaler was Lortel Ketcheln's type. Lortel Ketcheln admits that his face is not bad at all, but says that more than that, She thought he might be someone capable of sympathizing with her. Instead, he rejected her without even a shred of mercy. She adds that people like them grow used to hearing that kind of rejection all their lives. Alice Olam, after all, was the chief maid of Ophillis Hall, a veteran servant who had worked there for more than 20 years. She started with absolutely nothing as a 15-year-old apprentice maid, and slowly proved her worth until she rose all the way up to become the manager of Ophillis Hall. Lortel Ketchum had poured more money into Alice Olam than anyone else, spending heavily in an effort to bend that upright, disciplined woman away from her rigid honesty. Those losses tore an ugly hole through the ledgers, but Lortel Ketchum still considered every coin worth it, because at last she thought she had found someone like herself, someone who would eventually cast aside their strict principles for the sake of gold. Lortel Ketchum had survived the slums by striking first before anyone could strike her. Meanwhile, Wilaine, the representative of the lower-ranked students, is meant to seize control of the fourth-floor control room, and at the proper moment they are supposed to hand him authority over the berserk defense magic. If that happens, Ophillis Hall will be destroyed from the inside before anyone even understands what took place. No matter how tragic her past may have been, no matter what sorrow pushed her down this road, Lortel Ketchum is still unmistakably an evil figure, a hidden villain through and through. Since everything appears to be moving according to plan, she decides she should now head to the storage room and put on the performance of an innocent, frightened victim. But for all her cunning, she fails to grasp one simple truth. Someone she can buy can also be bought by somebody else. Lortel Ketchum has never truly loved anyone, nor has she ever had someone she sincerely considered family. So she was always destined to face even death alone. Then Alice Olam coldly tells her that she is not, in fact, one of her own kind, and Lortel freezes as a sword is pressed against her neck. Meanwhile, Taylor and the others make rapid progress. They clear the second-floor boss, overpower Clabius Nortondale, and even force him to join their side. After that, they stop the maid serving as the third-floor boss, bedding washer Kelly. Without her older twin sister there to back her up, she is no match for them at all. Everything had been going far more smoothly than anyone expected, and before long, the group finally pushed their way up to the fourth floor of Ophillis Hall. Up to this point, the only truly brutal stretch had been the first floor, where they had nearly been stopped in their tracks. But the moment they reached the fourth floor, they arrived just in time to witness William completely losing control. He had effectively become a hostage to the building's own defense system, with the crystal ball that activated the magic circle control network placed right in the dead center of the control room. And laid bare in front of everyone was the scheme Alice and Lortel Ketchum had set into motion. The self-defense formulas carved throughout the entire building had originally been installed for one purpose only: to shield the students from outside intruders. But in William's hands, that protective system had turned into something terrifying, like giving a loaded weapon to a frightened child who had no idea how dangerous it really was. While all this was happening, Taylor, Elvira, and Ayla moved quickly, helping the panicked students flee and trying to guide them toward safety. The violent shaking had already thrown the students inside their rooms into complete panic, and many of them genuinely believed the whole building was about to cave in around them. In desperation, they used whatever powers or methods they had to escape, each one scrambling out of the building in their own way. And little by little, the entire situation was spiraling into a full-blown disaster. Elvira quickly used angler weed reagent as an emergency countermeasure, hoping that, at the very least, it could shut down all basic magic along this corridor. It was only support magic, and even if the force behind it was significant, she believed the hero's side could still endure that much. So she told the others to leave this part to her, hurled Clebius forward, and ordered him and Taylor to knock poor William unconscious before things got even worse. William was trapped among the runes, lashing out wildly as spell after spell fired from his position toward them. They weaved through the incoming magic and charged straight at the sobbing boy, who looked almost relieved through his tears, as if he had been waiting for someone to come and save him from this nightmare. Then part of the top floor exploded apart, and above all that chaos the rain just kept pouring down without mercy. Meanwhile, not far away from the building, Janica and Ed Rothstaler were still outside, taking a short walk together. Janica warned him not to overexert himself, because if he kept pushing, his wounds were just going to split open again. Ed calmly told her that most of the stains covering him were not even his blood to begin with. Even so, his attention was fixed somewhere else entirely, on the crown's golden carriage, sitting there with a strangely modest presence. For something meant to carry a man of such status, the carriage looked surprisingly plain, almost underwhelming once you considered who was supposed to be inside it. That man was Elta Ketchum, The Golden King. Normally, someone like him would travel with a grand procession of more than a dozen carriages, so the fact that he had come in so quietly could only mean he had reasons to keep this visit hidden. Elty was Lortel Ketchum's adoptive father, and also the false master she would eventually betray before pushing him off the board entirely. He was not someone who should have been anywhere near the academy at this point in the story. The carriage had clearly been waiting there for quite a while, and Ed could not understand why Elty still had not stepped out. The thought crossed his mind that maybe the Golden King was deliberately waiting for Ophelis Hall to be ruined first. Then, all of a sudden, Ed spotted a familiar face, Shenny, the maid in charge of dishes on the 3rd floor. She was one of the orphans raised by Alice. Alice herself had originally been bought over by Lortel, and Shenny, together with her sister Kelly, had been meant to serve as the 3rd floor boss. But now Shenny was standing with Elty, who was supposed to be Lortel's enemy, and that meant things were veering wildly off script. There was no way Shenny would ever betray Alice, and Lortel had already won Alice over with money. So if Shenny was now on Elta's side, then there was only one conclusion left. The head maid had been playing both sides all along. After all, money never swore loyalty to anyone. And if that was true, then this might very well become the beginning of Lortel's downfall. Lortel was the very person meant to clash politically with Phineas Elias Clowell in Act 3, and later become the protagonist's biggest ally in the struggle against the Rothstaler family in Act 4. Ed had already suffered enough just taking over the role of the mid-boss in place of Todd, and there was no way he could properly fill Lortel's role too. But if she fell here, that was exactly the direction things would be forced to take. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Ed asked Janica for a favor. Without hesitation, she agreed to help him however he needed, asking no questions at all. Elta Ketchum, the Golden King and the honored head of the Elta merchantry, was the man Lortel appeared to obey in public, since he was her adoptive father. But behind that appearance she had already been plotting to betray him and seize control of the Elta merchants for herself. She knew perfectly well that he had murdered her biological parents, and she had been quietly persuading the powerful merchants and directors within the Elt merchantry to cast him aside. Even the negotiations over purchasing the sage-sealed grimoire had only been bait, a convenient excuse to lure him into Sylvania Academy and catch him off guard, so he would be unable to respond in time to the crisis waiting back at the Elte merchantry headquarters. But because of certain complications, he had learned that betrayal was coming. And now he had received a letter from someone claiming to possess confidential documents that could prove Lortel's plot beyond doubt. That person was Alice. Lady Lortel had offered her a mountain of gold, and unless someone surpassed that price, Alice intended to remain on her side.
Alice had lost her eyesight and most of her hearing because of an accident. This would be her final year as chief maid. Backed into a corner by her circumstances, she was also the one human being who knew the full truth about the Fox Lady.
Depending on the decision she made now, everything could tilt drastically toward salvation or ruin. Attached to the letter she had sent was a paper listing the institutions she had secretly been supporting all this time. The amount of gold delivered to those institutions would decide where her loyalty landed. And in the end, she was leaving that judgment in the hands of the Golden King. Alice warned Lortel not to move even a single step because her father would be arriving at Ophelis Hall very soon. What she had not expected was the sudden look on Lortel's face, a mix of shock and sadness that made her seem far less composed than Alice had assumed. Lortel had wanted revenge against the Golden King, but in Alice's eyes, the two of them were no different from each other. They were the same kind of people, just like Alice herself. Then, without warning, an explosion blasted through the wall and brought it crashing down. Taylor's group burst onto the scene, dragging William's collapsed body behind them. Elvira had already realized there was no way someone like William could have gotten close enough to the defense magic on his own, which meant the true mastermind behind this entire confrontation had to be Alice, the chief maid. From their point of view, she was clearly the one holding poor Lortel hostage. Using that misunderstanding as her opening, the fox slipped free and ran straight toward her friends, the very same fools who had just risked themselves to save her lying, cheating self. They immediately rushed to her side and asked if she was all right, and for a brief moment, the girl actually considered lying to them. She could have pinned everything on Alice right then and there, and every one of them would have believed her without question. But when it came time to speak, she could not force the words out. So instead, the fox made a face so strange and shaken that even Elvira was stunned, then covered her face and ran from the chaos without saying a thing. And at that exact same time, Elta Ketchum, the Golden King, finally stepped into the scene. He was the kind of man who did not even trust his own subordinates, so in the end he had come all this way personally to finish the matter with his own hands. Her plan to overthrow Elte Ketchum was already almost complete. He was supposed to be the one left holding the blame for the large-scale tampering with the account books and all the damage that followed, and since he had not made it back to headquarters yet, she still had a narrow window to contact the officials there first. All Lortel Ketchel needed to do now was send the carrier pigeon hidden inside her room and then disappear somewhere. No one could easily find her. As long as the mastermind at the center of the plan avoided capture, everything could still be salvaged. But as she tried to steady herself and force her breathing back under control, her steps began to slow. No one in this world had ever truly understood her, and somewhere deep down she had long since grown used to expecting betrayal from everyone around her. She had been through that kind of pain so many times already that on paper, another broken heart should not have meant anything to her anymore. And yet, for all the strength she tried to hold on to, Lortel could not stop the tears pouring from her eyes. Crying looked wrong on someone like her, so she kept moving, refusing to stop even with her face falling apart. There was still something she could do right now, and because of that, she finally broke into a run. She had to reach her room before Elte Ketchel did. Once the carrier pigeon was sent, she told herself everything would still be fine. At that same moment, down on the first floor, the man at the center of all this finally stepped into the ruined main hall. The first thing Elte Ketchel did was notice a student still standing inside, and he immediately told that student to evacuate. But that student was Ed Rothstaler. Calmly, Ed told him that because the building was at risk of collapsing, no one was being allowed farther inside for safety reasons. He was fully in his Gandalf act now, planting himself in the way and making it clear that no one was getting past him until the faculty and staff arrived. Elte asked whether Ed was acting under special orders, but Ed replied that this was his own decision. In situations like this, Sylvania basically ran on people making judgment calls for themselves. At this point, there were three people who understood how the flow of the story was supposed to go. One of them was Lortel Ketchel, who wanted revenge for what had been done to her in childhood and intended to empty the seat of the Merchantry's president for herself. Another was Elte Ketchel, who was determined to crush that plan and, at the same time, secure the sage-sealed grimoire for himself. And the last was Alice Olam, who had been playing both Lortel and Elte against each other from the shadows. She was the one who had truly created this twist in the story. Ed expected Alice to be up on the 5th floor with Lortel, even though he still could not tell what had pushed Alice to betray her. For a moment, Ed wondered if he should head up to the 5th floor himself and deal with her personally. But then he reconsidered because Taylor's party was going to run into Alice there anyway, so Ed left the fight against Alice to the heroes. He had absolute faith in their combat ability and in their talent for overcoming enemies that should have been impossible to beat. The problem Ed needed to handle himself was whatever Elte Ketchel had planned for Ophilis Hall. As long as Ed kept Elte from getting involved here, then the events ahead should continue on the path they were supposed to follow. So Ed gave a respectful bow to Elte Ketchel, president of the Elte Merchantry, and politely asked him to speak with the Academy administration first so he could be received with the proper respect he deserved. It was Ed's way of trying to steer him back out of Ophilis Hall without making it obvious. But Elte looked at Ed, sized him up in an instant, and arrived at his own conclusion. With complete certainty, he declared that Ed was working together with Lortel Ketchel against him. Then the story shifts back to 10 minutes earlier, to the moment when Janica and Ed Rothstaler had made their way back into Ophilis Hall, and Ed was genuinely caught off guard to find Jix Ethelstein still inside his room, calmly working out like nothing unusual was happening. The Wolfman explained that he was simply avoiding doing anything rash. As far as he was concerned, the building was not about to collapse and kill him, so there was no point panicking. He even asked Ed why he had gone and broken the wall, pointing out that it was going to make the whole room cold now. Meanwhile, Ed could only stare at him and wonder how someone with that kind of six-pack was supposed to pass for a mage at all. Jix naturally greeted Janica as well, and the two of them briefly apologized to each other for how rough their previous encounter had been during the Professor Glast incident. Then, out of nowhere, the Wolfman looked between them and casually asked whether Ed and Janica were dating, which instantly sent the Spirit Mage into a complete fluster. Ed, on the other hand, barely looked bothered at all. Jix quickly apologized for throwing out such a rude question so suddenly. Then, with honest curiosity, Jix asked why they had come all the way here to find him, and that was when Ed asked him for a favor. Back in the present, Ed was still doing everything he could to persuade Elte Ketchel to leave Ophilis Hall, pushing the idea that he should speak with the Academy administration first and be welcomed properly. But the Golden King saw straight through that excuse, and with a nasty gleam in his eyes, he concluded that Ed was backing Lortel Ketchum. He openly asked Ed if he had fallen for her looks, then told him he would be better off getting into his good graces instead of standing beside that fox. Eltet warned him that if this ended with Lortel losing, Ed might never see a single payment from her. Then he went further, saying she had been born with fox blood and betrayed everyone she ever came across. Since he had raised her from childhood, he insisted that he knew her better than anyone alive. He even offered Ed double whatever amount of gold Lortel had promised just to make him step aside. Ed thanked him for the offer, but his reaction stayed completely flat. Then he admitted that the amount he had been promised was exactly 0 gold coins, so doubling it would not make much of a difference. That answer clearly surprised Elte, but it did not make him retreat. Instead, he dropped all pretense and chose violence. He ordered his men to dispose of Ed quietly, and the henchmen all lunged forward at once. They rushed in to box Ed in from every side, so he would have no path to escape. But then Jix unleashed his magic and blasted them away in one shot. Ed immediately left the rest to Jix and Janica, telling them he would return after he went to check on something else first. The two of them accepted the favor without hesitation and threw themselves into the fight against Elte's men, along with Elte himself. The Golden King barked at his subordinates not to hold back against them, and just like that, the battle truly began. Meanwhile, Ed ran. As Ed ran through the chaos, one thought kept pushing at the front of his mind. Maybe he needed to find Lortel Ketchum first and hear the situation directly from her before making another move. And to his surprise, he found her almost immediately. The real shock was that Lortel was still inside the building at all. Without wasting even a second, Ed told her they were heading for the back door and getting out of there, then turned and asked one blunt question: could she run? She was not allowed to fall behind, not even once, and she had to run as fast as she possibly could. In Lortel's world, goodwill and trust had always come with a reason attached. Even Cheryl, the receptionist at the Elte Merchantry, only acted sweet and flirtatious around Lortel because she hoped some profitable piece of information might slip out by accident. And Caden, one of the Merchantry employees, always lit up in front of her because she regularly fed him useful tips that could turn into money. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, only loved clinging to her because the feed Lortel gave it was the finest it ever got. That was the kind of world Lortel had always lived in. Every bit of warmth, every smile, every scrap of kindness always had a price hiding behind it. Ed kept moving ahead of her as he spoke, telling her there was no time to explain everything in detail. But one thing was certain. Alice Olam had betrayed her. Hearing that, Lortel could only blame herself for making such a foolish, humiliating mistake. Janica had grown up wrapped in so much love and goodwill from other people that she naturally returned that same warmth to the world around her. Lortel was nothing like Janica. On the day Lortel first made her offer to Ed, she had seen the way Janica looked at him. It was the gaze of someone who loved without expecting payment, reward, or anything in return. For one brief moment, Lortel had started to believe that maybe she, too, could have a relationship like that. And because of that foolish hope, she ended up revealing all of her plans to Alice. She had never imagined those hopes would be thrown back in her face like this. Normally, she lived by one rule above all others: trust no one. In fact, even after seeing Alice for what she really was, Lortel knew she never should have let herself lose sight of that dark, dirty part of herself. She never should have dared to imagine that someone like her could live a life with romance in it. Her original goal had only been to seize control of Ophelis Hall, and to make that happen, she had bought over 5 people. But Alice, Shenny, and Kelly had joined hands with Elte Ketchum instead. Even William had wanted to side with Elte, which meant he was never going to stand with her. And honestly, she did not expect Ed to take her side either. Even knowing she probably should not say it, Lortel still apologized. He was the last ally she had left, and yet she admitted that with everything so unstable right now, she had no money she could promise him in exchange for his loyalty. Ed looked completely unimpressed and cut her off loud and clear, reminding her that he had not asked for her life story. There was no time to indulge her despair. If Elte caught her now, then everything was over. Ed told her flatly that if they wanted any kind of future at all, they first had to survive long enough to escape. Goodwill, trust. To Lortel, those things had always existed for a reason. And if there was no reason behind them, then the people offering them could not be trusted. That was the rule she had built her life around. As they moved, she began explaining that the headquarters of the Merchantry had been preparing a market rigging scheme. After the huge monster hunt in the eastern mountains last summer, Armor prices had dropped hard, so they bought up the armor in bulk, monopolized the supply, and passed it around through internal trades. Put simply, the whole plan was manipulative trading. And to pull that scheme off, her father had urgently needed money. That was why he found someone willing to pay a high price for the sage-sealed grimoire, then sent Lortella to Sylvania to steal it. At that point, Ed finally saw the full shape of the plan. In a manipulative trade, Merchant A, Merchant B, and Merchant C corner the market on a cheap product, then artificially drive the price upward by repeatedly trading it among themselves. It was a classic price-fixing trick. Once the value of the product started climbing at an absurd rate, ordinary people would panic and assume it was about to become impossible to afford, so they would rush to buy it while they still could. And if the merchants dumped all the stock they had hoarded at that exact moment, they could walk away with a ridiculous profit. But a scheme like that only worked as long as the people inside it trusted one another. If merchants B and C sold off the product behind the merchantry's back, the price would collapse instantly, and the merchantry, after desperately liquidating its bonds to buy out the market and monopolize the supply, would be the one left facing bankruptcy. In this case, Eltikechon was that exposed party, and one sudden catastrophic loss like that could strip him of his power. To make that happen, Lortel had spent years quietly buying off countless people connected to merchants B and C. And only when Elty was absent from his seat at headquarters could the 6 major merchants she had turned to her side legally gain the right to transfer the sales. Her plan had been to use the occupation of Ophelis Hall to punch a hole in the Academy's finances, raising the odds that the negotiations over the grimoire purchase would succeed. That would drag Elty out of headquarters and force him to chase the funds he needed. Then, in that opening, Lortel could have the armor sold off back at headquarters. Lortel could not hide how shocked she was that Ed understood that much so quickly. Ed went even further and correctly worked out that all she really needed now was to send a message to the merchantry headquarters ordering the armor sale. The carrier pigeon in her room was the key. That bird was her direct line to the people she had on the inside. If she could send it off to headquarters and stay hidden until the sale was completed, then she would still win. But Lortel said her father was surely expecting that move too. She was certain he meant to capture her first, then force the traitors within headquarters to confess everything. Ed stopped her right there and told her to listen carefully. From this point on, she was to disappear and leave the rest to him. If he were in Elty's place, he said, he would have men waiting at the 2 bridges leading toward the Ark and the mountains. They would absolutely try to track her movements. So Lortel needed to speak to the horsemen in the quarters and have an empty carriage sent toward the Ark and mountains. The horsemen were to abandon that carriage at an appropriate spot, then flee from there on foot. That way, Elty's people would assume she had escaped toward the outskirts of the Arkan Mountains. After that, Ed told Lortel to hide in the unfinished hut deep in the northern forest. All she had to do was endure there for 3 days. He would personally send the pigeon from her room to headquarters. A short, simple message would be enough. Her allies on the inside could handle the complicated parts themselves. Then Ed grabbed her by the shoulders and told her there was someone guarding the back door. He would deal with the outside, run to her room himself, and once he had taken care of the guard, she was to escape straight to the quarters. Like a merchant ally who had worked beside her for years, Ed laid out the moves one after another with perfect timing, handling everything cleanly and without wasting even a moment. And for the first time, Lortel truly felt that she could trust him enough to leave everything in his hands. Ed asked her why she looked so dazed, and Lortel answered that she understood what she needed to do now. She even admitted that his plan might actually work. But then, unable to stop herself, she asked him the one thing she still did not understand. Why was he helping her at all? Ed let out a long, tired sigh, groaning under his breath, before giving her the only answer he was helping, because, for some reason, it just felt like the right thing to do. And with that, he turned away from her and started walking off without another word. Lortel Ketchum dropped heavily to the floor, her body suddenly losing all its strength, and in that dazed silence, she found herself thinking that something sounded unbearably loud. It was not the distant clash of the final fight between Alice Olam and Taylor's group, and it was not the commotion rising from the battle still raging down on the first floor either. The noise filling her ears, the one pounding so close and so hard, was her own heartbeat, hammering inside her chest while tears kept slipping down her face. Meanwhile, Ed slipped out and immediately found Shenny, the dishwasher maid, standing guard at the door with a weapon already in her hand. Looking at her, he dismissed her almost coldly as a pretty underwhelming final obstacle. This long, exhausting attempt to seize control was finally about to reach its end. All the runes spread throughout Ophelis Hall had ultimately been gathered under the authority of one person, the swordswoman who could hold her own even against students from the combat faculty, and the flawless intermediate-level magic user as well, the chief maid Alice Olam, and even with all of that power in her hands, she still could not defeat Taylor because Taylor was the protagonist of this story. Act 2, Scene 3, the conquest of Chief Maid Alice, the final battle had begun. At the same time, Ed found himself facing Shenny head-on. He was nearly dry on mana by now, but he could still squeeze out maybe 2 or 3 more basic spells if he absolutely had to. Shenny suddenly burst forward, sword in hand, moving with explosive speed as she closed the distance on him. Ed barely managed to avoid her opening strike, because he had already predicted that her first target would be his leg. He already knew the way she fought. He even understood the range in which she could read her movements before her reaction speed fully kicked in. So before she could yank out one of the daggers strapped to her thigh, Ed shot his hand out and caught her wrist. The special privilege granted to twin sisters born under the same star was known as ability sharing. Once each day, they were allowed to borrow and share one skill with the other twin. Shenny chose low-level telekinesis, and in the next instant, the daggers were flying through the air straight at Ed. At first, Shenny looked smug, sure that she had him, but that expression cracked apart into pure shock when she saw him still standing there in front of her, unfazed, with several daggers stuck in his body. Ed already knew that borrowed abilities like that were never perfectly refined. The blades had cut into him, but not deeply enough to stop him. He calmly pulled the daggers back out of his wounds one by one and tossed them aside. Then he kicked her weapons away, forced her down, and pinned her in place while telling her flatly that it was over. Shenny screamed that she could not let her beloved mistress Alice down, thrashing desperately under his grip. But Ed answered her without hesitation and told her that the mistress she believed in was going to lose. The dishwasher maid cried out in Alice's defense, shouting that Alice had endured more pain and fought through more hardship than anyone knew. She had even saved countless orphans along the way. To be honest, Ed did not know much about Alice at all. The game had never really gone into her background in any real depth. All it had truly shown was the battle she fought against Taylor. Shenny went on to explain that she only had this job because of the sacrifices Alice had made for her. Without Alice, she never would have been able to earn money on her own. More than that, she said, she probably would not even be alive at all if Alice had not saved her. Ed wrestled with the guilt rising in his chest, then forced himself to say that none of that had anything to do with him. Even after hearing her story, the conclusion in his mind did not change. Shenny cried out with pure hatred in her voice, and after struggling until the last of her strength gave out, she finally lost consciousness. Ed did not know the stories of every extra in this world, and because of that, there was nothing he could do for people whose lives he had never truly known. There were already far too many unseen stories in this world, too many lives whose truths would never come to light. And in the end, the losses caused by the Ophilis Hall incident were still far greater than whatever years Alice had spent rescuing orphans. The kind of people who could choose their path based on ideals like that were people living lives that still had the luxury of meaning in the moment. But Ed's own path, and the goal at the end of it, had never changed from the day he first woke up inside this body. No matter what happened, he was going to survive. After taking Shenny down, Ed obtained a new skill: pain endurance. Then he slipped into Lortel Ketcheln's room, and for the briefest moment found himself admiring just how luxurious it was. Everything inside had been arranged with perfect order and taste. The whole room felt unmistakably like Lortel. Without lingering any longer, Ed quickly wrote out a letter to the merchants, informing them that L.T. Ketcheln was currently in Sylvania and would not be able to return for at least 3 days. The message was simple and ruthless. Every piece of the acquired stock was to be sold off at once. Once the letter was tied in place, Ed sent the carrier pigeon up into the dark sky, where it vanished into the rain-soaked night with a furious beat of its wings. Bruised, cut up, and barely holding himself together, Ed staggered back toward his camp. As he dragged his exhausted body forward, he could only hope his injuries would close up soon.
If Jix Ethelstein, Janica, and the others had not stepped in when they did, Lortel Ketcheln would have fallen straight into L.T. Ketcheln's hands, and her downfall would have come almost instantly.
By now, the carriage Lortel had arranged should have been racing off toward the Archon Mountains, leaving L.T. with no real choice except to pursue it. Even if the coachman ended up getting caught, it would not matter anymore. By then, the carrier pigeon would already be far beyond anyone's reach. And if everything had unfolded the way Ed planned, then Lortella should already be waiting for him at the hut. But before he even reached the hut itself, he spotted her. At first, Ed thought she had come out to meet him. Then he noticed the knife in her hand. That was when he had to remind himself exactly who he had chosen to trust. The Golden Daughter who was famous for betraying people. With Elta gone from the board for now, Alice Olim would be forced to lean on Lortel again, which meant Shenny and Kelly would probably follow that same side. William could be bought over just like before, but Ed was the one variable in all of this who could not be controlled with money, and that meant there was every chance Lortel might decide she could not trust him after all. If she killed him out here in this isolated stretch of forest, then her perfect crime could be completed without a trace. That was the true nature people always feared in her, the kind of woman who could use anyone and throw them away the moment they stopped being useful. Ed knew that if he wanted to survive this encounter, he would have to rely on his head instead of his body. The problem was, his body was already far too wrecked to help him much. Lortel swung the knife, only to slice off a strip of cloth and wrap it around Ed's injured hand as a bandage. Then she asked him why he was hurt this badly, and quietly offered to tend to him. By then, the rain had stopped, so Lortel built a bonfire. After that, she brought him inside so the two of them could sit together and warm themselves by the fire. Ed asked whether everything had gone according to plan, and Lortel answered with visible pride that the horseman had promised to draw as much attention as possible, even if it meant risking his life to do it. Hearing that, Ed could not help wondering if she had threatened the man's family to buy that kind of loyalty from him. Lortel then pointed out that if the plan succeeded, she would gain real power over the LT Merchant Association. Since she would owe Ed a tremendous debt after that, there would be plenty in it for him too, and she asked if that thought made him feel any better. But Ed barely reacted at all. And seeing that, Lortel only smiled. She told him she would never forget what he had done for her. Ed, meanwhile, answered in the most practical way possible, and simply told her to hand over the 20 gold she had promised earlier. Even so, Lortel had a question of her own. She asked how close he had gotten with Janica. Completely oblivious to where she was going with that, Ed just replied that Janica was a genuinely good person, and Lortel quietly agreed. But then the fox finally admitted, in a softer tone, that she was nowhere near as kind as her gentle senior Janica. Meanwhile, back at Ophelis Hall, Elty Ketchum withdrew after receiving a certain report from one of his subordinates, and just like that, all of his interest in Ophelis Hall completely vanished.
Jix Effelstein, on the other hand, was having a rough time dealing with the mercenaries.
Mostly because a good part of his attention was spent trying to keep his comrade from outright slaughtering them. At first, Janica had looked visibly worried during the fight, but somewhere along the line, the spirits began fighting with frightening intensity, throwing themselves fully into the battle. At that point, Janica herself had to be restrained before any real casualties happened. Jix asked her if she was upset. Janica insisted that she was not, but the rage burning in her eyes made it painfully obvious she was lying. By the next day, the whole incident was over, and Ed was actually thinking about going back to class. The only problem was that his uniform had been completely destroyed, and he was far too broke to buy a replacement. So Jix lent him his own uniform and filled him in on everything that had happened. In the end, William took the blame for the damage done to Ophelis Hall, while Alice, after being subdued, shut down completely and refused to say anything more about the matter. And since there had been no response from LT's side, there was only one conclusion Ed could draw. The plan had worked. That meant events could keep moving along the path they were supposed to follow, and all he could do now was wait patiently for a carrier pigeon bringing good news. The aftermath had taken a clear toll on him, though. His body was in terrible shape. His muscles ached all over, and the injuries had cut straight into his ability to work. Anything physically demanding was too much for him right now, but even so, he still had more than enough to get done. Thankfully, his advanced crafting skill slots were still open. That made skill acquisition his top priority, and he had already decided exactly which one he wanted next. It was Spirit Formula Infusion, a skill that meshed beautifully with both spirit sorcery and magic engineering, and was especially useful for crafting household tools as well as combat-oriented equipment. To master Spirit Formula Infusion, he first needed to form a contract with a spirit and then create at least one artifact containing a spirit formula. Once that was done, the process would become second nature. As for magic engineering, the requirement was to successfully disassemble and reassemble an item of a certain magic engineering level at least once. Ed did not want to waste his spirit slots carelessly. But for the time being, he knew he would probably have to form a contract with a lower-ranked spirit. Just then, Janica appeared and explained that she had not gone to class because she had a headache and body aches, so she came out into the woods to get some fresh air. Ed immediately asked, worried if she had been hurt somewhere, but Janica reassured him that she was fine. Instead, she asked whether Lortel was all right, and Ed told her that Lortel was resting inside the cabin. She had been hiding there ever since the Ophilis Hall incident. But even now, there was still more work that had to be done. They had already persuaded the former chief maid, Alice, and they had also laid the groundwork for the negotiations to buy the sage-sealed grimoire. But until a reply came back from the LT merchants, Lortel had no choice but to remain hidden away, waiting in silence with a heart full of anxiety. Strangely enough, even though the situation was frustrating, she found that she did not actually hate it because it meant she got to spend the whole day watching Ed. And every time she did, her heart would start racing all over again. Ed's quiet, unwavering kindness, and the way he trusted her without asking for anything in return, gave Lortel something she almost never had in her life, a sense of safety. For most people, that kind of comfort came naturally, like air or sunlight. But to Lortel, who had spent her whole life scraping by from the freezing bottom of the streets, that warmth was worth far more than any pile of gold. There was no way she wanted to hand over that precious feeling she found beside Ed to anyone else. Not even to sweet, gentle Janica, who already stood so close to him. After all, Janica had grown up surrounded by love, kindness, and people who cared for her at every turn. Surely someone like her could let Lortel keep this one small piece of happiness. And if that spirit sorcerer had no intention of letting Ed go, then Lortel was fully prepared to fight for the man who felt like her shining knight, because if there was one thing she knew how to do better than anyone, it was fight for what she wanted. Those 3 whole days of living under the same roof as Ed felt like an exhilarating, perfect little lead over Janica, and she had no intention of wasting that advantage. At first, Lortel seriously considered overwhelming the entire cabin with gold and dazzling Ed with pure financial power. But the idea fell apart almost immediately, when she remembered 2 painful facts at once. She was currently broke, and Ed probably was not the kind of man who would be moved by something that blatant. After that, her thoughts shifted toward helping him pay his tuition instead. She even imagined herself acting cute about it, trying to pretend she was not doing it for his sake at all. But the second she pictured herself saying something like that out loud, the embarrassment nearly killed her on the spot. So, while Lortel sat there still wrestling with just how little experience she had in anything remotely resembling romance, Lucy suddenly stepped into the cabin, looking like she had arrived for nothing more than a comfortable nap. Lortel blinked in surprise at the sight of her, but Lucy herself looked completely unconcerned, only interested in claiming the warm patch of sunlight inside the cabin for a lazy rest. Ed, completely unfazed, grabbed Lucy and tossed her right back outside like a stray cat that had wandered in through the wrong door, then calmly told Lortel she could go back to sleep. From how naturally he handled it, Lortel quickly realized this was clearly not a rare occurrence. Lucy must have been dropping by the cabin like this on a regular basis. That discovery was a huge disappointment for Lortel, because it meant she had yet another rival to think about. Even so, she still believed she could settle things within these 3 days and come out ahead. By the second day of Lortel's little cabin stay, Janica showed up to visit again, instantly ruining Lortel's hope of getting Ed all to herself. Sure enough, Janica had come back to the cabin once again. And with that alone, Lortel's plan to spend quiet, private time with Ed completely fell apart. As if that were not enough, Lucy was there again too, comfortably napping inside the cabin like she belonged there. Meanwhile, Ed spent his time hard at work, shaping handmade bricks one by one, and gradually picking up the stonemasonry skill through sheer effort. He finally managed to put together a proper brick fireplace as well. And with that, his crafting proficiency rose even further. When the day's labor was over, he sat down to rest and shared pastries Belle had brought over, eating together with Janica and Lortel in the calm after the work. Since nothing major had happened after the Ophilis Hall incident, Lortel assumed things were still moving according to plan. But Ed warned her not to relax yet, because there were still things that needed to be done. Lortel agreed, especially since she still had not properly repaid him for the 20 gold coins, and she asked whether he might prefer receiving goods instead of straight cash. While Janica shot her an openly jealous glare from the side, Ed said he would rather have construction materials, especially leftover magic engineering equipment. Lortel promised she would check the inventory and let him know what was available, though she also added that she had most of the stock memorized already and would try to recall it right away. After that, Ed turned to Janica with a request of his own. He wanted her to teach him how to form a contract with a lower-ranked spirit. Janica lit up at the chance to help him and happily declared that she was ready to assist him, even if he wanted to go as far as contracting an intermediate spirit. Ed was genuinely impressed by her confidence, and Janica wasted no time starting the lesson by guiding him through the basics of spirit connection. To test whether Ed could actually communicate with spirits, she summoned a tiny bird spirit named Karas. Ed could hear the little bird's voice, even if only faintly, and that alone was enough to convince Janica that he would improve much faster than she had expected. But then Karas suddenly started speaking up, much more loudly, complaining that Ed's daily routine did not leave enough time for magic training. The bird even added that they knew this because they apparently held weekly report meetings before going on to grumble that their side should stay focused on building the cabin instead of getting distracted. The moment Karas said too much, Janica immediately cut off the connection, then turned to Ed with a stiff smile and asked whether he had happened to hear anything just now. Ed quietly muttered something about a weekly report meeting, and Janica had absolutely no response ready for that. Right then. Lortel stepped back into the conversation with news about the magic engineering equipment. As it turned out, the inventory really did contain more leftover stock than expected, which meant she had enough to spare for Ed. When he asked whether she could sell it cheaply enough to cover it with those 20 gold coins, Lortel could not help but laugh. The amount of magic engineering equipment was not especially large, and to the association it was basically little more than dead stock sitting around unused. Still, from Lortel's point of view, handing it over for free was completely out of the question. So instead, she proposed her own kind of price. Ed would come by the Merchant Association once every 3 days. She would give him the equipment at a discount, and whenever he visited, the two of them could sit down, share some tea, and talk for a while. Janica immediately questioned why Lortel would not just give it to him for free after everything he had done for her. But Lortel firmly stood by her answer. She was a merchant, and a professional one at that, so she refused to treat it like a gift. Meanwhile, Ed hardly paid attention to their deeper intentions at all, because his thoughts were already occupied entirely by magic engineering and spirit magic. Then, without warning, Belle Maya, the new chief maid of Ophelis Hall, arrived carrying a message meant for Lortel. Belle apologized for showing up while things were still unsettled, and with a careful expression she added that she hated to be the bearer of bad news. Even so, she had come with a message from the former chief maid for Lortel. So just what kind of message had reached Lortel at a moment like this? Then the scene shifts, and we find that Claire had something very important she wanted to discuss with Belle, while Belle was busy doing the laundry. Claire was absolutely convinced Belle would be shocked once she heard this secret, and before saying anything else, she made the head maid promise not to tell a single soul. With all the seriousness she could manage, Claire declared that Janica had feelings for that dreadful rotten Ed Rothstaler. To Belle, though, that revelation was already old news. Even so, she could tell Claire was probably worried, especially because Ed's reputation was so terrible. Even so, Claire Elfin admitted that Ed Rothstaler really had been changing lately. Since that was the case, she decided that as Janica's friend, she was going to support her from here on out. There was another problem, too, and Claire brought that up with a troubled look. Lortel Ketchum had apparently been on the spirit sorcerer's mind a lot recently, and Janica had not been happy about it. On top of that, Lortel had missed the opening ceremony together with Ed, and the two of them had both been absent again yesterday, which only made the situation look worse. That was exactly why Claire felt so anxious. In her eyes, sweet, angelic Janica did not stand much of a chance if Lortel had already set her sights on Ed. What she really could not understand was how Ed still had not noticed Janica's feelings at all, and for a moment, she even wondered if he was deliberately toying with her heart. Belle Maya, however, answered much more calmly. Maybe, she said, Ed was simply too busy and too buried in his own work to have any room left in his life for romance or dating. But Claire was not convinced in the slightest. To her, their guy was obviously just messing with all of them, and somehow, despite that, he was absurdly lucky to have girls sighing over him one after another. As Belle listened, she could not help forming her own image of the whole mess. To her, Lortel looked like a sly little thief cat lurking right in front of a fish shop, waiting for the perfect moment to snatch what she wanted. And Janica, by comparison, felt more like a trembling little kitten. While Lucy, who always seemed to be hanging around nearby no matter what, was simply a cat in the most direct and unavoidable sense. Just sorting all of those girls out in her head was enough to give Belle a pounding headache. Still, there was something more important than gossip at hand. Belle had an important message she needed to deliver to Lortel, and it had come from Alice Olam. Night had already settled in by then, and the bonfire in Ed's camp flickered brightly, pushing back the darkness gathered around the forest clearing. With that firelight dancing over the campsite, Belle picked Lucy up in her arms and started leaving Ed's camp, while Janica followed along beside her. Ed did not like the fact that Lortel's location had been exposed to someone tied to Ophelis Hall, As that thought lingered in his mind, he pulled on his worn school uniform while beside him Lortel unfolded and read the long-awaited letter of victory that had finally arrived by carrier pigeon. In other words, the time had finally come for them to return to school. Reading through the situation, Lortel concluded that her father must be making his final stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. It was probably nothing more than a desperate last struggle, but at the very least, it meant he would finally be too occupied to keep focusing on her. There was still a chance that Elteketcheln had a few hidden tricks left to play, but Glocht, who hoped to become the next chairman of the association, was backing Lortel. For that reason, she chose to place her trust in him. The one person she had worried about most was Alice Olam, but that issue too had already been handled. Alice Olam was not going to expose Lortel's manipulation, because in the end, what mattered most to her was securing the money that would come from backing the winning merchant. The parchment Bel Maya had brought over was packed with details. The names of the orphanages the former chief maid had been supporting, the yearly cost needed to maintain them, and the exact methods used to keep them running. It laid bare just how relentless that woman's workload had been. Her health had steadily fallen apart under the burden, yet the academy had ignored her complaints the entire time. Eventually, things became so bad that she could no longer keep working while also taking care of the orphanage. That was why she ended up making a gamble with her very life on the line. Because of her cold, stoic, almost emotionless way of carrying herself, nobody had realized just how desperate her situation truly was. Of course, the people who followed her most closely seemed to understand her circumstances better than anyone else. Alice Olam was only standing on Lortel's side now because Lortel looked like the likely winner. Winning her trust back would not be easy. But even so, the former chief maid intended to try once more. In the world of merchants, there was no such thing as sympathy. Lortel knew that harsh truth better than almost anyone alive. And yet, despite all of that, she still seemed relieved that Alice Olam had shown signs of repentance, quietly remarking that in business there were no permanent enemies and no permanent allies. At last, Lortel was ready to leave Ed's camp. She said her goodbyes, then reminded Ed to stop by the Merchant Association branch later so they could write up the contract they had discussed. Ed handed her a torch so she could light the path ahead, but instead of leaving right away, Lortel hesitated there in front of him. When Ed asked her what was wrong, she looked up at him and quietly remarked that he was taller than she had first thought. Then she added that maybe this would seem a little sudden, but if she wanted to win, she had to be willing to take a few risks. After all, she said, human relationships were all about push and pull. Reaching out, she caught hold of his tie and pointed out that it was twisted out of place. Ed mumbled that there was no point worrying about his appearance when nobody was even looking at him. But Lortel answered right away that there was nothing wrong with keeping oneself neat. They were students of Sylvania, after all. Then, all at once, she gave that tie a sharp tug and pulled him toward her. And beneath the moonlight, with the warmth of the fire flickering between them, the two of them shared a kiss. Lortel let out a soft giggle afterward and said that the raspberries they had eaten earlier that evening were delicious. Just remembering that sweet taste was enough to make her smile. But Ed, still trying to stay composed, simply told her not to overdo things and to stay within her limits. Lortel looked a little disappointed by how restrained his reaction was, and in the end, she decided to leave the next move up to him. After all, if she was serious about this, then she needed to learn how to pull away too, not just how to press forward. With that, Lortel turned to leave, first walking away from the camp, then breaking into a run as she disappeared into the night. Ed had done everything he could to avoid getting tangled up with the people standing at the center of the main scenario. But just like always, life refused to follow the neat plans he made in his head, and no matter how hard he tried to hide it, the blush on his face would not go away. Above the forest, the stars were still beautiful, scattered across the night sky exactly as before, and the moon still shone brightly overhead. The chirping of crickets and the crackle of the campfire had not changed either. Yet even in that familiar stillness, Ed could feel it clearly. The course of the scenario he had been dragged into was continuing to slip further and further off track. Whether he wanted it or not, an uncomfortable feeling kept creeping over him, as if something was pulling him toward the very center of the story. Even so, his plan itself had not changed. He still wanted to remain on the sidelines and watch the scenario move forward smoothly from a distance. He told himself he had no greed, and that whatever happened tonight would simply be ignored. He would get his diploma, focus on improving his stats, and keep walking his original path. The moment when he would finally realize that this so-called simple plan was actually reckless, dangerous, and far more difficult than he had imagined was not very far off. Before long, summer faded away, and the season quietly turned to fall. Then, on a bright day filled with clear sunlight, the spirits carried news of that kiss straight to Janica. The spirits told Janica they could not just sit back and watch this unfold anymore. At this point, they insisted they had to step in and do something. Even the fire dragon spirit, Tarkin, clicked his tongue in admiration and openly praised Lortel Ketchelm for how skillfully she knew how to toy with people's hearts. That was enough to make Janica go stiff with horror, and she quickly asked the spirits how Ed had reacted to all of it. The spirits, who had been watching this messy love story from the best seats in the house, told her that Ed seemed to reject Lortel rather than welcome her advances. Tarkin went even further, reporting that Ed had been so cold toward her that he practically cringed. In Tarkin's blunt opinion, that meant only one of two things. Either the man was impotent, or he simply did not see Lortella as a woman at all. Hearing that made Janica visibly relax with relief, but Tarkin was not done. He immediately warned her that men were rarely good at staying on defense. When it came down to it, he said they were better at taking the initiative than holding back. From Tarkin's point of view, someone like Lortel only clung harder and burned more fiercely the more she was rejected. Janica tried to brush that off, saying it was probably not a big problem if Ed did not return her feelings anyway, but Tarkin snapped right back at her. At this rate, he warned, Lortel would steal Ed away. If Janica was going to keep teaching him spirit magic, then she needed to use those moments alone with him properly and steal a kiss herself. As the other spirits hurriedly dragged Tarkin away before he could say anything even worse, another spirit floated up and gently told Janica that she did not need some outrageous scheme. She should just stay true to herself. What she needed to do, the spirit said, was lean into that innocent, bright, cheerful charm of hers, and let herself share one of those heart-pounding, thrilling moments with Ed naturally. Face turning red, Janica shyly admitted that she really would not mind something as simple and intimate as feeding each other. Unfortunately for her, reality was already far ahead of that fantasy, because Ed was currently spoon-feeding Lucy. Janica practically spat in disgust at the sight, while Ed calmly commented that the flavor still felt too bland. It turned out Lucy was basically being used as his personal taste testing machine while he practiced his cooking. Still, Ed decided he would put that experiment on hold until he had access to a wider variety of ingredients. The reason he cared so much was simple. T-stats had a huge influence on how efficiently living skills improved. If he focused too much on raising only one stat, overall efficiency would drop. So his plan was to keep all of them increasing as evenly as possible. The real problem with that neat little strategy was time. Ever since school started again, he had been far too busy and constantly tied up. Even after shaving down his sleep as much as possible, he only managed to secure 5 or 6 hours a day for survival work outside of his classes. That was why he kept obsessing over the efficiency of his survival activities. He still needed enough spare attention to make sure the main scenario was progressing the way it should. Even in the middle of his ordinary routine, Ed kept a close eye on the key students tied to the story, especially Taylor and the 4 heroines. As far as he could tell, the hero was growing properly, and Aela Triss was also doing her part exactly as expected by supporting him from her side. Funia Elias Clowell also seemed to be moving along without any real problems, although it was about time for her to clash with Lortelle. As for Clarice, she would not even enroll until next year, so Ed was not particularly worried about her yet. The one person he watched most carefully was the Golden Daughter, with the same tension as someone walking across thin ice. Because of Elty Ketchelm's early removal from the picture, it was impossible to tell how much that would affect her future actions. Still, it looked like her plan to obtain the sage's sealed grimoire had not changed. That was exactly why his schedule had been tightening more and more lately. The time had finally come for him to start checking on the faculty building too. After all, the final boss of this second act was Professor Glast, and Ed was still investigating the hidden mastermind who had been operating behind the takeover of Ophilis Hall. The one who first reported her suspicion that there was another mastermind hiding in the shadows was Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. Ed trusted Claire Elfin's instincts a great deal because her intuition had proven reliable more than once. Even so, he reminded her not to lose sight of the important things, especially the thesis on divine science he had specifically asked her to track down. Claire Elfin stiffly promised that she would find it by the next morning, though the way she said it made it clear she was under pressure. Inside the assistant professor's office in the faculty building, tied to Ophilis Hall, Anis Halilan delivered her report and stated that she had gathered the materials related to the Ophilis Hall takeover incident. Claire Elfin thanked her, took the documents into her hands, and began carefully going through the report. Part of her wondered whether she really needed to worry this much over a case that was already mostly wrapped up. Besides, she was exhausted to begin with, and the fatigue was clearly catching up to her. And yet, no matter how many times she looked over the details, one feeling would not leave her alone. Something about this case was still wrong. Elsewhere, Lortel met Ed at the Elty Merchant Association. Greeting him with a polished smile, she first apologized for being late, then lightly suggested that he ought to visit her again next week as well. She had even prepared tea and refreshments as part of her apology. She then told him that the magic engineering equipment was already prepared and that he could collect it directly from the counter. Ed noticed right away that she was dressed much more elegantly than usual and commented on her fancy outfit. Lortel explained that she had to dress up a little because she had an important appointment that day. With obvious intent, she asked him how she looked. But Ed dodged the question almost immediately, steering the conversation away and asking instead what that important appointment was about. Lortel let that slide and asked for an update on the cabin instead. Ed told her the construction had entered its final stage and was almost done. Hearing that, she pointed out that he would need furniture next. Then, in the same breath, she noted that the items sold through her side were all too high-end and too expensive for him. She also made it clear that she could not simply hand such things over for free, because that would violate her ethics as a merchant. So instead, she snapped a chair on purpose and casually declared that she could give him the damaged one instead, especially since woodworking happened to be one of his talents. Ed tried to refuse the offer out of principle, but even then, he still thanked her for thinking of him. Lortel could only stare at him in disbelief. Even after she had played what she considered a winning move, his expression had barely changed at all. No matter what she did, he still refused to look at her as a woman. That frustrated her all the more, because she, on the other hand, clearly saw him as a man, and the help she kept giving him was not free of ulterior motives either. Ed honestly had no idea how he was supposed to respond to something like that, but Lortel did not press him for an answer. She calmly said she never started fights. She was not confident she could win. Still, with quiet certainty, she promised that one day would come when she would not be the only one struggling to keep herself under control. Whether the odds were perfectly in her favor or whether she was cornered in a difficult spot, that seductive smile of hers never really changed. That was simply the nature of a merchant. Never let your true feelings show. Even so, her trembling hands betrayed the strain she could no longer fully hide. The very next day, the lesson Ed had been waiting for finally began. Janica met up with him looking bright, energized and obviously excited to start teaching him spirit magic in earnest. Without wasting time, she summoned a small fire spirit into her hands and told Ed to focus his magic carefully, then try to reach out and form a connection with it. Ed did exactly that, and after concentrating for a moment, he finally managed to hear the tiny spirit's voice speaking from within Janica's cupped hands. Then Mug, the low-rank fire spirit, properly appeared before him and proudly declared that it was an honor to become his contracted spirit. Mug then launched into a strangely formal explanation, saying that in accordance with the agenda from the most recent report meeting regarding the proposal to select a contract spirit for Ed, he had passed the voluntary application round, ranked first in the interviews, cleared the third council review, and completed the fourth round qualification check as well. Not only that, Mug confidently added that he had shown the best performance in independent magic efficiency practice conducted in the northern woods, and that, among low-rank spirits of his level, he took pride in having the finest unspoken compatibility around. Ed could only stare, overwhelmed as this tiny fire spirit dramatically vowed to set his heart ablaze in loyal service. Back when Ed had once picked up a spirit-type skill while playing the game, his own spirit had been far more casual. They joked together, laughed together, and built a relaxed kind of bond. That was exactly why Mug's stiff, professional attitude felt so completely different. Caught off guard, Ed admitted he had not expected the spirit to be this serious. Janica explained that she had chosen one from among the spirits connected to her, specifically selecting one with a strong magic efficiency ratio. Apparently, though, the selection itself had turned into a slightly complicated process, mostly because Tarkin had stirred the spirits into holding their own elaborate competition. In the end, Mug came out on top, and with a gentle smile, Janica carefully handed the little fire spirit over to Ed. The moment Mug settled into his hands, Ed marveled at the warmth he could feel. Janica then explained that once someone formed a contract with a spirit, they could sense that spirit's physical and magical presence even when it was not visibly manifested. She warned him not to connect too forcefully, though, or the heat would become overwhelming, so he needed to learn how to keep that connection under control. Ed asked whether a stronger connection would increase the output of Mug's fire, and Janica could not help reacting that he was making Mug sound less like a spirit and more like some kind of machine. Even so, Ed kept staring at the tiny flame spirit in his palms with obvious amazement, and Mug, standing at attention, immediately asked what orders his contractor would like to give. To Ed, the little guy was basically a portable heater, which made him an absurdly useful tool for survival. Mug did not even consume firewood, which made the whole thing feel even more incredible. Seeing Ed that genuinely excited, Janica lit up with happiness herself. She mentioned that he always looked worn out lately, and softly offered to help him with anything he needed. She went on to say that before first class started for the day, she would also teach him about how the connection itself worked, along with the senses involved in feeling a spirit properly. If he kept training with her, he would learn faster and could probably reach the point of forming contracts with middle-rank spirits much sooner. On top of that, they still needed time to practice spirit combat, which meant reserving the combat training room as well. She even had accessories that could strengthen spirit connection, although all of those were back in her room. Then, right in the middle of enthusiastically listing all of that out, Janica abruptly cut herself off and changed tone, awkwardly saying that she was actually very busy, and that plenty of people wanted her to teach them spirit magic. So, naturally, she added, it was actually quite difficult for her to make special time just for him. The reason she suddenly started talking like that was simple. All those warnings she had heard about playing it cool and not giving away too much came rushing back to her at once. With that in mind, she tried to act more reserved and said that it was asking a lot for him to expect her to teach him personally. Ed, taking her at face value, simply nodded and agreed. That made him wonder whether he ought to pay her for the lessons instead, but Janica reacted in immediate horror. She knew perfectly well that he was already struggling financially, so there was no way she was going to take money from him when he needed to save every coin he had. She told him they were close enough that they did not need to make things that formal, and just hearing him bring up payment made her a little sad. But Ed, still confused, pointed out that she had literally just asked for compensation. Blushing all the way to her ears, Janica finally admitted that Claire Elfin had talked to her about the idea of push and pull, and about how she was simply too generous with him. Ed said that, honestly, Claire Elfin might not be wrong about that. But Janica quickly answered that she was not like this with everyone. She told him she would explain the details later, but for now, the next lesson should be held at the combat training grounds instead. She would reserve the space herself and let him know when everything was arranged. She also promised to bring a good accessory for him next time, and if he needed textbooks, she would bring those too. Then she gave him a cheerful little wave and headed off. Ed waved back, and beside him, little Mug gave a tiny salute of his own. Not long after that, Ed successfully acquired the advanced crafting skill, magic engineering. The magic engineering supplies Lortel had provided turned out to be surprisingly simple in structure. Simple enough that Ed could analyze them almost immediately. Thanks to that, he had finally learned a proper advanced skill with real practical value. Now, if he ever ran out of fuel, he could rely on Mug, and if his mana ran dry instead, he could switch over to using the fireplace. For the first time, that meant he could now warm the air around him in a steady, reliable way. With that single problem solved, his living environment became something he could finally call stable. Just realizing that much made it feel as if a massive weight had been lifted straight off his shoulders. By the time everything settled down, it was already late, so Ed headed out to inspect his traps before turning in. At the same time, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin was wandering through the woods on her own, still trying to uncover the hidden mastermind behind the recent incident, and in her mind, the prime suspect had become Ed. Everyone directly involved at the scene had either been a student or staff member tied to Ophilis Hall. Yet Taylor and Ed had no clear direct connection to the incident itself. Taylor had even helped resolve the matter, which only made Ed stand out as the more suspicious one in Claire Elfin's eyes. She had come into the woods because she had heard Ed appeared around here often, though realistically, unless he was actually eating and sleeping in the forest, she did not expect to run into him in the dead of night. Then, to her complete and utter shock, she suddenly saw him in the darkness hauling Lucy along with the bleeding body of a dead deer through the woods. Principal Obel Forcius was a towering figure, a man worthy of comparison to the greatest sages of Sylvania themselves. And yet, in Claire Elfin's view, even someone like that would need to use the full extent of his power if he were ever forced to face Lucy seriously. So when she saw Ed casually carrying Lucy's limp, unconscious body as though it were nothing, Claire Elfin felt a chill run down her spine and became more convinced than ever that he had to be the sinister mastermind she had been searching for. Watching Ed march through the forest while carrying someone as terrifyingly powerful as Lucy made Claire Elfin feel absurdly sure of herself, At that moment, she practically congratulated herself on having real talent as a detective. Then she watched him drag that overwhelmingly strong mage all the way back to a cabin hidden in the woods, and to Claire Elfin, the whole sight felt like the opening scene of a horror story.
Once he got there, Ed dropped both the lazy girl and the dead deer down without much ceremony,
All while muttering to himself that he still had too much left to do and really ought to get to bed early. The moment he disappeared inside, Claire Elfin seized her chance and quietly slipped into the camp, determined to rescue Lucy. Moving as carefully as she could, she reached toward Lucy's leg, but the instant she made contact, Lucy reflexively raised her magic in defense and coldly demanded that the intruder identify herself. Startled, Claire Elfin introduced herself with an awkward, nervous laugh. Then she could only stare as Lucy crawled right back into the little wooden tent outside, glaring at her with the hostile eyes of a cat guarding its territory. A moment later, Lucy shot up into the sky so suddenly that Claire Elfin was left standing there, speechless, unable to process what she had just seen. Not long after, Claire Elfin rushed back to Professor Glast and urgently asked whether he remembered Ed, the boy who had been cast out by his family. Professor Glast, however, replied coldly that he did not bother remembering useless trash, so Claire Elfin immediately followed up by asking whether he at least knew Lucy, because from what she had just witnessed, Ed had somehow overpowered that terrifyingly powerful lazy mage to the point where Lucy could not even use her magic properly. Claire kept talking in circles, piling one point on top of another so clumsily that Professor Glast finally had to cut in and point out with obvious irritation that her story was completely all over the place. Trying to pull herself together, she insisted that the important part was this. She had used a spell on the first floor of Ophelis Hall that could record memories. Professor Glast immediately told her to write an apology for using that kind of magic without permission. Claire hurriedly answered that she had already prepared the apology letter in advance. Even so, she argued that she could still claim there had been extenuating circumstances, because Ed sat there and acted so much like some hidden mastermind that she felt forced to investigate. For a moment, Professor Glast was left speechless by that logic. Then he asked, in a dry tone, whether that was truly all the evidence she had. Claire quickly added that Ed had also been carrying an unconscious Lucy. Glast, still frowning in thought, calmly asked whether Ed might simply have been moving her while she was asleep. This time, Claire was the one who fell silent, because that possibility had not even crossed her mind. In the end, Professor Glast dismissed her and told her to come back properly, with both her apology letter and a full written explanation. After she left, the brooding professor remained behind, looking over the reports again. One detail stood out to him. Ed had apparently tried to stop the hero and his companions, yet in the end, that group still came out victorious. On the surface, someone as ordinary as Ed should never have been able to stop a group like that in the first place. But as Professor Glast reviewed the recorded memories more carefully, something he saw made him pause.
Meanwhile, back in the woods, Ed returned to crafting and finally succeeded in creating the ceremonial dagger, Explosion.
It was a blade he had carried ever since he first started living on his own, and now, after engraving it and refining it properly, he had finally turned it into something genuinely useful. Mug immediately burst into praise, cheering him on and admiring the craftsmanship, even proudly announcing that the more the dagger was used, the more efficient it would become. The little spirit was so proud of Ed's progress that he practically broke into a song of worship, loudly celebrating the fact that his contractor had advanced yet again. Ed, however, could only feel awkward under that flood of praise, so he reached over and tugged Mug lightly by the wing to make him stop. Mug immediately started whining in confusion, as if he had no idea what he had done wrong. That was when Ed finally told him to drop at least some of the excessive formality. Ed understood the basic reason for it, of course. Low-rank spirits could raise their standing by forming contracts with spirit sorcerers, so it made sense that they would be pleased to be connected to a powerful sorcerer like Janica. But Ed himself barely had any spirit power at all, so he asked bluntly whether Mug had been bribed by Janica or something, because the spirit was acting far too excited to have ended up contracted with him. Since they were going to be together for a long time, Ed told him to just confess what was really going on already. At that, Mug finally burst into tears and spilled the truth. He admitted that he was ambitious and wanted to rise higher. By forming a contract with Ed while staying near Janica, he would be able to absorb refined magic from the area around her, which would let him grow at roughly twice the speed of an ordinary low-rank spirit. He had also heard all the rumors about Tyrant Ed and how Ed supposedly had a harsh, authoritarian personality, So Mugg had been acting overly formal this whole time in an effort to keep him appeased. He tearfully added that life had been hard as a low-ranked spirit in the first place, especially because higher-ranked spirits could be unexpectedly mean to those beneath them. Ed just sighed and comforted him, saying that in the end, everyone was simply doing what they had to do to survive. Mugg replied that he still could not bring himself to speak casually to Ed and would rather keep a more respectful tone, so Ed gave in and told him that was fine if it made him feel better. His combat skills were still improving at a slow pace, but his physical stamina had risen dramatically, to the point where he was no longer weaker than the average adult mage. His storage now held meat, vegetables, spices, and other supplies, and those miserable days of going hungry while sleeping out in the open were finally behind him. As for his classes, Ed knew he could handle them through sheer repetition. Subjects built on memorization and sequence theory could be mastered with enough time and enough effort. If he kept cutting back on sleep and drilling the material into his head over and over, he could force it in through persistence alone, because none of that depended on talent. Every single day felt like a forced march for him. Life was still far from gentle, but even so, it was undeniably better than the place he had started from. Then, all of a sudden, he heard someone calling his name, and it was Jenica, telling him to snap out of it. Ed apologized at once, admitting that he had gotten lost in thought again. Jenica, looking at him with concern, told him not to push himself so hard. Working hard was fine, but he really needed to value his health more. Still, she reminded him that he needed to focus because he had received 3 different letters that day. The first had come from the Academy, and the second had come from the Merchant Association. But neither of those turned out to be especially noteworthy. The third letter, however, was something he had to read very carefully, because it was proof that the flow of the story had already begun to distort in a major way. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation over the purchase of the Sage's sealed grimoire, was now actively underway. In the original flow, that negotiation was supposed to be a tug-of-war between the Academy and the merchants. But because of Elte Ketcheln's downfall, the original buyer who had approached him, Kreppen Rothstaler, had now entered the picture directly. That turned the entire matter into a 3-sided conflict between the Academy, the Elte Merchant Association, and the Rothstaler family. The Rothstaler Patriarch intended to use that grimoire in his research into eternal life, and once the situation began to slip, he personally stepped into the negotiations. Kreppen Rothstaler was a boss-tier figure who was only supposed to appear in Act 4, and by that point he was so monstrously strong that suppressing him was practically impossible. No matter what happened, Ed knew one thing for certain. He had to keep that man out of this episode. If Kreppen Rothstaler managed to get the grimoire now, he would simply walk away with it. But if he acquired it when he was already powerful enough to stand as the final boss of Act 4, then even with all of Ed's knowledge advantage, clearing the entire game might become impossible. The letter Ed received contained a record of that man's recent moves, the suspicions surrounding them, and on top of that, an invitation. The one who delivered the letter was Claire, one of Princess Phonia's personal guards. Principal Obel had gone to the princess to speak about Sylvania's desperate financial situation. Since Sylvania was a private institution, Obel could not openly support the Academy as much as he wanted. If things continued like this, the Merchant Association would eventually take possession of the grimoire, and because the grimoire was practically the heart of the Academy, it would be humiliating for it to be sold off for money, so Obel had secretly asked Phinia for help. Even so, Phinia found one thing especially strange. How had Kreppen Rothstaler known to join the negotiations in the first place? Her guard suggested that Ed might have been the one leaking information, and that he would do anything if it meant gaining a path back into his family. Lortel, however, did not believe that theory, which was why she came to meet the princess in person and share tea with her. Phinia was genuinely surprised by that, because she had always assumed Lortel hated her. But Lortel calmly said that accusation was unfair, especially when she had come here to offer sincere advice. Kreppen Rothstaler had only become involved in the negotiations because of her father's collapse. Phinia reacted with surprise, and Lortel continued her explanation, saying that her father had originally been the one approached about purchasing the grimoire. Of course, she only learned that after her father had already been defeated. He may have lost his position, but the plan to acquire the grimoire had never been abandoned, because too much time and effort had already been invested in it. Phinia found that odd. If the Merchant Association was simply going to purchase it and then sell it to the Rothstaler family, then the interests of both sides were already aligned. So why were the merchants and the Rothstaler family trying to buy the grimoire separately? Lortel then openly admitted that she had no intention of selling it to Crippen at all, because the smartest move she could make now was to cut away any business ties that were connected to her father. When the princess asked why Lortel was revealing all of this now, Lortella simply answered that the enemy of her enemy was her friend. For Fania, getting involved came with clear advantages. By stepping in, she could keep the Rothstaler family in check and secure the grimoire for herself at the same time. But politics was not the only reason she moved. Part of it was personal, too. She had been genuinely worried about Ed, and in her own way, she was trying to look out for him. After all, Ed had already been cut off from his family. Dragging his name back into this incident would have been unfair, and Fania understood that. Even so, the princess still had not let go of her suspicion toward Lortel, and she admitted to herself that Ed was far too useful to ignore. If needed, she could approach him personally, lean on her authority, or go as far as issuing a direct order. And if he still chose to say nothing after all of that, then she felt she would have no choice left but to make use of him anyway. Lortel only laughed at that idea. To her, it was almost funny hearing Fania talk about deception and exploitation when she was preparing to use Ed in much the same way. Claire immediately stepped in to defend Fania the moment those words landed. But Lortel calmly reminded the princess that, for this one matter at least, the two of them were supposed to be allies. Then she added a sharp warning with a composed smile. If Fania tried to use Ed carelessly, she might be the one who ended up being used instead. The guard standing nearby was furious and wanted Lortel punished on the spot, but Fania stopped it and let the merchant go. She still could not read what Ed was truly aiming for, and with the Crippen problem already hanging over her head, she began to wonder if Lortel was another person she needed to be wary of, especially when that merchant showed so little respect for a princess. For a brief moment, Fania even found herself wondering whether she would ever get to see that perfectly composed merchant genuinely lose her cool. What she did not know was that Lortel actually got flustered far more easily than anyone imagined whenever Ed was involved, especially when he appeared with Janica right beside him. When the two of them arrived at the Elt Company's Sylvania branch, Lortel's favoritism was obvious immediately. She had tea prepared only for herself and Ed, while Janica was left with nothing but a cup of cold water. Janica was clearly being treated coldly, but she took it in stride and acted like it did not bother her. In her mind, eating or drinking anything there would probably just mean Lortel would find a way to charge her later anyway. Ed, completely oblivious to the tension hanging in the air, casually offered to drink the cold water himself and handed the tea over to Janica instead.
That made Lortel simmer on the spot. Wanting Janica gone as quickly as possible, she immediately decided she should just hand over the magic engineering equipment to Ed and move this along.
So she brought them further into the shop and proudly showed off a set of spotless brand new items, presenting them as goods she was willing to give Ed for free, despite having absolutely no intention of offering the same generosity to Janica. Even then, Lortel tried to cover it up by claiming the goods had defects, but the excuse was so weak and flimsy that Janica saw straight through it instantly. At the end of the day, the merchant's real concern was simple. What mattered to Lortel was that these materials would help Ed. Ed still hesitated when she tried to hand them over for free, but Lortel smoothly brushed his concern aside and told him he could just keep renewing the contract whenever he came to visit. Janica immediately suggested they should simply pay for everything, finish the transaction, and end the contract right there. Lortel, however, shut that down at once and said it was something she and Ed would talk about later. While the two girls continued circling each other with words, Ed suddenly felt a familiar sensation begin to wash over his body. It felt as if he were drifting underwater, light and heavy at the same time, like his body was starting to float away from him. It was not the first time either. He had been feeling this kind of strange haze more and more often because of how overloaded he had become. He had also been forcing himself to keep track of Crippen Rothstaler and the coming grimoire conflict, even though that event was still 2 weeks away. On top of that, he had been busy making a proper mattress for the bed, filling it with feathers, scraps of fabric, and stitched cloth to make it soft and usable. He still needed to deal with the fawn he had caught the other day too, and the inside of the cabin was overdue for a full cleaning. And somewhere in the middle of all that, he also had to make jerky for Lucy. The sheer weight of everything pressing down on him made Ed feel like he was drowning. By the time the girls started calling his name in alarm, he was already sinking into exhaustion. Meanwhile, Fania kept replaying Ed in her mind. His firm, unwavering expression while fishing at the camp, and the calm, precise way he had given orders during the glassed situation. She also could not ignore his reputation for caring only about his studies, nor could she dismiss Lortel's warning that Ed was not someone to underestimate. For perhaps the first time, Phinia wondered if her own judgment of someone had been off. That uncertainty was exactly why she felt she needed to confirm things one more time. That was why she had ordered Ed to come and visit her at the royal residence. But when the report came back, her guard informed her that Ed would not be joining them after all. Phinia reacted with open surprise and demanded to know how anyone could refuse a royal order, only for Claire to explain that it was not defiance at all. Ed had simply collapsed from overwork. His condition was straightforward and miserable. Severe exhaustion, followed by a fever. What he needed now was not politics or questioning, but proper rest and enough time to recover.
Breathing felt difficult, and his whole body was so heavy it was like he was pinned down from the inside.
Even his lower abdomen was burning with heat. When Ed finally opened his eyes inside the bed in his log cabin, the first thing he saw was Lucy curled up on top of his chest, sleeping there like a cat that had decided he was the perfect place to nap. She was even muttering in her sleep, which somehow offended him on instinct. But what really surprised him was how little she weighed. She was astonishingly light for a teenage girl, almost exactly as delicate as she looked, maybe even lighter. She felt so light that it almost made her seem unreal, as if she might not even be human at all. Even then, with Lucy lying there like that, he still could not move properly. Since Lucy herself was behaving no differently than usual, Ed quickly assumed the real problem was his own body. He had pushed himself all the way into a complete physical breakdown. He recognized the cabin around him, but the blanket draped over him was new, and that made him wonder if it had come from the Eltmer chantry. Right then, Lucy woke up and immediately asked for food. Ed could only stare and wonder whether she ever did anything besides eat and sleep. Then, as casually as if she were commenting on the weather, she congratulated him on waking up and told him that his mana had become badly distorted. After all, he had spent months overtraining in magic, forcing himself to learn spirit magic too, and repeating that cycle again and again without giving himself any real rest. Ed asked if she had really stayed like that the whole time he was unconscious, and Lucy admitted that it had not been difficult, just boring, and that she had fallen asleep several times herself. Even so, she had been walking on eggshells the entire time because of Lortel and Janica. It had been an annoying hassle, but her care was necessary, because without that, they would never have allowed her to remain there. Lucy told him, in her usual flat and almost careless tone, not to get sick again. Even if she did not dress it up with warmth, the warning carried weight. Getting sick was hard, and sometimes people simply died from it. She said that because she had already seen it happen before. Someone like a grandfather to her, Glocked, had once wasted away in bed from disease, and she had watched him die like that with her own eyes. Hearing that, Ed quietly thanked her for healing him. Whatever her attitude looked like on the surface, he understood that she had been taking care of him. Just then, Jix suddenly showed up. He explained that he had not been sure whether he was allowed to use the cabin stove, so instead of risking it, he had started a fire outside. The timing made everything a little awkward, especially with Lucy, still sitting right on top of Ed. But she casually got up without making a fuss and left the bed, then slipped out through the chimney, as if that were the most natural exit in the world. Watching that, Jix found himself wondering how many times he had walked into something like this by now. Still, he brushed it off, thinking that having several partners was not exactly unheard of for men. He even went a step further in his own head and wondered if this was part of the so-called openness of civilized society. Maybe, just maybe, he had been judging civilization from a perspective that was too stiff and too narrow. Ed, meanwhile, had something far more practical on his mind. He asked Jix why he had come instead, then explained that neither Janica nor Lortel could stay with him.
Janica still had to keep up with her attendance, and Lortel had business waiting for her. As they talked, Ed noticed that the wolfman's hair looked longer than before, and Jix casually explained that it always grew out more during autumn.
Ed could not help feeling embarrassed about being fed by Jix, but in his current state, there was not much either of them could do about it. Even he had to admit that, awkward as it was, it might have felt less strange if a woman had been the one helping him instead. The problem was, Lortel had already made it clear that no women were allowed to take on that job. Even in that condition, Ed's mind immediately drifted back to the scenario. He needed to know what had changed, so he asked about the incident where students had secretly mass-produced mandragoras and caused a mess. Jix admitted that Alvira had been behind that trouble, but Taylor and Clebius had already handled it. That meant Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, had been resolved cleanly without going off the rails. Ed did not stop there. He also asked about the monster that had slipped into the Academy's underground water system, the one that had been dealt with by Tello's order, and Jix told him that Taylor and the Wolfmen had taken care of that too. So that meant Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, had also passed without any major problems. At that point, the only major event still looming ahead was the struggle over the grimoire, and Ed immediately asked how much time had passed while he was down. Jix told him it had been 10 whole days, and Ed was visibly shocked by the answer. Completely unaware of how serious that sounded, the Wolfman went on to mention that the girls would not be able to visit today because they were all busy. But Ed barely heard that part. His mind had already locked onto something else entirely. He had assumed he had only been unconscious for a day or two, but 10 days had passed, and in a rush of alarm he swallowed down the bowl of food in front of him. He needed to get a message to Lortel immediately. There was no time left to waste, because the very next day after he woke up, Act 2, Scene 10, the one packed with variables, would begin, along with the struggle over the sage-sealed grimoire. The first major player involved in that coming clash was Princess Phinia Elias Cloel, alongside the representative standing in for the leader of the Elta Merchantry, Lortel Ketchum. And then there was the man who had stepped away from the original storyline altogether, the patriarch of the ducal house, and the final boss of Act 4 himself, Crepin Rothstaler. Crepin greeted Princess Phinia with polished courtesy, speaking warmly about how pleased he was to see her in good health. He then said it had been quite some time, and that he had never properly had the chance to apologize, especially after the hardship she had suffered because of one foolish and thoughtless member of his family. He added that, just as she had ordered, that person had been disowned, but even so, he still wanted to offer his apology once again. Phinia answered evenly that everything was fine now and told him he did not need to trouble himself over it so much. On the surface, Crepin Rothstaler was everything a ducal head was supposed to be: noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise, even though he shared the same bloodline as Ed. You could feel it in the room just by watching the people around him. The attendants serving him moved with absolute precision, and every small action they took reflected the deep respect they held for him. And yet, when Phinia looked into his eyes, she saw something completely different. Beneath all that refinement, the man himself was unmistakably evil. After that, Crepin turned his attention and offered his greeting to Lortel as well, acknowledging her as the proxy of the Elt Trading Company. Lortel introduced herself with flawless manners and said it was an honor to stand before him. She also identified herself as the daughter of the Golden King and remarked that she had heard much about his keen judgment and adventurous spirit. Then, with her usual smooth confidence, she added that her people simply went wherever profit could be found. In the end, merchants like them always followed the scent of money. With the introductions out of the way, the negotiations for purchasing the sage-sealed grimoire moved forward according to a set process. First, the negotiation team would assemble. Then they would have lunch together, inspect the condition of the item afterward, and only then confirm the method of purchase. Once that was done, each participant would write down the price they intended to offer, and the one who submitted the highest bid would earn the right to buy it. The grimoire was one of Sylvania Academy's treasures, which meant the Academy could not afford to let it become public knowledge that they were selling such a valuable item because of financial strain. So Principal Obel Forcius had prepared a discreet solution. Phinia would stand in as a royal observer and lend the process legitimacy with her status as a princess, while the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, would handle the auction quietly behind the scenes. In the end, the method itself was simple. Right there on the spot, whoever offered the highest price would take the grimoire. Lortel had already heard about this trading method in advance, so she had looked into comparable transactions involving similar books, including examples like the trade of the Book of Order, the Book of Similitude, and the Magic Travelogue. From there, the value had to be judged across several angles at once: the book's inherent magical worth, its academic worth as a research subject, and even its value as a pure luxury item. If anyone in that room had a perfect grasp of book prices and old transaction records, it was probably Lortel. She likely had far more figures memorized than anyone else there, down to the value of rare volumes and the way similar deals had played out in the past. Even so, the one who was ultimately expected to walk away with this book was Crepin Rothstaler. One by one, they wrote their bids down on slips of paper, and the maids collected each sheet before carrying them over to the vice principal, who formally received the amounts on record. Once everything had been gathered, she offered a composed word of thanks to everyone for presenting their valuable opinions. It was a single bid auction with no upper ceiling. In a rule like that, the real key was simple. Everything depended on accurately reading the maximum amount your opponent would be willing to pay. Lortel was still a merchant at heart, and merchants thought in profit first. From that perspective, there was no reason for her to bid above 8,100 gold coins, because that was roughly the highest price ever seen in comparable book transactions. Anything above that line would be difficult to resell later, and once resale became impossible, the purchase would almost certainly turn into a loss. That meant if Crepin simply offered a little more than what Lortel could realistically afford, something just above her upper range of 8,000 or so, the grimoire should have fallen neatly into his hands. Then the vice principal prepared to reveal the numbers, and just as Fania had expected, Crepin's bid came out to 8,500 gold coins. That alone told Fania something important. The patriarch of the Rothstaler house was not the kind of man who would come all the way to the academy just to turn a profit on rare books. The real question was why he wanted this grimoire badly enough to put down that much money for it. Then Lortel's number was announced, and the entire balance of the room shifted in an instant. Her bid was 9,400 gold coins, and even Fania was left staring in shock. With that, the sage-sealed grimoire was sold to the Elta Trading Company, and the princess was stunned by what that meant. Lortel had not made her move for profit after all. Crepin Rothstaler's displeasure showed plainly on his face, though only for a moment before he withdrew for the contract signing, while Lortel, as proxy of the Elti Company, was guided away to a private room. Fania still could not fully grasp what Lortel's true objective had been, but one possibility rose to the front of her mind. Perhaps from the very beginning, all she had wanted was to keep the grimoire out of Crepin's hands. But that explanation did not sit cleanly either. Lortel was not the type to move out of pure justice, and even if she somehow had, the fact that Crepin was evil and that his intentions were dark was still only something Fania herself could infer. She did not even have solid proof of that despite being a princess, so she started to suspect that someone else must have asked or ordered Lortel to act. Someone who knew the darkness hidden inside the Rothstaler patriarch and wanted to stop him. And as soon as that thought formed, Fania's suspicion turned toward one person. Even after being disowned by his family and cast out into the wild, that person had kept living with such relentless determination that he had finally collapsed from overwork. And even then, he had still fought the darkness of the Rothstaler family all the way to the end. A headache started pounding behind Fania's eyes as the pieces came together and she realized what she might have done. She could not stop thinking about it. How could she have pushed someone like that further down a road of ruin? The guilt hit her all at once and left her overwhelmed. And yet, for all that pain, her misunderstanding might actually have turned out to be a blessing. Meanwhile, Lortel sat alone and looked over the contract she had secured, the document neatly listing the buyer, the seller, and the final transaction amount. She already understood the numbers perfectly. If she chose to resell the grimoire to Duke Crepin, then the absolute minimum she could charge him would be 8,500 coins. Compared to what she herself had paid, that would leave a difference of 900 coins. So yes, she had lied when she said she had no intention of reselling it to Duke Crepin, and as she flipped through the letters Ed had sent her, that lie became even more amusing to her. In those letters, Ed had promised her that he would do anything, as long as she bought the grimoire to Lortel. That was an absurd mistake for him to make in front of a merchant, because she had every intention of collecting on that promise in a very big way. From her point of view, spending just 900 coins for a free pass to demand something from him later was practically a bargain. With a blissful smile spreading across her face, Lortel flopped back onto her bed and started daydreaming about what she was going to ask from him. If Fania could have seen the expression Lortel was making while thinking about Ed, she probably would have coughed up blood on the spot. In the end, the merchant had won. Jix later told Ed that he really should have seen Lortel's face when the letter was delivered, adding that innocence like his was almost a relief to witness. Ed, however, had already more or less seen the shape of the game. Lortel had staked everything on the pull her charm had over him, while Crepin Rothstaler had placed his bet on the strength of the information he held. Thinking about what was likely to happen next, Ed almost started to feel sorry for the outcome that was coming. Then suddenly, someone came rushing in through a cloud of dust. It was Janica. She had come running all the way from the faculty building before lunchtime. The moment her morning classes ended, she had no more classes after that, and whatever assignments remained, she had already decided she would just finish them later that night. Ed immediately apologized for causing Janica so much trouble. But Jix bluntly revealed that she had run all over the academy crying, to the point that rumors had started spreading that she was heartbroken. Janica panicked the second he said it and hurriedly tried to shut him up, then had her spirits drag him away before he could say anything worse, all while flusteredly insisting that the weather was cold and that he should leave before he caught a cold himself. That left Janica alone with Ed, along with a tearful Mug who suddenly burst into dramatic sobbing and begged Ed to execute him for failing to stop him from pushing himself so hard that he ended up sick. Ed had not even realized the little fire spirit was there. Mug quickly apologized and explained that he had been afraid his own presence might interfere with Ed's mana, so instead he had been taking mana from Janica. Ed thought Mug was overreacting, but Jix pointed out that Ed had been unconscious for an awfully long time. Once that was said aloud, even Mug had no choice but to reluctantly accept the point. Then it hit Ed again all at once. He really had been down for 10 full days, which meant all the meat he had gathered by then had probably spoiled and rotted away, and the fishing nets he had worked so hard on were likely ruined too from being left without maintenance. In other words, his food stock was gone. Everything he had built up was lost, and he was going to have to start over from the beginning. But the people around him were not about to let him drive himself that far again. They immediately offered to help. Jix, in particular, said he had some free time before the exam so he could handle things like hunting or woodworking if needed. As far as work went, they told Ed he did not need to panic. He could just deal with things one at a time as they came, and somehow it would all work itself out. As Ed sat there looking at his little wooden shelter, a sudden thought came over him. It had not actually been that long ago that he had been sleeping under nothing more than a hastily built wooden cover, with not a single penny to his name. Back then, he had slept alone in the dark, with insects biting at him and no one at all he could rely on. A lot of it had been exhausting and tedious, sure, but even so, he had solved far more problems than he ever expected, and somehow, step by step, he had survived all the way to this point. Jix had been right after all. Somehow, one way or another, things really would work out, and that thought finally brought a small smile to Ed's face. Meanwhile, Janica could not stop looking at him with concern. Even now, his face still carried the tiredness of someone who had pushed himself far past his limit. As she watched him, she remembered what Marilda had told her earlier, that this was her chance. With Lortel tied up in negotiations, Janica was supposed to make the most of the time she had. According to Marilda, Lortel was clever, and if Janica wanted to compete, then she needed to learn from that. If she wanted to win a man's heart, then she had to become fox-like herself. The forest spirit had even gone so far as to criticize her appearance, saying she needed to fix her outfit because, as she was now, she looked too much like some plain country housewife. Janica had reluctantly admitted that, yes, the way she dressed did feel a little shabby. But then the great wolf cut in and said that was not a flaw at all. It was perfect. Men, she insisted, were weak to the sight of a woman who looked good at managing everyday life. So what Janica needed to do was show him that side of herself in a sly, subtle way. Roll her sleeves up a little more, lean into that capable air, and let him see the image of a woman who could stand beside him and endure hard times with him like a wife. She absolutely had to make some kind of progress when she went to see him. Marilda was delivering all of this with the authority of a high-ranking wind spirit and the confidence of a dating master, even though she had absolutely no actual dating experience herself. Janica, still trying to process all of this, hesitantly wondered what exactly making progress was even supposed to mean, but Marilda brushed that concern aside as if it were nothing. Instead, the wind spirit pushed the conversation forward and demanded to know what Janica had actually been planning to do and how exactly she intended to get closer to Ed. When Janica admitted, a little too honestly, that she had not really been planning anything at all, the answer infuriated the great wolf. Her howl of despair rang out so loudly that birds burst out of the trees in fright. Marilda scolded her mercilessly after that. At a moment like this, she said, Janica should not be wasting opportunities. A man like Ed would not stay cornered for long. He would grow at an absurd speed and leave everyone behind. There was no better strategy, she said, than staying beside him while he was still going through hardship. In other words, Janica needed to make use of her position as the one who stood by him during his toughest moments, even if that meant being a little calculated and a little cunning about it. At that, Janica hurriedly declared that she did, in fact, have a plan after all, then leaned in and whispered her idea into the great wolf's ear. Marilda listened with obvious reluctance, but in the end even she had to admit that the plan was actually pretty good. By the time night had fallen, it was already quite late, and the stew Janica made turned out to be genuinely delicious. It was on a completely different level from the food Jix had made, and as Ed ate, he found himself wondering whether he ought to learn cooking from Janica too. Still, more important than any of that was the fact that he needed to focus on recovering properly. After all the help everyone had given him, he could not keep dragging himself around looking half-dead forever. He was not completely back to normal yet, and with his headache returning along with a slight fever, he ended up lying down on the bed again to rest for a bit. A little while later, Janica quietly popped into the room and pointed out that he still looked tired. Ed was surprised to see that she was still there at all, and Janica answered that surprise with a small, cheerful giggle. He really could not guess what she was planning. Even so, when he looked at her still lingering there and saw that cute smile on her face, his surprise only deepened.
Janica sat down beside his bed and gently told him that she was not trying to do anything strange.
She said he did not have to keep pretending he was fine. Everyone got exhausted sooner or later, and when that happened, the weight hit both the body and the mind. She knew better than most that Ed had been working harder and enduring a harsher schedule than anyone else around him. Then she spoke more softly and admitted that, back when she had been struggling, a lot of people had helped her and comforted her. But more than anything else, what had truly saved her was the fact that Ed had simply stayed by her side in silence. So now that he was the one having a hard time, Janica wanted to tell him something plainly. He was doing a really good job. Ed tried to brush it off and told her she did not need to go that far, but Janica insisted. She wanted him to admit that he had been struggling, because only then would he finally allow himself to rest. At last, Ed gave in. He dropped back onto the bed with a long sigh and finally admitted that yes, things really had been hard on him. He took a few quiet breaths after that, and as the exhaustion fully caught up with him, he confessed in a tired voice that it had been an incredibly difficult stretch. Hearing that, Janica lowered herself and rested her head against the side of the bed near him. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window, spilling across the room as Ed slowly sat up with a long exhale. When he looked to the side, he found Janica still there, asleep, with her head resting on the edge of the bed, a little bit of drool slipping out as she slept. Ed tried to hold back his laughter at first, but it did not last. Before long he was quietly chuckling, both at how ridiculous she looked and at how adorable she still managed to be. By that point he had finally recovered completely. His life skills had improved by a noticeable amount as well, to the point that he had now reached the level of an intermediate craftsman. His magic engineering had also advanced, and he had managed to gather more crafting formulas along the way. Even so, 10 days had not been enough for him to make as much progress as he originally wanted, especially when it came to researching magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills mattered a great deal because they influenced core stats and had far more flexibility than ordinary general skills. The problem was that growth had a very obvious limit. There was only so far he could go through self-study and by taking apart and reassembling magic engineering items, especially since most magic engineering recipes were rewards tied to main scenario quests. That made things difficult for someone like Ed, because he did not want to interfere with the main scenario, which meant he could not easily obtain those recipes directly. Unfortunately, Taylor had never shown much interest in magic engineering in the first place. That was probably because, even if someone had the recipes, magic engineering did not immediately produce useful items. To actually craft the better products, you needed materials that only became obtainable in the later stages of the original scenario. But Ed's situation was a little different from most people's, because he had one person around him who could procure practically any material, even if it had to be brought in from the other side of the world. And that person, of course, was Lortel. When she arrived, the first thing she showed was obvious relief that Ed had gotten better. Ed told her he was glad to see that she looked healthy too, but Lortel immediately denied it, and said that was only how she appeared on the outside. In truth, she was suffering from chronic fatigue. She complained that her hair had gone dry, her skin had turned rough, and getting herself back to a presentable condition had been a struggle. Lortel took a seat beside him, and Ed asked why she had come all the way out here when she was supposed to be so busy. She answered that she needed a moment to rest, and that she also had something important she wanted to tell him. She explained that it felt strange to keep calling the merchantry by the name of her adoptive father, now that he had already been pushed out, so she intended to change it to simply Trading Company and reorganize the business structure altogether. On top of that, she needed someone who could help manage employees, oversee assets, control product flow, and handle outside affairs. In short, she was looking for someone who could stand beside her as a co-executive. Ed could already see exactly where Lortel was trying to take the conversation, and with a faint smile, she told him to just picture it for a moment. He could wake up in the morning, head straight to work at the trading company, and the two of them would practically be separated by nothing more than a wall. As co-executive of the LT Trading Company, he would receive excellent benefits, and she even said she could hand over shares from her personal assets as well. The way she described it, it almost sounded like a marriage. Then she let out a little giggle and said maybe she was rambling too much, only for Ed to pull her right back down to reality. He told her it was strange for her to go that far for his sake, and under her breath, Lortel muttered that he really did not understand anything. She pulled her hood down over her head, and in a quieter voice said she understood exactly how he must feel. From his point of view, he probably thought there was something wrong with her. He probably did not want her making a decision that big based on the fleeting feelings of a young girl, and he likely wanted to keep things professional all the way to the end. That was, in fact, exactly what Ed wanted, but he could not bring himself to say it out loud. The problem was that all of this only proved how little he understood about the life Lortel had lived. She had grown up in a world where hundreds of gold coins changed hands without pause, and where anyone who failed to betray first was the one who got betrayed. In that kind of world, the most precious thing of all became someone who would never turn on you. Someone who would remain at your side even after all your money disappeared. Someone who would still stay when the rest of the world turned its back on you. Some people had family to rely on. Some had lovers. Others had friends. But Lortel, after watching countless rich and powerful merchants rise and then collapse, had come to fear one thing more than anything else, falling because of betrayal. So in the end, stripping everything else away, she asked him one simple thing. Could he stay by her side? Ed stared at her for a moment, almost impressed, and then told her that if she was going to say something like that, she should at least try not to look like she was struggling to hold back laughter. That broke her composure immediately. Lortel burst out laughing and admitted the line had not worked after all. She said it was a shame because she had almost had him, and Ed pointed out that the change in her tone had completely given her away. She really was human in the end, so mistakes were inevitable, but then she shamelessly asked him to rate her performance and whether it had at least stirred a little protective instinct in him. Normally, she said, when she leaned into that timid, adorable side of herself, it tugged at people's hearts and made them hesitate. With a small sigh, she added that it was honestly a pity it had not worked this time. Still, even if she had played it up, what she said had not been a complete lie. After that, the two of them fell into a brief, awkward silence and simply sat there. Eventually, Ed told her that he still intended to graduate from Sylvania, which meant he was not going anywhere until he finished school. At first, Lortel's face darkened and she said nothing. Then Ed added that if, after graduation, he had no better option for work, he would consider her offer. That was all it took for a wicked grin to spread across her face. She told him sweetly that she could wait until he graduated, but made it equally clear that she was not truly offering him a choice in the first place. She even reminded him that she might decide to use the free pass he had given her very soon. Then, with that hanging in the air, she said it had been wonderful seeing him again after so long. Left behind with those words, Ed could only worry that he had somehow done something terrible. Just thinking about the future was enough to make his head hurt. At the same time, Lortel herself was hardly calm. She had originally planned to say something much more direct, something along the lines of telling him that he belonged to her, but seeing how exhausted and stressed he already was, had thrown her entire plan off. If she had stayed there any longer, she felt like her real face would have slipped out for sure. She had even brought the change from the payment for the magic engineering products, and now it felt far too awkward to turn around and go back just to hand him the money. So she decided she would just leave it inside the wooden house and started walking over there. But before she could do that, the door suddenly flew open and Janica came running out of the house, saying she needed to hurry and prepare a snack before Ed came back. The moment Lortel saw that, she was horrified. Janica looked far too much like Ed's housewife for her liking. Lortel immediately demanded to know why the spirit sorcerer was coming out of Ed's house, while Janica shot back by demanding to know why Lortel was coming from the riverside where Ed had been resting. And just like that, a brand new disaster began as their rivalry finally became official. Later, while Ed was working, Mug kept nagging at him nonstop about not eating enough meat or vegetables. The little fire spirit went on and on, insisting that Ed had to make up for it properly at dinner and make sure to drink enough water too. Even when Ed tried to reassure him, Mug still panicked and said that if Ed collapsed again, he really might die this time. Practically begging now, Mug pleaded with him to live more healthily, because he wanted their contract relationship to last a very long time. Ed figured Mug must have been scolded by someone, which was why he was making such a huge fuss, so he simply apologized to the little fire spirit. Thanks to Jix and Janica, he now had more than enough firewood, and thanks to Lortel, he finally had the means to properly furnish the place. But what weighed on his mind most were the 3 letters he had received before collapsing from exhaustion. One had come from Lortel, warning him to be careful of Elty. Another had come from Fenia, informing him about Crepin's movements. And the last one had come from the Academy itself. What shocked him most was the sender of all people. It was a letter from Professor Glast. In it, the professor had asked to speak with him privately after the conference, but because Ed had been unconscious, he had never been able to meet him. Ed had no idea why he had been summoned, especially when Professor Glast was the final boss of Act 2, and the final scene of that act had already begun. He started going back over what he remembered from Act 2's final scene, including the core of Professor Glast's beliefs, that the world would only ever be changed by a chosen few, born with true talent. To restore Sylvania, the great sage, said to possess the greatest talent in history, had once researched a form of spectral magic capable of distorting the very laws of the world. And in order to complete that spectral magic, Professor Glast needed the sage's sealed grimoire. But because Sylvania Academy had been drawn into Lortel's scheme, the book had already been sold. Driven into desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and attempted to inject Sylvania's spirit into Aila's body, using the girl who had been born with spectral magic as the vessel to force open another great age of progress. It was, in every sense of the word, the story of a madman. Fortunately, Taylor stepped in and saved Aila, then pushed his way through the traps hidden inside the secret laboratory, the spirit library, and the underground waterway. With his entire plan shattered beyond repair, Professor Glast made one final abrupt declaration and then fell from the top of the magic tower. And despite spending his life dreaming only of academic progress and the discovery of true talent, his final words were, by now, Ed Rothstahler could no longer even recall what his last words had been. They had already slipped so far out of reach that trying to grasp them felt pointless. Whatever the case, Act 2's final battle was now closing in fast. The beginning of the Glass Conquest War was the turning point where the sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula, changed hands and gained a new owner, and that whole chain of events began with Professor Glast abducting Taylor's friend, Aila. She trembled in fear, and the figure standing in front of her calmly agreed that the demon lurking in the underground waterway really was terrifying. With tears welling up, she snapped back at him, saying this was all his fault and that she hated him for it. The figure answered in a flat, almost offended tone, saying that was honestly kind of mean. And then the identity of that figure became clear. It was Ed Rothstahler. Once again, despite all his efforts to stay out of the main plot, he had ended up dragged right into it. From the look of things, both of them had been kidnapped together, and Ed was absolutely not pleased about that. Like it or not, he had now been shoved straight into Act 2's final scene, the Glass Conquest War. Getting kidnapped had never been part of Ed Rothstahler's plan, not even a little. In fact, the final scene of Act 2 had already started moving 3 days earlier. Back at his snug little wooden cabin, Ed Rothstahler had spent that time clearing out everything he had failed to finish over the previous 10 days. Being unable to train during that stretch had left him with the bitter feeling that he had wasted an enormous amount of time. With the Glass Conquest War about to begin, it was honestly painful knowing his magic engineering stats still had not improved. And for that kind of training, effort alone was not enough. He also needed proper blueprints and the right materials to work with. Then, all at once, a thought flashed through his head. He had just come up with a way to raise his magic engineering stats in one huge leap. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass Conquest War, was divided into 4 separate battle phases, and among those 4, one of the nastiest by far was Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss waiting there was Riene, the librarian of the Spirit Library, and she was so absurdly powerful that clearing that phase without access to the Sword Saint form was notoriously difficult. That particular fight was not Ed Rothstahler's problem to solve anyway. What really had his attention was everything stored inside the Spirit Library itself. Just from what he could remember, the place was packed with valuable magic engineering blueprints. There had to be at least a dozen worth taking. On top of that, 2 of those designs were for legendary-grade magic engineering equipment. Of course, actually getting his hands on them would be dangerous. Still, Ed Rothstahler figured it would be manageable, as long as he did not go in alone. At school, an announcement spread that Adele Saris from Class B and Aila from Class C would both be joining Class A next semester. There were so many exceptional students this year that even adding new ones halfway through would not really disrupt the level of the class. At least on paper, there was no reason for anyone to panic over it. Even so, the top class had only ever contained 3 students so far, Jix, Lortel, and Lucy. Because of that, the other students could not help being skeptical about this sudden flood of geniuses. There had even been years when that class was left completely empty. all because Professor Glast was notoriously severe when it came to choosing who deserved to be there. People said that while Ayla was not especially impressive in direct combat, she possessed an outstanding affinity for spirit magic. Then, all of a sudden, the Wolf Beastman student rose to his feet and asked whether entry into the top class really had to be judged so rigidly by talent alone. He argued that students who kept working hard could also bloom in ways no one expected. The professor fired back by asking whether he thought he was protecting those students or whether he was actually insulting them by making light of their limits and carelessly glorifying effort. He did not agree with that hopeful way of thinking at all. In his eyes, the surest way to ruin someone's life was to fill them with premature confidence in some vague, unproven talent, and then support them only half-heartedly. Before she had ever enrolled at Sylvania, Lortel Ketchum had already investigated the academy faculty in detail. Because of that, she knew perfectly well about the professor's self-righteous, nearly stubborn obsession with talent. And the root of it all was his only daughter. She had been nothing more than an average mage, yet he had placed endless faith in her. For a parent, that kind of belief was only natural. But Muri, his daughter, had not received it as a father's loving trust. She had taken it as the judgment of a professor from the magic department. The kind of faith that sounded official and absolute. In the end, that misplaced faith pushed her to join a monster subjugation expedition while she was still far too young. And tragically, she never came back alive. After that expedition took her life, Professor Glast was completely shattered. From that day onward, he became fixated on one thing alone: talent that had already been proven beyond doubt. For most of his years at Sylvania Academy, he poured himself into researching the mysterious field known as aspect magic. And if you knew the story behind that obsession, it became obvious that what he was really chasing was not spirit magic itself, but the person who had created it. The greatest sage in history, Sylvania. A woman of overwhelming power, remembered with long silver hair flowing behind her. So he was most likely drawing Ayla into the top class for the sake of his spirit magic research. Then the professor suddenly called her name, only to stop himself midway and tell her never mind. His face looked noticeably more gaunt than before. In a low voice, he told her he would speak with her separately later, since it was unrelated to the lesson itself. She immediately wondered whether this was about the sage's sealed grimoire. To him, it must have seemed like a cruel waste that such a crucial key to spirit magic research had ended up in her hands. But no matter what he intended to say, none of it would change anything. The connection ceremony that would transfer ownership of the grimoire to her was already right around the corner. Before long, the sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony was about to begin, and with that, all classes were dismissed. It had been close, but Ed Rothstaler had managed to finish putting his plan together, and at the center of that operation was one simple idea: follow right behind the main flow. He was going to trail Taylor as the hero forced his way through the route, sticking to him from Phase 1 all the way to Phase 5 in the attempt to rescue Ayla. While the hero charged straight ahead through danger, Ed Rothstaler would hang back just enough to collect everything left in his wake. He had already made a careful list of the items he absolutely had to secure, especially the ones in Phase 3. His main target was clear. He intended to sweep up every magic engineering item inside the Spirit Library. Among the treasures he was aiming for were things like Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass, along with several other high-value items. Their effects could seem absurdly overpowered, but that was balanced out by how brutally difficult it was to gather the materials needed to make them. Normally, those items could only be crafted in the very late stages of the scenario, which meant they would not be much help to the hero at this point anyway. That was exactly why Ed Rothstaler intended to claim them for himself. And while he was at it, he even planned to enjoy watching how Taylor handled Phase 5 from a safe enough distance. Because at the end of the day, he was still a total fanboy. After that, he would head straight back to camp. It was a perfect plan, or at least it looked perfect to him. The Glass Conquest War would begin on the very day of the grimoire's connection ceremony. So Ed Rothstaler told Jenica that he had lost something down in the underground waterway, and suggested that the two of them go search for it together. Ed had assumed Jenica would hate the idea of going down there with him. The underground waterway was cramped, dark, and suffocatingly narrow, exactly the kind of place most people would avoid if they had any choice. But instead of shrinking back, she showed a strange kind of enthusiasm. And that only made Ed feel worse. He could tell she was doing it because she was worried about him. With someone as capable in a fight as Jenica by his side, Ed felt like the whole plan had finally clicked into place perfectly. But before he could move forward with it, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin stopped him with a message. Professor Glast was calling for him. Ed had already heard that Claire had recently come by his cabin, so the moment he heard that summons, he immediately wondered if this had something to do with whatever she had wanted to discuss back then. The connection ceremony was set for the very next day, which meant Professor Glass should have been drowning in preparations. That only made the summons feel more suspicious, and Ed could not help wondering why he, of all people, was being called in at a time like this. He had missed the professor's last call because he had been completely passed out at the time, so this time he decided he had better respond. If Glass was reaching out again, then it probably was not something trivial. Still, the second Ed stepped into the office, his eyes widened in shock. Sitting there waiting was Ayla. She looked stiff and visibly uneasy, and Ed found himself thinking that her reaction was a little intense, considering he had not even done anything to her just now. Then again, even if more than 10 months had passed, it was not that strange for Ayla to still hold a grudge against Ed Rothstaler. After all, there had been that time he literally fired arrows at her. But more than her resentment, what really threw him off was the timing. Ayla was supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War began the next day. So why was she here right now? That was when a cold, awful thought started creeping up his spine. Ed's expression tightened as he realized he might already know why he had been called here, and the guess forming in his head was horrifying. He quickly snatched up the papers laid out in front of him and flipped through them in a rush. Research records, scribbled notes, grimoires. There was a whole pile of materials spread across the desk. But even after scanning through them, he found nothing that clearly pointed to any change in the future he remembered. The only thing in that office that connected back to Ed Rothstaler was the report Claire Elfin had submitted during her investigation of the Ophelis Hall incident. That made him wonder whether the assistant professor had passed along what she had observed about him. If she had, then Professor Glass might have already figured out what Ed had done at Ophelis Hall, but even so, that still did not fully explain what was happening right now. Then suddenly, Ed's eyes snapped wide open. In one sharp motion, he spun around and drew a dagger defensively. While beside him, Ayla let out a startled shriek. The office door burst wide open without warning, and standing there in the doorway was Professor Glass. Ayla immediately rushed toward him, panicked by the sight of Ed holding a dagger. Professor Glass's eyes widened for a split second, and then a large magic circle flared into existence. He activated spirit magic and used a time prison to lock Ayla where she stood, freezing her in place before she could move any further. Then he turned that same magic toward Ed. In the same breath, the dagger was ripped away from Ed's hand. But to Professor Glass's absolute shock, Ed instantly released Mug, and the little fire spirit lunged forward in attack. That sudden counter caught the professor completely off guard. A burst of fire exploded between them, stopping Ed from being cleanly seized on the spot. Professor Glass remarked that Ed had been quick to realize what was going on. He added that Ed's response had been remarkably smooth as well, and asked whether he had really managed to scan through all those research materials in such a short amount of time. Even so, the professor found it odd. Simply glancing over a few documents should not have been enough for Ed to understand his intentions that clearly. Ed pressed him directly, asking why the professor was trying to restrain him when all he really needed was Ayla's affinity with spirit magic. He pointed out that Glass had already achieved what he wanted, so there was no reason to hold him to, and promised he would not tell anyone what he had seen. Professor Glass admitted that he did, in fact, have something he was trying to accomplish, and said he was doing it for his own sake, so Ed should not judge him too harshly for it. But that answer only made Ed more irritated. At the very least, he wanted a real explanation, because this situation had already gone way too far. How was he supposed to accept something this insane just because the professor vaguely told him not to think too badly of him? Then Ed turned those words over in his head one more time, and suddenly, to his own surprise, the logic started to fit. Even if he broke out of here somehow, Professor Glass would never just leave him alone after this, and that kind of interference would throw the whole scenario off balance. On top of that, if he got kidnapped now, he would most likely end up confined with Ayla inside the secret lab. In other words, it was practically a direct ride straight into Phase 3. At that point, Ed seriously wondered whether he should just let Professor Glass abduct him. So when Ed calmly stepped forward instead of resisting, even the professor looked curious. Professor Glass asked whether Ed had chosen to back down, or whether he had quietly come up with some other plan. But seeing that Ed was no longer putting up a fight, the professor remarked that this arrangement was not necessarily a bad deal for him either, and then, without hesitation, he kidnapped him on the spot. Loose papers scattered and fluttered through the air as Professor Glass moved toward him. Claire Elfin had already been suspicious of Ed for a while. He was maintaining excellent academic performance while somehow surviving out in the wild on his own, and to her it almost looked as if he were living 48 hours in a single day. The kind of effort he must have been putting in was hard for anyone to even imagine. Professor pointed out that Claire had once suspected Ed of being some kind of hidden mastermind, though even she had not expected his academic record to be that impressive. Professor Glast had also seen Ed fight through a crystal ball before, and what he noticed then was that Ed's instinct for combat was far beyond ordinary. Still, that fighting style was not the style of someone blessed with overwhelming natural talent. It was the method of a weak person who studied the opponent thoroughly and used every available tool to claw out a win. It was something forged through relentless effort, not effortless genius, and even while being kidnapped, Ed showed no sign of panic on his face. That composure stirred up a memory in the professor, something precious he had once lost. It reminded him of his daughter, the girl who had once declared that she would bring honor to his name through her own achievements. The image of Ed pulled that memory of her back to the surface. Professor Glast was so lost in those thoughts that he failed to notice Muggs slipping quietly out from inside Ed's clothes and darting away through the open window. The tiny fire spirit shot off at incredible speed, flying hard and far without slowing down. Its destination was Ed's small wooden cabin. And back there, Janica was still waiting for him, busy cooking while thinking Ed was taking unusually long to return. From here, the story shifts into a new chapter, and before moving further ahead, it pauses to catch us up. We watch a writer bring his magical travelogue of the southern continent to its end. As he journeyed across the world, he came to understand just how many truths about magic still lay beyond his grasp, and because of that, even the title of Archmage began to feel too grand for him. In his memories, his late master Sylvania, gone from the world far too young, still remained as a beautiful woman he could never fully forget. Now, looking back across the years, he could admit that the period when he felt so painfully inadequate had also been full of turbulence and hardship. The grief that tightened around his heart on the day he lost his master had piled up little by little over time until it settled inside him as an old, lingering reflection. Across that long life, longing kept pushing back to the surface. The writer was revealed to be Lucy's grandfather, and as he reflected on the past, he thought about how regret over what had been lost could sometimes paralyze reason itself. There were moments when he felt the urge to smash apart the natural order of the world and twist truth with his own hands, all for the sake of seeing her face just one more time. But in the end, what was lost was already gone for good, and those left behind had no choice except to become stronger and keep living with it. That was why he told Lucy, in a quiet and steady voice, to be strong. Because by then, Lucy had become the final period at the end of his life sentence, the last person beside him. She sat next to his deathbed with a book resting in her hands, and it was to her that he dedicated the final line of that book. As Lucy clutched the magic travelogue of the southern continent, tears spilled down her face. That memory fades, and in the present day, Lucy is stretched out on top of Ed Rothstaler's roof, lazily sunbathing while thinking about how she misses her grandfather more than anyone else in the world. Glock had acknowledged death, accepted it, and waited for it with a calm, almost peaceful serenity. So in the end, the girl had no choice but to let him go, and as she lay there with those thoughts drifting through her mind, she quietly wondered whether a day would ever come when the pain of losing someone could heal completely without leaving even a scar behind. For Lucy, the only thing that could temporarily dull that aching sense of longing was the simple satisfaction of chewing through a pouch of jerky. Unfortunately, that small comfort had just run out. She was completely out of jerky. So Lucy lifted her head and started glancing around for something else to focus on. That was when she spotted Janica down at the camp, receiving urgent news from Mug. And the more the spirit mage listened, the darker and more thunderous her expression became. Even Lucy, who had been sprawled there half in thought and half in boredom, became curious at that change and started wondering what in the world was going on. Meanwhile, in the main conference room of Trix Hall, the secret ceremony to transfer the connection rights of the sage's grimoire was underway. The room was filled with scholars hoping to sell and merchants eager to buy, but this was no open gathering. Only the most elite figures from both sides had been allowed inside. And among all those important people, the two who drew the most attention were the leaders of each camp. Lortel Ketchum, acting head of the Elt Company, and Obel Forcius, the headmaster of Sylvania Academy. She was a little surprised when she saw him. He looked to be around the same age as Kreppen Rothstaler, and even gave off a somewhat similar impression at first glance. Yet the more she looked, the more he felt fundamentally different in a strange and hard-to-explain way. After the negotiations over the grimoire purchase had ended, The patriarch of the Rothstaler family had come to see her personally, and with shameless directness, he had asked her to hand the grimoire over to him? That bold request had caught her off guard for a moment. Still, this had been part of her broader plan from the beginning, so she had never intended to act discreetly about it anyway. Even so, the amount required to justify betraying the lies she had already told Princess Phinia was no small number. The price she set was 12,000 coins. It was an outrageous sum by any normal standard, but he accepted it without the slightest hesitation. Then he added one more piece of information. He told her that her father had hired a mercenary group and was now heading towards Sylvania. He shared that as a warning, saying he wanted to make sure nothing went wrong this time. He was an unpleasant man through and through, but that hardly mattered to her. The information about Elta Ketchuln was valuable, and on top of that, she had also secured a buyer for the grimoire. Now all the preparations were complete, and Obel Forcius had to give up his own right to connect to the scroll. Then Lortel Ketchuln stepped forward to receive that connection for herself. If everything went as planned, she would walk away with the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or, to put it more honestly, an unrestricted pass straight to Ed Rothstaler. But at that exact moment, dark magic suddenly bubbled up around the grimoire and burst outward in a violent explosion. The blast shocked both Obel Forcius and Lortel Ketchuln. Then massive rock monsters rose up on the spot, and Obel immediately moved to shield her while preparing to fight them off. But even in that chaos, her eyes were pulled straight back to the grimoire itself, and what she saw made her heart drop. The one who had taken it was none other than Professor Glast, the very man who had been officiating the ceremony. The next instant, he disappeared together with the grimoire. Lortel looked close to tears as she watched her precious all-access pass to Ed Rothstaler vanish right in front of her. And even with Ed absent, the story itself continued moving forward without a single hitch. And so Act Two's final scene. The Glass Conquest War began in earnest. Deep inside Professor Glast's hidden laboratory, Aela let out a scream. Shivering, crying, and barely holding herself together, she demanded to know why Ed was there and shouted that she hated him. Ed figured that by now Professor Glast had probably already seized the grimoire, and right as that thought crossed his mind, someone sharply told Aela to keep quiet. If she kept screaming like that, they warned, the monster in the underground waterway might wake up. The speaker was Coombe, a researcher in aspect studies. He coolly informed them that they ought to consider themselves lucky. The professor had specifically ordered that the two of them not be used for experiments because they were important people. Ed gave a low, absent-minded murmur in response, and Coombe found himself unsettled by just how calm Ed was despite the situation. In any case, Coombe said he would be keeping close watch over the prisoners while he reviewed the research materials, so they had better not entertain any foolish ideas. As for now, there was nothing more for him to do. As far as Ed was concerned, all he had to do now was wait for Taylor to arrive with the subjugation squad and turn the place upside down. By the time that happened, the library the hero had already passed through would be left in ruins without anything getting in Ed's way. That would be Ed's chance to sweep up every replica magic engineering formula hidden in those magic books. Once he did that, his whole operation would be complete. He would not need to do anything especially dangerous or take anyone out himself. The only thing bothering him now was how easy everything seemed to be going, and that uneasiness kept pricking at his conscience a little. On top of that, he still had to sit here with Aela, who was continuing to make a huge scene beside him. She screamed that if he took even one step closer, she would scream even louder. Then she threatened to bite her own tongue, insisting she was not bluffing. Ed explained, as plainly as he could, that he had no intention of harming her. He even pointed out that if he truly meant to hurt her, he would never waste an opportunity like this. And honestly, having seen things from Taylor's perspective, if he had to say how he felt out loud, it was actually rather positive. Aela shouted that she knew all about his reputation, but Ed snapped back and told her to stop saying ridiculous things and just sit down. If they waited, the hero would definitely come. At that, she demanded to know what right he had to casually say the hero's name like that. And Ed, completely baffled, shot back with a question of his own: why exactly would he not have the right to say Taylor's name?
Ed apologized for what had happened during the entrance exam, admitting that he had his own circumstances back then. Even so, he reminded Aela that he had helped a great deal during the Glast incident. So even if she could not bring herself to trust him, then she could at least trust the hero. Taylor would come. He was absolutely going to rescue them.
Aela stared at him in disbelief, unable to process the fact that he had just apologized so plainly, while Ed let out a long, heavy sigh. Then all at once, Ed heard Mug's voice. The little spirit frantically called out to him, asking if he was all right, whether he was hurt, whether he felt weak, whether his vision was clear, and whether he could still smell and hear properly. The questions kept pouring out in a tearful rush. Mug practically shouted as he asked whether Ed had any numbness in his arms or legs, whether he felt sluggish or exhausted, whether his face had turned yellow, whether his heart was pounding, and whether his pulse was racing. Mug explained that he had tracked the magic response and confirmed that Ed's spirit connection level was still in pretty good shape, but it had taken him time to pinpoint his location. He also apologized over and over for arriving so late. Ed rubbed the little spirit's head with obvious affection, asked where he had been all this time, and even praised him for doing such a good job. Ayla looked stunned at the sight. She could not believe Ed was controlling a spirit at all, especially since he used to be hopeless at even the basics of magic. Ed bluntly told her it was none of her business, because he had finally found a proper partner he could actually talk to. Ayla quickly realized that if a spirit could reach the outside, then it could also send out a rescue request. It could carry a message to a staff member or to a professor with a strong enough spirit connection to notice it. But Ed had no intention of having Mug do anything like that. Mug, still eager and proud of himself, reassured Ed that he had received more emergency reporting training than anyone else. He explained that it had taken him half a day to avoid the eyes of all the monsters and the golem researchers just to get here, which meant about 2 days must have passed by now. But the moment Ed heard that, what came back to him was the image of Janika's face when she got angry. Beautiful in a frightening way, and the cold, sharp fury she must have shown when she learned what had happened. And it was not just Janika. Lucy had also taken an interest in the news, and Janika had even thought of asking that fox-like merchant, Lortel Ketchelm, for help. At that point, it would be no different from gaining an army 1,000,000 strong. Mug tried to reassure him anyway, saying that one way or another, rescue was definitely coming, so all they had to do now was stay calm and wait. But Ed was furious. Too many people now knew that he had been captured, which meant the story had already drifted way too far from the original flow. Mug, poor thing, could not understand at all why Ed was suddenly making such a furious face. In a burst of anger, Ed grabbed Mug by the head and hurled him right out of the cell. Then he turned and loudly announced to researcher Coombe that he had changed his mind. He was not going to stay trapped in here any longer. He needed to get out. He insisted that he had to leave the dungeon immediately, and that he was not joking in the slightest. Coombe warned him to stop making so much noise, because if he kept it up, the demon across from them might wake up. But Ed stayed deadly serious. He said that if he did not get out of here right now, then they were the ones who would end up in real trouble. Coombe only laughed and dismissed him, saying that he really was just a student after all. Then, with clear contempt, the researcher told him not to ramble on too much. Ayla, completely confused by the sudden shift, asked what had gotten into him. Just a moment ago, he had been telling them to stay quiet and wait for Taylor to come rescue them. Ed immediately cut her off and told her to be quiet. Then Mug came zipping back with the keys in tow, proudly praising Ed for how quickly he had read the situation. He even asked how Ed had known where the keys were in the first place. Ed brushed him off with obvious irritation, annoyed that Mug had gone and done way more than he was supposed to. Without wasting another second, Ed unlocked the door and slipped out of the cell. But before leaving, he shut Ayla back inside and kept her there. She froze in shock at what he had just done. Ed then told her firmly that from this point on, she was only to answer his questions with either yes or no. He explained that all kinds of monster experiments and cursed magic tools were scattered outside, and it was simply too dangerous for her to come out with him. He told her to cooperate. If the researchers noticed that he was gone, then she had to tell them he escaped. She needed to betray him immediately and make it convincing. That way, they would have no reason to hurt her. He added that with her legs giving out like that, she would not even be able to run properly. When she tried to say something back, he cut her off and told her not to argue, just answer yes or no. At first, Ayla hesitated. Fear was still clearly swimming in her eyes, but after a pause, she gave a small, quiet yes. That was enough for Ed. Satisfied, he told her to stay still and keep quiet. And with that, he turned and ran off, telling her that he would handle the rest himself. New twists always had a way of forcing themselves into the story, and Ed could still recall the old raid bulletin board from the game, the one that laid out the conditions for Act 2's final chapter boss. Smaller variables he could deal with somehow. His stats had already risen enough that, with his knowledge advantage, he could solve most problems one way or another. But there were always going to be variables that he could not deal with alone. If Janika joined in, or if Lortel Ketchelm got involved, then maybe somehow he could still manage it. But even the most obsessive veterans of the game, the kind of freaks who had poured hundreds of hours into it, had never found a way to beat the absolutely unwinnable enemy that appeared if Lucy entered the battle. The moment Lucy joined, it led straight into a bad ending. In the game, it was something that never happened unless a player deliberately went out of their way to trigger it, so Ed had never bothered with it much. But the bad ending was real, and it was tied to specific conditions involving Professor Glass meeting Lucy. No matter what happened next, Ed knew there was one thing he absolutely had to do. He had to stop Lucy from coming here. Then, the scene shifts once again, and this time someone calls out to Jix Effelstein while he is in the middle of his daily exercise. The one who came running to him was none other than Taylor. It was obvious at a glance that the hero had rushed over to ask for help. He needed to save Ayla. Phase 1, the Glass chase, had now begun. After Professor Glass escaped from Trix Hall, Taylor lost track of him, so he went to ask the Wolf Beastmen for assistance. That much was exactly how the story played out in the game. Very soon, Taylor would lead his companions into the underground waterway to pursue the professor. Ed knew that entire route by heart because he was deeply familiar with the scenario path for Episode 2's final chapter. Lortel Ketchum was still at Trix Hall. Janica would be coming in through the underground waterway, and beyond that lay the Spirit Library. Then there was the Monster Research Center, the very place where Ed was standing right now. And deeper still was the innermost part of the laboratory. He knew the entire route already, but retracing it in reverse like this would be a completely different experience. The Monster Research Center was normally one of the biggest headaches in the whole sequence, because Coom would release all the monsters and turn it into chaos. But coming through it backward actually made things easier, since at this moment all the monsters were still confined. At least that much was a relief, because if Lucy and Professor Glass crossed paths, it was almost guaranteed to drag everything straight into a bad ending. He had to move fast. If he wanted to stop that disaster from happening, then he could not afford to waste even a second. The real problem was the Spirit Library. That place was not left unguarded. Its guardian was Rienne, the library's banshee librarian. Ed knew her patrol route well enough, so dealing with her in a fight was not what worried him most. What made this troublesome was the fact that she was supposed to be one of the hero's major sources of growth. Later on, Taylor would run into enemies that simply could not be beaten without his swordsman form. If he failed to build himself up properly here, then the scenarios waiting ahead would become much harder to clear. This arc was supposed to be the point where Taylor made some of his biggest leaps forward. It was here that he would encounter the beings and battles that would help him gain the essential skills he absolutely needed, including the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Rienne, who was meant to hand him a massive amount of experience. So Ed decided he would only take the magical tools that were absolutely necessary for his own route, and then slip out before causing any further disruption. He quickly grabbed the Column C thunderclap generator and the one-way light dimmer. He fully intended to come back later once all of this was over, because leaving behind that many valuable magical items would just be a complete waste. Then Mug finally told him it was time to move, because the Guardian was no longer paying attention to this section. But just as he prepared to act, the entire room suddenly began to tremble, and Ed's first thought was that an earthquake had started. He had no memory of any event like this happening here. Startled, he sprang to his feet just as the bookshelves began crashing down around him. And then, to his horror, he realized Rienne had already spotted him. In that instant, Ed understood one thing with painful clarity. He had made a terrible mistake 30 minutes before that sudden shaking began. The rock monsters were already rampaging out of control, terrifying the faculty members around them. They raised their massive stone fists and swung in to attack, but Lortel Ketchum stepped in and froze them in place with her magic before they could strike. She emerged from behind one of the immobilized monsters, complaining that if this deal had not been handled so quietly, Sylvania Academy's reputation would have been completely ruined by now. She could hardly believe Professor Glass had actually stolen the grimoire in the middle of a gathering attended by the Academy's core personnel. Obelforcius said that even if it took time, he would take responsibility for recovering the grimoire himself. He asked whether she could wait a little longer. He already knew that whatever Professor Glass was trying to do would not end well, and Lortel immediately questioned what he meant by that. At that point, Obel decided that since matters had gone this far, he might as well tell her the truth. There were 3 great taboos when it came to twisting the laws of nature, disrupting the flow of time, overturning human destiny, and violating the natural order itself. Those 3 great taboos took form as the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and time travel. Lortel asked whether Professor Glass was using spirit magic to bring the dead back to life, and she nearly blurted out whether the headmaster had lost his mind before stopping herself. Obel admitted, in a measured tone, that he too was curious. Professor Glass had always praised and admired the legendary sage Sylvania, the one who believed that gifted individuals were the people who pushed the world forward. And yet, Glass's daughter, Muri, died after he recklessly pushed her onward while trusting in talent that had never truly been proven. So if he really had completed a spirit magic capable of reviving the dead, then there was only one person Professor Glass would ever want to bring back. At that realization, Lortel was left speechless. Then suddenly the door burst open, and someone rushed in to report that they had a serious problem. Several minutes earlier, the hero had been seen chasing after the rogue professor, who then fled toward the underground waterway. According to the witness accounts, Glass had not only stolen the grimoire, but had also abducted students in the process. The faculty were shaken when they heard that one of those students was Aila Triss. But the moment Lortel heard that Ed Rothstaler had been taken too, her issue with the professor stopped being business. It became personal. She was horrified by the news of his kidnapping. At the same time, the pounding tremors and heavy vibrations around them only made the situation feel even worse. Headmaster Obel Forcius was the greatest mage of the age. If he personally stepped in, then recovering the sage's grimoire was a promise he could almost certainly keep. And if that happened, rescuing Ed should have been easy for someone like him. From a purely rational standpoint, the smartest choice would have been to stay put and wait for that. But Lortel was already running. The direction of the tremors, along with that now familiar crashing sound, was coming from near the entrance to the underground waterway. When she raised her binoculars and looked ahead, she spotted Janica and Tarkin tearing through everything in their path. Janica was crying in sheer anguish even as she rampaged forward, and once again Lortel found herself at a loss for words. And if Lortel was going, then the fox-like merchant decided she would go too. She complained that this was seriously becoming a pain to deal with, but with the headmaster acting so calm about the stolen grimoire, she would simply retrieve it herself. That was what she said as she ordered the others to reduce the number of negotiation personnel and follow after her. Officially, she still had not entered the battle. Dorothy was a combat alchemist whose skill was widely recognized even within the alchemy faculty. As a top third-year student in the alchemy department, she was strong enough to challenge students from the combat faculty themselves. Even Alvira and Clabius Nortondale, the top first- and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, regularly sought her guidance. But Dorothy had not stood out at all during her first year, so the one who first recognized her talent and pulled her up was Professor Glass. To her, he had been a savior. Because of that, she believed there had to be some purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions, even if she did not know exactly what that purpose was. So she was fully determined to carry out his order and guard the entrance to the underground waterway no matter what. And yet, even she dropped to her knees and muttered that this had gone way too far, because standing before her, roaring in unrestrained fury, was Tarkin. With Janica mounted on his back, with anger blazing in her eyes, she corners Dorothy and demands an answer. Her voice sharp enough to make the poor girl shake on the spot as she asks where Ed is. Dorothy is so overwhelmed by the pressure and fear that she practically foams at the mouth right there in front of her, at the same time completely ignoring Dorothy's condition. The spirit sorcerer moves on with her other spirits trailing behind her, focusing all her attention on figuring out where he could have gone. She pauses and tries to recall the route, muttering to herself under her breath, while confusion flickers plainly across her face as she struggles to decide which way she should head. Only much later does she finally realize that the person still foaming at the mouth in front of her is Dorothy, the top third-year student from the alchemy faculty. Feeling a little guilty that she may have frightened Dorothy that badly, she hurriedly tries to cover her up and take care of her. Then, out of nowhere, Lortel Ketchum shows up, with several people following behind her. Lortel knows very well that, setting Lucy aside, Janica is one of the very best students in the entire academy, regardless of year. One of Sylvania's true aces, and someone with enough talent and power to do absolutely anything if it means keeping Ed safe. But if Janica is the one who reaches him first, then the whole thing is obvious from there, because she would scoop him up in the most openly affectionate way imaginable, and the two of them would head straight back to the camp together like that. After that, Ed would end up completely captivated by her, blushing helplessly and looking utterly love-struck. And before long, the two of them would probably be getting married and talking about having a whole bunch of children. Lortel is normally the kind of person who makes cold, rational decisions in every part of life. But the moment Ed Rothstaler is involved, that dependable judgment of hers starts to fall apart. So she lies straight to Janica's face, saying Ed has already been rescued, that he was hurt during the kidnapping, and that he is now resting in bed back at the camp, asking when Janica is going to come see him. Because Lortel wants to be the one who saves him herself. Her first move is to get Janica out of the way. However, Janica immediately grows suspicious, because there is no way Lortel would casually hand over information that important without some reason behind it. She is nowhere near as gullible as Lortel expected. The instant Janica figured out where Ed was, she ran straight for the underground waterway, and since she had been close to the entrance the whole time, there is no way someone could have rescued him without her noticing. On top of that, she got there before everyone else, so the idea that somebody saved him and slipped away without her seeing anything makes no sense at all. Most of the time, Janica comes off as simple-minded and innocent, but the second Ed is involved. All of that vanishes, and she becomes frighteningly sharp. Lortel tries to steer the conversation somewhere else, but Janica quickly pieces together that the merchant must be planning to use employees from her trading company to rescue Ed. Janica points out, in a dangerously cold tone, that those people are not trained fighters, and that Lortel is being far too timid and cowardly about this. Hearing her suddenly talk with such blunt logic only irritates Lortel even more. Janica had actually gone to Lucy first, and asked for help, but Lucy only gave a lazy yawn and wandered off, as usual, refusing to listen to anybody and choosing instead to handle things however she pleases. Which means Janica is on her own too, just like Lortel. Lortel has no choice but to admit that this is not the moment for the two of them to interfere with each other, especially when there is no other rival in sight. She tells her employees to stay put near the entrance, and after that, nothing more really needs to be said. Janica will search the eastern side of the waterway, while Lortel takes the other route. Right now, the only thing that truly matters is getting Ed out of danger before it is too late. So the two of them immediately break into a full-speed sprint, each racing off in the opposite direction. Both of them are completely set on the same goal, to be the one who finds him first and becomes the one who saves him. Meanwhile, all the noise and commotion they caused has pushed Ed into even deeper trouble, because now Rihanna has found him. And the question becomes, who could possibly pull him out of a situation this dangerous? And just as that question starts hanging in the air, lightning suddenly tears through the ceiling above with a violent crack, and broken chunks of rubble rain down from overhead straight onto the library guardian. Even Mug is startled by it, to the point where he almost wishes this had just been an ordinary earthquake instead. Then, sitting in the bright opening above with her arms stretched out while standing on top of the fallen Rihanna, is none other than the lazy, familiar Lucy herself. Looks like Lucy got tired of staying put in the shelter and decided to step in and drag Ed out of this mess herself, and the second she appears, it already feels like the fight is over for everybody else involved. The next chapter shifts the scene entirely, with warm sunlight falling over Principal Obel Forcius as he stands quietly on a balcony. A man questions whether it is really all right for them to sit back and watch while the children fight these battles in their place, but the principal calmly replies that this kind of hardship gives them a chance to grow, because flowers bloom where the leaves have fallen. The man presses further, asking whether they truly need to be driven this far, especially when this may be the greatest golden age Sylvania Academy has ever seen. In all of Sylvania's long history, this generation is exceptionally rare, and every year is filled with students so gifted and promising that the Academy cannot help placing enormous hopes on them. There are so many of them that they seem almost as countless as stars in the sky, and yet, to the principal, all of this feels less like a blessing and more like a warning. A warning that severe trials are coming, the kind that will make even the most talented people struggle just to endure them. That is how harsh what lies ahead must be. Meanwhile, smoke still drifts out from Ed's hut, left that way after Lucy made her entrance, and that trail of smoke leads the eye all the way toward a hole torn open in the distant hillside. That black smoking crater gapes wide, opening into a path that runs deep down into the underground waterway, cutting through one tunnel after another, until it finally bursts through the ceiling of the ancient library itself, where the Guardian now lies collapsed and defeated beneath the fallen debris. Ed lets out a groan, covering part of his face with one hand as he calls out Lucy's name. Lucy, completely oblivious and as unbothered as ever, simply asks him whether he still has any jerky left. Of course, Ed does not have any jerky on him, and the answer immediately makes Lucy pout in disappointment, before she casually says she is going to go find somewhere to take a nap. The whole situation has turned into a complete mess, and from the timing alone, Ed can already tell that Janica and Lortel Ketchum have probably made their way into the underground waterway by now. That means he has to get there before things spiral any further and stop the two of them from pushing deeper inside. When he thinks about how much Taylor has already grown, he figures that even if Taylor ends up clearing the later bosses, skipping Rihanna alone should not be enough to completely destroy the flow of the scenario. So for the moment, everything is still barely manageable. And the one truly unpredictable problem in front of him is the lazy mage, who has now wandered straight into the middle of the scenario. If Lucy ends up crossing paths with the professor, then the bad ending event will begin on the spot. He cannot allow that to happen. So he reaches out, grabs her by the shoulder, and firmly tells her to stay with him. Lucy tilts her head in confusion, while Ed breaks into a nervous sweat, but even then, he refuses to let this point go. In that moment, he remembers something Janica once told him, that sometimes the greatest help a person can receive is simply having someone remain quietly at his side. Lucy is so overwhelmingly strong that just having her near him makes him feel safer, and because of that, he wants her to stay even if she says nothing at all. Meanwhile, Lucy herself is still hung up on one thing and keeps wondering whether he seriously does not have any jerky. A little fed up, Ed snaps back at her to stop talking about jerky already and just stay with him until the two of them make it out of the underground waterway alive. Lucy agrees to help him get out. But before he can leave, Ed says there are still a few things he needs to take with him first. She lets out a tired sigh, but she agrees to help with that as well. And right after that, Ed asks her for one more favor. Then he hoists Lucy up and carries her on his back, before bursting forward at full speed, deciding that the fastest way out now is to retrace his path in reverse. His plan is simple. Grab everything he needs from the library, track down the two girls, and then get everyone out of this place for good. Even while riding on his back, Lucy drowsily asks yet again whether he has any jerky, and once again Ed has no choice but to tell her no. Above the tall library shelves, a pair of dark red eyes suddenly peeks out from the shadows, and in the very next instant, a swarm of ravenous bats comes flying straight at them. Ed fires off ignition and scorches them out of the air, wiping them out in a roaring burst of fire that lights up the space around him. His elemental magic rises, his mana resonance climbs with it, and he cannot help thinking that this must be the true thrill of mob hunting, because the monsters are basically showering him with that explosive burst of experience. As he keeps cutting down one enemy after another in his sprint toward escape, he silently promises Taylor that he will try not to take too much for himself. Somewhere nearby, a concealment spell is active, and that presence reminds him of the magic resonance and the sharp insight that even Professor Glast once acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who excels at linking with spirits, Lortella Ketchum is the one who is rapidly working out the correct route through the area. She tells herself that this is no time to be trading sweet words or indulging in distractions, and then, all at once, something clicks inside her. For the first time, she realizes that right now, she truly wants to help someone else with completely sincere intentions, without trying to bargain for something in return. It feels like she is touching a kind of relationship that cannot be bought with money at all, and the realization makes her heart swell once again. She recognizes that feeling immediately as the same one from before, and at the same time, she catches a sound coming from somewhere very close nearby. Her heartbeat starts pounding faster all over again, and a pink flush slowly spreads across her face. Then, without warning, the wall right in front of her explodes apart, and Ed Rothstaler appears through it. Ed looks at her with open surprise on his face, while Lortelle can do nothing but stare back at him in complete bewilderment. Letting out a breath of relief, he quickly explains that he had been kidnapped and that he ended up loaded down with all kinds of magical items. He asks Lortelle to help carry some of it because it is too much for him to handle alone, and when she looks over what he is carrying, she is left gaping at the sight of advanced crafting formulas piled among the items. Lortelle is left utterly dumbfounded when she realizes that Ed was not lying there on the verge of death after all, but Ed immediately insists that no, he really was in danger. Even so, he explains that he managed to get out of it thanks to Lucy. The second Lortelle notices Lucy riding on Ed's back, horror washes over her, and to her the whole sight feels both unbearably dangerous and painfully cruel. Janica may be too timid to boldly make a move when it comes to Ed, but Lortelle has always been the one taking the more aggressive steps forward. They even kissed before on that day. She had been so breathless and shaken afterward that she nearly burned the whole forest down, so seeing him now act this casually with another girl right in front of her feels almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, Ed asks her to hold on to the crafting scrolls for him and says that if her trading company can gather the necessary materials, he would gladly take them later. He even adds that if there is anything she wants to buy through this deal, he would not mind letting her purchase it cheaply as thanks for helping him so much. Lortel blurts out Ed's name, thinking to herself that she has to press harder and seize control of the moment. But before she can do anything, Ed pleads with her and says that she is the only one he can trust with this. At that point, he has completely crossed the line in her mind. How is he supposed to say something like that to her at a moment like this? And yet, despite herself, her ears turn pink, and his words begin echoing over and over in her head. The part about trusting her so much, the part about being grateful to her. In the end, all she can manage to ask with giddy delight is whether he needs a receipt, even while inwardly cursing herself for becoming such a pushover. A merchant working under her finally catches up, stopping for a moment and gasping for breath, visibly relieved that he managed to find her. And the report he brings is simple. They now have a huge problem on their hands. Meanwhile, back inside the underground waterway, Taylor and the rest of the group keep moving forward, advancing deeper as they continue their mission to rescue Aela Triss. But gloomy Clavius Nortondale still hesitates, dragging his feet as he asks why they cannot just turn around and leave this place behind. But Elvira immediately stomps down on Clavius Nortondale's foot and bluntly tells him they have no choice but to do this. Even then, he still looks unconvinced, since he never particularly cared for either of the people they are trying to save in the first place. Taylor apologizes to him for dragging him into this, but says he still has to save his girl no matter what, and asks gloomy Clavius to do him this favor just this once. Jix Ethelstein steps in too, insisting that the girl they are going to rescue is genuinely a good person, and firmly tells Clavius not to back out now. Even Adele Saris, the beautiful blonde seer standing with them, quietly raises a hand and points further ahead. With a faint smile on her face, she says she can feel something waiting in that direction. Her prophecies have a habit of landing with eerie accuracy, almost as if she can actually glimpse the future itself. And this time, the feeling she gets is clear. Somewhere up ahead, a very dangerous opponent is waiting for them. She extends her finger toward one of the dark passageways in front of them, and in the very next moment, an explosion bursts out from inside it. Janica comes charging out with Marilda beside her, dragging along yet another person they found in the dungeon and shaking them down while the captive screams that none of this was planned from the start, that it was all just a whim, and begs desperately for another chance. Even now, Janica still cannot remember the route properly, and she mutters to herself about whether she should have gone left or right, wondering if maybe she wandered too far to the right again. Then she stops, turns around with her spirits hovering near her, and happily waves at Taylor and the others as if this were the most normal reunion in the world. Jix is clearly glad to see her, but the rest of the group goes stiff with fear. The terror they learned before comes rushing back into their bodies before they can stop it. When fear locks people up, even rational thoughts get twisted, and they cannot help remembering the time Janica nearly beat them senseless just because they had been fighting Ed Rothstaler. There is no certainty at all that they could actually defeat her, but they already start assuming she is the enemy here, and each of them braces to go all out if they have to. Meanwhile, Jix and Adele Saris are just confused by the tension in the air. Janica is confused too, wondering why everyone is staring at her like that, and whether she did something wrong. For a moment, she even starts worrying that maybe she grilled the assistant professor a little too hard. The wolf beastman tries to calm Taylor down, but Taylor has already made up his mind and is prepared to fight if that is what it takes to save his girl. Then, all of a sudden, a voice cuts through the standoff and stops everyone in place. And Ed Rothstaler steps out from the second entrance. Everyone stares at him in shock, because he is supposed to be the one who was kidnapped. Janica immediately rushes straight to Ed, hurrying over to check with her own eyes whether he is hurt or not. Taylor, on the other hand, goes rigid the instant Ed appears, especially because he knows exactly how dangerous Ed can be in a fight. With nothing but archery and a bit of magic, Ed once managed to hold off 3 opponents who were far more skilled than he was all by himself. And when that kind of ability is combined with the strength of the allies around him, he becomes almost impossible to stop. Ever since the Ovalus Hall incident, Ed has grown by a huge margin. They might have had a shot at dealing with Janica alone, but with Ed standing here too, Taylor can already tell his odds of winning drop all the way to 0. Ed walks straight toward the tense Taylor, his expression so calm and unreadable that no one can guess what he is thinking. But instead of attacking, he simply tells Taylor to keep going and continue the quest. As he passes by, he tells him that his girl is waiting ahead, that catching Professor Glast is Taylor's role, and that he has no intention of interfering. Then he keeps moving, Lucy still slung across his back. Now is the time for everyone to play the part they are meant to play. Taylor will deal with the scenario itself, while Ed handles the variables outside of it, including Elta Ketchum's surprise attack. In other words, Ed is going after Lortelle Ketchum's father. The warning brought by the trading company's staff was something bound to explode sooner or later. News had already arrived that mercenaries hired by the Golden King had entered Akan Island. In the original story, the mid-boss of Episode 2 was completely crushed without ever getting the chance to recover. But this time, the Golden King lost power at a different moment and in a different way, and because of that change, he managed to escape when he should not have. Lortelle had already known he was preparing a counterattack, and it seems he took advantage of the gap created by so many of the trading company's people being trapped inside the academy. That leaves the place practically defenseless, which means they need to get back immediately. This time, Ed managed to secure magical engineering crafting formulas along with a huge number of magical tools, and those may turn out to be even more useful than he first thought. Still, if anyone asked him what the single best tool for surviving in this world really is, then the answer would be obvious. It is the advantage of knowing the future. What is unfolding right now is the final stretch of Episode 2, and the battle to subjugate Glast is nearing its climax. Ed's plan is still to keep the main storyline moving as close to the original as possible. And if the Golden King was supposed to be the mid-boss of Episode 2, then of course he would make his move during Episode 2 here as well. Ed says he will deal with Elta Ketchum, then tells Jix that the road ahead is almost open now, and that all they need to do is get the details from Aila Triss and rescue her. In the end, Taylor has to be the one who resolves the scenario itself, because only after completing his growth and mastering all of his unique skills can he stand against the true final boss waiting at the end. There is still a mountain of unfinished business inside the underground waterway, and after this, the magic tower summoned by Glast will rise up and cover the sky before unleashing terrifying spells. What comes after this is going to hurt. The road ahead is full of brutal trials, the kind that are hard to endure through human willpower alone. Even so, Ed pauses after calling Taylor's name, and in the end, all he says is a simple wish for good luck. Taylor does not need some grand dramatic speech from him, so Ed immediately rushes forward with his group and never once looks back. They already know that Elta Ketchum is targeting the trading company in order to secure proof that Lortelle orchestrated the losses from the armor sale that cost him his position, so before anything else they need to report to the academy that mercenaries have already invaded. Janica calls out and asks them to wait for a moment, but Ed cuts her off and tells her they do not have time because they are in a hurry. Janica grits her teeth in frustration and shouts after him that he is just going to get himself hurt all over again. He was only just kidnapped, and after barely managing to escape with his life, now he is already charging headfirst toward another fight, this time against the Golden King. Just a few days ago, he collapsed from sheer overwork, and by any normal standard, this is a matter the Ketchum Trading Company should handle, not him, because it has nothing to do with Ed personally. Janica does not want to see him get hurt again, and deep down Ed knows she is right. Strictly speaking, this really is not his problem. But if he wants any peace of mind about how the game's plot will unfold, then he cannot ignore a giant variable like Elta Ketchum. Fortunately, if they want to corner the Golden King, then they will need Elta Ketchum, Lortelle Ketchum, and Janica all involved in the same situation. So Ed is certain Lortelle will find some convincing excuse to drag everyone along. But in a rare twist that no one saw coming, the fox-like merchant actually sides with the spirit sorcerer for once. Lortelle reaches over, takes Janica's hand, and openly admits that dragging Ed into this would be selfish, because what he should really be doing right now is resting somewhere safe. Watching the two of them suddenly agree so completely when the topic is Ed's safety is oddly heartwarming. But this is still not a moment when he can afford to step back and rest. So Ed tells them that Lortelle's problem is not somebody else's business to him. That single line leaves Lortelle shocked in one way and Janica horrified in another. Janica immediately demands to know what exactly he means by that, while beside her, Lortelle turns bright red with quiet, delighted joy. Ed cuts the moment short, tells them they need to hurry because there is no time to waste, and the group starts running again. As he moves, he desperately tries to think of some proper explanation for what he just said, but finding a believable reason on the spot is never easy for him. Then Janica unexpectedly hands him the perfect excuse, suggesting that this is about his contract with Lortelle. If she loses control of the trading company, then his supply of magical engineering materials gets cut off too, which would make this issue his problem as well. Ed freezes for half a beat, but he is so desperate for a way out that he instantly agrees with her explanation. Meanwhile, Lortelle is still floating in a daze from what he said earlier, her face flushed in bliss, while Ed quietly thinks Janica really is sharp, just as you would expect from the top student of their year. Putting that aside, he glances around at the utter chaos filling the tunnels, and at the many collapsed bodies of the rock monsters that were probably supposed to be guarding the entrance. For a brief moment, he thinks Taylor's group must have rampaged through here with absolutely no regard for seniority, and in a situation like this, that kind of ruthlessness feels downright cold. But it does not take long for him to realize the real culprit behind all this destruction is the extremely guilty-looking Janica. Janica tearfully insists that she never meant for any of this to happen, and that things somehow just turned out this way. Lortel lets out a laugh and calls her heartless, only for Janica to protest even more desperately that she is not heartless at all, and that they are completely misunderstanding what happened here. Either way, they are close to the exit now, so whatever needs to be said can wait until later, after they have helped the academy. Janica explains that the carriage she arrived in is waiting near the entrance along with the staff. But when they finally emerge from the underground waterway, the sight waiting outside is complete chaos. The carriage has already been smashed to pieces, and the bodies lying in the water have clearly been beaten down. Lortel lets out a low chuckle twisted by a dark grimace, quietly noting that the Golden King moved even faster than she expected. Standing there in front of them with his arms folded and a heavy shadow cast across his face is Elt Ketchuln. Lortel greets him by calling him father, and Elt asks who taught her to handle documents so cleanly that even if he searched through the company's records from top to bottom, there would still be no evidence left behind. Still, there had been a hole in her personnel management. All he had to do was threaten one worker, and that terrified employee gave up the information that she was heading for this waterway. The man apologizes for betraying her, and Lortel only answers with a smile. Elta remarks that it took her a very long time to master that particular expression. Then he adds that it is a pity the only real evidence remaining now is her confession, because it would be such a waste to destroy her through torture. As he says it, he slowly flicks his fingers in the air, and a crimson gleam suddenly lights up in the eyes of the fallen bodies. In the next instant, they burst up from the water with a violent splash and hurl themselves straight at the group. Sharp weapons flash upward as they try to cut down Ed and the fox-like merchant. But Lortel steps in and blocks the strike with magic before the blades can land. She says she expected he would not come alone, but really, he does love dragging mercenaries into the academy just like he did last time. Back then, Professor Glast escaped with the Sage Grimoire, but Lortel says there is no point comparing that case to this one, because this time is different. This time, Elte has brought the best mercenaries on the continent with him, and their side outnumbers Ed's group completely. He tells his hired men that the only life he cares about sparing is Lortel's, and that everyone else can be treated as expendable cannon fodder, so they should finish the job quickly. At once, the mercenaries move, loosing arrows that tear through the air toward them in a deadly barrage. But Janica raises her magic and shuts the attack down before it can break through. Arrows whistle dangerously close to Ed from every direction. Yet not a single one reaches him, because the girls around him are protecting him with their magic. Janica uses her defensive bird spirit magic to knock the arrows aside and shield him, pushing the projectiles away before they can strike. Without taking her eyes off the enemy, she warns Ed to stay careful, because the mercenaries' movements are tightly coordinated. Ed thanks her, and in that same moment, he catches the irritation rising on Elte's face. Elte clicks his tongue and says that spirit sorcerers are always a nuisance to deal with, but then adds that this time will be different, and he pulls out a sheet of paper that looks deeply suspicious. It is the legendary grade magical engineering item known as Valerius's Prejudice, a tool capable of suppressing all surrounding mana for 10 full minutes. Even though each sheet can only be used once, it still costs dozens of gold coins apiece, all because of the magic restricting properties of the night butterfly flower reagent that Elvira once used. Valerius's Prejudice is the higher grade version of that item. It does come with serious drawbacks, like the fact that it takes time to activate and the setup required to trigger it is so obvious that anyone watching can tell what is happening. But even with those flaws, it is still an extremely dangerous tool. They are already losing badly in terms of numbers, and on top of that, the enemy in front of them is a hardened veteran mercenary force. There is no easy way for Ed's side to break through that wall of combat power before the activation time runs out. And worst of all, everyone on Ed's side is a mage. Lortel Ketchuln is not even surprised that Elte came prepared like this, because he already knows what kind of abilities they rely on. If that item finishes activating, then this fight is over for them. Someone throws out the obvious point that the Golden King will be held accountable by the Academy for all of this and asks him how exactly he plans to deal with that. Elti only bursts into manic laughter and says that any outcome is better than losing his life. He is the kind of third-rate villain who should have been erased from the story much earlier. But Ed knows better than most that even the butterfly effect created by some third-rate villain can shake the whole world harder than expected, because in a way, he himself is proof of that. And this opponent is not even some throwaway extra. He is a mid-boss. If he survives here, he could become a massive variable in the future of this world. The Golden King was supposed to be the kind of villain who gets betrayed from behind and quietly exits the stage. That was the role fate had lined up for him from the start. He murdered Lortel's parents and clawed his way toward glory and prosperity by doing anything necessary. He is, without question, a true villain, and yet Ed does not feel even the slightest personal hatred toward him. That is because, at the end of the day, LT is desperately blocking the path in front of them for one simple reason. He wants to survive. In that ugly persistence, Ed can see something uncomfortably similar to himself. Even so, Ed has absolutely no intention of giving LT Ketchum that chance. He is not going to dress it up in noble words and pretend this is about bravely taking responsibility for every variable he created. If that makes him selfish, then so be it. This is his story too, and with that thought finally settled, he calls out to Lucy, still hanging off his back, and tells her it is time to wake up. Lucy slowly slips down from his back with an enormous sleepy yawn. In a drowsy little mumble, she complains that everyone is being way too noisy. And at that exact moment, her magic power begins to stir. Light spills across the area in a sudden flood, and waves of raw magical force start crackling and rolling around her body. This is the moment when Lucy the Slothful finally wakes up. And honestly, just from that single image alone, it already feels like Elta Ketchum is completely doomed.
Glock's Travelogue, the book written by the Archmage Glock during the final years of his life, had been created inside a modest little cabin so plain and humble that it barely suited a man of his legendary fame.
Almost nobody knew about that place, aside from Lucy, of course, because she was his granddaughter. While she lazily floated in the air nearby, half asleep as always, he would lecture her again and again that natural talent was never an excuse to stop learning. He told her to keep studying, to stay humble, and to use the power she had for the good of everyone around her. He also warned her, more seriously than before, to beware the loneliness and bitter isolation that always comes attached to overwhelming strength. When he sees the blank, absent look on her face, he pauses in the middle of his lecture and finally asks her to promise him 3 things. And for once, Lucy listens with a little curious interest. The first promise is that she must never kill anyone. The second is that she should stay away from anything that might stain her hands with blood, even by accident. And the third is that while she remains at Sylvania, she must truly live as a student. Back in the present, dark purple lightning lashes and flickers around Lucy as her power fully awakens, and the sight of her now is genuinely terrifying. You can tell LT really did gather the best mercenaries available, because most of the men standing there are veterans. They have survived in the mercenary world for years, and the fact that they have crossed the line of death over and over again and still lived through it already proves how strong they are. That kind of life sharpens a person's instincts until awareness of danger becomes automatic, and reacting to a deadly shift in the battlefield turns into second nature. And right now, every one of those hardened instincts is screaming the exact same warning at them: stop fighting immediately. Elta screams at them to keep attacking. But there is no way seasoned survivors are going to charge headlong into a kind of magic that exists beyond their understanding. Still, most of the younger mercenaries do not possess that same life-saving instinct yet, so they rush at Lucy anyway with their weapons raised high. Lucy answers them with nothing but a cold, bored glance, even though she is a mage. She is not someone who actually bothers to use magic all that often. With nothing more than a casual flick of her finger, she unleashes enough force to deal maximum damage, blasting the charging mercenary away in an instant. The reason she rarely bothers with spells is simple. The overwhelming compression of mana inside her can generate physical force by itself. Put simply, Lucy does not need magic when raw violence will do the job faster, and the eyes of the people facing her widen with immediate fear. As the tide starts turning against him, LT quickly checks how much more time he has left before the item can activate. He only needs a little longer, just a little more. But Lucy has already found him and instantly recognizes him as the one in charge, which means, in her eyes, all she has to do now is take down the leader. Just then, Ed reaches out and places a calming hand on her shoulder, while the once proud Merchant King collapses to the ground in fear. Ed starts to say something to Lucy, But then he suddenly turns in shock when the ground seems to tremble, making him think for a second that an earthquake has started. Except it is not an earthquake at all, and instead, purple lightning begins flashing all around the school. On the night when the 7 brightest stars line up in a straight row and shine visibly overhead, Professor Glast's its advance into spectral magic begins to twist and distort the very laws of nature themselves. And with that, the descent of the magical realm begins as violet magical light floods the entire area. The magic tower that once covered the sky during the final stage of Episode 2's last battle is beginning to descend once again. The moment Ed Rothstaler saw what was happening, he immediately realized the timing could not have been better. By now, Taylor and the rest of the heroes' party should already have brought down the monster in the underground waterway and picked up the skills they needed along the way. And with everyone required to clear this episode finally gathered in one place, it meant that even if it took a little time, Taylor should still be able to stop Professor Glast. On top of that, the scent of the magic realm had been triggered at the exact same point it was in the original storyline, which told Ed that the scenario itself was still moving forward without any real problems. Of course, this kind of magic was so strange and so far removed from anything normal that nobody but Ed could make immediate sense of it. Even Janica and Lortel Ketchum, both outstanding students in their own right, would have found it completely beyond reason. But then, to Ed's surprise, Lucy suddenly lifted her gaze toward the sky and calmly said that each of the 10 magic towers served as part of a structure meant to absorb aspectual magic. Then she rose into the air and, as if following that thought to its conclusion, said that in that case bringing back the dead might actually be possible. Ed could only watch her go, his eyes clouded with unmistakable worry. In the epilogue of Episode 2, the players are originally supposed to find Miss Lazy only after everything is over, and when she finally wakes up, she just lazily brushes the whole incident aside like it was nothing important. She was meant to sleep through the entire scenario up on the roof of Trix Hall, never involving herself at all. But if someone wakes her up early during Phase 1, before the scenario has fully ended, and then brings her into the party, the cornered Professor Glast ends up making her an offer.
What he offers is resurrection through spectral magic, not for Sylvania herself, but for her disciple, Archmage Glocht, who was also the prodigy's grandfather.
And that is the point where Lucy turns into an enemy. Once that happens, the entire party is wiped out without exception. It is one of those bad endings the players simply cannot avoid. In the end, all they can do is watch her slowly disappear into the underground waterway, heading off to join the professor and carry out that dark ambition. In Episode 2, Lucy was never designed to be defeated in the first place. Even the most obsessive players, the ones who poured hundreds of hours into the game searching for some hidden answer, eventually had to accept the same conclusion. There was simply no way to beat her. When the main scenario gets thrown off by unexpected variables that were never part of the original plot, Ed can still sometimes step in and patch the damage before it spreads too far. And every now and then, those very same variables can even warp what should have been a predetermined bad ending. Seizing the brief instant when everyone's attention was elsewhere, LT activated Belarus Prejudice. The effect immediately spread outward, suppressing every trace of mana in the surrounding area for the next 10 full minutes. Miss Lazy felt her mana being pulled away from her, steadily leaking out and flowing into the golden pitcher he had summoned. The Merchant King then shouted at the top of his lungs for his mercenaries to take advantage of the opening and crush those brats. After all, with their magic sealed off, they were supposed to be helpless. At that command, one of the mercenaries immediately drew his sword and charged straight at Ed. But Ed simply stretched one hand out in front of him. Then, to everyone's absolute shock, he activated Windblade anyway and blasted the mercenary backward in an instant. Ed himself might have been one more irregular variable inside this scenario, but even so, there were still existences in this world that not even he could hold back. The Merchant King stared in disbelief that Argy could still use his power at a time like this. A bead of cold sweat slid down his face as his nerves finally began to crack. Because even the overwhelming suppressive force of Belarus Prejudice, a legendary grade magic item, was not without limits. And those limits just so happened to begin and end at the monstrous quantity of mana Lucy possessed, a vast current that rolled like an endless sea. No matter what anyone tried, you could never empty an ocean with a single bucket. Lucy quietly declared that she would clear the path ahead. Her eyes gave off a dangerous glow as she said it, and in the same breath she made it clear that there was somewhere she needed to go. The Merchant King was no amateur who had survived this long by luck alone. The instinct for survival he had sharpened over countless brushes with death now screamed at him with absolute certainty that if he moved wrong here, he would die. So in the face of that young prodigy's overwhelming and unstoppable power, he dropped to his knees, completely subdued. Lucy gathered mana into her palm, letting the pressure build until it spread through her fingers just as she prepared to flick them. She asked the Merchant King if he understood that he could die here, because she already knew that even Elty was nowhere near being her equal. But at that very moment, Ed stepped in front of the kneeling Golden King and reminded her that killing people was not okay. It was strange, in a way, that Ed seemed so intent on protecting Elty's life, yet Lucy still hesitated the instant those words reached her, because she remembered the promise she had once made. She had promised her grandfather that she would stay away from anything that would stain her hands with blood, and the person Ed was truly worried about was not the one who would have died there. He looked straight into her eyes, and that look carried worry, concern, and firm determination all at once. And because of that, the hand she had already raised, ready to flick, stopped midway and faltered. In the end, she turned away and said she would let it go. Then Ed asked her where exactly she was trying to go. Lucy only answered that there was somewhere she needed to be. Conversations with Ed Rothstaler always seemed to unfold like this, and when he asked her whether she was really sure she would not regret this choice, she stopped in midair. She clearly had not expected him to say anything more, and so she lingered there with her back turned, hesitating in the air while he remained below, waiting. Ed kept looking up at her with concern written plainly across his face, while Lucy stayed silent, lost deep in thought. Then she remembered the final chapter of her grandfather's book, What's Lost is Lost. Its message was a sad one. Those who have lost something cannot get it back, so the only thing left for them is to become stronger. And with that thought echoing in her mind, she held the book tightly against her chest, remembering the words telling her to become stronger. The final line of that book had been written for Lucy herself, the very girl who had been there at the end of his life. Her grandfather had passed away with a gentle smile still resting on his face, and as that memory came back to her, Lucy lowered her head and stayed quiet, weighed down by the image of his death. After a long silence, she finally gave him her answer, and it was no. Then, before their eyes could follow her any longer, she vanished from sight. All 57 mercenaries had already climbed onto the boats, and from the look of it, the retreat had been carried out safely. Now that the evacuation was confirmed, Yannicka, who had stayed behind to oversee everyone's withdrawal, should be back soon as well. For the moment, the question of what to do with a subdued Elty was pushed aside. They could always leave him to Lortel Ketchum and the trading company, since she would most likely handle the bulk of the matter herself. Besides, she had her own grudge to settle with him, and she stood over his bound body with a cold glare fixed straight down on him. Ed Rothstaler figured it was probably because he had pushed himself too hard while he was already worn out. After forcing himself all the way up to the highest building in Sylvania, his whole body now felt unbearably heavy. Trix Hall was where this episode had first begun. It was the very place where Professor Glast had stolen the sage's grimoire, and where Taylor had first started chasing after him. The Academy had already taken responsibility for the injured people left behind by the incident, so Ed had not expected that he would end up returning here again. And yet, in the end, Ed Rothstaler had made his way all the way back to Trix Hall. Even if it had not been intentional, his path had neatly traced the episode in reverse, climbing up from the secret laboratory below and returning to the hall where everything had started. This was the place where the hero's story began, and now it was also the place where Ed's own journey through this episode would come to an end. When he opened the door, he found Lucy standing there, watching the final showdown from a distance. Among the student center buildings that Yannicka had destroyed earlier was Glock Hall, and the organization that had awarded Ed his scholarship for this semester was none other than the Glock Scholarship Foundation. Lucy's grandfather had lived a modest, frugal life, but he had donated most of the fortune he accumulated to Sylvania Academy, and the traces of that legacy were still scattered all across the campus. That was exactly why it had not been hard at all for Ed to figure out where Lucy would be. He had already guessed that this was where she would come, so he quietly stepped in behind her and stood at the spot where the two of them could look down over the entire academy at once. After all, to Lucy, this academy was the living remnant of her grandfather's legacy. Above the school, the great towers of aspectual magic glowed brightly as they loomed over the campus, and from the rooftop of Trix Hall, Ed stood beside Lucy and watched them together. In the middle of that still moment, she suddenly called out to him, and when he asked what she wanted, she simply asked whether he had any beef jerky. He had already told her before that he did not, And with a tired sigh, he gave her the exact same answer again. This kind of exchange was nothing unusual between the two of them, and after that, Ed asked her what she was doing up here. Lucy answered in her usual quiet way that she had been thinking about the old days. Ed glanced down from the great height and thought that if someone fell from here, they would die instantly. Meanwhile, Lucy said that back then she used to cry all the time because something truly painful had happened to her. But somewhere along the way, she had stopped feeling that same sharp sadness. Ed asked her why that had changed, and Lucy said it was because she had spent a long time thinking about it. And after all that thought, the answer she found had turned out to be surprisingly simple. It was because so much time had already passed, and clinging forever to old wounds was foolish. Even if she were to use spectral magic to bring her grandfather back, he would still have to leave her again someday. And more than that, he had already accepted his death. So if he were dragged back like that, he might only get angry and end up dying all over again. To revive a legendary archmage, a man who had devoted his entire life to the study of magic, by means of such forbidden sorcery, would be nothing short of an insult to him. Lucy had known that from the very beginning. The desire to revive him had never been anything noble. It was simply her own selfish wish. Then Ed spoke again, drawing Lucy's attention, and she slowly turned her face toward him. He asked her, very plainly, if she was really okay. He knew it was not really his place to ask, especially after he had been the one trying to stop her, but even so, he could not keep himself from saying it. The way Lucy had suddenly given up on resurrecting her grandfather felt almost too abrupt, almost like a passing impulse, and if that resolve ever wavered and turned again, something terrible could still happen. That was why Ed had to make sure. Though even in a moment like this, part of him half expected Lucy to ignore the question and just ask him for jerky again. But instead, Lucy moved a little closer and quietly asked him to lend her his shoulder. Ed wondered why she had made him sit so close to the railing, but the answer turned out to be simple. It was only so she could lean against him while that immense magic continued swallowing up the towers in the distance. There would probably never be another person in the future who was as obsessed with spectral magic as Professor Glast had been, which meant resurrection magic itself was now reaching its end. The dead remain dead, and what is lost stays lost. The shape of that loss may differ from one person to another, but in the end, everyone is made to face it sooner or later. And because of that, people have no choice but to accept those losses and cover over their wounds with whatever still remains in their hands now. Lucy understood that truth better than anyone, and as that understanding settled inside her, tears welled up in her eyes and she began to cry bitterly. Ed could do nothing except stay quietly at her side, sitting there in silence while he looked up toward the magic towers hanging in the sky. Above him, the star-filled sky somehow looked farther away than usual, painted over in shimmering shades of blue and purple. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Then magic spread out across the sky, and from beneath the ground, a gigantic golden golem began to rise, its massive body moving to protect the offering sealed within it. Ayla Triss, the sacrifice Professor Glast had chosen. Taylor's party stood there panting heavily, staring up at that enormous figure with dismay and anger written all over their faces. It was an ancient weapon, a magical engineering golem created by Professor Glast through spectral magic and driven by the power of their captured companion. This was the final battle of Episode 2, and standing before them at the very end was the magic engineering golem itself, rising against the hero's party under Professor Glast's control. The battle to subjugate Professor Glast had finally entered its last stage. With one hand raised toward the heroes gathered before him, he controlled the giant golem and drove it forward, forcing the massive construct to launch its attack on the party. Taylor's eyes flew open in alarm. The instant the golem moved under Professor Glast's command and brought its attack crashing down. Ayla Triss was still trapped inside the golem's heart, so the group had no choice but to save her while wreckage and chaos filled the air around them. In the middle of that destruction, Jix caught the golem's hand and held the enormous strike back, stopping it just short of the others. With everything he had, he shouted at the hero to keep moving and go on ahead. Taylor immediately sprang forward, racing up along the golem's restrained arm in one swift burst. At that moment, there was only one thing in his mind, and that was saving the girl inside. As Taylor came rushing straight at him, Professor Glast could not help but bitterly curse his own short-sightedness. Taylor swung his sword at the professor and shouted for him to give his girl back, sounding almost like some bitter, possessive ex who refused to let go. At some point in the clash, Taylor's strike landed. Blood burst from the wound the hero carved into him, and after that blow, Professor Glast could no longer see properly without his glasses. His eyes widened as the thought struck him that a teacher's life was always destined to become still and repetitive. Most of his days had passed in nearly the exact same way, seated at the wide desk in his private laboratory, reading ancient grimoires and studying aspectual magic, while the books piled higher and higher around him. And beyond that, he had also spent his time managing academic courses and reviewing the materials that would be used to teach students. As he continued on like that, day after day, the scenery beyond his window kept quietly changing. It had been snowing on the day a first-year student from the Elemental Studies department kept visiting his private study. She said she wanted to get ahead by studying intermediate magic before she was supposed to, and it had been raining on the day the youngest professor, the one who was always causing trouble, came to him yet again to beg for forgiveness. She had been completely flustered, with tears shining in her eyes as she spoke. On another day, when the wind outside was blowing hard, the highest-ranking dean, returning from work elsewhere, stopped by the same way he always did for a cup of tea. Even after that man rose to become principal, that habit never changed. So, while the seasons shifted and people came and went around him, Professor Glass remained in the same place, buried in his work. Somewhere in the middle of all that, he had convinced himself that those painful memories would fade away with time, little by little, but in the end, they never disappeared at all. Back in the present, he coughed up blood. His whole body shook violently from the strain of forcing the grimoire's power through himself just to suppress the hero's attack. Even so, he somehow managed to unleash magic and blast Taylor away from him. Then he activated a spectral spell, a small-scale time reversal, and used it to heal himself. But even then, those painful memories still did not leave him. His eyes turned red. Dark magic pulsed heavily through the air around him, and he began firing off one attack after another without pause, all of it aimed at the brave heroes still standing against him. Clevius shouted out in confusion, demanding to know what kind of attacks these even were. Professor Glass answered with another burst of spectral magic, and the shimmering purple force flooded through the towers and made the entire atmosphere tremble. Then he activated multi-time prison, and in an instant all the students were frozen in time. Jix noticed it just in time and shouted at Taylor to dodge right away, while firing off a blast of magic to knock him out of danger. The Wolfmen ended up getting caught and frozen as well, but Taylor narrowly avoided the same fate. Jix was sealed in place, while Taylor barely escaped. Even then, he nearly fell, only managing to stop himself by driving his sword into the magical wall of the purple tower. Professor Glass stood there drenched in blood, his head hanging low. His vision started to blur, and through the long darkness waiting behind his closing eyelids, he saw the thing he had lost most dearly, his daughter smiling brightly back at him. In that moment, he remembered that he had almost reached her. His goal was finally within reach, and yet Taylor climbed back up once more, coming to stand in front of him again, breathing hard and panting from the strain. Professor Glass told the hero to stop already, to give up and quit trying to stand in his way, as he gathered the aspectual magic swirling around him. With everything he had left, he declared that he would reverse reality itself. The golem gathered its power next, charging fire into its body before releasing a massive blast of magic straight from its mouth, its red eyes burning ominously as it fired. But Taylor hurled himself at it without hesitation, swinging his sword again and again as he carved through it from one point to the next. Then the golem burst apart in a flood of golden light, cut to pieces so completely it was reduced to nothing, and Professor Glass could only stare in stunned disbelief. His eyes widened in awe as he looked at the power surging through the hero, and at that striking head of white hair. Professor Glass looked at the hero and asked, almost in disbelief, whether he was using a swordsman form. But without even waiting for Taylor to answer, he immediately activated another spectral spell, Time Reversal. The moment the magic took hold, time itself began to rewind. Even the people who had been frozen in time were affected, and little by little, the hero's party began returning to normal. Professor Glass shouted at them in frustration, demanding to know why they insisted on resisting him so desperately when it was all meaningless. He declared that even if it cost him every last bit of the life he had left, he would still do whatever it took to fulfill his dream. But right in the middle of that declaration, blood spilled from his mouth. At that exact moment, someone fired intermediate ice magic, Ice Spear, and the spell struck cleanly enough to freeze the man in place. It was Jix, and he shouted at Taylor to attack right now, before the chance slipped away. Then every member of the party surged forward together, launching a united attack against the professor and his dark magic as one team. Professor Glass could only stare at the wave of attacks rushing straight toward him, and for the first time, he wondered if this might really be the end. His eyes widened, and above him, the golem threw up its hand, as though it too had finally met defeat. Then a massive golden explosion burst outward. Golden smoke came pouring through every crack in the giant golem's body as it began to break apart. The destruction rang out with such force that the sheer noise filled the entire battlefield. At last, Ayla Triss was freed from the construct, and as she fell, Taylor was already there waiting to catch her. He gathered her into his arms bridal style, his hair now a brilliant snow white, while behind him the golem and all the years of work Professor Glast had poured into it collapsed into ruin. After the chaos came the drifting smoke of fading magic, and within that lingering smoke, the professor let out a long, defeated sigh. In the end, he admitted it himself. The children had won. And with that, his body tipped backward from where he stood. He slipped from one of the beautiful, radiant purple towers and began to fall from the sky. He dropped a staggering distance, limp with defeat as he descended. His body was bruised all over, his glasses were cracked, and his hair whipped wildly in the wind as he fell. Professor Glast was a broken, defeated man now, and even as he fell, the pain of losing his daughter still clung to him, and under his breath, he murmured that he missed her. He called out her name, Muri, as the ground rushed closer and closer beneath him. But before the fall could fully end in death, a magic circle suddenly appeared below him and caught his body in midair. And just like that, the professor vanished into thin air. The magic circle appeared again, deep in the woods, and that was where his battered body was finally dropped. He had used spectral magic, spatial leap, and now he leaned against a tree, struggling just to catch his breath. He had saved that magic circle as his final means of escape, and now, in the forest, he coughed up blood with his head wrapped in a binding. For some reason, he had escaped far too late. At this point, even using magic to stop the bleeding felt meaningless. His hands slid weakly down the tree, his knees gave out beneath him, and he slowly sank into the grass while barely managing to stay upright. Anyone familiar with the original storyline could have guessed he had no future left ahead of him, but seeing it unfold directly made it painfully obvious that in that moment in the forest, he was surely going to die. And yet, when he lifted his head, he was startled to find a student standing there in the woods long past curfew. That student was none other than Ed Rothstaler. Even after everything, there was still one thing Ed wanted to confirm for himself. So now the story loops back a little to the last point we left behind, when that bright, glittering purple magic was still wrapped around the towers. Before the teleportation spell was ever cast, Janica had already sent the mercenaries off the island. Meanwhile, Lortel Ketchum was able to find the former merchant king inside the trading company, which had already neutralized and removed every remaining threat. The two girls had promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything was finished, so the red-haired girl hurried there now. All she wanted was to make sure Ed was safe after he headed to Trix Hall, but to her absolute horror, what she found there was Ed standing with Lucy, completely unaware of the danger in the air. Ed casually greeted her, but all Lortel Ketchum could focus on was the way that little prodigy had such a firm grip on the sleeve of the man she liked. Every warning bell in her head started blaring at once as she glared at the scene in open frustration, while Ed, as usual, remained utterly oblivious. Then, when he noticed the top third-year student, Dorothy, and assistant professor Claire Elfin, he figured that the situation in the underground waterway must have already come to an end. But to his surprise, assistant professor Claire Elfin had tears gathered in her eyes, and he found himself wondering why she was crying. Then, all of a sudden, assistant professor Claire Elfin and Dorothy spotted something and screamed in fear. That was because Janica had arrived with a giant flaming dragon following behind her, and she came down right in front of them with the force and presence of a superhero making an entrance. The very first thing she did was ask whether the magic tower was using aspectual magic, because there was something she needed to confirm. Lately, Janica's meetings with the spirits had practically turned into regular reporting sessions about Ed Rothstaler. Originally, those meetings had only started because of her goodwill and her desire to protect the northern forest where the spirits lived. But a few days earlier, Tal'Darak had mentioned that he sensed traces of aspectual magic coming from the magic tower in the northern forest, which was serious enough to require investigation. So if the magic surrounding these towers really was aspectual magic, then it became easy to guess who had been responsible for the strange magic felt in the forest. The problem was that not even a single magic tower had ever been built in the northern forest, which left Janica wondering just what Professor Glast had been doing out in that region. That line made Ed Rothstaler stop and think for a moment, because, as far as he remembered, nothing especially major had happened there in the original story before. So maybe he really did not need to interfere. But then again, even a fake boss like Elta Ketchum had ended up causing enormous ripples in the plot when left alone, which meant Ed could not afford to simply dismiss this incident either. If someone on Professor Glast's level failed to leave the stage when he was supposed to, then it was impossible to even imagine how badly he could distort the scenarios that came afterward. That was why, later that night, Ed went out to investigate for himself, just as the glittering purple towers began losing their light and collapsing one by one. He wanted to confirm it with his own eyes one more time. But instead, what Ed ended up finding was Professor Glast himself, bleeding heavily in the northern forest, just as he appeared before them. The girls had come with him too, and while Lortel Ketchum looked almost resigned to whatever they were about to find, Janica was plainly horrified as she stared at the bleeding professor and demanded to know what he was doing there. Professor Glast coughed up blood and answered in a weak voice that he was only looking at the moon. Then he asked whether they found that funny, but Janica, the spirit mage, immediately denied it without hesitation. At that, the professor let out a tired smile and said that, strangely enough, he himself found the whole sight rather laughable. Ed pointed out that Professor Glast must have known from the start that he would fail, and the professor only kept laughing at that. Then he admitted Ed was right. In the end, one way or another, failure had always been waiting for him. His plan had been reckless from the start, though even he had not expected to be brought down by a crowd of meddling students. And even if he had somehow won, he already knew Principal Obel Forcius would have stepped in and taken him down in the end. He wondered aloud whether Obel had stayed out of it from the beginning because of the long years between them. Then, almost like an afterthought, he added that he never really thought Obel was suited to be principal anyway. Then he told Ed that he was a better student than he had first realized, and that it was a shame he had discovered that too late, which was not like him at all. Hearing that, Ed asked the question that had been bothering him all this time: why had the professor kidnapped him in the first place? Professor Glast admitted that Ed's talent had been extraordinary, and at first he had intended to use him as part of his plan. But before that could go anywhere, Ed had ended up collapsing from overwork, and that plan had failed too. And by the time the professor hurried back to retrieve him, Ed had already escaped. The professor said that dying alone like this was probably just the price he had to pay for his sins. Compared to everything he had done, he thought it was not such a bad bargain. Still, the 17 years he had spent with his daughter had never been lonely ones. That number caught them off guard, and when they reacted, he calmly confirmed that yes, she had been 17. Those years had felt both unbearably long and impossibly short at the same time. Then Ed pointed out that the professor had also known Assistant Professor Claire Elfin for a very long time, and that seemed to catch Professor Glast off guard. He had known Claire Elfin for 4 years during her degree program, and then another 5 after she earned her teaching certificate. If she had stayed with him all the way until his retirement, that would have added up to nearly 17 years too. Before they came here, Ed had seen Assistant Professor Claire Elfin crying, and at those words Professor Glast's eyes widened slightly. Assistant Professor Claire Elfin had once openly confessed that Professor Glast was the kind of person she disliked at first sight. Even with a smile on her face, she had recalled him as the meanest and most stubborn person she had ever met, always pushing work onto others, full of himself, rigid in his beliefs, and ready to scold someone over the tiniest mistake. By her own words, he was the kind of man who was truly impossible to like. And yet, to her, he had also been the most scholarly scholar of all. And when she remembered him that way, she cried bitterly in mourning. Professor Glast had always possessed an oddly sharp intuition for things that seemed unnecessary. From what Claire Elfin had said, he must have sensed something from her words already. Dorothy had spoken too, her voice trembling as she admitted that she had never understood what he had truly been planning. But despite that, he had still been a precious mentor who had recognized her talent. At the same time, no one could deny what he had done. He had recklessly placed the lives of students in danger, and not even Principal Obel Forcius could deny that Professor Glast had gone astray. Yet now, even after all that, there was no one physically at his side as he slowly looked back on his life. He said that he would die alone. But as he closed his eyes, his blood staining both his skin and his clothes, even that bitter mockery of his own fate turned out to be nothing more than a misunderstanding. When you really thought about it, Claire Elfin, who had become an assistant professor at such a young age while sobbing like that, and even Dorothy, the top student in the alchemy department, had both once been seen as untalented. Professor Glast had gone around discovering and nurturing hidden talent in people like them, all while outwardly insisting that talentless people had no value. In a strange way, It was almost as if he had been trying to say that his daughter, too, had been someone precious and valuable. By that point, it had been far too late to call this a lonely death. In the end, he remained alive in other people's hearts. To some, he had been a mentor. To others, he had been a colleague. Professor Glast suffered from severe nearsightedness. After a certain point, he could no longer see anything properly without his glasses, not even himself. And as he lay there silently dying against the tree, bruised and broken, he said that before he activated Descent of the Magical Realm, he had seen the Spirit Library. Ed had made a flashy escape back then, after taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas. But according to the professor, there had been no point in doing only that. Ed immediately asked whether there was something else he should have taken, and in response, Professor Glast pulled out a key. He told Ed that this was exactly what he deserved. From here on, Ed would have to clean everything up with his own hands, so the mess waiting for him was one he had practically brought on himself. Then the professor told him that from now on that library belonged to him, and he was entrusting it to Ed. Startled, Ed asked why he was being handed such an incredible gift. But Professor Glast merely let the key fall into Ed's hand with fingers stained in blood, then asked why Ed did not even look happy after receiving it. Coughed again and explained that beneath the desk Rihanna had guarded there was a hidden safe. He told Ed to make sure he dealt with it properly once the Academy's investigation began. Then, as his final words to someone else, he told Lucy that every once in a while she should look around herself too. Lucy was there as well, listening in silence, a dark shadow resting over her eyes as he spoke directly to her. Professor Glast's eyes widened slightly, and then his expression loosened as he said she was wise, because she had chosen to stand behind him. Ed found himself wondering what kind of expression Lucy had on her face in that moment to make the professor react like that. Unfortunately, from where he stood, he could not see her clearly. All he could feel was Lucy's grip tightening on his clothes as Professor Glast finally slipped away, his soul leaving his body for the next world. Looking at Professor Glast after his eyes had closed as naturally as if he had simply fallen asleep, Ed could only make his own quiet guess. Under the moonlit Zelkova tree, the peaceful corpse looked less like a dead man and more like someone resting in a deep sleep, wearing a faint smile as though he were dreaming something happy. So they stayed there together for a while, simply watching over him in silence. Then the next day came, and Ed found himself summoned before several of the Academy's deans. They pointed out that he had been involved in the Professor Glast incident, the Ophilis Hall occupation, and now even the theft of the sage-sealed grimoire. Somehow he had been present at every single scene, and at that point, even Ed had to admit his luck was unbelievably terrible. Ed faces the questioning head-on, fully aware that he has not actually done anything wrong. After being lectured for practically the entire night, it seems the next person in line to take a turn scolding him is now the dean. The dean lays out the situation piece by piece, saying that Ed claims he has no idea why Professor Glast abducted him. But the moment he found an opening, he escaped and immediately went looking for help. Somewhere along the way, he ended up crossing paths with Taylor's group. Ed calmly confirms it, saying that everything happened exactly the way he already wrote in his report. He also brings up how Janica and Lortel Ketchum rushed in to help him, then sharply points out one troubling detail. When Ed fled, he left Aila behind and escaped on his own. Ed explains that the girl could not even move in that situation, and on top of that, she clearly did not trust him in the slightest. So in the end, all he could do was go by himself and call for help first. At least that is the explanation he gives. The dean admits with complete honesty that he still finds Ed deeply suspicious, and he leans over him with a pressure that feels almost threatening. Even if the story itself sounds reasonable, there have simply been too many convenient coincidences for him to brush it off so easily. From the dean's point of view, the whole thing looks suspicious no matter how he turns it around. He says Ed keeps acting like he knows nothing, yet somehow gives off the unmistakable feeling that he knows far more than he lets on. Sitting there under the dean's fiery glare, Ed answers with casual nerve and even thanks him for such an over-generous evaluation. That same shameless composure only makes him look even more slippery. Even so, because of what happened at Ophilis Hall and everything that followed in this latest incident, Ed is, in the end, still a student who suffered because of the Academy's negligence. Ed lowers his eyes to the paper in front of the dean and suddenly freezes in surprise when he realizes something is off. That is not the report he submitted at all. What the dean had actually been looking at was Ed's report card. The dean then plainly acknowledges that Ed has been working hard. He says, "The Academy intends to properly recognize Ed's efforts and reward him for what he has done," which catches Ed completely off guard. By the time he steps out of the dean's office, his mood has lightened so much that there is almost a bounce in his stride. Then, just as he is leaving, someone calls out to him. It is Janica. Ed immediately apologizes for making her worry so much, then looks her over and asks if she was hurt, because from the way things looked, she clearly fought hard, and that had been bothering him. Janica quickly reassures him that he does not need to worry about her at all. She says she is perfectly fine. Right after that, the little spirit bird perched on her shoulder chirps out as if delivering a message of its own. Janica suddenly doubles back on what she just said, and hurriedly adds that maybe she is not completely unharmed after all. In a flustered voice, she asks whether she should mention that her body feels a little sore and that she did get hurt a bit while trying to save him. The moment he hears that, Ed's expression changes in shock, and he immediately asks where exactly she was injured. Caught in her own act, Janica lets out a strained groan and says her back hurts. Maybe, she says, she sprained it? Hearing that, Ed quietly says that this whole incident made him realize something important. Whenever something like this happens, Janica is always the one pushing herself the hardest and ending up the one who suffers for it. He admits that he had started taking that for granted far too much, and now, because of that, she ended up getting hurt. He says that thought really struck him after seeing Professor Glast's final moments. In the end, regret is always something that comes too late. Ed tells her that he is endlessly grateful for everything she has done for him, but at the same time, he cannot help feeling that he has only become a burden to her. The instant those words leave his mouth, Janica starts panicking. He apologizes and says that if being around him only keeps getting her hurt, then maybe she should stop involving herself with him altogether. The moment she hears that, Janica completely breaks. She blurts out that she lied about being hurt, then starts crying as she desperately apologizes. Then Ed adds one more thing. Since Janica's dorm is in Dex Hall starting next semester, he will be moving into Dex Hall too. The second she hears that, Janica becomes far more overjoyed than he ever expected. A lot of things happened in the end, but somehow the whole mess was wrapped up surprisingly fast. Even episode 2 comes to a neat close, to the point where Ed can almost say that everything is finally finished now. The dean told him to put an end to that lonely drifter lifestyle of his and return to living like an ordinary student again, because after everything he had earned at least that much. He has officially been allowed to move into the academy dormitory, which means the time has finally come for him to leave his little log cabin behind. To be honest, he had wanted to do a few more things first, like put up some fencing, plant a few edible annual crops, and reinforce parts of the hut a little more. But now that he knows he is leaving, all of that effort suddenly feels strangely pointless. His life at the camp has come to an end, and with that thought hanging over him, he heads inside the hut for what should be one of the very last times. But the instant he opens the door, a massive crashing sound explodes right outside, as if something heavy has just dropped down beside the hut. It is Lucy, dressed in a sleeping gown, and the look on her face is hazy and dazed, like she is not fully awake yet. A voice wonders aloud if it might be about to rain. Around them stretches a forest landscape, with small hills rising in the distance. That voice belongs to Lucy. Looking around, she notes that she is not on Orcan Island at all. Instead, she is standing in the northern Ramland mountain range. She cannot understand why, of all things, she is suddenly dreaming about her childhood right now. Still, since she is already trapped in a dream filled with the past anyway, she decides she might as well go and see her grandfather's face. But when she steps into his house, what greets her is not warmth or familiarity. The inside is draped in cobwebs, and the whole place has decayed into rot. He is sitting in the same familiar spot as always, settled in his chair. Yet instead of the welcoming figure she remembers, he is nothing more than a dark, distorted shadow. At her presence, he slowly lifts his head and turns toward her, only for that shadowy form to reveal itself as a skeletal horror screaming in fury. He demands to know why she did not save him when she had the chance. Why did she look away instead? In that instant, Lucy realizes with chilling clarity that this is not a memory at all. It is a nightmare. She shuts her eyes and takes a long, steady breath, and when she opens them again, she finds herself awake in her dorm room. There, a maid is already speaking to her, gently telling her that now that she is awake, she should begin getting ready for school. Lucy says nothing at first. She just sits there in silence while the maid waits nervously for some kind of response. Then, without warning, Lucy activates high-level spatial magic. The maid has no choice but to shield her eyes as Lucy vanishes in a violent burst. For reasons she cannot even explain herself, she suddenly feels an overwhelming urge to go to the northern forest immediately. She arrives by crashing down onto Ed Rothstaler's roof at exactly the right moment, just in time to see him returning from school. Just seeing Ed Rothstaler standing there safely in front of her filled Lucy with a strange, wordless sense of relief, the kind that washed over her before she could even make sense of it. With that sudden happiness softening her expression, she lightly wondered to herself if maybe it was about to rain. But the moment she hears him say that his life at the camp is over, his words make her eyes snap wide in horror. And right after that, she slips straight off the roof and drops down hard to the ground below. Seeing that, Ed suddenly remembers something from a lecture. Cats are creatures that never move the way people expect them to, and trying to predict them is practically useless. The professor had said that when someone thinks they have finally gotten close enough and reaches out to pet one, the cat turns cold, aloof, and impossible to deal with. But the second that person gets busy and stops paying attention, the cat suddenly starts clinging instead. That is just how cats are, apparently, which means the most effective way to deal with them is not to chase after them at all, but to lose interest first. So Ed does exactly that. Without giving Lucy any special attention, he simply turns his back and heads inside the hut. The professor had gone even further, saying that anyone who wants a cat-type spirit familiar should stop fussing over it and act completely indifferent. Strangely enough, if you do that, the creature will often come to you on its own. Back in class, the female students had laughed and said that sounded even harder than dating. And oddly enough, in Monster Economics, there really had been a section covering cat-type creatures like that. The lectures were being given by the veteran Professor Flurbin, and they were popular enough that most students performed well in that class. At first, Ed's grades had been sitting down in the lower ranks compared to everyone else. But before long, he pulled ahead through preparation and effort, and eventually there were hardly any subjects where someone could outdo him. That day's lecture wrapped up on the topic of cat spirits. Once class ended, Ed began gathering up his notes as usual, only to be unexpectedly called over to the professor's office. To his surprise, the first thing he is asked is whether he knows about the Academy's scholarship program. Ed answers that it is a system where students assist with academic work in exchange for reduced tuition. The professor nods, clearly pleased that he understands it well, and tells him that this would be a very good opportunity for someone in his position. Ed then asks what kind of work the program would actually involve, and the professor explains that it would consist of various academy-related academic tasks. For example, he could assist Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, especially now that there are still quite a few duties Professor Glast had been handling entirely on his own. Claire Elfin is remarkably capable, but even for her, carrying all of that alone would be too much. On top of that, there are semester-end evaluations to deal with, and during the break, there will also be academic society agendas that need to be managed. Then, toward the end of the break, he could also help handle the freshman class assignment test. The professor even adds, almost as a side note, that he should try not to be too strict on the new students. As Ed thinks it over, one thought immediately crosses his mind. If he takes this on, then that guy is going to be there too. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lortel Ketchum quietly examines the grimoire that has at last been returned to its rightful owner, herself. The moment she studies it closely, she can tell its magical resonance is extraordinarily high. She murmurs to herself under her breath while carefully inspecting the artifact in her hands. Even so, a doubt creeps in. Is it really acceptable to sell something this powerful to that disgusting Crepin Rothstaler? After all, the fact that Ed made such a desperate request about it could only mean one thing. He absolutely did not want that man getting his hands on this grimoire. But from Lortel Ketchum's side, she had only purchased it with the intention of reselling it later, and that means she cannot ignore the amount of money already tied up in the deal. She clicks her tongue at herself and scolds her own hesitation, reminding herself that she needs to be more ruthless. Her motto has always been simple: never leave today's work for tomorrow. Then she remembers the promise Ed made to her, that he would do anything she asked as long as she secured the sage grimoire purchase for him. And just from recalling those words, heat rises into her cheeks all over again. So she pulls out a sheet of paper, steadies herself, and starts writing. At around the same time, a special notice arrives regarding winter break classes, and she finds herself wondering who will be conducting them now that Professor Glast is gone. She sighs over how packed her schedule has become, but at the same time, she is relieved that she no longer needs to worry about the camp. With the semester ending, she knows she is hardly the only one drowning in things to do. Janica and Ed must both be busy themselves, and as for Lucy, well, she figures there probably will not be any immediately obvious changes on that side. And yet, right in the middle of writing, her hand suddenly falters. A bead of sweat slips down the side of her face. She pauses and wonders why this strange sense of unease keeps crawling over her. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the lazy prodigy casually points out that they are starting to run low on firewood. Ed turns toward Lucy in surprise, and she reminds him that he was the one who said they would run short on firewood once winter came. She says it while sulking and chewing on beef jerky. Ed admits that yes, she is right about that. She goes on to ask why he has not been hunting lately either, and Ed cannot help wondering why she is suddenly saying something so productive for once. Still, none of this is really surprising to him. The truth is, he has been neglecting camp maintenance on purpose. In the back of his mind, he has already been thinking seriously about moving into Dex Hall. If that happened, then he would naturally end up seeing Lucy less often, and maybe with that distance, the flow of events would finally stabilize a little more.
Right then, Janica comes hurrying in with a bright greeting, rushing over with cheerful energy and saying that classes must be over by now. Ed tells her she is right, explaining that Professor Marie's late afternoon class was cancelled, so he came out to the woods to rest.
Janica says that once winter break begins, they will not be able to stay around the camp like this anymore, so she wants to come as often as she possibly can while she still has the chance. She admits that she really loved spending time at the camp, and just thinking about it all coming to an end makes her feel a little sad. Nearby, Lucy keeps listening while chewing on jerky, and with heartfelt sincerity, the spirit sorceress says that she truly liked this place. She goes on to say that it really is a shame she will not be able to spend time here anymore. But at the same time, Ed's living environment matters too. If he really decides to move into Dex Hall, then he absolutely has to call her. She says it with that bright flower petal energy of hers while Ed quietly thinks it over. Janica eagerly promises that if he needs anything at all, she will help. Since he is going to have so much to handle, she starts listing things one after another. Most of their classmates are in Dex Hall. They will get to see each other more often, maybe even eat together earlier in the day, and she can show him around on his first morning there. She says they can also meet in the study rooms, and if he has trouble finding someone to use them with, he should just call her. Meanwhile, Ed lowers his gaze to the key he was given and studies it carefully in his hand, then concludes that it is probably time to open the secret vault in the library that Professor Glast told him about.
Right after that, Janica pulls out an application form for Dex Hall and hands it to him, warning that if he waits too long to apply, there is a real chance he could miss his chance altogether. So even if he has not fully decided yet, she says it would be better to fill it out first and think the rest through afterward.
Ed is honestly surprised that she had already taken care of even this for him, and he thanks her. Janica happily replies that she has done this once before, so they can just fill it out together. So they begin with the application, but Janica suddenly pauses in surprise when Lucy abruptly pops out of nowhere and spreads her arms out protectively as she plants herself squarely between Janica and Ed. Her eyes are stretched wide with panic, sweat pouring down her face, as if the mere thought of anything taking Ed Rothstaler away from her is enough to throw her into complete alarm. After hesitating for a moment, Lucy finally forces herself to speak, frantically waving both hands up and down as she tells him to stop. No matter what, she says, he cannot take that application. Ed can only stare at her in complete confusion. And on that day, that was when everything truly began. His spirit bat chirps out in celebration, as if congratulating him for all the experience he has piled up, finally starting to show real results. Even Janica lights up and claps her hands in delight, praising how incredible his rate of growth has become. By now, his spirit resonance has already risen past the level of an ordinary beginner spirit sorcerer, and even his base mana resonance has improved by a noticeable margin. But then Janica awkwardly trails off, because Lucy is glaring straight at her. In a small, uncertain voice, she asks if she did something wrong. Normally, the maids at Ophelis Hall make sure Lucy is dressed properly from head to toe, but today she looks like she bolted out of the dorm the second she woke up, still wrapped in her pajamas from the early morning. That means Ed's magical power itself must have increased too, so he decides to try his hand at some intermediate-level magic. But while he is reading and trying to focus, Lucy sprawls right across his leg like a cat claiming its favorite spot. It does not stop there either. Even when he goes to the dorm just to eat, he still finds her hovering around him, hanging off his neck like a coat and clinging to him at every chance. Ed has no idea what is wrong with her anymore, while Janica, still flustered and confused, apologizes once again after Lucy hisses at her. Lucy seems especially hostile toward Janica in particular, and Ed starts to wonder if what looks like hostility might actually be fear instead. In any case, intermediate magic turns out to be far harder to master than he expected. Even after spending the whole day practicing, he still has not properly grasped the basics. Then, all of a sudden, Lucy asks him what he plans to do if she leaves. Ed tells her that there is somewhere he needs to go. He still needs to check on the campfire and the fireplace too. At night, the temperature drops below freezing, and if he gets careless out here, he could genuinely freeze to death. Of course, if he moved into Dex Hall, he would not have to worry about things like that anymore. He says he will go once he finishes everything he needs to do, but Lucy calls out to him again before he can move. This time, Ed actually turns and looks at her. For a brief moment, she just stands there. Then she says they will go together now, and Ed can only look at her with open confusion. A thick red rope is wound tightly around the base of a tree covered in dark orange leaves, and from there it drops straight down into a hole that seems to sink deep beneath the earth. That opening leads far below, into the hidden library that Ed has now inherited. As he carefully lowers himself down, using the rope tied around his waist for safety, he asks Miss Lazy why she bothered following him all the way to a place like this. Lucy hops down into the space without even sparing him a glance, casually remarking that if he had wanted, she could have brought him down with magic much more easily. Ed lets out a tired sigh when his feet finally touch the ground, then tells her to forget it. After all, he needed to confirm for himself that he could get down here and climb back out again on his own. There is no way he can carry everything out in one trip anyway, so he already knows he will have to come back to this library several more times. He starts pushing aside layers of dust and shifting broken furniture out of the way as he moves deeper inside. And even in the middle of all that, he cannot help pausing to marvel at the fact that a hidden secret vault was tucked away in a place like this. He finds himself thinking about how Professor Glast held on to that key right up until his very last moments, and he cannot stop wondering why. The instant he unlocks the safe, a violent gust of wind bursts out at them. Lucy stumbles back and grabs her hat before it can be blown away, and even Ed has trouble keeping his footing against the force. Then the moment he sees what was hidden inside, his eyes widen in shock. By the time they finally begin crawling back out of the hole, it is already deep into the night, and moonlight is pouring down over the tree as Ed mutters that they are almost back outside. It is also just about time for Foxy to send over the magic engineering materials he requested. He also decides he should ask for a ladder while he is at it, because climbing in and out of that hole with nothing but a rope is unbelievably exhausting. If he had not trained his stamina this much, he would have given up long ago. Lucy glances back at him and asks what exactly he pulled out of there. What he recovered was a legendary-grade magic tool, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring. Its power is to distort the timeline and drag the magic a person would possess in the future into the present. It is the kind of item that would be incredibly difficult to create, and yet it now rests beautifully in the palm of Ed's hand. In theory, that means he could call on future magic right now in the present, which would let him use high-level magic far earlier than he normally should be able to. But the amount of magic he borrows comes with a cost. Depending on how much he draws out, he may lose the ability to fight for a long time afterward. If he uses it recklessly, the price could be enormous. That leaves him with only one realistic way to use it in battle. When he has been cornered, when the enemy's power is about to overwhelm him, and when he has no other option left. At that point, it would become his hidden trump card. The final move he reveals only in a last desperate gamble. Still, if he is not thinking about combat, then another possibility comes to mind: spirit contracts. Janica can handle so many spirits, not only because of her sensitivity, but also because the sheer amount of magic she possesses is enormous. For a beginner spirit sorcerer like Ed, the number of available slots is usually only 1 or 2, and the reason he has to practice so hard just to hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because his maximum magic capacity is still too limited. So if he could temporarily raise that maximum magic capacity, then, in theory, he might be able to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit. But even he knows that is a dangerous leap of logic, and the risks are obvious. Lucy comments that if Professor Glast had enough time to make something like this, then he should have used it for his own sake instead. But Ed disagrees to him. That cannot be right. Whatever the reason was, it belongs to the past now, and even if they searched every inch of that entire library, there would be nothing in it more valuable than this ring. A man like Professor Glast would never have wasted his time for no reason. Professor Glast himself once said that it was a sin to elevate people whose talent remained uncertain. But this ring was no ordinary artifact. It was something capable of smashing through that invisible wall called maximum magic capacity, and as Ed climbs back toward the surface, he cannot stop turning that thought over in his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more certain he becomes that this ring must have been the true reason Professor Glast spent so much time researching magic engineering items in the first place. And the reason he kept it hidden from everyone, all the way to the very end, was because it was meant to become a gift for his daughter. Above them, the night sky stretches wide, crowded with soft white clouds,
while the two of them continue silently pondering everything they have just learned.
Lucy suddenly recalls something small from the past. Once, one of the buttons at the very end of her sleeve fell off. While it was still there, she had never paid it any attention at all. But the moment it was gone, the loose sleeve felt awkward and uncomfortable against her arm. Because of that tiny missing button, she ended up suffering with that discomfort for quite a long time. Ed listens with quiet curiosity as she trails into the point she is really trying to make. Sometimes, she says, people only realize how important something was after it is already gone. Something that seemed meaningless can turn out to have mattered far more than they thought. That, she explains, is why she followed him here in the first place. There was something she absolutely needed to ask him. Looking down at him where he sits on the ground, Lucy asks him directly whether he is really going to move into Dex Hall. Then her gaze softens, and in a much gentler voice, she asks him not to go. Ed stares back at her in surprise, and from the look on her face alone, he can tell how difficult it was for Lucy to make a request like that. Even so, his thoughts stay calm and neutral as he weighs the choice. Compared to all the hardship of surviving out in the woods, the comfort and stability of Dex Hall still sound undeniably appealing. Whether he should move into Dex Hall or continue living at the camp, the choice hangs heavy in his mind. He breathes out and answers honestly that living in Dex Hall would obviously be far more comfortable, and that spending winter out in the cold forest is not exactly a normal way for anyone to live. Lucy lowers her face behind the brim of her oversized hat and adjusts it slightly, quietly admitting that his reasoning makes perfect sense. Then she suddenly asks whether it is going to rain. She has already seen the clouds overhead, and she can feel the dampness of coming rain brushing faintly against the bridge of her nose. She can sense rain approaching, but she asks anyway. Of course, she is not always right about things like that, and Ed simply tells her no. As he tilts his head and looks up into the sky, he says that it is still not time for rain yet. Lucy lifts her gaze too, and a quiet sense of wonder flickers inside her violet eyes as she stares upward. After all, no one can say for certain that the thing about to fall from the sky has to be a light drizzle of rainwater. When someone has just lived through a long monsoon season, it is natural to assume rain will come again without even thinking. But once that rainy stretch is over, what remains above is nothing but a clear, beautiful sky. He keeps talking, and Lucy turns to him in surprise when he brings up the fact that he has been so busy lately that he still has not gathered nearly enough firewood for the winter. By himself, he does not think he can finish it all in time. But if Lucy helps him, then maybe he will make it. If she lends a hand, he might be able to stay out here in the woods a little longer after all. With a small smile, he reminds her of what she herself pointed out earlier. Just like she said, they really do not have enough firewood. Lucy is so stunned by that answer that she throws herself straight at him in joy, her small arms wrapping around him before he can react. Leaves burst upward around them, and the whole moment feels unexpectedly warm and soothing as Ed gets knocked flat onto the ground by the force of her excited leap. Letting out a heavy sigh, Ed listens as Lucy asks if he truly means that. He tells her yes, he has already completely adjusted to life at the camp, and if they improve their surroundings just a little more, then honestly, there are plenty of good reasons to just stay here and keep living in the woods. But then his eyes suddenly widen, and his words stop short as he notices something that makes him go silent. He drops backward onto the ground in surrender, arms spread out like he is making snow angels. That was how the second act came to a close. From here on, it was officially the third act, the stage where the scale of every coming trial would only grow bigger. Once he closes his eyes, there is far too much to think about. There is Phinia Elias Clowell, who is aiming for the student council president position, and the looming clash between her and Lortel Ketchum. There are also the new enemies and the new main players who will soon enter the academy as incoming students, including that mysteriously beautiful girl with a flower tucked into her hair. And above all, he thinks of the one who stands at the very end of this stage, the final boss of the third act, Lucy, looming with terrifying pressure while purple lightning dances around her. There is so much for him to sort through that he can only stop and sit with it all for a moment. None of what comes next is going to be easy, but for now, Ed decides to set those worries aside for just a little while, because no matter how the next episode ends, he believes that both he and Lucy will still be alive, healthy, and making it through somehow. That confidence comes from what he sees right in front of him now. Lucy is wearing an expression he has never seen in any route, in any scene, anywhere before. The smile on her face is bright, pure, and almost blinding, fuller than sunlight itself, and the sight of it makes him feel sure that somehow everything will be okay. It is hard to worry about the future when a face that innocent and dazzling is looking at you like that. And so, before long, winter finally arrives, and Ed drives his shovel into the ground as he continues the exhausting labor of keeping camp life running. Snow may feel peaceful while it is drifting down, but for a poor guy living out in the woods, every inch of it means more work. He has already spent the entire morning shoveling, and by the time we catch up to him, it is already the middle of the day. It has been quite a while since he set himself the rule that he cannot afford to overwork because there is simply too much to do. Still, today he is going all out because he was called in for his scholarship student duties at school. So he decided to finish as much of his personal work as possible the day before. And he really does have a mountain of things to handle, especially finishing up the firewood preparation and all the provisioning work. Still, the freezing weather has one advantage. Because the cold preserves things so well, he was able to finish the provisions work fairly quickly. Giving up his dorm privileges ended up giving him tuition privileges instead. That meant his tuition problem was finally solved, and thanks to the dean's help, he no longer had to divide every hour of his day with desperate precision the way he used to. Of course, that does not mean he can just sleep peacefully whenever he wants now, because there is also one shamelessly lazy cat-like girl sprawled across his bed without a hint of guilt. At this point, Ed has already given up on trying to throw Miss Lazy out. It is not as if someone wrapped in layers of protection magic like Lucy would actually catch a cold, but still, tossing her out into the snow would leave a bad taste in his mouth. There is a strange sense of peace in his current situation, the kind he is not sure will ever come again. Dressed in his formal academy uniform, he trudges out into the snow-covered forest, because if he is going to take this risk, then now is the perfect time to do it. He settles the ring firmly in his hand and quietly asks whether he can begin. His fingers curl into a fist, and at once red, orange, and yellow light spirals around his hand, gathering there as power starts to build. He calls out, asking whether the one he is addressing is listening, saying he is taking the time to speak properly. Around him, scorching magic whirls and twists in heavy currents. His expression sharpens into complete seriousness, and at last he calls the name of Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Just what he plans to discuss with that great fox spirit is still a mystery for the moment, but while that remains unanswered, the scene shifts away from the forest and back to the glittering, beautifully maintained grounds of the grand, prestigious academy. There, even the refreshments carry the refined taste once overseen by a former royal pâtissier, and the terrace itself is filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Set out before them is the highest quality refreshment set from Laplace Bakery, the kind that is normally impossible to get because reservations are always booked solid. But this time they managed to secure it anyway, because the matter at hand is serious enough to deserve exactly that level of preparation. This whole setup had been arranged for one reason only. It was the perfect bait to lure sweet, cheerful Janica out in a good mood, and judging by the glow on the spirit sorceress's face, it worked perfectly, even if part of her is still not sure how she feels about being baited like that, since that makes her sound less like a girl and more like a fish. But her friend wastes no time getting to the real issue. She bluntly tells Janica that things have already crossed into dangerous territory. The kind-hearted spirit sorceress has completely fallen for Ed, and her friends are absolutely not going to ignore that. Janica jolts in shock that they figured her out so easily and immediately demands to know how they even noticed. Her friends answer like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Even so, as true friends, they are not trying to stop her feelings altogether. At first, Janica had felt like she had lost her whole world over the situation, but once the way she saw Ed began to change, she eventually decided to accept what had happened between them and where her heart had gone. The real problem, though, is that every single time she sees the boy she likes, her heart starts pounding so violently that she can barely get a word out. Clara noticed it too. Janica gets so nervous around him that she cannot even properly meet his eyes. Flushing bright red, the talented spirit sorceress stammers out a complaint about why this suddenly feels like an interrogation. But her friend refuses to let her dodge the question and demands a proper answer. Still trying to deny it, Janica hurriedly lies and says that it is not nervousness at all. If anything, she claims, being around him just makes her feel warm, safe, and comfortable. The second she says that, her friend practically explodes, shouting that this is exactly how someone stumbles into the worst possible romantic bad ending. She is horrified that her poor, lovable friend is on the verge of becoming nothing more than a comfortable girlfriend, which, for some reason, she treats like a full-blown disaster. Clara is so fired up by the thought that she nearly burns with rage, yelling that a relationship is meaningless if all the emotional movement only happens on one side. She flatly refuses to accept unrequited love for Janica and insists that Ed needs to start seeing her as someone desirable too. If Janica just keeps liking him quietly and trailing after him, then that is not a balanced relationship at all. That is just a follower's relationship. Even the spirits around her seem pleased that somebody is finally saying all of this so directly to their beloved spirit sorceress. It is winter break now, and her friend says that this is exactly when Janica needs to show some seriousness. Ed's face is attractive enough, and on top of that, he somehow keeps drawing women in, so they need to come up with a solution quickly. What makes her even more anxious is the fact that she will be going home for the holidays, which means Janica will be left to deal with all of this on her own. So instead of suggesting some ridiculous push-and-pull love game, she advises Janica to do something that will awaken Ed's instinct to protect her. Janica is genuinely impressed. Her friend has apparently absorbed the wisdom of countless other people's love stories, and everything she is saying sounds frustratingly correct. In fact, a huge part of why Janica's opinion of Ed changed so much in the first place is because of Clara's influence. Clara has been pushing things along this whole time simply because her friend likes him. And since Belmaya, the academy workers, and plenty of other people around them all have good things to say about him, Ed Rothstaler has now become someone most people are willing to trust. But Janica's other friend quietly places her teacup onto the saucer and starts thinking things through from a slightly different angle. Judging by the fact that she gets scolded by the librarian for turning things in late, this person clearly possesses absolutely no dignity whatsoever. When people watch her fumble, stumble, and make one clumsy mistake after another, it becomes very easy to wonder how someone like that ever managed to become a professor in the first place. And yet, despite that, every serious professor around her praises Assistant Professor Claire Elfin's ability without hesitation. Her true special talent is something almost ridiculous, luck with people. Somehow, she ended up under the guidance of both Flurbin and Professor Glast, received help from one scholar after another, and managed to complete her degree through that chain of fortunate human connections. Even now, she has secured perhaps the greatest teaching assistant imaginable. The kind of girl who makes people rush over to help the second they see her carrying a stack of heavy books. Claire Elfin may have an outstanding academic mind, but when it comes to practical work, it is this assistant who has been holding everything together and making sure the important tasks actually get done. That teaching assistant is Anis Helilin of the Faculty of Magic, a second-year student. She is the kind of second-year student who makes even Academy staff nod in admiration, and among those who know her, she carries the reputation of being the greatest advisor around. The reason Assistant Professor Claire Elfin's private research lab stays this clean day after day is not because the professor suddenly became organized, it is entirely because of Anis Helin's absurdly capable work performance. The personal information she gathered came in at a pace that was honestly close to stalking. She moved back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and even the dormitory night duty room. If she had ever been caught doing all that, she would have been in serious trouble. But she drifted through the whole process, wearing a graceful smile like nothing was wrong. Other than Janica and Clara, almost nobody knew what Anis Helin was really like underneath it all. To her, human relationships were basically a game of changing masks depending on the situation. There were only 20 minutes left before the professor came back from the bakery with snacks. Until then, Anis needed to analyze every little detail she had gathered about the man who occupied the spirit sorceress's heart. She quickly looked into the Rothstaler family. Publicly, they were known as the strongest family in the Clowell Empire, and Ed was the second child in a household with one son and 2 daughters. But that kind of surface-level information meant almost nothing to her, so she dug deeper into his personal history. In the year he was born, he was placed into the line of succession. At 2 years old, he officially became an heir, which leads her to assume he must have been raised with arrogance. He was baptized at 5, started etiquette training at 8, and began additional lessons by 12. Looking only at his first-year grades, her conclusion is simple. Academically, he does not seem especially gifted. As for Anis Helilin herself, the moment she entered this academy, her family situation became unstable, leaving her with no real choice but to survive on her own. That is why she ended up living as a student, a teaching assistant, and a scholarship student all at once. She had been born with extremely sharp survival instincts and had no hesitation about using every possible means to her advantage. She even regarded Lortel Ketchum, a student 1 year below her, as a kind of role model. Of course, she did not possess Lortel's gift for reading the flow of money, but she had her own way of navigating the world. So she went through the Rothstaler family history again, narrowing her search down to every single piece of information she could uncover about Ed in particular. He was the second child in the most powerful family in the Cloel Empire, a household made up of one son and two daughters. From that, she guesses that he must have grown up under heavy expectations and domineering values inside an oppressive environment. She is certain he never had to worry about money. And worse still, he appears to have had neither academic talent nor any particularly impressive ability during his first year. That leads her to one likely conclusion. There is a very high chance that he lacks confidence deep down, which means he might be especially drawn to someone pure, bright, and emotionally uplifting. There are many more details that would have fit the original Ed Rothstaler from the story, but they no longer apply to the Ed standing here now. Even so, once she arranges all of his strengths and weaknesses neatly inside her mind, she quietly decides that this really is not all that difficult to work with. A faint smile touches her lips, and she decides it is time to move from analysis into practice. Right at that moment, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin pops back in, beaming brightly as she announces that she bought Mont Blanc cakes from Laplace Bakery. She cheerfully suggests they have a snack before getting back to work, and happily notes that her assistant had already prepared black tea in advance for her return. Of course, Anis Halilin already knew the professor would come back carrying snacks. And then, true to form, the clumsy Claire Elfin burns herself on the tea and fumbles the cup, spilling tea all over the floor. The professor instantly panics in silence, worrying that Anis Halilin might get upset with her yet again for being so hopelessly clumsy. But to her complete surprise, her assistant does not scold her at all. She only asks one thing first, whether the professor was hurt. Claire Elfin's eyes widen behind her glasses as she stares at her assistant in shock, almost unable to process what she is hearing. Meanwhile, Anis simply repeats with calm sincerity that what matters most is that Professor Claire Elfin was not injured. The professor looks even more stunned than before, calling her assistant's name in bafflement as she stares at her. Whatever it was that Claire Elfin thought she saw in that innocent-looking Anis Halilin, it clearly shook her badly. We will get back to that later, but for now, the story returns to Ed, who is quietly admiring how clean his red cloak looks and feeling genuinely grateful to the maids who took the trouble to wash it for him. The maid in question is Belle Maya, and she answers simply that cleaning one extra uniform does not really change the amount of work she already has to do. Besides, from the looks of it, the person she serves most closely, Lucy, seems to owe Ed quite a bit these days anyway. Lately, whenever she washes Lucy's clothes, she has been finding quite a lot of blonde hair tangled in them. And when she washed Ed's clothes earlier, she could even smell the same incense Lucy uses on them. She also found several white hairs mixed in there too, which only makes Ed more conscious of how closely that talented mage has been sticking to him lately. Lucy is always draping herself over him like a cat, and that naturally makes things awkward. At the same time, Ed is honestly impressed that Belle Maya figured all of that out just by doing laundry, and he cannot help wondering what kind of terrifyingly perceptive person she would have become if she had not ended up as a maid. Belle then asks why he keeps speaking to her so formally. Ed replies that speaking that way is simply more comfortable for him. Belle Maya tells him the opposite is true for her, and that it would be easier if he just spoke casually instead. Even so, he insists that polite speech still feels more natural on his side. To be fair, Belle Maya is the chief maid, which is already a senior-level position among the academy staff. Since Ed is no longer a noble and is no longer living as a student of Ophelis Hall either, speaking casually to someone in her position feels a little uncomfortable to him. Belle Maya remains stubborn about it, but Ed is just as firm in return, saying that he plans to keep speaking formally because that is what feels right to him. After all, she is the chief maid, the person responsible for managing a large number of people beneath her. But she gently stops him there and says he can talk to her more casually if that feels easier. Formality only makes things awkward between them. Besides, she adds, he is already someone who has people gathering around him and looking to him, clearly referring to the many people who keep drifting into his orbit. She goes on to say that overthinking it will only weigh him down. No matter what all those girls may decide for themselves, the final choice still belongs to him in the end, and that is what matters most. Then she cheerfully offers to do his laundry whenever he wants. Now that the work situation has finally settled down and the restoration of Ophelis Hall has been completed, she says she has a lot more breathing room than before. It is honestly hard to believe Ophelis Hall was restored in just a single semester. The Academy must have poured an enormous amount of manpower and effort into getting it back in shape that quickly. On top of that, the maid adds that a new group of students will be entering soon as well. She explains that out of the 7 students they will be taking care of starting from this break, One of them has already asked to move in early and is in the middle of bringing their things over. That catches him off guard, and he immediately asks who it is. He quickly figures it must be Tanya Rothstaler. The moment that thought hits him, things suddenly feel a lot more troublesome. A girl with long golden hair falling in loose waves and a ribbon tied behind her back comes to mind at once. Bel Maya notices from his reaction that he has already guessed it, and he lets out a quiet sigh to himself, realizing this break is probably going to be a real nuisance. After all, his little sister is about to arrive. Later that same day, Jix Effelstein casually mentions that he plans to head back to his hometown during the break. Ed asks why he would bother doing that when Elka Islan is also leaving for the break, and the muscular Beastman student freezes for a second in visible surprise that Ed somehow already knows about that. After that brief shock, Jix admits it openly. Yes, he does want to spend some time with Elka. Then he turns the question around and asks whether Ed is planning to stay in the camp for the whole break. Ed says he probably will. He is about to become a third-year student, and if he cannot even use medium-tier magic by then, it will be embarrassing. So he is thinking about staying put and studying. Hearing that, the muscle-headed student practically shouts in disbelief, saying Ed was only at basic magic a year ago and warning him not to push himself too hard. Still, something feels strange to Jix. He cannot sense any magic from Ed at all, so he narrows his eyes and asks whether Ed has pushed himself to the limit again. Just to be safe, Jix reaches over and checks Ed's temperature himself. His expression tightens when he feels the heat, and he asks if Ed is sick because he seems to have a slight fever. Ed answers that he is fine, but there is a specific reason he will not be able to use magic for a while. Once he confirms Ed is not in immediate danger, Jix simply shrugs it off. He starts getting dressed again after having exercised bare-chested in the snow like it was nothing. That easy indifference is probably his greatest strength. If Ed says he is fine, Jix is the sort of person who will just accept it and move on. While he is at it, Jix mentions that Ayla Triss had been asking about Ed too. Apparently there was some kind of misunderstanding, and she said she intended to drag Taylor along with her so they could come apologize properly. The only reason that has not happened yet is because she could not find Ed's cabin, and for the time being, Jix chose not to tell her where it was. Ed says he does not need any apology. He insists he is not angry, and that he is not carrying any bad feelings over the whole matter. Jix, however, bluntly points out that it does not really come across as tolerance so much as complete indifference. By now, Ed has realized that Jix is excellent at keeping quiet about things, so before he leaves for home, Ed asks him for a favor. He flicks some money toward him as payment and explains that he has been using the underground library. The place is in such horrible disorder that he needs extra hands just to sort everything out and get it into usable shape. But the lone wolf brushes off the money right away and says he does not need payment if they can just treat it as a trade instead. Then he asks Ed what exactly he plans to use that library space for. Ed answers that he is building a workshop. Jix stares at him in open amazement. Ed already studies magic engineering, survives out in a camp, keeps training his magic, and now he is even starting a workshop on top of all that. Jix says it is people like Ed who end up making something of themselves, but he also warns him not to collapse again and tells him to hang in there. By that point, Ed has already organized a full list of things he needs to get done. And first on tomorrow's schedule is his Academy Scholarship student work. The next day, all of the Academy Scholarship students are formally welcomed and thanked for showing up. However, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin is in no condition to speak to them herself. She got buried under Academy work. Tomorrow is the deadline, and as a result, she has apparently been awake for 44 straight hours. So instead, Annis Halen steps forward as the teaching assistant and says she will deliver the important points on Claire's behalf. The scholarship students are told that their job is to handle the basic preparation work for the new students' class assignment exam and to supervise the exam itself when it begins. That placement exam for incoming students is the very same one Professor Glass used to oversee every single year. This year, just like last time, the responsibility has fallen to Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. Ed already knows how the results will turn out, though one thing still strikes him as a little unexpected. Clebius Nortondale has joined the program. Last year, the exam took place in a northern forest on Akan Island, but this year the location has changed to the northwestern side of Oran Mountain. Ed's assignment is to retrieve the equipment they had already requested from Trix Hall. Meanwhile, Annis is assigned to assist the assistant professor directly, much to her own flustered, blushing delight. Ed stands calmly off to one side, looking as unbothered as ever, completely unaware that Annis believes there is one important thing both Claire Elfin and Janica are failing to notice. In her eyes, There are simply too many girls surrounding Ed, and the way he appears from the outside makes him look dangerously close to a womanizer. Because of that, working with him as a scholarship student feels like the perfect chance to test what kind of man he really is. After going through her own little bit of research, she has carefully crafted exactly the sort of image she thinks would appeal to him. Now she intends to see whether he is the kind of pitiful man who would fold the moment a pretty girl tries to seduce him.
With herself practically sparkling like a model under the light, she tells him that he will be accompanying her on a field survey, and in her mind, if he turns out to be a fraud after all, then it will be her duty to drag him away from her precious friend for good.
Northwest of the academy, Oren Mountain lies buried under winter. Snow blankets the trees, the ground, and the surrounding slopes until the whole landscape looks pale and frozen. Looking around at the mountain path ahead, the young woman remarks that even if it is not especially huge, a mountain is still a mountain. There are dangerous stretches here and there too, and with the snow packed over the ground, it would not be strange at all for some students to lose their footing and get hurt. The climb itself is exhausting, and before long she turns toward Ed, only to notice that he does not look tired in the slightest, even after trekking all the way up with her. Seeing how worn out she is, he decides they should stop and rest for a while, clearly relieved. She lifts a hand and tucks her hair behind her ear with a small laugh. She tells him she is impressed by his stamina, and on top of that she notes how considerate he is being. She had heard all kinds of wrong ideas and ugly rumors about him before, but now that she is actually with him, she is glad those stories do not seem to be true. Ed asks her what kind of misconceptions she means, and she explains that she is fairly close with Janaka. Because of that, she had been worried that someone as kind and sweet as the spirit mage might be spending time around the wrong kind of person. That is why she had acted so coldly toward him at first. Ed simply tells her it is fine. He says he does not really care about that sort of thing. Then, without lingering on the subject, he checks the next point they need to inspect, since they have to finish the work as quickly as possible. As they move on, he remarks that she must have had a hard time handling the student teaching assistant work by herself and says she has done well. She accepts the praise with an easy smile and says that yes, it has been hard, but everything feels fine now that he is here with her. She adds that the other two people helping out have been useful too, of course, but having him beside her makes her feel especially supported. Then, after apologizing for bringing up something painful, she carefully asks him about being cast out by his family. She says she went through something similar herself. As soon as she entered school, her family situation started to fall apart, but she still wanted to continue her education, so she endured it alone and kept going. She pauses for a moment to breathe, and the cold wind slips through her hair as she quietly adds that she spent a painfully long winter feeling completely alone. Listening to her, Ed gets the clear impression that she is someone with a strong instinct for survival. The kind of person who solved every problem herself, whether it was money or anything else, so he tells her not to torment herself too much over the past and says she really did endure it well. Even so, something about the image she is presenting does not quite line up in his mind. She gives a soft laugh, then reaches out and lightly holds onto his sleeve. With a faint blush spreading across her face, she smiles and says the two of them actually have a lot in common. Even then, Ed cannot shake the feeling that what he is seeing from her is not really raw emotion. More than sentimental or vulnerable, she feels cool-headed, practical, and sharply realistic. Then, all at once, her foot catches on snow-covered ground, and she slips, nearly pitching straight down. Before she can hit the earth, Ed reacts instantly, catches her, and pulls her against his chest, while loose snow scatters into the air around them. Her cheeks redden at once, and flustered, she apologizes, saying she must have stepped on a stone hidden under the snow. Ed looks a little thrown off by that excuse, because there had not been any stone at all on the patch of path where she slipped. As he turns toward her, he sees her awkwardly trying to explain herself while insisting that she feels strangely warm. Her face keeps getting redder by the second, and even when she starts fanning herself with one hand, the heat in her cheeks does not go down at all. She hurriedly asks him to give her a moment so she can calm herself down. Then, trying to compose her voice, she tells him to just sit there and wait for her at this spot, saying she will come back once she has collected herself. Ed is left staring at her in confusion, not quite sure what just happened, but he decides to do as she says. Meanwhile, she quickly wanders off on her own, heading for a quieter place where she can sort out the mess of thoughts crowding her mind. She truly had not expected him to come across as this dependable or this trustworthy. And because of that, one suspicious part of her keeps whispering that maybe this is all just a performance he has carefully put on. The whole thing feels frustratingly ambiguous to her. She had presented herself like someone who had also suffered through a difficult life at the academy, someone who had endured hardship and could naturally connect with him through that shared experience. On the outside, she built the image of a capable woman who could handle things, but underneath that, someone fragile enough to stir a man's protective instincts. Since she was not even sure whether Ed preferred mature women or someone cuter and younger looking, she had deliberately tried to blend both types together. She had carefully created several little moments where the two of them could get closer, one after another, and then saved one final push for the end by disguising it as an accidental fall. Up until now, almost everything had been moving according to plan. The only part that had not fit her expectations at all was that he had not exposed himself as some smug, self-satisfied scumbag. Instead, she keeps thinking about how solid and healthy his body felt when he caught her. He gives off the impression of a bookish, work-focused person, and yet underneath that image he is shockingly well-built. She had assumed he would be the sort of pampered young noble who grew up without knowing how to do anything for himself. But the more she watches him, the more she has to admit he is far more capable at practical work than she ever expected. And then there is his appearance, something she cannot help noticing more and more. With that bright blonde hair almost shining in the light, he really is absurdly handsome. Looking at him now, she can suddenly understand why Janica ended up falling for him in the first place. She pauses again, her thoughts spinning, her cheeks still carrying a faint flush as she tries to make sense of what she is feeling. Then, suddenly, her eyes widen, as if a single conclusion has snapped into place inside her head. She convinces herself that this must be his real trick. This calm reliability, this steady kindness, this way of making women lower their guard and fall for him without noticing, it has to be the method he uses to win them over. In her mind, that is the only explanation left, but she immediately hardens her expression after that thought. No, she tells herself, she is different. And with that, she snaps fully back into the seriousness of her mission. Meanwhile, Ed can only let out a quiet sigh. Sitting there and gazing out across the open landscape, he finds himself drawn in by the mountain scenery spread out before him. For a brief moment, the view from Oron Mountain is so beautiful that it almost wipes away the stress in his head. Even so, there are still some problems he simply cannot come up with any answer for, no matter how long he thinks. One of the biggest is Tanya Rothstaler, the young lady villainess. As far as he is concerned, that description fits her perfectly. Just as you would expect from a daughter raised in a ducal house, Tanya is a natural genius when it comes to politics. Schemes, negotiations, manipulation, those instincts grew inside her almost effortlessly, as if she had learned them without even trying. Using that talent as her foundation, she moves toward becoming the first student council president in Sylvania's history. Before long, she will begin gathering the influential figures inside the academy around herself, and if things go the way Ed remembers, that will likely create trouble for Princess Phinia and Lortelli Ketchum. Belle Maya had said Tanya was moving into the dorms earlier than the other students, which meant she was clearly planning to lock down her position as much as possible before the semester even began. She was never some throwaway extra in the story. She was a true villainess, and because of that, there are certain things about her that Ed still remembers clearly. Because of that knowledge, he had thought he could at least prepare for her arrival in advance. But there is still one major problem he cannot get around. He has no idea how Tanya will treat him when they meet. That uncertainty is the real issue. By this point in the original story, he was never supposed to still be around as someone important enough to matter. In a strange way, he feels like he understands Tanya better than he understands himself right now, because he is the one variable that has already changed the game so drastically. Originally, Ed was nothing more than a minor villain who appeared briefly and then vanished from relevance. The setting never even bothered to mention where he was when his younger sister first arrived. There was not much to go on even in the epilogue. In the end, he truly was just an extra. That means there are no clues left for him to rely on now, no hint telling him whether he should stay out of Tanya's way or try to align himself with her. Faced with a problem this messy and uncertain, Ed's thoughts come to a complete halt. His mind just goes blank. He keeps staring at the beautiful mountainside scenery, but his thoughts refuse to stop circling. In the original game, from Tanya's perspective, her older brother was nothing but worthless trash. And that exact contempt is what spills from the lips of the noble girl riding in her luxurious carriage, her teeth clenched in irritation as she thinks of him. To Tanya, Sylvania is overflowing with prodigies, the imperial princess of the Cloel Empire, the executive of the Elti Trading Company, and even the spirit mage who can control high-ranking spirits at such a young age. And that is not all. There is also the great alchemist who produced the engraving elixir while still a student. the beast-like fighter who ruled the northern vegetation zone, the sword demon of Nortondale, and even a warrior capable of wielding the swordsman form. But above all of them, the one Tanya sees as the most dazzling figure at the Academy is the rare genius mage said to have received the blessing of the stars from the great archmage Glocht. It is a gathering place of noble brilliance, a school filled with remarkable people, and just imagining herself approaching it makes the heart of Krepin Rothstaler's daughter beat faster with anticipation. She cannot help yearning to become part of that grand and gifted society called Sylvania Academy, with its elegant buildings and its crowd of exceptional students. She is determined to carve out a proper academic life for herself among them. Her maids have already arranged the luggage she sent ahead, and she is informed that her assigned room is the second one on the third floor. In a composed voice, she instructs her servants to complete the entrance procedures through the attendants for her. But before heading up to her room, there is one place she needs to stop first. The maid bows at once and says she understands, because the very first thing Tanya has to do in Sylvania, the land of learning she has dreamed of for so long, is find the disgraceful older brother who stained the family name. The small, beautiful blonde girl folds her arms and steps down from the carriage with firm determination. With a cold seriousness shining in her eyes, she declares that the trash needs to be thrown out. She is Tanya Rothstaler, the second daughter of the Rothstaler ducal house. Somewhere else a letter is being read. It opens warmly, saying how happy the writer was to receive word from the person now holding it. Then the message moves on to encourage that person's ambition. The letter also tells the recipient to show herself openly around the Academy as the writer's representative. The one who wrote it is none other than the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, and the one receiving it is his daughter. His intention is clear. He wants her to strengthen her standing there. Tanya, for her part, is fully resolved to meet those expectations without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving for that land of learning, she had already spoken to her father and laid out the 2 resolutions she intended to uphold. She understands that Sylvania may react to her differently because of who she is, but at its core, the Academy is still a place devoted to learning above all else. Even a princess in a place like that must bow her head to knowledge and treat the professors as her teachers and superiors. So the young noble lady is warned not to lean on her birth and behave rudely. She is expected to be polite to the staff and to treat every student above her year as a senior. Krepin Rothstaler also notes that she already knows enough about one particular man, so he will not waste too many words on that matter. That man is the very blemish of their house, a living point of shame and anger within the Rothstaler family. Tanya has known him since childhood, having grown up alongside him, so she already understands him well enough. She even believes that whatever hardships people around her may speak of, his could never compare to the lives of those truly worthy of sympathy. To her, steering a conversation naturally is easy, and she is certain her brother is nothing more than a bluffing, crude man with no understanding of grace or refinement. She despises the fact that someone like him once sat in the position of heir to the family simply because he happened to be born first. He has no perseverance, so the moment things become difficult, he gives up almost immediately, and yet his pride is absurdly high, so he would never admit his own incompetence. Just because he had the tiniest bit of mana resonance, he strutted around as though he were already some great archmage, and when he somehow barely managed to enter Sylvania, Tanya had truly been left speechless. Still, when she thought about it, only a few short years had been enough for him to create one disgrace after another and drag himself into his current ruin. And somehow that made her feel a little better. At the very least, it meant his downfall had not taken long to prove itself. The person across from her sounds openly amused by how boldly she is speaking. But the young noble lady keeps going without hesitation, saying she is certain her conversation partner must have already seen through all of those flaws in her brother as well. She had originally hoped to use this meeting to win that person over and secure an alliance. And yet, somewhere in the middle of the exchange, she starts to feel that something is off. The flow of the conversation is strange enough that she hesitates. A chill of doubt passes through her. At some point, this stopped feeling like a conversation and turned into her doing all the talking by herself. That is when she remembers her father's warning that she needed to be careful around the people he personally introduced her to. He had told her to treat such people with particular respect, especially when the subject involved negotiations or business. The person he wanted her to meet was not someone to take lightly, not even for a second. He had first come into contact with her through the business surrounding the sage-sealed grimoire, and he had said that meeting her would be a valuable experience for his daughter. But there was one important detail he had failed to explain beforehand. All he had really done was wish his daughter luck. And judging by how things were going now, She was definitely going to need every bit of that luck. Across the dinner table, Lortel Ketchum watches her with the sly, glittering eyes of a fox. Then, with a smooth smile, she tells her guest to keep talking. Her voice is gentle, but the way her words coil around the girl feels almost serpent-like, soft and dangerous all at once. Without ever raising her voice, Lortel slowly corners the young noble lady who has just spent the last 5 minutes speaking badly about the man Lortel cares for. The little Rothstaler girl finally falters. Her confidence wavers, and she awkwardly asks for a ceasefire, nervously wondering out loud whether the merchant might be upset. But the merchant girl only answers with a wicked little grin, as if nothing at all is wrong. She softly asks what Tanya could possibly mean by that. Lortel just keeps smiling as she listens to every interesting thing this poor, hopelessly naive young lady has to say. Tanya Rothstaler had been built up like some terrifying mastermind, but right now she feels more like a tiny puppy that has wandered straight into a trap without realizing it. And while she is being pushed to her limits, for reasons she cannot even begin to understand, back at the camp, Ed is busy going over his winter break to-do list. He has already managed to cross off a good number of the things he planned to do. At this point, the major tasks he still has left are building a storage space, expanding the cabin, obtaining a bow-type unique skill, and raising his magic engineering by another 3 levels. Recently, he also picked up a useful mid-rank spell, Magic Particle Explosion. On top of that, he acquired another mid-rank spell as well, one called Root's Desire. He had taken both from Professor Glast's library the night before. And honestly, being able to browse through all those books without worrying about a due date had turned out to be incredibly convenient. He also managed to finish most of the scholarship student work on the very first day. Looking back on it, it really seemed like Anis Halalan had suffered through far more of that burden than he had. Back at his little camp home, Ed starts trying to practice his ignition ability by the fire pit. Then, almost immediately, he remembers the obvious problem right now. He cannot actually use magic. So no, he cannot practice it directly. But even if practical use is off the table, he at least wants to become thoroughly familiar with the theory behind it. Lucy has appeared before in all kinds of ridiculous places, and in ways no normal person could ever predict. At this point, though, Ed has gotten so used to her strange entrances that almost nothing about where she shows up surprises him anymore. So he simply calls out to her, walks over to the bed where she is sleeping, and pulls the blanket off her. With the tiny girl still drowsy from sleep, he asks her to light the fire for him. Lifting her is not difficult either. She is so small and so absurdly light that he can move her around without any effort at all. Because of that, he more or less points her toward the fire like she is some kind of living automatic lighter. The moment he aims her in that direction, she immediately lights it. Satisfied with the result, Ed accepts the job well done. Lucy, meanwhile, murmurs that she is going to stay outside with him too. Ed agrees, and without any resistance at all, she nestles comfortably into his arms and drifts right back toward sleep there. Then, all of a sudden, Lucy stirs. Her nose twitches, and she wakes up the moment she catches the scent of perfume on him. Ed immediately understands what she noticed. He tells her that he spent the whole day working with Anis Halalan, so the faint floral fragrance on his body must have rubbed off from that. Lucy's attention shifts at once. Looking up at him with concern, the little mage asks whether he is feverish or sick, and Ed is genuinely surprised that she can tell something is wrong that quickly. Without hesitation, she tells him not to get sick. In her blunt, unsettlingly sincere way, she warns him that if he does, he might actually die. Then she says that if his magic has become twisted, she can release it for him. And with that, she immediately starts doing exactly that. But once her hand settles over his chest, she pauses. After a brief moment of concentration, she realizes the problem is not that his magic has become twisted at all. It is empty. He has drained it out and clearly done something reckless again. Ed tells her that it is still manageable, and Lucy quietly adds that once winter passes, he might end up becoming much stronger than he is now. After that, she hesitates just a little and asks whether she can make a strange request. Ed looks at her, curious about what exactly she wants. Then Lucy softly asks him to pat her on the head. Ed does exactly that, gently stroking her hair while she lets herself relax and drift off again. Even as he keeps patting her, most of his attention remains fixed on the book open in front of him. Lucy rests there with a small, satisfied smile on her face, her cheeks faintly flushed with quiet happiness as she enjoys the moment. Then a sudden noise sounds from behind him. Ed turns at once, startled, and looks back. It has been a while since he last saw her, so he greets the fox-like merchant warmly. He asks whether she came because of the favor he requested, adding that she could have simply called him over to the trading company instead. But Lortel Ketchum answers with an unusual trace of nervousness in her voice, saying there were other things she wanted to discuss with him as well. Even while she says that, though, she cannot take her eyes off Lucy, who is currently using Ed's lap as a pillow like it is the most natural thing in the world. Still staring at that scene, Lortel says there was something she had wanted to ask him. Back at the academy, Tanya thanks the person in front of her for listening to her story. Her objective, at least in her own mind, is very simple. If that person will stand with her and help her punish an evil man, then Tanya promises she will reward them as generously as she possibly can. For example, she points out that the Islan family includes many highly respected researchers in archaeology. If cooperation can be secured, she says she is willing to share several antiques from the Rothstaler family's storage with the Islan family. Hearing that, the girl she is speaking to visibly perks up with excitement. But Jix Ethelstein is there, listening too, and he has already heard stories about Ed's younger sister. Tanya tilts her head up to look at him, while Jix stares down at her with a fierce intensity burning in his eyes. She immediately notices how well-trained his body is, and on top of that, she can feel the clean, unmistakable flow of magic moving through him. At once, Tanya realizes she needs to pull someone like him onto her side if she can. But before she can steer the conversation that way, Jix asks once again whether she really is Ed's younger sister. In Tanya's mind, winning over a person like this would be extremely useful while she continues training her own magic resonance. So when he addresses her that directly, Tanya cannot hide her surprise for even a moment. But instead of responding to Tanya's proposal at all, Jix turns to Elka Islan and casually asks whether she brought along the notes from Professor Delorf's elemental studies. Elka brightens immediately and says that she did. Then, before Tanya can even process what is happening, the two of them start handing her one item after another, piling things into her arms until she is left standing there in stunned silence. They even tell her that she can throw away anything she does not need later, because having proper notes ready for class is incredibly important. And while they are at it, they somehow even manage to find the wreath required for Professor Howland's class too. Only after loading her up with that ridiculous amount of supplies do they finally let out relieved sighs and smile at her like they have just finished an important mission. Tanya, now buried under a mountain of items, can only stare in disbelief and ask whether they actually heard anything she said about her offer. They admit that yes, they did hear that she wanted to do something about her brother, but Jix only shrugs and says siblings being on bad terms is not exactly unusual. He goes on to say that sometimes brothers and sisters simply do not get along, and that he can understand how someone might end up misunderstanding a person with a difficult personality like Ed's. But before Tanya can steer the conversation back to her plan, they mention that the transport is leaving soon, so they wave goodbye and tell her it was nice meeting her. Jix even introduces himself as Ed's junior, adding that he owes Ed a lot, which means the two of them are pretty close. Then, looking her over, he says that since she seems stubborn and tough in the same way her brother is, he is sure she will do just fine. He even adds that being born into such a great family is a blessing. Then he gives her shoulder a friendly tap, wishes her luck, and bounds off together with Elka. And just like that, Ed's poor younger sister collapses straight to the ground under the sheer weight of everything they dumped on her. She lies there on the floor, completely dazed, her mind in total disarray, as she tries and fails to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, over in the faculty building, inside Claire Elfin's office, Assistant Professor Claire is being praised for the good work she has done. But one look at her face makes it obvious that she is utterly, crushingly exhausted. Still, if the new student's class assignment exam goes smoothly, then the rest of the break should finally become manageable, and they might actually get a chance to relax a little. Claire says that her teaching assistant is incredible and half-jokingly wonders whether this is just the power of youth, because Annis Helen's stamina honestly feels like it is made of iron. But Annis, serious as ever, knows better than to place much faith in the outside scholarship students as labor. Neither the third-year Onyx nor the first-year Clebius had been especially efficient, so in the end she usually had to redo half their work herself anyway. Ed, however, had been completely different. There had not been a single flaw in the way he handled the documents. He recorded exactly what she needed regarding the entrances and exits, as well as the possible hazards that might come up on the day of the exam. His ability to deal with practical problems was at a level she would rarely expect from a high-ranking noble, and honestly saying she was surprised would not be an exaggeration. Apparently, he had not earned that reputation for surviving on his own for nothing after all. Even Claire, exhausted as she is, remarks that Ed actually resembles her young teaching assistant more than she expected. Then Claire admits something that absolutely must not be repeated to him. Back when she was investigating the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, she secretly followed Ed to see how he was living. What she found was a camp so well made that it felt bigger and more complete than their own laboratory. The tools, the workbench, the campfire setup, the storage display, the drying rack, even the smoker. He had built every last one of them with his own hands. Seeing all of that for herself, Claire could genuinely feel just how stubbornly and persistently he had lived. And who would have guessed that his grades would rise so much that even Professor Glast would acknowledge him? Even contracting with a spirit must have been painfully difficult to accomplish alone, so Claire admits she has no idea how he managed it. All she knows is that he must have worked incredibly hard, and Annis keeps finding more and more signs that his practical ability has developed to a strangely impressive degree. He is nothing like the nobles who grow up sheltered and pampered, like flowers raised inside a greenhouse. Claire, looking like she might collapse at any second, lets out a weak laugh and says that Annis and Ed seem to have more in common than she first thought. Annis thanks her for saying that, and after a brief pause, she has to admit something herself. Ed really is not a bad person. At first, she knew she could not simply trust other people's opinions and tell her dear friend Janica to go enjoy some beautiful romance. But after meeting him properly and seeing how he actually behaves, she cannot really find any fault in him. He is just a decent, sincere, hard-working man. On top of that, he is strikingly handsome, yet he does not carry himself with any arrogant air. Honestly, even the clumsy, unreliable assistant Professor Claire seems to be unusually fond of him. He has a gentle side too, and rather unexpectedly, Annis even found out that he has a very good body. He also smelled surprisingly nice, which made it obvious that he takes decent care of himself. That is when Claire suddenly leans in and asks her diligent assistant whether she has started spacing out. Meanwhile, Annis is practically choking on emotions. She cannot even sort out herself. She abruptly slams both hands onto the desk to snap herself back to reality, then marches over and throws the window wide open, blurting out that the office suddenly feels a little too warm. Claire agrees that a bit of fresh air sounds nice, but the moment the window opens, the wind rushes in and sends papers flying everywhere, forcing her to scramble after them in a panic. While chasing the loose sheets, Claire nervously asks whether her teaching assistant is all right, clearly worried that Annis might have pushed herself too hard. But Annis just grips the window frame and stares outside with a frozen look in her eyes as the horrible truth sinks in. She has done something seriously troublesome. No, not troublesome. This is bad, really bad. Her face burns bright red as she realizes that in the process of trying to expose Ed as some terrible man, she crossed a line no good friend ever should. She gasps and covers her mouth, struggling against the realization as a memory flashes back to Claire's words about how even forming a contract with a spirit must have been difficult for him to do alone. And if he really managed to make a spirit contract in such a short amount of time, then there is almost no way he could have done it entirely by himself. That means Janica must have helped him connect with that spirit, and that spirit itself must be both talented and dependable enough to stay close to him. And if that is true, then the spirit could easily report every single thing that happened back to Janica, the gifted spirit sorcerer who is also Annis's best friend. Annis clenches her teeth so hard that her hand starts trembling. Because as kind and gentle as she knows Janica to be, there is no way Janica would not misunderstand what happened earlier, and there is absolutely no way she would not get jealous. Behind her, Claire calls out cheerfully to her teaching assistant and says that since their work is finished, they should go get some snacks. She even offers to buy them herself. But when Claire looks around for her, Annis is already gone. Meanwhile, the Failover family's guiding ideal is harmony and coexistence, and Janica always seemed to shine because of how naturally she cared for others and embraced everyone around her. She was not someone who had ever truly lived in loneliness, and because of that, she had gained many genuine friends over the years. Even so, no life exists without its own worries. And now, as she sits beneath a tree, the little firebat fills her in on everything that happened between the boy she likes and her best friend. And as if that were not enough, Ed's younger sister suddenly appears at exactly the worst possible time. With a bright, respectful smile, Tanya greets her senior and says that she wanted to introduce herself properly and have a conversation. Janica is one of the incoming third years, the unquestioned ace among aces, admired for her popularity, reputation, and overwhelming talent. And because of that, the sly fox Lortel Ketchum had instructed the young noble lady to bring Janica over to her side. Still completely unaware of what had just been reported to Janica, the young noble girl innocently asks whether the spirit sorcerer is feeling all right. And in the very next instant, the senior in front of her rises to her feet as a violent burst of heat flares outward like a flame being unleashed. Tanya can only blink in confusion. After all, Lortella Ketcheln had told her that this spirit sorcerer was supposed to be kind, gentle by nature, and the sort of person who always treated others with care. But what Tanya is actually staring at now is something far more terrifying. A huge blazing dragon looming with fire all around it, and a girl whose expression looks frighteningly close to murderous. This is supposed to be the girl who listens to everyone and believes people with an open heart. Yet right now, Janika's eyes are filled with blood-red tears, and the pain burning there looks like betrayal, heartbreak, and jealousy all mixed into one. Meanwhile, returning to the earlier thread of events, the requested production materials had mostly been arranged without much trouble. The real problem was the legendary grade materials, because those were proving much harder to secure. And honestly, there was not much to be done about that. In the middle of winter, materials that rare were naturally difficult to find in the first place. Ed knows she is busy, which makes him all the more grateful that she accepted his request at all, but she simply tells him not to think too much about it, saying she only handled it whenever she had the time. Ed says she really should have spent that time resting instead, then asks why she came all the way out here just to tell him that in person. It was not exactly a short trip either, but she only gives him a small smile and says he does not need to worry because she came here to rest anyway. Above them, the moon hangs in the sky, no longer full and round like a wheel, with only traces of that former brightness remaining. Time had slipped by before anyone realized it, vanishing in an instant amid all the chaos they had been living through. Even the rivers seemed to have fallen into hibernation under the grip of winter, and in that season, tranquility came down over everyone equally. Still, the way each person accepted that quiet was completely different. For Ed, this was still a harsh season, a time when he had to protect his body from the biting cold just to keep going. He had a full winter break to-do list prepared in advance, and every day was busy because survival meant constant adjustment. But for those who had already risen above such practical struggles, winter felt different. To them, it was quiet and still, almost like walking alone along a silent path. Winter had that kind of strange, almost magical power about it. Then, all of a sudden, Lortella Ketcheln pauses mid-conversation and asks the question that has clearly been bothering her this whole time. Why exactly is Lucy sleeping on Ed's lap? Ed answers in the most matter-of-fact way possible. He simply says that it is winter. That reply is so absurdly plain that she cannot believe he just said it with a straight face. Lortella narrows her eyes and glares at the sight in front of her, though even as she does, a small part of her wonders whether she might be overreacting. Still, she quickly brings the conversation back on track and says she did not come all this way just to talk about magic engineering materials, so Ed asks whether there is something else she wanted to bring up. At that, she gives him a sly, wicked grin and remarks that he is acting as though he has no idea what she means. Ed calmly acknowledges that she won the bidding for the sage-sealed grimoire, and Lortella lights up at once, beaming with satisfaction as she admits that yes, she did. Then she pulls out the letter, and her cheeks grow warm with delight as she remembers his promise, that if she succeeded in bidding on the sage-sealed grimoire, he would do anything she asked of him. As a merchant, getting proper value from what you spend is practically a virtue. That thought alone makes Ed uneasy, because he cannot help wondering just how outrageous a favor she is about to demand from him. But Lortella only smiles and says she has no intention of asking for something that would place too much weight on him or be too difficult for him to carry out. Instead, what she asks is surprisingly simple. She asks him to choose her side. The timing makes immediate sense to Ed. It was almost time for the third act, the point where the political clash between Princess Fania Elias Clowell and Lortella Ketcheln would begin in earnest. Lortella could clearly feel that shift approaching, which meant she was already laying out her strategy and making her moves. According to this scenario, the kind and seemingly righteous Princess Fania Elias Clowell was Lortella's destined rival. She would eventually rise to the position of student council president, gain control over the academy, and steadily expand her power from there. And with that influence in her hands, she would become the key figure who uncovers the darkness buried inside the Rothstaler family during the fourth act. Lortella smiles like a fox and says there may come a time when everyone in this academy will be forced to pick a side in that conflict. And when that moment arrives, she says she wants Ed to stand with her. That is all she asks. Hearing it, Ed finds himself thinking back to the struggle between the princess and the merchant, and to how, in the original flow of the story, the main character would ultimately decide which of them came out on top. But he is not that main character anyway. So, from his point of view, it is hard to believe his support would really carry that much weight. Lortel, however, only gives a knowing little smile and points out that his reputation inside the academy has been improving recently. Even so, Ed says that backing her still would not lead to any truly meaningful political result, because at the end of the day, he is only a student. Then, half-jokingly, he admits that her blunt way of saying it almost hurts a little. But Lortel does not look bothered in the slightest. She tells him that this is not about political value or public significance. What matters is the reason behind it, and that reason matters to her personally. Hearing that, Ed accepts her request, saying that choosing her side is not something difficult for him. The moment he agrees, Lortel burns the letter in front of him, and Ed's eyes widen at the sudden sight of the paper going up in flame. She smiles then with all the elegance and danger of someone already planning her next move. In that moment, she truly lives up to the name of a girl with 1,000 faces. And yet, that night, the smile she shows him is not a calculated mask at all. It is bright, open, and genuinely happy, revealing an expression Ed has not seen from her before. Since it is still the winter break, there are naturally no classes that day and no scholarship student work waiting for him either. It is a winter morning at the wooden cabin, and Ed would really like nothing more than to sleep in for once. But habit wins out, and he wakes up early anyway. As usual, he asks Lucy to light the fire when she wanders out of the cabin with him, and she agrees without complaint. Even after that long conversation with Lortel the night before, one thing still refuses to leave his mind. Lortel had brought up his younger sister and mentioned that Tanya seemed to be preparing something. At the same time, she admitted that she could not tell whether Tanya truly saw Ed as an enemy of the family or whether she had simply exaggerated her complaints about him the way siblings often do. To be honest, Lortel had even said she found the girl a little cute, which was why she introduced her to a few people. According to her, Tanya was planning to go meet all of them that very day, which meant she had probably already run into Jix and Janica by now. Ed figures that after making those rounds, Tanya will probably come looking for him the next morning, just to give him a piece of her mind. And as he thinks that, he gets the feeling that the time has finally come. After all, Tanya Rothstaler is the real biological younger sister of the original owner of the body he is living in now? What kind of relationship she had with him was still impossible to figure out, and the more he turned it over in his head, the more pointless it felt. No matter how hard he thought about it, he just could not find an answer. In the end, there was nothing for him to do except turn around and face the girl who had quietly stopped in front of his campfire. He lifted his eyes to acknowledge her presence at last. He looked at her without saying a word, studying her face in silence, while she stood there with a whole line of servants gathered neatly behind her. Then, trying to keep her composure, she offered him a greeting. With visible nervousness in her voice, she told him she had brought him a present. What confused him more than the gift itself was the fact that she seemed so strangely tense about handing it over. At first, he wondered if she was simply embarrassed, so he peeked at her a little more carefully. But to his surprise, what he saw was not shyness at all. She looked frightened of something. Even so, the one thing he could tell for certain was that she was not looking at him with any real malice. A faint smile crossed his face as something clicked in his mind. From the family's point of view, while he had still been living at the estate, they must have assumed he had been living a perfectly secure and comfortable life. The next moment, he let out a groan and buried his face in his hands, silently taking back that conclusion. It was the kind of hasty judgment that made him feel like he owed Ed Rothstaler an apology, because in reality, his little sister was absolutely terrified of him. That much was painfully obvious. When they were younger, her brother had once hurled food onto the floor and screamed at the servants, cursing them for daring to serve such cheap, low-quality dishes to the future lord of House Rothstaler. Even as a child, he had acted like the whole mansion existed for him alone. Then he would turn to his sister and calmly remark that her ability to endure all of that without even showing a trace of contempt in her eyes was honestly impressive. The praise sounded twisted coming from him. While forcing a servant down against the floor, he had even gone so far as to praise her worldly wisdom and quick wit. The words were refined, but the cruelty behind them was impossible to miss. The maid had groaned in pain with her face shoved down into the food that had been thrown across the ground. It was a humiliating, ugly scene. And beside that scene, the little girl had continued eating with trembling hands. Even lifting her food had taken visible effort. Back then, she had finally shouted at her brother to stop. Her voice had cracked with fear, but she said it anyway. She had slammed both hands down onto the table as she cried out. It was the small, desperate protest of a child who could not bear it any longer. And he had only looked back at her and asked what was wrong. as if he truly did not understand. Then he coldly asked whether she had actually developed sympathy and attachment for servants who were nothing more than tools. He had told her that she was still not a true noble. In his eyes, compassion itself was proof of immaturity. That monster who had toyed with her so casually was impossible to compare to the man now smiling gently at the box she had brought him. The contrast was so extreme it was almost unreal. He thanked her sincerely and said he would make good use of the gift, even adding that he planned to wear it when the next semester began. Strictly speaking, he had already been cast out of the family, so he was no longer really her brother in name. Even so, he told her honestly that he was grateful she had brought it. She looked completely stunned by that response. Seeing her freeze up, he casually told her to come over and wait by the fire. He did not have many herbs left, but he chose not to be stingy with them now. When she noticed Lucy sitting by the campfire, she jumped in shock, but he simply told her to ignore Lucy and had Lucy give up her seat for his sister. He had heard that she had been going around the academy to look around, so he asked whether she had met anyone interesting. Still nervous, she answered that she had also heard quite a lot about him during her visit, and that response caught him off guard. There really were not that many people around who knew much about him, so he immediately asked whether she had run into Jix or Janica. Those were the first names that came to mind. The moment he said that, both the servants behind her and the young lady herself turned pale purple with fear. Their reaction was so intense, it was almost comical. He smiled, apparently unaware, and said that if she had met Janica, then she must have been treated well, because Janica was the kindest person he knew and had the sweetest heart imaginable. In sheer panic, she blurted out that yes, she had definitely met that incredibly kind person, and that kind person had also been unbelievably strong with a high-ranking fire lizard spirit at her side. She went on to say that Janica had summoned it right there and started tossing workers around, like playthings. She even claimed Janica had threatened not to let the little girl leave if she failed to answer properly. And yet, even while saying all that, Tanya stubbornly insisted that the spirit sorceress had been very kind and had gracefully wished her good luck in her school life. Hearing that, Ed could only look puzzled, especially at the part about Janica bringing out a high-level spirit. Then the little girl practically screamed that no, she had not actually seen that at all, and that she had only imagined it. She hurriedly added that the story about the spirit was just based on rumors and that she had made the rest up herself. Ed let out a small sigh because he already knew something about this felt off in his memories of the game. Tanya had never been this clumsy or awkward. Acting like this made perfect sense for someone who harbored a strong negative opinion of Ed Rothstaler. So he called her by name and gently told her that he was trying to live the best life he could right now. And because of that, he did not want her to keep looking at him with such negativity. He explained that he was now living as someone who had been excommunicated from the family, paying his own way and surviving on his own. Then he admitted, without dodging it, that back when he had lived at the estate, he really had been pathetic. As he handed her a drink, he said there were surely many things between them that could never be undone now. Even so, he apologized to her with a smile and said he knew she wanted to become student council president, and that he would still be cheering for her. He admitted that he probably would not be able to help her very much. But he also told her that he knew how hard she always worked, and so he sincerely wished her good luck. That was what he said out loud. But inwardly, he already knew Tanya would never actually become president. In the original story, she was one of the villains, a girl who existed to support Princess Fania. Meanwhile, the girl he was encouraging was sweating so badly from fear and disbelief that she looked ready to collapse. And even while noticing that Ed could not help thinking that because she was the first blood relative he had met like this, he felt a special attachment to her no matter what she did. Still, judging by the look of absolute terror and horror written all over her face, he had no idea what kind of relationship they would have from here on out. The future between them was completely impossible to predict. Later, once she was back at school, someone bent forward and huffed out a breath, muttering that they had almost lost their mind for a second there. The tension from earlier still had not left their body. Of course that person was Tanya, and to Tanya, her brother's true nature was still no better than trash. Even so, she had nearly been burned alive after speaking badly about him in front of Janica. That memory was still vivid enough to make her shudder. At that moment, she had come to understand something very clearly. That was what real fury looked like. Because Janica, the spirit sorceress, truly believed with her whole heart that Ed was a good person. Not just decent, but genuinely human in the truest sense. That was what felt so strange to Tanya. Sylvania was overflowing with elites no matter where you looked. And at the very top stood the legendary genius mage, Lucy. In a place like this, talent gathered in absurd concentrations. So Tanya could not understand it. In an academy packed with people like that, no matter how well her brother acted, his true nature should have been exposed almost immediately. Still confused, she came to a stop when she noticed Lucy heading into a room nearby. The sight pulled her right out of her thoughts. She did not recognize Lucy at all, and instead just stared at the ragged-looking schoolgirl slipping into the room next door. Even here in Ophelis Hall, the finest dorm on campus, there was apparently still room for someone so unsophisticated and inelegant, to Tanya, that only proved that flaws existed anywhere. But then that shabby-looking genius suddenly spoke to her first, and asked whether she was the younger sister. The unexpected question made Tanya pause. With a weary sigh, the girl answered that her brother had simply been lucky. That was the only explanation she could accept. All at once, the odd girl in the giant hat rose up on her toes, lightly touched the young noble lady's shoulder, and told her that if she was struggling with anything, she should let her know. The gesture was so casual that it only made the moment stranger. Then Lucy spun around and slipped straight back into her room, leaving the young noblewoman standing there in confusion. Tanya could only stare after her. Her eyes widened in shock as the realization hit her. Even here, in the very best dorm. Then the detail hit Tanya all at once. In Ophelis Hall, only the very top students were given those golden nameplates outside their rooms, so that single piece of decoration carried far more weight than it looked like. And her own room was placed right beside room 302, the room assigned to Lucy, the Academy's once-in-a-generation genius. Just realizing who her neighbor was made the hallway feel completely different. Tanya could only stand there with her mouth slightly open, staring in pure disbelief as the truth sank in. That ragged-looking girl she had just brushed off as shabby was actually Lucy, the legendary prodigy of Sylvania. At that point, nothing about this academy made any sense to her anymore. It was obvious that little Tanya would need a long time to adjust to life at Sylvania, and honestly, that confusion was hardly her fault. Then, in the next chapter, someone quietly asked to be introduced to a boy in the rose garden. The request came out carefully, but it was still direct enough to make the air shift. She said that, if possible, it should be someone handsome, tall, and refined. And since Belle had worked in Ophelis Hall for such a long time, she must have come to know plenty of students like that. The way she said it made it sound almost practical, like she was trying to solve a problem. Belle, the warrior maid, hesitated right away. She knew the young woman speaking was not the sort of person who casually went around meeting boys, and on top of that, the girl had no real experience with romance in the first place. The words hit hard enough that the girl fell silent on the spot, and Belle quickly apologized, saying she had not meant it in a bad way. She only meant that the girl was always busy, always doing her best, always taking proper care of herself, so Belle had never imagined she would suddenly be interested in dating. Belle even added that she was a lot like Master Ed, who would soon be entering his 3rd year. And the more Belle thought about it, the more similar the two of them seemed. That, naturally, was the very last comparison the girl wanted to hear. Then Belle's eyes widened as if a thought had just clicked into place. The shift in her expression was sharp enough to make the other girl tense, and with that realization, the maid made a bold suggestion out loud, one the girl could not really deny. There was no fooling Belle's keen eyes once she had seen through something. She had first met Ed because of all the ugly rumors surrounding him, but after actually speaking with him, she had found far more similarities between them than she expected, and their conversations had flowed with surprising ease. He had also been thoughtful and considerate, and before long, Belle had figured it out. The clever young woman had developed feelings for him. She let out a groan, but in the end she admitted it. Yes, she was a little drawn to him. In theory, that was supposed to be good news, because if he was decent enough for her to notice his charm, then he was surely good enough for Janica too. So as long as she got rid of her own feelings, there would be no problem. But when Belle called out to Ennis, Ennis kept going and compared it to a malignant tumor, saying it was at least a relief that they had discovered it early. The metaphor was grim, but the determination behind it was obvious. It was not as though he were the only man in the world, she said. As long as she found some other boy to replace him and made it publicly known that they were dating, then everything would work itself out. And hearing that, Belle finally understood the full situation. Annis already knew that her best friend was in love with the very same man. The maid immediately told her that trying to find a replacement boy just to cover up her feelings was incredibly disrespectful to whichever boy got chosen. Even Belle, who usually let many things slide, had never expected Annis to be so careless with another person's heart. She could not just start dating someone else for the sake of convincing herself that her feelings had gone somewhere new. That was not fair to anyone involved. To be honest, Annis admitted that while walking through the teacher's wing the day before, she had run into Janica. Just that brief encounter had been enough to shake her. The two of them had not even managed to greet each other properly before parting ways, and the whole exchange had been unbearably awkward. What stayed in Annis's mind most was how dark Janica's expression had looked. And next year, during the class assignment exam, Annis would have to supervise the test together with Ed. The thought alone made her tremble because she felt so guilty toward her friend that she genuinely did not know how she was supposed to face it. But Belle, still calm, told her that maybe it was not actually such a terrible thing after all. Her answer came more gently than Annis expected. In fact, Belle said the situation might even be better this way, which only left the intelligent assistant staring back at her in confusion. That was clearly not the conclusion she had been expecting. Belle explained that Janica had always been kind and sincere toward everyone around her, and because of that, the people close to her had always tried to protect her from getting hurt. As her friends, they had been doing that for a long time. The real problem, Belle said, was that far too many people treated the spirit sorceress like someone flawless, almost untouchable, and that placed too much pressure on her. Maybe the way they had all approached Janica had not been very good, and maybe now things might finally start getting better. Annis had been startled when she first heard that, but the more she thought about the way Janica had spoken to her and trusted her, the more grateful she began to feel. That trust meant more than she had realized. Sometimes, Belle said, it was actually more charming for someone to show an imperfect side. There was something about that kind of vulnerability that naturally made people want to protect them. That only reminded Annis that Ed, for some strange reason, had a ridiculous amount of luck with women, and that this whole mess needed some kind of solution soon. She even thought back to how, instead of playing silly games of push and pull, they had once advised Janica to do things that would stir up his protective instincts. Looking back on everything now, Annis finally felt the fog in her head starting to clear. Belle's encouragement had helped her stop drowning in guilt, and once her thoughts settled, she found herself thinking of Janica and smiling without meaning to. After all, when Janica was confused, troubled, or emotionally cornered, it was painfully obvious where she would go. There was really only one place that fit, and that place, of course, was the little cabin in the woods. Quiet, hidden, and warm, it had already become her refuge. When Ed arrived, he immediately noticed her there and asked when she had come in. His voice was casual, but his eyes had already taken in the whole scene. He had been planning to slowly gather more materials for the storage construction, and he also wanted to expand the whole space and make room for a larger living area. Judging by the schedule he had in mind for winter, he really did not have much time to waste. But all of that planning came to a halt the moment he saw her sitting by the fireplace, curled up on herself with her head lowered. The sight made him pause before he could say anything else. He watched her in silence for a moment, then quietly poured some tea and placed a warm cup into her hands. Only after that did he speak, casually mentioning that it had started snowing again outside. There was already a thick layer of snow covering the ground around the cabin. Winter had settled in so deeply that the whole world outside seemed buried in white. And from the way things were going, it looked like snow would keep falling at least once every 2 days. The cold was not easing up anytime soon. Then, in his usual straightforward way, Ed told her that if she had something weighing on her mind, she could talk about it. He left the invitation open without pressing her. Janica hesitated before quietly apologizing, saying that she could not speak right now. Even getting those few words out seemed difficult for her. Ed answered just as simply, telling her that she did not have to talk. There was no demand in his voice, only understanding. She turned toward him in surprise when he gently wrapped her up in his winter coat. The motion was so natural that it caught her off guard more than the words did. He sometimes forgot it. But Janica's life at the academy was difficult in its own way, too. The burdens she carried were not always obvious from the outside. Right now, she looked almost like a small animal backed into a corner, tense and shivering and too drained to defend itself. Looking at her like that, it was hard for him to just brush her aside. Ed let out a quiet sigh and admitted that the cold was getting harder and harder to bear as winter dragged on. A single blanket and the heat from the fire were no longer enough to make it truly comfortable. Even so, spring was slowly making its way closer with every passing day, and for the moment, the two of them sat close together beside the fire, sharing the warmth of the flames. In that little pool of heat, the season felt just a little more survivable. There had been many times when their father, the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, left the estate because of business at the royal palace. His absences were nothing unusual. Even so, the Rothstaler estate itself had once remained peaceful. But after Arwen Rothstaler, the eldest daughter and original heir, died, a new heir took control, and from that point on, everything changed. So when people spoke the name Ed Rothstaler, some of them could not help wondering what kind of person he really was. The question carried more bitterness than curiosity. There was an old saying that if you wanted to know who someone truly was, you had to watch what they became once they held power. And by that standard, that pathetic piece of trash had acted as though the entire world belonged to him. All because he had gained a little authority as the heir. He was constantly throwing his weight around and mocking his younger sister. He wore that power in the ugliest way possible. He would sneer at her and ask what she thought she could possibly accomplish by glaring at him with those hate-filled eyes. Then, with that same cruel tone, he would remind her that no matter how much she hated him, she still could not kill him. Laughing as if it were all some kind of joke, he would bend down, pick up a knife from the floor, and say that with their elder sister gone from the world, things had turned out wonderfully for him. To him, Arwen Rothstaler's death had become just another excuse to toy with the people still left behind. Then he would shove the knife into Tanya's hand and scream that if he died now, she would become the heir instead. He would force that thought on her again and again, demanding that she stab him if she wanted that position so badly. All Tanya could do was stare at him with fear swimming in her eyes while he barked at her to hurry up and do it. He kept pressing, almost delighted by how frightened she looked. Most of the time, her knees would give out before anything else, and the knife would slip from her trembling fingers and clatter onto the floor. And every time that happened, his laughter only grew louder. That had been Tanya's everyday life back then. Day after day without relief. Just remembering it now made her chest tighten until it felt hard to breathe. Before long, he would be looking down at her again with those disgust-filled eyes, and she would shrink under that gaze the same way she always had. For half her life, she had lived crushed beneath the weight of that look. He never actually beat her, but that did not make the damage any less real. As someone born of the same blood, trapped in a situation where she could save neither the family nor the people of the estate, Tanya had lived like a hollow shell. It was a life so empty, so miserable, that it was almost the same as being dead. Then, at last, an opportunity finally appeared in front of her. She heard that her brother had been excommunicated from the family, and with him gone, all that remained was for her to prove herself. The upcoming student council president election was the one and only chance she could not afford to waste, and that became the core of her first plan. She intended to use the class assignment exam to her advantage, and before long, the day finally arrived for the new students to face that assignment. Annis suddenly cried out for Ed to stay back, turning her face away in flustered embarrassment as she insisted that his smell, his gaze, and even his energy would not work on her, so he absolutely had to keep his distance. The way she blurted it out only made the whole thing even stranger. Ed just stood there, completely baffled by what he was hearing. Still, he figured Annis was far too smart to act that weird for no reason, so there had to be some solid explanation behind it. Then Claire Elfin grinned and said she had already gone over all the necessary details, so now it was time for them to head up and begin preparing for the exam proper. Her tone was light, but the work ahead of them clearly was not. It was time for episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the new student's class assignment. Unlike the exam that had taken place earlier in the Northern Forest, this one would be held on Orin Mountain instead. And with Professor Glast absent, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin was the one overseeing the exam this time, which meant there were several differences from the usual setup. Even before it started, the atmosphere already felt a little different. The biggest difference concerned the magic objects hidden around the mountain. Instead of using hard-to-find magic marbles, this exam used magic stones that were relatively easy to spot. Not only were those stones not especially well hidden, but the point differences tied to them were not all that large either. At first glance, it almost sounded too simple. The basic rule was straightforward. As long as a student found one of those stones and placed it on the altar of substitution, they could earn class qualification on paper that made the whole exam sound almost generous. But Claire Elfin was still the disciple of a notoriously strict master, and because of that, she believed students had to prove they were at least genuinely capable before they deserved to qualify for a class. She was never going to hand that privilege out cheaply. So in practice, the exam became brutal. The students had to fight through countless monsters and wild beasts, and only those strong enough to survive that ordeal would have any hope of making it into a class. The difficulty level was absurd. That was exactly why people also called it the Hell Survival Exam of Orin Mountain. The nickname was not an exaggeration. And in the end, in that original version of events, not a single new student at Sylvania Academy managed to qualify for a class that year. Every last one of them failed to clear it. Of course, that was the original scenario Ed knew. The fact that nobody made it into a class was directly tied to an important event that would happen later, which was exactly why he needed the flow of events to stay on track. That was also why he deliberately chose not to say anything about Assistant Professor Claire Elfin's excessively harsh exam design. Even if he had thoughts about it, he kept them to himself for the time being. That said, he already knew he would probably have to submit a written apology later. He was not blind to how unreasonable this whole thing looked. The only reason he could stay relatively calm was because, brutal as this survival exam was, none of the freshmen actually died in it. It was harsh, but at least it was not fatal. Since the students would be fighting illusionary monsters produced through a magic engineering device, their current task was to set up a vision disc. That disc was what would summon the apparitions of low-ranking monsters and beasts for the exam. Once the disc had been positioned properly and the necessary safety preparations were finished, their part of the work would basically be done. At that point, all that would remain was to let the exam begin. Among all of the equipment, the purple vision disc was by far the most important piece. And from everything Ed remembered, the real reason no one qualified that year centered on that very disc. It was admirable that Anis was personally handling such important equipment on her own, carefully trying to take care of it. Still, even from a distance, it was obvious she was struggling more than she wanted to admit. Seeing that she kept falling behind under the weight of it, Ed offered to help her carry the object if it was too heavy. Anis let out a strained groan, but eventually thanked him and admitted that, yes, it had been too much for her to handle alone. So Ed reached his hand out toward her, and in that instant he looked absurdly dazzling, almost like some shining knight stepping in to help at the perfect moment. The timing could not have been worse for her composure. For a second, Anis's breath caught completely. She just froze there, robbed of air by the sight in front of her. Then she snapped back to herself and changed her mind in an instant, screaming at him in horror as though she had just realized how dangerous letting him get close really was. Her reaction swung so hard it left no room for him to keep up. In the middle of that panic, her footing slipped, and Ed immediately shouted for her to be careful. The warning came just as her body started to tip. He lunged forward in time and caught her before she could hit the ground. It was a close call by any standard. With their faces suddenly far too close, Anis instinctively held her breath, and in that same flustered instant, her grip loosened on the disc. The most important object in the area slipped free from her hands. Ed's eyes flew open in horror as he shouted that it was dangerous, but by then it was already too late. The disc had already broken free and started rolling down the slope. Fortunately, the most important purple disc did not smash immediately. Before it could be lost completely, someone intercepted it. That person caught it and raised it up high, holding it overhead as though to show that disaster had been avoided. For one brief moment, it looked like everything might still be fine. Then he shouted at them to be more careful. The rebuke came fast and sharp, exactly what you would expect in that situation. He went on to yell that if the disc broke, they would all be stranded out there, and Ed let out a small sigh of relief as he watched. Just as expected from a top student, someone had stepped in at the perfect time. But just when it seemed like the scenario had barely been saved before the semester even started, a crack suddenly spread across the surface of the disc. The relief vanished in an instant. Right there in Clabius Nortondale's hand, the entire purple disc shattered apart. Everyone could do nothing but stare in shock as the broken fragments rained down onto the ground. For a moment, nobody said a word. They simply stood there in stunned silence, staring at the ruined remains now that the disc was gone. Then Clabius asked what they were supposed to do now, while Ed quietly released the girl he had been holding. As Anis let out a scream, Ed could only sigh and mutter to himself that, yes, things really had been going far too smoothly up until now. In other words, this disaster almost felt inevitable. Last year, during the joint combat training, Taylor had picked up a sword for the very first time, defeated Lucy, and suddenly drawn everyone's attention. That moment had been a major turning point. But despite that, the scenario had still ended up going off the rails. The result had not followed the path it was supposed to. And because of that derailment, Janika's destructive route had accelerated much faster than it should have. What should have unfolded gradually had been pushed forward far too soon. That was exactly why this year's joint combat training mattered too. It was another event that absolutely could not be taken lightly. And on top of that, the elite first years who were overflowing with talent were given the right to request combat training matches against upperclassmen who had already built real reputations for themselves. It was the kind of stage where the gifted rookies could try to prove themselves all at once. The moment those matches started, the first years went absolutely wild. Their energy exploded the instant the training began. At that point, It barely even resembled orderly training anymore because they were so obsessed with winning that they used any method they could think of. Technique, tricks, pressure, dirty timing, anything that gave them an edge was fair game. And yet, in the end, every single one of them was defeated by Taylor alone. He tossed them around one after another until they were all sprawled across the ground around him, staring up in shock with their strength completely spent. The hero had only continued growing stronger over the course of that year, and by then his name had spread to everyone. He was no longer someone people could afford to overlook. Then the saintess, Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixed her eyes on Taylor, and with that, the act came to a close. Watching the hero's growth was emotional on its own. But more importantly, the connection between the fourth-generation hero, the saintess, and the hero himself was a relationship the story absolutely had to preserve. Her power would be necessary for the third act too, especially for Lucy's showdown and for everything that came after it. She was not some side character who could be ignored. Clarice was an extremely important figure in the scenario. That much could not be overstated. Which meant this entire event had to unfold the way it was supposed to. If this part slipped, the damage would spread much farther than just one exam. That also meant the elite first years needed to lose their minds exactly as planned. But the honest reason they became so frenzied in the first place was simple. During the class placement exam, not a single freshman had managed to secure a spot in A class. And the reason none of them made it into A class was because the highly motivated assistant professor Claire Elfin had used the purple disc for the exam. That single choice had shaped the entire result. Now that same purple disc was broken beyond repair. There was no easy way to undo what had happened. The students groaned in frustration, saying this had become a complete nuisance. The internal circuit was damaged, so the device would have to be sent off for separate repairs, and all the effort they had put in up to that point had basically gone to waste. Everyone started to panic. And then, to the confusion of the whole group, it came out that the mistake had been Anis Hallelin's. That revelation made the atmosphere grow even heavier. Anis lowered herself and apologized, saying she should have handled it more carefully. Her voice was stiff with embarrassment and guilt. But an apology was not going to magically fix a broken magic engineering device, and if things continued like this, there would end up being far too many A-class students. They had to come up with a solution before the problem turned into something much worse. Ed, however, calmly said that there was definitely a way to solve it. Clebius looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting confidence at a time like this. Then Ed went on and clarified what he meant. In his view, the top fighter among them was obviously going to have to step up and contribute, much to that fighter's immediate horror. The poor guy cried out in dismay the moment he understood what Ed was implying. But by then, there was no backing out. The decision had already started moving forward. The class assignment exam was being held at the entrance to Oron Mountain, and the narrator posed a simple question. When did someone truly feel that they had arrived in Sylvania, the land of learning? The answer depended on who you asked. If you asked Tanya Rothstaler, she would say it was the moment she found herself standing shoulder to shoulder with classmates who were noble in the truest sense. For her, that was when Sylvania started to feel real. At this academy, even the princess and the chancellor were students just like everyone else, wearing the same uniforms and, at least in theory, leaving birth and status behind. That unspoken rule held firm across the school, but there was still one clear exception. And that exception was the Saintess Clarice, the spiritual pillar standing at the center of millions of followers within the Tello order. She was the kind of person whose very presence made the air around her feel different. So naturally, everyone bowed the moment they saw her, even as she gently thanked them and asked them to spare her the formalities. Her voice was soft, but it did nothing to lessen the reverence surrounding her. She even said that if everyone kept worrying so much about etiquette around her, the academy itself would become unbearably stiff. Because of that, people tried not to make too much of ceremony in front of her. The students expressed how honored they were to meet Saintess Clarice, and Tanya immediately took that golden chance to introduce herself as well. She knew a moment like this could not be wasted. Clarice seemed intrigued when she heard Tanya was a member of the Rothstaler family, and she mentioned that she had once baptized Kreppen Rothstaler, the family patriarch. Still, she added that she had been very young at the time, so she did not truly remember it. Tanya quickly replied that the Saintess's blessing was a great honor to their family. Her words were neat and respectful, the kind expected from a noble daughter. Then she added that, once she became an adult, she also hoped to receive baptism from the Saintess herself. Even as she said it, her posture was full of earnest anticipation. Clarice smiled warmly and said she looked forward to that day. Tanya was thrilled, absolutely glowing at the fact that she had exchanged words with the saintess right there in front of everyone. That kind of public recognition would surely help when the student council president election came around. Still, Tanya reminded herself that today's real priority was something else entirely, earning a place in A class. Then all eyes lifted as the starting flare shot high into the sky. In an instant, all the chatter around the area died down. The flare burst overhead like a bright firework, and that was the signal. The exam had officially begun. The Faculty of Combat ran toward the student plaza. The Faculty of Magic headed for the entrance to Oren Mountain, and the Faculty of Alchemy gathered in the basement of Obel Hall. The exam contents and locations differed by faculty, but the ultimate objective was the same for all of them. That objective was A class. With it came full tuition exemption, the right to enter Ophilus Hall, free access to student welfare facilities, and the prestige of being counted among the class elite. It was the kind of prize package every student dreamed about. So desire lit up across the field almost immediately. Before long, one student actually found a stone. He flashed a grin and said that as long as he placed it on the altar before anyone else, he could join the class. In his mind, victory was already within reach. But before he could bask in that thought for too long, someone shot past him and told him to stop talking and start running. There was no time for boasting. A redhead shouted for Joseph Whitefelts to stop, but Joseph only ran even faster. Around them, all the new students had their eyes fixed on the summit, the place they had marked as the finish line in their minds. Still, Tanya quickly noticed something odd. There were simply too many red stones lying around, and she was certain there was no way the exam could be as easy as just placing one on the altar. There had to be some kind of hidden mechanism designed to make things harder. So instead of wasting all her stamina charging forward, she decided to stay alert and move carefully, one measured step at a time. Then, out of nowhere, she heard a scream. Her eyes widened at once, and she snapped her head toward the sound. What she saw was a student dropping to her knees, and to Tanya's surprise, the girl then started taking off her shoes. The whole thing was so abrupt that it looked almost absurd. Tanya wondered whether the girl had slipped, so she immediately asked if she had injured her leg. It seemed like the most reasonable conclusion. But the girl looked up and said that was not the problem at all. Then, with an oddly cheerful laugh, she explained that she had only wanted to step into the snow barefoot because it was so cold. For a brief moment, Tanya could do nothing but stare at her in speechless shock. The answer was so bizarre that her mind just stopped. Meanwhile, the other girl kept blushing and giggling, insisting that it was perfectly logical because it had always been on her wish list. She went on about how she had never imagined snow would feel this soft under bare feet. Something about her eyes was off, and her whole attitude felt strangely disconnected from the situation. Just looking at her, Tanya could tell there was definitely something wrong. Tanya quickly concluded that the girl must have hit her head right at the start of the exam, which was an unbelievably unlucky thing to have happen. Even so, she introduced herself properly and said that, judging by things, they seemed to be classmates. The girl suddenly lit up the moment she heard Tanya's last name, and excitedly said she had heard people from the Rothstaler family were all incredible, with immense status and influence. Her reaction was immediate, almost childishly fascinated. Tanya answered with a small, hesitant voice that not everyone in her family was like that. The truth was, she really did not like being lumped together with Ed Rothstaler, even if they shared the same last name. Under her breath, she muttered that even a family with great status could still produce ridiculous, rotten scoundrels if it had been around long enough. Noble blood did not magically keep filth from growing inside a household. She had seen Ed at the camp, and yes, he had seemed changed, almost reformed. But even after that, she still could not tell which one was the real Ed Rothstaler, the calm man she had met there, or the deranged person she had grown up fearing. That kind of fear, the kind carved into someone over years, was not something that simply vanished overnight. It stayed in the body long after the moment had passed. Meanwhile, the other girl kept talking, saying she did not think Tanya seemed like that kind of person at all. She added that Tanya was from a noble family while she herself came from the countryside, so she felt she ought to be more respectful. Tanya quickly told her it was fine because this was Sylvania, and in a place like this, status was not supposed to matter. The girl blinked in surprise, then her cheeks turned red with delight as she nodded and agreed. Yes, she said, this really was Sylvania after all. Then she introduced herself as Kailiak. She explained that she came from a small eastern city-state called the Taranay Principality, that she did not really know much about the wider world, and that she wanted to apologize in advance in case she did anything strange. Places like this were completely unfamiliar to her. Tanya asked if they could just speak casually since they were classmates, and Kaliak brightened immediately and agreed. After that, Tanya reminded her that this was still an exam and they needed to hurry, and Kaliak nodded along without complaint. But then Kaliak laughed and said she was not especially worried about making the class, because getting in would only draw a lot of annoying attention to her. That was the final straw for Tanya. She could hardly believe this little country girl kept answering everything in such an unbelievable way. Before Tanya could properly respond, Kaliak suddenly grabbed her by the hand and cheerfully declared that if Tanya was interested in the exam, then she would help her. And while they were at it, she added, the two of them could become even closer. Then she simply pulled Tanya along with her, leaving the young noblewoman wide-eyed in shock as she was dragged forward through the snow. Kaliak laughed and said this was her first time ever having a friend her own age. Tanya, flustered out of her mind, shouted back that she was only letting this slide because it was Kaliak, but she would seriously appreciate it if her new friend pulled herself together. If Kaliak acted like this around the princess or the saintess, she would be in real trouble. Kaliak tilted her head and asked if that was really true, and Tanya let out a tired sigh before admitting that, honestly, she herself would be in trouble too. Then she told Kaliak not to overthink it and said they might as well keep moving. 30 minutes after the exam began, the red-headed student swore that he would be the first one to reach the summit. Wearing a determined grin despite the harsh climb, he forced his way upward and boasted that no matter how capable Joseph Whitefeltz was, his own stamina was on a completely different level. A moment later, he had to stop to catch his breath, thinking he might have pushed himself a little too hard with all that running. And that was exactly when a monster suddenly appeared right in front of him. It lunged at him with a scream that sounded like it was telling him to just die already, and the redhead instantly let out a cry of pain. The attack had come out of nowhere. Reeling back in shock, he wondered what the hell had just jumped out at him and scared the life out of him. Meanwhile, the one who had attacked him was also breathing hard. The redhead's hand trembled as he accused the attacker of using a dirty, cheap, pathetic trick that was completely unbecoming of a senior. He was furious, but there was fear mixed into that anger too. But as Clavius Nortondale looked down at his own shaking fist, another realization hit him. This was actually turning out to be much easier than he had expected. He had complained bitterly that he had been roped into this kind of job all over again. To him, it felt like he kept getting dragged into nonsense. But Ed had assured him that this time at least he would not be working alone. That promise had been the only reason Clavius agreed at all. And sure enough, all across the mountain, multiple explosions began going off one after another. It was proof that the others were already moving too. Clavius and Anis Halalan had been assigned to cut the students off halfway up the mountain before they could reach the altar. If the first years could actually break through both of them and keep climbing, then they would have truly earned their place in a class. Anis felt this was partly her responsibility in the first place, since her mistake had caused the entire situation. So she had decided she was going to put everything she had into fixing it. Jix, being especially skilled with flight magic, had been put in charge of safety and oversight. That role suited him well. The paperwork needed to report the sudden change in exam conditions could be rushed through by Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. So she planned to head back down and write it all up once the exam ended. She had grown more capable with this kind of workload, and if she was willing to sacrifice sleep, it could be done. So the assistant professor was handling the documents, Jix was handling safety, Clavius was assigned to the southern entrance, and Anis was assigned to the northern one. After laying all of that out, the sharp teaching assistant turned and asked Ed what exactly he was going to do. Ed only muttered that he would stay here. His answer was short and plain but final. More specifically, he would stand right in front of the altar itself and block the path there. He intended to become the last wall, waiting for anyone who made it through the rest. Claire Elfin looked worried, since Ed still could not properly feel or use his magic the way he normally should. So she asked him honestly whether he was really going to be okay like this. Ed only mumbled that he had something in mind, then sat down where he was while the chaos spread across the entire mountain. All around them, the sounds of battle continued, with fighters yelling for their opponents to drop dead. As far as Ed could tell, everything was progressing well enough, so he quietly got to work repairing the purple vision disc with his crafting magic. His hands moved while the rest of the mountain burned with noise. Completely restoring the vision disc was not an easy job to begin with. And on top of that, his own magic had not even fully returned yet. The work in front of him was difficult from every angle. Even so, he calmly pulled out one of the magic stones packed with a large amount of magical power. That was the resource he intended to rely on. The stones being used for the exam were of extremely high quality, and if he made proper use of the altar, it would take time, but he could keep recharging his own magic little by little without stopping. Slow, but continuous. His little fire spirit bounced happily beside him, as if cheering him on, and Ed smiled the moment he saw it. He still could not hear what the spirit was saying yet, but even so, just seeing it there made him glad. Anis and Clabius were doing a good job buying him time, and he had more than enough magic stones to keep the repair process going. For now, the conditions were manageable. At the end of the day, his objective was simple. He was not going to let a single person pass this exam. After letting out a breath, Ed called out for the first-year students to come at him because his preparations were finally complete. He was ready for the next phase. By that point, many of the freshmen had already collapsed into the snow, completely drained after suffering one-sided beatings from their seniors. The mountain was already littered with exhausted bodies. The only ones still standing were the young noble lady and the new friend she had made along the way. The beast-like opponent in front of them admitted that he was getting a little tired himself, but it was obvious from his expression that he was in no mood to drag things out. So he decided he would end it quickly. That was the conclusion he reached without hesitation. And yes, the beast standing in their path was none other than their senior, Clabius Nortondale. The girls screamed the moment they saw him looming over them, his presence so overwhelming that he seemed larger than life. Then a sudden explosion rang out behind the furious second year, and Clabius turned around in surprise. Something was clearly going wrong over at the northern entrance. But that blast was not Anis Halalen's magic, and she was supposed to be guarding that section herself. Realizing that, Clabius immediately worried that she might be in trouble. The girls took advantage of that split second of distraction and bolted. Clabius gasped and shouted after them to stay where they were, but they were already running. Now Anis Halalen was talented enough to be recognized as a specialist in both practical work and academics. But when it came to straightforward combat, she was only a little above average compared to the best students in her year. Of course, that still did not make her an easy opponent for freshmen to overcome. But this time, Anis had run into someone who could genuinely match her. That opponent was Joseph Whitefeltz, and the difference in his presence was impossible to miss. With his gleaming purple magic and his striking purple hair, he looked like he belonged on an entirely different level, unlike his sister, who had to work herself to the bone just to become the top student in alchemy. Joseph Whitefeltz had become the youngest person ever to attain the rank of Magic Society researcher, and he could already use mid-rank magic freely. He was the kind of genius who made hard work look almost unfair. Put simply, Joseph was a born genius, while that sleepy-eyed blessed kid was still the leading favorite for top student. Even so, Joseph calmly told Anis not to take it so hard, saying he was sure she had talents in her own field. It was just that combat clearly was not one of them. But Anis shot that down immediately with a low, irritated growl, saying he had it wrong. She was not upset because she was bad at fighting. She had known that from the very beginning, so, instead of dragging it out any further, she told the boy to keep moving. Joseph simply said he understood, then turned and headed on without another word. As soon as he left, our so-called genius girl clenched her fist tight. Everything had been unfolding perfectly up to that point, smooth and flawless, exactly the way she had planned. And yet, in the end, she was the one who complicated everything by breaking the magic engineering device. Worse, when it all fell apart, she could not even come up with another plan, and of all people, Ed Rothstaler had to step in and take control of the situation again. What made it sting even more was that Ed had not shown a hint of irritation. He stayed calm the entire time and kept steering the conversation in a practical, constructive direction. Despite all of that, she still lost to a brand new student and failed to seal off the northern entrance to the altar. Anis burned with frustration, but it was not simple resentment or the bitterness of defeat. More than anything, she was furious at herself, because the face that kept coming back to her was Ed's steady, dependable expression, as he somehow found a way to resolve everything. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler lifted his head to welcome the first person to arrive. In a calm voice, he asked the student whether he understood the rules of the exam. The rule itself was simple enough. All the student had to do was place a magic stone on the altar. Of course, Ed had no intention of letting that happen without a fight. Joseph Whitefeltz strolled in with an almost casual air, hardly giving Ed a serious look at first. Under his breath, he muttered that the exam setup was kind of unusual. If he defeated Ed and placed the magic stone on the altar, then who exactly would the students after him be fighting? Ed answered with a flat, "Who knows?" adding that it was not really Joseph's problem to worry about. Joseph accepted that easily enough, figuring the school must have some backup plan prepared anyway. Truthfully, he was not all that interested in the answer in the first place. The first year was mostly buying himself a few extra seconds so he could read the battlefield and figure out what kind of situation he had stepped into. The vision disc was a different color than usual, and that immediately caught his eye. He wondered if it was some upgraded model. At the same time, he reminded himself not to get careless. Ed looked like a senior from the magic department, but strangely, Joseph could not sense much mana from him at all. There were also clear traces that Ed had already used a magic stone. To Joseph, that meant only one thing. If the senior had to rely on a magic stone just to face the very first challenger, then his natural mana reserves must have been extremely low. If that was the case, then there was no reason to fear him. A little disappointment crept in as Joseph launched his attack. He had come expecting there would be something to learn from the academy here, but now it was starting to look like this fight would be easy. At that point, Joseph was already half thinking about what kind of sandwich he would grab once he got down the mountain. With that lazy confidence still hanging over him, he sent an attack straight at Ed. A sharp flash burst from his hand, followed by an explosion of light. He had cast the mid-rank spell, Particle Explosion, a nasty bit of magic that was not overwhelming in raw destructive power, but could still catch someone clean if they were not prepared for it. If the person on the receiving end failed to read the movement of Joseph's hand and dodge ahead of time, then there was almost no way to react in time once it went off. But Ed slipped out of the blast completely unharmed, sliding free of the explosion as if he had seen it coming. That made Joseph raise a brow in mild admiration so he could dodge that. At the very least, this senior clearly had some real combat experience. Judging from the flow of the fight so far, Joseph figured Ed would probably answer with fire magic. And given the level he seemed to be at, the spell was likely to be either Ignition or Scorch. Scorch would spread fire outward in a wide radial burst. But from the way Ed angled his aim toward the ground, Joseph guessed it would be Ignition instead. And that was exactly what happened. A blazing surge of fire roared toward Joseph in a hot, violent flash. His eyes widened for a second, because Ed's aim was far sharper than expected, and the scale of the flames was much larger than any first year would have guessed. There was no doubt about it now. Ed had trained the basics of fire magic with real discipline, and the output was so strong it almost felt like he was throwing around a mid-rank spell. The wave of fire swallowed Joseph whole, and for a brief moment his figure disappeared behind the heat and flames. Even so, he was more than capable of erecting a shield and knocking the flames away without much trouble. To Joseph, it felt like such a waste. No matter how refined Ed's Ignition was, it still was not going to break through a defensive spell of his level. Mage battles were often decided by something brutally simple in the end. Total mana reserves. If both sides were burning through roughly the same amount of mana, then the one with the deeper pool almost always came out on top. Joseph, figured Ed, probably did not have much real experience in prolonged magical combat, because it should have been obvious that the first year had vastly more mana to work with. In Joseph's mind, the outcome was clear. Sooner or later, Ed would fail to block the incoming spells, or he would lose control of his own Ignition the moment his mana ran dry. Battles between mages could be subtle and deep, layered with calculations and timing. But in the middle of all that, Joseph was caught off guard when Ed suddenly called him by name. Then, almost before he could process it, a giant, fire-wreathed figure came rushing after him like some monster born from the flames. As he closed the distance, Ed made it crystal clear that Joseph's defensive magic circle might stop spells, but it could not stop raw physical force. That towering fire monster was Ed himself, and he smashed straight through the stunned student's shield without slowing down. He grabbed Joseph by the shoulders, yanked him in close, and drove his knees straight into the first year's face. And while doing it, Ed scolded him for making one stupid assumption. Just because both of them were mages did not mean the fight had to stay a clean, textbook duel between mages. With his eyes glowing through the heat, Ed looked down at him from above. Joseph stumbled and slid backward across the ground, scrambling to regain his balance and clear his head. Groaning, Joseph held his aching cheek and stared in disbelief. Ed had pushed through fire itself to get to him, and Joseph could not understand how that was even possible. That was enough to make him swear to himself that he would not be careless again. Tightening up, he began casting mid-rank ice magic, only for Ed to answer by sending another huge wave of Ignition crashing toward him. Joseph's eyes sharpened in surprise when he saw fire magic coming at him yet again. For a second, he wondered if Ed was deliberately countering his ice spell with the opposite element. Then another thought hit him. Was Ed trying to flood the area with steam, block his vision, and pull the same trick as before? But Joseph was not limited to one element. and there was no way he intended to get caught by the exact same setup twice. So he fired back with Scorch, hurling blazing heat and sheets of fire directly at Ed. The flames erupted massively, scorching everything they touched and washing the entire area in a thick, orange blur of heat. For a moment, the battlefield itself seemed to vanish behind the fiery haze. That was when Ed activated his blessing of recovery, pushing its effect so far that it gave him temporary immunity to the flames. He shot forward through the inferno like an actual demon crawling out of hell, charging straight at the poor first year. Joseph's face twisted in shock when he realized Ed actually had fire tolerance. He threw up a shield immediately as Ed came barreling in, knife in hand, like a man who had brought a blade to a wand fight and intended to make it everyone else's problem. Fortunately for Joseph, his physical barrier was enough to stop direct attacks. Even so, panic flashed across his face as he tried to understand where in the world Ed had even produced that weapon from. Still, when it came down to raw casting speed, Joseph was faster. And then his eyes flew wide in horror, because Ed had somehow reinforced the knife itself. Ed sprang backward in one smooth motion as he called out for his elemental spirit. Ed called for Mug, and the inscription carved into the knife flared to life as the explosion spell began crackling across the blade. The blast detonated hard enough to send the first year's body flying, and Joseph let out a scream as the explosion hurled him up into the air. And before he could even recover from that, more explosions tore across the ground underneath him in rapid succession. The blast sent Joseph Whitefeltz flying, and a heartbeat later his body crashed hard into a cluster of nearby rocks with a heavy, bone-rattling impact. As the dust slowly settled, the look in Joseph's eyes finally changed. The carelessness was gone. He forced himself to steady his breathing and think clearly, telling himself to pull it together, because there was no way Ed Rothstaler's basic spellcasting speed should have been faster than his. Then it clicked. Ed was not just using ordinary magic, he was using spirit magic too. What Joseph had just witnessed was not simple explosion magic at all, but a spirit-based formula woven into the fight. And once Joseph realized that, the whole exchange finally made sense. Ed had charged straight through Scorch with his own body because he had the spirit magic known as Blessing of Recovery. He had even hidden the form of his spirit inside the flames on purpose, but now Joseph could see it clearly. Mug was there, and Ed was mixing spells with spirit magic in a way Joseph had completely failed to notice. And on top of that, there were still those magic engineering tools Ed had not even bothered to use yet. Leaning against the tree he had slammed into, Joseph let out a pained groan, the weight of the situation finally starting to sink in. At that point, Joseph honestly had no idea what kind of person he was dealing with anymore, while Ed stood there in front of him, upright and unshaken. With a tired hand, Joseph let the magic stone slip from his fingers and admitted defeat, saying plainly that he had lost. Ed remained standing before him, his eyes following the magic stone as it rolled across the ground. But the moment Ed's attention shifted to that stone, Joseph seized the opening. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward and launched a sneaky counterattack straight at Ed. At the same time, the first year activated the mid-rank spell Ice Spear and drove its aim directly toward Ed. Ed had already read the move, though, and he slipped out of the way with ease before the attack could catch him. Joseph still refused to let it end there. With a ragged yell, he threw himself forward and swung his fist. And this time, he actually managed to drive that punch right into Ed's face, which made the scene feel even stranger, because Joseph was someone who had spent his whole life buried in magical study. He was never supposed to be the kind of person who could make any real difference with a punch. But in the next instant, the truth of what happened became clear. Joseph's strike had not connected the way he thought it had, and a dark current of wind began swirling around them. Joseph's eyes widened on the spot, stunned and confused as he tried to understand how that could possibly be happening. Then a massive spirit beast roared out from Ed, as the protection of the wind activated automatically, just as it always did whenever it detected an unexpected attack. The moment that defense triggered, the attacker was meant to be hurled away by the force of the wind. And that was exactly what happened, as poor Joseph was blasted backward through the forest. He was thrown inside that tunnel-like surge of wind and sent smashing into another tree deeper in the woods. This time, the impact was so violent that the tree itself cracked and broke apart.
Joseph's whole body trembled. He was bruised, battered, and obviously in pain, but even then he still would not surrender. Gasping for breath, he raised one shaking finger, its tip charged with magic, and tried to keep fighting.
And then his strength finally gave out. He collapsed in exhaustion right in front of Ed, and the magic stone shattered. This time, for real, Joseph accepted the outcome and admitted his defeat. Ed looked at him and muttered that he had done well, that the way he went out had been impressive. It was a good call, and somewhere in the middle of all that chaos, the first year had still managed to land a hit. After that, Joseph lifted his head and asked Ed for his name. Ed returned to the central spot where he had been waiting before, then settled himself back into his seat. Without making a big show of it, he gave his answer. His name was Ed Rothstaler. With that done, Ed left the defeated first year in Annis Haleelan's hands so he could be taken away and treated. Meanwhile, somewhere else, inside a carriage rolling along, Jix Effelstein was suddenly asked why he had chosen to enter the magic faculty. The wolf boy looked genuinely surprised by the question, but the girl with him pressed on, saying that if he had gone into alchemy or the combat faculty instead, he probably would have become the top student there. It bothered her that he had passed up so many advantages because of her. Jix only smirked at that, and said he never put much value on becoming the top student in the first place. Maybe he could have pulled it off in alchemy, sure, but not in the combat faculty. And the reason for that, of course, was the group of second years waiting ahead. The number one student in the combat faculty was Clebius Nortondale, and he had just now finally been knocked flat. That top combat student lay there in a daze, blinking through the impact and trying to figure out what in the world had just hit him. Someone hurried over in a panic, asking if he was all right, whether the holy magic had been too strong, and whether anything had been broken. Another voice immediately said to leave Clebius to them and urged the two students to keep moving and continue their exam. Clebius cursed under his breath, and someone nearby shouted at him to get a hold of himself. But the combat student was completely drained. He could not even imagine how anyone was supposed to block something like that. By then, there were only 20 minutes left before the end of the exam. And by that stage, everyone involved had already been pushing themselves to the limit. At last, the two girls made it to the centerpiece where Ed was waiting. The moment they arrived, both of them froze in shock at the sight of him standing there at the finish line. This was the final exam stage, and all around him lay a mound of defeated students. Ed did not waste time with ceremony. He simply said he would get straight to the point. The man who had once been nothing but an object of fear and hatred to that noble young lady was now standing right at the center of the exam itself. Bruised, bloodied, and worn down, he looked straight at them and bluntly told them to just give up. The Saintess Clarice had two dreams. In one of them, while she was praying quietly at the church, a priest told her that true nobility was born from the unwavering belief a person carried and protected for their entire life. That teaching said a person was supposed to become like a blank slate. Clarice's first dream had been planted there by Archbishop Verdio, while the other dream whispered something completely different, that instead of becoming an empty white page, it would be better to die in filthy wastewater. Then her eyes slowly opened, and the first thing she saw was a woman before her, speaking softly as she said that the pure white holy imperial capital was something built by human hands. Even that towering spire, which looked so majestic and so full of confidence, had still been made by people. And yet the woman went on, saying that the tower was nothing more than a sand castle when set against the gray rock and stone of the mountains. She spoke of the green fog drifting through the Denkin wetlands, the golden fields of the imperial capital of Clolan, the emerald farmlands of a place called Pulin, and the opalescent smoke rising from the alchemical land known as Crete. Then came the red roofs of the commerce city Oldic, the turquoise brilliance of scholarly Sylvania, and beyond the reddish sea of sand in the Dresda desert, the purple shadows of the lawless land called Kohelton. The singer's voice carried the message that pure white was only one tiny fragment among the countless beautiful colors found in nature. That singer was Adele Saris, the woman once placed in charge of the holy fire. After she left the order, she started calling herself a romantic, though no one really knew how she managed to slip so freely from one building to the next, when the whole world had gone quiet and fallen asleep. That self-proclaimed romantic would often stand beneath Clarice's window and sing to her in the night. The dream the saintess carried with her after those nights was a dream of the outside world, the one her only friend would whisper about while the two of them looked up at the stars. It was a life that sounded painfully ordinary in the best possible way, a life where you attended classes like everyone else, made friends like everyone else, and even fell in love like everyone else. To Clarice, that place sounded far nobler than the endless prayers of believers who worshipped the romantic from afar. The romantic believed something far more precious than all of that existed in the world, a simple embrace from someone you truly loved. She smiled with a brightness that felt almost like moonlight pouring down from above, and after leaving the order, Adele Saris joined Sylvania. Then, whenever vacation came around, she wandered across the world just as she still did now. And after that beautiful blonde woman disappeared from her life, Clarice returned to those places Adele had described, visiting them again and again inside her dreams each night. At the end of every one of those dreams, the Saintess would share a deep, wordless embrace with someone, and then the two of them would walk away together along the road she had once traveled alone. That imagined journey overflowed with color, the complete opposite of the pure white life Clarice had always known. It was the wildest fantasy the Saintess could possibly hold on to, yet even then, the priest had warned her to stay cautious and never, ever reveal who she truly was. He also told the Saintess that she had to keep that magic engineering item with her at all times, because the blessing of holy magic never left her side. Verdio himself was not especially alarmed, but Clarice had only smiled and said she looked so different now that no one would ever suspect a thing. Even so, Archbishop Verdio reminded her that there was never anything wrong with being careful. So, coming to the academy through arrangements made by the order became the most natural way for her to slip away from that old life. And sure enough, nobody paid any special attention to Clarice as she sat quietly on a wooden bench by the road near the faculty building. That alone was enough to leave her strangely satisfied, to the point that her breathing turned faint and shallow. Here, no one revered her. No one lowered their head to worship her, at least in Sylvania. Not a single person did. She could laugh and fool around freely with the noble girl she had become friends with, and who in a place like this would ever imagine that Kylie was actually the Saintess? There was only one person. Ed Rothstaler stood before both girls, a hard glare in his eyes as he told them to give up, and in the very same instant he recognized the Saintess for who she really was. Tanya Rothstaler was stunned to discover that the final examiner standing in front of them was her own older brother, while Clarice, in her Kylie guise, was just as shocked to realize they had already crossed paths with her friend's brother before this. Ed apologized first, then calmly asked the two of them to turn back and leave it there. But he made one thing clear. If they insisted on pushing forward and fighting, then he would meet them head-on, and the next instant, fierce winds began surging straight toward them. Both girls cried out as that enormous gust nearly tore them off their feet and sent them flying backward. Tanya could hardly believe what she was seeing. Magic on this level should have been impossible even for students who had devoted their whole lives to spirit magic. What Ed was using felt far beyond the level of any ordinary student, even one who had already graduated. Even among active spirit sorcerers in the real world, a person was called a veteran if they could properly handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. And yet here was Ed, channeling the power of a high-level spirit and unleashing all of it on them at full force. It was overwhelming to the point of being unreal. Panicking, the bob-haired Saintess immediately blurted out that she would surrender and begged Tanya to think rationally. For a second, Tanya could tell that her friend was right. The moment that high-level spirit pressed down on her, the old trauma of facing something like that came surging back into Tanya's mind once again. Even so, she ground her teeth together, that inherited Rothstaler stubbornness refusing to let her back down. Because in her mind, if she turned around and left now, then it would mean nothing had changed at all from the miserable past she had spent under her brother's shadow. So Tanya said she did not know what Kylie intended to do. But as for herself, she had no intention of giving up. A person born into high rank and noble status always carried a certain burden and responsibility with them, and Tanya could still remember exactly what her brother had been like 2 years earlier. Because of that, she also knew there had to be a limit to how much he realistically could have improved in that amount of time. She refused to believe that someone who once could not even use elementary magic properly could suddenly be wielding a high-level spirit. In Tanya's eyes, the power in front of her had to be fake somehow. It did not matter if it had taken the shape of a giant howling wolf made of wind. It did not matter if every gust and roar felt terrifyingly real. If there was some trick behind it, then Tanya had already decided what she needed to do. She would ignore the wolf's relentless wind and go straight for the real target, the main body standing behind it. Kylie cried out as the gust lifted them both, and Tanya's eyes went wide in shock. She threw up her arms to shield her face, surprise and fear mixing together as she struggled to understand how something like this could possibly be real. Then her eyes opened wider still, because she finally understood what stood before them truly was a high-level spirit. And the one controlling it from the heart of that storm was her brother himself, battered, torn up, and exhausted, but still standing there without yielding. The force of the wind hurled both girls backward. Kylie went flying outright, while Tanya barely managed to catch herself and stay upright. Even in the middle of all that chaos, Kylie could not hide her amazement, blurting out that the person they were fighting was Tanya's brother.
The young Saintess had always carried a certain image of nobles in her mind. To her, noblemen were supposed to look neat and polished, smile generously, and move with effortless grace.
So, when she heard that the man who seemed to be the complete opposite of all that was a son of the Rothstaler family, Kylie became absolutely convinced of one thing. Ed Rothstaler had to be a scoundrel. Even a bob-haired girl like her, someone who knew almost nothing about the world outside the holy imperial capital and was not especially quick on the uptake, could still feel that unpleasantness coming off him. She remembered what her new friends had told her too, that ridiculous scoundrels could appear in noble families no matter how lofty their status was. And judging from the deep, bitter hatred Tanya showed toward him, the Saintess felt even more certain that Ed really was a bad person. So Kylie forced herself back onto her feet and told the blonde noble girl to do what she had already been trying to do from the start. Go straight for the real body. As for herself, Kylie said she would gladly play the bait. After all, she had mentioned before that she had a strange constitution, which meant that, outside of special cases, she definitely would not die. Naturally, Tanya hesitated. She was worried about her new friend taking a serious injury, especially when Kylie had already made it clear she was not even that interested in the exam itself. But Tanya had also already said that Ed was a truly awful person, and for Kylie that was not something she could just overlook and let pass. More than that, Tanya was the very first friend Kylie had made since arriving at Sylvania, and to her that mattered more than almost anything. Under normal circumstances, Tanya would have brushed that kind of declaration off immediately and told the other girl not to say something so absurd. But Tanya had already seen Kylie fight on their way up to the altar. A combat faculty senior had charged at them like some demon, and in the next instant, that attack had been instantly deflected by a strange flash of light. That was why Tanya had begun to suspect that her new friend possessed some kind of unusual power. What shocked the young noble girl the most, though, was that this same timid friend of hers, the one who frightened so easily, was now the one rushing to the front and taking the lead. Tanya honestly found herself wondering whether Kylie had always been this brave, but that question answered itself almost immediately, because the bob-haired girl burst into tears while running straight at Ed. Of course, Kylie was terrified as she ran straight toward that giant wolf made of wind. The wolf almost seemed to let out a weary sigh when it saw the girl rushing closer. But then its eyes suddenly widened, as if it had realized something too late, and in the next instant, a golden light wrapped around Kylie. The moment the beast tried to strike her with its paw, that paw was sliced open instead. Kylie had triggered the blessing of holy magic, a mid-rank power that automatically activated the instant any hostile being tried to harm her. The wind wolf threw back its head and let out a howl of pure, overwhelming pain. Then an even greater gale exploded across the mountain, a crushing wave of wind so violent that it pushed down against even Kylie and the protection of her holy magic.
She cried out as the storm smashed into her, her body curling up instinctively inside a small golden barrier while the wind tossed her around like a leaf.
From where he stood, exhausted, bruised, and barely holding himself together, Ed Rothstaler watched the scene and asked if that was really all they had. But before the moment could settle, someone answered him by making it clear she had not given up yet. It was Tanya Rothstaler. She came at him with an attack of her own, launching a basic spell straight in his direction. The blast shot forward and struck Ed cleanly, knocking him right off his already battered feet. His body was thrown up into the air. Tanya panted sharply, breath catching in her throat as she stared. Then shock hit her all at once when she realized her brother had vanished into the storm. A moment later, Tanya noticed the vision disc. At the same time, arrows started flying at her so fast and so close that she was forced down onto one knee. Her eyes widened as she saw those blue magic arrows coming at her, and then a voice cut through the tension, telling her to stay still. Tanya froze in disbelief. She could not believe that the brother who once could not even properly grip the hilt of a sword now somehow knew how to use a bow. And yet, there he was, broken, bloodied, and still fighting. Ed stood there aiming those arrows directly at her. He told her the first shots had only been warnings, and that the arrows he fired were made out of magic. Tanya's eyes opened even wider as the thought struck her head-on. Was this really her brother, Ed Rothstaler? She stood there panting, fear spreading across her face, and it felt exactly like it had back then, as if he were still towering over her with the same unreachable power. Tanya shut her eyes tight, and a single tear slipped free when she thought, with crushing bitterness, that nothing had changed at all. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how stubbornly she fought against it, in the end she would still just be his powerless younger sister, someone who could do absolutely nothing. And then, instead of crushing her with more force, Ed simply remarked on how hard she had worked. Her eyes opened in surprise. Ed apologized and told her there was a reason he could not allow her to pass this exam. He added that he could not go easy on her, just because they were family either. In fact, he said, if he had held back simply because she was his sister, she probably would have hated that even more. As he spoke, Ed knelt beside her and crushed the emerald-colored gemstones in his hand. Tanya looked up at him in confusion, thrown off by how unexpectedly gentle his voice had become, but Ed kept going, openly praising her and saying she had been incredible. He told her that if he had been in her place, he would have turned around and run a long time ago. What impressed him most was that she had faced him all the way to the end, even if this had been only a vision. Tanya's eyes widened again as she slowly realized she had been wrong about what he was thinking. Ed told his sister that he was seeing her differently now. As he smiled at her, Tanya could see it clearly. He really was impressed by this side of her, and in that moment she became certain that something about her brother truly had changed. Ed smiled and told her that even if it had only been an illusion, she had still fought him to the very end. Looking at his teary-eyed sister, he said she had every right to be proud of herself. He even added almost warmly that she had been pretty amazing, while tears of defeat continued to spill from her eyes. Ed, meanwhile, looked genuinely confused by her reaction and wondered if failing to get into one class was really something worth crying this much over. Then, all of a sudden, the disguised saintess rushed in and threw her arms around her blonde friend, warning Ed not to take another step closer. She shouted that if Ed carelessly attacked or provoked her any further, then something very bad would happen, so he absolutely was not to move. At that same moment, someone called out to Ed and announced that the exam was over. He was told to come help because Clavius Nortondale had been completely knocked unconscious. Assistant Professor Claire Elfin was ordered to update the grading list, and there was already a mountain of work waiting, especially with the Student Council President election starting as soon as next semester began. With the exam finally over, the little bob-haired saintess let out a wave of relief, but something about her voice sounded slightly different now. She looked over in horror and saw that her hair was already beginning to shift from white back to brown. That was when she realized the transformation magic was unraveling. Then it hit her. It must have happened back when she was fighting Ed, when the special charm she relied on had been knocked away. She needed to keep that magic engineering item on her at all times if she wanted the transformation to stay intact. At this rate, her identity would absolutely be exposed before Claire Elfin got any closer. Claire noticed that something was off, and Kylie immediately started panicking, convinced that her identity was about to be revealed and that her school life would end before it had even truly begun. But then Muggs suddenly came flying over and dropped the golden item into Ed's bruised hand. Without drawing attention to it, Ed quickly handed it back to her while deliberately looking away. He told her to be more careful not to lose her belongings, and for a split second, it sounded like he had almost addressed her by her true title. Kylie could only stare at him in shock, caught completely off guard by that quiet act of kindness. Right after that, Claire asked Ed why he was so badly injured, but he brushed it off and insisted he was fine. And so the class assignment exam came to an end. Ed Rothstaler had successfully managed to return almost everything to the positions they were supposed to hold in the scenario, with only one exception. Still, in the process, he had created a change, a tiny one, something that looked small enough to seem almost meaningless. But that tiny shift was enough to make a pair of ruby-like eyes, hidden beneath a world slowly turning red, turn and focus directly on Ed. And the saintess realized one more thing too. Ed had definitely tried to speak to her formally. But Ed Rothstaler had already turned his attention away from that and toward the people around him. They could all see how drained he was, so they told him to stop pushing himself and get some rest for the moment. They would take care of the mess that came after. Even then, Ed asked if someone could go support Clavius Nortondale. The other person answered right away that he could handle it and said he would head over immediately. As that would-be rescuer moved off, he added, almost to himself, that for a second he could have sworn he had seen the outline of a person nearby. Then he shook it off and decided it must have been his imagination. Even a masterpiece worth thousands could be praised one way and criticized another, depending on who was looking at it. But a sunset was different. No one could look at a sky like that and honestly say it was not beautiful. Hearing that, Ed muttered under his breath that the person talking like that was full of nonsense. Anyway, the voice kept going, saying that humans lived such short little lives, yet somehow still failed to appreciate the moments inside them. The one speaking, of course, was the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. She went on to say that the worst curse any human could suffer was not pain or hardship, but a life that was dull, empty, and unbearably boring. Marilda continued in that same breezy tone, telling Ed that he needed to learn how to enjoy the small things, to find meaning even in ordinary days. People like to say human life passed like the 4 seasons, she said, but for a spirit, life felt more like one long, endless winter. Bleak, repetitive, and cold. At that point, Ed had to admit Janica had been completely right. The wind spirit really was a chatterbox. Still talking, the chatterbox said that people like Ed, the kind who handled everything thoroughly and left no openings anywhere, were often strangely careless when it came to themselves. The fact that he kept collapsing from exhaustion and returning half dead from one crisis after another was proof enough. Ed just asked, "So what?" And Marilda, without missing a beat, replied that what she meant was simple. He absolutely needed to start dating someone. And she was very obviously thinking about Janica as she said it. She went on and on about how he needed somebody nearby who was cheerful, kind, easy to talk to, and warm with him. Someone strong enough that he could lean on her too. If he met a person like that and learned to grow beside her, Marilda insisted, it would do wonders for him emotionally, whether he realized it or not. Then Marilda turned to the little fire spirit and asked if she was wrong. And Mug eagerly agreed with her on the spot. Meanwhile, Ed knew perfectly well that Marilda was not actually contracted to Janica. The two of them were simply close. But Mug chimed in anyway and said that Marilda's advice was practically scripture among spirits, so Ed should at least listen properly and nod along, even if he only pretended to agree. Marilda clearly did not like the pretending part, but Mug and Marilda did not have the same kind of strict, superior-subordinate relationship that Marilda had with others beneath her. Watching them, Ed found himself thinking once again that high-ranking spirits really were frightening in their own way. Then Mug abruptly declared that he had committed a terrible error by telling Ed to fake agreement, and in an overly dramatic burst of loyalty announced that he was prepared to repent with his life. That was when Ed turned slightly, remembering something. Janica had seemed a little down lately, and he asked Marilda if she knew the reason for it. Marilda let out a soft, amused laugh and asked if he was worried about his friend. Of course, Ed was worried. But Marilda only grinned and said she could not tell him something Janica herself had not chosen to tell him yet. That only left Ed even more confused, though the high-ranking spirit reassured him and told him not to worry too much. Even a famed spirit sorcerer, she said, needed to experience winter once in a while. Janica had to go through that season herself to endure the process of growth and understanding that came with it. After all, the world was not some neat little fairy tale. A lot of people simply had to endure the cold until spring finally came. At last, Ed pushed himself up from the ground. Seeing that, the wind spirit asked brightly whether it was time for her to leave, since drawing any more of his mana would start making even her feel guilty. Maintaining even this form of hers was already a heavy burden for him, so Ed told her she could go. Marilda laughed and joked that yes, she was a bit expensive, but this current shape happened to be the most efficient one. Ed asked whether she had other forms, and Marilda immediately shot back by asking if he would prefer a beautiful woman instead, since that would certainly be easier on the eyes. Then she added with teasing confidence that she doubted Ed had the mana to support her taking a form like that for long. Ed said this form was fine, but admitted he was curious. Back when she had enlarged herself into a giant form, and even now, he had not really sensed much difference in efficiency. Marilda gasped dramatically and said maybe he only could not tell because he had the mana stone to lean on, which meant he was still a bit dense. Ed groaned and clenched his teeth, while she laughed and asked if he seriously thought he had been handling all of the mana expenditure by himself this whole time. Still laughing, she reminded him that a spirit like her would never tie herself down to only one person through a single contract. And as Ed watched her, the wind spirit bounced lightly up into the air, drifted higher, and then dissolved back into the breeze itself. Ed could only stare after her in silence. He knew full well there was no way he could have kept a high-ranking spirit summoned for that long on his own mana alone. And if it had not all been his mana, then who exactly had been helping sustain Marilda while he fought at the altar? As he made his way down, the answer came to him easily once he actually thought about it. There was only one other person besides him who could possibly be connected closely enough to Marilda. It had to be Lucy, who had been sitting nearby the whole time. When he found her, Ed pointed out that he did not think she had picked a very good place to nap. The little genius immediately replied that she had not come there to sleep, because if she wanted a nap, she would have just taken one back at the hut. So Ed asked her why she had come at all. Lucy stared at him in silence for a brief moment before giving a quiet answer. She said she did not like being inside an empty tent. So she had gone out for a walk instead. Unfortunately, that walk had led her all the way to the altar of substitution, the place where the final stage of Act 3 would eventually begin. It was there that the distrustful Saintess Clarice, after realizing the darkness hidden inside the holy city, would begin to suspect the order. Then the apostles of Teorphis would come to Achen Island to condemn Clarice without understanding any of the truth behind what had happened. The Academy's side would move under the Archbishop's command. Phenia Elias Clowell's royal guard would get involved. Lortel Ketchon's mercenary forces would move as well. The Cathedral Knights of the Holy City, the Academy's high-ranking staff, the main character's raid party, and even Principal Obel Forcius would all be dragged into it. And after that entire tangled, complicated chain of events played out, every sword in that conflict would end up pointing in the same direction. All of them would be aimed at one single girl, the one trying to protect Achen Island while following the final will of her master. No matter what name people used for her, heretic, renegade, unbeliever, she never once complained. She would only stand there looking down on everyone with an unwavering gaze. That girl was the awakened Lucy. At Achen Island, she was destined to defeat all of the main cast who stood against her, and after that, to fight off more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, even Lucy would reach her limit. Her stamina would finally run dry. And when that happened, she would be defeated by Taylor, who by then had finally mastered the last form of the swordsman's art. Her blood-stained hat would slip from her head and fall onto the ground. And only after the truth behind everything came out would everyone finally learn why Lucy had tried to kill the apostles of the gods. She would be lying there in a pool of her own blood by then. Only then would people begin saying she had not been a villain after all, that none of them had known there was a story like that behind her actions. But unfortunately, the only thing more painful than being misunderstood was being understood too late. Maybe that was simply Lucy's nature, or maybe she had decided that saying anything in advance would have been meaningless. Either way, the genius mage kept all of it buried inside herself until the very end. Of course, Ed had no intention of standing in her way or trying to erase the destiny that waited for her. But sacrificing Lucy for the sake of the scenario was something Ed was not cold enough to accept. Sitting beside her and watching the sunset, he knew he could not do that. And it was not because he thought letting events continue like that would create some clean, simple, bad ending. It was because Lucy's bond with her grandfather ran too deep, and because she knew Sylvania would one day face a trial it could never survive through its own strength alone. And when that day came, Lucy had already sworn that she would lend Sylvania her power. That promise came from the story entrusted to her by the dying Archmage, the master who had also been her only family. And only Lucy herself truly knew how heavy that burden really was. Lucy needed to cast off those murky emotions somehow. What waited ahead would be a long and dangerous battle, with moments where everything could go wrong. But it was still something that had to be faced inside the Act 3 scenario. That did not mean Ed intended to sit back and do nothing, though. As the sunset deepened around them, the little mage rested her hand on his lap and quietly told him that she had found something recently. Ed couldn't help smiling when Lucy quietly curled up and rested her head on his lap. Hearing the little genius admit, almost like she was embarrassed to say it out loud, that she seemed to get lonely more often than people realized, made the scene feel even softer. If there was one thing Ed wanted to make absolutely sure of from that point on, it was this one small promise. Whenever he had to leave the hut for a while, he would tell Lucy ahead of time instead of disappearing without warning. He knew that much, at least, was something he should never overlook. Not long after that, someone came back much earlier than expected and immediately explained that she wanted to get out of that place as soon as possible. The urgency in her voice made it clear she had no intention of lingering there. With a bright smile, Clarice happily held out a present. Most people tended to assume Annis was the one from a noble family because of the way she carried herself. But the truth was that Clarice was actually the one born into a fairly well-known Viscount house. Belle was visibly touched to receive a gift from the red-haired noble girl. After that, Clarice stretched out lightly and said this was the one place her heart truly called home, a place where she always felt calm and at peace. Still, there was something she had to do next. Since she had not seen her academy friends in quite a while, Clarice said she needed to go visit them, and she had already finished preparing everything for a tea party with her two best friends, Annis and Janica. On top of that, she had brought plenty of delicious snacks with her. With that, the cheerful redhead set off first, already bubbling with excitement at the thought of seeing them again after so long. She had so many things she wanted to tell her friends, and more than anything, she couldn't wait to let them try the blueberry pie she had brought along. But the moment Clarice skipped away, Belle's hand suddenly tightened around the box she was holding until it crumpled. A cold sweat broke across Belle's face as horror washed over her. She had realized, far too late, that the blueberry pie tasted like sand. When Clarice finally arrived at the tea party, she froze in shock. She couldn't understand why her two closest friends were sitting there like raging flames in human form, barely speaking to each other at all, and she immediately started worrying that they must have had a serious fight. Janica and the genius teaching assistant Anis would sometimes bicker, sure, but it had always been playful before. This time, though, the air felt completely different, and the tension was so heavy it intimidated even Clarice. She wondered if she should try making a joke to lighten the mood, but even with no idea what the right thing to say was, she still nervously tried to break the ice. Then, all of a sudden, Janica spoke first. The moment she called out Anis by name, Anis visibly flinched, like she'd been struck by the sound alone. Janica looked straight at the teaching assistant, hurt shining plainly in her eyes, and asked the question she had clearly been forcing herself to hold back. She wanted to know if Anis had really gotten a hug from the boy she liked. Ed Rothstaler was 18 years old, a third-year student, and after surviving on sheer grit for a full year, he had reached the level of a high-rank spirit summoner. For someone who had clawed his way up from the margins, that alone was no small achievement. His stamina, intellect, talent, willpower, and even luck were all sitting at pretty respectable levels by now. On top of that, he had just finished building a wooden wall meant to block the wind around his camp. The problem was that work like this no longer raised his stats or his production proficiency anymore. Since this kind of crafting had already fallen beneath his current level, Ed found himself wondering what he should make next if he wanted to keep growing while he worked. As he pushed the hair out of his eyes and looked over the structure, he told himself that being thoroughly prepared for brutal winds was still the right call. Whether it helped his growth or not, caution was never wasted out here. Right then, someone arrived and called out that it was a relief to see he looked healthy. Ed glanced over and asked Belle if she had come to take Lucy back, especially when Lucy already looked on the verge of tears, like a little kid being dragged off to school. Belle explained that the academy had introduced a new rule. During the snowstorm, students were only allowed to leave the dormitories if it was absolutely necessary, so she had come to retrieve the little genius. Belle went on to say that Lucy was considered the student most likely to try escaping under those conditions, which was exactly why she needed the closest supervision. To make sure of that, the academy was even planning to rotate staff members on watch throughout the entire week. Even while Lucy let out a miserable, drawn-out whine, Ed understood the situation perfectly. There wasn't really anything unreasonable about what Belle was saying. Ed answered her in the same polite, formal tone as always, saying he would continue to speak respectfully. Even in a situation like this, he wasn't about to suddenly drop his usual manner of speech. Belle then looked around the camp and asked him, more seriously this time, whether he could really endure a week-long snowstorm in an environment like this. She added, a little hesitantly, that it might be presumptuous for her to say so, but she honestly didn't think a windbreak like this would be enough to protect him. Ed quietly replied that he hadn't built it to shield himself anyway. It was mostly there to protect his supplies. He explained that he had also considered the possibility that the hut itself might take damage, so he had run twine across the roof and tied it down tightly to the ground to keep it from being torn up by the storm. On top of that, he had already gathered up all of his hunting traps and tools ahead of time and moved every last one of them inside the hut. He had prepared as much as he could before the weather fully turned. As for the week of the snowstorm itself, Ed said he was planning to spend that time focusing on magic engineering research over at the Spirit Library. He already had a clear use for the days ahead. So he reassured Belle that he actually had another place where he would be staying during the storm, and because of that, she really didn't need to worry about him too much. Hearing that seemed to ease Belle's mind at least a little. Watching her reaction, Ed remarked that she seemed especially anxious, probably because this was her first time dealing with a snowstorm while working from the administrative side of things. Belle admitted that she truly was worried, but then she added that there was actually something else about Ed that had been bothering her too. By that point, Lucy had finally stopped resisting and gone quiet. In the end, though, Belle decided against saying anything more. She thought it would be overstepping her place to bring it up, and somehow that only made Ed more uneasy than if she had just said it outright. All Belle could do was let out a sigh and wish Ed the best of luck, while somewhere else the fire burning between Janica and Anis only kept blazing hotter. With despair hanging openly in her eyes, Janica finally gathered the courage to ask the question she had been dreading. Even forcing the words out seemed to take everything she had. Clarice stared in shock, then quickly turned toward her genius friend, looking for some kind of explanation on Anis's face. But Anis was sweating so badly, she looked like she was about to collapse on the spot. She sat there speechless, stiff, and painfully guilty, unable to deny how awful the timing looked. Clarice's thoughts were in complete chaos as she looked back and forth between the two of them, desperately telling herself there had to be some misunderstanding, and that maybe the spirits had gotten it wrong. But then Annis flat out admitted that she really had flirted with Ed Rothstaler, and the moment the confession landed, Clarice's attempt to reassure herself shattered into pure disbelief. After that, Annis immediately slipped into a shaky stream of apologies. She told Janica she was sorry, and hurriedly explained that, at the time, she hadn't trusted Ed Rothstaler in the slightest.
She practically blurted it out, saying he looked like a complete playboy. Because of that impression, she'd been trying to test him and figure out what kind of person he really was.
Janica, still stunned, asked if Annis was really telling the truth. Annis insisted she wasn't lying, then added that a guy like Ed wasn't even her type to begin with, so there was nothing Janica needed to worry about on that front. Trying to make her point, Annis piled on even harder. She said Ed looked like a thug, acted arrogant about everything, and was always muttering complaints under his breath. She even added that he lived in a completely selfish way, and she honestly couldn't understand why she would ever want a man like that. Of course, hearing someone talk that way about the boy she liked only hurt Janica more. What stung most was that Annis was making all of those harsh assumptions without even truly knowing Ed Rothstaler as a person. For a brief moment, the two of them simply stared at one another across the table. Trapped between those clashing emotions, Clarice could do nothing but sit there in the middle. Then Annis let out a long sigh and lowered her head. She apologized properly this time, admitting that flirting with him without even speaking to Janica first had been wrong, and she offered that apology with real sincerity. With tears gathering in her eyes, Janica asked why Annis would do something like that when she'd never once asked her to. She confessed that she had been worrying about it for so long that it had been eating away at her. Janica's voice trembled as she admitted she couldn't even sleep at night over it. Annis was one of her most precious friends, which was exactly why her actions had felt like such a betrayal. At the same time, Janica bitterly wondered whether she even had the right to feel betrayed in the first place, when Ed Rothstaler might not think of her that way at all. She broke down, saying she'd been tormenting herself without even knowing what place she held in his heart, and then a gentle hand came to rest on her shoulder, telling her not to worry. In a softer voice, Annis reassured her that Janica was someone very special to Ed Rothstaler. From everything Annis had seen, Janica was definitely more to him than just an ordinary friend. Hearing that, Janica looked up in surprise, completely caught off guard by those words. The moment Janica heard that, her eyes opened wide and pure joy lit up her face. Just hearing that she was someone special to Ed was enough to make her whole expression brighten at once. Tears quickly welled up in Janica's eyes, and she choked out that. Even so, she still didn't think it was right for Annis to judge Ed and try to test him like that. But at the same time, she couldn't help getting emotional when she realized Annis had done it because she was thinking of her. Because of that, Janica said there was no way she could keep staying mad. She threw her arms around her friend in a relieved hug and asked one more time just to be sure that Annis really didn't like Ed. She was also happy that Annis had chosen to be honest with her in the end, and off to the side, Clarice let out a quiet breath of relief because she had secretly been worried that Annis might actually have fallen for him. But then Clarice noticed something that made her stomach drop all over again. As Annis answered, insisting that she had no feelings for Ed, there was a faint blush sitting right there on her face. And naturally, seeing that, their red-haired noble friend was completely horrified. Trying to smooth things over, Clarice laughed awkwardly and said it was probably all just a misunderstanding. Janica simply hadn't been visiting the northern forest very often lately, but it wasn't because she had started feeling uncomfortable while the red-haired noble had been away. Then Janica suddenly realized there was something important she absolutely needed to do. In the next instant, she hurried off in a rush, while Clarice waved after her and cheerfully told her to have a safe trip. Once Janica was gone, Clarice turned toward Annis, only for the teaching assistant to quickly say that she had already thought of something. Clarice blinked and asked what she meant, and Annis immediately declared that her friend needed to introduce her to a man. Then, almost as if that still wasn't enough, Annis decided she needed something even more daring. She said they should break away from stereotypes for once, then straight up asked her noble friend if she wanted to date instead. Clarice just stared back at her with completely blank eyes, and Annis looked personally offended by that reaction. Clarice quickly denied it, though, saying she wasn't judging her. She was just staring because she had no idea how else to respond. Annis immediately started panicking and apologized for lying to Janica. She tried to justify herself by saying that once people were apart for a while, their feelings were supposed to fade. And when the break ended, the Academy Scholarship student work should have ended too. Then Annis froze on the spot when she learned that the Academy Scholarship students would, in fact, be happily continuing on as her student assistants. After all, Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did their jobs well, so it felt wasteful to send them away to some other lab when they were already proactive and skilled where they were.
Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, in particular, was very happy to keep Ed around because he was genuinely excellent at the work. And from the student side, staying on there meant receiving more scholarship support, which made it a much better arrangement than being transferred somewhere else.
Since they had already worked together throughout the break, Claire naturally assumed continuing like this would also be more comfortable for Annis. What she didn't realize was that Annis was inwardly horrified as the assistant professor brightly encouraged them all to keep sticking together. Meanwhile, over on Ed's side, he calmly reviewed the state of his magic power and checked over all the progress he had made so far. He currently had Mug and Marilda occupying his spirit slots, and thanks to everything he had accomplished through sheer effort, he had even opened up a few additional spirit slots beyond that. Before long, Janica arrived at his place, and one of the first things she reminded him of was that he needed to form a contract with a mid-rank spirit soon. Looking at her now, Ed quietly noted to himself that Janica seemed to have returned to normal again. That was because the last time she had come by the camp, she had looked noticeably downcast, almost like something had been weighing on her the entire time. Janica immediately panicked, her face turning red as she stammered that she absolutely couldn't remember any such thing. Ed just smiled at that, because whenever he was around Janica, he found himself relaxing a little more than usual without even realizing it. After all, she was someone who had never even appeared in the other story routes. At this point, Janica was the only person in his year he truly felt he could treat as a friend. Meanwhile, the oblivious spirit sorcerer was still caught up in another thought entirely, stumbling over her words as she talked about how Ed had somehow formed a contract with Marilda. No matter how many times she turned it over in her mind, it still felt strange to her, and way too early for him to be handling a high-rank spirit. Ed explained that he had relied on a trick to make it happen. And as he said that, he showed her the legendary item in his possession, the glass golden phoenix ring. He went on to explain that it had originally been Professor Glast's golden phoenix ring, and that now its power had been completely drained. Along with that, he also told Janica about the plans he had for the future moving forward. Janica pointed out that since Ed couldn't use magic for the time being, making a contract with a mid-rank spirit right now would be difficult for him. Ed admitted that was true and said his magic power should return once the break ended and the new semester started. Even so, Janica's face lit right up, and she offered him her heartfelt congratulations. Among spirit sorcerers, the day someone makes a contract with their very first high-rank spirit is often called their second birthday. After that, she asked whether he was really planning to stay in the spirit library throughout the entire snowstorm. Janica thought he was seriously hardworking, and Ed answered by saying she was no different, especially considering she was the top student of their year. Ed then mentioned that once the snowstorm ended, the student council president election would be coming up as well. And since Janica was the top student of the year, she would probably end up drawing quite a bit of attention. Janica gave a small laugh and said that everyone kept asking her the same thing, but she still hadn't decided anything yet. So for now, she was staying neutral. In the original scenario, Janica hadn't really been pushed into the spotlight just because she was the top student of the year. That was largely because of her personality, since she genuinely respected all of the candidates and never tried to force herself forward. Then Janica suddenly remembered that Ed's sister was one of the people running in the election too, and Ed agreed, saying that his little sister was definitely ambitious. A little nervously, Janica brought up how Ed seemed quite close with his sister, clearly remembering the way she had frightened the poor noble girl earlier. Ed answered that you could say they were close in a sense, but not in any simple way he could confidently claim, especially after being cast out. Still, no matter what had happened between them, he and his sister were family by blood. Whether they wanted that or not, there was a very high chance they would remain part of each other's lives for the rest of their days. Because of that, Ed said he wanted to keep a good relationship with her. Maybe not in some overly sentimental way, but he did care about Tanya a great deal as her older brother. Janica, still stammering nervously, started convincing herself that what she had seen before must have just been nothing more than a fight between siblings. Then Janica suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of Ed's sleeve as she called to him. With tears practically threatening to spill, she asked what Tanya liked. She wanted to know if there was some gift Ed thought she might like, or even just some food Tanya enjoyed. At that point, Ed grew suspicious and asked, with clear concern, what exactly Janica had done to his sister. Janica instantly cried out that she had done nothing at all, but Ed kept staring at her with obvious doubt written all over his face. Janica was hopelessly bad at lying, and she cracked almost immediately. It took all of about 3 seconds before the guilt crushed her, and she blurted out the truth. Ed just laughed when he heard it, because to him, it really wasn't that serious to begin with. By then, it was already almost time for the storm to begin the next morning. And once it did, students would no longer be allowed to leave the dorms except for special reasons. So, if anyone had business they absolutely needed to take care of outside, they would have to request permission through a maid. Elsewhere, the little saintess clutched the item tightly in her hands, unable to shake the memory of what had happened a few days earlier. What she had seen in that third-year student, Ed, had definitely been frightening. But more than fear, what lingered in her chest was a deep, uneasy discomfort. It had all looked so natural, so effortless, that for a moment she had even wondered if she had simply seen it wrong. The image kept replaying in her mind, the way Ed had deliberately avoided her gaze, then handed over the item, and how he had almost slipped into formal speech right at the end. The saintess couldn't sleep peacefully because she was terrified that Ed might know her secret. She had worked far too hard to maintain a normal academy life, and that normal life depended on preserving all the effort being made by the priests and by her stand-in back in the Holy City. If even one outsider learned who she really was, then her life at the academy would be over on the spot, and the cruelest part was that it had only just begun. It hadn't been difficult for her to gather information about Ed. Everyone who had reached the altar had crossed paths with him at some point. The first years mocked one another over failing to make it into Class A, and one student remarked that the senior he had fought was no ordinary human. From what she heard, Ed was already famous among the third years as a monster among monsters, a freak even among freaks. And according to what she had managed to hear, Ed had gone so far as to build a hut out in the northern forest and live there on his own. Now the saintess knew exactly where Ed was staying, and once the snowstorm began, she would be trapped inside Ophelis Hall for at least a full week. After that, spring would arrive and the new semester would start, and by then she was terrified she would lose her chance to silence him or do anything at all before it was too late. With that fear pressing down on her chest, she suddenly threw open the window to her bedroom. She was terrified. Terrified of Ed, terrified of the darkness waiting outside, and terrified of the biting cold that came rushing in through the open window. But as that painful chill brushed against her skin, she remembered the life she had once lived, shut away with nothing but blank white walls and pale ceilings in sight. Her very first friend had once told her that a life like that would slowly ruin her vision. The beauty of the world, that sense of wonder and romance, was hidden inside all its natural colors, and the only way to truly know any of it was to step out and experience it for herself. So she made her choice. The little saintess leaped forward, throwing herself out into the freezing air and plunging straight into the snowy night below. She clutched her charm tightly in one hand, and in response, a soft golden light spread out around her body. The instant she landed outside, that glow wrapped around her and transformed her appearance. She simply could not bear the thought of losing the freedom she had fought so hard to obtain. If she wanted to properly confirm her suspicions, then she had to meet that man face to face. And with that resolve hardening inside her, she ran out into the snow. That night, Clarice, the saintess herself, ran headlong into the storm, surrounded by danger, driven by fear, and desperate for answers. There were eyes that had long since grown used to the dark, because darkness was the only thing they had ever truly known. And among all the memories buried inside that darkness, the clearest one was of an older brother who had stayed by their side even when everyone else in the household had turned away. That same brother stood there in memory, covered in blood, coughing blood as well, and then came the unbearable image of the moment they had driven a blade straight through his heart. The boy's final words to his brother, words that may as well have been a curse, were never shown. Before they could be revealed, the scene abruptly shifted away to Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. Claire looked genuinely surprised when she heard that another lab was interested in taking one of her student assistants. Standing there nervously, Clebius began trying to explain himself, stumbling into the topic of the student assistant position. He admitted that the last time around, he had felt more like a burden than a help, especially after being knocked unconscious by a student during everything that happened. Still, the treatment in the lab had been very good, and even the top combat student seemed to appreciate the environment there. Claire smiled at that and said she had been worried Clebius was dissatisfied or that some other lab was trying to poach him away from her. Since neither of those things was true, she simply asked if he could continue working as her student assistant. At that point, the combat student really had no reason left to refuse. Claire's face brightened even more, and she cheerfully told him to just keep doing the work like before. The gloomy top combat student bit down on his lip and fell silent for a moment, then quietly accepted the role. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to turn her down. Meanwhile, because Ed Rothstaler had originally been born with such a weak body, it now felt like he had trained that body all the way to the absolute edge of what it could endure. During the break, he had been able to devote himself completely to training. Not only had he pushed his physical conditioning further, but he had also improved his crafting through spirit formula infusion and sharpened his skills in magic engineering as well. At this point, both of those fields had advanced enough that they could honestly be called Ed's specialties. And with just a little more training, he would be able to put those specialties to use at an even higher level than before. So, for the remaining week, Ed planned to hole up inside the underground library and spend his time working on magic engineering and spirit formula infusion. He had only given Jix a bit of money and asked him to clean up the mess with some magic, so he definitely had not expected the Wolfman to go as far as organizing the books too. And considering the books had even been sorted neatly by topic and title, Ed was pretty sure he had clearly told Jix that this underground library was supposed to stay a secret. Still, judging by the results, it looked like Jix had gotten help from Elka Islan, and the two of them had probably treated the whole cleanup like part of their training. Ed made a quiet note to repay them properly later, then turned back to his studies. After all, trying to memorize hundreds of formulas all at once would only be inefficient. What mattered most here was setting priorities and focusing on the right things first. His goal was to eventually obtain the legendary magic engineering item known as Glock's Eyes, an artifact that could temporarily amplify the proficiency of every sensitivity-related ability. On top of that, he also had his eye on another legendary item, Delheim's Hourglass, which could rewind all physical states by a few seconds and erase any wounds or damage, though it could only be used a single time. For now, Ed's immediate aim was to successfully produce at least one legendary magic engineering item. To build up to that point, he planned to repeatedly craft things like a weak wind emitter, an echo noise generator, a crystal ball, a blue magic sphere, Kriegel's magic ink, and a light transmitting sphere. He would keep making those over and over to raise his magic engineering proficiency, and once his hands were fully used to the work, he intended to move on to crafting other rare items too. Just thinking about that path ahead was enough to put a smile on his face. He had already reviewed all the ingredients in advance, so all that should have remained was using the tools and getting to work. But then Ed's hand stopped halfway through rifling through his bag, and a second later he froze in dawning horror when the thing he needed wasn't there. That was when the awful truth hit him. He had left the tools back at the hut, which meant, no matter how annoying it was, he had to crawl his way back through the snow to retrieve them. Letting out a tired thought to himself, Ed figured it was about time his body did some work anyway, as he trudged forward through the thick snow. A life spent staring at nothing but white walls and white ceilings would slowly ruin a person's eyes. The world was supposed to be full of color and wonder, full of that so-called romance people always talked about, but as her boots sank deep into the snow with every step, the little saintess realized there was absolutely nothing romantic about struggling through endless white drifts in the freezing cold. At last, she found the river, and the small bob-haired girl lit up with relief. She had heard that the river ran through the northern forest, and according to the map, this part should have been downstream. That meant if she kept following it, there was a good chance she would eventually come across the hut. For a moment, it really did feel like she was on some grand adventure. And to be fair, Clarice wasn't weak at all. Even by ordinary standards, she was already more talented than many mages. And when it came to holy magic, she far surpassed most people. The blessing woven into her holy magic meant that if anyone tried to harm her, the damage would rebound back onto them twofold. So even if she ran into a wild beast or some robber in the darkness, she shouldn't be the one getting hurt as she forced her way through the cold night. And yet, despite all of that protection, Ed still frightened her in a different way. There was also the possibility that, as a successor of the Rothstaler household, he had been baptized by the Teorphus order. If that were true, then the blessing of holy magic would not work on him. After all, those baptized by the order were not supposed to harm their fellow brothers. In the first place, someone devout enough to receive that baptism should never even think about harming the saintess. But that wasn't why she had come out here. She was here because Ed might know who she really was. At last, it was time to confirm her suspicions for herself. She kept telling herself that somehow things would work out. But then, to her confusion, the hut's door wouldn't open no matter how hard she tried. In the end, the bob-haired girl planted her feet, gathered up a ridiculous burst of strength, and yanked the door open with all she had. The moment the door flew wide, she accidentally knocked over the paint Ed had been using to keep it shut. The moment the little saintess saw that streak of red inside Ed's home, her eyes flew wide open in shock. Then she slowly lifted her gaze and spotted a huge boar hide nailed up on the wall, and that sight alone was enough to make a terrified scream burst right out of her. The bob-haired girl stumbled backward and collapsed in shock, letting out a shrill squeal as panic took over. And when she looked again, she saw that Ed's tools were smeared with red too, which only made the whole scene feel even more horrifying. There was blood everywhere, all of it spreading from the overturned bucket near the door and staining the inside of the hut. The little saintess stared down at her own hands in horror, wondering if she had somehow stepped straight into hell itself. Then suddenly she heard footsteps drawing closer from outside, and in an instant her panic spiked even higher as her eyes darted around the blood-spattered room. Desperate and shaking, the little saintess frantically searched for somewhere, anywhere she could hide. A second later, the door was shoved open, and a gust of snow came spilling into the shed along with the freezing air. From outside, a massive figure wrapped up in scarves leaned in and peered into the room, looking for all the world like some hulking snow monster. The door opened wider, and that bundled-up figure took in the mess and the damage in one sweeping glance. Meanwhile, the little saintess was crouched in a tiny corner with both hands clamped over her mouth, trembling so badly she could barely stay still. The person stepped further in and reached down to touch something lying on the floor. Frozen in fear, the terrified girl slowly lifted her eyes and looked up at the figure. But the stranger didn't notice her at all, and moved on, focusing instead on pulling something out from a nearby box. In the dim light, he started checking through a set of dangerous-looking tools, and the whole image made him look even more suspicious and frightening. The little saintess let out a tiny hiccup of fear, the kind that slips out when someone is already terrified beyond reason. Her whole body was shaking so hard that it felt like a miracle she hadn't already given herself away. Then, all at once, a hand appeared above her head, and that looming creature bent down to peer at her from above. Like something straight out of a horror story, it stared down at her and asked in a low voice who she was. The little saintess nearly had a heart attack on the spot, and that was exactly when Ed finally recognized her as Kylie. Completely stunned to find her there, he asked what she was doing inside his house, and why she was trembling so violently. But the bob-haired girl was far too shaken to think straight. In pure fear and panic, she lashed out and blasted Ed with holy light. Holy magic had the power to nullify most of an opponent's magic, while also dealing direct physical damage. So the force of that strike sent Ed flying backward with tremendous power, crashing him straight into his belongings and scattering everything around him. Dust exploded into the air from the impact, and for a moment the inside of the hut vanished into a cloud of debris and smoke. Then a figure rose up from the dust, and it was just Ed, sprawled in the wreckage of his things, bleeding and battered from the blow. The bob-haired girl started stammering in terror, trying to explain that she hadn't meant to attack him at all, before dropping to her knees in despair. Seeing the blood on Ed, the little saintess cried out in horror, convinced she had just killed someone. With her hands pressed together tightly, the bob-haired girl began confessing to her dear Teorphus, saying she had committed a grave sin. She cried that she, who was supposed to live in purity, now stood before the Lord with blood-stained hands. She confessed that she had been tainted by sin and deserved to burn in the depths of hell to atone for what she had done. But before she could keep going, Ed reached out, pressed a hand onto her shoulder, and called out to her. That sudden interruption cut right through her prayer, and when Ed growled at her in anger, it only terrified the little saintess even more, making her scream again in fright. At that point, the poor bob-haired girl had already been through so much that it looked like her soul was practically ready to leave her body. Still clasping her hands together, she fainted on the spot, and Ed could only stare down at her collapsed form. Ed was so furious that his perfectly good day had been completely ruined. He bit down on his lip and barely managed to keep all that anger from exploding outward. Meanwhile, back in the school hall, someone hurriedly called out to the chief maid. A report had just come in, and they asked her to decide what needed to be done next. One of the maids suggested they should alert everyone and start a full search right away, but that idea was quickly pushed back, since they wouldn't have enough staff left to keep the hall running. Keeping her composure, the chief maid said they had to be as efficient as possible right now, and the other maid immediately agreed. Belle Maya, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, knew Clarisse's true identity. The order had already decided that, at the very least, the person in charge there needed to know the truth. If the saintess were to vanish during a snowstorm, the entire nation would be thrown into chaos. Even so, Belle Maya kept her calm, and the other maid could only watch her in open admiration. Belle Maya had already decided that because of the saintess's holy blessing, this was something that needed to be handled quietly and in secret. She quickly got dressed to head out herself and said she would go search for the holy saintess alone. Before leaving, she told the other maid to take care of the rest of the students, and especially to keep a close eye on Lucy. The maid agreed at once, but then added one more detail from the witness report. Kylie had apparently headed toward the northern forest. That single detail made Belle Maya stop cold in surprise, because she knew perfectly well whose territory that was. She also knew all too well about the girls Ed had accidentally charmed along the way, and in her mind, he was absolutely the type who unknowingly seduced women without even trying. Now that same man, absurdly blessed when it came to women, was trapped in a snowstorm with a girl, isolated from everyone else, forced into a situation where the two of them might have no choice but to rely on each other until rescue arrived. Just imagining those two alone together made Belle Maya's thoughts immediately spiral toward the worst possible conclusion. And she became certain they would end up doing all sorts of lovey-dovey things. Belle Maya was horrified. Ed absolutely could not be getting lovey-dovey with the saintess. She fell silent for a brief second, trying to process what her next move needed to be, while the other maid called out to her in confusion. Then Belle Maya stomped forward and rushed straight into the forest in a panic, stammering that they had to find them as fast as possible. In her mind, one thing was certain: the saintess was in terrible danger. In the northern forest, there was already a rumor going around about a suspicious man. He moved through the trees like a shadow, expressionless, carrying the bloodied carcasses of beasts on his back, and with a body so well built that the students couldn't stop talking about him. And as the snow kept pouring down harder and harder, those rumors only spread faster among the students. Belle Maya raised an arm to shield her face from the violent snow while that rumor crossed her mind. But unlike the others, she knew the truth of who that man really was. Using the magic fireball she had conjured as a guide, the chief maid pushed forward through the storm and followed its light all the way to Ed's cabin. When she arrived, she immediately spotted the footprints pressed into the snow, the exact tracks she had been searching for. For all his cold and distant appearance, Ed Rothstaler was actually easier to talk to than people expected, and he was far more considerate than his reputation suggested. Belle Maya knew perfectly well how many girls had ended up charmed by him without him even trying, and she also knew he was the kind of person who carried out his responsibilities faithfully, no matter how complicated those women made things. Even out here in the woods, he was still someone worth looking after. Even so, just imagining those already messy relationships becoming even more tangled made Belle Maya's head start to ache. She grabbed the door handle, still telling herself that young Master Ed couldn't possibly know the young lady's true identity, but the instant she stepped inside, she heard Ed calmly say that he already knew. So it really was her, exactly as he had suspected. Ed stood there wrapped in thick bandages, while in one corner the saintess, still in her Kylie disguise, was tearfully holding a chair as punishment. This was absolutely not the kind of scene Belle Maya had expected to walk into, and the bizarre sight left her alarmed on the spot. After staring for a beat, she hesitantly asked Ed to explain what exactly she was looking at. After some time, Belle Maya finally got the full explanation. Even then, one thing remained urgent. If she didn't take Miss Kylie back soon, the snowstorm would become too fierce for them to safely make it through. Ed understood that completely. He also pointed out that someone in Belle Maya's position really shouldn't be leaving Ophilis Hall unattended for that long in the first place. Belle Maya agreed with him, while the saintess remained in her corner, thoroughly ignored for the moment. As for why the saintess had come all the way out there in secret, Ed could more or less guess the reason. Still, that didn't stop him from feeling rather irritated with her. She had clearly gone to great lengths to hide her identity, but the whole thing had still felt unnatural to him from the start. More importantly, that identity wasn't supposed to be exposed until much later. It was not supposed to come out now, but the saintess was already openly suspicious of Ed at this point. So, after apologizing for his rough behavior, he politely asked her to set the chair down. The girl let out a breath of relief the moment she heard that, and she quickly lowered the chair. Then both Belle Maya and little Kylie reacted in complete shock and horror when it finally sank in that Ed already knew she was the saintess. They were stunned that he had known all along, but Ed simply pointed out that he had been baptized into the Teorphus order. Once her disguise spell was undone and he saw her up close, it only made sense that he would recognize her. Then, in a gentler tone, Ed tried to calm the terrified saintess and urged her to settle down so they could at least talk about the matter like civilized people. The girl agreed, though only after a hesitant pause, and as that happened, Ed reminded himself of one thing very clearly. He had not changed his plans, and he was not going to change them now. He had already decided that he wanted no involvement with the main characters of this scenario, but at this rate, if the saintess kept panicking badly enough to blast him out of fear, she might do something completely unpredictable. So in the end, it was simply better to tell her outright that he knew who she was. That way, maybe she would stop feeling so anxious around him. Ed let out a tired groan and said that if she had hidden her identity just to come all the way out there, then she must have been exhausted by a life of constant restraint. That much, at least, he could understand. The little Kylie hesitated, clearly unsure how she was supposed to answer that. But Ed continued, then turned the question back on her. He asked what she thought of his life, seeing him out here living alone in the forest. Then he asked her something even more direct. Could she really guess what kind of life he was living out here? Only then did the Saintess finally understand it. What Ed was living was not some beautiful life of freedom at all. As she looked around the cabin, she realized he wasn't freely enjoying the wilderness. He was surviving in it. Everything had its bright side and its dark side, and freedom was no exception. If Adele Saris represented the romantic, beautiful image of freedom, then the man standing before her embodied something entirely different. Ed apologized for showing her something like this when she was the Saintess, because what he represented was the harsher, uglier side of freedom. Then he bowed his head and apologized again for overstepping, explaining that he had simply thought no one around her would ever tell her this kind of truth. After saying all that, Ed rose to his feet and quietly asked little Kylie to leave. The little Saintess lowered her head in shame and apologized to Belle Maya for forcing her to walk all the way out to a lonely cabin in the forest. Belle Maya answered that she was only doing her duty and that the girl shouldn't trouble herself over it. Once they returned to Ophelis Hall, the young Saintess would be back in a warm room with hot soup waiting for her, and this freezing hut in the middle of the snowstorm would probably start to feel like some distant dream. But Ed would still remain inside that hut. After dressing himself properly in warm clothes, he would step back out and continue his studies, while the cabin itself still carried the smell of blood and the cruel weight of reality. The Saintess had never once imagined that the man she had seen standing there, blocking the incoming students, was living a life like this behind the scenes. And now she found herself thinking again about the romance of freedom she had once dreamed about. There was something deeply sad about having that dream broken apart right in front of you. Even so, the Saintess still believed that coming to the academy in search of freedom had been the right thing to do. Then, before she fully understood why, a blush crept across her face. Somewhere along the way, she had met someone she truly could respect. As the two of them walked away with the fireball, lighting the snowy path ahead, Belle Maya silently noticed that faint flush on the girl's face. Her own expression tightened into one of disappointment, though not surprise. Of course, Belle Maya was horrified, because she had no way of knowing whether Ed's accidental charm had now taken root in the Saintess too. She couldn't read the Saintess's heart, so in the end, all Belle Maya could do was keep worrying. Then spring arrived again, almost before anyone realized it, and maybe that was exactly what made its return feel so special. Someone remarked that they didn't really need tea, especially since getting a seat at a place like this usually required a reservation. But at Laplace Bakery, a certain visitor had come on business, so that much could be overlooked, and the sly redhead, Lortel Ketchum, turned and asked Ed if that arrangement was acceptable to him. There was still going to be some time before the inventory inspection finished, after all. The chef bowed nervously and told them to please make themselves comfortable, adding that if they needed anything at all, they only had to ask. Lortel thanked the flustered man with a smile and dismissed him before his nerves ended up dripping all over their food. Having a monopoly really was entertaining in situations like this, and it gave Lortel a kind of power she had never enjoyed before. Meanwhile, Ed sat there thinking she was clearly the only one having any fun with this. Even so, the Ree-head simply sipped her tea and said that was a rather harsh way of putting it. Maybe Ed wasn't wrong, but it wasn't as though she went around actively harassing people. They just happened to get nervous in front of her. As Ed already knew, the snowstorm had caused some errors and confusion in the distribution process, and because of that, Laplace Bakery had placed orders for a large number of goods it didn't actually need before the storm hit. Then, just as the delivery date drew near, they suddenly canceled all those orders. Ed asked flatly whether that counted as a deceptive order, and the wealthy merchant replied that she could at least understand the mindset behind it, since food became especially valuable in times like these. Still, she couldn't praise them for trying to hoard goods that might have gone to other businesses instead. People needed a sense of morals and ethics, she said, before taking another elegant, self-satisfied sip from her teacup. Just then, the chef came rushing back over and begged Lortella to please reconsider and speak to her people. He admitted he knew they had been in the wrong, but if she kept restricting the amount of goods they were allowed to order, the bakery would end up in serious trouble. He pleaded with the merchant to be understanding, saying that if nothing changed, they would be in deep trouble. Lortel only let out a small laugh and answered, I see. She had class that afternoon, so Lortel Ketchum casually asked Ed Rothstaler if he wanted to walk with her on the way there, all while completely brushing past the chef's miserable, sniffling, and desperate, pleading look. Even Ed had to admit, watching her do that so calmly, that she could be surprisingly cold when she wanted to be. She said she had not wanted to resort to anything this severe in the first place, but the blizzard had cut off supply shipments from the main branch, and that had left her finances far tighter than usual. With money suddenly squeezed from all sides, they had no choice now but to endure it and make do with what they had. Ed had to admit to himself that even merchants had rough days like this. In response, Lortel only flashed him a bright, confident smile, the kind that practically asked whether he had somehow forgotten exactly who she was dealing with. She told him not to worry, because handling trouble like this was exactly what she was good at. As long as no money was being wasted on pointless things, everything would work out fine. If she could not manage this level of difficulty, then she had no business running a trading company in the first place. Then the red-haired merchant suddenly paused mid-conversation, turned toward Ed, and asked him where his textbook was. Ed explained that he just needed to stop by the library and borrow one, and that he should get moving soon. Still, he added in his usual easy tone that at least running around like this was probably good for his health. Lortel looked genuinely horrified. She immediately blurted out that the textbook was not even that expensive and asked why on earth he had not just bought his own copy already. But then, after saying it, she seemed to think it over again. By an ordinary student's standards, the book really was not cheap at all. In fact, most of the Academy's textbooks were outrageously expensive. That realization left her visibly troubled, and with a faint look of dismay on her face, she slowly reached into her purse, fully aware that even she was operating on a tight budget right now. With clear hesitation in her voice, she nervously asked how much the book cost altogether. Ed appreciated the gesture, but even so, he refused her offer to buy it for him. Since the student council elections were coming up soon, Ed guessed that Lortel was probably not planning to run for a position this time.
After all, the trading company had to come first. And from her point of view, it would naturally be best if someone who liked her ended up becoming student council president. With that in mind, the merchant half-jokingly, half-seriously asked Ed to run instead, saying she certainly would not mind backing him if he did.
Ed had no interest in that idea, and besides, it was not as though becoming president would be guaranteed even if he tried. Lortel let out a disappointed sigh and called it a shame, though she admitted she had already expected him to refuse. Then, as if she had just thought of something, she suddenly brought up his little sister instead. Ed was caught off guard when Tanya Rothstaler's name entered the conversation, and the red-haired fox only responded with a sly grin. She remarked that, one way or another, she really did not want to end up having to flatter Princess Phania. Ed did not explain much, but Tanya was still very young.
Lortel smiled as if she already knew that perfectly well. She said that even if every top student from every grade rallied behind Tanya, it would still be incredibly hard for such a young noble girl to become president. Tanya might be a daughter of the Rothstaler family, but the gap between her and Princess Phania was simply far too wide.
Ed silently agreed with Lortel's judgment. Looking at how things were unfolding now, the outcome that made the most sense was still Princess Phania becoming student council president. Tanya Rothstaler, by comparison, was the lesser evil in his eyes, and she was throwing herself into the race with desperate passion. She did everything she possibly could to scrape together even a single additional vote. It was earnest, but also painfully pitiful, almost pathetic to watch, because no matter how hard she pushed, she still could not close that massive gap. In the end, Tanya was crushed by an overwhelming difference in votes and lost the election badly. After that, Lortel asked Ed whether he supported Princess Phania's rule. The question clearly caught him by surprise, but after thinking for a moment, he admitted that he did not really know. If he had to lean one way, though, he felt he was more inclined to support Tanya. Lortel looked genuinely delighted to hear that. Most students at the Academy admired Princess Phania almost unconditionally, so she had been worried Ed might feel the same way. Then her cheeks turned pink, and with a glow as bright and warm as autumn leaves drifting in the sun, she asked him whether he had ever noticed how she felt about him. Her eyes softened, her face grew rosier, and in a voice full of shy honesty, she confessed that she had almost gotten jealous just from asking him about his feelings toward the princess. Ed lowered his gaze and looked down at her without any visible reaction, completely unmoved by her glittering eyes, her flushed expression, or the almost dreamy atmosphere blooming around her. Then Lortel let out a soft giggle and leaned in even closer, pressing her head against his chest as if trying out yet another trick. She asked whether that had worked and then stayed there just long enough to listen to his heartbeat for herself, as though she wanted to confirm the answer directly. A moment later, she groaned in protest when Ed simply pushed her away with a mildly annoyed expression. Pouting, she complained that he was being so cold and asked whether she had done something wrong. Ed gave a quiet sigh and told her that no, she had not done anything wrong. Still, he made it clear that he had no intention of dating anyone before graduation. That answer instantly caught the Red Fox's full attention. Her eyes widened at once, and she quickly asked what that meant for after he graduated.
Ed fell silent, seriously thinking it over because he had never really considered what came after that point. Seeing that hesitation, Lortel's grin slowly returned. The moment she realized he had not made up his mind yet, she knew she had just learned something extremely valuable.
She still did not fully understand what graduation meant to Ed on a deeper level, but one thing was certain: that day was no longer very far away. And if he intended to keep rejecting her until then, well, that would only matter if he could actually endure it. Lortel was clearly very confident in her own ability to tempt and wear him down. Meanwhile, Ed stayed quiet and thought again about his goal of making it safely to graduation. It sounded simple on the surface, but in truth, it was anything but easy. To reach that point, the story itself still had to survive its final crisis, and that meant eventually facing the final boss waiting at the end. The main protagonist had to defeat that final boss before peace could return to the world. When that time came, it would be a fierce, blazing, high-stakes battle between Taylor and the great enemy at the very end of the story. Only after that boss was defeated could the game truly be cleared. Only then could everyone move toward happiness, and only then could Ed quietly make it to graduation as well. For Taylor to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon, he needed support from both sides of the story. Clarice, who stood as the symbol of the Order, and Phania Elias Clowell, who stood as the symbol of the royal family. In other words, Taylor needed to continue growing exactly as the scenario intended, while building bonds and gathering allies all around him. Class placement had gone smoothly, and Tanya, the curly-haired young noble girl, had already run ahead with her friend Clarice, who still seemed to be doing a good job hiding her true identity. Ed did feel a little sorry for Tanya, but even so, Princess Phania was obviously supposed to become student council president. Once that happened, the scenario should settle back into its proper course, and Ed ought to be able to enjoy a quiet, peaceful, flower-filled spring at last. Then he could finally breathe easy. But elsewhere, in a bedroom lit by bright morning light pouring through the windows, the princess slowly sat up in bed as someone called out to her. Contrary to everything Ed Rothstaler had expected, the scenario had already started to crumble inside the private room of a single girl. Princess Phania, her hands trembling, quietly said that she did not think she wanted to run for the council position after all. As she spoke, she bit down on her lip, and the state she was in looked awful. Dark circles hung heavily beneath her eyes, and her whole face carried the haggard exhaustion of someone who had not been resting at all. At the same time, for reasons unknown, Clebius Nortondale was in full panic mode as usual. He clutched his head in both hands, groaning and cursing under his breath, insisting that there were plenty of other people who could do this better than he could. From the very beginning, he had no idea why it had to be him, and he bitterly cursed his miserable life. A single sheet of paper lay right in front of him, and as he stared at it, he swore again in despair, asking once more why this had to fall on him. The paper was a formal duel request. Someone had challenged the so-called battle genius to a match, and the obvious question had come up right away. Why did this person want to duel him in the first place? Jix had asked that exact question, and the challenger answered without hesitation that he wanted to learn from him. A brief silence followed. Then Jix shut his book with an unimpressed look and flatly said that a shallow reason like that was not good enough for him. He turned his attention to the tall student standing behind him, a broad figure with swollen muscles and a confident smile. The white-haired challenger then admitted his real intention more honestly. He wanted to prove his own worth. The Wolfman smiled at that and pointed out that the challenger had already taken the title of top student in his year. But the student did not seem impressed by that achievement at all, dismissing it because he was still only a first-year 4047 FFDEC. Janica was the top student among all the third years, and Drake stood at the top of the Faculty of Combat. For some reason, Ed had also become very popular among the first years in the Faculty of Magic. Janica was the top student of all the third years, and Drake was the top of the Faculty of Combat. Ed was also very popular among the first-year Faculty of Magic for some reason. The white-haired challenger intended to duel all of them eventually. Of course, he had his own order for doing things, so he had already submitted a request first to Clebius, the top student of the second-year Faculty of Combat. The problem was that the gloomy fighter seemed to be avoiding the challenge entirely. Still, the challenger had already planned the path ahead. If he beat the second-year combat champion, then next he intended to challenge Elvira, the top student of the Faculty of Alchemy. After that, he would send a duel request to Jix as well, so he had come to inform him in advance. Hearing all this, the Wolfman could only stare up at the towering, broad-shouldered student in front of him, thoroughly perplexed. Then Jix asked with plain curiosity why he was next on the list, when he was not even the top student to begin with. The younger student let out a small sigh and explained that the true top student of the second years was out of the question, because Lucy was an undefeated prodigy. So, with her excluded, that basically made the Wolfman the technical top of the second year. The Wolf Boy smiled at that, and remarked that his junior seemed awfully full of himself. Still, the plan was clear enough. The first year wanted to beat Jix first, and after that, move on to challenge Janica, and then finally Ed as well. At that point, it almost felt like the first lesson this junior needed to learn at Sylvania was a very simple one. The world was not always going to go the way he imagined. The Wolf Boy admitted, with a calm and honest tone, that defeating him would not be easy. But then he stopped himself and corrected that thought. No, that was not really what he meant. The dark-haired magic student beside him let out a laugh and bluntly said that this arrogant junior was never even going to make it as far as him, let alone Janica or Ed. Jix laughed too, saying the first year seemed to be mistaken about something important, because in his view, that overconfident newcomer was not even going to get past Clebius Nortondale. They told the junior that if he seriously wanted to beat his seniors, then the first thing he needed to do was learn how to see reality properly. Hearing himself talked down to like that made the arrogant first-year flare up instantly, and he stood there speechless, seething with pure anger. Later on, as Jix was leaving class, someone called out to him. He looked up and saw Ed, the one person he was always happy to run into, standing there and waving. Ed had come over because he wanted to thank Jix properly for the work he had done for him at the library. Then Jix filled Ed in on everything about that junior, Wade Collarmore, and the trouble he was stirring up. Wade was the acknowledged top student among the first years, and lately he had been sending dual request forms to every student with a strong academic or combat reputation. From the sound of it, he intended to come after Ed too. As far as Ed knew, Wade Collarmore's challenge streak was something that would continue through Act 3, from Scene 3 all the way to Scene 5. Episode 3 of the game had already begun, and one of its major threads was the Student Council President election. Around that same time, the top first year appeared, a naturally gifted swordsman born as the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories. He was tall, broad, heavily built, and wrapped in a blue battle aura, and with that overwhelming strength, he easily seized the top student position among the first years. But even after taking the top spot in his own year, that prodigy was still not satisfied, so he turned his eyes upward and began challenging the upperclassmen too. In the original flow, he ended up defeating them one after another with frightening ease, leaving bodies collapsed on the ground and covered in injuries wherever he went. He had even managed to bring down Jix, the Wolfman who seemed impossible to stop. To be fair, Jix had already been worn out before the duel even started, so the circumstances were hardly favorable for him. Still, a loss was a loss. Wade's violent streak kept going like it would never end until Taylor finally appeared, sword shining with the strength he had built up over time, and stopped that rampage for good. Jix then mentioned that a welcoming festival for the new students was going to be held that night, and he asked Ed if he wanted to go and take a look at Wade for himself. But Ed had to decline, since he already had plans of his own. Besides, he already knew what Wade looked like anyway, so he simply thanked Jix for both the invitation and the warning, then quietly told him to take care of himself too. Ed had thought he did not really care much for this sort of school event atmosphere, but seeing the academy so full of life ended up lifting his spirits too. With beautiful spring flowers blooming all around, even he could feel that energy rubbing off on him. The fresh, clean mood of a brand new semester had settled over the campus, and before he knew it, Ed was smiling to himself because the feeling of it made his steps lighter. Jix watched Ed walk away and found himself wondering whether he should have told him one more thing before letting him go. Since they were in the same grade and he saw her often, he had noticed something lately. Princess Phania had been looking unusually down for a while now. And yet, whenever Jix was speaking with that junior and Ed's name happened to come up in the conversation, the princess would suddenly whip her head around in alarm and immediately start paying close attention. To test whether that reaction meant something, Jix had once called out Ed's name in the middle of class on purpose. And sure enough, the princess turned right away. It was obvious that the young royal was acutely sensitive to Ed's name, and more than that, she almost seemed wary whenever she heard it. Still, Jix figured there would be other chances to tell Ed later, so there was no need to rush it today. He decided he would keep watching a little longer, learn more about what was going on, and then bring it up properly to the Rothstaler boy. And so, as time moved on, the weather gradually warmed. Blue butterflies drifted gently through the air, their tiny wings fluttering in soft little beats, and the view inside the northern forest had become so vivid and lovely that it truly deserved to be called spring. One especially pretty butterfly floated down and landed near Lucy's nose, and she immediately waved both hands in mild irritation to chase the little things away. Then someone nearby remarked on how quickly Ed had been improving lately. Janica was the one who said it, noting that Ed's connection with the spirits had grown much stronger than before. Since he had already managed to form a contract with Marilda, she said he should now be capable of entering a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would have believed he had come this far in less than a year. A spirit bird cheerfully praised Ed for that progress, and then Janica cleared her throat. She had switched into what felt like her serious teacher Janica mode. The title sounded cute more than anything else, but from the way she carried herself, she clearly seemed to think it was perfectly dignified. So Ed decided to humor her and play along. Sitting down on a nearby log, he clapped his hands for his teacher and said that he had only improved this much because he had such an excellent instructor guiding him. Teacher Janica continued her explanation, saying that when most spirit mages sought a mid-rank spirit, they usually had to wander through mountains, rivers, and deep valleys in search of one whose nature truly matched theirs. It was not enough for a spirit simply to possess a lot of mana. Ed needed one whose flow of mana aligned properly with his own. Ed pointed out that he had not really thought about anything like that when he made his contract with Marilda. Janica responded that this was only because his affinity with fire and wind had happened to line up well in that case. But if he wanted to make a new contract now, then it would be much smarter to look for a spirit that was not fire or wind. Ed had to admit she was right. Sure, it would be easier and more convenient to contract with a spirit tied to an element he was already comfortable using, but if he did that, it would only make him less flexible when different situations came up later. He did not need to master every single element the way Janica did, but branching out was still the better path for him. With that in mind, Ed lowered his head and muttered that this was going to be pretty difficult. Janica only smiled brightly and told him that was exactly why people thought of their mid-rank spirits as something like fate. In the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the image of a spirit sorcerer always came with that same feeling. Wandering through untamed nature, crossing forests and rivers, and eventually meeting a spirit through a destined connection. The first step, Janica explained, was forming the connection. Ed shut his eyes and focused himself. He needed to gather his mana and draw it into his eyes. So he concentrated and did exactly that. Then in the next instant, his eyes snapped open and began glowing blue. At once, a whole hidden world spread out before him. Spirits floated through the trees, drifted over the ground, and flickered through the air in every direction. It was as if an entirely new layer of reality had opened around him. Beaming proudly, Janica began introducing him to the mid-rank spirits she had carefully selected for him. Ed could not help being impressed, and he asked whether all these spirits surrounding her did not get distracting after a while. Janica only laughed and answered that there was no reason to push them away when they all liked being around her. She had already spoken with every one of them too, and as she said that, she casually played with a spirit snake coiled around her wrist. Once again, Ed had to admit she was incredible. But admiration aside, it was finally time for him to choose one spirit from all the candidates she had brought before him, and every eye around him seemed to be waiting for that decision. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure and the sheer number of choices, Ed could only nervously repeat her suggestion back to her, as if he still could not quite believe he was really supposed to just pick one. Then a mid-rank water spirit introduced itself first. It was called Pella the Pelican, and it proudly spread out its beautiful blue wings, as if making the best first impression it could. The next candidate showed off its own power right after that, while Mug, Ed's little firebat, acted like a snobbish judge looking down on them all despite being lower rank itself, bragging like it had special status for having been chosen first. Watching that attitude, Ed could not help silently judging the bat a little. Still, the whole experience felt a little strange to him, and Janica's expression fell when she noticed that. Looking worried, she asked whether she might have brought too many spirits at once, and whether it would be better to leave the selection for another time. Ed let out a sigh and said it was nothing serious. Mug immediately urged him to look at the next applicant already. Even so, Ed could not hide his disappointment. He had imagined some once-in-a-lifetime fated encounter, and instead this felt more like a lineup, so he found himself wondering whether this method was really the right one. Meanwhile, The welcoming festival for the incoming students was a hugely meaningful event for the new first years. But the top student among the third years, Janica, was unable to attend because of personal reasons. In reality, those personal reasons were that she was busy giving spirit lessons to Ed. The top student of the second year, Lucy, also could not attend for personal reasons, and in her case, that very serious personal reason was sleeping. Because of that, some members of the faculty ended up in a rather awkward and difficult position, worrying that the festival might not be very lively without those star students present. In the end, though, the absence of those top students did not hurt the atmosphere nearly as much as everyone had feared, because one of the most dignified figures in all of Sylvania had appeared in their place, Princess Phonia. Princess Phoenia sat before the chessboard, her fingers moving a piece with visible care. But there was a nervousness in the way she shifted it, as if even that small motion carried more weight than it should have. Sylvania Academy prided itself on equality, but reality did not become that simple just because the school said so. Faced with someone of royal blood, ordinary students still found themselves too intimidated to speak freely, and even the noble students hesitated to step forward and approach the chessboard where the princess sat. In the end, only one person managed to speak with her naturally during the event, and he did it while calmly pushing the match to a clean, effortless checkmate. That person was Wade Collar-Moore, heir to the Collar-Moore family, a house fiercely loyal to the royal family and counted among the 3 great swordsmanship lineages. He was also the top student of the first year. Princess Phoenia acknowledged his skill at chess, and Wade quietly pointed out that after sacrificing one of her pawns, she had started hesitating.
He told her plainly that if she had cast off that hesitation, then the one who would have lost that game was him.
But Princess Phoenia admitted that she disliked treating chess as though it were some direct reflection of real battlefield tactics. That was the kind of thing palace tutors loved to do, yet reality was never that neat. Wade observed that she must have learned quite a lot after entering the academy, and the princess, her eyes lowered and shadowed, quietly murmured that perhaps she had only become more aware of herself. There had been a time when she believed no one surpassed her when it came to reading people. But lately, she had begun to wonder if she had been wrong about that all along.
Then Wade remarked that someone once told him a person needed to learn that they were not always right. The moment those words reached her, Princess Phonia's eyes widened in surprise, as if that single thought had struck somewhere painfully deep.
Ed Rothstaler, the mistake of driving him out of Ophelis Hall had once seemed like only a minor matter to her. Something small and irritating, like a fishbone caught in her throat. And yet, after that, he had gone on to save Janica, and somehow he had even built a life for himself out in the forest. Then, as more time passed, he kept rising to the occasion again and again like an undefeated hero, and with every passing moment, his presence only grew larger. Even the newest students entering the academy had started speaking highly of him. As Ed's presence within Sylvania continued to expand, the weight of her mistake grew with it, and that bone lodged in her throat seemed to hurt more and more. Of course it was normal for people to be wrong sometimes. That was true everywhere in life, not just inside Sylvania, but if Princess Phoenia kept acting like a child and continued avoiding the problem in front of her, then nothing would ever actually be solved. No matter her status, no matter her class, she was still a student at the academy, and learning was part of her duty there. A small smile finally appeared on the princess's face. She thanked Wade for the words he had given her, then reached for a chess piece again, ready to start another game. She could not keep running from her mistakes forever. That would only be foolish. If everything went as planned, then in about 4 days she would settle it. After that, she would go to the hut in the northern forest, sit beside a campfire with Ed, and speak with him openly at last. Just imagining that left Princess Phoenia feeling deeply refreshed, as if spring itself had finally begun reaching her, too. But at that exact moment, one of the pawns in her fingers slipped loose and started falling toward the floor. Then, when the morning of the 3rd day arrived, that fragile new spring in her heart was shattered completely. The news of Ed Rothstaler's death reached her ears, and in that same instant, the slipping pawn struck the ground and broke apart. Dear respected father, that was how the letter began, written by a daughter who had long grown used to telling her father about her daily life through letters since he spent so much of his time away at the imperial palace. But one detail stood out immediately this time. She wrote that future letters would no longer come from the Rothstaler estate, but from Sylvania Academy instead. She wrote that although there were still many things she had not yet grown accustomed to, since it was her first time living away from home, she would never forget the honor she had to uphold as a member of the prestigious Rothstaler family. There had been a stretch where adjusting had been difficult. The schedule was busy, the classes were intense, and Sylvania's famous egalitarian atmosphere had taken time to get used to. Still, when it came to friends, she mentioned that she had made a few people her father would probably dismiss as mere school friends. The young noble girl wrote that she was still working hard toward the goal she had declared so confidently before leaving home, becoming the youngest student council president. Naturally, she admitted she felt some anxiety after hearing that the beloved Princess Funia would also be running in the election, but even so, she intended to do her best no matter what. She also mentioned meeting Lortel Ketchum. Though not much older, Lortel already carried herself with the polished presence of a perfect merchant. The negotiations for purchasing the sage-sealed grimoire would begin soon, and Tanya was already wondering whether it would really be all right for her to attend as the family's representative. The last part of the letter was harder for her to bring up casually. Since he had been excommunicated, she knew the person she was about to mention had become nothing but a stain of shame and embarrassment on the family's name. And yet, if she had to speak honestly, her brother seemed to have become diligent and hard-working during his time at the academy. It was almost as though he had turned into a completely different person. She admitted, however, that she had been very young back then, so her memories of the past were not especially clear, and there was always the chance that she was misunderstanding what she saw. Still, recently she had a strange dream, one from when she was much younger. In that dream she was standing on the low hills behind their estate, the place where lilacs and daffodils bloomed thickly every spring. She remembered walking that winding hill path with the smell of flowers all around her, climbing upward while holding hands with two people. One of those hands definitely belonged to Arwen Rothstaler, so the other steady, dependable hand must have been her father's. And there was another possibility she could not ignore. Back when Arwen was still alive, maybe her brother had not yet become such a scoundrel. Maybe back then he had smiled too, and held her hand just the same. If that was true, then perhaps her brother had not changed for the better at all. Perhaps he had simply returned to the person he used to be. The night left her with countless tangled thoughts, but in the end she still closed the letter in the proper way, signing it as the loving daughter, Tanya Rothstaler. Then a notification appeared regarding the seal of deadly poison magic. It stated that even the slightest graze from it would be enough to send the victim writhing in agony before certain death followed. Kreppen Rothstaler had read through the letter after opening it with a dagger, and in a cold voice he said he had already sent a reply to Tanya Rothstaler. Then he tossed the letter down to the floor. The matters in motion now included the student council president election, along with the negotiations with Lortel over the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire. Handling all of that alone would be difficult for such a young noble girl, so the head of the house decided he would send a vassal along, someone the young lady could trust and rely on. The poisoned dagger was then presented before two cloaked figures who stood bowed in silence. Normally, Sylvania did not allow families to send their personal vassals into the academy. But if the reason was connected to legitimate business, then the school would make an exception. And so the head of the Rothstaler family gave the order and sent those vassals on their way, while the two cloaked figures lowered their heads and accepted it. After they left the throne room in haste, Kreppen suddenly tore off his gloves and stared down in horror at his own hands, which were rotting and inflamed in an ugly reddened mess. No matter how many times he saw them, he could never grow used to that revolting sight. Then two eyes slowly opened on the back of his hand. This was the highest rank of magic, cause and effect determination. By setting a certain action or variable that he himself had caused, he could observe the resulting future effect from it. Grasping a purple orb in one hand, the head of the Rothstaler family muttered to himself, wondering whether he truly had no choice except to burn through an enormous amount of mana. It was a pity that he could not make use of this power often, because this was, without question, an absolute power. When faced with an important matter, he could trace the source of an action he had taken and confirm the inevitable result that would come from it. And the result he saw was Ed, eyes wide open, bruised and battered, being dragged through the rain to the edge of a cliff before someone drove the poison-coated dagger straight into him. Ed coughed up blood, shocked and unable to believe what had just happened. And nearby, Janica could do nothing but watch the scene unfold in pure horror. Then she screamed as Ed was suddenly shoved from the top of the cliff. His body dropped into empty space, plummeting from that tremendous height, while blood sprayed through the air around him as he fell. Janica threw her hand out toward him on instinct, desperate to catch him somehow, but he was already far too far away for her to reach. All she could do was cling to the broken edge of the cliff, with her third spirit trembling beside her, crying out for Ed as if refusing to believe he was really gone. For a moment, no words came out at all. She stood there speechless while the heavy rain poured down without mercy, drenching her hair, her clothes, and even her skin straight through. Then Janica slowly turned back toward the people responsible, and by the time she faced them, there was nothing left in her eyes except rage and raw malice. Watching that entire scene unfold through the orb in his hand, Kreppen Rothstaler found that even for him, it was not exactly a pleasant sight. Even so, he still regarded it as a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, bright sunlight was pouring down over Sylvania Academy, and the whole campus wore the peaceful, open feeling of an ordinary spring day. Tanya Rothstaler was in the middle of checking the progress of her campaign for student council president, only to end up badly intimidated by just how overwhelmingly outmatched she was. The approval survey for the presidential candidates made the situation painfully clear. Princess Fenia was crushing the field in support by a complete landslide. She was so famous and beloved that practically everyone in the Cloel Empire had probably heard her name at least once. If Princess Fenia truly entered the race, then no matter what Tanya did, her chances of winning would fall to absolute zero. Realizing that left her thoroughly depressed. Of course, Tanya knew perfectly well that reality and the hopeful fantasies in her head were two very different things. It was disappointing. But maybe she really should just give up. Just then, she ran into Jix, who greeted her cheerfully and asked whether she was on her way to elemental studies training. Tanya looked surprised to see her upbeat senior, and Jix quickly asked whether something had been troubling her in class lately. He even suggested that the two of them have tea later with Elka. A crowd of girls was trailing behind the Wolfman, whispering and gushing in admiration because they thought he might be the strongest person in the whole academy, and they were openly impressed that Tanya was speaking with someone like him so casually. Later, Lortel Ketchel told Tanya that she would probably need to attend a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade and asked what time would work best for her. The fox-like merchant even told Tanya to let her know whenever she was available and she would arrange everything herself, making it clear that she truly wanted the young noble girl present. And of course, more onlookers started murmuring when they saw a Rothstaler noble speaking directly with the famous executive of the Elte Trading Company. Even Lucy managed to gather enough energy to say hello to Tanya, and that alone sent the people nearby into a frenzy. They could hardly believe that Lucy Sylvania's greatest genius was actually talking to the young noble girl. Some of them seemed even more stunned by the fact that the famed prodigy apparently really did spend half her life sleeping. Seeing all that, the surrounding students were amazed by just how many powerful connections Tanya seemed to have. To them, she looked completely different from an ordinary student, and they could not stop calling her cool. They kept praising the number of important people connected to her, and what impressed them even more was that Tanya carried herself with such dignity without ever flaunting any of it. That only made them admire her more. They said they would be happy if they could become even half as graceful as she was, and Tanya blushed so hard under the flood of compliments that it almost looked like little sparkles were dancing around her golden hair. Then, all at once, Tanya puffed up with smug energy and cheerfully told her adoring fans that they had worked hard enough for the day. Since they must be tired, they should head back to their rooms and rest. If they kept applying themselves like this, then Clarice and the others, both her fans and her friends, would become splendid students too, so they all had to keep working hard again tomorrow. The others eagerly agreed, saying they would work hard tomorrow and the day after that too, so that one day they could become as talented and dignified as Tanya herself. Then Tanya shut the door to her room behind her, and the moment it closed, confusion immediately settled over her face. For some reason, it really felt as though her status and position inside the academy had shot up to an absurd degree over just the past few days. And the strangest part was that she had not actually done a single thing to earn that kind of treatment. If she had to point to one reason at all, then it was obvious that people were treating her like this simply because she was Ed's younger sister. Tanya let out a miserable groan and held her head because, for the longest time, she had only ever looked at her older brother as worthless trash. But now, somehow, she felt like the trashy one instead, because she was receiving all these benefits just for being related to him. She genuinely could not understand how things had turned out this way. Then her eyes shifted as the door to her room opened once again. 2 grown men were standing there. They greeted her respectfully and said they were glad to see that she looked healthy. Tanya immediately recognized them as Caddick and Knox. She remarked that her father had been quite considerate to send both of them, and warmly told them it was good to see them too. The 2 men replied that they had heard she had been working hard at school, and they were relieved they could finally be of some help to her. The taller one with the mustache explained that he would handle gathering information on the market price involved in the grimoire purchase negotiations. He also intended to investigate the current financial state of the trading company so the negotiations could proceed more smoothly. Beside him, the stockier man with the black beard said he would take on work that Tanya could not manage while focusing on her studies. He would assist her with the student council election, and since rumors said Princess Phonia might join the race, he planned to dig into information about campaign promises and pledges as well. But Tanya stopped him and said there was no need for Knox to go that far. After all, some new information had come out that very morning. Apparently, Princess Phonia would not be entering the election after all, and everyone who heard that news was stunned. Janica had heard that the Imperial Secretary made the announcement near the Imperial dorms, and the entire place was already buzzing with whispers. Still, since it was only an announcement, Ed tried not to put too much weight on it yet, knowing that this sort of information could still change. The final boss of the fourth act was Kreppen Rothstaler, and because of his flawless work and polished public conduct, everyone knew him as the benevolent head of the Rothstaler family. Only Princess Phoenia was meant to notice the darkness hidden under that image. She possessed both imperial authority and influence within the academy, and because she held power in both spheres, Phoenia was supposed to become the most reliable ally in the coming fight against Kreppen, the one who could take the lead when his schemes reached towards Sylvania Academy. That was how things were supposed to unfold. But now the princess was showing no interest in joining the election at all. Janica puffed out her cheeks and said she was starting to get a bad feeling about this, while Ed just looked at her in confusion. Janica then leaned in close over him and said she had a strong feeling he was about to do something reckless again. He pulled that sort of thing so often by now that she could practically feel it in her bones. Ed tried to object, but she immediately cut him off, saying she could not accept him going off, hurting himself and carrying everything alone again while she remained in the dark. Ed was already carrying more than enough suffering on his own, so there was no reason for him to make life even harder for himself. Whatever he was planning, Janica said firmly that she would help him. Ed let out a sigh and admitted honestly that he really did think it would be best if Princess Phoenia became student council president. Janica looked surprised by that answer. The princess had treated Ed badly before, and Tanya was his own sister, so she had naturally assumed he would stand with his family. Still, if Princess Phoenia herself was stepping out of the race, then there was not much they could do about it. At the very least, though, it would help if they could learn why she had made that choice.
Right then, Jix suddenly showed up and dryly pointed out that there were a lot of eyes on them, and that the two of them were looking rather scandalous, standing so close together in broad daylight.
Both Ed and Janica jumped in surprise when they saw the Wolfman. Jix casually apologized for interrupting what he called their quality time. But then he added that he thought he might actually know the reason Princess Phoenia was no longer running. Janica instantly caught fire with embarrassment over Jix calling the moment scandalous, and she protested that his wording was way too much. Her entire face turned bright red, but Jix ignored her flustered panic and calmly explained that, to him, the princess looked like an alpha wolf that had lost her pack. After making the wrong choice, and watching her pack die because of it, that alpha wolf no longer reacted even when an arrow was pointed straight at her. It was a very Jix-like explanation, full of wolf metaphors from start to finish. But even so, the image fit. The princess's once bright eyes had dulled and lost their light. That was how she looked to him now, as if she had fallen into a state where her confidence was gone, and she could no longer bring herself to do anything at all. Anyway, Jix said he would stop interrupting them now and get going. Before leaving, he mentioned that he had heard it was probably going to rain the next day, so they should keep that in mind when heading out. Ed and Janica quickly told him he was not interrupting anything, then thanked him for the warning anyway. And considering that the wolf boy's animal-like senses were usually sharper than an ordinary person's, his instincts were not the kind of thing to ignore lightly. The worst-case scenario, Ed realized, was that Princess Phoenia had completely lost any sense of hostility toward the Rothstaler family. That thought immediately darkened Ed's expression, and he found himself wondering what exactly he was supposed to do now. Meanwhile, Janica remained blissfully unaware of the weight of his thoughts, and instead she smiled brightly and declared that this was actually a pretty nice turn of events. Ed turned to her in surprise, clearly thrown off by that reaction. But Janica was already talking about the rain, saying that damp weather would make for perfect water spirit training, especially since being close to the sea was ideal for that sort of thing. So tomorrow, after class, they absolutely had to head to the northern cliffs and train with a mid-rank spirit there. They would go right after their elemental studies class. And hearing her say all that with such straightforward optimism, Ed could not help smiling a little. He returned that brightness with a grin of his own and thanked her, deciding that for now the best thing he could do was focus on whatever was actually in front of him. At that same time, Lucy lifted her nose slightly into the air and caught the scent of incoming rain. Then her eyes suddenly widened. There was something else mixed into the air too, and with a strip of beef jerky still hanging from her mouth, she instantly reacted. The girl jumped down from the roof of Ed's hut and landed lightly beside the campfire. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the fire flared to life, and a moment later Ed stepped out from the bushes nearby. Spring had finally arrived, and Ed casually started toward the hut, while the powerful mage lay sleeping on her usual log nearby. But then he glanced back at the sky and the rain starting to come down, realizing it was going to make going back out later much more troublesome. The drizzle that fell onto Lucy's small frame seemed to drag her mood down with it, and seeing that, Ed found himself hoping the rain would pass quickly, if only for her sake. Meanwhile, someone else was making their way into the forest, taking in the place as they moved. That someone was Ed, and it was his first time coming all the way out to the northern coast. Mug, tucked inside his cloak, commented that the cliffside was wide, barren, and so far out of the way that almost nobody had any reason to come here in the first place. It was remote, empty, and ridiculously far from everything else. Still, there was probably no better place to train water spirit techniques. Mug, sounding unusually bold for a tiny fire spirit, even declared that if he might be permitted to say so, then this was an excellent place for Ed to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit, Lacia. Mug was also clearly impressed that Ed had even thought of combining its power with mana arrows. But then Ed's expression changed, and he quietly told Mug to stop talking because he had just felt a dark presence nearby. A pair of dark figures stepped forward and greeted him, saying it was an honor to finally meet him in person and addressing him as young Master Ed. Ed's reaction was immediate. He raised his bow, set an arrow in place, and held it ready to fire. For some reason, in the middle of this moment, two figures who belonged in Act 4's final chapter scene, the Creepin' Showdown, had appeared here instead. Caddick and Knox, veteran vassals who handled the darker side of the Rothstaler family's affairs, now stood in the rain before him. Men who had spent their entire lives buried in the family's history, they looked thoroughly menacing there with a dagger in hand and hard eyes fixed on him. For Crepins, right-hand men who had endured every hardship imaginable on Arkan Island, these should have been familiar faces. Ed ought to feel relieved to see, but that was the last emotion he could honestly manage. The two men respectfully called him young Master Ed again, and said it was an honor to see his face after so long. Ed, caught off guard that they still used that title even after he had been excommunicated, bitterly remarked that maybe he ought to feel grateful. They said they had heard how he had been living, and that they were there under Crepin's direct orders. Then, without shame or hesitation, the two adults calmly stated that their purpose in coming here was to assassinate him. Ed's eyes widened at once. Then the men added that afterward they would repent for it. That only made the whole thing even more confusing, and he kept his weapon aimed at them without lowering it. They explained that as vassals, they had once harbored deep resentment toward young Master Ed. That hatred was exactly why they had come here now to kill him. The man before them had once ruled over the estate like a tyrant, so unlike the child he used to be, that he may as well have been a different person. And so they had come intending to take his life with a blade engraved with the seal of deadly poison. But the more they looked into how he was living now, and the more they heard how others at the academy saw him, the more they had started to see something unexpected in him again, the brightness he had once possessed in his youth. He had helped people, gained trust, and somehow become both well-liked and widely respected throughout the school. Looking at that, they came to believe that Ed had finally returned to his true self as the heir of the Rothstaler household. They said they would explain everything to Lord Crepin themselves, and with that, both men bowed their heads and asked Ed to once again become the heir and restore the honor of the Rothstaler family to the world. Ed could only stare at them in confusion as the two men who had arrived as assassins suddenly stood there bowing like loyal allies in the rain. After a short silence, he flatly told both of them to stop screwing around. At that, the two men slowly raised their heads again, both wearing crooked, wicked little grins as they remarked that he really had grown. Then Caddick moved first. The Eagle Knight launched a blindingly fast assault, sending slicing, gust-like sword strikes straight at Ed. Ed barely managed to twist away in time, dodging those lightning-fast blades of wind by the narrowest margin. But his eyes widened immediately after, because Knox had already used that opening to close the distance. Roaring as flames gathered in his hand, the brown bear-like vassal brought down his blazing mace-like attack. Ed grunted and just barely avoided the crushing burst of heat that came slamming down from above. The ground he was standing on was already dangerously unstable, but he still managed to escape that first strike and bring his bow back up. He fought back purely to survive against two people who had come with the full intention of taking his life, but neither Caddick nor Knox gave him even a second to breathe. The bad weather alone would have made the fight difficult enough for a student like Ed, but on top of that, he was facing two seasoned family vassals, men who handled the Rothstaler family's darkest work and had no intention of letting him leave alive. Knox growled at young Master Ed through clenched teeth, while Caddick suddenly asked whether he remembered Miliana. She was the pitiful girl who had lost the sight in her eyes one day for his amusement, a maid Ed Rothstaler had once enjoyed tormenting. And on top of that, she had been Knox's daughter. Red flames surged violently around the man as he recalled how that cheap villain had stepped on her and knocked her to the ground. Ed had inherited the hatred meant for someone else's sins, an unbelievably unlucky burden, and the massive vassal drove a furious punch through the air as if he meant to erase him on the spot. But then Ed's eyes widened too, and he let out a strained response as if he was only now recalling that such a thing had happened at all. Even so, he wrapped himself in a defensive shield and said that revenge would solve nothing, because even he understood that nothing waited at the end of vengeance except emptiness. Knox roared back that he did not want to hear words like that from a cruel monster like Ed, and then swung to kill him again, smashing into part of the shield with brutal force. Ed managed to evade that attack as well, and in a bitter way he admitted that the enraged giant was right. Caddick stared in clear disbelief and muttered under his breath, genuinely impressed by how much the once disgraced young heir had grown. Even so, admiration changed nothing about the danger in front of them. There was no realistic way Ed Rothstaler could fully stop Knox's mace, especially when that crushing weapon was wrapped in blazing fire magic. For the moment, the young heir was weaving past the attack surprisingly well, slipping away by the narrowest margins. But the situation was brutally simple. If that burning mace landed even once, he would die on the spot. Ed knew that as well as anyone, and it showed in the way he clenched his teeth and forced himself to dodge every single swing. The whole exchange had already turned into a nightmare, and the bow hanging at his side was starting to feel more like dead weight than a weapon. Ed barely managed to avoid one strike after another, always a step away from disaster. Each time he escaped, the flames still brushed close enough to scorch his skin, and keeping up with Knox's disciplined, practiced rhythm was getting harder by the second. Under that relentless pressure, even Ed's movements began to lose their sharpness and turn sloppy. As the fight dragged on, it became harder and harder for the young heir to keep track of everything around him. His focus narrowed, his footing slipped, and for one dangerous instant, he nearly lost balance on the mud-slick ground beneath his feet. Breathing in ragged gasps, Ed skidded to a stop and jammed his fingers into the wet earth to keep himself from pitching straight over the cliff's edge. It was a desperate save. This was a fight he had never prepared for, and in a situation where he was both outnumbered and overwhelmingly outmatched, the gap between him and his enemies felt painfully obvious. Knox let out a furious growl, seeing that the young heir had been driven into a corner at last. With rage burning across his face, he raised his flame-wreathed mace high, ready to bring it down. Even Ed had to admit it. Knox was right. There was nowhere left for him to run. And then, without warning, a knife suddenly punched through Knox's back, spraying blood out in a violent burst. The enraged father cried out at once, his scream twisting together pain, shock, and total disbelief. Caddick shouted too, his voice cracking with alarm as he called out to his partner in shock. For a split second, the other vassal thought the young heir had somehow used telekinesis. But almost immediately, he realized the truth. This had not been telekinesis at all. It was a spirit formula. Ed had used basic shield magic, the kind that could only block magical attacks, to defend himself at the crucial moment. At the same time, he had intentionally baited them closer, making it look like he was cornered while quietly setting everything else up in the background. Then the young heir called out to Mug. At that command, the tiny fire spirit burst apart in a fiery explosion, and flames scattered wildly in every direction. Caddick had no choice but to throw up an arm to protect his face as the blast flashed across the cliffside. The mustached vassal yelled for his partner at once, his voice filled with worry and confusion. And right after the fire died down, a rain of magic arrows came pouring through the aftermath. They streaked straight toward the mustached vassal, and he let out a pained groan when one of those magic arrows punched cleanly through his thigh. Grinding his teeth, the vassal could only stare in disbelief and wonder how their young master had managed to turn the situation around with an explosion like that. Ed panted heavily, fighting with everything he had just to stay alive. Bathed in the orange glow of the flames around him, he clutched his bow tightly and refused to give in. He invoked the blessing of recovery, and with it, his temporary resistance to fire rose even further, buying him just enough breathing room to keep going. The mustached vassal cursed under his breath, unable to understand how, in such a short span of time, a scoundrel like the young heir had changed this much. But even in that frustration, one thought hit him hard. Next time, the young lad needed to aim for vital points, not waste a shot on the lower body. Of course, there was not going to be any next time. The other vassal immediately unleashed his wind power at full strength, sending it all at the young heir in one decisive strike. The force came surging forward in repeated waves, a violently swirling mass of green wind that looked like a hurricane dancing out of control as it barreled straight toward him. A thick cloud of dust exploded upward from the impact, swallowing the entire scene and cutting everything off from sight. And yet, when the dust began to settle, Ed Rothstaler was still standing. He coughed hard, his body covered in bruises, and blood stained his clothes from one end to the other, but he was still on his feet. Beneath him lay the fallen, larger body of Nox, and Kadek quickly realized what had happened. The young heir had used Nox as a shield to cover his vital points. Even so, the vassal knew this had to be the end. He lunged straight at the young boy while Ed looked up at the incoming adult with no time left to reposition. But right behind Kadek, a massive and powerful water spirit suddenly appeared. It let out a furious roar, as if enraged by the sight of Ed being attacked. At that instant, the vassal remembered the arrow that had flown past his shoulder earlier and dropped into the water. Only then did he understand the young heir had missed on purpose. The gathered water surged upward and took shape as a gigantic wildcat. It was Lacia, the mid-rank water spirit rising in full form. The water spirit moved immediately, swallowing the shocked and struggling Kadek whole inside its body. Trapped in that crushing mass of water, he began to suffocate, and in the struggle he was forced to let both of his weapons fall from his hands. One of them, the poisoned knife, dropped to the ground within easy reach of the larger Nox, who was still lying there. The mustached vassal panicked as the air vanished from his lungs. He thrashed inside the watery prison, fighting desperately, while his breath ran out faster and faster, but at the same time, Nox tightened his grip around the knife that had fallen nearby. Then, while Ed was still bent over trying to catch his breath, the man suddenly pushed himself back up. The defenseless boy never saw him coming. Between the burns and the stab wounds, most people would have collapsed long ago. But Nox was a brown bear knight, a man who believed he had already witnessed every horror the battlefield could produce. Because of that monstrous endurance, Nox stayed conscious and rose over the young heir once more, looming above him with the poisoned dagger lifted high. This was the one thing even Ed Rothstaler, the new and improved version of himself, had failed to foresee. The poisoned dagger came crashing down toward the shield above his head. The blow was completely unexpected. Striking in a moment, Ed had not been prepared to answer. The muscular man's eyes widened in alarm at the sudden appearance of that shield, and then he gritted his teeth as Marilda, the great wind spirit, abruptly revealed herself. With all the fury of a protective mother, Marilda hurled herself at the huge, muscular vassal and struck back in defense of Ed. The wind's automatic protection, triggered in response to an unforeseen attack, exploded into being and blasted the massive Nox away. The strike hit with overwhelming force, carrying the raw violence of a tornado gone berserk and the wrath of a great spirit that had completely lost patience. That wind was fierce, heavy, and absolute, so powerful that even a strong wizard would have struggled to endure it. And yet when the storm finally cleared, 3 figures were still there at the edge of the cliff. Water dripped from Ed's hair as his eyes widened in disbelief. Above his head, the dagger still hung there, not completely knocked away, and Nox also remained standing, his body battered and drenched in blood. Marilda's overwhelming gust had not been enough to throw the great brute clear off the cliff, but it had done enough to stop him cold and lock him in place. Then, at last, the muscular fighter's strength gave out and he dropped to his knees. Kadek collapsed as well. To anyone looking at the scene, it was clear enough. The 2 men had been brought down by Ed's strength. Kadek was barely hanging on to consciousness, struggling desperately just to pull air back into his lungs. Nox looked no better, as if the repeated blows had nearly shaken the sense right out of him. At last, Ed ran a hand through his blood-soaked, disheveled hair, letting out a breath of relief that sounded almost disbelieving. Defeated, the muscular man remained on his knees and asked in a hoarse voice whether it would be too much to ask the young lad to end it quickly. But that same thought was already in Ed's mind, and Nox's eyes widened in shock when the young heir returned the knife to his hand and then lowered himself to one knee before him. The very fact that both of these men had been sent after him told Ed everything he needed to know. His father was fully determined to have him killed. That meant even if he survived this moment, the end would only be delayed. The young boy understood it clearly now. Sooner or later, he was going to die. Even if he killed both of them here, his father's attempts on his life would never truly stop. So in the end, Ed decided he would rather die here. Even if nothing remained afterward but emptiness, at least that death would not be completely pointless. If it ended this way, then Nox, at the very least, would no longer have to keep dragging those chains of revenge behind him. The huge, battle-worn vassal could hardly believe what he was hearing. Ed gave him a faint, tired smile and said this was a small gift in return for the man's loyalty to the Rossdaler family. Knox could do nothing but let out a stunned, broken groan, nearly choking on the shock of it. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and the irony of it all was cruel because that shaking hand was being gently held by the very person he had come there to kill. Then the large vassal moved. Stepping forward, he drove the knife straight into Ed. Ed's eyes flew open from the pain. A low groan slipped out of him, and blood spilled from his mouth as the strength began draining from his body and his life started to fade. At that same moment, Janica was just arriving at the scene. She called out an apology as she came, saying her class had ended earlier than she had expected. But the words died instantly when her eyes widened in horror at the sight of the dagger being ripped back out of Ed's stomach. And before she could even process that, she saw his body get kicked off the edge of the cliff. Covered in blood, bruised from head to toe, and looking utterly battered, the man she loved dropped through the rain as he fell. Janica screamed Ed's name, and as he fell, he choked weakly too, stretching one hand upward toward her. She let out a desperate cry and ran for him at full speed. Their hands came within inches of each other, his fingers clawing at the empty air just short of hers. But he was still too far away. He dropped beyond her reach and plunged downward, while Janica could do nothing except call his name in vain. The rain came down hard over her trembling body, and despair swallowed her whole. Once again, she had arrived too late to save the one man she loved. Knox cursed under his breath. Realizing this had gone wrong, there were never supposed to be any witnesses left behind. But his body was already wrecked with pain, and in that condition there was barely any chance he could properly fight her if she attacked. Then his eyes widened in horror as wave after wave of spiritual power began pouring out of the prodigy standing before him. Even a brown-bear knight like Knox, a veteran who believed he had seen every kind of terror the battlefield could offer, was now staring at something beyond his experience. What was unfolding was the summoning ceremony of a being even higher than a high-level spirit. The highest-ranked spirit, a singular existence of which only one could exist for each element in the natural world. And the only girl capable of carrying out that summoning slowly turned toward him, her eyes burning red with a rage so deep it felt carved into her bones. Looking straight at the terrified veteran, she asked him in a cold voice if he understood what he had just done. Above them, a colossal magic circle spread through the sky, pulsing with light and overflowing power. It sparkled, trembled, and rotated in layered patterns, each ring dancing around the others before releasing even more magic into the storm. Ed had once wondered how many people in the world could truly understand the meaning behind a magic circle like that. Now the answer hardly mattered. Janica, the genius spirit sorcerer who had once experienced the summoning of the highest-ranked darkness spirit, was throwing everything she had into this moment of grief and fury, and magic began falling from the heavens like rain. It was like a second sun descending to scorch the earth, an overwhelming eruption of power that called forth something with a tail larger than the imperial capital itself. This was the same existence said to have burned down the Alpont Mountains during the Age of Myth. It was Teorphis, the highest-ranked fire spirit, a gigantic, savage beast that looked as though it were being born directly from the storm clouds overhead. Even if only one of its hands descended, that alone would have been enough to turn every northern forest into ash. And now that hand was coming down from the sky. There was no real need for anyone to understand the giant magic circle hanging above them, because the moment they laid eyes on it, one absolute truth hit them with terrifying clarity. That truth was simple. Once they saw what stood before them, they would instantly understand that the massive surge of magic falling from the sky, like the birth of some colossal and dreadful beast, meant only one thing: absolute death. So Janica faced them with hatred blazing in her red eyes, and asked the stunned, horrified assassin once again whether he truly understood what he had just done. The man could not answer. He could not even form words. Just looking at her was already enough to make his face start burning away. The heat pouring off that creature consumed his whole body. His mouth dropped open in a scream of agony as his skin began melting from his flesh. But then, to the man's utter shock, something intervened and saved his life. A great wind rose around him, coiling tightly and shielding him from any further damage. It was the great wind wolf of the forest, and she told him sharply to gather his senses and flee this place immediately. He should have run at once, but instead the fool was still wasting time asking pointless questions. The great wind wolf insisted that he had to survive and report everything he had seen and experienced here. Realizing this was his only chance, the man stopped hesitating, grabbed his fallen companion, and crawled away from the area as fast as he could. But Janica was not about to let that happen. She glared at the great wind wolf and demanded to know what exactly she thought she was doing. Saving innocence was one thing, but interfering with her prey was something she would not tolerate. She ordered the great wolf to move aside and turned her power toward her oldest friend. The wind wolf did not retreat. Fear never touched her face. The great guardian of the forest stood her ground and faced the spirit sorcerer head-on. Janica halted, confused. The massive magic still swirled around her, but her old friend was not attacking back, and that hesitation shook her. Then the wind wolf spoke, pointing out that Janica could not even remember who she really was right now. She told the young girl to calm down and think carefully for a moment, because she was not the one who had summoned her. At those words, the red fury in Janica's eyes flickered, softened, and then her eyes widened with sudden realization. The rain kept pouring down without mercy, a dark, violent storm that swallowed the sky and blurred the entire scene from view. At the base of the rocky cliff, a stream ran hard through the rain, and from that rushing water a hand suddenly rose into view. Some time earlier, Lortel Ketchum had asked Ed how his magic engineering was progressing. She knew he had taken a number of magic engineering materials and ingredients the last time. Ed had answered that, honestly. It felt like all he had done until the break ended was shut himself away and train in magic engineering from morning to night. He had spent his time buried inside that little hideout of his, studying with complete focus and working without rest. If he had to sum it all up in one sentence, then yes, his efforts had been an enormous success. And now the result of all that work appeared as Ed pulled himself out of the water, scraping at the edge of the shore with fingers that had turned purple from bruising. Every bit of that effort had been worth it, because he had managed to create a legendary rank magic engineering item. It was called Delheim's Hourglass, an item that could rewind a physical state by a few seconds and erase all damage and injuries in the process. It was a one-time use tool, and after being activated, it had already been destroyed. Still, the fact that Ed had successfully used a legendary item meant his proficiency had risen, which was at least one piece of good news. But first, he had to cling to the shore, coughing hard, hacking for air, and trying to catch his breath between ragged gasps. He had reversed the damage from the fall off the cliff, and he had also released the seal of the deadly poison. But all Ed had really managed to buy himself was a few extra seconds. His body was already running on fumes from everything he had endured before this, and now the salt water had seeped into his open wounds. With every passing moment, the cold bit deeper into him, and his body temperature started dropping fast. He had called Marilda because what was happening up on that cliff had gone far beyond anything normal. But in the condition he was in now, so battered and half-conscious, he could not even tell whether that desperate move had actually worked or not. Delheim's Hourglass was a legendary magic engineering item that was never supposed to appear this early, not in the third act, and certainly not in a moment like this. Ed had never imagined he would be forced to use something that outrageous so soon. It stung to think that all of that time, all of that labor, and all of that preparation had vanished after a single activation. Still, painful as that was, one fact mattered more than anything else: he had survived. Kreppen Rothstaler's cause and effect determination magic was a truly infuriating thing to deal with. Even if Ed managed to defeat Kadek and Nox and somehow crawl out alive, Kreppen would simply use that enormous monopoly of power at his disposal and keep repeating his cause and effect determination magic until he found another future where Ed ended up dead. That was exactly why Ed had needed to die once. The young Rothstaler still had no idea why his father had suddenly decided he needed to be killed. But if Kreppen had already confirmed a future where Ed died, then for a while at least he would probably lose interest in pursuing his son any further. There were not many excuses strong enough to justify sending vassals to Achen Island without raising suspicion. The only believable reasons would be helping Tanya with the election now that she had grown busy, or handling the negotiations over the sage-sealed grimoire. And once those matters were finished, the vassals would have to leave. That meant Ed could not risk showing his face and would have to remain hidden, practically living as if he were already dead until both the grimoire negotiations and the election had ended. On paper, it was a solid plan. In reality, he was covered in wounds, barely conscious, and ended up collapsing face first into the mud. The biggest problem was simple. His body was no longer responding the way he wanted it to. Rain kept pouring down, exhaustion was crushing him, and he could barely move properly at all. Then the exhausted extra suddenly paused when a bright light flashed across his face. Looking up, he saw a giant beast of fire rushing straight toward him. At that point, he was so drained that he hardly even had the will to think about dodging. Even so, he managed to sit up a little and let out a weak laugh, muttering that his whole body hurt so badly, he had honestly thought this time he was really about to die. Still, there was relief in knowing he had been found. He started mumbling out his thanks, but before he could get very far, the spirit sorcerer rushed straight at him and wrapped him in a fierce, desperate embrace. Ed's eyes widened in surprise as Janica pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly while the rain kept falling around them. She had thrown herself at him with so much force that she knocked him right back down, and for a moment the two of them simply lay there in the mud, with her arms still wound tightly around him. When that first jolt of surprise finally passed, Ed admitted in a quiet voice that it felt like all he ever did was make her worry, and he was sorry for putting her through that again. Janica hiccuped through her tears as she cried, and Ed slowly lifted his blood-stained hand. Then, as gently as he could, he returned the embrace and held the sobbing girl there with him in the rain. The storm kept pouring down heavily around them, and even after the two of them finally moved into the warmth and shelter of a nearby cave, the rain outside never let up. So in the end, until the election actually took place, the safest choice was for Ed to remain hidden. Without even stopping to ask more questions, Janica immediately and cheerfully offered to bring him all the daily necessities and tools he would need to live there. She told him not to worry too much and took it upon herself right away. She blushed brightly with obvious happiness, and Ed thanked her like he always did. Still, he had to awkwardly point out that his injuries were still hurting, especially since she had started clinging to him like a little monkey. Janica gasped and quickly pulled herself back, apologizing in a panic and blurting out that she had only held onto him because she had been so relieved. Then her face turned even redder, and she hurriedly begged him to forget she had just said that. Ed went completely speechless for a moment before awkwardly commenting that it was still raining outside. The two of them sat near the warmth of the fire, and there was still a long list of things they needed to deal with from here on out. Meanwhile, the rain kept falling without pause, and some of it tapped softly against the roof of Ed's hut. If anyone had asked what Lucy was doing so lazily at a time like this, the answer would have been simple: nothing, just like always. But the little genius was not really doing nothing. In her own quiet way, she was practicing the art of waiting, sitting just outside Ed's door with her arms wrapped around her knees. The important difference was that this was not boredom. What she felt now was peace. Just from that scene alone, anyone could easily imagine the everyday life of the hut's owner. He would come walking through the wet forest grass, first checking whether the campfire had gone out. Then he would give the wooden supports a few kicks to make sure they were still firm and holding steady. After that, he would move to the clothesline, pull down the laundry that had gotten completely soaked, and gather up any tools that might rust so he could store them safely beneath the tent. Once that was done, he would brush the rain off his clothes and greet Lucy in front of the hut. Ed's daily life was always changing, always chaotic, always caught in one storm after another. But no matter what happened, he always came back in the end to the place where Lucy was waiting. He would light the lamp, sit down at the desk, and start reading one of his magic engineering books. And while he did that, the little girl would curl up by the fire and quietly drift off to sleep. Listening to the steady rain outside, the crackle of the fireplace, and the soft sound of him turning pages, Lucy found herself wrapped in a simple kind of happiness. It was an ordinary life, but to her, that ordinariness felt deeply comforting. But when the little girl opened her eyes after the nap she had slipped into, something felt wrong. In the air, she caught a strange scent, a mix of manna and blood. At first, she found it bothersome more than anything else, so she shut her eyes again as if to ignore it. In her mind, she pictured Ed coming back home, patting her on the head and telling her she had done a good job protecting the house all by herself. That image pleased Lucy for a moment, but then she slowly cracked her eyes open again. Letting out a small yawn, she rose to her feet and decided to go investigate that strange smell for herself. That was when she found the two injured assassins. They were clearly startled to see her. Knox introduced himself as a vassal of the Rothstaler family and begged for help, saying he was badly hurt. He claimed he had merely tripped in the forest and that his companion had been attacked by a wild animal, which was why the other man's throat was in such terrible condition. But before he could keep piling on those filthy lies, Lucy cut him off. In a flat voice, she told Knox that she would let him live. The man froze in terror. Lucy repeated herself, telling him that yes, she would spare his life if he told her the truth. Then she asked him exactly what he had been doing. Elsewhere, someone had discovered the dagger sealed with deadly poison. It was a rare advanced seal, the kind a person might only ever see once in their entire life. The staff member examining it clicked his tongue in frustration and muttered that these kinds of accident reports always seemed to happen when he was the one on duty. There was no mana left in it now, only traces, which meant the poison seal had already been used and someone had most likely died because of it. And if that person had fallen from the cliff afterward, then even when daylight came, security would have a hard time finding the body. In other words, when the whole situation was boiled down, someone had come to meet Ed to help him with his spirit sorcerer problem, only to find that he had already been stabbed. Janica lowered her head and calmly said that yes, that was exactly what had happened, delivering the lie with a straight face so cleanly it did not even tremble. The staff member said he understood that the young lady must still be in shock, but he asked her to try her best to remember whether she had seen the culprit clearly. Still shaken, the young spirit sorcerer answered that the men had identified themselves as vassals of the Rothstaler family, Caddick and Knox. Hearing that, the staff member's expression changed at once. He was clearly startled that vassals from the Rothstaler family were supposedly involved in something like this. After a brief pause, he decided that once morning came, he would report the matter directly to the High Dean. But then his attention suddenly shifted. He noticed a student walking toward them through the scene, a small girl wearing a tall hat. Before either of them could react properly, she vanished from sight and then appeared right in front of them in an instant. It was Lucy, of course, and both of them were visibly taken aback to see the little genius appear like that. Janica immediately realized the situation could turn dangerous fast, so she hurriedly said she would explain everything once they got back to the camp. But Lucy cut straight through that and coldly announced that she had already caught them. The people who had murdered their precious Ed, the Rothstaler vassals, Caddick and Knox. Then the little girl stepped forward, seized a bow, and poured magic into it. There was no mistaking it, that bow belonged to Ed. Janica tried to call out to stop her, but Lucy was far beyond persuasion now, and waves of purple magic began crackling off her body. The power burst outward, right in front of the onlookers, and they barely managed to keep themselves from being blown away by the sheer force of her grief and heartbreak. The staff members stared in shock at that violent eruption of magic, but Janica quickly snapped that they needed to go after Lucy immediately. The teacher still looked like he wanted answers, but there was no time left for questions. If they did not move now, things were only going to spiral into something much worse. And at that very moment, the two vassals were already being brutally tortured by Lucy, who had gone straight back to them. They had lingered around under the excuse of helping with work, all while serving the Rothstaler family with absolute loyalty. Just thinking about that alone was enough to make Lucy boil over with rage again. With Ed's bow clenched in her hand, she remembered the way those vassals had insisted they were not suspicious at all, and how they had claimed they were there legally with Academy permission to assist Tanya Rothstaler. That detail twisted Lucy's anger into something even darker, because the moment she remembered Tanya, she began thinking the young Rothstaler girl might somehow be connected to all of this. Lucy's hand slowly curled into a tight fist, and power started radiating off it in a furious pulse. And then she smashed a hole clean through a building wall. The uninvited guest stepped through the broken opening like a force of destruction given shape, furious, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore. As Lucy entered, the damaged walls crumbled even more around her, and with vengeance burning in her eyes, she demanded to know where Tanya Rothstaler was. The world had taken away the one thing she had come to treasure, and now all she wanted in return was Tanya Rothstaler's location. Then someone called out to the enraged little mage, and Lucy turned with fire in her eyes. It was the maids from the dormitory, standing there in the rain and asking what in the world had happened to her. Their usually sweet, lazy little darling had never acted like this before. A magic box was activated, and blue light began shining brightly from inside it. Magic circles spread out around Lucy and the two prisoners she was holding, trying to suppress her and lock the situation down. Headmaid Belmaya could not understand what she was seeing at all, and she asked the gifted little mage why she had suddenly gone on a rampage like this. But when Lucy looked back at her, there was a level of malice in her eyes that Belle had never once seen in her before. A flash of magic erupted, and the blue box meant to contain her was blasted right out of Belmaya's hands. Belle's eyes widened, because instead of listening to their pleas, the little mage answered with a demand of her own. Lucy coldly ordered them to bring Tanya Rothstaler to her. With darkness sitting deep in her gaze, Lucy had no intention of stopping until she stood face to face with the young Rothstaler girl. Then a huge, thunderous explosion rang out. When the dust finally settled, it was clear that the brief clash had been a solid fight. But the redhead was clearly unhappy with the outcome, especially since she was the one down on one knee. Under her breath, she muttered that her opponent was acting awfully smug just because he had beaten the second-year seniors. The silver-haired junior only smiled at that and praised Elvira for her effort. Even so, he calmly added that he still could not claim he had beaten the second years yet. After all, there was still 6 left to fight. The wolf boy clearly was not interested in any of that boasting, and he merely let out a sigh, ignoring the large, powerful junior. Even if one-on-one battles were supposed to be his specialty, it was still incredible that the young junior had managed to defeat Elvira, the top alchemy student. Joseph Whitefelts was already famous throughout the first-year magic department as a genius, and yet somehow this silver-haired fighter was still considered the top student of their year. He was Wade Collarmore, heir to the famous swordsman family of Collarmore. By this point, the first years had started to seriously believe that this giant of a fighter might actually be able to defeat Six. Then, all at once, the Wolf Boy's eyes widened, and the entire group felt a tremor run through the building. The students immediately stiffened in surprise, and started wondering what had just happened. Some of them even thought it might be an attack, and began asking if they should run. And the source of that explosion was, of course, Lucy smashing through part of the wall. The students instantly forgot their petty rivalry and rushed outside together. The top first year said they needed to find the head maid right away. But the Wolf Boy shut that idea down immediately. It was already too late, and the moment they saw the scene ahead, they understood why. The head maid and the others had already been frozen in place like statues of stone. It was the time-type aspectual magic, time prison. The spell had fallen over all of the maid staff, locking them in place so completely that they looked like solid rock. In this world, there existed one terrifying kind of genius, a person who could witness the aspectual magic another mage had spent an entire lifetime researching, and then reproduce that same aspectual magic after seeing it only once. That terrifying genius was, of course, the lazy little mage herself. But Lucy was no longer in her usual quiet state now. She was seething, and with that fury boiling over, she demanded to know where Tanya Rothstaler was. The Wolf Boy was completely stunned. Of all people, seeing Lucy causing this much destruction was the last thing he had expected. Some of the maids were still down on the ground, while the others frantically worked to evacuate students towards safer parts of the academy. Six immediately moved to gather information, trying to figure out what in the world had happened. A maid, clearly rattled, explained that even the head maid had already been taken down, and no one knew what they were supposed to do anymore, and if Lucy was telling the truth, then the situation was this. Ed Rothstaler, a third-year student from the magic faculty, was dead. That single piece of news stopped the Wolf Boy cold. His stride broke, and he slowly came to a halt. The maid went on to explain that the assassin had been a vassal of the Rothstaler family. Wade Collarmore reacted immediately, shocked enough to ask whether Ed's sister could somehow be involved in this. Only then did they realize Jix Effelstein was no longer behind them. For him, this had stopped being someone else's problem. This had become personal.
So the Wolf Boy told the others to go on ahead without him. The maid stared at him in disbelief and protested that this was not the time for him to start acting on his own.
Even Wade shouted after him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The junior called out too, asking if the Wolf Boy was seriously about to go chase revenge and telling him to focus on evacuation instead. But Jix turned and sprinted off in the opposite direction. He threw back that when the time came, he would evacuate too, so they could leave first without him. He apologized, but said there was no way he could ignore this. A moment later, the Wolf Boy slammed his foot into the scorched heavy doors and kicked them wide open. And just as he had guessed, 5 minutes after that first loud blast, no one had seen Tanya Rothstaler at all. She was not in the room. Part of the wall had already been smashed open by the little mage, yet strangely, the door itself had still been locked. In a situation like that, there was really only one place left the girl could have hidden, inside a storage chest. And sure enough, that was exactly where Jix found her. Curled up inside was the crying girl, trembling all over and unable to understand how any of this could possibly be happening. On the surface, every clue pointed toward the little noble girl. Even so, the Wolf Boy was troubled because the pieces still did not fit together in his mind. To be more exact, ever since Ed stepped in, Tanya's reputation and daily life at the academy had actually improved by a huge margin. Sure, it was true that the little noble seemed to hold some complicated resentment toward her brother. But even then, arranging an assassination still felt far too extreme and strangely out of character. So the Wolf Boy forced himself to think rationally. He told the little girl to listen carefully and answer him honestly. But even while trying to stay calm, something dark still lingered in his eyes when he asked her whether she had ordered his friend to be killed. Ed's male fans were honestly almost as terrifying as his female ones, and the poor girl screamed in absolute panic, sobbing that she had really never done anything like that. Jix still could not be completely certain either way, but one thing was obvious: if Lucy found Tanya first, the little girl was almost guaranteed to die. Just thinking about Ed being dead left the loyal fanboy feeling hollow inside. He simply could not picture a world where Ed no longer existed. Still, there were far too many things about this mess that made no sense yet. From a distance, it might have been smarter not to get involved at all. And yet, he pulled off his coat and told Tanya he would hear the full story later. For now, she needed to stay hidden right where she was in that cramped hiding place. One fact was certain: if the young noble girl stepped out into the square now, she might die. So Jix wrapped his coat around her, knowing in his heart that Tanya dying here and Lucy staining her hands with blood was never what Ed would have wanted. That was why the wolf boy decided he was willing to put himself on the line just to hold Lucy back for the time being. Then, out of nowhere, someone appeared and asked Jix if he seriously could not read the room. Joseph Whitefelts had shown up again. Calmly. He said there was no point trying to do the impossible. Right now, the correct choice was to listen to Lucy. No one could predict what would happen if they kept hiding and protecting the little girl. So in Joseph's view, the safest move was to hand the trembling young noble over to the talented mage. But the wolf boy refused to accept that. He insisted he would make his own judgment about the situation. Tears welled in Tanya's eyes as she watched one senior willing to fight for her, while a classmate standing nearby was ready to abandon her to death. Strangely enough, that same classmate remained stubbornly firm, pressing Jix again and again that he was making an unreasonable decision. And when the wolf boy still refused to back down, Wade Collarmore decided he would reach his goal by force if he had to. He drew his sword and declared that he was taking Tanya with him. Magic clashed against magic. Purple against gold. Lucy was so overwhelmingly gifted that she was nearly impossible to stop, and nothing anyone threw at her could keep her pinned down for long. As she hunted for Tanya Rothstaler, she blasted through building after building across the academy grounds. Some unlucky students were even turned to stone-like statues, frozen inside her time prison as collateral in her rampage. Clabius Nortondale was horrified the instant he saw her. Then his horror deepened when he caught sight of the stone figure standing right in front of him. It was Dorothy, a third-year student from the alchemy faculty. She was one of the top students too, and yet even she had fallen victim to Lucy's power. The combat specialist was terrified. When he slowly looked up, he saw Lucy hovering there in the air with her two prisoners still in tow. The little mage had never looked this sharp, this awake, or this dark before. Just one look from Lucy was enough to scare Clabius so badly that he spun around and started running for his life. He could not even begin to understand why something like this kept happening, and he definitely had not enrolled at Sylvania just to get dragged through one insane crisis after another. There was apparently no such thing as peace in Clabius's life, and at this point he was having the worst experience imaginable. He cried as he ran, and in his panic he even squeezed his eyes shut, which of course led to him catching his foot on a small stone in the path. A second later, Clabius went crashing face first straight into the mud and stayed there for a painful moment. The poor combat kid just lay there and pretended he had become one with the dirt itself, and honestly, with someone like Lucy suddenly appearing in that state, of course he was terrified. The young student could only swear from the bottom of his heart that he absolutely hated this whole situation. Out of nowhere, someone appeared and sneered at him like he was the biggest fool alive, openly mocking the absurd sight of that dark-haired boy sprawled out in a place like this. The black-haired combat student lifted his eyes in surprise and found Elvira standing there, the Academy's alchemy prodigy, looking down at him. She immediately pointed out that he had been in the middle of sparring only moments ago, but the exhausted student could only whine back that he had burned through all his reagents during the fight and now had no choice but to head back to the lab for more. At this point, the only people who could possibly hold back that monster called Lucy were the Academy's very best students. And even then, all they really needed was time. If they could somehow endure for at least 30 minutes, the Academy staff should arrive and take over. It was obvious Clabius's legs had already given out beneath him. Once that cowardly warrior managed to recover enough strength to move again, their plan was to flee straight for the faculty building. If there were any Academy workers there, they would drag them back here immediately. Above them, the entire sky was already ruled by Lucy's magic. Yet Elvira still turned and strolled away with total confidence. The black-haired boy watched her go, and for a moment, something about that fearless attitude stirred him a little. As he stared after her, he started thinking seriously about the situation he was in, and the next thing he did was curse himself viciously, spitting out one cruel insult after another at his own expense. Clabius, meanwhile, broke down cursing through tears, one hand covering his face as he cried, while the shrieking wind and pounding rain only made the whole scene feel darker and more hopeless. At the same time, Janica was hurriedly keeping Ed Rothstaler informed, and the news was already terrible. The Academy workers were on their way, and Marilda was coming to help as well. But before Janica could properly explain everything, Lucy had already found out on her own. The spirit mage admitted nervously that, after this point, she truly had no idea what Lucy might do next. Then Ed asked where Lucy had gone, and he was told that she had headed to Ophilus Hall in search of Tanya. The moment he heard that, Ed froze. Then he suddenly sprang to his feet and started stretching out the bandages wrapped around him, moving with urgent determination. Ed answered with a firm okay, then declared without hesitation that he would have to go there himself. Outside, the rain showed no sign of stopping, crashing down in thick sheets over Ed's little hut. For Lucy, the sound of that rain brought back an old memory, a time when she had rolled around outside in weather like this, only to end up bedridden with sickness, while her grandfather harshly scolded her for it. Back then, he had sternly told her to remember that feeling well. The weary little girl had only looked up at her grandfather in confusion, and as the years passed, the number of times she ever lay down with a fever or ended up wounded grew fewer and fewer. Eventually, she began meeting weak people, people who would spend their entire lives barely managing things that she herself could do with effortless ease. Now those very people had gathered in the square, desperately launching magic at Lucy as they tried to bring her down. But the irritated mage barely reacted, quickly realizing that the people on campus had no intention of handing over the one she was after. If that was how it was going to be, then Lucy was done asking nicely. It would not take long for her to find her target on her own. Her grandfather had once warned that the little girl would grow into a mage so powerful that one day no one in the world would be able to stand beside her. The magic swirling around her looked like a storm given form, a massive purple tornado raging so violently that no one could break through it. Anyone who tried to charge at her was swallowed by that surging wave of power and, in an instant, was stopped cold, frozen in place like stone. The small mage touched down lightly as another one of her grandfather's warnings echoed in her mind, that her inborn talent might one day make life unbearably dull until everything in the world began to feel meaningless. He had even said that pain itself might someday become nothing more than a distant memory. But as Lucy trudged forward through the rain, clutching at the agony tearing through her heart, she could only call the old man a liar. Tears streamed down her face because she had just lost her best friend. Then Lucy's foot came down on a square of stone that suddenly flared with heat, and in the next instant, a hidden magic trap detonated beneath her. When the smoke finally cleared, Lucy was still standing there exactly as before, looking only mildly annoyed by the attempt. Her opponent cursed under their breath, frustrated that the plan had failed, and of course, it was Elvira with another one of her tricks. The alchemy genius clicked her tongue and remarked that Lucy's power was strange, a kind of force she had never seen before. Yet the speed at which it was being cast was completely abnormal. Lucy showed no real interest in the alchemist at all. She simply flicked her hand as if brushing aside an annoyance and coldly told her to move. The next attack hit Elvira hard. She spat blood as her body was blasted backward in pain, and even while reeling, she was still trying to understand what principle could possibly explain Lucy's absurd casting speed. Then she realized the truth. That was not magic at all. This little mage was an entirely different kind of monster, and she kept walking toward them with a chilling calm. In the end, the real issue was the mana itself. Ordinary mages with excellent mana sensitivity would shape mana into magic. But Elvira, grinning through the danger, threw back a question of her own, asking whether Lucy understood that alchemists could also grasp mana and transform it into something other than magic. Lucy's eyes widened slightly when she finally noticed the small devices and trinkets that had already been scattered around her feet. Magic engineering tools could interfere not only with mages, but with mana itself, especially when paired with the right reagents. Then Elvira activated a red quartz reagent, using it to absorb a massive amount of mana and force it to flow smoothly through the setup. After that, she intended to use Lucy's own mana as fuel and trigger every magic engineering device at once. Sparks leaped around the little mage, links of energy snapping into place until a complete mana circuit formed around her. A Krex mana separator, a noise generator, an elemental stimulator, a claw-hand Hadouken, a vision disc, and a Catlin mana purifier. If Elvira pushed all of them beyond normal output and activated everything together, then every trace of mana in the surrounding area would be wiped away. The alchemist already knew what that would mean. All of her precious creations, the inventions she had poured her whole life into, would probably be ruined in the process. But not every student had finished evacuating yet, and the maid still needed more time as well. So the red-haired girl was prepared to sacrifice everything she had built if that was what it took to buy those extra moments, and she challenged Lucy to go ahead and try breaking through this too. The circuit roared to life around Lucy, glittering with brilliant colors and radiant streams of light and energy. It really was a good plan. In fact, It was a brilliant one, at least if the enemy had been anyone other than Lucy, the monstrous genius mage who instantly responded by flooding the circuit with overwhelming mana. Elvira's eyes flew open in shock, and an instant later all of her devices exploded one after another, unable to withstand being crammed full of Lucy's raw essence. It truly had been an excellent strategy. In theory, it was possible to calculate the exact amount of mana needed to overload every magic engineering tool. But no one ever seriously pursued that kind of calculation, because academically there was simply no value in it. After all, it was supposed to be impossible for any person to possess that much mana in the first place. Unfortunately, Lucy was the living proof of the impossible, and when someone like her existed, stopping her from the beginning was a near impossibility all on its own. The amount of time Lucy needed to crush the resistance assembled by Ophelis Hall was almost laughably short. Belle Maya, the top fourth-year student in the magic department, Traziana Bloomlever, the top fourth-year student in the alchemy department, along with Joseph Whitefeltz, 14 high-ranking maids, and even Elvira, the top second-year student in the alchemy department, had all been brought down in just 3 minutes. Lucy looked over their collapsed bodies without the slightest trace of concern in her face, then calmly stepped forward and walked right past them. But even then, the red-haired girl still refused to let it end there, reaching out from the floor to grab the little mage by the ankle. Elvira warned Lucy in a strained voice that if she did not stop now, regret would be waiting for her later. With the sheer amount of mana Lucy possessed, she could have blasted all of Ophelis Hall into the air already if she truly wanted to. The fact that she had chosen not to go that far had to mean something. Deep down, Lucy herself must have known that Ed Rothstaler would never have wanted things to end like this either. Those words made Lucy stop where she stood. She knew they were true. Slaughter, destruction, blind violence, none of that was something their friend would ever have wanted done for his sake. Even so, purple magic still bubbled and churned in her hand as she coldly replied that she would decide all of that only after she had seen Tanya for herself. Then, without warning, something came crashing down toward the little mage from above. It never actually touched her, though, because Lucy's ever-active shields intercepted it before it could land a hit. The one who had thrown himself into the attack looked half out of his mind, his whole body trembling so badly he seemed barely able to stand. But even in that miserable state, he still planted himself in Lucy's path and refused to let her pass. Both of them already knew he would not last long against a monster like her, and for a brief second, silence hung between them. Lucy casually raised her magic again, and in the very next instant, she shot Clebius Nortondale down. The time it took Lucy to subdue Clebius Nortondale, the top second-year student in the combat department, was only a single second. She even looked faintly bored afterward, as if putting him down had taken less effort than swatting away an inconvenience. Meanwhile, Wade Collarmore was still being as stubborn and troublesome as ever, pushing the fight with Jix as far as he had to in order to get what he wanted, even if that meant forcing the issue. The young swordsman demanded Tanya, while the frightened girl peeked out from inside the closet, her face pale with fear. Jix kicked up a nearby sword with a sharp motion, and with that alone he managed to evade the junior's opening strike. Then he spun right back around and answered with a thrust of his own, only for Wade to react quickly and block the attack head-on. The junior swordsman was stunned that the wolf-like senior could display the island family's swordsmanship so naturally and so easily. It was far too extreme a change to explain away as something simple. What Jix was using was the swordsmanship of a beast, a style born from someone who had once roamed the northern grasslands and only later became civilized after staying at the island estate. It was wild and free in spirit, but it was not some mindless mess completely detached from theory. Jix's sword had been honed through real combat and real experience. Even so, the junior refused to be cowed by it, lifting his sword again to meet the wolf boy head-on. The style was still incomplete, though, and Jix's center of gravity sat too high, leaving behind a weakness that could be spotted if someone looked carefully enough. The junior swordsman thought he had it won, so he rushed forward at the wolf boy with a killing charge like he intended to finish everything in one blow. Jix saw the blade coming, but before it could strike, the attack was intercepted by an unfamiliar burst of magic the junior had never anticipated. It was a blade of wind. Wade growled as his sword was knocked off course, and Jix instantly seized the opening, lunging in and driving a punch straight into the silver-haired junior hard enough to knock his lights out. Once Wade hit the floor, Jix looked down at him and coolly asked whether he still wanted to continue. Even then, the arrogant junior staggered back onto his feet, and said, of course, he wanted to keep going. He was the type who genuinely enjoyed fighting strong opponents, and the grin on his face looked downright villainous when he added that a chance to cross swords with someone as strong as Jix was not something he could give up so easily. Wade shouted back at him, practically begging the wolf-like senior to entertain him a little longer. Jix let out a sigh and muttered that his junior had become pretty ugly to look at. People were not supposed to enjoy fighting itself. What they were supposed to enjoy was winning. A swordsman should only burn with that kind of hunger in battles, where he could at least see a path to victory. But Wade clearly could not understand a single word of what his senior was trying to tell him. If he truly wanted to challenge someone strong, then he would never have picked Jix out of all the second years in the magic department. Jix was not even the department's top student. That title belonged to Lucy. The accusation made Wade falter, but Jix cut him off before he could protest, telling him that if he was done hiding behind excuses, then all that left of him was just a coward. The junior was so startled by that blunt answer that a squeak slipped out of him when Jix smacked his sword aside. His eyes widened in shock, because now the wolf-like senior was staring at him exactly like a predator locking onto prey. The tip of Jix's sword stopped right beneath Wade's neck, and if he pressed even a little farther, it might genuinely make the world a better place. But before it came to that, the junior had already thrown up a hand in surrender. With his eyes still wide, Wade asked what he was even supposed to do against someone as impossible as Lucy, because trying to fight her head-on would just be stupidity. Jix agreed with that much, but he also told him plainly that Lucy represented the limit Wade had run into. Then suddenly, Jix's eyes widened as a terrifyingly powerful presence rose up behind him and made the air itself feel heavy. Lucy had arrived. More warriors had died from pride than from almost anything else in this world. One had to be careful of those who mistook reckless confidence for virtue, the kind of people who glorified charging ahead with noisy courage while failing to respect those who kept putting their lives on the line again and again just to prove themselves. And there in the darkness, one single red eye glimmered as someone dragged along a battered, broken body behind Lucy. When he was young, Clebius Nortondale had been taught that fear was not shameful. Fear was his weapon. Now, Clebius stood in front of Lucy once more, his small dagger repeatedly stabbing into different parts of his own body, while blood dripped steadily onto the floor beneath him. Because if that gloomy fighter spent his whole life doing nothing but fearing everything, then eventually the day would come when his legs would no longer be able to move at all. Even Elvira could only stare in disbelief, because although Clebius Nortondale had always been the kind of person who could slip away the instant things turned bad, this time was different. For the first time, his quick feet refused to lift from the floor and run. His whole body was shaking so hard it looked like he might collapse at any second, and yet the hand gripping his sword remained unnervingly firm. Around that hand, dark waves of crimson mana began to gather and coil. Even knowing defeat was inevitable, his body still forced itself forward. When he was younger, his father had told him never to forget this feeling. The sensation of deadly mana twisting through his body, the moment his eyes darkened before an enemy far stronger than himself. That suffocating, burning sensation had a name. It was conviction. Now, Clebius Nortondale stood there gripping his sword, wrapped in violent tides of dark red aura that made him look less like a student and more like something inhuman. There was a savage hunger burning in his gaze as he stared down the opponent in front of him, his eyes almost swallowed by black, while red irises glimmered inside like embers. Watching from the side, Elvira could barely believe that the monster standing there was really supposed to be Clebius Nortondale. The combat student looked like a completely different person now. But to Lucy, that change meant very little. She simply gathered her power again like she always did. She had no intention of letting anyone stop her. So without hesitation, she summoned a towering pillar of flame and hurled it straight at him. The attack struck with explosive force, detonating in a roaring burst of fire that sounded like the whole place had split open. Lucy had not forgotten her promise, not to kill anyone, and the flames scorched and crackled across the combat student's flesh instead of finishing him outright. She could afford to hold back because she was completely certain that a spell on that level was nowhere near enough to kill the monster that dark-haired boy had become. And as it turned out, she was right. The next instant, that monster reappeared behind her, the insane bloodlust inside his chest still raging as fiercely as ever. Lucy's eyes widened slightly when she realized he had become even faster, but he gave her no time at all to dwell on it. The monster lunged at her with terrifying speed, striking so suddenly that only the wind's automatic protection managed to shield Lucy from the unexpected blow. Clebius growled in raw frustration when he realized his attack had failed to land. A moment later, Merilda's overwhelmingly powerful wind magic blasted the combat student backward and sent him flying away from Lucy. Even then, He had no intention of giving up. He skidded to a stop with his blood-soaked claws gouging into the ground, and more wounds split open across the gloomy fighter's body, sending fresh blood spilling over skin already drenched in red. Still, that monstrous version of their classmate launched himself forward again. At this point, with that much blood pouring from him, it would not have been strange at all if he had blacked out at any moment. And yet the mana wrapped around his sword and body only swelled more violently the more blood he lost. The more he bled, the stronger he became, and the stronger he became, the more blood followed. He crashed straight into Lucy, who protected herself inside a purple sphere while enduring his relentless barrage of attacks. Lucy was not about to go down easily, but now she was starting to realize that neither was he. Her eyes widened, and for the first time, sweat began to bead on her brow and slip down her face. That was because she had finally understood what kind of thing her opponent was swinging around. It was something sinister, a cursed sword. This was the Nortondale family's forbidden art, the taboo known as blood swordsmanship. That was the power Clebius had brought against her, and for the first time the little mage felt the faintest trace of fear just before the monster came at her again. The monster roared into the night, hurling out all of his determination as blood and mana drove his body onward. Lucy raised one hand, purple power crackling around it like lightning, and barely managed to block the attack rushing toward her. Several magic circles bloomed into existence around the struggling boy, and in that instant, Lucy understood that she could not afford to go easy on him anymore. She clenched her hand into a fist wrapped in lightning, and Clebius was struck by pain beyond imagining as every purple magic circle discharged at once and blasted him with a storm of electricity. His body convulsed under the strike, yet Lucy's eyes widened in horror when she realized that somehow, unbelievably, he was still standing. Worse than that, he had become even more vicious than before. The gloomy combat student let out a savage roar, looking less and less like a human being and more like a true monster with every passing second. Lucy's lips trembled slightly as she gathered even more power into her hand. She was desperately trying not to kill her own schoolmate, even while raising the force of each attack, and even then, that combat prodigy still tried to slash straight through her power, swinging his blood sword against the blast itself. The output climbed even higher, and once again, Lucy's attack slammed into the combat student head-on with full force. A massive eruption of purple power swallowed him whole. It was a horrifying sight to watch, the kind of strike almost no one could possibly survive. Clebius crashed to the ground, his soaked hair hanging down across his face, his body beaten to the brink of collapse and nearly broken. Blood swordsmanship was a cursed style that treated the blood spilling from one's own body as a fresh source of mana. It was a taboo among taboos. As long as blood still bubbled inside Clebius Nortondale, his swordsmanship would rise again. Back in the Nortondale family, people had called the boy a sword demon and whispered that he had killed someone. They branded him a monster, mocked his bloodline, and even insulted whether he had any right to belong to that house at all. Some openly asked, right in front of him, why a monster like that had ever been born into their family. And through all of it, the boy endured every word. In the end, even the Nortondale family itself forbade him from ever inheriting that sword style. But there was always one gentle hand that would rest on his shoulder and remind him that he was not a monster. And that same person would smile at the boy with quiet pride shining plainly on his face. Now blood ran down from the combat student's hands in heavy streams, dripping again and again in thick waves. Slowly, painfully, the boy managed to pry his eyes open again. And inside all that darkness, a sliver of red still remained. The monster who had taught himself the forbidden art of blood swordsmanship was the sword demon, Clebius Nortondale. As the tenacious young fighter poured every last bit of strength he had into the battle, a memory of his brother rose in his mind. But even then, there was no denying the truth of the situation. The dark sword demon standing here was a worthy opponent, a fearsome one, and an absolutely terrifying one. And yet, the real monster in this fight was the mage who calmly lifted her hands once more, purple light gleaming and dancing at her fingertips. Lucy fixed her manic opponent with a determined stare and charged up another strike. She fought with a brutality that made it look like she was trying to kill him, but all she really wanted was to make him stop moving. Then the genius mage called down something like divine punishment, and her opponent could do nothing but brace himself for the impact. Meanwhile, Jix was running ahead with Tanya Rothstaler in tow, dragging the exhausted girl along as fast as he could. The young noble huffed and panted in fear while struggling to keep up, and he told her they were almost there. Then, all at once, the wolf-like boy stopped in place when he noticed someone. Standing by the door was a woman wearing a smug little smile, casually informing the two of them that if they went through the door at the end of the hallway, they could escape. It was Lortel Ketchelm, the sly merchant herself. She had chosen this exact moment to appear in the middle of the chaos, and Jix instinctively halted with his sword still drawn, clearly unsure and uneasy. With that same fox-like ease, Lortel went on to explain that many of the paths were already blocked, so the little blonde had been lucky. She added that Tanya ought to be grateful to the wolf boy for coming all this way with her. Then someone called out to Lortel Ketchum, pointing out that she had surely already heard what had happened to Ed Rothstaler, and that everyone there already knew just how fond she was of him. But the fox-like redhead only curled her lips into a soft smile and answered that she honestly could not say for sure. Jix stayed wary, his eyes never leaving Lortel Ketchum, as he asked what she would have done if Tanya Rothstaler had ended up here alone without anyone beside her. For a brief moment, the redhead said nothing. Then she calmly admitted the truth, and the murderous look in her eyes made it worse. If the little girl had come alone, Lortel Ketchum would have torn her to pieces without hesitation. Jix immediately warned her that something like that would be far too rash, and the red-haired merchant lightly agreed that he was right. Then, with that same pleasant expression, she added that instead of killing the little noble right away, she might have started by ripping out her fingernails first. After all, she was not even sure whether that would be enough to make the girl confess, or what exactly she would confess to. Tanya, already shaken from dealing with the many terrifying shades of Ed Rothstaler's deranged admirers, let out a horrified squeak and cried that it was not her fault, that she had nothing to do with her brother's death. But beside her, the wolf-like guardian calmly reassured her that everything was fine. In the end, Lortel Ketchum was letting them pass for one simple reason. She could not defeat Jix in a direct fight anyway. Even so, that answer sounded suspicious enough that it made even Jix stiffen on instinct, his whole body freezing for a moment. Everyone in Sylvania knew the same thing. Making an enemy of Lortel Ketchum was an unbelievably stupid decision. The moment that woman started showing hostility towards someone, that was the moment they could never again know what might be waiting for them behind the very next door. Jix hesitated, unable to decide what the right move was here. Tanya's protector stood there frozen, thinking through every possible option, trying to judge what choice would be the wisest, but he still had not realized the real reason he and the girl behind him were even being allowed this much time. He had no idea how it was possible that he could still stand here and spend these precious seconds thinking. He knew nothing of the sacrifice Clabius Nortondale was making to buy him that time, and the sight of it was enough to bring tears to Elvira's eyes. The alchemist cried out and begged her friend to stop, asking how many more times he was planning to take those high-level spells head-on. The sword demon had dropped to one knee yet again, barely managing to hold himself up by bracing against his sword. His body was torn apart, soaked in blood, and hanging on by a thread, but those eyes of his were still glowing red. Somewhere in that agony, the boy remembered a voice calling his name with warmth and affection. He had once been told not to blame himself so much, that what happened had been the fault of the people who tried to test his power, not his own. His older brother had told him to lift his head and stop thinking of his power as a curse. To that brother, little Clabius Nortondale had always been a hero, the kind who could plant his feet and charge forward with conviction, even when an army towered over him like a mountain. This was the power once carried by their ancestor, Belchus Nortondale, a power that had been used to protect the family. And because of that, his older brother believed that Clabius Nortondale could one day become that kind of hero too. Now that same gloomy, dark-haired hero swayed in place, cursing under his breath as his bleeding fingers clawed into the hard ground for support. But now the sword demon believed his brother had been wrong. Even so, Clabius Nortondale gathered his blood again and threw himself back into the fight like a man chasing one final purpose. The Nortondale family had given birth to a sword demon, and that demon now tore through the night, through the rain, and through the pain as he charged straight toward his opponent. He might still wear the shape of a human, but the moment he lost his reason, everything around him turned into a world of blood. Whenever that boy lost himself and swung his sword, people died. Something as old-fashioned as morality had no meaning for a monster that drowned everything around it in blood. Once again, lightning came crashing into the crazed fighter, this time blazing blue and crackling with sharp electric force as it ripped through the air and tore straight through the sword demon's body. He spat blood on impact, and every wound on him burst open at once as the powerful strike hit him full on again. And even after that, the boy still launched himself forward, bursting toward the genius mage with his sword raised once more. Lucy could not help focusing entirely on this monstrous boy, the one who had fought so desperately just to buy everyone else more time. Again, the monster fighter was blasted by another surge of power. the electric charge ripping through his flesh and tearing his wounds open even further. As the battle dragged on, Lucy kept watching him with an expression on her face that was impossible to read. Then suddenly, her eyes widened. Shock flashed across her face when a blade swept dangerously close to her neck. No one had ever come that close to her before. Aside from that one time Taylor had nearly landed a hit. The combat student slashed at the mage with a force that seemed to challenge the impossible itself and force the improbable into reality. Those red eyes burned with determination. With that power of his, he had wanted to become a hero. But those same red eyes and that same blood-covered face had once looked upon the brother he loved so dearly while that brother coughed up blood in front of him. The taller boy had been holding his younger brother's blood-stained sword then, and even in that moment he had said it was a relief. He was relieved that it had been his little brother who killed him and not some stranger, because at least he could forgive Clebius Nortondale. So even as he was dying, the older brother pulled the boy close and told him not to blame himself for what had happened. His brother died smiling, and from that day on, the combat student could never shake the feeling that the real hero had died right there. The younger boy had stared in horror, red eyes trembling while tears ran down his face. A hero had died by the hands of a monster. And now, in the present, the boy stopped with his sword hovering just in front of Lucy's neck. He cursed under his breath. He had finally closed the distance. He had finally crossed the impossible gap that kept him away from Lucy. He was only moments away from breaking through her defensive shield, but his entire body was screaming in pain, and his buried conscience had awakened once again. The poor boy could not keep going anymore. His blood-soaked hands trembled as he finally understood the truth inside himself. He did not want to become a hero. More than anything else, that dark-haired boy only wanted one thing: he did not want to become a monster. And with that, all the strength left him. His sword dipped weakly and he pitched forward, collapsing onto the ground in front of Lucy, unable to harm her. Even then, tears still slipped from the eyes of the boy lying there in the mud. But he had done what he came to do. Thanks to him, most of the students had already been escorted out of the danger zone by the maids. Clebius Nortondale had fought with everything he had, and he had fought well. So at last he let consciousness drift away and left his battered body slumped at the feet of the tiny genius mage. Blood swordsmanship was a style in which the mana surrounding the sword and the body increased as the user took more wounds and spilled more blood. Cruelly enough, the closer someone got to death, the more overwhelming their power became. But even that monstrous power meant almost nothing in front of Lucy. And yet, whether it was the carelessness of the strong or the desperate resolve of the weak, a moment was born there that could never be repeated. For the very first time in her life, Lucy had been cut by an opponent in battle, a thin, shallow line opening across her neck. For the very first time in her life, the little mage had faced an opponent who truly could have killed her. Lucy had always lived on the side of the strong, and as her fingertips brushed the fresh cut on her neck, she found herself confronting a feeling she had never been able to understand before: the helplessness of being weak. That first taste of death lodged itself deep inside her chest, and from that fear came a cold resolve. She decided that the weak one lying before her, the one who no longer had either the strength or the will to keep fighting, had to be killed. She could not allow something like this to happen ever again. So, with that fear still clinging to her, Lucy gathered a storm of power into her hands and prepared to strike down the fallen sword demon where he lay. But just before she could do it, an arrow slammed into the ground in front of the collapsed Clebius Nortondale. The broken boy groaned and cursed in surprise at the sudden interruption, and those startled words came out almost at the exact same moment as the tiny mage's own. Just as he had suspected, there was now someone standing in front of them both, a figure wrapped in a hooded cloak while wind and rain tugged harshly at the fabric. They knew that silhouette immediately. It was an archer they both recognized, and Clebius Nortondale let out a curse under his breath as his suspicion was finally confirmed. The one at the center of all this chaos had been alive the whole time after all, and judging by the look on his face, he was furious. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, the Academy's wolf-like swordsman still stood frozen with Tanya Rostaler behind him and Lortel Ketchum blocking the path ahead. Jix could not decide what his next move should be, and he ground his teeth in frustration while trying to force an answer out of the impossible situation in front of him. There was no time left to waste either. Lucy was drawing closer and closer with every passing moment. He had to make a choice now. Whatever the next course of action was going to be, he needed to decide it immediately. Jix had only just started to speak to the red-haired merchant when the window beside them suddenly exploded, bursting outward in a shower of shattered glass. The wolf-like swordsman was stunned. Even the fox-like merchant was stunned, and all of them could do was stare in disbelief when Janica of all people came crashing in straight through the broken window. The spirit sorcerer landed right on top of Lortel Ketchum, instantly crushing the tense deadlock that all of them had been trapped in just a moment earlier. Janica looked genuinely surprised to see Lortel Ketchum there at all and casually greeted her on reflex, while the fox-like merchant could only blink in equal surprise at the sudden appearance of the talented spirit mage. Then, as if crashing through a window in the middle of a life-or-death situation was perfectly normal, Janica simply shook the rainwater out of her hair like an excited dog. The next moment, her eyes landed on Tanya Rothstaler. Janica immediately pointed at the blonde girl and loudly declared that she had found her, much to Tanya's horror and Jik's renewed caution. A strange silence followed as the four of them stared at one another for a beat, with Tanya trembling so badly she looked like a leaf in a storm. Lortel Ketchum watched Janica carefully, and the more she looked, the more unnatural it felt. Even after hearing what had supposedly happened to Ed Rothstaler, Janica seemed completely fine, which was the exact opposite of how Janica should have been acting. That alone made the merchant instantly suspicious. In Lortel Ketchum's mind, there were only two possibilities. Either the spirit sorcerer had gone insane, or there was another explanation entirely. Janica, for her part, looked hesitant and awkward as she mumbled that they were misunderstanding the whole situation. Then Marilda appeared at her side and calmly said that, if anything, the spirit sorcerer had shown up at exactly the right moment. And in that same sense, Ed Rothstaler had arrived at exactly the right time too, gripping his bow tightly as he stood out in the pouring rain directly in front of Lucy. He really had been alive this whole time, and Clebius Nortondale could only curse when he saw him. The battered combat student coughed up blood, and Ed looked over at him and asked if that wreck lying there was really the gloomy combat student he knew. The dark-haired fighter groaned and muttered that he knew perfectly well how terrible he looked. He had been beaten senseless, and after all that fighting he knew it had amounted to nothing. Even if he threw his life away, he still could not reach even the toes of a monster like Lucy. He bitterly admitted that he should have just run away in the first place. And then he pitched forward, face first, into the puddle beneath him. Even so, the combat student still let out a broken laugh and said that he was not the only idiot here. All those people who had been frozen like stone were weak too, and none of them had any real chance of stopping Lucy, but they had still stepped forward anyway and tried, somehow, to hold back the rampaging little mage. Nobody had asked Elvira to do it either, and yet she had thrown away the very inventions she had spent her whole life creating without a second thought, all just to stop Lucy. For Clebius Nortondale, it would have been easier if his older brother had been like everyone else and simply told him to give up everything and run. But instead, even while watching his younger brother break apart, that brother had believed he could still become something like a hero. The gloomy boy sniffled and cried through the pain, asking why his brother would not just let him run away. Even after death, that brilliant older brother still would not stop haunting him. And after all of that, Clebius Nortondale still could not win. The weight of regret and pain shook him so badly. He felt like everything had gone wrong once again, and that everything he had done was meaningless. Then a scarred hand came down gently onto the trembling boy's shoulder. Ed Rothstaler had stepped forward, and in a quiet voice he thanked both Elvira and the combat student. What they had done was not meaningless at all. Their struggle had mattered, and it had real value. Even Elvira could hardly believe what she was seeing as Ed turned away from her and faced forward again. Even slumped on the ground beside him, the combat student still could not stop himself from cursing at Ed, calling him a loser and an insect through his sobs, even while admitting that yes, he understood. Elvira noticed the combat student's condition getting worse and shouted at him to stay with them and pull himself together. But the boy had already sagged down to the floor, and deep in his heart he knew Ed's words had not been empty comfort. That truth shocked him more than anything else. Ed understood all of the Academy's main characters better than anyone, but even he had never imagined that someone would be capable of doing something like this. Not even he had expected it. The rain kept pouring down over the three of them, and by then at least 10 minutes had passed while the evacuation was completed and Ed made it to the scene. That meant Clebius Nortondale had stood there alone for all that time, fighting the strongest mage of his generation and nearly winning. The failed swordsman, who should have been Sylvania's third-act final boss, had crossed blades with the awakened Lucy, the little mage standing in the rain before him. Her oversized hat hid her eyes from view as water streamed off its brim and soaked every part of her small frame. Her expression was impossible to read. Standing before her, Ed found himself apologizing, saying that he really should have told her beforehand. but given the situation he had been trapped in, he had no choice except to die. At the same time, he explained that he had truly been in a situation where his life was at risk, so there had been no chance to contact her. He had not been able to prepare anything in advance, and he was sorry he could not let her know first. But before he could finish saying any more, that giant hat suddenly tilted forward and dropped right over the little mage's head. And in that instant, the genius mage, who always seemed so unreachable, so untouchable, and so overwhelmingly strong, suddenly felt very small inside Ed Rothsayler's arms as she grabbed tightly onto his cloak. The little girl trembled all over as she clung to him, holding on so tightly it was like she was afraid he might disappear again if she let go. Her voice shook as she told him that, for a moment, she had truly believed he was dead. But he gently calmed her down and assured her that he was still here. With his scarred hands resting on her small shoulders, he told her to look at him properly. He was alive, right in front of her, and then he pulled her close and held her firmly in his arms. So the two of them stayed there in the rain, embracing while only a few distant onlookers watched in silence, and at last everything seemed to settle back into place again. Once Jix had made it back into civilization, he had honestly thought there was nothing left in this world that could ever make him feel fear again. But standing face to face with the spirit Marilda, who looked straight at them and announced that she had found Tanya and had been searching everywhere for the little girl together with Janica and Lortel, was an entirely different matter. Jix instantly realized he had stumbled into a truly miserable situation. Those two were already barely holding themselves together after hearing the news of Ed's death, so at this point he had no idea how badly this could end. Then Janica suddenly spoke up and said she had something she needed to say about their guy. But before she could even get the words out, Jix hurled a barrage of magic at her on instinct, because the way Janica looked when she said it was honestly a little too demonic for comfort. The little blonde girl coughed and flinched as the wolf boy barked at her to get a grip and think clearly. He hurriedly explained the route to her. If she followed this path and kept running straight ahead, she would eventually reach a fork in the road. Once she got there, she needed to turn west, and if she ran hard enough without stopping, she would make it to the residential buildings. After that, once she had shaken them off, she had to find somewhere safe and ask for help. He reminded her that she was now the heir to the Rothsayler family, so the best outcome would be finding Imperial troops or a noble house she was on good terms with. The girl stammered and nervously asked what would happen to him, but the wolf boy only told her that he would block the others as long as he could, so they would not be able to chase after her. Keeping the shimmering green wall of magic raised in front of them, he admitted that there was a real chance he would not be able to hold them back for very long. The little girl stared at him in shock and asked why her senior would risk this much to protect someone he barely even knew. But his answer was simple. If she were not Ed's younger sister, he never would have gone this far, so she should count herself lucky, stop arguing, and run. At that, the little blonde finally turned and sprinted away, while Jix stayed behind and readied himself for the fight. The wall of fire collapsed in front of the two women he had mistaken for enemies, and the wolf boy tightened himself for what was coming next. He already knew there was no way the two of them were going to listen to anything he said now, and honestly, he could not even blame them for being furious. After all, he too had someone he loved dearly. The two girls let out a faint sigh as they looked at him, and by then Janica had already finished explaining the situation to Lortel, leaving her confused by the wolf boy's dramatic words. Jix understood all too well that just imagining the loss of the person you loved was enough to make your chest ache so badly you could hardly bear it. He was sure Janica's whole body had to be burning with rage, and really she had every right to feel that way. Ed was the person she loved, and she loved him more deeply than anyone else. With every word he kept saying, Janica looked more and more exposed, because he was loudly declaring just how serious and precious her feelings for Ed really were. He went on and on about her intense love, about the feelings she carried for the man living out in the woods, and how no matter what happened, he would stay in her heart and become a part of her forever. That heartfelt speech came to an abrupt end when Janica blasted him with a burst of thoroughly embarrassed magic. The spell hit with so much force that it blew straight through part of the building wall. When the flames finally died down, smoke still hung thick in the air, and Jix was sprawled on the floor, scorched, steaming, and smoking from head to toe. A moment later, someone started poking him with a stick while shouting that he was obviously not dead yet. It was Janica, and what she had actually been trying to say all along to that stubborn, brainless wolf was that Ed was still alive. Their beloved third year was alive, after all, and the miserable wolf could only groan and beg her to stop whacking him with the stick. High above, the moon hung in the sky while someone stood alone in the rain below. A soft spring rain continued to fall as blood spread across the ground, Flower petals scattered along the street, and the blooms left behind in the gardens were gradually washed away by the season's rain, as if spring itself were repainting the world into a different image. Human emotions were much the same. Once everything had been poured out and someone finally regained their composure, even a relationship that once seemed steady could quietly shift into something entirely new. Lucy had always believed that what she felt toward Glock, her grandfather, was the same kind of feeling she had toward Ed. But as he held her in his arms, she finally realized that those emotions, while similar enough to overlap, were not actually the same. That difference came to her all at once, in one sudden, unmistakable flash. And the instant she understood it, the little girl shoved the boy away in surprise, leaving Ed blinking at her in confusion. Her face had already turned bright red, and a painfully serious blush spread across her cheeks as that realization fully sank in. Ed called out to her without understanding anything, completely unaware that an electric blooming feeling had already taken over her heart and sent it pounding with that mortifying realization. Even though he had only said her name the same way he always did, Lucy felt like her heart had suddenly caught fire. At last, the little mage understood what this emotion really was, and as embarrassed tears welled up in her eyes, she looked almost horrified by her own discovery. And now, as the story picks back up, we find Lucy staring blankly ahead, all emotion drained from her eyes. The poor girl was lying flat on her bed, so deep into house arrest that she felt like she was slowly merging with the furniture itself. In a voice empty of all hope, she quietly asked for death. There were still 29 days left until her probation period ended, and she already felt completely unable to endure any more of it. This was 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Fania had their meeting. Water crashed violently along the shore, and from that spray, a massive water jaguar sprang out and let out a thunderous roar. A knife flashed up just in time to meet those razor-sharp fangs, and there was Ed, shirt hanging open and his lean muscles on full display, fighting in the water against the wild spirit beast. Water whipped and danced around the two of them as they exchanged blows, splashing down loudly across the ground with every movement. The fight was absolutely vicious. The spirit's water-based attacks crashed head-on against Ed's close combat techniques as he spun, twisted, and moved with sharp precision to block everything coming at him. And it was not just one feral spirit beast either, but 2 wild jaguars attacking him at the same time. It felt like an all-out legendary battle, with water exploding everywhere as the clash dragged on for quite a while. Only after all of that did things finally settle enough for our guy to lower his weapon. Then Mug, the little fire spirit in bat form, came fluttering over with tears of admiration in his eyes and started singing his master's praises, gushing over Ed's amazing reaction speed and combat ability. He was so moved by the performance that he even suggested this would be the perfect place to call it a day. Nearby, one of the water jaguars spoke up and praised the young man too, saying his close-quarters combat skill was incredible for a mage, and that he must have trained hard for a long time to improve that much. She was the mid-rank water spirit, Lacia. Ed thanked the water spirit sincerely, because it was through training with her help that he had come this far. She was the ideal sparring partner for him in a duel like this, especially since Mug was far too small to handle a brutal battle on the level of the one they had just finished. Thanks to all that training, our guy had managed to push forward one of his crafting-related skill slots, specifically Spirit Formula Fusion, and that alone made the brutal effort feel worth it. By this point, he had already formed contracts with several spirits, so overall, things were progressing pretty well. He was still contracted with Marilda too, but when it came to actually training with her, that was honestly a little too extreme even for him. The water jaguar let out a thoughtful hum and said that if he really wanted practical results, sparring with the forest's protector would probably help the young man even more. But hearing that, Ed immediately dropped to his hands and feet and started doing push-ups while panting out that if he ever fought a wolf the size of a house, he would be sent straight to the afterlife. The water spirit only smiled at that and calmly pointed out that high-rank spirits could change their form however they pleased. That was exactly why Marilda could travel all across Arcan Island so easily. Ed kept doing his push-ups while turning that over in his head, and strangely enough, the thought left him feeling a little pleased. Once his stats pushed past 15, they barely increased anymore, and from that point on, the only way to keep progressing was to satisfy special conditions, things like clearing hidden quests. As he thought about the limits of what he could realistically gain while living as Ed Rothstaler, the boy ran a hand through his hair and realized he was creeping closer and closer to that upper ceiling. He finally sat down on the ground and let out a long breath of relief, and with his long-term objective of reaching mid-rank magic now looking achievable, he started wondering whether it was time to focus on developing some kind of special ability next. Still, this was no time to get comfortable and stop improving. He was just about ready to get back on his feet and continue training when he suddenly froze in surprise. He had been sitting there completely at ease, so he absolutely had not expected Lortel to suddenly appear and catch a full view of his open, well-built chest. The redhead herself flushed in surprise too, then casually admitted that she had simply been appreciating the scenery. With that sly tone of hers, she told him that living shut away like this had to be frustrating. But if he was going to stay in seclusion, then he at least needed to build better habits and learn to rest when he had the chance. Ed asked if that was really how it looked, because, to be honest, he felt calmer living in isolation like this than he ever had back in the forest. Food, clothes, shelter, everything he needed was now being provided with the help of the people around him. The fox-like merchant tilted her head and asked if he was talking about Janica, and Ed admitted that Janica was definitely the one who helped him the most. Lortel then glanced toward the spirits and remarked that he must have been training with companions who were clearly not very happy to see her. After all, they already knew she was trying to snatch away Janica's crush. The redhead blushed at her own boldness. Then, as if fully aware the spirits were watching, she deliberately leaned in and wrapped both hands around Ed's arm, pressing it tightly against her chest. The spirits reacted instantly and set off what might as well have been an emergency alarm. They made their disapproval known on the spot, practically condemning her behavior in unison, and Lortel only laughed in clear amusement at the reaction. Ed asked her what exactly she was trying to pull, and the redhead answered that she would soon be going to meet Princess Fania. Since the student council elections were coming up, she had already thought of several ways to profit from the situation, and before visiting the princess, she intended to finish one particular deal first. As Ed had requested, releasing the two knights, Caddick and Knox, would not actually be difficult for her. Of course, that did not mean she would do it for free, so before she paid a visit to the princess, she wanted to collect the deposit for that little favor. Ed looked genuinely taken aback and asked what she meant by a deposit. Lortel responded with a slow, seductive grin and said that what she wanted was simple. She wanted the young man to hug her once. For a second, the boy could only stare at her, completely speechless at such an unexpected request. But after that brief pause, he accepted it far more quickly than she expected, let out a resigned sigh, and quietly prepared himself as though coming to terms with unavoidable fate. The delighted redhead watched his hand begin to move, and while she pressed herself lightly against his exposed chest, she clearly expected to stay in control of the moment. Instead, she was suddenly pulled straight into his arms, and the unexpected firmness of that hug left her both startled and thrilled all at once. She had been the one to ask for the embrace, but from the way her whole body tensed and her face heated up, it was obvious she had never expected being held by him to leave her this flustered. The girl let out a sharp gasp and hurriedly pulled back, telling him to wait, especially after her hands landed squarely against his chest. Then she gasped again, shoved him away in a panic, and shouted the genius's name at the top of her lungs. Ed, utterly baffled by the sudden outburst, could only ask what on earth she was doing. Bright red and completely scrambled, the merchant stammered that normally things like this, attack and defense, were supposed to be separate. At that point she was plainly talking nonsense, because all the blood had rushed to her head and her brain was no longer keeping up. She even admitted, half gasping, that she was honestly a little confused now. The hug had felt completely different from the countless versions of it she had imagined before coming here, and on top of that she could not understand why he had to be soaking wet and barely dressed while doing this. She was totally helpless in front of the full force of his maximum charm. Flustered beyond belief, the redhead protested that he should realize she was already walking a tightrope inside her own heart, and that basic common courtesy was supposed to exist for situations like this. Ed was left looking thoroughly shaken by the accusation, because from his point of view, he had only done exactly what she asked him to do. Lortel admitted that yes, that part was true. But then she rested her head lightly against his chest again and, in a much softer voice, asked him to hold her one more time, only this time a little more slowly. To be honest, that was the real reason she had come. She wanted his answer ahead of time, and so she quietly asked whether he remembered what she had asked him before. Lortel had once asked Ed to stand on her side, and because she knew he was always planning something beneath the surface, she tightened her arms around him just a little more as she said it. She confessed that she expected to make many enemies before long, but even if the entire academy turned against her, she wanted at least the main character of all people to remain her ally. That was the one request she had made while hiding her face from him, there in the darkness of the cave, speaking as though she was laying bare the only thing she truly wanted, Later that same evening, Princess Phenia greeted the fox-like girl with a faint smirk and asked why such a sneaky merchant had come looking for her. Lortel answered smoothly that she had only come because she wanted to know why the princess was hiding the young Rothstaler noble. She then recalled how Jix had given the girl clear instructions on where to run and how to find somewhere safe enough to ask for help. With Ed dead and disowned, Tanya Rothstaler had now become the heir to the Rothstaler family, so ideally, she would have sought out imperial forces or a noble house with which she already had a connection. And since Tanya had headed toward the residential district, Lortella reasoned that there was a very high chance she had ended up under the princess's protection. The fact that the academy still had no clue where the girl was only made that conclusion seemed even more obvious. Princess Phenia's expression darkened, and she asked the merchant why she had gone out looking for Tanya in the first place. But although the princess was normally excellent at hiding her emotions, Lortel only let out a soft giggle because she could already tell the royal lady was playing right into her hands. With a neat little smile, the red-headed merchant asked what the princess planned to do if she openly admitted that she had business with the young noble. Princess Phenia already understood exactly what kind of woman Lortella was. The redhead was opportunistic to the core and petty besides. She acted meek in front of people she dared not touch, but toward anyone weaker than herself, she could be ruthlessly cruel. And the princess knew that all too well. The Rothstaler family held enough power that not even the royal family could meddle with them carelessly. So Phenia was not entirely convinced Tanya, as their heir, could truly be called weaker than the merchant. In fact, it was the kind of matter the princess felt Lortel ought to think a little more carefully about. The redhead admitted that yes, she could not directly lay a hand on the Rothstaler family itself. But at the same time, the entire economy of the residential district happened to sit in her hands, and under those circumstances, Tanya was in a far more vulnerable position. Of course, she added with a knowing smile, if the princess insisted on protecting the young noble, then reaching her would become much more difficult. Then again, Lortel went on, she had already expected the princess to make that sort of move, so she had prepared herself properly in advance. With wicked confidence, the redhead then declared that she intended to run for student council president, and once she held both that office and her position as association leader, Tanya would eventually have no choice but to come to her. At that point, the balance of power would shift, and Lortel would be the one standing above everyone else. Phenia could not keep the Rothstaler heiress hidden forever. Tanya's household vassals had already been arrested, and every possible route off Arcan Island was effectively in Lortel's hands. To the princess, Lortel Ketchon's feelings toward Ed Rothstaler had always looked unmistakably special. And judging from all the circumstances, she had likely convinced herself that poor Tanya was the one responsible for her brother's tragic death. It was a terrible situation all around, so the two blondes sat together and quietly thought over what their next move should be. Tanya thanked the princess for telling her all of this, and as she spoke, she held tightly onto her niece. In the end, Princess Phenia had no choice but to ask the noble girl directly. If Tanya was not the one who killed her brother, then did she at least have any idea who might have been behind it? The little noble lowered her gaze to the floor, staring down in silence for a moment, and then suddenly said that it had been her. The answer hit Princess Phenia so hard that she could only stare back in stunned disbelief. She explained that the reason Caddick and Knox had come to Sylvania in the first place was supposedly to help her with the election. But the one who had truly given that order was the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, Crepin Rothstaler. Tanya already knew her father had never cared about Ed, so the reason he suddenly made such an extreme move was most likely because she herself had mentioned her brother in the letter she sent to him. Which meant that, in the end, the one who had set her brother's terrible fate into motion was her, after all. And with that realization crushing down on her chest, the little girl broke into tears again. Princess Phenia tried to tell the sobbing girl that this was not some crime she had committed, but Tanya cried back that she could not just stay like this and do nothing. That answer caught Phenia off guard once more, and the princess quickly asked whether the girl already had some kind of plan in mind. Here in Sylvania, the land of learning, Ed had shown her something with his own life. As long as a person was still alive, they could change far more than anyone expected. So there was only one path left for the little noble if she wanted to survive. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Tanya steeled herself and decided that she had to uncover the truth behind her brother's murder. And with that resolve, the little girl declared that she was going to run in the student council president election. Princess Phenia immediately reminded her that it would not be easy, especially when she was already under suspicion for murdering a member of her own family. Tanya knew full well that nothing about this would be easy. Even so, when she thought about the people who had helped her after she had been cornered so badly, And when she thought about Ed, she knew she could not keep sitting still and doing nothing any longer. So, in response to that determination, the princess made up her mind and chose to support Tanya publicly, which left the young noble girl staring at her in surprise. Tanya turned toward her and asked why Fania would go so far for her sake. And truthfully, even the princess herself was not entirely sure why she was fighting this hard for the girl. Then, after gently patting Tanya's hands, Fonia explained that she too carried a debt to Ed Rothstaler, one she could never truly repay. And with a dazzling smile bright enough to sweep away the gloom for a moment, the princess gave her pledge. The next day, bright sunlight spilled over the town, and inside the Merchants' Guild, Lortel's assistants informed her that they had gathered all the related documents that had been submitted. One of the workers hesitantly asked the redhead whether she was really planning to run in the election.
They had already gotten word that Tanya would be entering the race as well, and rumors were spreading that Princess Fenia would be backing her. Hearing that, the fox-like girl only smiled. Since Tanya was suspected of killing her own brother, most people assumed she would never gain much support anyway.
Still, Lortel, as the association leader, was handling most of the work herself, and the lack of sleep was beginning to show. The people around her were worried, and among them, her secretary Liema seemed especially concerned. She carefully asked whether her boss truly believed it was possible to serve as both association leader and student council president at the same time. The redhead coolly reminded her secretary to ask only the necessary questions, and the girl immediately panicked, bowed her head, and apologized, saying that she would deliver the documents to the academy right away. Once her secretary had left, the redhead let out a deep breath. The student council president election at Sylvania Academy was finally beginning, and it was all unfolding with Ed Rothstaler presumed dead. Lortel then laughed quietly at the question her secretary had asked. Liema would understand soon enough just what kind of twisted scenario was rushing forward minute by minute, all of it turning inside Lortel's hands. Meanwhile, deep below in the dungeon, the Rothstaler vassals remained locked away, and one of them cursed bitterly, lamenting how pathetically their fate had turned out. The man muttered that Duke Crepin's judgment had in the end been correct. Even if Ed had not been fully polished on a technical level yet, the speed of his responses and the sheer proficiency he showed in battle meant one thing. If young Ed had been allowed to live and continue growing, he could have become a major threat to the Rothstaler family. That possibility was never something they could afford to ignore. The other vassal agreed with that conclusion and added that it was not only the boy's own ability that had stood out so much. There was also the spirit mage who had summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through every last drop of her mana, and the mage who had chosen revenge without even a moment's hesitation, all in the name of the disowned boy. And judging by the way that orange-haired young man had managed to form such deep bonds with people that powerful, his true potential had been something no one could have predicted in advance. They knew perfectly well what kind of horrible person the delinquent heir of the Rothstaler family had once been, and yet they could not stop wondering why the patriarch had ordered his assassination in the first place. But now, at least, they felt they could make a cautious guess as to why. It was possible that the young man, with talent on that level, had secretly decided to oppose the patriarch and only pretended to be insane after being named heir, all so he could escape to Sylvania. Maybe he had even been building up his own forces inside the academy. But at this point, there was no use dwelling on that possibility anymore. At that moment, a guard rose and said that was exactly right. What mattered most now was getting the two vassals out of this place so they could report everything back to their patriarch. The two men stared at him in shock, but the guard calmly told them not to worry. There were people who would profit from the confusion caused by the two vassals escaping, and that was precisely why the armored figure standing before them had come to help. The two prisoners were left speechless, while the guard simply smiled, keys jangling lightly in his hand as he introduced himself as Dune. He said he was nothing more than a decoy from the Alp Trading Company. Elsewhere, still trapped in confinement, little Lucy could not stop thinking about Ed and Jerky, the two thoughts floating around in her head again and again. She let out a long sigh and mumbled something to Belle, but the maid gently reminded the little girl that she still had 24 days and 3 hours left in confinement. The tiny mage went completely silent for a second after hearing that. Then she cried out for Belle to just kill her already, and the maid sparkled apologetically as she replied that she still could not do that. Belle even apologized to the poor wailing girl, who was stuck there unable to go anywhere while the construction work around the damaged hostel continued. Just then, a beautiful woman with long silver hair walked past, her flowing hair swaying elegantly with every step she took. Anyone who saw her could only think the same thing. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and there was something deeply captivating about the aura surrounding her. Her shining silver hair caught the light so brilliantly that it drew everyone's eyes to her without effort. And then, all of a sudden, she vanished right in front of them. She looked about the same age as a student, but she was not wearing a uniform, and so the saintess, still in disguise, found herself genuinely wondering just who that beautiful girl had been. There was still so much the brunette did not know yet, and because there was so much left for her to learn, she became even more determined to live each day to the fullest. The girl pumped herself up with fresh excitement, knowing there would never be another stretch of life quite like this one again. Then those rather depressing words settled in, and for a brief moment, the girl fell completely silent. After that, she let out a heavy sigh while staring down at the pamphlet she was holding in her hands. She had assumed she would be able to meet Tanya as soon as Ophilus Hall was recaptured, but in reality, the noble girl's whereabouts were still unknown to most of the students and even much of the staff. Even so, the saintess had been startled when she saw in the Academy newsletter that the blonde girl was listed as one of the candidates for Student Council President. At the very least, if Tanya was well enough to run for office, then it was an enormous relief to know that she was safe. What truly shocked the brunette more than anything else was the report that the third-year student had died. And from everything people were saying, the most likely culprits were the vassals of the Rothstaler family, the very same family that had cast him out. The sight of that hut, buried in a winter blizzard, and the memory of the boy who had made her think about what freedom really meant still remained vivid in her mind, so fresh that it felt like it had only happened yesterday. But Tanya, that blonde noble girl, had been the very first friend she made after arriving at the academy, and now that same girl was being named as one of the people involved in Ed's murder. The brunette believed in her friend with all her heart. Still, after hearing that the vassals had escaped from prison, the mood around the academy only got worse, and more people were beginning to recoil at the idea that Tanya might have killed her own brother. After Ed's loss, the entire atmosphere of the academy felt heavy, tense, and almost painfully uncomfortable. Everywhere you looked, there was nothing but gloom. Meanwhile, the principal let out a thoughtful hum and remarked that there was an incredible amount of work to handle, but in the end, all of it was tied back to Ed Rothstaler's death. Because of that, he wanted one professor to take responsibility for getting it all sorted out. Naturally, it needed to be someone who knew at least a little about the murdered boy and who had also interacted with Clebius and Lucy. So the principal asked whether there was no professor from the magic faculty who fit that description. In the end, though, there was at least one assistant professor available to take the job. And so poor assistant professor Claire Elfin ended up saddled with the duty. By now, she looked absolutely drained, like every bit of life had been sucked right out of her. She could only wonder when exactly the workload had exploded like this. Back when Ed was around, he had been such a huge help in the office. The exhausted assistant professor groaned and sighed that people really did take life for granted, and the depression in her face was impossible to miss. Beside her, Clebius muttered in agreement, careful not to say too much because he knew perfectly well that the boy was not actually dead. Looking half-starved from overwork, the assistant professor slowly glanced around the office. That was when she noticed that Anis Helilin had stopped talking too. The poor girl had dark circles hanging beneath her eyes, and she barely spoke at all as she stared blankly at a stack of papers. Quietly, Anis cried to herself, knowing that whatever she had with Ed had only ever been a brief passing connection, one that never would have had the chance to bloom into anything more. The ache filling her heart was enormous. Even so, she tried to reassure herself that she would be okay. As long as she could still see the faint shimmer of her crush lingering in her heart, then somehow she would just have to endure it. But of course, the person who had testified about the real culprit in Ed's murder case was Janica. Anis was already suffering this badly, so she could only imagine how much worse Janica must be hurting. In her mind, there was no doubt that her friend had to be going through absolute hell. And yet, the very girl everyone assumed should be mourning in misery was instead cheerfully announcing that she wanted to try making curry that day. Since her friend Anis was great at cooking, the spirit mage asked for her opinion. Janica explained that handling fire precisely was hard for a country girl like her, so she wanted to make something she could just leave simmering over medium heat for a while. The perfect teacher's assistant could only stare in absolute disbelief at that reaction. Meanwhile, Janica kept chatting away, saying that while she was used to chopping ingredients, trying an entirely new dish still felt a little scary. Then she reconsidered and said maybe she should do more than just that, since they had only been eating hot foods lately. At the same time, she reasoned it would not be good to cut down on vegetables, so she started thinking out loud about making a salad, too. At that point, her friend suddenly sprang to her feet and threw herself forward, wrapping Janica in a crushing, all-consuming hug that took the spirit sorcerer completely by surprise. The teacher's assistant cried out for her friend to wake up from whatever dream she was trapped inside, begging her to let go of the memory. Ed was dead, and Janica had to accept that now. Janica could only freeze in stunned silence for a moment before gently patting the girl on the head. Then she remembered that she was supposed to keep pretending Ed was dead, so instead of saying anything reckless, she simply comforted her friend and quietly shushed the spirit that tried to call her out for acting strange. Meanwhile, back at the cave, Ed was busy bringing in water. This time, at least, he was fully dressed. By now, Tanya had finally made it back to the academy on her own, and apparently she had been hiding out in the royal dormitory. Even so, she was now actively cooperating with the investigation in order to clear her name. Princess Fania had also officially decided to support Tanya, so some of the girls' lost support had started to return simply because people trusted the princess. Janica happily gave Ed this whole update while cheerfully washing his clothes. Of course, when it came to raw numbers, far more people in the academy were still backing Lortel. Crowds were energetically cheering Lortel on as the queen of the economy, the champion of the common students, and the registration period for candidates was not even over yet. Even so, the entire energy of the election had already started leaning her way. But then Janica's hands began to tremble, because the spirits had already told her all about what happened when that red-haired fox came to visit the cave. Ed froze in total shock, clearly not expecting her to bring that up at all. Spirit Sorcerer let out a bright high laugh and admitted that yes, maybe it was none of her business, but at this rate, something was definitely going to happen sooner or later. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by someone declaring that Lortel was going to become the next student council president. It was Jix. He had come because of the promise he made with Ed, though apparently he had not expected Janica to be there too. The surprise on everyone's faces made that much obvious. The boy let out a sigh and said that whether Lortel became president or not was not the real issue. The problem was that Kadik and Nox had escaped, and because of that, the rumors accusing Tanya of murdering her own brother were only getting stronger. Jix explained that he had gone to the royal dormitory after Princess Fonia called for him. But because Ed had risked his life in his own way to set things up like this, the wolf boy could not step forward and testify for Tanya either. What Jix really wanted to say, when it all came down to it, was that Tanya was in terrible condition. She had lost a frightening amount of weight, and all the healthy color had drained from her face. As Ed's younger sister, and as someone already close to the academy's top students, Tanya would have drawn attention no matter what, even if she were not running as a first-year candidate for student council president. But now she was being branded as a girl who had killed her own family member, and suspicion from all across the academy was pressing down on her from every direction. Once candidate registration ended, she would have to stand in front of everyone, and honestly, it no longer looked like she could keep enduring that pressure much longer. That was why Jix had come to plead with Ed. But the clever student did not need him to finish the sentence. He already understood exactly what had to be done. Right now, this was Act 3, Scene 2, just before the election. In the game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, this part of the story had no battle scenes at all according to the students' memory routes. Instead, it was a scenario meant to clearly show all the relationships the protagonist had built up across the academy up to this point. Under normal circumstances, Taylor would actively support Princess Fania, because she was the one who had driven Ed Rothstaler away at the start and then saved him afterward. Of course, that did not mean Taylor personally went around persuading every single student one by one. That would have been unnecessary, because the top students of each year held enormous influence over the rest of the student body. So, in the game, Taylor's real move was to win over the top students he already had ties with. Lucy never voted because she was too lazy to bother. Janica wanted everyone to get one vote each. The first year, Wade stayed firmly on Princess Fonia's side, and the fourth year, Dorothy supported Tanya. Those four were the people who could not be persuaded no matter what. That meant the ones who actually could be swayed were the other two top students from each year, giving a total of 8 possible targets. And in an election like this, if someone could win over 5 out of those 8 people, then victory was within reach. By winning the election that way, Princess Fania became the president, and Taylor secured the backing of the royal family, which would go on to become his greatest support all the way to the end. Especially in Act 4, he would need the royal family's power in order to stand against Kreppen Rothstaler, and he would also need it for the battle against the final boss. Keeping the scenario flowing along that route was, for Ed, a matter of life and death. Even on a smaller scale, that flow could be used as a weapon for someone's own gain, and more importantly, it was the most reliable way to guarantee survival in the brutal trials still waiting ahead. A lot of the smaller details had already changed. That much was true. But even so, Ed needed to make absolutely sure that the larger flow of the future stayed on course. No matter what happened, Princess Phenia had to become the student council president. If things kept going exactly like this, the public opinion surrounding Tanya would only grow worse, and in order to stop Lortel from taking the win, Princess Phenia might eventually be forced to enter the race herself. One possible move would be to secretly inform the princess that he was still alive, then persuade her to run for the presidency, and after that start stirring the situation further by bringing over all the top students he had connections with. No matter how he looked at it, as long as the registration period had not yet ended, there were still plenty of ways to turn the princess into an official candidate. So Ed pushed himself up to his feet, only to stop midway when the thought of his poor little sister suddenly caught hold of him. The girl who, in the original story, was only supposed to serve briefly as a one-time villain before fading away, had now been turned into a murderer because of Ed Rothstaler. Because of her brother's disappearance, she was now being crushed under an ordeal that never should have existed in the original scenario. That meant the boy was now standing at a crossroads between his sister and the scenario itself. Watching him hesitate like that, Jix could tell how troubled he was, and the first year admitted quietly that it was a cruel shame.
The wolf boy then asked whether Ed wanted to cancel what they had planned for the day, but Ed simply answered that it was fine.
They were going ahead with it, and Jix smiled at that answer. Before anything else, the clever student wanted to confirm the results of all the training he had been doing up to now. And there was also one particular thing he wanted to test for himself. When his mind was crowded with too many thoughts, moving his body was often the best way to straighten things out. The wolf boy smirked and thanked Ed, saying he had not had a proper opponent in quite a while and had been dying for a chance to work up a real sweat. As he drew out his massive sword, he declared that this would do nicely. His new sparring partner agreed as well, and the two of them decided to have what was supposed to be a light little practice match. Then, as so often happened with old memories, something from the past quietly rose to the surface of the girl's mind. The light in that memory had already faded quite a bit with time, and yet she still tried her best to remember every single scene. The three siblings had once walked hand in hand toward a hill covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and Ed had walked together like that, with their little sister safely led along by the hands of both of her older siblings. Maybe that had been the last truly happy memory the little girl still possessed. Ever since then, the young noble's life had been buried beneath responsibility and suffocating pressure. There really had been happier days once. But now, instead of those gentle memories, she could hear the students outside shouting for the girl to step down. They screamed at her and called her a murderer. A crowd had gathered in front of the princess's residence, hurling those accusations at young Tanya, while she could only watch them from behind the window. The blonde heiress could not help wondering how everything had spiraled into something this awful. Ed knew that helping Tanya now, when she was being cornered this badly, would have a massive effect on the flow of the scenario, and that was exactly what made him hesitate. That hesitation only grew heavier because so many things had already twisted away from the original route, and many of their causes were still completely unknown. Even so, the sharp-minded student now turned to face the wolf boy, while Jix planted his stance and lifted his heavy sword high, ready to begin. Aside from Lucy, Jix Effelstein was the strongest second year and one of Taylor's comrades all the way to the end. Still, in the original scenario, because of exhaustion and poor compatibility, he should have dropped in ranking. The boy swung down his massive sword and called out as he launched himself straight at Ed. The slash carved a brutal arc through the air and tore across the ground as Jix brought out his first blade. It was only a small detail, but it had been bothering Ed for a while now, so he decided this was the perfect moment to confirm it. The slash came flying straight at him, and Ed quickly brought up his dagger to knock it off course. More than anything, he needed to see just how much stronger he himself had become, because among all the people in this story, he was the one who had changed the most from the original scenario. With that in mind, the main character stretched out one hand and activated a basic defensive spell meant to block magical attacks. Ed's eyes flew open in shock, because in the next instant, Jix was already almost on top of him. At point-blank range, the wolf boy brought his sword down in a close-quarters strike. The outcast had badly underestimated just how fast that second-year student could move. For a split second, Ed could only think in disbelief about how the hell the wolf boy was moving that fast. Still, if Jix was going to move at that kind of speed, then there was one particular kind of attack that would become much harder for him to avoid. So Ed slid backward, catching his opponent off guard. In the same motion, he dropped his dagger right in front of Jix, and then immediately summoned his fire spirit, Mug. A violent explosion erupted at once,
and flames blasted upward in a roaring column.
Even Ed himself looked startled by how fierce the fire had become, and just as he expected, the wolf boy burst out of it in a motion so strange it looked as though he had leapt backward through time itself. The orange-haired boy had never seen a movement that unnatural before. He immediately rushed forward and snatched up his dagger again. And as he blocked the incoming strike, realization dawned on him. The main character slashed out in a wide arc, forcing the mage boy to spring backward. And in that instant, Ed understood what he was seeing. Jix was using telekinesis magic to move his own body in the middle of combat. No matter how well someone understood their own body, or how finely they controlled their mana and physical strength, those were not movements that could normally be reproduced. What the wolf boy was doing right now was operating on an entirely different level. To fight like that, a person would need battle instincts far beyond simple theory, and Jix possessed that kind of combat experience in overwhelming waves. Then, the dark-haired boy redirected a mid-rank ice spear toward the main character, and Ed threw up his hand to intercept the attack. Ed only barely managed to avoid it, and in that moment, he realized Jix was no longer holding back at all. He could not help wondering whether his opponent had seriously assumed he would dodge something that savage. In truth, the main character was barely staying afloat against the relentless barrage. But then came a sudden wall of ice, and Ed immediately saw through it. That was an obvious feint, a tactical move meant to buy time while setting up an even larger spell behind it. The orange-haired boy complained that he thought this was supposed to be a light spar. But his opponent shot back that he had thought the same thing too, right up until Ed started throwing explosions at him. So now he was only returning the favor. Originally, the wolf boy had intended to fight using just a single blade, but now he figured practice might as well be a little closer to the real thing. And with that grin still hanging on his face, he activated his powerful, heavily reinforced advanced mana armament. The clash between the two boys only grew fiercer from there, the battlefield flashing with fiery orange blasts and sharp blue magic as the spar escalated into something far more serious. From nearby, Janica seemed to notice the fight for a moment, then simply giggled to herself and wondered whether carrots would be okay in the curry. She was so deep inside her own little housewife daydream, worrying over whether her beloved crush might dislike carrots, that she was barely paying attention to the battle raging below. As far as Janica was concerned, her sweet, precious crush would definitely be starving once the duel ended, so she needed to hurry and get the food ready as fast as possible. The collision of force and magic kept erupting without pause. As Ed Rothstaler and Jix tore into each other, trading blows so violently that the ground around them cracked apart, and the whole landscape seemed to shudder from the aftermath of their clash. As the fight dragged on, the strain on Ed's face became impossible to miss. He was clearly being pushed to the edge, panic flickering in his eyes as he fought desperately just to keep pace with Jix, the monstrously gifted top student standing in front of him. Then a massive blast exploded between them, and Ed was thrown backward, skidding away as fragments of blue crystal-like debris scattered all around his body. Even so, Ed Rothstaler still wasn't finished. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and drew out a blue water arrow, his eyes burning with stubborn determination as he prepared to strike again. He loosed the shot at once, pouring mana into it as it cut through the air. But instead of reaching Jix directly, the arrow veered away and slammed into the defensive shield Jix had already raised in anticipation. Mana armament, true to its name, was a type of magic built around shaping the user's mana into actual weapons and combat gear. For most mages, there was never much reason to go that far. They usually didn't need to arm themselves with such a wide range of weapons, which made mastering a difficult high-rank spell like that feel almost unnecessary. But Jix was different. As a rare solo mage who could wield every kind of weapon without restriction, mana armament had become his personal specialty, a magic that fit him better than anyone else. Even facing that abnormal magic head-on, Ed refused to back down. He kept firing arrow after arrow at Jix, each one bending in smooth, delicate arcs through the air, while at the same time the dark-haired boy continued charging straight toward him without slowing down. At that point, the duel had stopped looking like a simple match and started to resemble a genuine fight to the death. Both boys had victory burning in their eyes, and Ed let out a strained groan the moment he realized Jix was using telekinesis again. Those movements were impossible to read, impossible to predict, and before Ed could properly react, Jix was already slipping into his blind spot and closing in from where he couldn't be seen. Ed's eyes flew wide in alarm, and in that same instant, the blessing of the wind activated on its own, a defense born specifically to answer sudden attacks like this one. The moment it triggered, the wind roared to life with explosive force. It was meant to blow the enemy away, and Jix suddenly found himself swallowed by a violent volcanic torrent of raging air. A pained groan escaped him as he was hurled far back from Ed, and a low growl followed right after when the savage temper of that defensive wind carved harsh lacerations across his body. Even then, Jix somehow managed to recover. He twisted himself mid-flight, came down on both feet, and slid across the ground before finally grinding to a stop some distance away from Ed. Jix's boots scraped to a halt on an especially soaked patch of mud, and the instant he touched it, the water hidden there activated immediately. For a brief second, surprise flashed across his face. He couldn't help wondering when Ed had even found the time to set up something like that in the middle of this relentless fight. Ed wasted no time capitalizing on the opening. The outcast noble lunged forward and formed a waterhead at once, and before Jix could properly respond, he found himself dragged into a strange world made of clouds and water. Then the water around him began to churn. It bubbled, lurched, and twisted wildly, gathering shape and mass until it rose into the form of a huge, imposing beast that let out a thunderous roar right in front of him. But Jix didn't flinch. He remained completely unmoved, even as the jaguar-shaped water spirit rose up behind him with terrifying presence. He let out a growl, spun around in one sharp motion, narrowly evaded the incoming water attack, and then stomped down hard onto the puddle beneath his feet. But even as he did that, something still passed overhead. Jix's eyes widened, and then Ed suddenly appeared above him, nearly smashing a fireball straight into his face from point-blank range. It was mid-rank magic, particle explosion, and this time it detonated cleanly, blasting Jix away and sending him flying into the distance. Just as Ed had expected, Jix was absurdly strong. He was being forced to remember that fact all over again with every heavy breath that left his body after their duel. If Jix had already learned mana armament, then he had reached exactly the level Ed had expected for the scenario. At this rate, Taylor's party really wouldn't have any trouble handling future enemies. And then Ed's thoughts were cut off completely. Shock and horror washed over him the moment he looked up and realized the second-year student was still standing. The dark-haired boy coughed and, as if confirming a suspicion he already had, muttered that it was exactly as he thought. His senior really was incredible. Bloodied, bruised, and battered from head to toe, Jix still forced himself upright. His eyes glowed with a dangerous light as he admitted that this was precisely why he couldn't afford to lower his guard for even a second. Then he stepped forward again and declared without hesitation that he was finally going to get serious, and the smile on his face at that moment looked less human than something massive and monstrous crawling out of the underworld. Before Ed could even object, Jix activated convergence, gathering his mana into a single point and compressing it with terrifying focus. Ed's face went pale with horror, and he immediately sent Licia forward to intercept the damage before it could reach him directly. The water spirit lunged in with her fangs bared wide, roaring as she charged to shield her master. But the magic Jix unleashed was even more terrifying, and it tore straight through everything in its path without mercy. This was still only the beginning of the third act, yet the power Jix was displaying during this duel had already reached what should have been the upper limit for the scenario ahead. Ed could only stare in a mix of awe and absolute dread. He had never imagined he would witness this terrifying form so early. In Act 4, Scene 7 of the failed route in Swordsman of Sylvania, this had been Jix's final battle pattern, the overwhelming form he was supposed to reveal during the Gregel Cathedral infiltration battle. And now that horrifying state was unfolding right in front of the orange-haired student. As Ed watched in disbelief, the dark-haired boy slowly lifted that dreadful weapon high into the air. Its name was Nature's Lance. Instead of dragging things out in some pointless battle of nerves, Jix had decided that the simplest answer against someone like Ed was to crush him outright with the overwhelming gap in their power. That enormous force came surging straight at Ed, and he stood there facing the oncoming wave head-on. A groan escaped him as he forced fire magic out in front of himself, trying to defend against it somehow. When the two powers collided, the explosion that followed dwarfed everything that had come before. The detonation shook the entire area and blasted a brilliant burst of light high into the sky. The strike Jix launched was simply too fast, and by then Ed was already running dangerously low on mana. Particle explosion was horribly inefficient as a spell, but he had been left with no choice except to burn through that much energy to survive. The real problem came right after that, because a second attack was already on its way. Jix shrugged off his school jacket and used that moment to launch the follow-up. Ed drove his fist into the ground, and light began dancing around his hand as he pushed himself with everything he had left in this battle. Blue and purple light flooded the space around him, painting the world in vivid color as Ed activated the desperate final move he had been saving as a last resort. Breathing hard, Ed barely managed to block the second stream of Jix's overwhelming power. The clever student had resorted to using an impact-amplifying wave ball, a magic engineering tool, because ordinary means were no longer enough. Jix caught that detail immediately and declared that if Ed was relying on a magic engineering tool now, then it could only mean one thing. He was completely out of mana. But instead of stopping the match there, like any reasonable person would, Jix roared that this was the end and came at him with full force. He sprang forward with nature's lance, aimed straight at Ed, who could do nothing now but face that incoming weapon without any real guard or protection left. But then, all at once, Jix froze, frustration and surprise flashing across his face. His opponent still hadn't gone down. Somehow, Ed was now using wind magic. That should have been impossible, because by all logic, Ed had already exhausted his magic. With a rough growl, the senior raised his fist toward the junior and fired back. If the dark-haired junior was going to throw everything he had into this clash, then Ed had no choice but to answer with everything he had as well. So Ed brought out the legendary rank magic engineering tool, the glass golden phoenix ring. He couldn't afford a repeat of last time, where using it had left him unable to handle mana properly for a long period afterward, but at this point, he no longer had any other choice. He had to be incredibly careful here. Ed Rothstaler couldn't afford to waste even a drop more mana than necessary, so he tried to call it forth with the absolute minimum possible, just enough to barely give it shape. It took everything he had to manage even that much. Grinding his teeth and forcing himself through the strain, Ed somehow succeeded in dragging the summon into existence. Then, all of a sudden, someone let out a quiet sigh of relief, and Ed's eyes widened at once in startled surprise. Without any altar of substitution, and without borrowing mana from Lucy or Janica, the main character had finally managed to summon a strange woman dressed in pure white robes. The woman smiled gently and told the stunned student that this was a huge step forward. And then Ed realized, to his complete shock, that the person standing before him was none other than the human form of Marilda. Then the large golden loudspeakers across the grounds boomed out that the event was over, and all around them, the gathered students threw their hands into the air and erupted into loud cheers. A huge crowd of students had gathered, and among them, one white-haired boy scoffed and asked what the point of even having 4 candidates was. To him, the result already felt obvious. The next student council president was clearly going to be the red-haired merchant, Lortel Ketchum. The students shouted and cheered in agreement, and even the ones close to her admitted that when Lortel spoke, it was easy to feel her sincerity. With the leadership experience she had built from running trading companies, they were certain she would do an excellent job as president. From where they stood, the business leader really did seem like the safest and strongest choice by far. One worried student asked what the members of her company would even do if the merchant really became president, and a man answered bluntly that it would simply mean nobody inside Sylvania Academy would be able to stop their company leader anymore. As the red-haired woman stepped away from the podium, cheers followed her from all sides. Students delighted in her presence, and it was obvious that she was one of the crowd's clear favorites. But then the sly, fox-like woman suddenly stopped walking. Her face shifted, and she cast a disgusted look toward little Tanya Rothstaler. The redhead coolly remarked that the blonde had done a nice job on her nails, and despite the merchant's clear disapproval, the young noble girl quietly braced herself. A smirk tugged at the corner of the fox-like woman's mouth as she asked the trembling girl what was wrong, noting that she looked nervous. Tanya was visibly shaking, but even so, she lifted her voice with fragile pride and declared that she had not killed her older brother. And with that alone to hold on to, the girl gathered what little confidence she had left and climbed the steps to face the people accusing her. Behind her, the red-haired woman watched with a faint smirk as the girl walked away toward the stage. Then the small blonde girl, her golden curls trembling with every step, turned to face the sea of students glaring at her with naked accusation in their eyes. Tanya cleared her throat, forcing down her fear, and then raised her voice to greet everyone who had gathered there. She announced her name clearly and stated that she was a current candidate for student council president. A heavy silence fell over the crowd the moment she said it. But honestly, that much was expected. These people hated her. Still, in Tanya's mind, the simple fact that she had made it all the way up to the podium already felt like an achievement big enough to count as a success. So she kept her expression in place and held on to her composure, even as some people in the crowd looked at her like she was pretending nothing was wrong, right up until the very end. Watching from the side, the red-haired woman wondered whether the young noble was doing this to prove her innocence, or whether she simply had no instinct for politics at all. But either way, 10 whole minutes had passed since Tanya began speaking, and not a single person had shown any real reaction. At that point, the blonde girl was practically speaking into a void, talking to herself in front of a hostile audience. The only mercy was that no one had started screaming curses at her just yet. Silence still hung over the students, and Tanya, fighting back tears, finally announced the end of her speech. But the instant she finished, a voice burst out from the crowd and shouted the word that shattered everything, calling the poor girl a murderer. The accusation hit her so hard that fear nearly blanked out her vision on the spot, and the longer she remained standing there, the more the students began pelting her with paper, each crumpled sheet thrown with contempt. They shouted over one another, demanding that she explain the murder accusations against her. They yelled that it was all tied to internal conflict within the Rothstaler family. They asked if she was really planning to deny everything even now. They screamed that they had already read everything in the student newspaper, and they demanded to know why she still refused to say a single word about the murder charges hanging over her. Tanya tried to thank them for listening to her speech, but before she could even finish, another wad of paper smacked against her head and made her flinch. Then her foot caught on a bottle that had been thrown up onto the stage. And just like that, the little girl lost her balance and fell hard to the floor in a clumsy, graceless heap. The students pointed at her and burst into mocking laughter, openly enjoying the sight of her humiliation. They laughed, jeered, and mocked her without restraint, saying they couldn't even hold back their laughter anymore. Crying openly now, Tanya called herself reckless as she struggled to push herself back up. Somewhere inside she knew this had been foolish from the start. Trying to stand at that podium in front of everyone had been a mistake. With tears spilling down her face, she wondered if she should have just run away instead. But the students didn't stop. They kept shouting and cursing, and in Tanya's terrified eyes their stares had become almost monstrously red as they continued to scorn and ridicule her. She cried that she needed to run, but she could barely even get back on her feet while dirt and trash kept raining down over her. Then, without warning, a violent burst of wind exploded through the area and swept aside the people gathered around the stage. The students gasped in confusion, and through the sudden roaring gust, someone tried to peer ahead and see what had appeared. What they saw was a mark so unmistakable that anyone would have recognized it immediately. Standing in front of the stunned students was the wolf spirit guardian Marilda, shielding Tanya while carrying a cloaked figure on her shoulders. Those images in Tanya's mind had always been so faded and worn that she could never tell whether what she saw were real memories or only dreams. In the end, she had stopped trying to figure it out and simply given up. But every now and then, those buried fragments would come rushing back with such unbearable clarity that they felt too vivid to deny. And after all this time, there was no way she could forget again, because once more a hand reached out and took hold of her.
Tears flooded Tanya's eyes as she looked up and saw a face that felt achingly familiar staring down at her.
That familiar stranger spoke in a low voice and told her there would be a lot to explain later, but right now they needed to deal with the situation in front of them first. Several days earlier, when Ed Rothstaler had appeared there, the wind spirit in her human form had congratulated him. She had smiled and told him that he had made a truly meaningful step forward. Of course, Ed had been shocked to see her. Marilda only smiled and explained that his mana efficiency had improved significantly. There were still limits to what he could do, but for now, this much was enough. What Ed had used was Updraft, a spell that lifted everything in the surrounding area into the air and restricted the movement of anyone caught within it. Jix was blasted backward by the force of the spell, and a sharp scream tore out of him as he fought desperately against the violent wind, trying to drag his body away. Ed Rothstaler stared at the scene with a strange feeling in his chest, watching as the talented magic student lost control and came crashing hard down to the ground. Even in that moment, Ed's mind kept racing. He quickly judged that Jix's growth, at least for this stage of the story, had probably already reached the absolute upper limit. The amount of magic Ed had just spent wasn't especially large in normal terms, but that no longer mattered. His reserves had already been drained completely dry. The spirit told him that his mana efficiency had definitely improved. But with a disappointed sigh, she admitted she didn't like being forced into that particular form. Even so, if Ed used every magic technique available to him, and Marilda backed him up with what was basically a cheat-level secret art, then the battle should still end in Ed's favor. Meanwhile, Marilda kept whining and growling without restraint, complaining that she hated the tiny mouth, hated not having fur, and hated how the loss of her tail threw off her balance every time she tried to move. Then, all at once, the spirit's eyes widened. At the same time, green power surged out from Ed Rothstaler, and he rushed forward with a clear, uncompromising intention to win this fight. The woman was visibly startled and alarmed, blurting out that moving around in this body was far more difficult than it looked. Ed showed absolutely no mercy. With shameless efficiency, he slammed the glowing green orb of magic straight into the complaining spirit lady. Magic flickered and danced dangerously close to Ed's exposed neck, but just before things went too far, it stopped. Jix had suddenly appeared, stepping in to shield the wind spirit, though his attack halted a hair's breadth short of taking Ed's head clean off. After a brief pause, Ed finally lifted both hands in surrender, completely soaked and drenched in sweat, with blood and exhaustion written all over his body. The boy admitted that he had learned something important that day. Jix, still struggling to believe it, couldn't understand how Ed had managed to train himself this much in less than a year. Marilda was still openly furious over being hit so suddenly. While the wolf boy fought to steady his breathing, Jix had grown stronger, even beyond what Ed had expected from the scenario, and Ed could only wonder how his calculations had gone so wrong. Ed acknowledged Jix's strength and growth, then asked him what his secret was. Jix admitted that even without Ed he would have kept pushing himself and training harder anyway, but because he had watched Ed working day after day to become stronger, he had ended up feeling inspired himself. For a moment, the background character could only sit there speechless after hearing that. Then the young mage smiled and told him plainly that Ed's relentless effort had been the very thing that pushed him to move forward. The two boys eventually collapsed beside each other, both of them reduced to filthy, blood-stained wrecks sitting shoulder to shoulder on the ground. Up until now, Ed had done everything he possibly could to keep the story flowing the way it was supposed to. He had fought desperately to preserve his knowledge of the future, too, because there was one condition he believed absolutely had to remain intact if Taylor was going to win in the final act. That was why Ed had convinced himself that keeping the plot on course had to be the only real answer. But the truth was much uglier than that. Even with the plot already coming apart, danger had been piling up from the very first arc onward, and every single deviation caused by Ed's presence inside the game had created new risks of its own. Even so, Ed had still kept struggling to drag the story back toward its original track. As a result, it was also true that he had gradually started fearing everything that lay outside his control. That was exactly why. After hearing that Caddick and Licia had escaped, he had hesitated over whether he should step in and save Tanya Rothstaler or not. By that point, whatever fragments of the original story still remained had already slipped far beyond his hands and far beyond his control. So in the end, Ed just smiled and made a decision. For now, he would stop obsessing over everything else and focus on what he could actually do in that moment. Jix, who was supposed to become one of Taylor's allies in the final act, needed to become stronger no matter what, just in case. Ed himself had also grown stronger, and more importantly than that, the number of reliable comrades standing around him had increased. A faint smile crossed his face as he admitted to himself that maybe this way of thinking was naive. Even so, he felt certain it was all right to believe in that idea sometimes. Just because he had stepped away from the original plot and ridden in on the back of a giant spirit wolf to rescue Tanya Rothstaler, that didn't automatically mean everything was destined to end badly. The students were stunned the moment they saw Marilda appear out of nowhere, and panic spread so quickly that many of them immediately turned and ran. But before the chaos could fully explode, someone shouted for everyone to calm down. It was a smug-looking student with purple hair. Grinning confidently, he said he had seen that high-rank spirit before. That single remark made the other students look more carefully, and one by one they realized they recognized Marilda too. After all, there were hardly any people in the academy who could handle a spirit that powerful. A lot of the students had taken elemental studies, so they immediately understood what that meant. That could only be Ed Rothstaler. Shock swept through the crowd when the boy suddenly revealed himself, yanking the cloak off his head and pulling his little sister close against him. The two siblings stood near the podium together, and all around them, students cried out in disbelief at the sight of Ed being alive. Then Ed Rothstaler reached for the microphone and calmly greeted all of the students gathered in front of him. He introduced himself first, then stated clearly that Tanya Rothstaler had never murdered him at all. Off to the side, Lortel Ketchum smirked, because everything was moving exactly the way she had intended. To begin with, no one supported Tanya more firmly than her own brother did. On top of that, Janica, The top third-year student, Lucy, one of the Academy's top second years, and Princess Phinia had already made their support known. Tanya also had the backing of Clebius, the top student of the combat faculty, and Alvera, the top student of the alchemy faculty. And that wasn't all. Jix, the second-year top student, Joseph, the top first-year in the magic faculty, and Wade, the overall top first-year student, were also supporting the young Rothstaler girl. With that many powerful names behind her, winning over the votes should not have been especially difficult. Still, before weighing every advantage and disadvantage in full, the student who had so recently returned from the brink made a request first. As Tanya's family, and as someone who had always stood on her side, he said he wanted the little girl's true intentions to be conveyed properly. By then, Tanya was already crying openly, finally able to breathe and let her guard down now that Ed had untangled the crisis in front of all those watching students. That, in short, was the situation standing before them. After being stabbed by a knife coated in deadly poison, the young boy had managed to survive by using Delheim's hourglass. After that, he stayed alive alone inside a cave until Janica found and rescued him. The moment that happened, Ed ran straight to the podium where Tanya Rothstaler was giving her speech and stepped in to protect her. That was the full story of what had happened to him. With dark circles hanging under his eyes, Ed admitted that this really was the whole story. The teacher he was reporting to fell into deep thought and remarked that the investigation seemed to be wrapping up now and that this one was truly the last interview. By then, Ed had already stopped counting after the number of interrogations passed 10, because practically every teacher in the academy had wanted to question him personally about what happened. Ed was sick to death of the whole process, and he could barely believe that it was finally coming to an end. Then, all of a sudden, the final teacher addressed him directly, calling for the magic faculty's third-year student, Ed Rothstaler. Unfortunately for him, the very last person left to interrogate him turned out to be none other than the principal himself. Principal Forcius called for the boy to come in. The principal had already gone through every report tied to this sensitive incident, and after reading it all, he quietly noted that the young student had truly been put through an unbelievable amount. He said he wanted to apologize for the Academy's failure to prevent something this awful from happening, and for the fact that Ed Rothstaler had been forced to endure such severe hardship because of it. But Ed calmly reassured him that the assassins had likely planned the entire attack with extreme care and precision, so even tighter security probably would not have stopped something prepared that meticulously. The principal thanked him for saying that, then picked up his tea and drank it down in one go like a man throwing back a cup of strong liquor. It had clearly been a very long day for him. Then he brought the cup down onto the table with a hard sound and admitted that he wasn't entirely convinced by everything Ed had just said. To him, the whole story felt just a little too neatly arranged. Looking at the timing alone, it almost felt as though the boy had deliberately waited until Cadec and Knox escaped before choosing to make his return. Forcius wasn't willing to swallow Ed's explanation so easily. He hadn't spent years running this school just to miss something that obvious. On top of that, it looked to him as if Ed had waited until the assassins had already delivered news of his death back to the person who sent them. And only after that had he stepped out and revealed himself to the student body. The principal was far too sharp for Ed's comfort. The older man had no intention of digging into the inner workings of a noble family like the Rothstaler household, nor did he particularly care to understand how those internal feuds operated. But he was still the man responsible for the academy, and because of that, he had an obligation to report every major incident to the royal family. If he formally reported that Ed Rothstaler had returned alive, then the Rothstaler family, one of the major forces standing behind the crown, would inevitably learn that the boy was alive too, and in a way that differed slightly from what Ed himself had intended. And judging by the sweat beginning to gather on Ed's skin, the principal was absolutely certain that possibility was weighing on him. So Ed carefully suggested that the principal delay filing that report for now. Obel immediately asked him why he should take that kind of risk. Ed could tell the man had probably already guessed the truth anyway. The one who had orchestrated his death was none other than Crepin Rothstaler, patriarch of the Rothstaler family and the real power backing the royal family, his own father. Ed let out a breath and said he had no interest in affairs outside the academy, and for a moment after saying it, even he seemed to realize how empty that answer sounded. Then he hurried to explain himself more properly. The noble house they were talking about was deeply tied to the royal family, and people on that side would almost certainly prefer this matter to pass quietly without any fresh news stirring things up. If it caused problems later, then it would still be fine for the principal to report it afterward. Ed kept trying to defend his position, but the principal suddenly cut him off by calling his name. Obel pointed out that from what he had seen, the boy's grades had risen dramatically.
His reputation among the student body had recovered in remarkable fashion, and even his sister's future was starting to look unexpectedly bright. On top of that, Ed had managed to build a good name for himself among the Academy's top students as well.
It was almost as if he had become a completely different person overnight, and hearing those words sent a chill straight through the young student's body. The worst part was that Ed couldn't even think of a real counterargument, because the principal was right. As Obel Forcius had always said, Sylvania Academy stood on the side of its students, and that went double for students as capable as Ed Rothstaler. Then, after nearly stopping Ed's heart with that line of questioning, the principal slapped the report down, smiled, and extended a hand. He told the boy he would see him again later, and that this time he would remember his name. It was obvious that Principal Obel Forcius had already grasped the entire situation, and yet he had still chosen to let it slide. Thanks to that, the fact that Ed was alive would not spread outside the academy just yet, and thanks to Ed's dramatic reappearance, Tanya Rothstaler's popularity had surged all over again. It had risen so much that Clarice herself was now turning away visiting students, politely explaining that the young noble's schedule had already ended for the day, that no one was allowed to bother her anymore, and that Tanya would not be accepting inappropriate gifts. The poor student who had brought a gift slunk off in disappointment, and Ed could only wonder whether it was really appropriate to have the saintess acting as his little sister's bodyguard. Then, just as he was thinking that, someone called out that they had been waiting for him. Everyone had apparently been shocked when they heard Ed had been summoned by the principal. And of course, the one speaking now was none other than his little sister herself. Ed told Tanya that from what he had heard, her election was practically already decided. So he offered her congratulations in advance, because it looked like her moment to shine had finally arrived. Tanya's face lit up, and she laughed brightly as she said she still couldn't relax just yet. Her innocence had finally been proven, and on top of that, 8 out of the Academy's 12 top students, a clear majority across the 3 faculties and 4 school years, were now openly supporting her. But the biggest reason Tanya, once hated so thoroughly, had suddenly gained such overwhelming support was something else entirely. The decisive factor had been Lortel Ketchum's collapse. The fox-like merchant had intentionally framed the race as a direct one-on-one showdown between herself and Tanya. And once she did that, the smaller candidates were pushed completely out of people's minds. That meant the whole election turned into a head-to-head battle between just the 2 of them. Then, at the perfect moment when Lortel and Tanya had reached nearly equal levels of support, an article was suddenly released for the entire student body to read. That article claimed Lortel had been embezzling company funds and threatening her clients. And in the end, buried under the weight of that disgrace, she withdrew from the race. Once that happened, Tanya's camp was the only one left standing, which meant she was essentially headed for a landslide victory. Between the election chaos and the investigation surrounding Ed, the siblings had barely gotten a chance to speak properly with each other at all. There would be plenty of chances for that later. But what Tanya wanted more than anything right now was simply to thank him. Ed pointed out that she had already thanked him more than enough when he first appeared, and that on the day of her speech, she had practically doubled over crying while thanking him over and over again. Tanya immediately protested that that was different, that it was in the past now, and that it didn't count. Then the girl let out a small sigh and softly called him brother. She admitted that the question she wanted to ask might sound rude, and that part of her thought it would be better not to ask it at all. But she couldn't bear leaving it unanswered any longer, so she told him she had something she needed to know. During that announcement at the election, she asked why had he chosen to stand by her side like that. If he had truly wanted to stay hidden, then he never needed to reveal himself there in front of everyone. The way he stepped in made it seem as though he simply couldn't stand watching her suffer through that injustice any longer. At least, that was the conclusion Tanya had come to, and when she said it aloud, her brother looked back at her with an expression that was hard to read. Then he admitted that yes, that was exactly why he did it, and the moment Tanya heard those words, her heart tightened painfully in her chest. He told her they were family, and because of that, of course, he had to stand on her side. Then he smiled at her with quiet pride. Tanya's whole face brightened, and tears began gathering in her eyes as she smiled back at him. Still, she reminded him that she was the student council president now, so she intended to handle her duties professionally. But even then, she said, it was probably fine if she was just a little bit biased toward her brother. After all, she was only human. Beaming through those tears, she asked him to tell her whenever he was in danger. If it was within her power, she promised she would help him as much as she possibly could. Ed watched her walk away with a soft smile, and there was a warm fondness in his eyes as he followed her retreating figure. That smile stayed on his face for a moment, But then it vanished the instant he heard someone nearby repeat his earlier words in a teasing, mocking tone. He turned his head and found Lortel Ketchum standing there, giggling as she remarked that being family really must be nice. Wrapped in a red cloak and wearing a playful smile, she looked far too amused for Ed's comfort. He asked how long she had been listening, and Lortel only grinned wider as she said she had been there since the moment he started saying embarrassing things to his sister. Given the outrageous rumors swirling around her lately, Ed couldn't help worrying about whether she was safe, and whether she was even taking care of herself properly. Lortel laughed in delight, tossed back her cloak with a bright smile, and said that everything had unfolded exactly according to plan. The incident that had fully secured Tanya's election was the scandal involving embezzlement within the trading company and abuse directed at its clients. But the truth was, those very scandals had been deliberately leaked to the public by Lortel herself. She had done it on purpose, by turning the election into a direct head-to-head clash with Tanya Rothstahler. Lortel Ketchum had effectively erased the other candidates from people's minds. The fox-like merchant had even gone out of her way to provoke Princess Phinia, openly showing hostility toward young Tanya Rothstahler so that the princess would be pushed into helping Tanya run for president. And from there, the rest had been easy to predict. The people who felt deeply responsible for Ed's death were obviously going to stand by Tanya's side the moment he returned alive, if only to repay that debt. So when Lortel had pressed her face against his bare chest, she had quietly confessed that once all of this played out, she was going to end up with a great many enemies. Even so, she said that even if the entire academy turned against her, she still wanted Ed to remain her ally at the very least, and the truth was, Ed had already made up his mind to save Tanya the moment the red-haired woman laid out her plan for him. But it was his fight with Jix that finally wiped away the last traces of hesitation still left in his mind. When Ed said he had saved his little sister because she was family, that much was true. But if he claimed that her usefulness had never crossed his mind, that would have been a lie. Because looming ahead in the fourth act was an unavoidable conflict with the Rothstahler family, and by now Ed had already become that family's enemy. Tanya, as his sister, could serve as someone on the inside. She was the single best connection he could have for gathering information and carrying out smokescreen operations when the time came. But the darker side of human relationships was something only the people already tangled up in it could ever truly understand. Like a girl who had grown up surviving by measuring everything in terms of profit and loss since childhood. Lortel laughed and said she had become quite infamous around the academy lately. And since Tanya clearly didn't think too highly of her anymore, she said she would have to leave things in Ed's hands for a while. Ed let out a sigh and remarked that she really did have a bad habit of grabbing hold of everything around her and shaking it all up. Lortel admitted her guilt without resistance, but she only laughed and called it an occupational disease. Then she added, with a smile, that sometimes she got shaken too. After a pause, Ed asked her if she was really all right. She had put up with a lot just to help him, and he couldn't help worrying about what that had cost her. Lortel smiled and brushed it off, saying it wasn't as if rumors alone were going to make her lose money. Besides, she said the role of villain suited her better than anything else, and with a strange brightness in her eyes, she added that she would be perfectly fine as long as Ed himself never became her enemy. That kind of life genuinely seemed to satisfy her. Human relationships always carried hidden layers underneath, and because of that, no one could ever fully read every intention buried inside them. And so, the scenario was about to take yet another turn. From the balcony of her luxurious residence, Princess Phinia smiled with quiet pride. Ed had no idea what Princess Phinia, who had failed to become student council president, was planning to do next. As for the conflict that might soon unfold between the royal faction and the Rothstahler family, he couldn't say with any certainty how that would end either. All he could do now was watch and wait to see how the rest of the third act scenario would unfold from here. It had been nearly a month, and after being away from his wooden shack that long, coming back to it suddenly felt strangely special. Of course, that didn't change the fact that there were still quite a few things waiting for him to take care of. If he wanted the camp to feel normal again, the first thing he needed to do was tidy up the campfire area and put everything back in order. And then there was the inside of the shack itself, which he had left without properly cleaning before he went away. But the moment he stepped in, Ed's eyes snapped wide open in surprise. Someone was already inside, sound asleep and snoring in his house. And of course the culprit turned out to be that all-too-familiar visitor, freshly released from a full month of house arrest and now happily dozing away inside his shack as if she belonged there. Lucy was sprawled out across his bed, clutching his pillow in her arms with complete contentment. It was such a familiar sight that Ed couldn't help letting out a soft sigh and smiling to himself. There she was, that small familiar figure sleeping peacefully in that same familiar bed without the slightest concern in the world. He dusted off a few books, quietly took a seat in a chair nearby, and spent some time doing a little light reading while Lucy continued resting. Before long, even Ed decided it would be best to simply rest for a while. He laid the book over his face and let himself drift off. Soon enough, he too was snoring softly, finally able to rest after making it back to camp at last. 3 days later, the Academy officially announced Tanya Rothstaler's appointment as the new Student Council president. Meanwhile, Janica, the gifted third-year spirit sorcerer, was unexpectedly told that she was being evaluated, and a beautiful professor even said she'd be happy to give the girl some bonus marks. That woman was Professor Melina, a senior instructor in spirit studies. Of course, on a purely academic level, Janica still couldn't be compared to a full professor yet, but at her age, she could already handle high-ranking spirits freely. When it came to instinct alone, Janica was already among the best, even when compared to active spirit sorcerers in the wider world. Even so, the humble girl only grew flustered and asked why she had been singled out for this. Professor Melina explained that joint combat training would be starting soon, and as a senior, Janica ought to show at least a little dignity. Janica, still awkward and sincere as ever, admitted that she didn't really have any personal desire to act dignified. The professor let out a weary sigh and said she hadn't exactly expected much dignity from her in the first place. Even so, Janica was still the top student in her year and the most talented spirit sorcerer in the entire academy. Yet in class, she always drifted around with a smile on her face like the happiest person alive. It was painfully obvious that the girl was overflowing with joy. Then, out of nowhere, the professor casually added that she knew Janica was dating Ed, though from the look of things, the girl seemed far too deeply in love with him. From the outside, it genuinely looked like Janica had lost her mind. And Janica practically did lose her mind on the spot, blurting out in total confusion over when exactly she had apparently started dating the boy she liked. As far as she knew, Ed was still just her crush. Her gasp of shock was so loud and intense that even the professor was momentarily stunned into silence. Janica could barely process the idea that everyone thought she and Ed were dating, and she hurriedly asked why the professor would suddenly say something like that. Professor Melina stared at her like the girl herself had to be joking. After all, the two of them were always together, not just during spirit studies, but in their shared quarterly lessons and their elemental classes too. They were constantly seen together at the student welfare facilities, and even at the cafeteria, the two of them showed up side by side so often that it had become normal. And lately, the professor admitted, she didn't even know what was going on anymore, because Janica spent so much time just giggling to herself and smiling with that ridiculous look of happiness. Professor Melina said she had no idea what kind of nonsense was constantly running through the girl's mind, but Janica would stare off into empty space and grin for absolutely no reason at all. Even during lectures, she would sit there smiling blankly at the chalkboard. To anyone watching, she looked exactly like a girl who had just started dating someone, and the professor couldn't help sighing at the sight. That only made Janica even more flustered, and she quickly begged the professor not to tell the other students about all her love-struck behavior. With another sigh, the teacher replied that she usually had no interest in children's dating rumors. But then the professor added one more thing, and Janica's eyes widened immediately when she heard it. Everyone already thought the two of them were dating. Horrified, Janica slowly turned her head and looked around the room, only to realize that every single student present seemed to feel exactly the same way. The spirit sorcerer's face turned bright pink with embarrassment as she saw the expressions around her. They all genuinely believed she and Ed were a couple. The poor, gifted girl was left completely speechless. Far away in the eastern Spart region, a place that could only be reached after riding on horseback from the capital for 3 days and 3 nights, there lay the southern mountain range known as Pulan, a land famous for its farming. And if you followed the streams running through Pulan and kept going deeper into the ridges, you would eventually come upon Torin, a tiny mountain farming village with no more than 300 residents. Janica Failover, a girl who had been able to see spirits from the moment she was barely old enough to babble, was clearly the kind of genius even that small village could only produce once in a generation, the one child destined to bring light to the place. Back then, the young girl ran laughing through the village streets, with spirits trailing after her wherever she went. Every now and then, people from outside the village would make their way in, breaking the quiet rhythm of the place with unfamiliar faces and voices. Among all of those visitors, Janica especially remembered one boy. He was the only one who ever spoke to the young girl in a formal, polite way. All of the village boys and girls her age had already left for the city, So Janica spent her whole childhood as the village's cherished youngest. Because of that, being addressed so formally always felt strange and unfamiliar to her. Still, maybe because Janica was naturally so open and friendly, that visiting boy gradually relaxed around her. Once he did, he started telling the little genius all kinds of stories about the great cities that existed beyond Pyolin. The beautiful girl who was the pride of the village had grown up surrounded by affection. Whether in the village or in the world that stretched all the way toward the imperial holy city, she had never known a life lacking warmth or care. Everyone adored the young girl, and she passed her days laughing brightly and living happily. And as for that boy who only came to the village from time to time, in the end he too fell for Janica. Maybe that was only natural. One day he finally gathered the courage to confess to her, standing there with a large bouquet of flowers in his arms. But Janica was the kind of girl who could never easily tell someone no, and on top of that she knew nothing at all about romance. So instead of answering him cleanly, she lowered her head and apologized to the boy. The moment she turned down his feelings, the bouquet slipped from his hands and scattered onto the ground. The boy left almost as if he were fleeing, and after that he did not return to the village for a very long time. So, when he finally came back, what he brought with him was something Janica never could have expected. He came carrying a letter of admission from Sylvania, and he quietly placed it into Janica's hands. Then, still using that same formal tone, he offered her a final goodbye. After that, he turned away and walked off, without looking back even once. Now 3 years had already passed since the girl entered Sylvania, and by this point, she could barely even remember what that boy's face looked like anymore. Even so, Janica was still afraid of rejection, and formal speech still made her uneasy. Now, with the letter in her hands, Janica gave a tiny flinch the instant someone addressed her politely. The staff member gently told her that no matter how many days had passed, if she had any request or any question, she should simply speak up without hesitation. The administration office at Trix Hall added that once they checked the details, they could handle things quickly as long as it was an administrative matter. At that, the girl's cheeks turned red with nervous embarrassment. She had come because of a leave request from the Trix dorms. The woman at the administrative office said she did not really understand what Janica was so torn up about, but if Janica truly did not know what to do, then she could always ask the people around her for advice. After all, there were plenty of people who would rush to help if she simply asked. The woman sounded certain that anyone would be willing to listen to the talented spirit sorcerer's concerns. In the past, Janica had always been surrounded by people, but because she found that kind of attention burdensome and often wanted to run away from it, even starting a conversation felt hard for her. And that awkwardness did not disappear just because the people in front of her were close friends. Anis ended up scolding her, saying she should have realized Ed was alive the moment she saw Janica smiling to herself all day long. Janica hurriedly apologized, saying she had her reasons, and that answer made her friend's eyes widen in surprise. Anis had been convinced that Janica must have had no other choice. But even so, seeing Janica looking anxious and uncertain all over again made her start wondering what in the world her friend was so worried about now. Janica struggled to even bring up what was bothering her. As Anis already knew, the spirit sorcerer was still hopelessly bad at turning people down. The moment someone asked something of her, rejecting it became painfully difficult. Exasperated, the teaching assistant shot to her feet and shouted that Janica had spent so much time accepting every request Ed made that she had practically turned into that guy's maid. He was perfectly capable of living tucked away in seclusion on his own, so there was no reason for her to keep cooking for him and taking care of all his housekeeping. Now, genuinely concerned, her friend pressed her for answers and asked what Ed had requested this time and just how troublesome granting that request was going to be. Janica quickly jumped to Ed's defense, insisting it was not like that at all. She said she only helped him because she wanted to. This time, if anything, she was the one who had something she wanted to ask of him, and that was exactly what made it so hard. They were already so close and so used to each other that asking him for something now felt strangely difficult. Hearing that, Anis could only stare and wonder what her friend was talking about this time. Then the teaching assistant offered an idea. Maybe Janica should put a little distance between herself and the boy she liked. That suggestion caught Janica completely off guard, and Anis went on to explain that if there were even a bit more space between them, it might become easier both to refuse him and to ask him for things herself. Maybe the two of them had simply grown too intimate. If Janica stayed that conscious of Ed for too long, perhaps one day her heart would stop racing the way it once had. Even while giving that advice, though, the teaching assistant could not help wondering whether Janica was even capable of putting any real distance between herself and Ed. Honestly, it sounded almost impossible from the start. But then again, if they grew too distant, that talented student from the forest might just end up all alone. Maybe a little separation would at least make the boy react somehow. And before Annis had even fully finished her thought, Janica suddenly lit up and thanked her with bright, energetic sincerity, leaving her friend startled. With her eyes sparkling, Janica declared that it really was a good idea, and said she would head off right away. Her friend was left in complete shock. Before the teaching assistant could even process what was happening, Janica was already cheerfully saying goodbye and skipping off, leaving the other girl frozen in disbelief. Annis slowly lowered the finger she had half raised, her face full of confusion, and then panic hit her all at once as she started wondering whether she had just given her friend truly terrible advice. All she could do was panic and wonder what exactly she had just done. Meanwhile, Ed was doing what he usually did, quietly reviewing his skills. His magical engineering and crafting ability had improved by another huge step, and by now he had gathered a considerable number of crafting formulas. Of course, actually making every single one of them was physically impossible. Still, the item he wanted most right now was the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The formula itself was surprisingly simple, but the cane was still an extremely high-ranked force item. Its effect was powerful too, boosting the sensitivity of spirits of every attribute while also improving the mana efficiency of spirit magic. The real reason Ed could not just go and make that cane was the materials. The ingredients were absurdly hard to obtain. He did not need an ordinary branch. What he needed was a branch taken from a tree that had lived for over 1,000 years and had also been struck by lightning. Even though the item appeared in the protagonist's inventory as a quest reward for the final chapter of the third act, in reality, its core material was not the kind of thing a person could simply find lying around or buy somewhere. 1,000-year-old trees were rare, sure, but not non-existent. There were still at least a few of them somewhere in the northern forest. The real problem was the lightning. With that thought, Ed turned his head and glanced behind him, wearing a flat, bored expression. The sun was pouring down brightly, and Lucy was sprawled there under it, half asleep like a lazy cat. There was not the slightest sign of thunder anywhere in sight. So Ed called out to Lucy, and in her sleep she gave the tiniest annoyed grimace. She cracked one eye open and looked toward the person bold enough to interrupt her nap. And then, all of a sudden, Ed's face was right there, hovering absurdly close to hers. The little mage jerked in total shock and launched herself up into the tree like a startled cat. Even Ed looked a little taken aback by that reaction. This was not the first time he had woken her up, so he genuinely had no idea why she was acting so startled now. Then he decided that, either way, sneaking up on her like that had probably been rude, so he apologized for startling Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy, blushing furiously and panting like her heart had nearly stopped, tried to recover from the sudden scare and quickly said it was fine and that he could just talk to her from there since she could still hear him perfectly well. Still looking a little concerned, Ed told her it was really fine and that there was no hurry, so they could just talk much later. After all, it was already time for him to get going. The moment Ed disappeared from sight, Lucy finally lost the strength in her limbs and dropped right out of the tree. Later that same day, Janica appeared in the woods with her usual bright smile. The instant Ed saw her, he greeted her and casually pointed out that she had shown up a little later than usual. Janica let out a light laugh and immediately defended herself, saying she was only 10 minutes late. Ed had assumed she would take the easier route, so he asked whether something had happened on the way over. But Janica just stood there smiling proudly, glowing like a little lantern, and said there was no special reason at all. She had simply chosen to be late because she wanted to be. In her mind, this was what it meant to create a little distance. Ed, of course, did not see anything unusual about that. He simply said it was normal, especially since she had plenty to keep her busy. Then he thanked her for still coming all this way to help him with his sensitivity training. After that, he casually asked whether she wanted some tea, and that small bit of kindness caught Janica completely off guard. A second later, her whole face lit up and she thanked him happily. But then it hit her all at once. Even though she was trying very hard to put some space between them, her talented crush clearly was not trying to create any distance at all. By evening, the two of them had settled into training. As Janica watched, the spirit sorcerer could only stare in amazement because Ed had become genuinely skilled at handling spirits now. It had not even been that long, so his progress felt shockingly fast. He still needed more time before he could fully keep up with Marilda, but even so his understanding of Mug, the fire spirit, had already improved enough that using him barely cost any mana now, and seeing that made Janica quietly happy because Mug's compatibility with her crush was clearly excellent. Mug himself was overjoyed by the flood of praise and nearly cried on the spot from all the compliments. The tiny spirit bounced with excitement and promised he would work even harder. Then, just as the mood was warming up, someone called out to them, and Ed paused when he realized Belle had come to pick up Lucy again, just like usual. The headmaid gave them a proper greeting and explained that Vice Principal Rachel had called for the top student of the year. Belle then bowed and admitted that she had been quite shocked when she heard news of Ed's death, so seeing him alive now was a genuine relief. In return, Ed lowered his head and apologized for making her worry. Still, given the circumstances he had been in, there had not really been any helping it. Then, for a brief moment, the two of them exchanged sharp, crackling looks, and the sudden tension between them visibly surprised Janica. Belle coolly asked Ed whether he knew that a maid's virtue lay in always considering herself in the lower position. Still glaring back at her, Ed replied that he was not about to start speaking informally to the head maid. Belle then said she should be on her way, since maids had to be thorough in all parts of their work, especially when it came to questions of formal and informal speech. Ed answered that he understood perfectly well, but even so he intended to keep speaking to her formally. Belle's stare turned scorching like the heat of 1,000 suns, and Janica was left stunned because she had never once seen the head maid make a face like that before. What Janica did not know was that Ed and Belle often ended up locked in these quiet little battles of wit. And seeing that made something click in Janica's mind. She remembered that she herself was supposedly trying to create distance between her and Ed, all to keep their relationship from turning into something awkward and overcomplicated with formal speech and strange tension. Belle then turned toward Janica and said she had also been worried after hearing that Lady Janica had gone to Dex Hall, so it was good to see her safe and healthy. Janica brightened immediately, and with a cheerful smile replied that living together with her friends there had actually been quite nice. In any case, Belle still had an inspection to prepare for, so she gathered Lucy up against her chest and said she needed to make the talented little mage look more presentable. With that, Belle gave the two of them a proper farewell. Ed and Janica both waved back happily, and Janica even called after them, telling them to take good care of themselves. Belle also wished them success in their studies before leaving. And once the other two were finally gone, the humble spirit sorcerer called out to her crush and, a little timidly, asked whether the two of them should also try speaking formally to each other. That request completely threw Ed off, and he stared at her in confusion, wondering why they suddenly needed to start talking that way. Janica tried to explain herself. She said it was not just about being formal for the sake of it. Even though an entire school year had already gone by, it had not actually been that long since the two of them met. So maybe it would not be that strange or that awkward if they tried speaking with a little more courtesy and respect toward each other. Ed went completely speechless for a moment. In front of him, Janica nervously pinched at his shirt and softly added that she only wanted to try it once. Her fingers tugged lightly at the fabric stretched across his broad chest, and Ed looked genuinely surprised by the request. Still, if she really wanted to try it, then he was willing to go along with it. So, in the end, he agreed. Since curfew at Dex Hall had already closed things off, the two of them figured they could at least walk back and forth nearby for a little while, and then Ed would see her off afterward. They had barely started walking when Janica suddenly began the experiment herself, greeting him in formal language and even calling him sir. Hearing words like that come out of her mouth was so bizarre that Ed froze on the spot. This was not some time-stop prison or anything like that, but Ed still turned back toward her slowly and hesitantly, staring at his friend with obvious concern. The whole situation made it hard for his voice to come out at all. Meanwhile, Janica stood there twisting her hair around her fingers and fidgeting nervously with her hands. Somehow, her embarrassment felt contagious. Ed had no idea why she was suddenly so flustered or why her cheeks had gone such a deep pink, but for some reason, just watching how anxious she was made him nervous too. 3 whole minutes later, the two of them somehow found themselves right back where they had started. And when they finally worked up the courage to speak, they both tried to begin the conversation at the exact same time. That only made them both stop short again, and after the painfully awkward overlap, Janica quietly mumbled, "Never mind." Then an even longer silence settled over them. They had shared tense silences before, sure, but this one felt several times worse, and for Ed, it was honestly far more suffocating than any of the others. Up until now, he had thought their relationship was practically like family. But somehow, in just a moment, things had turned stiff and strangely awkward, and he had no idea how he was supposed to handle it. The worst part was that even Janica, the one who had suggested this in the first place, clearly had not expected the atmosphere to get even more uncomfortable. She was standing there red as a beet, looking like she wanted to vanish on the spot. Both of them wanted this weird tension to disappear as quickly as possible, but neither of them could figure out what they were even supposed to say. Even so, Ed tried once more to start a conversation. But right then, Janica suddenly sprang to her feet, gasping as if time had flown by far too quickly, and her curfew was almost up. She bowed her head, thanked him for today, and then hurriedly said she would see him tomorrow before taking off. Ed could only stare in stunned silence at the empty space she left behind after she shot away in a blur. The poor guy was so thrown off that he covered his face in embarrassment, almost feeling like he might cough up blood at the thought that he might have to keep forcing these painfully awkward interactions from now on. At another point, Ed was reading. It was one of his favorite pastimes, and there was something especially good about sitting alone in the forest, turning pages in the middle of that quiet, peaceful calm. Unfortunately, the peace did not last. Marilda suddenly asked whether he intended to keep up that awkward little game of mutual respect and formal speech with Janica. Ed let out a tired sigh and asked why she was even bothering to ask when she had seen perfectly well how the whole thing went. This time, the forest spirit was in her human form, smiling to herself. She said she was not so free that she could follow them all the way back to the academy. So naturally, she was curious about what happened during all the time she could not watch. She even wondered whether anything interesting had happened during class. It had been the same thing yesterday, too. Ed had casually waved at Janica in the academy halls, and she had panicked like a startled deer. The whole thing had become strangely uncomfortable. At first, he thought maybe this was just some unusual way of her letting out buried stress. He had not paid it much mind in the beginning, but by now he was starting to wonder whether something was actually wrong with her. Marilda gave a soft chuckle and pointed out that he sounded very obviously worried about her. The blond boy did not even try to deny it. Of course he was worried. Janica was his friend. At that, the forest spirit's smile curled into something far more wolfish. Putting that aside, Ed asked whether he could snap off a few branches from the tree he was leaning against. He explained that he wanted to make a thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Marilda gasped and immediately asked if he was trying to craft yet another tool. Just moments ago, she had been wondering whether he was too distracted thinking about Janica. But in the end, Ed was still the same as ever, always worrying about one thing while staying busy with 10 others. Marilda let out a small sigh and told him he did not need her permission just to break off a few branches. Hearing that, Ed looked a little surprised, especially since the tree was literally known as the Marilda Guardian Tree. The spirit woman only hummed softly and said the story behind that was a little complicated. If she wanted to be precise about it, she was not protecting the forest for her own sake, but because of an old friend. According to Marilda, that old friend had simply decided to put her name on the tree however she pleased. Ed figured an old friend could mean just about anyone, and considering how long Marilda had lived, it only made sense that she would have formed countless connections over the years. Then Marilda smiled at him, and almost like a teacher beginning a lesson announced, "Problem 1." She asked him why spirits so often took the shapes of animals. Marilda herself had taken on a human form from the very beginning, and she had already explained to Ed before that doing something like that was no easy task. The reason spirits usually borrowed the shapes of animals was simple. Animals were the most familiar forms around them, and the easiest ones for them to access. Because of that, copying those forms came far more naturally to them. And just like Marilda had also needed some kind of model in order to gain a human form, that raised an obvious question in Ed's mind. Who exactly had she copied? Ed's first thought was basically, who knows? But Marilda immediately smirked and pointed out that she had formed a contract with him so she could read what he was thinking. Ed narrowed his eyes and asked what exactly that was supposed to mean, and her smile only deepened. With a sweet little smile, Marilda told him that she had chosen a form that matched his ideal type most closely.
That revelation completely stopped Ed in his tracks. For a second, he actually found himself thinking about what his tastes even were. It was such an unexpected angle that he had clearly never taken the time to think about it before.
Marilda giggled, and clearly entertained by his reaction, said that of course he would find it unexpected, because she had just lied. Ed went blank for a moment, then stared at her and asked if she was seriously joking right now. Still laughing, Marilda explained that reading his thoughts was not realistically possible, and that transformation magic was an extremely difficult field to begin with, so she could not just casually copy anyone she wanted. Marilda had lived for an absurdly long time, so long that even the rise and fall of Sylvania Academy seemed almost cute to her in perspective. She was ancient. Long before the academy had ever been built, back when Arkan Island was still uninhabited, she had met a single girl. That girl never dressed in anything flashy, and she always carried herself with an easy, unforced calm. The appearance Marilda wore now had been modeled after that girl. To Marilda, that person had been the most special and singular human she had ever met. By then, Ed had already begun piecing things together. Looking at Marilda, he carefully asked who that girl had been. Using this very guardian tree as a source of power by pouring mana into it, that girl built the academy and asked Marilda to watch over the forest. A woman, dressed in white, overflowing with power so intensely it felt like waves spilling off her body. This was the kind of connection the game never taught him. And just like that, Ed finally understood how the forest spirit and the academy were truly linked. The answer was the unparalleled mage and scholar, the great sage Sylvania. Later, deep into the night, the firelight inside the circle around Ed's camp spread a soft, steady warmth through the darkness. Ed sat there quietly peeling an apple when a familiar voice suddenly greeted him. It was Janica. She stood there looking visibly nervous as she said hello, and Ed greeted her back just as politely, though inwardly he let out a tired sigh. Then he asked whether she wanted some apple as well, awkwardly adjusting his own wording so it would sound a little more formal. The two of them were still trapped in that strange little routine of formal speech and forced distance. They sat by the fire on separate logs with space between them, and for a long while neither of them said a word. Eventually Ed asked her to hand over her plate, and Janica silently held it out toward him without meeting his eyes even once. Then came even more silence. The whole thing felt painfully awkward as they sat there eating apple slices by the fire, Janica nibbling quietly while Ed kept his mouth shut and stared ahead. Neither of them had the slightest clue what to do with this situation anymore. Ed would honestly have preferred that they either committed to speaking formally or dropped it entirely. One way or the other, they needed to decide and stick to it. And while that thought crossed his mind, he noticed Janica trembling beside him. The blonde boy immediately asked if she was all right and whether she had hurt herself somewhere. Janica let out a small breath and admitted that she just did not think she could say this while looking directly at him. So she tucked her face down between her arms, called him young Master Ed, and said there was something she wanted to ask him, though it might sound very strange. All she wanted, she said, was for him to hear her out all the way to the end before giving any answer. Please, hearing that much at least, Ed quietly let out a breath of relief. No matter how young he looked now, he still thought of himself as an adult. If this was something Janica was struggling that hard to say, then he told himself not to overreact and to simply listen first. Then, with her entire face glowing a vivid, brilliant pink, Janica finally asked what he would think if she left Dex Hall and came to live with him at the camp in the woods. Ed turned and stared at her with the most serious, unreadable expression she had ever seen on him, and in the middle of that stunned silence he somehow managed to cut his finger with the knife. Janica immediately let out a horrified scream, the second blood spilled from his hand, panicking as she squealed and asked if he was all right. But Ed hardly seemed to register the pain at all, because his mind was still stuck on the meaning of what she had just said. The campfire crackled warmly between them. Whether it was surviving outdoors or getting through dangerous fights, Ed had been living like this for an entire year now, and he had honestly started to believe he could handle just about any situation smoothly. Still, in a strange way, cutting his finger turned out to be a relief. That tiny accident bought him just enough time to steady himself and sort out his thoughts. Once his finger had been properly bandaged, Ed finally turned back to Janica's question. First, there was something he felt he had to say, even if this was probably exactly the kind of answer she was already expecting. He was not even sure whether saying it out loud served any purpose, but he decided to say it anyway. Ed told Janica that, in his eyes, she was someone incredibly kind and deeply sincere. Janica's face flushed even more as he continued, saying he was sure he was not the only person who saw her that way. But beyond that, he personally liked her very much. The moment those words landed, Janica practically saw stars, and the heat rushing into her face only grew worse, completely unaware that the spirit sorcerer beside him was already combusting from embarrassment. Ed kept going. He said he felt like he needed to be honest as a man. He wanted her to listen carefully. No matter how she viewed herself, she had a very lovely kind of charm, and on top of that, she was beautiful. At that point, Ed was throwing out compliments one after another like they were live grenades, with absolutely no idea what kind of damage he was doing to poor Janica. In a calm and considerate voice, he admitted that while he could act gently like this now, he truly did not know what might happen if the two of them started living under the same roof. Janica, already overwhelmed, could only beg inwardly for mercy so she could breathe, and still oblivious to the effect he was having on her. Ed continued, saying that if he were being exact, men in general were all alike in certain ways. Even so, he really was grateful that she trusted him that much. Janica finally hit her limit and cut him off before he could keep going. Even so, she said, if it was him, then she was all right with it. That answer shut Ed up instantly. A strawberry red blush spread across his cheeks, And for once, someone had managed to catch Ed completely off guard and make him blush first. But Janica looked just as stunned by her own words as he did. She froze there, red-faced and speechless, as though she herself could not believe what had just come out of her mouth. For a brief moment, the two of them could do nothing but stare at each other in total disbelief. It felt like they were both standing on the thinnest possible line, balancing over some strange and fragile boundary neither of them fully understood. Then Ed slowly lowered his head and rose to his feet, a dark, heavy shadow seeming to hang around him as Janica called out to him in alarm. Speaking politely for no real reason had already made everything feel both strangely familiar and strangely alien at the same time. And now, after the brutal, exhausting student council president election, just when he had finally come back to camp and begun to feel a little peace and freedom again, Janica's sudden proposal that they live together had hit Ed completely out of nowhere. Janica's face had gone so red she looked like a little tomato, and the longer Ed stayed silent, the more she panicked. At that point, she was no longer even sure she could hold herself together or stay rational. The whole mood between them felt like it was pushing her forward, tempting her to just throw caution aside and give in to emotion. And that was where it all ended up. Ed quietly called her name, then moved over and sat down beside her on the very same log. Then, with nothing but concern and kindness in his voice, Ed gently asked whether the spirit sorcerer was going through something difficult right now. That question caught Janica completely off guard. Usually, when someone suddenly did something unexpected, there was some reason behind it. So after hearing her blurt out something this huge out of nowhere, Ed naturally started wondering if there was some hidden factor at play, some trouble behind the scenes he did not know about. Janica could hardly believe it. Somehow, someone this smart could also be this unbelievably dense. The thought amused her so much that she ended up smiling through her fluster and letting out a little laugh, telling Ed there was nothing he was missing. Then Janica let out a quiet sigh and admitted that maybe in the end she had simply wanted to run away. She confessed that she missed the old days back when she had a room to herself in Ophelis Hall. Then, almost embarrassed by her own honesty, she wondered aloud if that made her sound foolish. From the very beginning, Janica had been the kind of talented spirit sorcerer who could even spiral out of control under the crushing pressure of everyone's attention. So living a normal dorm life inside Dex Hall had never really been easy for her in the first place. For an entire year, she endured those constant gazes from everyone around her, and every time she forced herself to answer them with a gentle smile. That was why the camp had started to feel like a refuge to her, like the one place where she could breathe. So if there had been even the slightest chance, she guessed she wanted to escape there. But even as she said it, she assumed her request must have sounded like nothing but a burden to him, and she was already trying to back away from it. She knew perfectly well that running away would not actually solve anything, and all it would really do was put more weight on Ed's shoulders. Even so, Janica had still wanted to ask just once. She gave a self-conscious little laugh at herself, and beside her, Ed quietly exhaled in relief. Then Ed admitted very plainly that yes, it would definitely be burdensome. The moment those words landed, pain rushed into Janica's eyes. But Ed immediately added that whether it was a burden to him and whether he would accept it were two completely separate matters. That took Janica by surprise, so he explained himself. Life, he said, was about carrying other people's burdens while also becoming a burden to others in return. Of course, if he really felt the burden was too much, then the answer was simple. Next time he would just make some troublesome request of her in return. That was all there was to it. It was not as if they were people who would only know each other for a short while and then part ways. Their friendship was meant to last a long time, so this was not something that needed to be measured out with cold give and take. Ed was saying all of that without even realizing how loaded his words sounded, and hearing him put it that way made Janica blush all over again. Even so, Ed still felt that having the two of them live under the exact same roof was a bit much. But if she wanted, he said he would gladly build another hut for her nearby. The instant she heard that, Janica lit up with joy. Ed, knowing her personality, expected her to start hopping up and down in excitement, but the reaction she gave him was nothing like what he had imagined. Instead, the talented spirit sorcerer suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping both arms tightly around him as she thanked him over and over for being so kind. Ed smiled faintly and pointed out that she had stopped speaking formally to him. Janica gave a tiny hiccup through her soft sobbing, and Ed's rough, calloused fingers gently brushed through her hair. She had tried so hard to create distance between them, but in the end, she had failed completely. Still, if she had succeeded, what really would have changed? Janica was the kind of girl who would always step forward the moment someone needed help. And Ed knew that kindness like hers could never truly be repaid in full. Still, if someone like that collapsed to the ground in tears right in front of you, then no matter how complicated the relationship was, how could anyone resist reaching out and placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her? The next morning, bright and early, Ed woke up and stretched as he got out of bed. He had said it so casually the night before, but actually building another hut was not going to be easy at all. He still had classes to prepare for, and on top of that, he needed to hurry and finish making the cane. Worse, he had already lost sleep, thinking through how he was supposed to rearrange his schedule to make all of this work. And then, all of a sudden, the blond boy froze. The moment he opened the door, a spirit was there to greet him and calmly inform him that he was awake. It was the fire dragon's spirit that often stayed around Jenica, and the dragon cheerfully announced that he needed Ed's advice because he personally had no experience building huts. And that was not all. A whole crowd of other spirits had gathered too, each one surrounded by piles of building materials, and somehow many of them were even wearing little construction hats. The dragon greeted the still stupefied Ed and casually remarked that he looked tired. Truthfully, the dragon himself looked exhausted too. Apparently, there had been a celebration in the spirit realm, and he had spent the entire night partying. Regardless of that, now it was morning, and now they were building a hut. They had even already chosen a location, deciding that the best place for the new hut would be on the far opposite side of the clearing. Ed could only stare in shock as mole spirits were already busily laying out the foundation, accomplishing in moments what had taken him months. The dragon even commented that it sounded kind of romantic to open the door in the morning and immediately be able to see each other. Then again, the dragon mused, maybe building the houses right next to each other would not be that bad either. Still, that might feel a little cramped, so they would need to work hard to preserve at least some privacy. The other spirits seriously weighed in too, with some saying the closest possible distance might actually be best. Meanwhile, Ed's brain was still lagging behind what his eyes were seeing. Right then, Mug dropped neatly onto Ed's shoulder. The little fire spirit shouted a report to Sir Tarkin, declaring that the general's plan was to complete the entire construction project in 10 days. Mug, acting as the field commander overseeing operations, promised that he would do everything he could to keep the work moving as efficiently as possible. Somehow, 10 days was still not fast enough for the dragon, and both Ed and Mug immediately started sweating. Mug hurried to explain that after taking into account shift rotations and rest periods for the lower-rank spirits, 10 days was the most realistic estimate. Of course, depending on how smoothly the work progressed, it might still be possible to shorten that timeline. The dragon exploded in outrage, ranting that back in his day, spirits would carry a spirit sorcerer on their backs for 3 straight days, trek through snowy mountains for an entire week, and still go fight the very next day without complaint. These days, he grumbled, there were more spirit sorcerers than ever, so making contracts had become easier, and now the lower-rank spirits were taking life too comfortably, resting well, eating well, and only working on their own convenient terms. At this rate, he barked, when were they ever supposed to mature and rise to mid-rank? He sounded exactly like a deeply disappointed grandparent scolding lazy kids. Panicking, Mug immediately blurted out that he would revise the plan as much as possible and somehow finish everything in 1 week instead. The dragon huffed that he had work to do and stormed off to handle it. Mug, meanwhile, cried after him that the house would definitely be done in 5 days, so he just had to bear with it kindly, even if things got a little noisy along the way. Ed then turned toward Mug and asked in total disbelief how he planned to put up an entire house in 5 days when it had taken Ed himself several months. Poor Mug could only say that if Tarkin told them to speed up, then they just had to speed up. It was not like he had any real choice in the matter. Hearing that, Ed started feeling bad for dragging Mug into such an awkward position. In the end, Ed let out a sigh and reached for his tools. Still, as absurd as all of this was, it did solve one major problem in his schedule. Now he actually had the time he needed to focus on making the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. There were a lot of reasons Ed wanted to repay the spirit sorcerer for all the kindness she had shown him. Simply giving her a place to stay at the camp did not feel like enough, even though Jenica already had plenty of canes from friends and family, and even though he honestly was not sure whether she would like something like this, especially since she normally used an oak cane, Ed still kept hoping as he carefully carved the branch he had taken from the tree. He worked with real focus and a faint smile on his face, quietly hoping that Jenica would end up liking it. Meanwhile, Lucy could not sleep at all. The little prodigy mage just sat there staring ahead in irritation, thoroughly fed up with all the commotion coming from Ed's camp. Spirits were marching all over the place, moving through the camp in noisy waves as they pushed ahead with the construction work. That building project, which dragged on noisily through the entire day, was a huge reason she had gotten almost no rest. Lucy ground her teeth and glared at the busy workers, but the real source of her dissatisfaction was not the construction itself. It was Janica, who was sitting happily atop a pile of logs nearby, swinging her feet back and forth in absolute bliss. The moment Janica spotted the little mage, she brightened and called out to her with a cheerful smile. Janica always greeted Lucy warmly like that. But the truth was, those two had already crossed swords in their own quiet little battle of wits before. Janica had always been bad at openly expressing the things that bothered her, but this time she had no intention of losing. So she lifted her chin and smiled down at Lucy with a proud, almost haughty little look. She was practically shining with delight as she looked at her rival, nose tipped up in triumph, and cheerfully announced that from now on she would be living out here in the woods. That declaration was absolutely unacceptable to Lucy, and the little mage yanked at her hat in obvious irritation, clearly displeased by what she had just heard. Meanwhile, Ed had absolutely no idea this silent battle of nerves was unfolding right on his own turf. The boy had borrowed a whole stack of elemental magic books and was now carrying the heavy pile in both arms. He had decided it was about time to learn some new spells, so he had gone and taken several books from the faculty building over in Eastern Square. What Ed wanted to study in particular was particle explosion magic. Sure, particle explosion had decent practical uses, but when it came to raw destructive power, it still only hit about the level of low-grade magic at best. That was when he remembered something Jix had once said. Against someone like Ed, the simplest way to win was to crush him outright with a sheer difference in power. That memory got the main character seriously thinking about one thing: firepower. As he stepped out into the square, he suddenly noticed a lone figure cheerfully strumming a guitar in her hands. It was the holy firekeeper, the romantic, the prophet, Adele Saris. The beautiful blonde girl, flowers tucked into her hair, gently played her guitar with a peaceful smile on her face. Even though Adele appeared regularly from the first act onward as one of Taylor's companions, she actually did not show up that often in the game itself. And since she and Ed had very few direct points of contact, he figured it would be best to slip past her without getting involved. Unfortunately for him, she suddenly called out his name and casually remarked that he seemed busy today, too. That made Ed freeze on the spot. He could not help wondering why on earth the famous romantic was suddenly talking to him. Adele only smiled and said she had heard quite a lot about him from Taylor and Ayla, and from the sound of it, the two of them seemed to have rather complicated feelings about the former background villain. Ed replied that it really was none of his business, though he did admit he was a little curious about Taylor. From what he had heard from Jix, the protagonist had been getting steadily stronger and was doing well. At this rate, Taylor's swordsmanship would only keep improving, and he would probably be able to get through the joint combat training with no real trouble at all. For Ed, that was honestly great news. Then Adele asked whether Ed wanted to hear a song. For now she might have been staying in Sylvania, but at heart she was still a bard who wandered the continent. Ed awkwardly muttered that it was fine, especially since the books in his arms were already pretty heavy. Adele let out a small sigh and said that was a shame. But just before he could finally leave, she called his name one more time. Still smiling as sweetly as ever, she told him something utterly ominous. One day, she said, he would rise to the patriarch's throne, and when that day came, he would have to kill the person he respected most with his own 2 hands, and if he hesitated at that moment, then he would be the one who died. Exactly the kind of cheerful thing any teenager would love to hear in the middle of an ordinary school day. Ed could only stand there stunned after getting hit with a prophecy out of absolutely nowhere. The reason Adele could always sit there calmly plucking at her lute, no matter what kind of chaos surrounded her, was because of her prophetic power to glimpse the future. Still, since her prophecies did not always come true without fail, Ed told himself there was no reason to panic too much over it. And yet, as he watched Adele walk away, he still felt deeply unsettled. The reason was simple. Ed already knew of another future, one far more certain than her vague prophecy. According to the scenario, by the 3rd act, the flower-crowned romantic, Adele Saris, was destined to die. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a very firm answer came back: no. Ed stared in bafflement at the person in front of him, completely unamused by that response. He had wanted to make 2 thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden branches into a pair of canes, one for Janica and one for himself. But when he asked Lucy to create some lightning for him, the little mage only puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and declared that she would do it for 1 cane, and 1 cane only. Ed was thoroughly confused and pointed out that she only needed to cast the lightning once anyway, since both canes could be handled at the same time. Even after hearing that, Lucy just kept pouting stubbornly. In the end, Ed let out a sigh and said that if that was how it was going to be, Then he would just make one cane and give that one to Janica. That, naturally, was the worst possible thing Lucy could have heard. She looked like she was physically struggling not to crush somebody on the spot. Since the cane had such high performance, Ed reasoned that it only made sense to give it to the person who could use it best, which only made Lucy spiral harder as she groaned in anguish. At last, Lucy growled through her frustration and snapped that she would make lightning for both canes after all, which caught Ed completely by surprise. Then she added that she had one condition. It was not anything huge, she said, but there was something she wanted in return. Ed looked surprised, but he was still willing to hear her out. Lucy's request was simple on the surface. She wanted Ed to go somewhere with her. Archmage Glocht was a giant in the field, no matter what branch of magic or scholarship one named: elemental studies, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit research, and practically everything else besides. His research achievements were recognized everywhere. And on top of that, he had contracted two of the highest-ranked spirits at once: Teorphus, the fire spirit, and Selaha, the water spirit. After the great Archmage retired, he devoted himself to nurturing the younger generation, pouring his entire fortune into education and research funding for the Academy. People even said he barely spent any money on himself at all. When it came to Sylvania Academy, it was Archmage Glocht who had pushed it forward until it became the finest educational institution in the entire world. And now Ed found himself being dragged across the Academy grounds with Lucy gripping tightly onto his arm. Glocht had spent nearly all his wealth on the Academy before withdrawing to live in seclusion in the great Ramlin Mountains in the continent's northwest. As Ed walked through the school like that, he could hear whispers springing up around him from every side, with students murmuring that he was the guy dating Janica. Back when the Archmage was living in the Ramlin Mountains, he had met an abandoned child at a monastery there. That child had been little Lucy, and what no one expected was that her talent for magic would surpass even Glocht's own imagination. It was a gift so precious it felt like a jewel humanity should treasure. And the final years of the great Archmage, the man who had carved his name into history, were spent polishing that jewel. He truly was a great man. If someone ever wrote a book about his life, it could be packed from beginning to end with grand adventures and legendary tales. But the later chapters of that life were touched by a deep sadness. The wife he had met in his youth lost her life while subjugating Teorphus, and one after another, all of the colleagues who had once stood beside him passed away before he did. Eventually, the only people left around him were those who worshipped him from afar, and those who wanted to take advantage of his fame. That was probably why he ended up shutting himself away in a small hut in the mountains. Even so, there was one quiet comfort left to him. While his old hands trembled at work, there was always a tiny hand there to rest over them. There was someone at his side who could inherit his will and carry it onward. And so, on a rainy day inside that shabby little mountain hut, Archmage Glocht passed away, with a smile on his face, comforted by the simple fact that he still had Lucy. That was how Archmage Glocht's journey came to an end, and how the little girl's journey began. Though by now, that chapter 2 had already passed. Ed looked confused by that story. So Lucy asked him whether he knew where the old man's hometown really was. Ed was not sure, but based on what he had learned in history class, he guessed it was the lawless region of Cohelton. Lucy immediately said the history books were wrong. That place was only where the old man had spent his youth. In truth, the Archmage's real hometown was right here on Arkan Island, the very same place where he had built the Academy.
Lucy led Ed all the way to the beach, and the two of them stood there side by side, looking out over the water as it shimmered beneath the light of the setting sun.
The little girl stared quietly out over the water and admitted, almost flatly, that she still had no idea what was supposed to be so fascinating about this view. And yet, whenever that old man talked about spending his life on Arkan Island, his eyes had always shone with such sincerity that even on his deathbed, he was still worrying about this school. In the end, she could only mutter that the old man really had been a fool. But there was nothing strange about it, really. To him, Arkan Island was the place his heart always returned to, his true home no matter where life had taken him. And with that thought hanging between them, Lucy began telling Ed about the journey she had no choice but to make. Back then, the young Lucy had been left with almost nothing at all, just a crumbling little hut and the cold body of the old man. She wrapped his corpse carefully in a blanket, tied it down with leather straps so it would not slip loose, and then sealed it in ice with her magic. For most mages, keeping up that kind of ice spell for even a single hour would have been enough to wear them out completely. But even at that stage of her life, Lucy had already reached the point where she could do it. She fastened a rope from her own body to the coffin, then dragged it behind her through the forest, making it float as she walked. Just imagining it was enough to make a person's skin crawl. Since Glockhut lay in the Ramelin Mountains in the far northwest of the continent, she had started by heading south. From there, she crossed the Urukel forest, passed by Great Lake Akka, and moved through the land of alchemy, Crete. Lucy kept going after that as well, making her way across the Malin Plains, through the holy city of Carpia, and over the Dankan wetlands before she finally reached the border of the Clowel Empire. And even that was only part of it. She passed through Teldinal Viscounty, then followed the river downstream past Merchant City Oldek, Aulin County, Island Barony, Sale Viscounty, Rothstaler Duchy, Fetter Marquisate, and Tiz County. After that, she crossed the Janet Mountains, the Drez River, the territory of Zala Margrave, and then turned southwest, skirting past Cranpel Forest. If someone opened a full world map and tried to trace her route by hand, they would have to drag a quill across it in one long line for quite a while. Only after all of that would the line finally reach Mexus Bridge, the crossing that connected the mainland to Arkan Island. That absurd journey, carried out while she constantly maintained the preservation spell on her master's corpse and even used magic to support her own body, had taken Lucy 3 whole months. And to make it even worse, she had gotten a little lost along the way. It had taken the little mage an entire week just to find this place in the end. Hearing that, the boy could only stare ahead in stunned silence. Lucy lifted a hand and pointed towards something dark and faint in the distance, almost swallowed by shadow. According to the records the old man had left behind, this was the place where the Archmage and the great sage had taught one another, studied together, and trained side by side. This was where her journey had come to an end. Right in front of them stood a rough, makeshift grave, marked by a long staff stabbed into the earth, with flowers laid around it, as if someone had continued to visit it in quiet remembrance. Near the grave, there was also a small stack of books left behind. Among them was an introductory volume on spectral magic, and of course the author's name on it was Glocht. The moment Ed saw that book, his eyes widened. Glocht's travelogue about the southern continent, the one filled with his reflections on magic, was said to sell for 7,000 gold coins. That was more money than Ed had seen in total since arriving in this world, and that book was not even considered one of Glocht's greatest works. If this was his posthumous text containing an analysis of spectral magic, then its value had to be so high that Ed could not even begin to put a number on it. Lucy told Ed that he could have the book if he wanted it. Everything written in it was something she already knew, so she had no need for it anymore. After all, every word her grandfather had left behind was already etched into her memory. The little girl had not even lived through half the span of life she had been given yet, and somewhere ahead of her there still might be another journey waiting. Or maybe she would only leave after drifting through an aimless, half-hearted life first. Even so, there was one promise she had already decided she would keep. If danger ever came for Sylvania, then at least once, no matter what, she would protect it for her grandfather's sake. It was not a cheerful story, and it was not the kind of story that made listening enjoyable either. Even coming all the way out to a place like this had been troublesome in its own way. But despite all of that, Lucy had still wanted to show this place to Ed. The boy stayed silent, simply looking at the girl as she turned her back to him in an awkward, shy sort of way. Her first journey in life might have ended when she came to Arkan Island and buried her master, but even after that, Lucy still had not truly escaped the shadow he left behind. That was why she kept waiting for danger to approach Sylvania, sometimes with a strange sense of anticipation, and sometimes with fear. When Ed thought about it like that, her lazy way of living suddenly made a lot more sense. Ed quietly sat down beside her, and the two of them looked out over the water together. Once the trial she had promised to face finally passed, Lucy would at last be able to step into a new journey and begin living a life that truly belonged to her. And because Ed knew that moment was not very far away anymore, he decided that for today he would just sit there and be lazy with Lucy. The sound of the waves rolled in gently, and the late spring wind drifting over the shore felt clean and refreshing. It was the kind of weather that was neither cold nor hot, comfortable enough that even after sitting there for a long while, neither of them felt the need to move. After a quiet pause, Ed reached out and gently patted the top of Lucy's hat. It was the same kind of soft touch her grandfather had once given her many years ago. Ed smiled and remarked that at least the nice weather was a stroke of luck, and beneath the shadow of her hat, Lucy ended up smiling too. Janica could only stare in open amazement. Her new cabin looked practically radiant, as if it were glowing with how fresh and neatly finished it was. The wood still looked new, clean, and almost unbelievably beautiful to her eyes.
The spirit sorcerer honestly had no idea something like this could be built so quickly. To Janica, it almost felt less like construction and more like a miracle.
Meanwhile, the animal spirits that had done the work were sprawled out across the floor, looking half dead from exhaustion. Janica immediately scolded them, asking why they had pushed themselves that hard when she had clearly told them to take it easy. The poor fire spirit, Mug, tried to explain in a weak voice that Tarkin would never have allowed the work to drag on any longer than this. But halfway through the explanation, he seemed to lose the will to continue, muttering that maybe he could just ascend now and be done with it. Still looking completely drained, the overworked fire spirit told Janica that as long as she had a happy life at the camp, that alone was enough reward for them. Apparently, that was all those poor spirits needed to hear before they dramatically ascended right in front of her eyes. Janica happily waved them off and thanked them over and over as they vanished, only to realize a moment later that they had simply been unsummoned. It felt strangely anticlimactic, but even so she was genuinely grateful for all the help they had given her. Then she bent down, picked up a stick, and drew a line in the sand. It was Janica herself, and with careful strokes she wrote out a few characters. The word she carved there was simple and direct: cohabitation. The girl's face flushed bright red, but her smile only grew wider. In her mind, she had just taken one more precious step toward the dream of living right beside the man she loved. Then, suddenly, the door behind her swung open, and Janica's eyes widened on the spot. For one hopeful second, she thought Ed had come out. But instead, it was Lucy, casually strolling out of Ed's house with her clothes all rumpled. The sleepy genius mage let out a long yawn, then slowly lifted her gaze until her eyes met the spirit sorcerer's. Now that they were neighbors, the shorter girl naturally noticed the letters Janica had scratched into the ground. Her eyes dropped straight to the word cohabitation. And then Lucy's lips curled into a smug little smile. She clearly understood the meaning right away, and from her point of view, she was already one step ahead since she was living inside her crush's house. Standing there in all her wrinkled, shameless glory, Lucy planted her hands on her waist and grinned as if the victory spoke for itself. Compared to plain old cohabitation, sleeping together was obviously on an entirely higher level. Then a new article finally revealed itself: Basic Aspectual Magic. At long last, Ed had managed to unlock the level 1 manifestation of aspectual magic, and the appearance of that new entry alone made the moment feel significant. He immediately started testing it, balancing the magic across his fingertips and staring at it with obvious fascination. Just being able to touch this new field of magic at all filled him with a childlike sense of wonder. Even Marilda drifted close to watch while he played around with it, only to remark that this attempt was another failure. Aspectual magic was proving much harder than she had expected, and she asked whether Ed had even started to properly grasp the flow of mana yet. Still, the blonde boy kept studying and experimenting, all while Lucy lay there casually napping with her head on his lap. He was not confident with this new branch of magic, but he knew he had to keep trying anyway. Lucy gave another lazy yawn and told him that with aspectual magic, understanding the principles came first. Magic was the kind of discipline where theory and instinct had to exist together, and she said that if he kept practicing, he would eventually develop a feel for it. Then, almost as if it were nothing, Lucy decided to demonstrate it herself for fun by controlling Ed's axe and a few other objects scattered around the camp. She was very obviously showing off now, casually lifting one thing after another into the air while praising how much he had been practicing. The whole display made it crystal clear that she was in a completely different league. Ed admitted with an easy little smile that he had actually managed to do it 2 or 3 times already. As he said that, he reached over and patted Lucy on the head so naturally that the girl's face immediately warmed, and a surprised blush spread across her cheeks. The blonde boy went on to say that maybe something like this would have been simple for a genius like Lucy, but there was no way he could have guessed that Glock had even written an introductory text on aspectual magic in the first place. Meanwhile, the silver-haired mage was quietly suffering under the overwhelmingly sweet treatment she was getting from the pets of the boy she liked. Ed had always thought of spectral magic as one of those absurd branches of power that could never actually be learned in the game. It was the kind of magic that required delicate control over time, space, and even the human mind itself, and because of that, it stood at the very top when it came to raw potential. But at the same time, that was exactly why it was so difficult. Spectral magic ran against providence and pushed against the natural order of the world. So not only was it dangerous, it was also one of the least researched and hardest forms of magic to even begin understanding. And Lucy, unfortunately, had learned it almost entirely through instinct. She could use it as casually and naturally as breathing. But that same talent made her a poor teacher for it. She had shown it off a few times already, yet that did not mean she could properly explain it. Honestly, this was the kind of situation where Ed could not help thinking it would have been perfect if Professor Glast were still around. Unlike Lucy, he had been a real educator, someone with actual experience teaching others, and on top of that, he had been deeply versed in aspectual magic. Yeah, if the professor were still alive, then he really would have made an excellent teacher for this. With that thought, the blond boy let out a long sigh full of regret. And then, out of nowhere, someone suddenly pointed out that there was yet another woman here. Ed looked up in surprise at the voice just as the newcomer muttered that even if the blond boy had grand ambitions as a man at this rate, nobody knew what kind of hell he was going to end up dealing with. It was Jix, and the wolf boy was so stunned by what he had walked into that he actually dropped the thing he had brought onto the ground. The moment he noticed Marilda nearby, Jix gave her one dull, unimpressed look and dismissed her presence almost immediately. In response, the forest spirit started crying on the spot, devastated because she had been enjoying her reading so much. The wolf boy quickly apologized for jumping to conclusions, explaining that he had not realized the other woman was the same spirit from before. After hearing that, Ed asked him what had brought him all the way out here. Jix explained that he had come to deliver the old magic books Ed had requested, the ones that were supposed to be discarded anyway. Ed immediately told him to pass along his thanks to Elka Islan, since he needed to start again from the very basics, and borrowing those kinds of books one by one would have been a pain. The stack must have been heavy, so the blond boy thanked him again. Ed was already thinking he really ought to find some way to repay Jix for the trouble, but the wolf boy insisted it was not a big deal. Still, after a brief pause, Jix admitted that if Ed truly wanted to return the favor, then there actually was one thing he could help with, some student council work. The wolf boy looked a little awkward, but also strangely flattered, as he explained that after what happened before with Tanya Rotstaler, the student council president now trusted him quite a lot. Apparently, Tanya seemed to want more people she trusted gathered close around her. So Jix came right out and asked whether Ed would be interested in joining the student council as well. Ed could not help blurting out whether it was really okay for the council to be put together in such a half-baked way. But Jix immediately objected, saying this was not half-baked at all. This was the first time in Sylvania's history that a first-year student had become student council president. Tanya was apparently serious about building the strongest cabinet she possibly could. The noblewoman from Kirill County was already in, and Deke, the fourth-year top student, had joined as well. Looking ahead, Tanya also wanted first-year magic department, top student Joseph, third-year top assistant Anis, fourth-year alchemy department top student Dorothy, and Ed too. In other words, Tanya was gathering people who were both capable and trustworthy. Even so, Jix had already guessed Ed would probably turn the offer down anyway, and honestly, Ed could see why. Between magic engineering, spirit sorcery, stamina training, camp life, academy scholarship work, and now his attempts to learn an entirely new category of magic, he was already stretched thin. Jix gave a resigned sigh and said he had expected the rejection, but Tanya would still be disappointed. The funny part was that Ed had not even answered yet. He just sat there looking completely dumbfounded that Jix had already moved on to predicting his refusal before hearing a word. Ever since he had saved Tanya and pushed the scenario into completely unfamiliar territory, little predictions like that had started to feel almost meaningless. Jix joining the student council in the first place had already been unexpected, and the rest of the names on Tanya's list were just as surprising. According to the original timeline, the joint combat training should be coming up soon. That event was supposed to be the biggest turning point before the final event of the third act, the one that centered on Lucy's subjugation. It was a major incident that repeated every second and fourth year for the generations surrounding the protagonists. In that event, the first-year alchemy department top student, Claude, was supposed to lose in the final battle and then drink the forbidden substance known as the evil god's blood. Ed remembered that event very clearly, and not in a good way. It was one of those scenarios that left behind nothing but an unpleasant taste. But now, the scenario had already slipped far beyond Ed's control. Whether things would still unfold the way he remembered or veer off into something completely new, he honestly had no way of knowing anymore. Elsewhere, on the road, a carriage with lavishly decorated wheels rolled forward with heavy grandeur. Calling it a carriage almost felt wrong, though. Unless mages had spent the entire night layering it with weight reduction spells, this giant vehicle should never have been able to move at all. It was closer to a palace mounted on wheels than any normal means of transport. The soldiers guarding it were so numerous and so imposing that they looked more like an army escort than a traveling retinue. Because of that, the citizens of the Holy City who saw the enormous vehicle approach had given it a name of their own, the Wheeled Palace. The sheer amount of resources needed to move something like that made the entire thing feel outrageously wasteful. Because of that, this rolling palace rarely ever traveled far from the holy imperial capital, and seated high within it now were only 2 people. One of the men remarked with a light laugh that the journey had gone farther than he expected, but it was still a relief that they would be able to personally inspect the Saintess situation after coming all this way. That man was Archbishop Verdio. Beside him, the other passenger thanked Verdio for arranging visits to the nearby noble territories as well, saying it had made the overall plan fall into place perfectly. The larger man, dressed in splendid, ornate garments that immediately set him apart, was none other than Holy Pope Eldane. The Pope wore a pleased smile on his face, clearly satisfied by the thought that they would soon arrive at Sylvania. And since the Holy Pope himself was coming, there absolutely could not be a single flaw in the preparations. There was work everywhere, and everyone involved was rushing around to make sure every last detail would be spotless. Tanya, in particular, could not hide her concern at the fact that Holy Pope Eldine, ruler of the Holy City Carpia, and Archbishop Verdio, the man who assisted him, would both be visiting together. Officially, the purpose of their visit was to spread the grace of the god Telos and conduct new baptisms. But Tanya knew that was mostly for show. The student council was in full panic mode, scrambling in every direction to prepare. The real issue, the part that truly mattered, was the request for private meetings. Everyone was especially worried about Saint Esclara, since she was practically the heart of the order itself, and then Tanya realized there was one more meeting request on top of that. For some reason, the Holy Pope had specifically expressed a strong desire to meet the second-year student, Adele Saris. On top of everything else, Tanya now had to work out the schedule, so she herself could also arrange a meeting with the Saintess. Today, the Holy Pope was coming all the way from the Holy Imperial Capital. That was exactly why, instead of remaining as Kylie, the hidden Saintess had to set aside that disguise and allow the maids to comb and prepare her hair. For the first time in quite a while, she would be presented before the students in her true appearance and under her real name, Clarice. To make things even worse, today also happened to be the day of the joint combat training, and unfortunately, that event overlapped with the Pope's visit. Because of that, Kylie would not be able to participate. The girl looked genuinely downcast over it too, since she had been looking forward to spending time with students from the other grades. The sulking girl had no desire to return to the Holy Imperial Capital. To her, this life as a student felt like a dream she had only just begun to enjoy. And on top of that, she still had not even managed to meet the person she was supposed to meet. That person was the girl who carried responsibility for the Holy Fire. The one who always seemed to keep her eyes fixed on the wider world beyond her reach. The wandering minstrel, Adele Saris. The little Saintess had even taken plenty of walks through paths where she might run into second-year students, hoping for a chance encounter. But Adele was the kind of person who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, so even within the academy she was surprisingly hard to find. That only made the Saintess want to meet her even sooner, especially after hearing all those stories about the exam Adele had once shared with her friend. Clarice found herself wanting that meeting more and more. And then there was the hut she had gone looking for in the middle of the night, with the storm raging around her the whole way. Clarice had always been the one listening before, quietly taking in other people's stories. But now that she finally had stories of her own, she wanted so badly to sit down with her friend and share every one of them. The silver-haired girl's expression turned solemn, though, because deep down she knew perfectly well that she could never tell Archbishop Verdio about any of this. She could not possibly describe the chaos of the Academy's top students storming through the dormitories and wrecking them in the process. And there was no way she could bring herself to mention the fallen noble who ended up entangled in a murder case either. If Verdio, who always preached the importance of a pure and proper life, ever heard about incidents like those, the poor old man would be horrified on the spot. Clarice was certain he would immediately order her to leave the Academy without another word. It had always been difficult for her to refuse anything Archbishop Verdio said, and it was not simply because of those rumors about him being able to read minds. For a moment, the silver-haired Saintess even wondered whether that supposed mind-reading ability might really be some form of holy magic. But whatever the truth was, it did not work on her. The real reason she found him so hard to refuse was much simpler. Ever since she was little, he had always stood in her life like a teacher. Once Belle Maya, the head maid, finished helping the Saintess get dressed, she gently informed her that she could relax and eat in comfort now. That soft remark made Clarice flinch a little, embarrassed that her nervousness had apparently been so obvious. Still, for the moment, everything was technically fine. As long as the condition remained the same, that the instant another student discovered her true identity, her student life would have to end, she could still stay. Then, all at once, her eyes widened, because in that moment she remembered that Ed Rothstaler already knew who she really was. By that condition alone, the rule had technically been broken already. Of course, Clarice did not think Ed would recklessly expose her. But what if her nosy grandfather Verdio happened to meet that blonde noble? The thought alone made her panic. If Verdio somehow learned through mind reading that Ed knew her true identity, everything could fall apart at once. Meanwhile, Belle Maya was casually asking whether the silver-haired girl would like a cup of tea. Clarice, whose body had already gone stiff with dread, quietly refused it while her mind spiraled deeper and deeper into dark possibilities. Even so, she did have one request. The Saintess asked Belle to help prepare her to go out. The maid pointed out that there was not much time to spare, but she still asked, a little puzzled, where Clarice suddenly needed to go in such a hurry. And then the pure young maiden said the one thing that sounded almost forbidden in this situation: she wanted to see Ed Rothstaler. She added, with complete sincerity, that she felt like she would calm down if she could just meet him. Clarice said it with the sweetest, most earnest expression imaginable, insisting that she needed to see him right away as soon as possible. Hearing that, the maid could only stare in stunned silence. Belle Maya did not fully understand why, but when she thought about Ed's history of leaving young ladies flustered, blushing, or on the verge of tears, the last thing she wanted was for the Saintess to meet him alone. Elsewhere, the matchup list for the joint combat training had finally been posted, and students immediately crowded around it in excitement, all of them trying to see who they had been paired against. Janica let out a disappointed sigh, saying that nobody had challenged her for the joint combat training. Annette asked whether there was anyone Janica herself wanted to challenge, but hearing that made the spirit sorcerer feel like the question sounded a little too arrogant. Just like the previous year, the joint combat training had begun again. It was an exam where students fought one another directly, and those results would be reflected in their grades. The structure had not really changed either, since lower year students still had to face upper year opponents. The only major difference from last year was that students were no longer allowed to force a matchup by formally submitting a duel request.
According to how things stood now, there were no first years attending class at that moment, and because of that, the first-year students were especially fired up about somehow scoring wins against the second years.
Since so many strong figures existed in the protagonist's year, the matches between first years and second years were expected to be the real highlight. On the other hand, hardly anyone seemed very interested in the third year and fourth year matches, so a lot of those older students were just lounging around and casually talking about what to eat later. Ed even found himself thinking about the leftover meat he had bought from the L'Oreal Inn restaurant, wondering whether they should just salt it and cook it simply. Among the third years, which included both Janica and Ed, there were not actually that many especially strong students to begin with. Last year, the only real upset had been Janica defeating Lortella. Other than that, there had not been a single case where someone from their year beat a junior. By that logic, the fourth years ought to be able to challenge nearly anyone and win without much trouble. At the same time, the students who really were strong often ended up not receiving challenges at all. Janica, meanwhile, was happily fussing over the man she liked, pointing out that Ed kept reading the book Lucy had given him. Ed quietly replied that it was too important a book to ignore, and for now he thought he would focus only on reading that. Since no one seemed willing to challenge him either, he found himself wondering if people now considered him strong too. There was, of course, a way to issue a challenge first yourself. But with Janica's personality, that was asking a bit too much. The pink-haired spirit sorcerer puffed out her cheeks in a sulk, while the blonde noble calmly reasoned that he really needed to keep a low profile anyway.
Right then, one of the guards suddenly shouted for the students to clear the way.
A carriage carrying the Saintess was making its way through the academy grounds. Ed looked up in surprise the moment he saw the Saintess's carriage approaching, and his mind immediately shifted to one thing he needed to pay close attention to: just how much the scenario had changed. To begin with, it was already strange for Clarice to be moving around openly at a time like this. Normally, the Saintess preferred to keep her appearances to an absolute minimum and reveal herself only to a very limited few. She was not even supposed to participate in the joint combat training, since it overlapped with the Holy Pope's visit. That made Ed wonder whether the Pope's schedule had somehow been delayed. Ed kept turning that possibility over in his head, trying to figure out what kind of variable could have been big enough to shift the timing of the Pope's arrival in the first place. And that was exactly when he suddenly realized something even stranger. The Saintess was coming straight toward their table. Bathed in a presence so bright she almost seemed to glow. The pure maiden smiled and said that she had originally planned to send him a letter. But she had wanted to see him sooner, so in the end, she decided it would be better to come in person. Then, with a smile as radiant and gentle as an angel's, she called out to Ed by name. Clarice spoke quickly. explaining that she could not stay for very long, but she would be happy if they could at least share a brief conversation. Ed, completely caught off guard, could only answer that the honor was his. At the same time, Janica was practically overflowing with excitement at getting to meet the Saintess in person. Her face turned bright red as she awkwardly stammered out her own name and said it was an honor to meet the Saintess from so close up. Even for someone raised in the countryside, that reaction was only natural. After all, nearly a quarter of the Empire's population followed the Order of Telos. Meanwhile, Ed found himself at a loss when Janica turned toward him in silent panic, clearly asking with her eyes what she was supposed to do now. And looking at Clarice, standing there in full Saintess form, with that silvery hair, that flawless smile, and an air so refined it almost seemed unreal. It was hard to believe she was the same girl as Kylie. Every movement she made carried a polished elegance shaped by relentless discipline, with not the slightest visible disturbance in her emotions. The young blonde noble had already heard that the Holy Pope and Archbishop Verdio were supposed to arrive soon, so he asked whether it was really all right for the Saintess to be out here like this. Clarice answered that the place the Holy Pope was visiting was called Trix Hall, so thankfully it lined up with where she already needed to be. Since it was also the time when the joint combat training matchups were being announced, she had guessed Ed would likely be nearby. As it turned out, the Saintess's guess had been exactly right, and now Ed could not help wondering what it was she had specifically come to see him about. Clarice then began carefully choosing her words, saying that while the Holy Pope was famously sharp and intelligent, Archbishop Verdio was also an extraordinarily perceptive person. The way she said it made it sound as though she genuinely suspected he might be the sort of man who could read minds or something close to it. For someone trying to protect a secret identity, the Saintess was being surprisingly direct with the hints she was dropping. She went on to emphasize that the way the Archbishop seemed able to see straight through a person's thoughts was almost fascinating, and perhaps it really was some form of holy magic. By that point, the number of clues she was handing Ed had become almost absurd, especially when she added that there were even rumors saying Archbishop Verdio could somehow see what everyone was thinking. Ed was left genuinely dumbfounded by how blunt that warning had been. Clarice was being so obvious, so almost shamelessly direct, that for a second he could only sit there and stare. It took him a brief moment to sort through what she was really saying, but once the pieces clicked into place, his eyes widened. The Saintess had actually come all the way out here, forced herself into this awkward little conversation, and carefully steered it toward one point for a reason. She was trying to warn him about Archbishop Verdio's strange, dangerous ability to read people's thoughts. What Clarice was really afraid of was simple. She was terrified that somehow, some way, the Archbishop would discover that Ed already knew her true identity. So Ed immediately played along. He admitted that a remarkable man like the Archbishop was far too important to ever cross paths with someone like him anyway, especially now that he was just a fallen noble with no real standing. Clarice blinked in surprise when she heard that, and Ed calmly added that he would be occupied with the joint combat training, which meant there was probably no chance at all that he would ever end up meeting such a capable, high-ranking man today. The relief that spread across Clarice's face was immediate. She visibly relaxed, delighted by the thought that the one person who knew her secret would never come face to face with Archbishop Verdio. Then Janica suddenly spoke up from the side, nervously twisting one of her pigtails around her finger as she asked the question that had clearly been bothering her. Had the Saintess really come all the way here, just to see Ed? Clarice looked slightly taken aback by the question, but in her usual innocent, unguarded way, she simply answered yes. That was exactly why she had come. Janica could not quite handle that answer. The Saintess had supposedly been nervous about the Holy Pope's visit, and yet she had still ridden all the way here in a carriage just to meet Ed. The spirit sorcerer's expression started taking on a very dangerous edge, and Clarice, noticing it at once, hurriedly tried to explain herself. She awkwardly insisted that she was human too, so of course she got nervous sometimes as well. But the more the Saintess tried to explain why she had come to see the fallen noble, the worse it got. She stumbled over her words, stuttered, tripped over her own logic, and before long, none of her sentences were making much sense anymore. At last, with her hands trembling slightly, Clarice gave up trying to sound composed. Blushing from ear to ear, she softly admitted that she had just been a little nervous, and that she simply wanted to see him. Well, when she put it that way, it did sound understandable enough. And then, as if she had suddenly realized what she had just confessed, the Saintess jolted to her feet and fled. She blurted out that she could not stay any longer when the Holy Pope would be arriving soon, then hurried off at once while the guards called after her in alarm. Everyone could only watch as Clarice practically jumped back into her carriage, and just like that, the vehicle sped away at incredible speed, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. The very next second, all of the questioning eyes around him turned toward Ed at once, completely destroying any remaining chance he had of not drawing attention to himself. Ed let out a pained groan as a massive headache came crashing in. Whether she approached him as Clarice or as Kylie, spending time around that girl was never simple. Before long, the joint combat training finally began, and students filled the stands with cheers as the first two fighters stepped into the ring. Around the arena, people were already talking about how Ed had not submitted any challenge requests either, though among the newer students, rumors were still floating around that this third year was supposedly pretty strong. Of course, some of them also sneered that he was probably only considered strong because the third years were weak to begin with. Ed, meanwhile, looked utterly miserable as he stared at his opponent's weapon, a huge, gleaming battle axe that looked every bit as dangerous as it really was. His opponent flashed a savage grin and told him to get ready. In the first year and second year matches, there were rules forbidding mid-rank magic and sharpened weapons. But for the upper grades, things were completely different. The massive student laughed with the rough energy of some pirate out of legend and declared that he wanted to make one thing clear before the duel started. He was Kordek Valadirk, a fourth-year combat student and the second-ranked student in his faculty, a man who never lowered his guard just because his opponent was younger. A number of students watching grew visibly uneasy. Everyone already knew why sharpened weapons were banned so often they could kill. But even a blunt weapon in the hands of someone like this could leave horrifying injuries. Just imagining having to face a fourth-year combat specialist was enough to make most people shrink back. Then the announcement rang out across the arena. Third-year Ed Rothstaler would now face fourth-year Kordek Valadirk. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the instant the signal to begin was given, Kordek lunged forward, swinging that enormous axe with a vicious gleam in his eyes. The combat student let out a wild laugh, saying that now his blood was finally starting to warm up. He bragged that he never held back just because a duel was only for training, and with another fierce laugh, he warned Ed that if fear was already crawling through his body, then it still was not too late to back down. Ed answered that with nothing but a deeply irritated scoff. Then he raised one hand and fired off a blast of flame magic without hesitation. The burst of scorching fire slammed directly into the incoming axe strike, stopping the massive swing before the weapon could ever reach the third-year student. And before Kordek could recover, Ed followed it up with the mid-rank spell Particle Explosion. The fourth-year fighter let out a shrill, startled cry as he took the blast of fire straight to the face. Coughing inside the cloud of smoke, Kordek winced and staggered, stunned that a mage could react that quickly in close quarters. Grinding his teeth through the pain, the fourth year lifted his head and reassessed the third year standing in front of him. Until last year, Ed had been nothing worth mentioning. But now, while Kordek was still trying to recover, his opponent was already summoning both a fire spirit and a water spirit at the same time. Kordek could hardly believe what he was seeing. Where in the world had a monster like this suddenly come from? Combined detonation of fire and water was overwhelming, nearly swallowing the entire stage as the fourth-year combat student was battered by one attack after another. All around the arena, the watching students swallowed hard, staring in a mixture of awe and intimidation. It had taken roughly 5 seconds for the fallen blonde noble to completely dismantle the laughing, swaggering fourth-year combat student, and even in that short burst, Ed had still been careful not to leave his opponent seriously injured. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he offered Kordek a quick apology in case the guy had wanted a longer fight. But Ed had no intention of dragging this out, and after finishing the duel, he quietly praised his spirits for the good work they had done. Then the entire arena suddenly exploded into cheers and shouting. Ed let out a quiet sigh to himself. He had barely been able to focus on the fight at all, because his thoughts had been tangled up in too many other things. After the Saintess's explosive little visit, Ed had first taken the hopelessly directionless Janica over to the stadium, and on the way to the other arena, where he was supposed to face Kordek, he had run into someone he absolutely had not expected to see. It was Adele Saris. The wandering musician was happily plucking at her little instrument, giggling with open delight over the fact that she had run into Ed again. Ed had asked what she was doing here in Glocht Hall when all the second years were supposed to be over in Nail Hall. Adele merely smiled and called it coincidence. She said she had heard that even the way the wind happened to blow could be fate, so meeting him like this must mean they were more closely connected than most. The blonde boy honestly had no idea how he was supposed to respond to that. The truth was, he was not exactly eager to keep getting entangled with yet another strange woman. But then Ed noticed something underneath her cheerful manner. Adele was uncomfortable, and the moment he realized who she was, another fact came crashing into his mind as well. Once the joint combat training ended, Adele Saris was supposed to die. Even so, she lightly hopped down from the window ledge, bowed with a bright little farewell, and said she had to be going. Normally, Ed would have weighed the scenario carefully and let events move the way they were meant to move. But the scenario had already shifted drastically the moment Tanya became student council president. And as he thought about how arrogant it was to meddle in things beyond his power, he also remembered the people he had already been forced to let go of, people like Professor Glast. Because of that, he could not simply turn his back on Adele and pretend her death was inevitable. At this point, letting things pass by untouched had become far harder than before. And as that realization sank in, Ed felt his hands begin to tremble. Ed called out to her from behind, and Adele Saris stopped in her tracks. She turned back with a curious look, her expression light and open, as if she had no idea what he could possibly want to say next. For a moment, the words would not come out. Ed struggled, hesitated, and then finally forced himself to say the one thing that sounded impossible, no matter how he phrased it, that she was going to die soon. He knew perfectly well how absurd that had to sound. There was no way she would believe him easily, and honestly, he had no idea how he was supposed to convince her at all. But instead of recoiling or laughing it off, the wandering musician simply answered that she already knew. And with a bright, almost cheerful smile that completely caught Ed off guard, Adele calmly admitted that yes, she was aware she was going to die. That was why Ed came charging out of the combat hall after her, urgently trying to find where she had gone. As he ran, one thought kept hammering inside his head. Did Adele have a secret like his too? Was she carrying some hidden truth inside her, the way he was? His mind raced as fast as his feet. First, he needed to find Taylor to figure out just how far the scenario had shifted. And after that, he had to find Adele Saris again. But Ed did not get very far before the mood around him changed in an instant. The air turned strange and the floor beneath his feet began to tremble. An earthquake hit without warning, and panic spread through the students around him at once. Even Ed, who had already seen the scenario twist far away from what he knew, was stunned by how sudden and violent it felt. He had prepared himself for a lot of possibilities, using every prediction and every bit of imagination he had. But in confusion, he still rushed to a window and threw it open, desperate to see what was happening outside for himself. And what he saw was something far beyond anything he could have imagined. Outside the window, rising upward like a nightmare made real, was a vast wall of icy blue power. Ed froze in shock, staring at it in disbelief, and asking himself why something like that was here now, of all times. This was a being that was treated as extinct even in legend, a calamity so overwhelming that ordinary human strength alone could never hope to stop it. Then that monstrous existence burst up through the earth itself, tearing through the chaos swallowing the school. For a place that liked to call itself prestigious, Sylvania Academy was starting to look like the last school any sane parent should ever send a child to, unless they specifically wanted that child to experience real monsters and near-death terror firsthand. Because now, the final boss of the failed swordsman of Sylvania had risen from beneath the ground. The sacred lance dragon had awakened, and the thing towered over the academy like a living mountain. In the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the second joint combat training was supposed to be the point where Taylor crushed every powerful first-year standing in the way. And after that, he would finally bring down Claude from the faculty of alchemy. Claude would drink the evil god's blood, leave the exam grounds, and only then hear the news that Adele Saris had died. Back then, the exact circumstances of Adele's death had never been clearly known. But after hearing that news, the innocent, childlike Clarice lost all trust in the order. From that point on, she became an entirely different person. Players of the game had hated how abruptly Clarice changed, and even gave her a new name for it, the Faithless Saintess. Once she turned against them, the Order dispatched troops to Arkan Island to contain her, and in the end, the one who went berserk and destroyed those forces single-handedly was Lucy after awakening as the final boss of Act 3. That was how Act 3 was originally supposed to unfold. But now, right in front of Ed's eyes, a colossal scaled beast spread its wings and let out a roar that shook the world around it. Thunder cracked overhead, lightning tore through the sky, and a freezing chill rolled across the academy grounds as the sacred lance dragon rose into full view. It was enormous, so enormous that calling it merely massive almost felt meaningless. The creature dwarfed the entire school. Its name was Wellbrock. This was the boss of Act 5, a monster that was only supposed to appear near the very end of the main story in The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. So when Ed saw it here and now, horror went straight through him. The scenario had not just shifted, it had gone catastrophically, impossibly off course. That giant beast was a disaster simply by existing. It was so huge that there was no way it could stand inside the Academy grounds without causing destruction. Even the waters surrounding the island churned violently every time it lifted a foot. Students and buildings were thrown about by the sheer force of its movements, and cries of pain rose everywhere. And the most terrifying part was that it was not even using magic. These were just careless, insignificant motions from the dragon's point of view, yet the people below could barely remain standing against even that. With a single step forward, Wellbrock sent students fleeing in every direction as the world around them shattered apart. Stone cracked, structures broke, and everyone ran desperately to avoid being swallowed by the destruction left in the creature's wake. Ed groaned through gritted teeth while screams echoed all around him. The shaking threw him down to his hands and knees, and he struggled just to steady himself against the ground. Half of the dormitory had already been reduced to ruin and ash simply because the dragon lifted 1 foot from the water and planted it down on the shore. Buildings were crumbling around the students, and panic had taken over completely. Ed had only survived the first collapse because he happened to be inside a faculty building. Students were racing blindly through the academy, and Ed himself kept moving forward on little more than raw luck. Then he hurled himself straight out through an open window, throwing up his arms to shield his body as he jumped. He understood the risk. After this, he might not be able to use magic for years. In the worst case, he might even lose the ability to use magic altogether. Even so, that possibility was not enough to make him stop. If protecting the school meant risking his life and burning through everything he had, then that was what he would do. Ed pushed out the maximum output of his power and fired directly at the beast with everything he could muster. Marilda, the forest spirit, answered his call and launched herself straight toward the giant monster. Ed knew the truth of it. In a real battle against a beast of that scale, he could die no matter what he did. But if death was a possibility either way, then he refused to just stand there and do nothing. Meanwhile, over in Trick's Hall, a voice shouted desperately for the Saintess to run. Clarice knew she had to get away at once, and she urgently ordered the servants to gather the others as quickly as they could. The knights fought frantically to protect her, reaching for her and telling the Saintess to take their hands. They said they would escort her to the carriage they had already prepared. But before the knight could even finish speaking, the beast took a single step forward. Its enormous claws drove straight through him, impaling his body like a skewer right in front of the once sheltered girl. At this point, Sylvania really ought to have surrendered any claim to being a safe school. That grotesque sight was worse than anything Clarice had ever witnessed in her life. A bubble of holy spiritual magic flared up around her, and she gave a terrified cry as she stumbled backward while the dragon advanced, wiping out the knights who had been trying to save her. Dust and debris filled the air in every direction, and the girl could do nothing but cry out in horror and terror. She had no idea what was happening anymore, and in that moment it truly felt like the worst day of her entire life. Then she saw it clearly. Scales were embedded in the knights' bodies. That was when she realized the horrifying truth. Some of them had died simply because the creature had shaken loose those gigantic scales from its body. Even then, the surviving knights still grabbed Clarice and dragged her forward, shouting that they had to leave immediately. She followed as they directed, stunned and shaken, unable to understand what kind of wicked being could possibly create something so monstrous. The knight shouted for Marv to get the carriage ready, barking the order out without the slightest pause, as if the blood soaking his body meant nothing at all. But when the man staggered forward, clutching at his bleeding shoulder, he forced out the truth between breaths. The carriage was already gone, reduced to wreckage. So instead he urged the girl to take the surviving warhorse and run for her life. If she could just stay on, that trained horse would carry her straight across the Mexus Bridge and off Arcan Island before the nightmare behind them could catch up. With both hands slick and red from blood, the man shoved the reins into her trembling hands. The poor girl broke down even more at that, crying out that she had never learned how to ride in the first place. Even so, the men did not back down. Though both of them were already badly wounded, they kept urging her on, telling her to grab the reins and cling tightly to the horse's neck, determined to get her out alive no matter what it cost them. They hurriedly lifted the girl up onto the horse's back, and with a sharp smack to send it forward. The horse burst into motion, racing off under a desperate command to carry the Saintess beyond the castle walls. She let out a frightened squeal and clung to the horse with all her strength, tears spilling down her face as she looked back at the men who were throwing their lives away to save her. Clarice had always believed stories like this belonged to old legends and exaggerated myths, so even now, seeing it with her own eyes, she could barely accept that a creature this horrifying truly existed. As she rode past the bodies scattered across the ground, the sight of all those fallen corpses dragged an old memory back to her mind. She remembered the story Archbishop Verdio used to read to her long ago. It was the tale of Wellbrock, the sacred lance dragon, and now that very creature was no longer part of a story, but the monster painting the battlefield with carnage, while Clarice fled for safety. Whenever the dragon exhaled that blazing breath, packed with magic, bright and merciless like a piece of the sun itself, everything beneath it was simply erased. High overhead, the dragon gathered another surge of power, blue lightning fire crackling around its body as it lit up the sky. Anything that flame touched was electrified in an instant before the beast hurled it down onto the people suffering below. Clarice cried out as that lightning came crashing down toward her. But at that exact moment, someone activated a massive barrier of magic nullification. The tremendous barrier slammed directly into the dragon's electric flame, meeting that violent power head-on in a blinding clash. Clarice lifted her face in stunned disbelief, staring up at the radiant barrier above her, amazed that she had somehow come through it unharmed. The barrier had spread across the school itself, sheltering the grounds, and when the girl looked up to see who had cast it, awe filled her eyes. It was Principal Obel Forcius, finally stepping in to defend his school with his own hands. Even he clicked his tongue and admitted that a spell of this level could only deflect the dragon's breath, not truly stop it. Even the principal immediately realized what was wrong. The sacred lance dragon had awakened far earlier than it ever should have. But the dragon had no interest in whether its awakening was early or not. It lashed out the moment it pleased, savage and unrestrained. Its enormous claw came crashing against the barrier Obel had raised, grinding against the magic wall as if it meant to tear its way straight through.
Obel growled under his breath, frustrated that the beast would not even give him enough time to seal it away. It was almost as if the dragon itself understood it was about to be imprisoned again, and wanted absolutely no part of that.
Then the highest-ranked telekinetic spell was unleashed, activating the chains of providence. Purple chains shot through the air and coiled themselves around the giant blue dragon, binding its massive body. Lucy had always wanted just one chance, just once, to lend her strength when the school faced a true disaster. Now that chance had finally come, and she let out a breath of relief that she had arrived in time to throw her chains into the fight. Even if this was far from the kind of help she had imagined giving, the strongest mage in the school had stepped onto a battlefield worthy of her power at last, facing an enemy that could actually meet her at her level, and she was ready to use everything she had. The dragon, of course, had no intention of quietly accepting the appearance of the school's hero. It answered Lucy with a furious, thunderous roar. Then something impossible began to happen. The chains holding the beast started to crack, and the sight alone was enough to send a shock through everyone watching. For the first time in Lucy's life, her magic had been overpowered by someone else's strength. The chains shattered apart, and the young genius could only stare up in stunned disbelief as her spell was broken. That burst of purple force was met head-on by the beast's gigantic claw, and the impact sent Lucy flying through the air. At the same time, the creature managed to tear through part of the barrier. Magic and force collided so violently that debris rained down everywhere, and even poor Clarice was knocked clean off her horse by the shock. She squealed helplessly as she was thrown through the air, her elegant dress getting even more torn and dirtied in the chaos. This was no place for a sheltered lady, and the enemy before them was unlike anything they had ever faced. Meanwhile, Lucy had wrapped herself in a small protective magic barrier of her own, and from inside it, she looked up at the monster with open surprise still written across her face. Even so, Obel thanked Lucy for buying him precious time, and in that brief opening it almost felt as though the rampage of the great beast that had already caused so much destruction might finally come to an end. Seizing that moment, the principal invoked the highest-ranked defensive spell of all, the Shield of the God of Creation. A flood of golden magic burst forth, radiant and overwhelming, shining through the dragon's icy blue power as it smashed against it. While the principal continued clashing with that enormous creature, Clarice was falling apart mentally right in the middle of the battlefield. This was the first time she had ever stood on a battlefield soaked in real blood and death, and she was handling it terribly. Panicked and breathless, the girl stared around in horror. The white dress that had once been so spotless was now smeared with blood, and as she panted to herself, she kept trying to remember what she had to do next, reach the Mexas bridge and escape the island. But every direction she looked was filled with corpses, and everywhere around her felt drenched in death. Even so, she desperately tried to force her shaking body to run. Her hands were stained red, her eyes overflowing with tears as her whole body trembled beneath the pressure of what she had been thrown into. This was nothing like the beautiful school life she had imagined for herself. Clarice had heard so much about the sweetness and beauty of life that she had never truly looked at its other face, the side that was ugly, cruel, and terrifying. It was all too horrifying, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do next. Then, all of a sudden, a voice reached her, telling her that she was safe now. Clarice looked up in surprise and saw Ed Rothstaler standing there. He was covered in blood himself, and lines of magic ran across his injured arm, making it obvious he had pushed his body far too hard. But despite that, the blond boy looked simply relieved that the Saintess had made it out alive. He immediately asked whether she was hurt, reaching out a battered hand to help her up. Still shaken, the girl could only stare and ask in disbelief how he had even known she was here. Ed Rothstaler reminded her that she had been planning to meet important guests today, so he guessed she would be at Trix Hall. Clarice, still trembling, tried to explain that she had been escaping toward the Mexas Bridge on horseback, but Ed told her there was no point in going there now. That route was already too crowded, and even if she managed to leave the island, she still would not get beyond the dragon's range. She would only end up dying for nothing. Then Ed climbed onto Marilda and pulled the Saintess up behind him, telling her to hold on tightly as she got onto the back of the forest spirit. Against a monster like this, human strength by itself was never going to be enough. Right now, the principal and the school's strongest mage were fighting the creature together. But even with Lucy and Obelforcius both there, the best they could do was hold the beast back. According to the original story, this was the point where Taylor would push his strength to the absolute limit and awaken the ultimate swordsman form. And so, at that moment, Ed could not help but wonder whether this was the point where he should finally give up. Even so, Ed Rothstaler gritted his teeth, forced down the panic rising in his chest, and shouted for Marilda to keep moving. He could not afford to fall apart here. The main story had already gone off the rails. Right now, the blond boy knew he had to identify the biggest variable that had caused the plot to drift this badly. That meant leaving the frontline fighters behind and pushing ahead on his own, because somewhere up ahead had to be the clue that would let him force the Sacred Lance Dragon back into slumber. At first, Ed had honestly believed this new deviation might somehow be his fault, too. Up until now, whenever events had strayed from the original plot, it was usually because he had done something to influence them. But even if a butterfly's wings could eventually stir up a storm, this was on a completely different scale. The world was not supposed to be ending already. The finale of Act 5 had no business erupting in the middle of Act 3, no matter what a fallen noble like him had changed. So first, he needed to confirm exactly who had summoned the Sacred Lance Dragon. To do that, he had to sort through the major characters of Act 3 in order of importance: Adele, the Saintess Clarice, the hero Taylor, and Lucy, the Avenger. Lucy, at this very moment, was already locked in battle against the Sacred Lance Dragon itself. Clarice, on the other hand, clearly did not seem to know anything, and on top of that, she was barely holding herself together after everything she had just seen. Meanwhile, Taylor, the story's true protagonist, was the one exception in Ed's reasoning. He was probably out there right now, running himself into the ground, trying to rescue as many people as he could. Which meant that, aside from Ed himself, the only person left who could be causing the story to twist like this was Adele, the traveling musician. And the moment that thought connected in his mind, Ed's eyes widened. Nail Hall was already in shambles, and all around it, students screamed at one another to run, their voices overlapping in raw panic as destruction closed in. But amid all that chaos, one set of footsteps kept moving forward, cutting through the confusion without the slightest hesitation. Adele had arrived at the Nail Hall training room at 1 in the afternoon. She was supposed to wait there until her opponent for the next match had been decided, after receiving a note from her challenger, Clarice. But before that meeting could happen, combat training was cancelled because the Saintess's plans had suddenly changed. To the musician, it was simply a shame that the two of them had missed each other. Even so, she smiled softly and said fate would bring them together someday. Then, with a darker edge in her voice, she added that it had always worked that way. The game's final boss, Wellbrock, had suddenly awakened in the middle of Act 3. There was no realistic way to defeat a ferocious monster like that head-on. But if Ed could somehow uncover the reason behind its awakening, then there might still be a way to seal it away again. So when he reviewed the major players of Act 3 one by one, He could immediately rule out Lucy and Taylor as the source of the story's shift. And it was not Clarice either. That left only one real irregularity in the narrative. Adele, the traveling musician of love, the very girl who was originally supposed to die in this arc. The strangest part was how calm she had remained, even while knowing that death was supposed to be waiting for her. If Ed Rothstaler could just find Adele, then he was certain the truth behind all of this would finally come into view. But before that, he had to get the badly shaken Saintess somewhere safe, and then move as fast as he could to find Adele. Time was slipping away, so Ed urged the mighty Wind Wolf onward and hurried off without wasting another second. At last, they reached a place that seemed safe for the moment, and there he quickly set Clarice down, because the protective magic barrier around Ophilis Hall was still active. For now, the best thing the young Saintess could do was stay there, recover herself, and wait. Then, all of a sudden, the blonde boy realized something important. The barrier really was still active, but the dragon's first attack phase involved a bombardment of Welbrock's scales, and that barrier had failed to stop those projectiles. That meant everyone sheltering inside Ophilis Hall was still trapped in a horrible position, with danger hanging over all of them. Still, at the very least, not every single person inside would have died from one fatal hit. The barrier was undeniably still being maintained, so the two of them rushed through the hallways. Someone had to be sustaining the spell from the maintenance room on the top floor. So they hurried up to the top floor, desperately searching for the person who had somehow survived long enough to keep the barrier in place. And when they found her, the young student froze in horror at the sight of Miss Bell's body, pierced through and collapsed there.
It was Belle Maya, the head maid, and the one who managed Ophilis Hall.
Clarice immediately tried to rush forward, wanting to use holy magic and save the wounded maid before it was too late. But the moment she saw the condition Belle was in, the truth was already obvious. There was no hope left. Belle had already been struck down during the first wave of attacks, and even after taking that fatal wound, she had somehow dragged herself all the way to the top floor. She had done it for one reason alone. Just in case there were still survivors below, she had carried out her duty to the students in the hall to the very end. Coughing up blood with her life fading fast, the maid pressed a golden key into Ed's burned hand, sacrificing what little strength she had left in the process. In a moment like this, Ed could almost hear the kind of words she would probably say, that she had only done what needed to be done. A single tear slipped quietly down the maid's eye. Beside her, the Saintess sobbed in pain and shock, unable to understand how something this cruel could possibly be happening right in front of her. Then Belle, always diligent, always dependable, slowly closed her eyes for the last time. And at that sight, the light in Ed's eyes darkened. Clarice could not accept it. She was still in complete denial, refusing to believe that the headmaid was not going to be all right. Ed gritted his teeth, grabbed the girl by the arm, and pulled her along before she could collapse completely into that grief. Belle was the first person Ed had failed to save. But there was no time to stop. No matter how bitter it felt, they still had to do what had to be done. First, he needed to leave Clarice in her room, because high-level magic was active there, and as long as the room was not directly struck, it should remain safe enough. The Saintess needed to stay strong and hold her heart together, while Ed went back out to figure out how this disaster could still be stopped. But Clarice panicked at once, her voice shaking as she told him it was far too dangerous outside. But instead of backing down, Ed Rothstaler raised his voice and told the sheltered girl to look out the window for herself. If they let things continue like this, then the situation would only spiral further out of control for everyone else still trapped outside. And the moment the boy turned his eyes toward the window, his expression changed completely, because what he saw there was something almost unbelievably magnificent. Spread across the sky was a brilliant blue magical formation, glowing with the unmistakable hue of spectral magic. And at a glance, Ed could tell this was no ordinary spectral magic circle either. He immediately ran for the shelves and started yanking books loose one after another, tossing them aside so quickly that Clarice could only stare, still struggling to make sense of everything happening around her. Ed was certain the answer he needed had to be somewhere in this room. So he scanned the spines at frantic speed, throwing books aside as he searched title after title without stopping. Then at last, his hand found the one he had been looking for, Glock's Introduction to Spectral Magic. The Sacred Lance Dragon had suddenly been revived, Adele had vanished, and Clarice herself knew absolutely nothing. This was the kind of situation that demanded careful, ruthless thinking. And now, with that strange espectral magic circle fully formed above the sky, Ed understood that this method belonged to neither Obel Forcius nor Lucy. It was a style of application he had never seen before. Above them, the great dragon drew in power again, its massive throat swelling as it prepared to unleash yet another enormous fireball. The blast came crashing down, and thankfully, it was intercepted by the barrier that Principal Obelforcius and the prodigy mage were still desperately maintaining. Even so, the principal struggled under the pressure of the beast, fully aware that there was no way he could block every single attack forever. Then his face tightened in alarm when he realized that one of the fireballs had veered off and was now heading in the wrong direction. And in that instant, Ed finally understood. The entire situation had been twisted from the very beginning. This was never part of the original story. Clarice turned toward her senior and asked if he had figured something out, but before he could answer, Awfulus Hall was suddenly drowned in a brilliant blue light. Outside the window, the descending fireball blazed and shimmered like some terrible heavenly star. It was beautiful in a way that only made it more horrifying, the kind of sight one might see right before the end.
Clarisse cried out and threw up her hands on instinct as the light rushed toward them. The glow swallowed both students in an instant, so bright it left them frozen in shock.
Waves of heat rolled over them in brutal pulses, scorching and relentless, and the destruction carried in that attack was on a level people would speak of like a legend. Awfulus Hall, which had only barely endured up to this point, was engulfed in heavy silver-blue flames, and the moment the blast struck the building, the explosion was as beautiful as it was deafening. When it was over, Awfulus Hall had been reduced to rubble and ash, and in the middle of the fallen stone and shattered debris, the Saintess Clarice slowly managed to force her eyes back open. Her eyes widened the moment warm drops of blood splashed onto her face. There was no way she should have survived something that massive, not after an explosion like that. Then she saw the answer. Ed was standing over her, shielding her with his own body, his entire frame wrecked and bruised red as blood spilled from his mouth and dripped down onto the trembling Saintess below him. Exhausted and barely holding on, the boy let out a weak breath and told her that no matter what happened, if there was ever something she could not bear alone, then she needed to ask for help right away. She did not have to carry everything by herself. And hearing that from the very person who had just taken a dragon-sized blast in her place only made the words hit harder. Clarisse could only stare at her senior in horror, tears spilling helplessly down her cheeks. Her voice cracked as she begged him over and over not to give up. But all Ed managed to mumble out were the numbers 1, 6, and 0. Clarisse did not care what he meant. She did not want to hear anything like that. With shaking hands, she desperately tried to heal him, pouring out her power and pleading with him to stay alive. But he had already lost far too much blood. No matter what she did, there was no way this could be fixed so easily. At last, his strength gave out, and he collapsed forward into the crying girl's arms. Clarisse screamed for him, but by then the blond boy's eyes had already gone dark. And yet, overhead, the blue aspectual magic suspended at the center of the school began to stir, rippling strangely like the surface of a tide. The magical field around it spread wider and wider, rising upward with immense dynamic force as though the entire sky itself were being rewritten. All the while, the Saintess could only cry as she held Ed's limp body in her arms. She could not understand why so many people had ended up giving their lives just to protect someone like her. Now even the senior she treasured had sacrificed himself to keep her safe. Clutching him tightly, she begged him not to die and prayed with everything she had for him to survive. The girl broke down completely, sobbing apologies and wishing she had been more useful. Wishing she had done something, anything, important enough to help. Then came a stretch of heavy, suffocating darkness. And suddenly, Clarisse's eyes snapped open. She sat there with tear-reddened eyes, staring ahead in stunned disbelief, too shocked even to breathe properly. She was back at the tea party with Ed Rothstaler once again, seated across from him, while her guards stood nearby keeping other people from approaching. It was only a few minutes before disaster was supposed to strike the school. Around her, the students were muttering exactly as they had before, whispering in confusion about why the Saintess had come. Clarisse sat speechless, unable to understand what was happening, while Janica was still blushing over the Saintess just like before. And Ed, equally unaware of what had just happened from her perspective, simply asked what the Saintess had come to talk to him about. The next second, Clarisse suddenly lunged across the table in a way no Saintess ever should, grabbed Ed by the shirt with both hands, and stared right at him while fighting back fresh tears. She even yanked his shirt open without hesitation. At that moment, she was clearly not here to play around. Ed was completely horrified, of course, but Clarisse kept staring at his exposed torso, checking frantically, and sure enough, there were no injuries there, none of the terrible wounds she had expected to find on his body. The students were stunned. The guards were stunned. Janica was stunned. Everyone there was frozen in shock. And Clarice, meanwhile, was shocked for a completely different reason. Janica immediately protested the Saintess, handling her crush so roughly right there in broad daylight, her outrage rising on the spot at what she was seeing. But then the beautiful silver-haired girl suddenly sprang backward, her face going strangely unreadable, as if her mind had been ripped somewhere far away from the scene in front of her. She drew in shaky, uneven breaths, trying desperately to calm herself, while wondering if everything she had just lived through had only been a dream, a horrible nightmare, or some kind of warning from the future. It had all felt far too real to dismiss so easily, and tears began to gather in her eyes the moment she remembered holding her senior's lifeless body. She had watched the light fade from Ed's eyes with her own two eyes. She had seen Belle Maya die. She had felt that terror so vividly that there was no way it could have been brushed aside as imagination. She could even still see the smeared marks of Ed's bloody hands left against her skin. Clarice started trembling all over, tears finally spilling free as the truth hit her. Somehow, impossibly, she had returned to the past. That morning came rushing back to her in perfect detail. She remembered briefly speaking with Senior Ed in an attempt to stop him from meeting Archbishop Verdio, the mind reader. The memory played back in her head exactly like a film she had already seen once before. After that, she had gone to Trix Hall, where she waited for the Holy Pope, sipping tea and carrying herself elegantly, right up until a massive tremor shook the school and made the entire building groan from its foundations. Then the dragon had spread its wings and roared into the night, its cry so enormous it seemed to rip straight through the sky. Clarice had stared at that majestic, horrifying monster in absolute terror, and in that moment she knew with certainty that she was going to die. Spikes had rained down from above, and shattered debris from the collapsing building pierced through the guards around her, killing them where they stood and turning everything near her into a scene of death. She remembered their bodies dropping one by one, the floor beneath them being painted red as each of them gave up his life trying to protect her. Even the boy had ultimately fallen into her arms, and now she was back at the very beginning, fully aware that everyone around her was still fated to die if things continued the same way. At this rate, every single one of them really would die. The Saintess stood there shaking, staring at the bloody fingerprints still marking her arms, while tears kept streaming down her face without stopping. Meanwhile, Ed nervously fastened his shirt back up, still badly rattled by what she had just done, and called out to her because she clearly looked like she was on the verge of breaking down. Then, without any warning, the silver-haired girl grabbed his arm and cried out that they had to run, dragging the blonde boy along with her as she fled. Ed was completely caught off guard, unable to understand why she was suddenly hauling him away like that, but he also could not just yank himself free. Shaking off the Saintess by force would have been far too rude. Before he could properly protest, she shoved him straight into the golden carriage, even while he was still trying to remind her that she needed to go to Trix Hall and meet the Holy Pope. Through tears, the girl insisted that she would take responsibility for everything later, but for now, they had to get to the Mexis Bridge as quickly as possible. The carriage lurched into motion at once, kicking up a dramatic cloud of dust behind it, and leaving the nearby students staring in utter disbelief. The Saintess had just kidnapped the main character in broad daylight, and Janica could only stand there in horror, staring after the carriage and wondering if the two of them were somehow eloping. Meanwhile, Ed had absolutely no idea why he had been abducted like this, and now he was trapped inside a carriage racing off in a completely different direction. He could not understand why the usually gentle girl was crying so hard, and he tried to explain that behavior, this scandalous, was going to cause a mountain of trouble. But with her face buried in her hands, Clarice wept and told him that a great dragon would soon descend over the skies of Archon Island, and that most of them were going to die. Hearing that, the blonde boy was left utterly speechless. Then the Saintess revealed something even more unbelievable. She had already died once, and somehow she had returned to the past. She told him that he had saved her back then. Right before he died, he had looked as if he had finally understood something important. But before he could pass that answer on, falling rubble crushed him, and he died in her place. Of course, Clarice knew none of this would make sense to him. She took both of his hands and told him that she understood how insane she must sound right now. But before he died, her senior had definitely said something to her. Back then, Ed had told her that no matter what happened, she had to come to him for help. No matter what it was, she needed to tell him. Ed could only stare at the crying Saintess in complete disbelief, honestly unsure how anyone was supposed to respond after being told something like that. Looking outside, he saw that they were already drawing close to the Mexis Bridge, and at the same time, the blonde noble noticed inspection personnel stationed ahead near the crossing. They were going to be forced to wait, at least for a little while. Besides, Ed still believed coming this way had been a mistake from the start, and he continued pressing her to turn back and meet the Holy Pope instead. But rather than answer him directly, the girl started counting under her breath, repeating the numbers 1 and 5 again and again. 1500160. Those were the exact words he had spoken right before his death, and the moment she repeated them, it hit him like a trigger being pulled. Ed's eyes widened sharply as reality slammed into place. At the front, the carriage driver was grumbling about the traffic and saying that because of the Holy Pope's visit, merchandise from the LT Trading Company had backed up the road near the bridge. At this rate, it looked like it was going to take quite a while for them to get through. Then all at once, Ed roared for the driver to push through immediately. It was as if something inside him had been violently reset into place, and he shouted that this was an emergency. They had to get past the blockage however they could, and they had to move now. When the driver tried to protest that the academic society would complain, Ed barked back that the Saintess was in danger. No, not just her. Every last one of them was in danger, and they needed to accelerate at once if there was any possible way to do it. The driver was to force a path through no matter what. Nothing else mattered right now. And apparently, that was all the old coachman needed to hear, because he immediately told them to hold on tight. With that, he snapped the horse forward. The old man declared that after 22 years as a coachman, he could probably cross the sea itself if he put his mind to it. True to his word, the carriage surged ahead, and a path opened through the crowded road so the Saintess could be rushed forward. Soon, the sacred lance dragon would awaken, and everyone would die. Bracing himself inside the violently shaking carriage, while the Saintess clung to him with all her strength, Ed gritted his teeth and made a decision. No matter how ridiculous her story sounded, he was going to believe Clarice completely, because the numbers she had just spoken were not something anyone else in this world should have been able to understand. 5500160. Those numbers were from his tag, before the protagonist was ever transported into this world that had been his military service number. As the carriage flew down the forest path at breakneck speed, Clarice hurriedly explained everything that was about to happen. Even Ophilis Hall would eventually be destroyed, and there was nowhere else on all of Archon Island that could truly be called safe. That was exactly why she had tried to flee in the first place. And if time really had been turned back, then spectral magic had to be involved. Out of all known magical theories, only spectral magic had any chance of interfering with the flow of time itself. Ed was finally starting to push through the shock, and he asked the Saintess if she was actually listening to anything he was saying while she clung to him so desperately. Clarice replied that she was listening, but that she needed to stay in his arms just a little longer. Meanwhile, he was still trying to explain the theory behind spectral magic. The blonde boy confirmed that reversing time on a scale this large should have been impossible for any human mage. But if something like that truly had happened, then it could only mean one very important thing. Before Ed could finish following that thought to its conclusion, a thunderous roar exploded ahead of them, and something burst out right in front of the carriage. A gigantic blue dragon burst into view, so enormous that it seemed to dwarf the very landscape around it. It was not just a beast, but a living mass of fury and overwhelming power. At the sight of that monster from her nightmare returning once again, the girl instinctively threw her hands over her head and cried out in raw fear. But this time was supposed to be different. They had already escaped the school, and by now they should have been on the verge of leaving Archon Island behind. So the girl clung desperately to that hope, praying with everything in her heart that this time they would finally be safe. But it happened again. The monster had appeared out of nowhere once more, and just like before, it brought ruin down over the famous Magic Academy. When the girl forced her eyes open, she discovered that she was once again protected inside a magic bubble, while everything around her had already been reduced to devastation. The coachman had fallen, and she found herself trapped in that living nightmare all over again. Then a voice called out, asking if she was all right. The moment she heard Ed's voice, the girl turned in relief, tears of hope rising to her eyes as she called back to him. But when she looked properly, she saw that the boy had been badly impaled by shards as well, blood pouring from his wounds in terrifying amounts. Even while Clarice frantically tried to heal him, Ed told her not to give up and insisted that she had to keep moving forward. The Saintess broke down crying, begging him to be all right. She had struggled this hard, over and over again, just to save his life. Through her sobs, she apologized again, saying that once more she had failed to help him, failed to protect anyone, and failed to be useful in the moment it mattered. Just like last time, she had not been able to do anything. And while she stood there powerless, the senior she cherished kept throwing his life on the line for her again and again. Once again, He was about to die for her sake. Still weeping, the girl cried that she had done nothing for him while constantly depending on him instead. Tears poured down her face in endless streams as she completely fell apart. But even in that state, the boy gently reached up and cupped her cheek, telling her softly that there was nothing she needed to apologize for and no reason for her to cry. He promised her that if he was given another chance, he would help her again for sure, so she absolutely could not give up. Then his hand dropped lifelessly, and the girl reached toward it with trembling fingers, almost as if she were trying to catch his departing soul before it slipped away. She called out to the boy slumped against the beautiful silver carriage, and her whole body began to shake violently as she stared at him. Her blessing, cruel in its own way, had protected her once again, only so she could be forced to witness the death of her friend all over another time. Instead of someone as helpless as her dying, that brave boy had once again lost his life in her place. Clarisse cried even harder, desperately wishing she could still change the outcome somehow, while magic bubbles floated around her and the giant dragon beat its wings overhead. She wished with all her heart that she could go back once more, return to the past just one more time, and then a brilliant light swallowed the area, dazzling and magnificent as it covered the entire landscape. Once again, the Saintess's eyes flew open in shock. Ed called out to her in the same plain, unimpressed way as always, looking as ordinary as ever, and asked why she had come to speak with him. He wanted to know what she had wanted to talk about. And once again, the silver-haired beauty could not answer right away, left speechless by the sight of him being alive. Tears of gratitude spilled down her cheeks as she suddenly threw herself forward and hugged him tightly, stunning and horrifying everyone around them at once. It was scandalous, completely improper, and the sort of thing a saintess should never do in public. But Clarisse no longer cared. By now she had already made up her mind that she would save this boy no matter what price she had to pay. So once again she shoved the confused boy into the carriage, even while he stared at her like she had completely lost her mind. This time, she said, they were going in a different direction. She urged the carriage to race east as quickly as possible, desperately hoping that changing the route this time would buy them the time they needed. As they fled inside the carriage, she explained everything to Senior Ed, and together they chose a place where they might be able to hide. But then the giant dragon rose from the earth once again, bright blue scales scattering in every direction as everything beneath it was torn apart and laid to waste. Once again the carriage was stopped. Once again the boy ended up dying in her arms, and once again the girl was left panicking as her third regression collapsed into the same nightmare. Clarisse had taken them all the way to the opposite side of the island that time. But even that had not been enough. They still ran out of time, and once again, blue magic danced above her head, signaling the beginning of her fourth regression. Again, the Saintess shoved the protesting boy into her carriage, despite his confusion and demands to know what she was doing. This time, they headed for the seaside cavern along the western shore, a route her senior himself had guided her toward. But that cavern collapsed too, and once again, he had only managed to save her. By this point, the Saintess was piling up trauma faster than she could even process it. Again and again, over and over, she kept dragging him from place to place, desperately searching for even one route that would not end in tragedy. By the time of her 12th regression, they had even tried hiding in Professor Glast's secret laboratory, yet not even that place escaped the sacred lance dragon's magic. They were hit there directly as well. Even so, Clarisse never stopped trying. And honestly, the sheer persistence she showed was remarkable. She tried a 15th time and then a 22nd time as well. Again and again, she watched him die in front of her in different ways every single time. Crushed beneath rubble, stabbed through, burned alive, falling to his death, impaled, no matter how it happened, he always used his final moments to say something kind to her before the light left his eyes. No matter what the Saintess changed or where she ran, it always ended the same way, the school reduced to ruins and her senior drenched in blood, dying at her feet. And every single time, she would open her eyes once more, still carrying the soot and horror of what had happened before, yet somehow physically unharmed. Clarisse had no idea why time kept rewinding like this. But no matter where they went inside the academy, neither the Holy Pope nor the Archbishop was anywhere to be found. More than anything else, there was one cruel constant. Wherever they ran, Ed Rothstaler always somehow ended up dying. The boy looked at the crying girl with concern clearly visible in his eyes. They had repeated this same day dozens of times already, but every time the result stayed the same. He would save her and then die in her place. She had seen that ending over and over until she could not bear it anymore. As usual, she recited the numbers to him, but beyond that, she no longer knew what she was supposed to do. Once again, they found themselves near the Mexis Bridge, held up by the inspection officials, and the girl quietly resigned herself to what she thought was inevitable. She was certain that, just like before, her senior would throw open the window and shout for the carriage to speed up. But instead, the blond boy called out for the carriage to stop. The moment the boy stepped down from the carriage, he immediately turned back and told the saintess to come down with him too. He had no way of knowing how many times she had already thrown herself against this same disaster in an effort to stop it. But there was one thing he understood with absolute certainty. She needed rest badly. The beautiful saintess stared at him in confusion, unable to understand why he had stopped the carriage at a time this desperate, because this was the first time she had ever seen him do something like this. But the boy only gave her a small, confident smile and said he knew a few people worth asking for help. Something had changed now, and that meant it was time to stop trying to shoulder this entire nightmare by themselves. That sudden change in attitude left the beautiful saintess stunned. Even so, panic quickly overtook her, and she snapped at the blond boy, saying they had no time for this and that she was sick of watching him die. She urged him to run now, because the moment the incident began, the bridge would be blocked off. The poor girl had already exhausted every method she could think of. She had dragged him away by force, tried fleeing again and again, and searched for every possible way out she could imagine. And yet every single time, it ended exactly the same. No matter what she tried, no matter how small and fragile the hope behind it was, he would always tell her it was okay. But in the end, none of it had truly changed anything. It had all been for nothing. And poor Clarice had been forced to watch her senior die over and over again. She could not bear to see that happen one more time. Even then, Ed told her once again that everything was going to be okay. He told her that nothing she had done had been meaningless, then opened a small blue container that held a white substance inside. The injuries on the saintess's body that refused to heal were far too dangerous to ignore, so he carefully spread the balm over them while wondering why those wounds still remained even though she kept turning time back. The blessing of holy magic placed upon her was supposed to react to anyone hostile toward her or anyone carrying the intent to harm her. It was a power that should always protect her body from injury. That same special magic also granted complete resistance to holy magic itself, which was exactly why Archbishop Verdio had never been able to read her mind. And yet, every single time she regressed, her memories stayed with her, and so did her wounds. That could only mean one thing. The very act of rewinding time itself was being carried out through holy magic. Most likely, some form of spectral magic was being used as the mechanism that actually pulled time backward. At that realization, the girl's eyes suddenly widened. She had finally arrived at the same conclusion her senior had reached the very first time he died. A spell that affected such an enormous area could never be sustained by ordinary means. The only way to power something like that would be a holy magic technique built directly on the authority of a god. Then Ed looked at Clarice and quietly asked her if she could see it now, this new sliver of hope in front of them. He had just started to ask how many times she had repeated this same day when she suddenly threw herself straight into him and wrapped him in a desperate hug. Crying into him, the girl admitted that she did not even know anymore. She had tried counting at first, but after the 10th repetition, everything had become too overwhelming for her to keep track of. Tears streamed endlessly down the silver-haired beauty's face, but the protagonist met that breakdown with kindness. He gently rested a hand on her head and told her she had done well to endure this much. Before anything else, she needed to settle herself down and stop pushing her body and mind any closer to collapse. When people slammed into a wall they simply could not overcome, again and again without end, there was always one thing they longed for most: a new hope. And right then, Clarice could finally see one standing before her in the form of Ed Rothstaler. The blonde noble told her to leave everything to him. Now that they had finally found the cause, running away was no longer the answer. From here on, they had to eliminate the source of the problem itself. Ed admitted that, even back when he was playing the game, this part had always felt strange to him. Clarice had changed far too suddenly after Adele Saris died. People ended up calling her the Faithless Saint, and she had turned against the Order so completely that it felt like her character had been torn apart and rebuilt into someone else. But now that Ed looked back on it, it seemed less like an abrupt twist and more like the result of someone who had gone through so much suffering that even her personality itself had been reshaped by it. There was no way the game alone could have revealed something like this. But if Clarice had truly been forced to endure this nameless hell an uncountable number of times before finally learning that the Order was responsible, then her transformation into the Faithless Saint suddenly made perfect, painful sense. If that was the truth, then Ed could draw one simple conclusion. In the end, nothing had actually changed from the original story after all. By the time they reached Nail Hall, that conclusion had already settled firmly in his mind. With everything they had learned up to this point, it was now obvious what Clarice had to do next. Even if she escaped from the Holy Lance Dragon, time would just rewind again, and there was no realistic way for them to erase the dragon itself. So the blonde boy made the silver-haired beauty listen carefully. They were going to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon before it happened, and to do that, they first needed to find the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, because only people at that level should be capable of casting holy magic on this scale. The Saintess said she had asked that question countless times throughout all those repeated days, but no one had ever seemed to know where they were. For people of such high status, that was deeply unnatural. Every move those two made should have drawn attention from countless eyes and ears. But Ed was rushing so frantically through the academy grounds that he did not even notice how scandalous it looked for the Saintess to be clinging tightly to his broad chest while they ran from place to place. So when Ed Rothstaler and the Saintess suddenly appeared together like that, it completely shocked both Taylor and Wade Collarmore, who had been in the middle of a sparring session. This was supposed to be the scene in Act 3, Chapter 5, where the protagonist awakened his swordsman form and cruised to an easy victory. Instead, Taylor's attention got pulled away by the bizarre sight of that overly intimate pair in public, and Wade immediately smacked him on the head for getting distracted so easily. As for the Saintess, she showed absolutely no intention of letting go of the blonde noble anytime soon. Ed figured the story had probably drifted a little from what it was supposed to be, but this was not the time to waste energy on trivial thoughts. Without hesitating, he pulled off his jacket and covered the Saintess's head with it. The resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon was close at hand now, and every second mattered, so he had no choice but to move fast. What mattered most at this moment was tracking down the Holy Pope and Archbishop Verdio, whose whereabouts had effectively vanished around Mex's bridge. And if there was anyone most likely to know where they were hiding, it would be Lortel Ketchuln. So the protagonist immediately rushed off to the Red Fox, intending to beg her for a piece of the valuable information she dealt in so well. Lortel was the kind of girl who loved being useful, especially when it involved the man she had a soft spot for, so the sight of them arriving was apparently entertaining enough for her to hear him out. Information from all across Akan Island flowed through Lortel's hands, and if anyone could produce an answer, Lortel Ketchuln definitely could. But then the Red Fox noticed something she had not fully processed at first. The Saintess was still clinging tightly to the arm of the man she considered hers. Meanwhile, Ed had been thinking that someone from the Merchant Guild would surely stay calm and collected, no matter how chaotic the situation became. Instead, with her eyes glittering with pure jealous fury, she asked the blonde noble just what kind of studying he had been doing every day, and whether he had somehow learned a hypnosis spell along the way. After all, the closest thing this world had to the Virgin Mary was hanging off him like he was some kind of holy man. Lortel now looked at Ed as if he had sunk to a whole new level of depravity for setting his sights on the Saintess of all people. Realizing how bad this looked, he hurriedly straightened out the conversation and said that he urgently needed to find someone. He explained that he had to locate them before the joint combat training started at the latest, and that he was willing to pay whatever price the merchant asked in exchange for the information. That only left the merchant completely speechless. She looked so stunned she was almost offended, as if she could not believe he was ready to do absolutely anything for the sake of the girl hanging onto his arm, and she demanded to know what in the world was going on. Later on, near Mexis Bridge, at the carriage depot, Lortel Ketchuln, acting as the company leader, received word through a direct contact. Following her instructions, one of her workers had already gathered every bit of witness testimony from the area around Mexis Bridge, and now the red-haired merchant was ready to talk price. In fact, on a day like this, she was even thinking of charging a little extra. To begin with, the boy had insisted that this was an emergency, so she had pulled herself out of her final spar and come along with him. That much, at least, she could understand, because acting like this in a crisis was exactly the kind of person he was.
What she could not understand, however, was the Saintess. Clarice had changed so abruptly that she looked like she might burst into tears from separation anxiety the moment Ed left her sight, and Lortel truly had no idea what had happened between them.
The redhead had already been waiting to return to her last spar, and it had taken them a surprisingly long time to reach her. With the joint combat training nearly over, she narrowed her eyes and asked what this whole matter was really about. Ed looked at the foxy merchant and found himself admiring the way she could keep her composure no matter what kind of situation she was thrown into. She was the sort of woman who excelled at staying rational, making clean judgments, and moving on them without hesitation. Caught off guard, she blinked and asked why he was suddenly saying all that now. Ed answered in his own way. In moments of crisis, Lortella was at her sharpest, and because of that, no matter what happened next, he needed her to stay calm and trust what he was about to say. At those words, the red-haired merchant recalled that the blonde noble had already told her they were out of time, while the saintess remained waiting inside the carriage. They truly had run out of time, and that was exactly why Ed had to say this to her right then and there. The foxy merchant's eyes widened on the spot, and at the very same moment, the earth beneath them started to tremble. The carriage lurched violently, and the horses jerked in panic, their shrill cries cutting through the air as the ground began slipping away under everyone's feet. Then came an explosion greater than anything before it, and from deep beneath the earth, a massive blue dragon tore its way upward. People screamed as scales blasted through the air like deadly spears, piercing bodies and sending victims collapsing in every direction with cries of agony. As the chaos erupted all around them, Ed immediately threw his arms around the red-haired girl and pulled her into his protection. Her eyes flew wide open, filled with pure shock and horror at what was happening. The great holy lance dragon was a sight so overwhelming it almost defied belief, its wings spreading wider than even the tallest building in the academy, its vast presence making the very land quake as it dragged itself up from underground. Magic-laced scales scattered from its body in every direction, while lightning cracked across the sky in shifting shades of blue and violet. The dragon was colossal, violent, horrifying, and so grotesque that it towered over the school like a living natural disaster given flesh and breath. Its very emergence ripped apart the foundations of the academy itself, and building after building crumbled down like a house of cards. The redhead flinched hard, her whole face tightening as she tried to process what in the world she was even looking at. When her eyes slowly opened again, she saw the sight right in front of her. The man she cared for, stained with blood, using his own body to shield hers from the destruction. Tears rushed into her eyes at once, horrified by how badly her crush had been hurt just to keep her safe. But Ed only looked back at her with unwavering determination and asked in that exact moment how much she intended to charge for the information he needed. The girl could not speak. A scale was lodged deep in his back, and for a brief second she struggled just to breathe while tears streamed down her cheeks. And then, despite everything, the red-haired merchant found herself smiling. Compared to the value of her own life, it looked less like he owed her anything, and more like she was the one who would have to repay him after all he had risked to keep her alive. Ed told her he did not need anything in return as he took the information from her hand. For him, this was already a profitable enough bargain. According to 13 witness statements, the Holy Pope and Archbishop Verdio had used a concealment rune and moved along isolated roads under military escort. Their destination had been the academic cathedral inside the faculty building, and Ed studied the note with a grave, focused expression on his face. He cast a glance toward the carriage, and he was not especially surprised when a hand suddenly burst straight through the metal and punched the door clean off.
Clarice cried out for him and immediately rushed over, sobbing as she begged him not to die.
The moment she saw the blood, she completely panicked, clinging to him so shamelessly and desperately that even Lortel had to look away for a second. Then the red-haired merchant snapped back to her senses and sharply scolded the panicking saintess, telling her they had to move right now. It seemed that at least one of the horses was still barely able to move. The poor animal was badly injured, but with enough luck it might still make it all the way to the faculty building. There was no time to waste, so they hurried over and climbed onto the horse as fast as they could. Ed took hold of the reins, but the redhead immediately pointed out that even with a saddle, that wounded horse would struggle badly if it had to carry 2 people. That meant Ed and the saintess were the ones who had to go, and the foxy merchant would have to stay behind. A conflicted look crossed her face, and the blond boy started trying to explain the situation to her. But before he could say much more, Lortel simply pushed the saintess up onto the horse. The red-haired merchant had already decided one thing for herself. The man she liked had to have a reason for this. So she smiled at him and said that she would believe in him. The boy thanked her and promised that he would repay the debt he owed her later. But Lortel had no intention of waiting for some later date, and the foxy merchant sprang forward to collect part of that debt immediately in the form of a kiss. The saintess stared in shock at the sight of the 2 of them acting so intimate right in front of her eyes. And then she visibly flinched when she noticed the merchant shooting her a gaze full of threat and death. Just like before, it seemed their second kiss had once again been started by her. Well, in her eyes, insurance had to be secured somehow. Ed still wanted to say more to her, but before he could finish, the girl smacked the horse hard and sent the two of them racing off without another second to spare. As they rode away, the redhead still managed to call out one last thing to Clarice. In the real world, she said, there was a proper order to these things, and if someone kept clinging to a man another woman had already laid claim to, then things were bound to get very messy. The red-haired merchant kept waving at them as the horse carried them farther away, holding that confident smile in place until they were almost out of sight, and only then did her raised arm slowly begin to fall. All around her, bodies lay scattered across the ground, and standing in the middle of that ruin, she quietly reassured herself that she was not mistaken about what mattered. The disastrous reign of the Holy Lance Dragon was something that should have ended 300 years ago. So the red-headed fox forced herself to keep smiling, even as the hooked, lethal foot of the great dragon hung directly above her head like death itself.
With death closing in, Lortel reminded herself of a single belief. The one who could still laugh in the face of danger would be the one standing victorious at the very end.
In this rewind, the monster had begun its rampage all over again, and Ed rode ahead in a furious rush with the Saintess clinging tightly to his back, while Lucy and Principal Obel Forcius once again tried to hold the creature back the way they always had. As they pressed forward, the blonde noble reminded the Saintess one more time to remember every word he had told her. She looked at him with worry, because to her there was no way he could possibly be unafraid. Surely he wanted to run too. She could not understand how he stayed so firm, how he kept charging straight ahead, while destruction raged all around them on every side. Then the horse let out a terrible scream as falling debris slammed into it, and the poor animal crumpled beneath them. Before they could be thrown hard to the ground, Ed grabbed the Saintess and jumped with her, twisting his body so that when they landed, his back took the full impact, while the girl stayed protected in his arms. The boy coughed and struggled to breathe for a moment after the crash, and the girl clung to him just as tightly, trembling in fear. Then she opened her eyes, saw the blood on him, and gasped in horror. Ed brushed it aside like it was nothing, telling her he had already been hurt far worse than this more times than he cared to count. The lady could only stare at him in amazement, wondering how he could possibly be this strong. More importantly, though, they had finally made it to the Academy Cathedral, which was exactly where they had been trying to reach all along. Within the long history and enormous scale of the Holy Imperial Capital, the members of the cathedral were revered as the highest class of holy sorcerers. Its warriors were so powerful that if they were gathered in full, even Lucy would have a difficult time fighting them off. And those same warriors were so loyal that they were always prepared to lay down their lives for Telos, a sacred title borne by only 8 people. One such warrior dropped from above and landed directly in front of them, his white cloak flaring out behind him and spreading wide like a pair of pure white wings. The apostles of Telos truly were a terrifying force to stand against. The Saintess stepped forward and, through a stammering voice, asked the apostle standing before them to move aside from the entrance at once. The apostles' one real weakness was their absolute religious devotion, and at the Saintess's word, they would normally even throw away their own lives without hesitation. But the apostle in front of them apologized and said he could not obey. He was acting under the orders of His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldine. The command was simple: no one was allowed to pass. According to him, this restriction existed for the Saintess's sake as well. But Ed had no patience left for any of that nonsense while his friends were out there dying. In an instant, he drew his blade and struck so fast it nearly blinded the apostle with the sudden flash. But the apostle was no amateur, and he deflected the blow almost immediately. Ed shouted that they were getting through no matter what happened. The apostle stood firm and declared once again that they would not be allowed to pass. Then an impact-amplifying wave sphere came flying toward the apostle, and a violent blast erupted as the Saintess rushed ahead, protected inside her small golden barrier. The apostle was blasted backward, and right on top of that opening came Ed's powerful wind blade cutting toward him. The apostle managed to deflect that strike too, but the brief distraction was enough. It gave the Saintess the opening she needed to slip inside. Only then did the Guardian turn back toward Ed and demand to know exactly who he was. By that point, it was obvious the boy was forcing his body far past its limit, and he had already lost a dangerous amount of blood. The apostle told him it would be better to give up now, but before the thought could fully settle, his words seemed to freeze as a huge surge of magic began boiling up around Ed, flooding the area in an eerie blue glow. Ed's hand tightened into a fist in front of the apostle, and through gritted teeth he growled that he was not done yet. Then he charged up a magical arrow and took aim, ready to fire. In response, the apostle released his own power and activated holy body awakening magic, covering himself in sacred strength. With his lance held ready, the holy apostle prepared to strike, though there was clear regret in the thought that he might have no choice but to kill the boy standing before him. Ed did not flinch at that declaration in the slightest. He simply continued charging his attack as blue light met golden radiance head-on. The apostle braced himself against the incoming force with everything he had, gritting his teeth and gathering all of his energy into the defense. He was an honored apostle of Telos, Lightspeed Tal'Darak, and he swore then and there that he would take the boy's life. When the explosion of magic finally erupted, the gold seemed to overwhelm Ed's side, and the boy was thrown back. Ed's eyes widened in shock as blood spilled from him in heavy waves, his body brought down by the apostle's blow, and as he fell, the words he had spoken earlier to the saintess began echoing through his mind. He had told that pure silver-haired girl to listen carefully, because some of his guesses about the situation had already turned out to be wrong. But even that did not mean she was supposed to give up. If anything, she had to use this very chance to break through. No matter how many countless times she had repeated this day, neither her body nor her mind had ever truly been restored. Ed did not know how much longer she could keep enduring all of this. But if they ever wanted any hope of defeating that monster, then the saintess needed to arrive at a perfect understanding of what was really happening. More than anything else, the saintess had to keep her heart from breaking. No matter what happened to him from this point on, she could not allow herself to sink into despair. The boy was coughing up blood now, yet he still clung stubbornly to the apostle in front of him. He needed the saintess to pour everything she had into this chance, while he wagered his own life to buy her those precious few moments. No matter how much blood he lost, and no matter how many more blows the apostle rained down on him and worsened his condition, he meant to force himself back onto his feet again and again. Because if time ended up rewinding one more time, then next time, they would have to bring every last piece into place and finish this perfectly. Of course, that did not mean Ed had any intention of simply collapsing without resistance. The apostle grew more and more enraged at the way the boy refused to stay down, and when he launched yet another attack, it ended up triggering one of Ed's emergency measures. Marilda was summoned, and in the same instant, the mighty jaws of the Wind Wolf lunged straight at the apostle Ed had been fighting. The boy was run straight through by the Guardian's sword. But at that same moment, the Guardian's eyes widened as those enormous jaws snapped shut around him and sprayed the surrounding area with blood. Only after that did the blond noble finally drop to his knees, barely managing to remain alive. The forest spirit immediately scolded him, saying he should have called for her right from the very start. But Ed knew better. If he had summoned her too early, they would have lost for sure. The apostle would have stayed guarded the entire time, and he was simply too fast and too strong for them to defeat in a fair fight. Even so, the Wind Wolf stayed by him, anxiously urging the boy to hold himself together. And he truly was trying. Blood was running down from his forehead and over his eyes, and every breath brought up more blood as he forced himself to keep looking forward. Ahead of him, the cathedral had begun filling with a vast golden light. It looked like the saintess had finally succeeded. That thought alone brought him an enormous sense of relief. The spirit called out his name as his consciousness began to slip away. His head lowering little by little, his whole body exhausted beyond its limit. Inside the cathedral, meanwhile, the saintess had reached a massive locked door, and she screamed for it to be opened. The door was sealed shut, but she had come this far more than once before. Beyond it stretched a long corridor, and past that corridor lay a sacred chamber. It was holy ground, so surely she should have been someone permitted to enter it.
Gathering every bit of strength she had left, the pure saintess drove her power into the door.
A violent explosion rang out as the heavy door shattered apart, and breathing hard, she pushed herself forward without stopping. But then her eyes suddenly widened in horror when she saw something waiting ahead. Blood was dripping steadily onto the floor, and when she looked farther in, she saw a familiar ponytail, soaked through with blood. It was Adele Saris, stumbling forward with blood trailing from head to toe. The saintess rushed to catch the person dearest to her heart, calling out to the girl she admired so deeply. Her voice shook as she demanded to know what had happened, and who could have done something this horrible to the beautiful musician. The musician only smiled faintly and said that the saintess had arrived sooner than expected. Clarisse froze in confusion, unable to understand what Adele Saris meant by that. Then the musician turned away from her and quietly said there was no need to come back again. That was when Clarisse noticed the holy blessing. To inscribe even a single mark like that, the holy power of Archbishop Verdio, the 6 bishops, the 8 apostles, and Holy Pope Eldine all had to be gathered together in full. and there was only one person whose body could bear such a holy blessing. That person was the saintess herself. Clarice could only stare in a daze as Adele Saris was raised within the church's power, while an immense force poured into her body. Clarice had no way of understanding how any of this had happened, but the musician told her there was not much time left. With a small smile, she said it would all be over soon. So Clarice only needed to wait a little longer. Naturally, the silver-haired girl could never accept an answer like that, and she desperately demanded that the musician explain what was really going on. She cried out toward the blond boy and stretched a hand forward, but before anything more could happen, a blinding surge of light burst out from the chamber. That light swallowed everything it touched, drowning the entire room so completely that nothing could be seen anymore. And the moment the light finally disappeared, the saintess found herself sitting back at that lunch table with Ed again, while he casually asked why she had come to speak to him. She had been thrown all the way back to the beginning, still with no real answers, and in total frustration, the saintess shoved herself up to her feet. Clenching her teeth, Clarice said that yes, she did have a question after all. Her hands tightened into fists at her sides, and in a low, tense voice, she declared that this time,
She was going to tell him everything she had learned.
her earliest memory began with the sight of seagulls wheeling high above the harbor sky. Not long after that came the sound of children laughing as they ran around and played nearby. She had called out to those children, warning them not to run so carelessly or they might get hurt. They could trip over a stone at any moment, she told them, so they needed to watch where they were going and be careful. Then she turned back toward the children with a soft smile on her face. Her parents had fled their homeland and come to the trade city of Uldek to escape the war, hoping to find refuge there. Sadly, that change in place had not truly changed their lives at all. They were still trapped in poverty and desolation, and to make matters worse, her parents were taken advantage of and swindled by others. In the end, their days were so desperate that getting even a single piece of bread to last through the day was barely manageable. Then one day, the little girl found herself sitting in front of an unusually fine meal, with sandwiches, cookies, and even milk laid out before her, when her father called out to her. He told her there was something he needed to take care of, and said he would be back soon. All she had to do was stay there quietly and wait for him. The girl simply nodded and agreed, and after that, her father turned away and left her sitting alone on the bench. He looked back only once, pausing for a brief moment, as if part of him wanted to turn around and undo the choice he had just made. But with a pained groan, he forced himself onward and walked away. The girl stayed where she was and ate the kind of luxurious sandwich she would never normally have had the chance to taste. And yet, strangely, it had no flavor at all. She watched her father disappear into the distance while he tried and failed to hide the tears running down his face. After sitting by the seaside for a little while longer, the girl rose to her feet. The children nearby had ignored the warning she gave them, and just as she had said, one of them ended up falling. Even so, the bright-eyed girl kept moving forward without becoming gloomy, withdrawn or broken by any of it. Now, an orphan, she made her way toward the Deldaros orphanage. In the trade city of Uldek, the only thing that could truly be called a virtue was faith. That much was true even for children who spent their days buried in hard manual labor. The orphanage, which received support from the Order of Telos, was still considered one of the better places to end up. The reason was simple. Since the children were treated as servants of God, they were at least allowed moments of rest whenever they were brought into the chapel to pray. At some point, after picking up a lute case abandoned near the docks, the light-haired girl learned how to play hymns on it. That, in turn, gave her more reason to remain close to the church and helped her put a little distance between herself and the exhausting labor she would otherwise have had to endure. Then, one day, Archbishop Verdio was being celebrated for his entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. People crowded around him, offering even twice the money they would normally hand over to merchants, all in the hope that he might allow them entry into the Holy Imperial Capital as well. The Archbishop only laughed and told them there was no need to go that far, warmly greeting the people around him even as he accepted their offerings. But then, with one accidental shift of where he was standing, a candle inside the church was knocked over, and to everyone's alarm, a fire broke out. Before panic could spread any further, someone suddenly hurled water onto the flame, soaking the Archbishop from head to toe in the process. Startled, the man turned around in shock and found himself staring at a little girl who simply looked pleased that she had managed to stop the altar room from catching fire. The girl had prepared bucket after bucket of water in advance, as if she had already known exactly what was about to happen. Little Adele Saris had been born different after all. She had known her parents would abandon her. She had known she would become an orphan, and she had known that a fire would break out on that exact day. So when the Archbishop questioned her, the little girl only shrugged and said she had seen it in a dream.
She explained that dreams like that came to her once or twice a month, though strangely enough, they never showed her her own future.
The very next moment, the Archbishop seized both of her hands and declared with overwhelming excitement that it was a true honor for him to meet, before anyone else, the vessel who would one day stand at the very top of the order. With tears filling his eyes, the Archbishop trembled with joy as he called her the Saintess of Telos. And just like that, everything changed overnight. All at once, Adele Saris found herself surrounded by more than a dozen attendants, lavish meals set before her, and the overwhelming reverence of high-ranking clergymen. She was made to pray every day, drilled in etiquette, and pushed to sacrifice even her sleeping hours in order to study. It was nothing like the poverty-stricken life she had once lived, and day after day she was bathed in holy light. As Saintess Adele Saris, she received 3 baptisms from the Holy Pope, the Archbishop, and the greatest among the apostles. She became someone who carried the will of the Holy Imperial Capital itself and bore the blessing of holy magic within her body. With each baptism and every blessing laid upon her, her holy power only grew stronger, until at last every procedure had been completed except for one final rite, the baptism of the stigmata. And it was then, for the first time in her life, that the girl was finally able to see her own future. When she looked ahead and saw the summoning of a colossal draconic beast, the vision filled her with terror. Archbishop Verdio was furious when he heard that she wanted to give up her role as saintess, and the poor girl could only kneel before him and thank him for all the care he had given her until then. She said she still wished to serve Lord Telos, just not as the saintess. She wanted to devote herself through some other path instead. That was not a development the Archbishop could accept. The precognitive power Adele Saris possessed was a form of spectral magic that could twist the providence of time established by Lord Telos, and that instinctive gift was precisely why she had been chosen as saintess in the first place. Her talent was simply too extraordinary, and Archbishop Verdio had no intention of letting her go, especially now that she had begun to see even her own future. As the years passed, the young blonde completely gave up on ever escaping the role the Order of Telos had forced onto her. And so she remained in the Holy Imperial Capital, living on as a caretaker of the Holy Flame. She spent her nights playing the lute, and whenever sleep finally overtook her, visions of the future came back to her once again. What she saw there was always horrifying: destruction, overwhelming force, and ruin. Within those visions, she could hear Archbishop Verdio screaming that the plan had gone wrong. Their aim had been to calm the god-eating holy lance dragon of creation, and to accomplish that, they intended to offer the saintess herself as the sacrifice. While living in the Holy Imperial Capital, Adele Saris had overheard far too many horrifying truths. The world was moving toward peace, and all of that was credited to the extraordinary wisdom and rule of Holy Emperor Clauel. But in a peaceful world, people stopped seeking God, and as that happened, the influence of the Holy Pope steadily diminished. So Verdio, who was not only a clergyman but also a businessman at heart, understood exactly what the Church required. If they wanted people to pray again, then the land first needed to be flooded with chaos and the fear of destruction. Only then would the people turn their eyes upward and beg for a miracle from God. Their plan was to revive the Holy Lance Dragon sealed beneath Akan Island, and use that terror to carve fear into the hearts of the people. Then, after unleashing that living disaster, the Order itself would strike it down and present the act as a divine miracle, proving their power by subjugating the very catastrophe they had created. It really was a foolish plan from the very start. From the beginning, Archbishop Verdio had been searching for a saintess he could use as a sacrifice, all for the sake of sealing the Holy Lance Dragon and forcing his grand design into motion. That role was originally meant for poor Adele. She had already seen that nightmare waiting for her ahead of time, her body drenched in blood, her life thrown away as fuel for the Archbishop's selfish grab for power. The girl had believed that once she ran away, that future had been erased for good. And yet, even after several years had passed, the image she saw ahead of her had not changed at all. The new girl chosen to replace her was nowhere near as gifted in spectral magic as the golden songstress had been. Even so, Clarice was still a young girl blessed with extraordinary talent when it came to holy magic. Everything about her made that obvious at a glance. Her gentle face, her natural elegance, her sharp mind, even the softness in her personality. Anyone who saw her would have thought she had been born for the role of saintess. And that same girl would come quietly to Adele's window, asking what she needed to do if she wanted to live a pure and righteous life. That single question dug deep into the blonde girl's heart and stayed there. Every time she heard it, the urge to warn the silver-haired girl only grew stronger. Adele had run away from that fate herself, and because of that, this young girl was now being lined up to take her place. In other words, Adele's desperate attempt to survive was now leading Clarice straight toward death. That was why she had once smiled bitterly and said she would rather die in the sewers than live on as some empty, spotless white canvas. So whenever she sang for the new saintess, every song carried the same hidden plea beneath the melody, urging her to run. She wanted the new girl to start longing for the world outside, to crave a life beyond those walls, and then escape the sweet, deceptive trap the Archbishop had prepared for her. So Adele sang about golden fields and shining cities, again and again, hoping Clarice would hear those songs and choose to flee. As long as the girl went anywhere other than the church, that alone would be enough. She kept singing, inching closer each time, pouring out quiet desperation in songs of knowledge, distant lands and places where learning thrived. More than anything else, she wanted Clarice to run from the fate that had already begun to tighten around her. Night after night, the blonde girl filled the darkness with songs of freedom and romance, clinging to the hope that the silver-haired girl would finally decide to leave. But every time she saw that young girl smile back at her, guilt sank into her heart like a blade, because Adele knew the truth better than anyone. All of this kindness, all of these songs were built on lies and hypocrisy. Then, one early morning, Adele ran away once more. The guilt clawing at her chest had become more than she could endure, and from that point on, she became nothing more than a wandering minstrel drifting from place to place. Eventually, the road she followed brought her to Sylvania Academy. When she staggered onto the school grounds, she was soaked in blood from head to toe. People quickly gathered around her in alarm, calling out to her, reaching toward her, asking over and over if she was all right. Of course, she was nowhere near all right. At first, she had not fully understood the exact timing behind the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. But now she knew. By this point, she was painfully aware of exactly when everything would happen and exactly how it would unfold. She knew that the moment she stepped into the chapel, the third apostle of Telos, Taldarak, would be the one to stop her. He would coldly tell her that no outsider was allowed to enter. Then she would roll up her sleeve and reveal the mark carved into her arm. In the instant that man froze in surprise, she would use that opening to force her way inside the chapel. And beyond that entrance, the apostles of Telos would already be waiting in full battle formation. Everything would already be prepared for the ritual to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon. There would even be a chest there, and inside it, a necklace bearing the name of Wellbrock. After that, she would try over and over to persuade Verdio and the apostles to stop. She would explain it countless times, but no matter what she said, none of them would listen. The fact that they had not even brought Saintess Clarice over from Trix Hall said everything. They clearly believed the stories about the Holy Lance Dragon were nothing more than embellished fairy tales. It was arrogance, plain and simple. A smug, blind confidence that could not even imagine the consequences of what they were summoning. Because the moment that monstrous beast truly appeared before them, all of that confidence would be replaced by pure terror. Only then would they panic and rush to send for the Saintess at Trix Hall, desperate for her to save them. They needed a Saintess as a sacrifice, because only a massive offering of holy power could satisfy the Holy Lance Dragon's hunger. The sacrificial circle carved into the chapel floor would lull Wellbrock back to sleep by consuming the Saintess's life itself. And once that was done, everything would finally come to an end. So the blonde musician dropped to her knees in the very center of that circle. Gritting through the pain, she poured her power into a glowing blue pendant, praying the whole time even as broken sounds escaped her throat. Even then, the girl kept trying to tell herself that this was fine, that this would be enough. Her life may have been small, twisted, and full of falsehoods, but that did not mean it had amounted to nothing. Even if everything she had lived through was built on lies, she had still seen the light in Clarice's eyes with her own two eyes. But there was one thing she never could have foreseen. The blessing woven into her holy magic protected her body from the necklace instead of allowing it to kill her. The moment she came into contact with the magic circle, the espectral magic sleeping inside her was triggered and driven all the way to its limit. That espectral magic used holy power as its fuel, wrapping itself around the flow of time that governs the world itself. Again, and again, and again. The blonde girl had been startled the last time Clarice managed to burst in. But by then, Clarice no longer had much holy power left to give. That meant Adele only had to force this process through one or two more times, just one or two more deaths, and it would finally be over. Still, dying again and again was exhausting beyond words. Once all of her holy power had finally run dry, even these repeating loops would come to an end. So Adele kept moving, dragging herself forward toward the chapel, blood dripping down with every shaky step she forced herself to take. At last, she thought this endless struggle was almost over, But just before she could reach the chapel, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her path. The blonde girl looked up in surprise, only to find Ed standing there. He was drenched in sweat, breathing hard, looking like he had sprinted there with everything he had. And despite the urgency of the moment, the first thing he asked her was whether she wanted water or orange juice. Meanwhile, the archbishop remained just as stubborn and unrepentant as ever. He refused to accept the idea that they might be incapable of stopping the Holy Lance Dragon, and after everything that had already happened, he still would not believe a single word Adele said. In his mind, the order would surely bring about a miracle that very day. Around him, the apostles hovered with their wings spread wide, as if they were already standing inside that miracle. And with all the arrogance in the world, the man spread his own arms as well, declaring that all humanity would once again bow before their Lord and God, Tellus. The order's pride and the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon were bound tightly together, as if one naturally led into the other. In truth, there was only one real way to bring this whole disaster to an end, and that was to place the life of a saintess onto the rune of sacrifice. That had always been the heart of the plan from the very beginning. The life of a saintess. But Adele could not bring herself to hand Clarice over to monsters like them. That was why, in the very first iteration, she had stepped forward herself and offered her own life in order to save her friend. The blonde musician had no regrets about that choice, because in her mind, this had always been the duty she was supposed to bear. And yet, even when she tried to die, the blessing within her holy magic protected her instead. It drew out the full force of the aspectual magic sleeping inside her, and with that power it rewound the time of the world itself. With a body that had only barely recovered enough to keep living, Adele had been thrown back into the past once again. Her whole body was smeared with blood as she slowly opened her eyes in the hallway outside the combat training room in Glocht Hall. In the end, the blessing of holy magic would lose its strength the moment her holy power was fully exhausted anyway. And once that happened, the Holy Lance Dragon would finally be sealed. So the girl had no choice but to repeat that agonizing walk down the corridor yet again, dragging her wounded body forward through the same miserable path. And just as before, the same arrogance was waiting for her inside the chapel, repeating itself without the slightest change. The Holy Lance Dragon was revived once more, and once more the blonde girl tried to throw away her own life. Inside the worship hall, after everyone had rushed off to find Clarice, Adele stepped into the rune of sacrifice on her own. Again, Adele tried to die. And again, she was hurled right back into that same hallway. Over and over and over, like some cruel mechanism turning with perfect precision, Adele was driven by her desperate need to protect Clarice's life. Each time, she returned to the rune of sacrifice and tried to save the entire world by herself.
She came to believe that this was her punishment. She never should have tried to push that burden onto someone else. She should have accepted the future waiting for her, and accepted her own death with it.
That was the conclusion she had reached. And by thinking of it that way, somehow it made everything just a little easier to bear. Still, even this endless cycle could not continue forever. Holy power had its limits after all. So once again, Adele picked up her blood-stained lute and dragged herself toward the chapel. By now, she had already abandoned any hope of talking Verdio into stopping. If there was truly no way to stop him, then this time, the instant she entered the cathedral, she would throw herself into the rune of sacrifice without a second thought. She would cut off the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon before it could properly begin, and make sure none of the horrors that followed would ever happen. She was almost there when her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed straight into Ed's arms. Her eyes widened, and she could only stare at him in confusion. She could not understand why that man was standing there in front of her. The blonde noble gently supported the battered girl and helped her down into a nearby seat. Even then, Adele tried to explain herself, insisting there was something she absolutely had to do right that moment. But Ed simply held out a glass to her and, without sugarcoating it in the slightest, told her that she was about to die. The blonde girl froze in shock as she stared at the noble boy, and then her eyes widened even further when she recognized him as Ed Rothstaler. At the very beginning, before this endless cycle had ever started, the two of them had met in that same hallway. He had appeared before her only once back then, and the words he gave her were the same. He told her that she was going to die. After that first time, the world had kept moving forward as normal. But from that moment on, he had never shown himself in front of her again. Back then, the blonde musician had only smiled and quietly answered that she already knew. And now, once again, she smiled the same way and gave him that exact same reply. This exchange felt like something buried in an old distant memory. It was as though she had somehow been dragged all the way back to the very start of this nightmare of a day. Nothing had changed. That was what she told herself, and she knew she had to end this conversation quickly and head straight for the cathedral. But the boy beside her cut right through that line of thought, asking if that was really all she intended to do in the face of her coming death. He did not know every detail of what was happening, but one thing was clear to him: she was about to die. And despite that, she looked like she did not care at all. To him, that simply was not acceptable. Adele tried, a little nervously now, to explain that she had to hurry. But no matter what she said, the boy refused to accept that answer. The blonde musician was left completely dumbfounded, and the easy, carefree smile she had been wearing was already beginning to crack under the pressure of his relentless questioning. She had verified it over and over through these endless loops. She knew with absolute certainty that she was going to die. In truth, she had known that for years, ever since the days when she sang to Clarice about freedom. And even back then, there had been nothing she thought she wanted to say. But now Ed stood in the middle of her thoughts, his presence taking over everything as he pressed her again and again, asking whether she truly had nothing left to say. For the first time, Adele began to wonder if maybe there really was something buried inside her after all. But instead of speaking it, she had always chosen to sing, and Clarice had always smiled back at her. She had told herself that should have been enough, and yet Ed's question would not leave her mind hanging there like a blade. Was that really enough for her? At last, the blonde girl cried out and told him to stop. She shouted for him to leave her alone, and Adele's cry reached all the way back to the lonely little girl she once was, the one left sitting by herself on a bench after her father walked away. That child could only stare forward at the back of the man who had abandoned her, watching him grow more distant. Back then, all she had managed to whisper was one small, quiet word of thanks. And even in that memory, it felt as though the boy had appeared there too, asking her if that was really all she wanted to say. When her father had hesitated and looked back at her, her eyes had already started filling with tears. And as she watched his uncertain back, she began to wonder whether gratitude had ever truly been the thing she wanted to say at all. The truth was, she never wanted to thank him in the first place. What she had really wanted was to scream at him not to leave, and to stay there with her. At the end of all those countless lies, her blood-stained hands trembled around the cup of orange juice resting in them. Then the girl finally cried out that she was afraid. And in that instant, Adele let the tears spill freely from her eyes. The truth burst out of her all at once, like a dam collapsing under too much pressure. Deep down, she did not want to die at all, and now that buried fear came pouring out in overwhelming waves. All her life, she had been treated as nothing more than a tool for someone else's purpose. She did not want to keep living that way anymore, and she did not want her death to be used the same way either. Hearing those words finally come out of the trembling, sobbing girl, Ed let out a quiet breath of relief. He lifted the glass of water in his hand and took a long, deep swallow from it. Then he lowered the bottle, set it aside, and rose to his feet. To him, it had taken her far too long to say something so painfully obvious, and, honestly, watching her dance around it had started to wear on his nerves. The blonde musician could only stare up at him in shock, her face wet with sweat and tears, completely caught off guard by the way he answered her. But Ed did not waste another moment. He told her to explain everything she knew, because this time he was going to bring the whole nightmare to an end once and for all. After hearing Clarice's side of the story, Ed had made the decision to move separately from the Saintess. He went ahead on his own to find Adele first. Meanwhile, Clarice headed straight for the cathedral and confronted the apostle guarding the entrance. The apostle was visibly startled to see her there, because she was supposed to still be waiting back in Trix Hall. But the girl had no room to hesitate. She focused herself and pushed forward, ignoring the guard at the door as she ran past him. This time, her teeth were clenched tight, because she had finally learned the full truth behind everything. She flung the doors open with force and shouted for everyone inside to stop what they were doing immediately. Inside the Holy Cathedral, the Holy Pope Eldine, the Apostles of Telos, and Archbishop Verdio were all gathered together, and every one of them looked genuinely surprised to see the Saintess standing there before them. Clarisse was bruised, battered, and burning with anger. Up until now, she had believed the Archbishop was a sincere believer, a man who truly placed the Holy Imperial Capital above everything else. Verdio answered without hesitation that yes, that was correct. He claimed he had lived for nothing except the Holy Imperial Capital. Their righteous Lord, he said, was always watching over them from the heavens above. But in his eyes, the ignorant masses would never believe in that truth unless they were shown something undeniable. Hearing that, the Saintess demanded to know if that was why he had planned all of this. Was his intention really to kill the Holy Lance Dragon, spread divine grace through that spectacle, and call it salvation? Clarice was horrified. What shook her even more was how lightly all of them were treating the Holy Lance Dragon itself, as if failure was not even worth considering. Then her eyes widened in shock as the final truth clicked into place. From the very beginning, the Archbishop had planned this all along. He had fully intended to use her life as insurance, a final guarantee to make sure his plan would not fail. Wellbrock knew the truth of what would happen, and yet the corrupt Archbishop dismissed it as nothing more than a precaution, something that would only be necessary if events did not unfold as expected. Even so, the man calmly insisted that everything would be fine in the end. The reality behind all of this was uglier than anyone wanted to admit, and that was exactly why Ed was now rushing toward the chapel with Adele in his arms. Put simply, the order had been suffering from declining finances for quite some time. That was the real reason Archbishop Verdio decided to revive the Holy Lance Dragon in the first place. He intended to put on a grand show, defeat it in front of the people, and use that spectacle to restore their faith while also reinforcing the order's influence and authority. Verdio had apparently been that kind of man even back when he was only an ordinary priest. He had always been obsessed with expanding the congregation and filling the storehouses of the Holy Imperial Capital. In his mind, that was how faith was proven. Ed asked Adele whether she had ever tried to talk him out of it, and she said that she had. But as someone who had already fled the Holy Imperial Capital once, she had lost all credibility in his eyes, and in truth, he was never the type to listen to anyone else anyway. If persuasion failed, the man would simply force obedience through power. After all, he had brought with him an armed force strong enough to crush almost anyone, the Apostles of Telos. They were the greatest military power in the entire Holy Imperial Capital, a force said to be capable of holding back even a full army. Verdio offered a shallow, almost insulting apology, while Clarice stood there in horror. In that moment, she fully realized that the man she had trusted was nothing but a fraud, and even then he casually told her it would all be over soon, so he would prefer that she remain asleep until it was done. Thinking about the sheer strength of the Apostles, the bloodied musician let out a heavy sigh and admitted that there was nothing they could do about it. But the next instant, she blinked in surprise when Ed suddenly scooped her up without warning and kept running. At that point, brute force was honestly the least of his worries, because right then, a high-ranking electric spell crashed down from above onto the chapel like a divine beam of judgment. It tore straight through the roof of the chapel and blasted open a massive hole overhead, leaving Archbishop Verdio staring upward in shock. His surprise quickly turned to fury, and he demanded to know who would dare appear at a time like this, asking if they had no fear of Lord Telos. And the one person arrogant enough to answer the gods without hesitation replied coolly that she did not fear Telos in the slightest. In fact, she swatted the Apostles out of the air with ease, and descended as though reclaiming her rightful throne as the Queen of Levitation. The remaining Apostles were completely overwhelmed by her presence as she landed gracefully on the chapel floor below. Lucy had arrived, and without the slightest hesitation, she declared that she was an atheist. With a violent landing that shattered the church roof and wrecked the Apostles who tried to block her way, Lucy coldly announced that she had never really been much of a believer to begin with. That said, there was one thing she did believe very firmly. People who committed sins deserved to be punished for them. And as she said it, a dark purple malice burned in her eyes. The Archbishop bristled at that immediately and demanded to know why she would dare call him a sinner. But Lucy had no time for his outrage. Before even bothering with a proper answer, she casually hurled one of the winged apostles into the wall. That law was engraved not only into the temple itself, but into their doctrines as well. Magic began to swell into Lucy's hand, gathering in a blazing mass of power around her fingers. Locking eyes with the stunned and frightened Archbishop, she named his crime plainly, the sin of arrogance. Verdio shouted back in outrage, demanding to know what exactly the gifted mage thought she was doing. In his eyes, she had truly turned her back on the grace of Lord Telos. So once again, he threw the Apostles forward to fight in his place. Of course, he had no intention of defending himself with his own two hands. Fortunately for him, the Apostles of Telos were fanatically devoted. Even after seeing their comrades struck down, their resolve never faltered, and they charged at Lucy with everything they had. Reuben was the first to rush in, leading the charge straight at Lucy. With both hands on his massive sword, he came at her head-on, trying to cut her down and bring her relentless assault to a halt by force. As far as he was concerned, this was the will of Telos, and he would fight until his very last breath if that was what it demanded. Lucy, on the other hand, served no god at all. What drove her was not faith, but a will of her own, and that resolve was every bit as fierce. With nothing more than a light flick of her fingers, She sent a burst of magic rippling through the air, and the unlucky apostle was instantly engulfed by her attack. He let out a raw scream as Lucy's purple aura flooded over him and scorched through his body. Reuben somehow managed to stay on his feet, but only barely using his sword like a crutch to keep himself upright after taking her blow. At least for a moment, he did not have to face her alone, because that was when the lightspeed apostle Taldarak chose to make his entrance. Taldarak was furious that Lucy had dared to step into their sacred ground and defile their holy chapel. Raising his weapon, shining with the same golden radiance as the other holy apostles, he swore right then and there that he would be the one to end her. With his lance aimed forward, the apostle shot toward her in a straight charge. But Lucy did not look the least bit shaken by his approach. In a fight like this, speed was never going to be the deciding factor. The gifted girl, feared and admired by everyone alike, activated spatial leap. In the blink of an eye, her body vanished from where she had been standing, leaving the charging apostle stunned. Lucy could manipulate space itself, and within moments she had already reappeared behind him. Then, with another lazy flick of her fingers, she blasted Taldarak too, and he cried out in agony as her magic swallowed him whole. The apostle put up a desperate resistance, but the pain that hit him when he faced the full force of Lucy's magic was beyond anything words could really describe. Archbishop Verdio watched his best fighters go down in horror. Each of the apostles of Talos was praised as one of the strongest individuals in the nation, and yet here they were, being thrown around by a teenage girl who had not even finished high school yet. Not even 6 of them together could stand against her. The archbishop could barely process what he was seeing, and he could not understand how something like this was even possible. Then his eyes widened even further as another question hit him, one even more important than the first. How had this girl known to attack this place at all? Their plan had been simple in the worst possible way. They intended to revive the Holy Lance Dragon, then destroy it in order to raise the authority of the Order. And the stage they chose for that absurd performance was Aken Island, a place crowded with students and innocent lives they could pretend to save. They could not afford for any part of that scheme to leak. But now the plan had collapsed, and the archbishop hurriedly grabbed his magic box and snapped it shut at once. At this point, they needed to secure a retreat route immediately, and above all else, they had to protect His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldane. Lucy scowled the moment she saw the man trying to flee, because she had absolutely no intention of letting him escape. With one wave of her hand, the powerful mage activated Time Prison, the chronistic aspectual spell. The bishop let out a shrill cry of panic and called for Brother Taldarak to save him, sounding less like a holy figure and more like some helpless damsel in distress. Honestly, it was embarrassing to watch. Luckily for him, Apostle Taldarak was absurdly, almost ridiculously devoted, because the moment the bishop called out, he appeared to answer. Everything he did was for the sake of Lord Telos. Spreading his holy wings wide, the apostle endured the pounding waves of magical force and shielded the archbishop, buying that desperate coward time to run. And the coward still was not done barking orders. Even while fleeing, he shouted for Clebius Nortondale to seize the saintess. The man obeyed at once and grabbed Clarice, hauling the struggling girl up over his shoulder. Clarice cried out for him to let go of her, but of course the archbishop ranked above the saintess in that twisted chain of command. They needed both the necklace, which served as physical evidence, and the witness herself, the saintess, so that no word of their vile plan would ever reach the outside world. If they used the Holy Pope's authority to pressure the academy, then no matter what Lucy said, there was a good chance her words would simply be dismissed. Verdio had already prepared that slimy, underhanded escape route in advance, and if Lucy had not already found him disgusting before, there was no way she would not now. In response, Lucy raised her hand and unleashed high-ranking electric magic, sending down a burst of purple divine punishment after those scrambling rats. Her magic streaked after the archbishop and the 2 apostles escaping with him. Crackling electricity writhed through the air like it was hunting them down on its own. The apostles' golden power flared as they tried their best to resist. But there was very little in this world that could overpower Lucy once she got serious. One of the apostles was caught by the blast and cried out in pain as attack magic surged through his body, shouting to the others to hurry and get away while they still could. The apostles who were still able to move gathered the Pope and fled, while the one who had thrown himself into danger for them shouted that they were to escape and regroup at the predetermined location no matter what happened to him. That apostle was so blindly faithful that he was willing to throw away even his own life if it meant securing victory for the Order. Lucy clicked her tongue in irritation when she realized that, despite everything, her targets were actually managing to get away. Archbishop Verdio was rotten to the core, but one thing could be said for him. The man was stubbornly resilient. One of the apostles warned that even if they escaped for now, they would only be captured later. But the archbishop hardly cared. Even if only for a short while, all they needed was enough time to destroy the evidence and secure the saintess. After that, once they reported this violent incident to the academy, they were convinced they could twist the situation and claim justice for themselves. That was the exact moment a voice-activated ignition triggered. The archbishop's eyes flew wide in terror as flames erupted, swallowing the temple and sealing off the path they had meant to use for their escape. The swirling blaze was almost beautiful to look at, but the heat pouring off it was intense enough to scorch the air. Ever-loyal Taldarak spread his wings and shielded his cowardly religious leader behind him, even as those mighty wings began to blacken and char in the fire. Even Taldarak himself could not understand how something as basic as ordinary fire magic could burn with such terrifying power. Then he froze on the spot when a blade suddenly appeared right in front of him, close enough that it could have pierced straight through his eyes. Taldarak instantly leaped backward and swung his own blade in a wide arc, trying to knock the weapon away and force some distance between them. But the blade moved like it was dancing through the air, and then its spirit formula of explosion activated. The blast was so massive that people all across the school could see it from a distance, and the students were left shocked and awestruck by the scale of the explosion. They stared toward the academy chapel in alarm, wondering what in the world was happening over there. Then, through the gray soot swirling in the air, a figure stepped forward. The cowardly archbishop reacted at once, lunging into motion and fleeing without a second thought, abandoning even the apostle who had spent his strength protecting him. But Ed was not about to let a villain like that slip away so easily. Calling for Mug, his fire spirit, to follow him, he immediately broke into a run and chased after the fleeing man. As he ran, the archbishop cursed under his breath, realizing that the boy had somehow predicted their retreat path and lain in wait for them. He even started wondering whether Ed had been working together with that hat-wearing brat who had just roasted most of his strongest fighters. Still sprinting for his life, the archbishop fired off a holy spell behind him, trying to stop the meddlesome brat from closing the gap. Mug was caught in that attack, and the little fire spirit hurriedly apologized to his young master, while that wretched archbishop used the opening to get farther away. Ed watched the man limp away into the distance, his fist tightening in frustration, but there was no way he was going to give up here. The archbishop had escaped into the forest. He pushed through the forest at full speed, huffing and puffing as branches and leaves slapped against him from all sides. By now, he was hoping he had shaken off anyone chasing him. All he had to do was hide himself together with the evidence of everything he had done. If he concealed the necklace, then it would all be over. No one would ever find him in a forest this thick, and the thought of that made him laugh in ugly delight. The problem for him was that this same dense forest he was so proudly trusting also happened to be Ed's hunting ground. So just as the archbishop let his guard down, the main character burst out from the bushes like something straight out of a horror story, weapons already swinging. With a cold, threatening look carved across his face, Ed demanded that the bishop hand over the necklace. Then, with absolutely no respect whatsoever, the boy grabbed that rotten old religious leader by the ponytail and yanked him hard, sending the horrid man crashing to the ground. The two of them lost their footing and tumbled down a steep slope together, rolling wildly through the dirt as they kept fighting the whole way down. The archbishop clawed and struggled to break free, while Ed fought just as desperately to keep hold of him. With his hair hanging loose and wild now, the archbishop somehow looked even more devilish than he had before. The moment he realized the blond boy knew about the necklace, Verdio understood that Ed must know everything. What he still could not figure out was whether Ed had also been the one who sent that pest of a mage to smash apart the church. Even so, the wicked old man had no intention of losing now. Fortunately, Ed had no intention of losing either. He caught the archbishop off guard mid-struggle and suddenly reversed their positions, flipping them so that he ended up on top. That sent the archbishop into a panic, and he fired holy magic at point-blank range. The blast tore into Ed's shoulder and left him badly hurt. It was painful, but not nearly as unbearable as the pain Verdio felt a moment later, when Ed finally drove his dagger into him. The man let out a scream of pure agony, and after everything he had done, it was hard not to find that sound satisfying. Even then, the vile old man refused to let go of his box. He clutched it with the same desperate stubbornness he clung to his warped beliefs, and Ed was absolutely not going to tolerate that. He barked at the archbishop to let go immediately. After all, Ed had already been warned that Archbishop Verdio was no weak opponent. Even without the apostles of Talos beside him, he was still not going to be easy to pin down. And time was disappearing fast if they wanted any chance at all of stopping the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Ed needed this man to abandon his plan here and now. Besides, their enemy had been preparing this monstrous scheme for far too long to fall apart easily. Even if Lucy helped them, there was still a very real chance they would fail. At a time like this, being able to turn back time one more round and gather more information would have been ideal. But Adele was nearly out of time herself, and her body had already taken far too much damage. And yet, the exhausted blonde musician suddenly smiled and told Ed it was all right. With the calm expression of a girl ready to offer herself up, she said it would be fine even if they failed. She still believed she could rewind time a few more times if she had to. Ed gritted his teeth in fury the moment he heard that soft, comforting lie. She was only saying it to ease his guilt, and he was not going to accept it. Her power was almost completely drained, and at this point it would not have been strange at all if she simply dropped dead the next second. They had no time left to hesitate, so Ed drove his blade into the old priest again, with the ruthless urgency of someone fighting a real criminal. Since the story began, the main character had never gone this completely into attack mode before. At last, the weary old man's grip gave out, and he was finally forced to release the box. The moment he did, Ed snatched it away. Breathing hard, the blond boy opened the box and uncovered the magical power source that was restoring the wicked dragon. To his horror, he saw that the power was still flowing into it, even though he could not understand why it had not stopped. Looking completely deranged, the archbishop declared that the dragon would soon be resurrected no matter what. The apostles had already been brought down, which meant only the saintess could stop what was coming now. And once that happened, the whole world would have no choice but to witness and worship the greatness of Lord Talos. After everything they had done, it had still come to this. Ed could only stare in horror as the pendant lifted up on its own and began to glow with an eerie blue light. That power shot upward into the sky, and in that instant, despair settled into the boy's chest. He understood that the Holy Lance Dragon was about to awaken, and only then did the full picture become clear to him. If he wanted to prevent the seal on the Holy Lance Dragon from being broken, he had to overpower the Archbishop and get the necklace off the island entirely. The problem was that no one would remember any of this afterward. The moment time rewound, everyone's memory would be wiped clean, and even thinking that time might have to rewind again made Ed reject the idea outright. Somehow, some way, he had to pass this information on. That meant Adele would have to sacrifice herself once again. But even if they succeeded in turning time back, it would all be meaningless if Ed could not pass along this crucial information. If that failed, then they would just repeat the exact same failure all over again. Ed coughed up blood as the ground began to quake and the monster started to rise. And all of this was happening even after he had finally heard her true feelings, even after the blonde girl had broken down and cried that she did not want to die. In the end, once again, he had been too late. Then, out of nowhere, someone stepped in on scarred, bare feet and casually scolded him, saying that being a little late did not really matter. Lucy had arrived. Brilliant, terrifying, and utterly reliable, Lucy had shown up like a savior. Ed coughed again the moment he saw her, struggling to force out the words that he needed to deliver as quickly as possible. He told her that it was fine if she passed the message to either Adele or Clarice, because he himself was about to die. But instead of moving at once, Lucy simply reached down and held the blonde boy's hand, catching him completely off guard. Even then, he tried to urge her to pass on the message immediately. Lucy's answer was a simple no. This was a life-or-death situation, and Ed was practically begging the little mage to hurry and contact one of the two saintesses. It did not matter whether it was Adele or Clarice. Either one of them would remember what needed to be said, so he desperately urged Lucy to move fast. But Lucy kept hold of his hand and calmly rejected the request without the slightest trace of panic. That response left Ed completely stunned, and he stared at her in confusion. Then the little mage explained in her usual flat way that she did not need to carry the message personally at all. If all she had to do was send a message to either the saintess or the girl named Adele, then there was an easy answer. She could simply use magic to write it down quickly on paper. The instructions themselves were clear enough. They needed to steal Wellbrock's fang necklace as quickly as possible and get it out of the cathedral. Lucy calmly wrote down the details of Verdio's scheme, then sent the paper flying away with magic. If Ed kept practicing, he might be able to do that kind of message delivery himself someday too. For now, though, the boy could only lower his head in exhausted relief and thank the little mage beside him. Then another tremor hit, and he groaned as the shaking started again. The Holy Lance Dragon had finally been revived. The monster rose up from the depths, and with every step it took, panic spread and lives were lost, or rather, it was more accurate to say that the creature had revived once again. Because this same nightmare had already repeated itself over and over, everything was finally out in the open now. Archbishop Verdio had revived the Holy Lance Dragon for the sake of the Order, yet the most important details were still missing. The exact place, the method he used, even the route he planned to escape through, none of it had been spelled out clearly. Ed Rossdaler could only groan in frustration at how much had been left out of the message, while a far heavier fear clawed at him from inside. Adele was already being pushed to the brink, and he could not stop wondering whether she was standing on the edge of collapse right now, and whether she truly still had the strength to turn time back again. Inside that circle stood the same pitiful girl again, drenched in blood from head to toe, quietly waiting for death to claim her one more time. And even if she somehow succeeded again, the cruelest problem of all was still time itself. Ed Rossdaler kept asking himself whether, after losing his memories, he would even be able to put together a plan quickly enough. Could he really dodge the apostles all over again, somehow steal the necklace, and then make it off Archon Island before everything fell apart? Just imagining it made the whole thing feel impossibly thin. His chest was packed with worry, especially with Adele's life hanging in the balance. But before that anxiety could swallow him whole, the small mage cut straight through it and reminded him of something simple and firm. She told him she had made a promise to her old man. She had promised that if the academy were ever placed in real danger, then at least once she would be the one to protect it. Hearing that caught the boy off guard, yet at the same time he remembered that she had said these very words before. That was why, no matter how many times time had been rewound, Lucy would always have stood before that dragon, again and again, in every single loop. She would have faced it without ever running away. As the two of them stared at that horrifying creature together, Ed Rossdaler quietly admitted what he believed in his heart. He believed Lucy really had fought that dragon every single time. No matter how many times it returned, she had never once chosen to back down. The young mage had come to this academy to fulfill the last promise she had left to that old man. Looking back, she felt as though she had been waiting here all this time for this exact day to arrive. And now that it finally had, she was sick of waiting. Still, if time was only going to be rewound yet again, then trying to stop everything the same way would be meaningless. So this time, just this once, Lucy decided she would allow herself to be selfish. This time, the tiny mage chose something far more personal. If it was all going to end anyway, then she wanted to die there, safe and content in her man's arms. So she quietly curled herself into the boy's embrace, catching him completely off guard. Sooner or later, both of them were bound to lose that precious memory. And when that happened, neither of them would even remember that this close, intimate moment had ever existed at all. And because of that, there was something she wanted to say. Something Lucy had never once been able to find the right moment to speak aloud. The thick walls the little mage had built up around herself were finally beginning to crumble, shaken apart as the dragon's blue scales crashed down around them with brutal force. It was awkward, embarrassing, and nowhere near romantic in the neat, graceful way stories liked to pretend. But the scene itself told Ed Rossdaler everything he needed to know. He was sitting there under the tree, soaked in blood, with the cat-like girl tucked into his arms and her oversized hat resting beside them on the ground. Maybe this was the only time Lucy would ever be able to say these words to Ed Rossdaler. Maybe under any other circumstances, they would never leave her mouth. And so, for what might be the last time he would ever hear it, she admitted that she could not live without him. And with that, the little mage pleaded with him in the simplest, most desperate way possible. She begged him not to leave her behind, and never to go away. The main character gently placed his hand on top of her head, then drew her in closer against him, as he answered that it was not even a difficult thing to promise. Beyond the barrier, the dragon kept rampaging wildly, roaring across the academy grounds, and causing havoc like an utter nuisance as it tore the school apart all over again. In that sky choked with darkness, agony, and ruin, a rain of brilliant blue dragon scales began to fall, each one sharp enough to cut like a blade. Neither of them tried to resist it. They stayed exactly where they were as those scales sliced into them, tearing through flesh and carving their bodies apart. And still, neither of them screamed. Not a cry, not even a single groan of pain escaped either of them. They only held on to each other's warmth, wrapped inside one another's arms, while death slowly came for them. Yet even then, neither of them felt any fear. Much later, blood dripped down from the plants and flowers around them, and by then, the rain of scales had finally stopped. Their bodies lay there in silence, bloodied and lifeless, still clinging to each other even after death had already taken them. And just as expected, the rewind magic swept over that terrible scene, washing across it until even that final image faded away. Once again, Adele opened her eyes in that same long hallway. The girl coughed violently, as if her life were already burning down to its last scraps, and the instrument slipped from her hand and clattered onto the floor. Her holy power was completely exhausted now. Blood had dried and caked across her skin and clothes, staining almost all of her body red. She could no longer interfere with the flow of time, and she had also lost the ability to look ahead into the future. At last, the exhausted girl had reached the point where she could die for real. In the end, Adele stared forward with hollow clarity, knowing there was nothing left she could do to stop the Holy Lance Dragon from being revived. Being able to meet Clarice one last time hurt more than she could explain, and yet it had also filled her with happiness. What truly stung was knowing she never got the chance to see that bright girl smile one final time. Even if it had only been a false smile, Adele still thought it would have been nice to sing for the pure saintess once more. On the other hand, her final meeting with Ed Rothstaler had been an absolute disaster from start to finish. In the end, all it took was the faintest spark of a desire to keep living, and the resolve she had built up so painfully shattered apart. But the terrible agony coursing through her now, the pain left behind from throwing herself into the flames again and again, would not leave her so easily. At this point, it felt as though death could overtake her at any second, and yet that very pain reminded her, almost naturally, of what she still had to do. More than anything else, Adele had to keep moving. No matter how much it hurt, she forced her ruined body onward because it was her duty to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival and make sure it would never happen. Dragging her blood-soaked body through the hall, the exhausted girl moved forward knowing full well that her role was to die according to the fate that had already been laid out for her. She had now confirmed the outline of Ed Rothstaler's plan and understood how it was supposed to end. Even so, she was convinced from the bottom of her heart that the plan simply could not work. First, Clarice would need time to persuade him, especially since he had already lost his memories. And while the blonde noble was trying to piece together a strategy, the entire morning would slip away. After that, he would still need to gather the forces required to deal with the apostles of Telos, and just mobilizing those people would cost far too much more time on its own. No matter how quickly he moved, the blonde noble would probably only reach the cathedral around dusk. By that point, Archbishop Verdio's scheme would already be in motion. Magic power would have already been poured into the necklace, and from there, the Holy Lance Dragon's resurrection would become nothing more than a matter of time. The sun had already started to sink lower, and the shadows stretching through the corridor were growing long. Once the exhausted girl finally made it past this hallway, she would be able to step into the chapel. And once inside, the weary musician would have no choice but to offer up her own body to the sacrificial rune. She was still buried in those dark, suffocating thoughts when her eyes suddenly flew wide open in shock. Right there in front of Adele, she saw the image of a bird soaring high across the sky. At that very moment, someone called out to Ed Rothstaler, asking him what was wrong. He had suddenly collapsed right in front of Janica, and the spirit sorceress jolted in shock before hurriedly leaning toward him and asking in a panic if he was all right. His book on aspectual magic had slipped from his hands and hit the floor, while a brutal pain hammered inside his head.
Those who had built up resistance to aspectual magic would not be completely affected by it.
Adele's magic that rewound time was a fusion of aspectual magic and holy magic. The blessing carried within that holy magic granted resistance against holy magic itself, and because of that, Clarice had been able to preserve her memories even across repeated rewinds. Maybe Adele had become too weak? Or maybe it was because the blonde noble had been researching aspectual magic himself. Whatever the reason, Ed Rothstaler's head now throbbed with unbearable pain. Somehow, at the very instant before the regression took hold, the aspectual magic inside his own body resisted Adele's magic, and in the next moment his eyes widened in horror as memory after memory of countless past deaths flooded violently back into his mind. Those memories and experiences did not dissolve into time the way they were supposed to. Instead, each death he had suffered came crashing into him one after another, and the sheer force of it made the boy scream. It felt as if his mind was splitting apart. Half crazed from the pain, the boy bit down hard on his lip and endured the agony. Janica and the Saintess stood over him in alarm, while Clarice poured holy healing magic into him as quickly as she could. Then, all at once, the boy shot out a hand and seized the Saintess by the wrist, because he understood they had no time left to waste. Very soon the Holy Lance Dragon would be revived, and by the grace of Lord Telos, they would have to bring that monster down. Archbishop Verdio was at it again, with the same deranged nonsense as always. That meant Ed Rothstaler's side had to move as fast as humanly possible before the Order could rise once more in glory. But this time, the scene changed in an instant. A gigantic green bird suddenly burst straight into the temple, tearing into the space with overwhelming force. Lucy would have to be dealt with later, because right now they were putting that part aside. Ed Rothstaler had already shouted for everyone to hurry and head to the cathedral, and not long after that, he came crashing down from the roof in a rough landing. The moment he hit the scene, the boy did not hesitate for even a second. He immediately reached out and snatched the glowing necklace straight out of the box. With one firm, determined grab, Ed Rothstaler seized the fang necklace in his hand, and Archbishop Verdio let out a furious growl the instant he realized what had happened. Ed Rothstaler had no time to waste dealing with that barking dog of an archbishop. Verdio was already shouting for his attack apostles to move and take down the main character at once. Golden arrows came flying toward the pained blonde noble in a deadly rush, but even in that condition, he managed to dodge them. Across all those endless loops of time, the opening of everything had almost always unfolded in nearly the exact same way. St. Clarice would pull him into her carriage, and inside that moving carriage, she would explain the time loop to him and tell him about his service number. And while the carriage rolled on, he would sort through his thoughts, piece the situation together, and take a little time to fully understand what was happening around him. Archbishop Verdio had no idea who these people really were. Still, in his eyes, they were nothing but fools if they truly believed they could defeat the holy apostles of Telos. Ed Rothstaler did not care in the slightest. By now, he had realized something important. All this time, he had been wasting precious minutes when the real answer had been right beside him from the very beginning. Those golden arrows kept pouring down from above, but not a single one of them was able to touch him. A hand tightened around a beautiful, glowing green staff, and with one swing, a protective spirit bird appeared over Ed Rothstaler, spreading itself between him and danger to shield him from every attack. There had always been something much faster than a carriage right there at his side this entire time. And more than that, there had always been someone far stronger than he was, someone who could jump into this absurd situation and help him immediately, without needing long explanations first. His true soulmate, the girl who would gladly call down 1,000 storms if that was what he asked of her. Janica had always been right there beside him, and without a trace of hesitation, she called out to her man, ready for the two of them to kick some villain butts together. A brilliant spirit bird spread its massive green wings and beat them powerfully, sending fierce winds roaring through the holy building, and there stood Janica on top of it, every bit the spirit-wielding sorceress in command of the scene. She called down to her man without missing a beat, telling him that now was the time for them to get out of there. It had become a pure race against time. Ed Rothstaler had the necklace in hand as he jumped up behind her onto that elegant, swaying spirit bird. They had managed to get there in less than an hour, but even so, the necklace's magic had already started to activate. That small charm was the very key needed to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon. The moment the necklace began resonating with the Holy Lance Dragon sealed beneath Arcan Island, its eventual awakening was only a matter of time, and once that fact was clear, only one possible solution remained. Before the Holy Lance Dragon could fully revive, they needed to take the necklace and flee far enough away that the magic would fail to activate completely. Archbishop Verdio, of course, shouted after them in fury, demanding to know what the hell they thought they were doing. Then he immediately barked orders at everyone around him, yelling for them to hurry up and stop the kids before they escaped. That was when a charged weapon suddenly dropped down right beside him, and almost at once it began to burn. Fire coiled around it in thick, violent swirls, building heavier and heavier until the whole thing finally exploded. With all of those people thrown into confusion and distraction, Janica and Ed Rothstaler were finally able to make their big escape, launching into the air in one swift motion at blinding speed. They needed to get off the island as fast as humanly possible, and the great green creature lashed upward through the air while the two students held on tightly. Going left or right was never going to be enough. Janica drove that spirit bird higher and higher and higher, pushing it upward until they were soaring above even the clouds. The bird carried the necklace in its beak, and their goal was simple: take it as far away from the school as they possibly could. Ed Rothstaler reminded her that once they landed, she had to escape on her own. He told her he would figure out his own way out after that. But Janica clearly had no intention of calmly abandoning her man to a pack of enemies and running off by herself. To her, that would have been outright disloyal. The last incident like this might have been more than a year ago, but if she became the cause of another one, then expulsion would be waiting for her. They needed to resolve this crisis quickly, and Ed Rothstaler was even willing to become a fugitive who had attacked the Order if that was what it took to keep her safe from harm. But the spirit sorceress cut him off and started talking about her homeland, Poulin. It was far off and remote enough that if someone hid there, almost nobody would ever find them. And if that still was not enough, she was perfectly willing to flee somewhere even harsher, like an isolated desert region or a lawless zone, whichever turned out to be safer. Ed Rothstaler was taken aback that she had already thought that far ahead. But Janica only clung more tightly to the arms around her and told him plainly that it was not his place to go off and suffer through everything by himself. He had been carrying all that pain alone this whole time, and the look on his face turned startled as he wondered how she had figured that out. For the spirit sorceress, the answer was simple. She said she could tell just by looking at his face. If the boy ended up getting expelled, then she was completely fine with being expelled right alongside him. In her eyes, the consequences might be easier to bear if the two of them had to carry them together. Even if the world branded them both as fugitives, she still wanted them to shoulder that fate side by side. Turning toward her man, that pink-haired girl made him a promise that she would never, ever let him suffer alone again. The boy could only stare at her, completely overwhelmed, caught in speechless amazement by what she had just said. Then his expression hardened. Grinding his teeth, he turned back after suddenly noticing something behind them. Of course it was the apostles of Telos. Those winged jerks could fly, and now they were chasing after them, determined to take back the relic that had been stolen. All 6 of them were on their trail. That meant they had to go even faster, as fast as they possibly could, because there was no time left anymore. The spirit sorceress answered his call right away and pushed their speed higher. Meanwhile, back inside the burnt church, the fanatical archbishop stood there coughing harshly, choking and hacking as smoke and fog drifted all around him. Then, all of a sudden, Saintess Clarice arrived, and her appearance shocked the archbishop so badly it nearly left him speechless. The girl was panting heavily, clearly having rushed there as fast as she possibly could. Before the group had split up, Ed Rothstaler had told her there was something only she could do. She had been surprised to hear that, but he reminded her that she was someone who already knew everything that had happened, along with how all of it would end. So while the main character did everything in his power to stop the Holy Lance Dragon from reviving, Clarice was supposed to do what only she could and stop Archbishop Verdio herself. And so, the Saintess stepped into the church, while the Archbishop muttered that the situation had become troublesome now, though even then, he still believed he had some hope left. But Clarice tore that hope away before it could settle. With one sharp sweep of her hand, she knocked the golden goblets right off the church table, sending them clattering away and destroying the calm he was trying to hold on to. Archbishop Verdio was the kind of man who was both cunning and fanatically devoted to his beliefs. A person like that would never hesitate. If it meant protecting his cause, he would absolutely try to use the authority of the order to bury everything that had happened here. And to stop a man like that, the Saintess knew there was one crucial move she had to make first. So she raised her voice at everyone in the room and demanded to know how much longer they intended to just stand there and watch. More than anything else, what she needed now was to bring the Holy Pope over to her side. So she turned toward the Holy Pope and cried out at the top of her lungs, begging him to excommunicate Archbishop Verdio immediately, right then and there. While that desperate chase continued high above the sky, down below Clebius and his red-haired alchemist were still walking along as if nothing had changed, casually talking about the coming fight between Taylor and Wade. At the very same time, far above them, Janica and the main character were fighting for their lives in midair. The holy apostles kept launching arrow after arrow at them, but the 2 students had no intention of slowing down or giving up their frantic escape. Just 10 minutes earlier, Janica had been sitting absent-mindedly in front of Glocked Hall. Now she was racing through the sky, while Ed Rothstaler used basic wind magic, Windblade, to protect them as they flew, weaving and swaying through the air. But when Ed Rothstaler turned back, his eyes suddenly widened in alarm. What he saw rushing toward them carried far too much firepower, and he knew at once that there was no way they could dodge that attack. The impact struck them head-on with brutal force, and the spirit bird broke apart instantly. Janica let out a scream as she was thrown out of the sky, Ed Rothstaler falling right along with her, while the necklace was sent spinning loose into the open air. They had already come too far to fail. Now, as Janica dropped through the sky, Ed Rothstaler lunged after her, shouting out to the spirit sorceress, girl, boy, and the ancient necklace were all falling together through the air. And if they hit the ground like this, death was certain. But Ed Rothstaler had no intention of allowing that to happen, so he forced himself forward, pushing through the air like a swimmer cutting through water, desperately trying to close the distance between them. The 2 of them vanished into the clouds as they kept falling, but even then his outstretched hand managed to find her and seize hold of her, and with his other hand he caught the necklace as well. The plan had not completely fallen apart yet. They were still moving toward the same goal. only now with a slight delay. As they continued dropping through the sky, the boy pulled the pink-haired girl tightly into his arms and held her there, absolutely determined not to let any more harm reach her. The holy apostles were still right behind them, shouting for them to be captured because recovering the necklace mattered more than anything else. Apparently, saving the lives of innocent students was not a priority worth caring about. Then Janika suddenly spoke, catching the boy off guard. Smiling softly even in that moment, she asked him if he could handle the rest from here. The question left him confused and more than a little scared, but before he could fully react, she pushed herself away from him and let herself fall free, dropping farther and farther away through the open sky. With bright eyes and a shining smile on her face, the girl told the main character that she truly believed in him. And because she believed that much, she said she would do what she had to do. A golden spark flickered to life in her hands, and in the very next moment, she activated a hidden power that flooded the whole surrounding sky with brilliant light. The students down below all looked up and froze in awe as that radiance spread across the sky, blazing so brightly that it looked almost like a second sun. As they stared upward, the flow of the air itself began to change. The atmosphere twisted, spun, and gathered into a familiar circular formation. Then the skies above the academy started filling with winged spirits of every kind. The apostles were visibly shaken when they saw that many apparitions appear at once. But even among that enormous crowd of spirits, there was one presence that stood apart from all the rest. Even though the day had been bright and clear just a moment ago, the people below looked up in shock and disbelief. Well, Clebius especially looked completely aghast. Still, all of them were left staring upward in disbelief as the sunlight above them was suddenly blotted out. Rising up from the waters came a massive being with a beautiful blue tail, a creature larger than anything any of them had ever seen before. Some would have called it the very first among the first of all spirits, the one that had gained life before every other water spirit. That giant being was a singular existence within nature itself, one of a kind and the strongest of all water spirits. Its name was Freed. Most of the spirits filling the air were lower-ranked ones, but there were simply too many of them. The holy apostles were already starting to struggle against the sheer numbers. It felt like they were surrounded by hundreds. And as if that overwhelming swarm were not enough already, a gigantic whale-like spirit suddenly appeared and batted away many of the apostles' attacks. Standing atop that giant spirit whale were two familiar figures. Ed Rothstaler and Janika were still together. The main character raised the necklace high into the air, and he could clearly feel the magical power inside it fading away. At this rate, they really might be able to stop the Holy Lance Dragon from reviving. But Janika was drenched in sweat now. Her face flushed a deep red as she visibly struggled to hold everything together. Seeing that made Ed Rothstaler realize just how terrifying the cost must be for her to sustain a spirit manifestation on this scale. Janika herself did not sound completely certain, but she admitted she had a strong feeling she was going to end up bedridden for quite a while after this. Her body was already starting to slump, and Ed Rothstaler hurried forward to catch her before she could collapse. He quickly asked if she was all right and leaned in to check whether her fever had gotten worse. The girl let out a startled squeak when he came so close and started touching her to check on her condition. The pink-haired girl turned just as red as her own hair and mumbled in embarrassment that if he kept touching her like that, her fever was only going to get worse. But there was no time to dwell on that, because the apostles were still chasing them relentlessly. Those people had no intention of letting this go. At that point, their only real option was to strike at the enemy's main body directly. One of the apostles prepared to open a path for Taldarak, so that he could rush straight through and engage the enemy head-on himself. The apostles began firing without pause, unleashing a relentless barrage meant to carve open a route for Taldarak to break through and stop the thieves. The apostles of Telos fought fiercely, and the third seat, Lightspeed Taldarak, burst forward through the path they had created for him. That Lightspeed holy apostle tore past the manifested spirits in a single rush and shot straight toward the giant spirit whale. With anger written all over his face, the apostle shouted at the students and demanded to know if they were the ones controlling all of these spirits. This was turning dangerous fast, and the holy apostle looked down at the slumped girl with a cold expression as he said he took no pleasure in killing. But in his eyes, she had already forced his hand, and if that was how it had to be, then he was fully prepared to strike her down. But Ed Rothstaler and the fire dragon spirit were never going to let a threat like that pass unchecked. The two of them appeared right behind the holy apostle, wrapped in blazing orange flames that burned fiercely through the air. And without missing a beat, Ed Rothstaler ordered the fire dragon to take down that fanatical soldier. The orange-haired man whipped around in shock, first gasping at what he saw, then bearing his anger as he roared and swung his axe at them. But the dragon caught that weapon with ease in its feigned grip, and in that same instant, the main character launched himself from the dragon's back and snapped into position behind the holy apostle. His arm muscles tightened hard around the man's neck, locking him down with every bit as much stubborn determination and grit as the enemy himself was showing. Neither side had any intention of backing down in this fight. Even with Ed Rothstaler restraining him, the holy apostle only grew fiercer, his body starting to glow as he packed it full of energy. That intense light spread across his entire frame until the man was burning with brilliance, his radiance spilling outward and washing over even the student clinging to him. The magical pressure of that attack was so intense that even the fire dragon was affected by it, and Janica began to grow faint from the strain. Even so, the pink-haired girl refused to loosen her hold on the power she was maintaining. She forced herself to stay steady, then cried out to the fire dragon Terran, begging him to protect Ed Rothstaler. A burst of golden power swept around the flying whale. That golden force streaked down from the sky and slammed into the ground below, sending rocks thrusting upward from the earth, while huge clouds of smoke billowed out from the shattered rubble. And from within it all, a winged figure staggered back onto his feet. Even after taking all of that, the holy apostle still refused to fall. Taldarak sounded genuinely impressed that they had dared to summon a spirit of such high rank. And more than that, he was astonished that Janica could also keep control of another high-ranking spirit at the same time just to make sure her man stayed safe. Even after falling from that tremendous height, Ed Rothstaler was still standing firm. To Taldarak, that kind of talent was downright terrifying. Even so, as one of the apostles of Talos, he had no intention of wavering. He would carry out the will of God no matter what, and the very faith driving him only made him stronger. The apostle fixed his gaze on Ed Rothstaler and demanded that he hand over the necklace immediately, warning that if they continued to resist, he would kill both the boy and Janica without hesitation. But the student was never going to let go. He would never hand over that necklace, because doing so would mean throwing away the lives of the people he cared about most. They had already come far too far for that, and by now it was far too late to rely on regression anymore. Ed Rothstaler no longer had Delheim's hourglass, and even though the pain of his many deaths was still fresh in his mind, he could not gamble with the possibility of anyone else dying. That was why Ed stood his ground, with the fire dragon blazing behind him. No matter what happened here and now, Ed Rothstaler was going to survive.
Now that they had made it off Arcan Island, the magic readings had dropped. But unless they could put even more distance between themselves and the island, the Holy Lance Dragon would still awaken soon.
Ed gritted his teeth and swore to himself that he would never let that happen. This was their last chance to win, and he knew it. What made it worse was that the final enemy standing in his way had to be that absurdly devoted maniac, Taldarak, the third seat among the Holy Apostles. He was known as Taldarak the Swift, a monster whose sacred law skill converted all magical power directly into physical energy. Ed Rothstaler remembered all of that, because the memories from the previous loops were still alive inside him. Taldarak's top speed surpassed even the speed of sound, and the man moved with such explosive quickness that no ordinary student could ever hope to keep up. Trying to dodge an attack like that with nothing but the naked eye was completely impossible, and Ed Rothstaler's eyes widened in horror when the apostle suddenly appeared behind him, already swinging his holy weapon. If the main character could not properly see those attacks anyway, then he made a choice. He shut his eyes, and the moment the apostle lunged in at him, the protection of the wind activated on its own, and with that, the attack that should have cleanly taken the blonde noble's head was completely blocked. Marilda appeared at that instant, moving in together with Terran as the two spirits joined forces against the tenacious holy apostle. The protection of the wind only triggered against unexpected attacks, and it was a countermeasure the blonde could use just once. But the force behind that single activation was tremendous, and Ed Rothstaler knew he had to seize that tiny opening immediately, because that one moment was all the chance he was going to get. He gathered power into his hand, pointed it straight at his opponent, and unleashed the intermediate spell-focused explosion. The sheer force of that blast sent the fighting apostle flying high through the air. It was a devastating hit that hurled that angelic figure backward, but unbelievably that stubborn bastard still refused to go down. Golden light flashed in the apostle's eyes as he spat out a curse at the boy in language that was anything but holy. Since the boy was willing to resist this far, then he had no reason left to hold anything back. Ed Rothstaler had his own problems too, and one of the biggest was painfully simple. He lacked any truly reliable source of firepower. But then Terran surged forward like an avenging dragon and practically told him to leave all those firepower worries to him. The great fire dragon was resistant to magic and possessed overwhelming destructive force. In the very next instant, the dragon opened wide and unleashed a roaring stream of flames, blasting straight at the apostle before the man could recover himself. Taldarak was swallowed by the inferno, buried under a torrent of fire that would have knocked out almost anyone else. But even against the fire dragon's power, that angelic warrior did not fall. He emerged from the flames, still protected inside a shield of holy magic. His wings spread wide as he came down with a powerful strike aimed at his opponents, hammering the dragon down and forcing shut its gaping maw. This was not an opponent they could defeat so easily. Taldarak the Swift was the fastest among the physical fighters, and even though the dragon had done everything it could, there was only so much it could accomplish against an enemy that strong. As he began to fade, the dragon apologized. With Janika already controlling multiple high-level spirits at once, the magic she had supplied to Terran had finally run dry after being pushed to its absolute limit, and just like that, they had arrived at the worst possible outcome. Their enemy was still standing. Ed Rothstaler faced the Holy Apostle head-on, both of them with weapons drawn as they stood amid a wall of blazing fire. Then the main character lifted his bow, took aim, and fired his arrow. The specially prepared rods, already charged with power, shot straight toward the apostle. But he was a veteran fighter through and through, and he slipped past every single one of those attacks with practiced ease. The blonde noble called for the fire to ignite, and the apostle immediately noticed what the boy was doing. Ed Rothstaler was weaving together both water magic and fire magic at the same time. It was an impressive combination, and when the two forces met, they created a thick wall of steam meant to shut off the man's vision. But in the end, the apostle dismissed it as nothing more than an obvious trick. He tore through the steam without hesitation, and in the same motion, his strike cut into Ed Rothstaler as well, sending pain tearing through the boy's body and knocking him backward. It happened almost exactly as the boy had expected. Even as pain surged through him, he gritted his teeth hard and hit the ground with a rough crash. Taldarak, the Holy Apostle, was simply that strong. And by now, Ed Rothstaler understood something clearly. In the end, there was only one way left to win this battle. In a previous loop of time, Marilda had been the one who ended the fight. She had appeared in a sudden surprise attack and devoured the apostle whole before he could recover. But right now, the Golden Phoenix Ring was still being used by Janika to hold the other apostles back. And on top of that, Ed Rothstaler had never once managed to fully summon that powerful wolf spirit by himself before. There had to be some way to make it happen. Groaning through the pressure, he raised his shield and blocked another attack from the apostle, but even he did not know how much longer he could keep this up. As the battle dragged on, he desperately searched for some way to force a breakthrough. But Taldarak kept pressing him with one shameless, relentless attack after another, never easing up for even a heartbeat. Then the fighter drove his lance down into the ground and used the momentum from that planted weapon to launch himself upward, only to slam a crushing kick into his young opponent. And that blow shattered Ed Rothstaler's shield apart in the process. The boy coughed, then spat blood onto the ground, already fighting on the very edge of collapse. While asking himself if there was really no way at all to defeat an apostle like this, he crashed back to the ground in a miserable heap, clothes torn to rags, blood running down his face, his whole body battered as he struggled just to drag in another breath. The apostle landed in front of the fallen boy and declared, almost like a sentence being passed, that this was where it ended. Then he swung his weapon down with the full force of holy violence. And as Ed Rothstaler stared up at the man about to kill him, that familiar sensation came creeping back again, burrowing deep into his mind. It was death. That same cold presence had come for him again, just like it had every other time this day had repeated itself. The memories of dying over and over flooded back into him in an instant, and strangely enough, those repeated deaths became something like a brutal cheat code, forcing his spiritual understanding higher. One by one, each spiritual factor began to rise. They climbed together like a great echoing chorus, until at last a realization struck Ed Rothstaler. With death bearing down on him, the boy no longer felt fear. And in that same moment, the apostle suddenly froze as if he had sensed something change. Whether it was divine magic or spirit resonance, the path to mastering magic was never really different. Everyone had to fail again and again before they could truly learn it, and Ed Rothstaler had piled up more failures than anyone could count. Layer upon layer of grit, stubbornness, and desperate refusal to give up had brought him here. A long history of effort that must have looked meaningless from the outside, and now, drawing on the power of every single one of those failures, Ed Rothstaler called out to the great wind spirit Marilda. And just like that, the wolf appeared. It lunged in and sank its fangs deep into the apostle's wing, the very strike that stopped Taldarak cold in his tracks. This time, the wolf had manifested completely. It was proof of something simple and brutal. Repetition, when endured long enough, eventually became mastery. The instant the apostle was distracted, Ed Rothstaler sprang upward and smashed his head straight into his opponent's face. The apostle growled, coughed, and spat blood in a burst of fury. After all, no one was good at something from the very start, and nobody ever knew for sure if their effort would actually pay off. But failure itself did not matter. Ed Rothstaler understood that now more clearly than ever as this battle with the apostle kept raging on. In the end, nothing about that truth was unusual. Everyone in this world fought to survive for reasons of their own, all just to keep living one more day. Now the apostle found himself surrounded by every spirit under Ed Rothstaler's command, and the realization left him overwhelmed with rage. But now it was the blonde who had driven him into a corner, and Ed Rothstaler lifted his weapon like an executioner preparing the final blow. There were countless people in this world struggling desperately just to stay alive, and carrying all of that weight, the boy brought the glowing blue arrow down and drove it straight through the apostle's chest. The man's body trembled as the spirit arrow buried itself through him. Struggle was part of life, and Ed Rothstaler knew that truth better than most as he forced that arrow deeper into Taldarak's chest. He struck his opponent so violently, again and again, that his own fist was reduced to a bloody mess. Struggle was part of life, and so was the ugly, desperate act of twisting and wringing every last ounce of strength from one's body with clenched teeth. Only by doing that could a person truly seize life for themselves. Breathing hard, the boy stepped back from the apostle's fallen body and stumbled away from it, with Marilda following close at his side. There was still no time left to waste, and there were still things Ed Rothstaler desperately had to do. He panted heavily as he looked down at the amulet in his hand. Meanwhile, back inside the Academy Temple, an uproar had started to spread. Clarisse stood before the Pope and demanded to know how long he planned to keep standing there and watching while the Archbishop burned their entire society down to ashes. The Pope was utterly stunned to hear the usually gentle Saintess suddenly shouting at him like that, but Clarisse had already reached her limit. She told him plainly that he needed to excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. The Pope was shaken by that declaration, and his face grew even more conflicted when the Archbishop immediately called out to him in response. Verdio insisted that the Pope must not listen to the Saintess, claiming she knew nothing of what was really going on. After all, he said, everything they were doing was for the future of the Church. But Clarisse cut him off at once by exposing the truth. She brought up the fact that he intended to use Wellbrock's necklace to revive the Holy Lance Dragon only so the apostles could defeat it afterward. She revealed that she knew every detail of that plan, and the shock on both the Pope's face and the Archbishop's face was immediate. Then the girl told those men that they had already tried countless times to hunt down the Holy Lance Dragon. But she demanded to know one simple thing in return. Had the Church ever once succeeded in slaying it? His plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Then Clarisse revealed the truth that she had repeated this same moment of failure over and over again, and she held up her bruised hands as proof of what she had endured. She knew they would fail. That was exactly why she was standing there in front of them now. The moment Archbishop Verdio realized the Saintess was trying to cut him off for good, that snake of a man immediately twisted his expression and tried to slither right back into the Pope's good graces. He urged the old Pope not to put any faith in the words of a young girl who, in his eyes, knew nothing about the greatness of their so-called brilliant design. He insisted that everything they were doing was for one reason alone, to protect the future of the Order of Talos. But Clarisse had no intention of standing there quietly while he belittled her. She already knew the full truth of their vile scheme to use Wellbrock's necklace to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon, only to have the apostles strike it down afterward. The moment those words left her mouth, both the Pope and the Archbishop froze in visible shock. Neither of them could believe that a girl so young understood that much. After all, despite all the times they had tried to subdue the Holy Lance Dragon, that foolish plan they had clung to in hopes of restoring the Order's glory had never succeeded even once. The only result it had ever promised was blood on the ground, grief in people's hearts, and piles of needless death. And of course, Verdio could not bear hearing that the plan he clung to so desperately had been doomed from the beginning. Clarisse understood that better than anyone, because the reason she could stand before them now was that they had already failed again and again. She had lived through the same moment countless times, and the bruises and scars left on her own hands were proof of just how many times she had been forced to endure it. In every ending, the last choice left to them was always the same: throw the Saintess into the rune of sacrifice so they themselves could survive. And when the true ugliness of that plan was laid bare, both the Archbishop and the Pope stumbled over their words as they tried to defend what they had done.
Clarice refused to tolerate their stammering excuses or their madness any longer. She declared that if sacrificing herself truly was the will of the god Telos, then she would offer up her life without hesitation.
But she also knew something they were trying to ignore. Their monstrous plan would drag countless innocent people into death, people who had done absolutely nothing to deserve such an end. If the Order became the cause of such senseless devastation, and in an academy packed with students no less, then the faith people had in the Order would never recover. No one else might ever learn the full truth. But Clarice already knew exactly what they were planning. And if she were forced to die for the sake of that wicked scheme, then the one who had brought her here, Ed Rothstaler, and the one she had come all this way to save, the musician Saintess Adele, would make the truth known in song, spreading it across the entire continent and shattering the temple of Telos' image beyond repair. At that point, this was no longer just about the life of one Saintess. Clarice swore that if they went through with this, the entire world would come to distrust the Order of Telos itself. Archbishop Verdio refused to hear any of it. His attention locked on to just one thing she had said. The people she mentioned were probably still somewhere on Arkan Island. Even if the Saintess no longer trusted the Order, he thought they could still use the authority of the Holy Pope to push the plan back into motion at once. But before he could go any further, the Pope stopped him cold. For decades, the old man had remained the Holy Pope while never truly choosing between doctrine and reality. He had lived like a frail coward, always hesitating, always hanging back, and whenever someone else stepped forward with conviction, he had simply followed behind, doing whatever small thing he could for the temple he loved. He had spent so many years living that way that in the end he finally understood something. The future of the Order had to be entrusted to someone whose conviction was stronger than his own. And in his eyes, Saintess Clarice was the brightest light shining within the Order at that very moment. From then on, he declared that he would follow her will gladly, and in that instant, the Pope and the Saintess stood together in complete solidarity. Then Clarice turned her glare on Verdio and told the old monster plainly that his plan had never once succeeded, not in any of the countless miserable lives she had been forced to repeat. And this time, she said, would be no different. In the name of Holy Pope Eldane, the most devoted servant of the god Telos, and in the name of Saintess Clarice, the Saintess formally excommunicated Archbishop Verdio from the Temple of Telos. But while all of this had been unfolding, Verdio's face had darkened in a way that felt deeply wrong, and then he burst into a twisted, royal-sounding laugh. It was the kind of laughter that sounded less human and more like something had possessed him. Staring at the girl, the deranged old man told her that none of her efforts would change a thing. Then, in one sudden motion, he grabbed the girl, catching her off guard, and took off running with her. As he fled, the mad archbishop declared that as long as the Saintess refused to step into the rune herself, then nothing could stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. And even though that boy had escaped with the necklace, Verdio sneered that the apostles were already chasing after him. Even if Ed somehow managed to lose them, the archbishop was convinced the boy would never make it far in the wrecked state he was already in. Honestly, after everything that had happened, Ed still had not even bothered to call in help from a few more of the girls around him, which almost made it feel like he was running on pure, stubborn pride at this point. But even so, the boy had no intention of giving up now. As far as Ed was concerned, the game was not over until the Holy Lance Dragon was actually revived, and with blood running down his hands, he clutched the necklace tighter. Even then, Verdio remained certain that victory would still be his in the end, but Clarice was just as certain that things would not unfold the way he wanted. With a sharp motion, she yanked her arm back out of the evil priest's grip. Verdio stared at her in shock, seeing her still standing there with unshaken defiance, while the silver-haired girl told him firmly that the person who had once grabbed her arm and run with her was far stronger than a wretch like him could ever hope to be. A saintess as powerful as Clarice did not need anyone to save her from someone as pitiful and wicked as Verdio. And with that, she unleashed holy power straight into that rat. Brilliant yellow light swallowed the man whole as she fired off a divine power discharge, a burst that could erase most magical effects while also slamming into the body of its target with brutal force. After releasing such an enormous blast, Clarice let her arms fall for a moment, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to catch her breath. She had been fighting for far too long already, and her exhausted body finally gave way, dropping her to her knees in front of Verdio, who had also collapsed to the floor. From where he lay, the archbishop hissed that the god Telos had said the saintess was meant to live only by following pure white light. So now, he could not understand why the girl before him had suddenly become so full of color. Breathing hard, Clarice lifted her head and answered between breaths that it was because she was the saintess. As a student, she had learned long ago that even a beam of light that looked completely pure white, when you looked at it closely, was made up of many separate colors, strands of vivid red, like the red that reminded her of that sly fox-like merchant. There was gold, too, like the color of Janika's power, and turquoise as well, like the great whale he had struggled so hard to hold together. And there was blue, the same blue as the eyes of the man who had risked everything over and over just to keep saving Clarice. There was violet, too, like the light of the overwhelmingly powerful Lucy, the girl who had finally found her idiot crush. And now, Lucy was here. She had arrived, and without saying a single word, the worn-out, bloodied boy simply placed the powerful necklace into her hands. The next instant, Lucy shot forward like a streak of light and flew straight away from the academy. She moved at terrifying speed, heading toward the mountain while carrying the burden that could either save every one of them or bring everything to an end. After all, light only becomes pure white when all of those beautiful colors are gathered together into one, and the farther the necklace was taken from the academy, the more its radiance faded, along with the power sleeping inside it. This was episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the second joint combat training arc. Now that Taylor had become an upperclassman, the protagonist was about to face the first years, but their resistance was far stronger than expected. Everyone on the first year's side was desperate to bring down their seniors and secure better grades, so none of the opponents Taylor faced were easy targets by any stretch. That imbalance existed because, in the earlier version of the scenario, for reasons already set in place, not a single first year had ended up joining Class A. At the same time, Ed Rothstaler tore through the streets atop Marilda's back, pushing himself to the absolute limit until his spiritual power finally gave out and his body collapsed. He was drenched in blood from head to toe, but even so, the academy had been protected, and the scenario itself was still moving along the path it was supposed to follow. Taylor brought down Claude, his final opponent, and the top student in the Faculty of Alchemy. But just as the scenario had always dictated, that blonde genius refused to accept defeat. So he swallowed the forbidden potion made from the blood of the evil god, because that was the role he played as the chapter's mid-boss. In an instant, his power surged upward, and he transformed into the alchemist of calamity. Now, overflowing with the foul power of the evil god Mebular, the alchemist began hurling wave after wave of black magic straight at the protagonist, driving Taylor backward under the crushing force of that overwhelming darkness. Taylor's body was flung by the blast, launched hard into a wall, and the impact shattered it on contact. An endless chain of harsh trials was something that dark-haired boy knew all too well. And now, with the episode approaching its climax, the protagonist had already fought through one enemy after another until he was barely able to remain standing. It was not all that different from the boy who admired him most, Ed Rothstaler, who was now stumbling through the streets in the same broken state, while the wind wolf beneath him faded away as his strength kept slipping. Even so, the blonde forced himself back onto his feet, trembling as he struggled to keep moving forward. Because no matter how brutal the ordeal in front of Taylor became, the scenario would keep advancing, and that boy would keep fighting until the end. The dark-haired protagonist suddenly burst forward, raising his weapon of justice, and charged straight into that black magic head-on, cutting through it exactly as he intended. The alchemist, now twisted by possession, could only watch in stunned disbelief as the determined protagonist kept closing the distance. Then, with elemental flash of the raging golden storms, Taylor sliced through the darkness lodged in his enemy's heart and scattered the black magician's evil into the wind. His elemental slash had now evolved far beyond its earlier form, to the point where it could sever any element placed before it, even darkness itself. That strike was so overwhelming, so blindingly powerful, that the force of its golden light could be seen even from far off in the distance. Ed Rothstaler saw that radiance too, while dragging his blood-soaked body across the school grounds. In the original scenario, this was exactly how Episode 3, the second joint combat training, was meant to conclude. Taylor's enemy collapsed, and with that, the foe exited the stage. Taylor, once mocked throughout the army as nothing more than a failed swordsman, had now become a true powerhouse, someone fully acknowledged by every peer around him. The students celebrated him with open joy, and the faculty and his comrades did the very same, all of them recognizing what he had accomplished. He raised his shining sword high, the blade marked by the strain of battle, yet still unbroken and steadfast, just like the protagonist himself. At that moment, the boy's name was burned into everyone's eyes and carved into their memories. But that triumphant feeling was never meant to last very long. Because the moment Taylor stepped out of the testing arena, His eyes were supposed to widen, and then he would be told that one of his comrades had died. That comrade was the bard and prophet, Adele Saris, the girl who had gone to the temple in order to sit within the summoning circle and die one final time. Adele Saris was supposed to die there. Back then, the story had never clearly explained the exact way the bard met her end. But in the present, the girl had already given up, and as she fell toward the summoning circle, she accepted that this was how her life would end. Originally, Adele was simply a character who was meant to leave the story in exactly that way. But just before she could offer up her life for the last time, a bloodied hand suddenly shot out and caught hold of her, wrenching her back away from the dark fate she had already accepted. Adele's eyes flew open in pure shock, as a furious, exhausted Ed Rothstaler hurled her aside and sent her crashing onto the ground. The girl slowly opened tear-filled eyes, blood running down her face in streaks, and there before her stood the tired blonde noble who had fought through everything just to save her life. At that instant, the original storyline had already been changed. Taylor and the others would come outside and never hear any news about a comrade's death at all. Their celebration and laughter would continue uninterrupted, while inside the temple, Verdio would scream in fury, raging at the collapse of his plan. There might still be rumors that some kind of disturbance had broken out within the order, but that uproar would be dealt with quickly as an internal matter, helped along by a well-earned punch straight to the dark archbishop's face. The blow sent the man crashing to the floor, and both the Saintess and the Pope remained safe and unharmed. Because of that, the so-called Saintess of Distrust never came into existence, and the Holy Lance Dragon did not awaken ahead of schedule. As for the summoning necklace, it sank deep into the sea, to be forgotten there until a later time. With the Saintess of Distrust erased from the course of events, the Order's army never marched down upon Arkan Island, and the rampaging Episode 3 boss, Awakened Lucy, never appeared either. That meant the gifted mage no longer had to meet such a tragic death. In fact, it was possible that even more had changed this time than the original scenario ever accounted for. Now the mage gazed ahead at the setting sun, her cheeks turning red as she remembered how, in one of her past lives, she had clung so tightly to the boy she liked. Little Lucy kept staring out into the orange light of the sunset, and quietly mumbled that she really wanted some beef jerky. After everything that had happened, the academy would remain peaceful, and in the end, everyone would be okay. 2 days had passed since that unfortunate incident, and then a knock came at the door, followed by a familiar voice asking if Janica was feeling any better. The moment the spirit mage heard her crush outside, she panicked and hurriedly told him not to come in yet because she was still trying to wash herself up. The problem was, her eyesight still had not properly recovered. Borrowing that much power from the future had come at a brutal cost. For the time being, Janica could not use magic at all, and on top of that, her vision remained badly impaired. As for the supreme rank spirit she had unleashed to stop the 5 apostles, that overwhelming being had apparently crashed down somewhere in the forest outside Arkan Island. Janica herself had blacked out right after pulling off that impossible feat, and when she finally woke up again, she found herself lying inside a cabin without even knowing how she had gotten there. It turned out Lucy was the one who had found her and carried her all the way back with surprising care. So apparently even Lucy could be gentle when it came to another girl. Ed Rothstaler was relieved that, somehow, everything had ended without getting any worse. Janica, meanwhile, reminded him in a slightly sulky tone that if anything like that ever happened again, he had to come find her first. While listening to her complain, Ed glanced over his shoulder and noticed Belle Maya standing shyly behind him. He thanked her for coming, even though someone who had already become headmaid normally would not be doing ordinary housework anymore. But looking at Belle's expression, it was obvious she had no intention of stepping back just because of her position. If anything, she looked like she fully intended to keep handling chores herself for a while. And now she had arrived at their little camp carrying a basket, her eyes bright with purpose. The head maid asked the blonde noble if he was doing all right too, making it clear she did not mind taking care of him as well. Ed told her he was fine, and explained that his main concern was Janica, since she still could not see very well, but Belle gently pressed a little further and asked whether there was anything else weighing on his mind. Ed thought about it for a moment, then answered no. The maid seemed to understand right away that he was holding something back. Still, she agreed that for now, the most important thing was taking proper care of young Janica first. Then Belle stepped in and reminded the blonde noble that Janica would need help changing clothes and wiping away sweat as well. Ed answered like that should have been obvious, saying he had no problem helping with things like that. Then Belle added, after a brief pause, that, of course, it was not as if he would make any kind of mistake. With that, she quietly stepped into Janika's cabin. But then, all of a sudden, the head maid popped back out and cheerfully reminded the young man that he was a teenage boy. If not now, then when else was he ever supposed to make all kinds of questionable and perverse mistakes? She even told him that maybe, once in a while, he should listen to the voice inside his heart. Ed immediately shut the door on that ridiculous advice. He wanted absolutely none of it. Scolding her at once, he told her to stop saying weird things and just hurry up and help Janica already. From inside the cabin, Belle hummed to herself while Ed turned back in confusion. In a sing-song voice, she said, "It was such a shame." Then the door suddenly swung open again as Belle realized something that made her downright delighted. Ed had finally spoken to her informally. The maid looked absolutely thrilled by that discovery. For a moment, the young man could only stand there in total speechlessness, completely thrown off by how happy she looked. Then, deciding he wanted no part in that conversation anymore, he simply turned around and walked off. With Ed gone, Belle immediately turned back around and started scolding Janica instead, complaining that staying in a dusty little place with air drifting through it was no environment for a patient at all. Honestly, in her opinion, Janica would be much better off in the academy infirmary. Before long, the head maid was already fussing over everything, throwing open the windows to air out the stuffy cabin without hesitation. Listening from outside, Ed felt a little intimidated by just how passionately she had thrown herself into helping. He could still hear Belle's voice clearly, followed by Janica suddenly freaking out, because the maid was doing all of this while she was in the middle of changing clothes. Belle Maya, quick-witted as ever, had apparently seen through almost instantly that Ed was carrying something heavy on his mind. At the same time, trying to wash Janica with both the door and the window left open was honestly absurd. The maid was going completely overboard. Still, because of all that commotion, the day flew by before Ed had any time to dwell on anything else. He had only been away from his usual camp chores for 2 days, yet it somehow felt like he had been gone for an entire month. Sitting by the warmth of the fire, he eventually noticed that his firewood supply was running low. Then, suddenly, he heard rustling nearby, and someone stepped into the camp. Ed looked up in surprise and saw Kylie, or rather the girl who had once used that identity while hiding the fact that she was the saintess. This time, though, she was not disguised at all. Her silver hair was fully visible as she stood there in the open. Saintess Clarice had come all the way to the camp with her friend's guitar held tightly against her chest. She had come bringing good news. Archbishop Verdio had officially been excommunicated. That evil man was now being escorted to the Holy Capitol under the watch of the Pope and the Apostles. What punishment came after that would be left to the Pope to decide. Hearing this, Ed asked whether Clarice still trusted the Church, especially after Pope Eldine had openly admitted his own complacency. Clarice answered that, in her eyes, this had been the work of one archbishop with warped ideas who had taken control of a church already beginning to falter. Maybe, she said, this incident could become the turning point that pushed the church toward a better path. She was willing to give them one more chance, and Ed said nothing, only nodding quietly as he accepted that answer. As for Adele Saris, the blonde bard had vanished without a trace. That part clearly weighed on the saintess. She had even used her authority as a saintess to search for her, but no matter where they looked, they found nothing. The blonde noble then asked Clarice whether there was something she had wanted to say to the traveling bard, and the saintess let out a small sigh. At first, she had wanted to tell Adele everything that had happened to her after leaving the Holy Capitol, but somewhere along the way, that stopped being the thing she wanted most. Now, more than anything, the silver-haired girl simply wanted to tell her idol how grateful she was. With a faint blush spreading across her face, Clarice decided to leave the guitar there beside Ed's camp. Adele had always wandered from place to place, and maybe, just maybe, she would choose this campsite as her next destination. After that, the saintess rose to leave, and Ed walked with her as he escorted her away from the campsite. On the way, Clarice asked whether he would be staying here through the summer break. Ed admitted that he did not really have anywhere else he could go. Then, cheeks lightly flushed, the saintess shyly asked for one small favor. She asked whether, from now on, her senior could treat her not as a saintess, but simply as his junior. Ed answered that he had already been doing exactly that all along. When she was Kylie, especially, it had always come naturally to him. Clarice smiled at that, but explained that what she really meant was this: if he ever needed help, she wanted him to ask without hesitation, because she would gladly come to his aid. She could not promise that she would ever fully repay all the kindness he had shown her, but she did swear that she would do everything she could. Ed stayed silent as he watched the silver-haired girl walk away, and he remained standing there until her figure disappeared completely into the distance. Only then did someone else finally speak up and say that it was about time she got going too. If she stayed hidden any longer, she would end up running into Clarice again. Ed turned and asked whether she would really be all right, and sure enough, the exhausted bard had been hiding inside his house the whole time. At this point, it almost felt like every girl had passed through there eventually. Adele gave a tired laugh and said that her holy magic and divine power still had not returned yet, though at least she was able to move around now. Ed asked whether it was really fine for her to leave like this without seeing Clarice, maybe at least saying a proper goodbye, but the bard only answered that it was fine. She had no songs left that she could sing for Clarice anymore, maybe because deep down she knew she no longer had the courage to lie to her face. And the more Adele Saris thought about it, the more she realized it had all been a lie from the very beginning. The songs about praising the god Telos, the stories about traveling the world, the melodies she played while singing of freedom, every last song she had ever strummed out on that lute had been wrapped around one long, painful lie. Ed's response made it sound like he was asking whether that was really true, and in front of him, Adele quietly tightened her grip around the lute. Then the main character looked over at the girl in visible shock, when, with a smile still on her face, she suddenly tossed that beloved instrument straight into the fire.
The blonde bard admitted that from here on out she meant to travel to every place she had only pretended to visit in those songs she once sang to Clarice. It was going to be a long road, and that was exactly why she was choosing to leave behind this heavy piece of baggage she had carried everywhere until now.
Up to this point, Adele's journey had always been about running away from the fate hanging over her. But this time, she said she would finally be setting out on a real journey, not one born from escape. Ed asked if there was really a difference, and with a soft smile, the blonde girl said maybe there was, because now she had a place she could come back to. Still smiling, the blonde said she ought to make it back within 3 years. Otherwise, Clarice might graduate before she returned. And when that journey was finally over, she wanted to come back and play a brand new song she had written herself. Ed looked a little lonely as he told her that when she returned, he would help her pick the perfect wood for a new instrument. Adele laughed and replied that then she had better make it back within 2 years instead, if she was supposed to catch him before his own graduation. Then before she left for good, the blonde noble asked her one last thing. He wanted to know if this truly was the end, and, for just a brief moment, the smile vanished from the girl's face. She had lost both her magic and her divine power, which meant she could no longer see the future anymore. The future she had once been able to predict ended on that very day, and from now on, she would have to walk toward places she had never even imagined before. She was about to begin a completely new journey, one where she knew nothing about what came next, and one where she could no longer move by following some predetermined scenario. As Ed spoke with her, his mind filled with all the dark possibilities the future might still hold, along with the terrible things that had already happened. From here on, the bard might be stepping into a future even harsher than anything she had ever imagined, and she would be doing it without knowing what waited ahead. That was why Ed wanted to ask her whether that uncertainty did not terrify her. For a while, the girl said nothing. She stood there with her arms folded, thinking over his words while the fire crackled softly between them. At last, she admitted it honestly. Yes, she was scared. Even so, her hand tightened around the bag slung over her shoulder, and then the girl smiled as brightly as the sun itself, because despite that fear, this new life waiting in front of her felt unbelievably exciting. So much in Ed's life had already changed. Just moments ago, he had been talking to a girl who, in the original story, should have died long ago. This was not about the scenario in some abstract sense anymore. It was about a choice carved out inside a tiny, limited moment. Back then, Ed had been forced to choose between leaving Arkan Island to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon or risking everything in order to save Adele. And in that moment, the choice he made had been to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. In other words, he had chosen to sacrifice Adele. If the blonde bard's holy power had not weakened, and if Lucy had not remembered things the way he did, then Ed knew he would have abandoned Adele without hesitation if it meant protecting his own survival. It was a truth that lingered like a haunting stain, but it was still the truth of the kind of person he was. In times of war, people always found ways to hide behind the excuse of survival. And when things reached that point, values like compassion, duty, friendship, and fellowship became things he could turn his back on far too easily. A memory flashed through his mind, taking him back to a battlefield in wartime, to the image of a soldier in a gas mask crying as he cut down his enemies with gunfire. Looking back on it now, Ed was not proud of the life he had lived before, and a dark shadow settled across his eyes. Then, just as he faced the beginning of summer break, The sound of sandaled feet approached and stepped into his space. So much had already been changed. Ed Rothstaler, a person who should never have existed at the academy in the first place, had now become an honor student, and beside him was Janica, the boss of Act 1 herself, resting her head against his shoulder. Lucy, the boss of Act 3, had vanished from the original story entirely. But even so, as Janica and Ed sat together by the fire beneath the bright night sky, there was one thing that definitely had not changed. Whether that meant twisting the course of predetermined history or looking away from someone else's sacrifice, no matter what happened, the main character was still determined to survive. Darkness settled fully over the camp, while the firelight cast its warm glow through the quiet night. By now, so much of the story had already been altered beyond recognition. Adele Saris the Bard was gone, and the scenario the main character once knew had drifted completely off its original course. At that point, the nearest major event still left on Ed's mind was the battle that in the original story was supposed to happen against Lucy. The skill points, the experience, and all the unique skills that could be gained there would have been a huge help heading into the fourth chapter. Of course, the fact that Taylor's growth had already been stunted was a major source of anxiety for Ed. After all, they still needed the protagonist to grow strong enough to defeat the final enemy at the very end. Ed could not keep clinging forever to this twisted version of the story, and Taylor's growth was supposed to be his insurance for reaching a happy ending, especially when it came to the battle with Lucy. That event mattered for another reason, too. It was supposed to be the moment Lucy finally let go of Glocked and the crushing burdens she had been carrying for so long. Ed also felt that if he could just talk to her, it might help him figure out exactly where things stood now. But Lucy, who was usually always around somewhere, sleeping or lingering nearby, had not come to the camp for many days. And that absence became another deeply troubling source of worry. It bothered Ed enough that he tossed and turned in his sleep, worrying over whether things were really okay like this. It was as if he was fighting demons of his own, because even while trying to sleep, sweat kept soaking his body. No matter how much he tried to push his friends away or dismiss those thoughts, the Isekai victim could not stop worrying. Nothing had gone according to plan, and far too much of the main storyline had already changed. Then, all at once, the boy's eyes snapped open and he bolted upright, breathing harshly as he struggled to catch his breath. A nightmare was the last thing he needed when he was already fighting just to stay alive. The boy let out a low groan and tried to figure out how long he had been out. His memory was still hazy, but one thing was certain. Whatever he had just seen in his sleep had not been an ordinary dream. It had been a nightmare. Final exams were coming soon, and once they were over, the school would roll straight into break. Ed Rothstaler sat beside the fire with a book in hand, trying to read a little and settle his thoughts before they spiraled any further. He could not help but wonder if these ugly dreams had started surfacing now, because life had suddenly become too calm. Maybe the moment his surroundings finally grew quiet, the things he had buried deep inside finally had room to crawl back out. To him, it felt like dark shadows were sneaking around the edges of his world, creeping into his territory little by little, trying to strip away the fragile bits of peace and comfort he had barely managed to hold on to. That darkness did not even feel abstract anymore. It felt alive, like something with shape and intent. Something that could swallow the firelight in front of him and steal even the warmth from the flames. And then, all at once, the boy remembered. He remembered the life he had lived before he ever came to this world. That old life had been filled with fear, chaos, and death, and that was probably why the thought of being dragged back into a hell like that for a second time terrified him so deeply. Those memories came back to haunt him night after night in his sleep. Day by day, the gloom around him had grown heavy enough that even the people around him were starting to notice something was wrong. Their favorite blonde genius had clearly seemed troubled lately. Ed kept insisting that he was fine, but Jix Effelstein had a bad feeling about it all. On the surface, everything looked normal enough, yet the boy never seemed to stop moving. He still handled everything he needed to do around the camp, kept up with his work, attended every class, and studied just as diligently as ever without giving anyone an obvious excuse to worry. Still, even if it was only a guess, to the wolf boy it felt obvious that their dependable hero had an awful lot weighing on his mind. Even Tanya Rothstaler had started worrying about her brother. Jix was worried too, though the thing bothering him was a little different. After all, everyone around them more or less understood by now that the young man's relationships were, to put it mildly, extremely complicated. He had a frankly alarming number of powerful and intense women in his orbit, and none of them were the type to quietly back off. Lucy, the prodigy, Janica, the dangerously devoted spirit mage, and Lortel Ketchum, the red fox merchant. Even Tanya was fully aware of just how terrifying the women around her brother could be. That was exactly why Ed being visibly troubled was such an unusual situation. It meant some of those warmongers disguised as teenage girls might start seeing his weakness as an opportunity. The competition around him might even heat up more than ever. And Jix's guess was not far off, because not long after that, Jenica showed up and quietly sat down beside Ed. She had taken a huge blow in their last serious fight, so her recovery was still ongoing. Even so, the bright-eyed spirit mage happily told her crush that she thought she could probably manage low-rank spirits again now. Ed was glad to hear it, though he still could not help worrying, especially since she was only half recovered and her vision was still poor. Jenica admitted that she was nervous. Her mana flow might still be unstable, but she wanted to try anyway. And besides, with her crush right there beside her, she insisted that even just his presence was enough to fill her up with healing energy and make her want to become a better person. She also needed to get back to class soon. Exams were coming, and she had not earned a scholarship just to turn around and fail at school. Ed had to admit that she was right, and with that, the two of them prepared to begin. Before long, they were fully absorbed in their little practice session, while Jenica lifted her staff and started drawing spirits toward her once more. Normally, she would never need a full formal chant just to call a low-rank spirit, but since it had been a while and her condition was still shaky, she chose to be careful this time. She had learned enough from her past mistakes, and she clearly had no intention of repeating them. As she recited the spell, Ed suddenly noticed that the incantation sounded oddly familiar. Then a bright flash burst out, and in that burst of light, a spirit appeared. It was Mug, the boy's familiar little bat bodyguard, and the creature looked absolutely delighted to have been summoned back again. But even that small summoning left Jenica unsteady and lightheaded almost immediately. If something that minor was enough to throw her balance off, then her condition was clearly still serious. Mug squealed in alarm for his mistress as she tipped backward, one hand rising to her head while pain flushed across her face. Fortunately, before she could actually fall, a steady hand reached in and caught her. It was a perfectly timed, almost romantic rescue. Her crush was suddenly right there beside her, asking with real concern if she was all right. For Jenica, it was one of the most intimate moments they had shared in a while, and she became hopelessly flustered on the spot. Meanwhile, Ed was completely focused on worry and nothing else, even leaning closer as he asked whether she could hear him properly. He quickly told Mug to get lost before the spirit accidentally drained even more of Janica's energy. Since it had been a long time since the little bat had last been called out, Mug looked genuinely disappointed to be dismissed so soon. Still, the fact that summoning even Mug had cost more mana than expected clearly surprised Jenica. Ed's concern deepened immediately, and he asked whether she really had not recovered as much as she thought. She even seemed feverish now. Of course, from Jenica's point of view, part of the reason she was getting hotter was that her crush still had his hands on her. Honestly, if he would just give her a moment, she felt like she might recover from this embarrassment too. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cut right through their little romantic moment, remarking that she had already heard about this sort of thing, but it was still strange to witness it in person. Lortel Ketcheln had arrived, and the Red Fox merchant did not look particularly pleased to find another girl snuggled up against the man she had mentally claimed for herself. Of course she had come to check on him, because it was obvious to everyone that he had been struggling with something like post-traumatic stress. She had tried to prepare herself for whatever she might see when she came here, but apparently she had not armored her heart nearly enough. After all, there was now a nice, bright, newly built house standing right beside Ed's own cabin. The rumors had been true. Jenica really had moved right into the neighborhood like she was marking territory. The fox merchant could barely believe the sheer shamelessness of it. Lortel immediately demanded an explanation for how this had happened, though judging by her face, she was not even sure she truly wanted to hear the answer.
Jenica recognized the fox merchant's voice right away, which was unfortunate because voice was still about all she could rely on while her eyesight remained so poor.
Calling down that great wail had really wrung the life out of her. Lortel greeted the spirit mage, and Jenica only smiled in return. She had absolutely no intention of looking embarrassed. Instead, she cheerfully announced that she had decided to move in with Ed. The way she said it made it sound dangerously close to a marriage announcement, and she even doubled down by adding that the two of them were living together now. Naturally, Lortel was not even a little pleased by that. As far as she was concerned, she had called dibs first. It would be much more appropriate, she insisted, for Jenica to tell the truth and simply say they were neighbors now. The redhead explained that she had come to check on their shared man, but she also had important information that Ed would definitely want to hear. Ed smiled faintly and asked what that information was supposed to be. Lortel said she did not know exactly what his finances looked like at the moment, but she strongly recommended that he buy everything he would need for next semester as early as possible. That suggestion felt strangely rushed. Sure, buying early might save money, but school break had not even started yet, so Ed could not help wondering why she was acting like they needed to go shopping at lightning speed. With a knowing smirk, the redhead explained that this was not about prices rising. The real problem was that once break ended, he would not be able to buy anything at all. Janica got to hear that juicy bit of news too, which meant she benefited from it as well. Still useful or not, neither of them had yet heard the actual reason why supplies were suddenly going to become scarce. And Janica, of course, could not resist adding that since she was now living right there beside Ed, Lortel did not need to keep addressing them separately anymore. She was really milking this high school wife routine for everything it was worth, and the worst part was that the blonde was doing absolutely nothing to shut it down. Ed could not help thinking that the spirit mage was being surprisingly assertive today. When it came to facing off with Lortel, she did not miss a beat. Just looking at it was enough to tell anyone that the redhead was absolutely seething. She looked so furious that it felt like she could boil an entire cauldron of manna with nothing but the heat of her temper alone. And somehow, in the middle of all that, Ed still seemed to genuinely believe there was a chance she would not be angry. Not even a full second later, Lortel snapped and hurled a curse at Janica for what she had just done. The redhead had clearly reached her limit, so with a sharp wave of her hand, she cut things off and declared that she was heading back for the day. Still, as annoyed as she was, even Lortel had to admit that their little hideout in the forest was surprisingly nice. The air was crisp and clean, the surroundings were quiet, and there was even a stream flowing nearby. Standing there in the middle of all that rich greenery, the redhead let out a slow breath and finally understood why Lucy loved coming out here just to nap. At that point, Janica's eyesight still had not fully recovered, so she was not exactly thrilled to be reminded of that fact. Even so, there was one image she could still make out with perfect clarity. It was Lortel's face, smiling and smirking as she talked about the place where they were living. The red-haired merchant was grinning far too pleasantly, and that kind of smile from her never meant anything good. Then morning came the next day. The bells rang out, and word arrived that Lady Lortel had left behind a message. Apparently, the lady had sent Belle an outrageous proposal, offering to replace her as housemistress and asking whether she might be interested in taking a completely new job instead. And the amount of money the fox-like merchant was offering was so absurdly high that it honestly felt less like a job offer and more like she was trying to buy Belle outright. As head maid, Belle was already more than used to students around the academy doing strange and ridiculous things. But even by those standards, this sudden offer was bizarre enough to leave the red-haired woman staring at it in disbelief. She took the envelope and carefully read through the proposal. 3 Flen gold coins was already far from a small sum, but Belle had served in that hall for many years. No matter how generous the merchant was being, this was not the kind of position she could simply abandon overnight. The maid who had delivered the letter gave an awkward little laugh and said she did not mean to pry, but the moment she saw the offer inside, she genuinely could not believe what she was reading. Lortel was not offering 3 Flen gold coins a month, or even a week. She was offering to pay that amount every single day. Even Belle, for all her discipline, was having a very hard time resisting that offer. This was the kind of temptation that put her pride and loyalty to the test, because turning away that much money on a daily basis was no easy thing to do. So the maid simply stood there and waited, watching closely to see what kind of answer the chief maid would give. Belle kept staring at the proposal for so long that the other maid started to get genuinely nervous, half convinced that the chief maid might actually throw in her resignation and take the offer. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Ed was buried in his usual work and putting in effort as seriously as ever. His crafting ability had improved a lot through repeated practice, and as he continued working with steady hands, he paused only long enough to wipe the sweat from his brow. Then, out of nowhere, he received a visitor who said he had been sent there by Lady Lortel. The man introduced himself with the official title of Sales Manager Dune from the Sylvania branch of the Elk Trading Company. He had brought along his assistant, Rihanna, and the two of them had apparently come all the way out there to conduct a survey. So, once again, Ed's quiet and hard-earned peaceful life looked like it was about to be disturbed by some completely unexpected development. He could only stare at them, struggling to believe they had really come all this way just to survey the place. It would all be over soon enough. But apparently the red-haired girl had already made up her mind that she intended to build a cabin out there. At this rate, it almost felt like the entire harem was preparing to move into his neighborhood. The fox merchant really was an impossible opponent, and she clearly had no intention of sitting still while someone else snatched away her husband. So naturally, her next move was to build a house right beside his and turn it into a full-on battle for dominance. She had already sent her people ahead to start taking measurements for it. Ed's classmates were seriously underestimating what it meant to survive out in the wilderness. It was one thing for him to manage it, but the idea of all these pampered noble girls moving in around him too was another matter entirely. The guy was honestly concerned. The surveyors immediately got down to work, all while politely saying what an honor it was to meet him in person. It felt strange having people older than him speak so respectfully, and since they also looked close to his own age, Ed awkwardly told them to relax a little. There was no need for them to be that formal with him. From their point of view, though, the blond boy was the special person their employer cared about most, so there was no way they were going to speak to him casually. Besides, there was never any harm in currying a little favor if it might lead to benefits later. And since they doubted they would get many chances to see him in the first place, they saw no reason to pretend they were close. On top of that, their beloved Lady Lortel did not actually enjoy sending her employees out to some remote patch of wilderness like this either. That answer caught the young genius off guard, and he immediately asked them why that was. So the man explained that their boss was painfully aware of just how different she became when she was working compared to when she was anywhere near the blonde genius. Around Ed, she acted far more like someone her actual age, and apparently that side of herself embarrassed her to no end. That was exactly why she preferred not to let her employees linger around whenever she was at school. After all, in business, the frosty fox merchant was like a merciless ice demon with iron running through her veins. Ed could not help pointing out that the surveyor was talking about his own employer with a shocking lack of respect. The man only laughed and replied that, if anything, calling his boss an ice demon should be taken as praise. In any case, if there was ever something they could do for the young man, the company would be happy to help him out, especially if it happened to be the sort of matter he did not feel comfortable bringing up directly with the lady herself. All Ed had to do was call for Dune. Then, as if trying to show off a little Dune, the surveyor pulled out an elegant-looking bottle and presented a drink so expensive it could still fetch around 1 gold coin even on the old black markets. It was apparently a very strong drink too, so it was better not to hand it to someone who was not used to alcohol. According to Dune, anyone who drank that dark, suspicious-looking substance got drunk unbelievably fast. As an example, he cheerfully brought up how Rihanna had once taken only a single sip and ended up in a horribly embarrassing state. He sounded way too comfortable sharing that story, and it only made it clearer that this loudmouthed worker would say absolutely anything. His assistant had to rush back over and beg him to stop talking, especially when he started bringing up humiliating moments like that. Ed honestly felt like the man was putting him on way too high a pedestal. Still, despite thinking that, the main character quietly accepted the ominous-looking drink anyway. Dune only smirked and said that, if anything, the woodland genius was the one underestimating himself. By then, they had finished all the measurements, so after leaving the suspicious bottle with Ed, the pair gave him a pleasant farewell and headed off. Once they were gone, the young man could only let out a long sigh, still wondering what in the world those two had actually been talking about. Meanwhile, over at the Clavin store, people were busily going about their normal routines, while inside the shop, someone appeared to be carefully looking over the goods. According to that crafty redhead's advice, Ed had been told to buy what he needed ahead of the semester. By this point, his growth and crafting skill had improved enough that he could make most things himself, so what he mainly needed to buy now were the consumable materials that would help him produce everything else. But when he glanced back over his shoulder, he found himself wondering why exactly someone had followed him all the way to the store. It turned out to be yet another one of his admirers, this time the hesitant Anis, who also happened to be Janika's friend. The girl let out a nervous sigh, then immediately launched into what sounded like a thoroughly rehearsed explanation about how she had only come out to buy a few things and had never expected to run into him there. What a coincidence, apparently. Then, once she got going, Anis said quite a lot. She mentioned that he had not stopped by the lab recently, so everyone had been wondering if he was too busy. She also said she had heard what happened to Janica and knew her injuries had been serious. On top of that, she admitted she had been surprised when her friend suddenly announced that she would be living at Ed's camp, though it seemed Janica was settling in just fine there. She was sure Ed himself had a lot on his shoulders, too. Since Anis understood the situation he was in, she had already explained things to their professor, and everyone wanted him to take care of himself. Klebius and Onyx were handling the work that needed to be covered, and they were both reliable when it came to getting things done, And with how hard life could be, she also reminded him that he needed those scholarships. By the time she finished, she had said so much in one breath that it was almost impressive. After a short silence, Ed found that he barely had any questions left to ask. So in the end, all he could really do was thank her. Just when it looked like the studious girl was about to make her escape and hurry off, her luck gave out at the worst possible moment, and she suddenly bumped into something mid-step. The things she had been holding slipped right out of her hands, but before they could scatter across the ground, the blond boy moved in quickly and caught them for her. With that same calm, almost casual expression on his face, he simply told her that she should be a little more careful. But when Ed glanced down at the bag of ingredients she had been carrying, he paused. Inside was a miserable collection of half-spoiled food, including what looked like spinach she had probably dug up herself somewhere. There was even a piece of bread in there that had already gone moldy. For a second, Ed almost regretted saving any of it at all. Still, he did not press her with questions and simply handed the bundle back. In response, the girl let out a small sigh and muttered that he could look if he wanted. It was not as if she had been buying anything impressive in the first place. She went on to say that it did not matter anyway, and there was no reason for her to try and look good in front of him. Even if she was poor, she was not ashamed of it. But despite those words, she could not even bring herself to meet his eyes while saying them. Honestly, it was a little ironic for her to say that to Ed of all people, considering he was hardly well off himself. But the girl was so overwhelmed by the embarrassment of the moment that tears were already starting to sting at the corners of her eyes. In the end, she just could not bear it anymore. The poor girl sank down onto her knees and all but wished death would come quickly, because that felt easier than surviving an embarrassment like this. On top of that, she even apologized for the whole situation. Anis Halilan was a commoner, yet in many ways she carried herself with more dignity than most actual nobles. She was intelligent, hard-working, capable of thinking independently and excellent at solving problems, but the moment she entered the academy, her family went bankrupt, and from then on, she had been forced to work just to keep herself going. Ed had already assumed she must have been struggling, but seeing this, he realized things were somehow even worse for her than they were for him, and that was saying a lot, considering he was literally living in a camp he had built with his own hands. And yet, somehow, she still bought a cookie for him. He accepted it and thanked her, even though it felt a little wrong taking something from someone who was so obviously having a hard time herself. Still, refusing it probably would have been even ruder. As Anis awkwardly explained, she had been splitting a bakery membership with Claire Elfin, which was information Ed could have lived perfectly well without knowing. Even so, at least rambling about that sort of thing seemed to calm the nervous girl down a little. Then she mumbled that a new professor would soon be coming in to replace Professor Glast, who had met his dramatic end by suicide back in an earlier arc. Ironically enough, it was also because of that very professor that Ed had been able to develop his magical engineering so much. Anis explained that she had come out to buy supplies in preparation for the new professor's arrival, since they were running low on what they needed, and from the look of it, Ed had been doing some shopping of his own as well. Ed admitted that he had not actually bought very much, and said he had only come because he heard the price of school supplies was going to rise soon. Anis then confessed that she checked prices every single day, and from what she had seen, everything was already about 10% more expensive than it had been last month. That made Ed stop and stare, because the fact that she monitored prices daily was surprising even to him. By then, she had mostly recovered from her earlier embarrassment, so she immediately snapped at him for making it sound like she was doing something excessive. But Ed just reassured her that, weird as it might sound, he actually thought the two of them were pretty similar. After all, they were both smart, and just as importantly, they were both equally broke. If either of them got sick, they would not be able to work. And if Anis lost her dorm, then she would not even be able to keep attending the academy. She had pushed herself through illness before just to hold her life together, and after living under that kind of pressure long enough, she had clearly gotten used to it. Ed could already guess that she was the type who kept working even while sick. Survival. That word did not mean the same thing for everyone. And Ed, living alone in a cabin deep in the woods while preparing for a future scenario he was desperate to outlive, understood that better than most. It also did not help that the last arc had left him dying over and over again, which had done absolutely nothing good for his mood or for his ability to stay optimistic. To Anis Halilan, this academy itself was the forest. This place was her wilderness, her jungle, and the world she had to survive in every single day. Then, all at once, the girl smiled. She let out a soft breath, brushed her fingers lightly through her hair, and stood there with a bright, sunny expression on her face, blushing because of what Ed had said to her. As it turned out, she had actually thought the exact same thing about him back when they first met. Anyway, she said they really should hurry and buy what they needed for next semester before prices climbed any higher, so she was going to get going now. And besides, if anyone had enough power to swing prices around this wildly, then it had to be the Elk Trading Company. But if that was really the case, then at this rate, that company was bound to end up clashing with the student council. No one really knew why they had chosen now of all times to squeeze out more profit like this, but Annis was sure they had some kind of plan behind it. Whoever was leading the Elk Trading Company was probably smarter than she was, after all. With that, Annis gave him a cheerful wave, thanked him for warning her about the coming price increase, and headed off. Ed watched her leave, but his thoughts were already drifting toward the strange moves the Elk Trading Company had been making. He could not help wondering why they would go this far just to drive up the prices of school supplies. And when something made you curious, the fastest way to find out the truth was often the simplest one. Just ask directly. So the main character made his way back to camp on foot. Apparently those clench-you drinks were not exactly ideal as presents. The lady waiting at the camp let out a sigh and remarked that if Dune was going to embezzle company funds anyway, then he should have at least bought wine instead. Just because something cost more did not automatically make it better. Sure enough, Lortella was already at the camp, examining that suspicious-looking drink for herself. Ed let out a tired sigh and said that it was supposed to be his, even if, one way or another, it had still come from her side in the end. Apparently, that loudmouthed surveyor of hers had a habit of skimming funds here and there and using them to bring back odd items like this. The funny part was that Dune did not even seem to realize Lortel already knew he was doing it. So Ed asked the sly merchant why she let that kind of theft slide, and with a light chuckle, she explained that she was simply waiting for the perfect chance to use it against him if he ever stepped out of line. She admitted that it was a bad habit of hers. No matter who the person was, she needed some kind of insurance before she could truly trust them. That was exactly why it felt so strange to her that Ed, the boy from the camp, was the first person she had ever trusted without holding any insurance over. He was special to her, and so far she still had not found anything she could use to keep him bound in place. Even so, she said she would gladly trade weakness for weakness if it meant gaining some way to hold on to him as something that rightfully belonged to her, just the way she wanted. And judging by the look in her eyes, she was certain he had plenty he wanted to ask her anyway. Meanwhile, over by the professor dormitories, the boy and the girl had already started walking together at an easy pace. By the time he finished following her, Ed found himself standing near the professor's residences. There were not many people around there, which made it the perfect place for a private conversation. This sort of old-fashioned scheme did not feel like her style at all, and because of that, he could not help wondering why supplies would suddenly become unavailable right after the break ended. So Ed asked her directly whether she was planning to buy up and hoard all the school supplies. The answer was yes. After all, she was the only person on this island who could freely control the prices. It had honestly never occurred to her that he would take an interest in the internal workings of the Elk Trading Company. It was rare for Ed to dig that deeply into how her business actually operated. That made her wonder, almost hopefully, whether he might actually be worried about her. In a moment like this, she thought, he really ought to say yes, even if he did not truly mean it. But contrary to that expectation, Ed admitted it right away. He really was worried. The moment those honest words reached her, she turned toward him, and her heart gave a sudden flutter in her chest. She could not stop herself from getting at least a little flustered. Of course she was. The boy she had a crush on had just openly admitted that he was worried about her. And almost immediately after that, her opportunistic side lit up, and she happily proposed that they trade secrets. While she stood there practically sparkling with delight, Ed took the chance to ask what exactly she was planning. But the girl refused to give it away so easily. If the hero wanted to know what was really going on, then they would have to exchange secrets properly, and he would need to offer up one of his own weaknesses in return. Ed let out a slow sigh as he weighed what kind of truth he was actually willing to hand over in exchange. She had asked him this sort of thing once before, and just thinking back on it made him give a faint, almost helpless laugh. Back then, when Lortel had been dealing with troubles of her own, she had suddenly asked him whether he had ever killed someone. At the time, Ed had told her no, that he had never done anything like that. Now he brought that old question up again. All those years of military service were about to make that answer matter in a very different way. The moment the memory resurfaced, Lortel let out a laugh of her own, because to her now, that old question sounded almost absurdly naive. But then Ed admitted, without dressing it up, that he had lied to her back then, in the past, and even here in this new world, when he had stood against that one fateful apostle Ed Rothstaler had killed before. Not just once, either. He had taken countless lives. That was the secret he chose to offer her. Whether the redhead believed him or not was up to her. But Ed knew he was speaking the truth. Once he had stood on battlefields in some distant foreign land, and when someone gets dragged through a war zone like that, they end up watching people die around them far more often than anyone should ever have to. Among the dead, there were always some you could never stop thinking about, the ones you felt you absolutely should have saved, especially the people you had grown close to, talked with, laughed with, and spent your days beside. Ed had lived through a time like that. He had watched too many comrades disappear on the battlefield. At first, a soldier in that kind of hell grits their teeth and does everything possible to keep their friends alive, even when their own body is on the verge of giving out. They still throw a wounded man over their back and run headfirst through the middle of chaos. And sometimes, all they can do is cling to a dying comrade, crying without restraint as they watch that person take their final breath right in front of them. But eventually, a soldier stops doing even that. Some part of the mind and some part of the heart turns numb, because survival takes everything they have. They do it so they themselves will not die, so they do not end up lost the same way the others already were. At first, that change tears a person apart from the inside. But one day, without even realizing when it happened, they notice they have gone numb. Even the deaths of the people closest to them no longer hit the same way, simply because all their strength is being spent on staying alive. When someone is trapped in pure survival instinct, sharpened to the point of exhaustion and running on nothing but reflex, then survival becomes the only thing left in their mind. But once they leave the battlefield and end up somewhere no one is actively trying to kill them, and if by some chance they even manage to save a friend for once, just like they had always wished they could, then the one question they spent so long forcing down comes rushing back all at once. It was the question that eventually haunts every soldier. What if they had not looked away from the person who needed help? What if they had reached out just one moment sooner? Maybe that person could have been saved. That was why the nightmares of war always came flooding back. That was why Ed felt more haunted with each passing day lately. He had taken so many lives that the memory of blood still clung to him like it had soaked into his skin, and even now he could almost smell the fire of war along with the sting of regret. He could not stop thinking that if things had only been different, maybe everything would have changed. That thought kept circling back again and again, because in the end he was the one who had taken all of those lives. His hands trembled as he reached the conclusion he had already come to long ago, that the people around him were key figures in the scenario, people whose paths he could influence. So every time he piled up excuses for himself and even lied to his own heart, all so he could keep pushing them away. In the end, he had made one firm decision for himself. He would never become true comrades with anyone. And yet, somewhere along the way, time had worn that resolve down. He had apparently forgotten it, which probably meant he had gotten softer or maybe just duller than he once was. That was his weakness. Lortel had probably been expecting something juicy, dangerous, maybe even a little thrilling. But what the blonde boy actually did was unload years of buried trauma onto her. Even so, once he finished, there was a strange sense of relief on his face, like finally saying it out loud had lightened something inside him. For a long moment, beneath the pale moonlight, a silence heavy enough to shake the ground settled between them. Then, after that long and loaded pause, the redhead straightened herself and decided it was finally her turn to uphold her side of the bargain. He had asked why she was buying up school supplies and books. Lortel answered that she had recently received a report saying a little rat had slipped into the trading company, and to her, that made things very interesting. What he was looking at now was her way of flushing that rat out into the open. For the past several days, the warehouse counts for school supplies and books had not been lining up with the inventory records. That could only mean someone greedy and ungrateful had been sneaking into her stock and siphoning off her property. To Lortel, that kind of pathetic behavior was completely intolerable. Ed immediately jumped to the most obvious suspect and assumed it had to be Dune, since the man was already known to embezzle funds. But Lortel shut that down right away. Dune might have a big mouth, but he was not especially bold, and his thefts never went beyond small indulgences and petty luxuries. The one she was after was much more malicious than that. Once the prices rose, this person would most likely sell off the stolen goods before her side could, and then disappear. That was the moment she intended to catch the rat who had been trying to sabotage her. And on top of that, she casually added that she would probably end up killing someone again. Ed looked genuinely horrified hearing that, which was a little rich considering the cold confession he himself had only just made moments earlier. It reminded them of something they had said before. Back when she asked whether he had ever killed someone, Lortel had admitted that she herself had never killed with her own hands. But if she were allowed to count the people she failed to save, then, just like him, she had probably killed a great many people too. What Lortel had probably hoped would turn into a more intimate, maybe even flirtatious exchange had somehow drifted into something much deeper and heavier. Still, in its own way, it mattered that the two of them finally had someone they could speak to about things like this. Most of the time, Lortel was the kind of person who looked away from people's humanity and judged them only by the numbers written in her ledger. She was the golden daughter, smiling on the outside while living with a noose pulled tight around her neck. For a long time, she had kept forcing herself forward by believing with all her might that everyone in the world was fundamentally the same. A merchant had seen talent in a child and bribed that girl's real parents so he could make her his adopted daughter. Those parents were poor enough to survive on whatever begging could get them through a single day, crouched in some filthy corner of the slums and eating rotten bread just to live. In the end, they never even realized they were going to be killed just to make sure no information leaked out. Those parents had been pitiful creatures, even while they were selling their daughter away. To Lortel, every last one of them had to be accomplices in the end. Then the redhead looked at Ed and asked whether he knew how much money her parents had received for selling her. The answer was 3 Flen gold coins. That was the price placed on her life. Even now, it felt to her like only yesterday that she had been nothing more than a girl sold off for 3 gold coins. Now, though, she could hold those same coins in her hand with a fond smile. She had become someone who could casually name 3 gold coins as a daily wage just to scout a person she happened to like. The irony of that was so sharp that to her it was almost funny. Still, even for Lortel, 3 gold coins a day was an outrageous amount to offer. She was almost certain the person she wanted to recruit would turn her down, but honestly, she was fine with that outcome too. Handling the rat that had crawled into her merchant network and keeping an eye on Dune while he constantly looked for chances to betray her in small ways, none of that truly bothered her. The redhead never expected much from anyone in the first place, and she never really trusted anyone either. By now, Ed already understood exactly why that was. So the boy quietly said it out loud. It was because she never wanted to be disappointed again. Lortel only smiled at that and admitted that this was also the reason she always ended up alone. That, more than anything else, was her weakness. So, from the very beginning, there had been a reason the beautiful fox had carved time out of her busy schedule and invited him out for a walk that night. After all, the pretty girl did have ears, and they were better than most. She could hear farther and catch more than ordinary people did. That was why she had picked up the rumors that Ed had been looking down lately, almost like all his energy had drained away, and now, while clinging comfortably to his broad arm, she stayed close without hesitation. In her own way, she had gotten him to open up about what he was feeling so she could help him through it. Apparently, among noble families, there was even a marriage custom where the bride and groom exchanged their weaknesses with one another. That was a curious tradition. The idea was that once both sides knew the soft spots the other carried, they would naturally grow closer. Or at least, that was what people said. At night, the academy felt strangely still, a place that was normally full of voices, footsteps, and people suddenly became so empty that it almost made you feel like you had been left behind in the world all by yourself. For Ed, that feeling did not only come at night. Even during the day, he often felt that same distance. But every now and then, that kind of loneliness was something a person actually needed. Clinging happily to the arm of the boy she liked, the redhead looked up at him and asked if he understood that feeling too. Sometimes that kind of solitude was not painful at all. Sometimes it was comfortable. In that way, the two of them were alike. At this point, it almost felt like every few business days, Ed was discovering one more thing he somehow had in common with yet another girl on campus. Then, the next morning, someone came to apologize to the redhead. Honestly, taking the offer would have been good for anyone with common sense, especially with wages that high. But Belle Maya had pride in her work at Ophelis Hall, so of course it was Belle who stood there bowing deeply in apology. She knew perfectly well that she was not always treated fairly. Sometimes the work frustrated her, sometimes it wore her down, and sometimes it left her completely exhausted. Even so, Despite all of that, Belle still wanted to keep carrying the responsibility of Ophilis Hall on her shoulders. A daily wage of 3 gold coins was an incredibly bold offer, probably the boldest Lortel had ever made, so being rejected like this really did sting. In the end, though, a person's conviction toward their work was not something money alone could buy. Because of that, Lortel could not help but genuinely admire the chief maid's loyalty and resilience. So, instead, the redhead tilted the conversation in another direction and asked whether Belle might be interested in taking on a side job. The maid blinked in surprise at the sudden suggestion. Lortel had heard that Belle had recently been making time to look after Janica, so she asked her to do something similar for her as well. She only wanted Belle to stop by once in a while, handle what needed handling, and then leave again. Something easy. Something simple. Just twice a week, whenever the maid had time to spare. Then the redhead put on the cutest pleading expression her foxy heart could produce and appealed shamelessly to Belle's kindness, as if surely a generous person like her could agree to something that small. Belle tried her best to resist with dignity, but the red-haired girl kept laying on the charm until the maid finally found herself wavering and admitting that, well, perhaps that much would not be so terrible. The moment those terms were settled, Lortel immediately produced a contract. She had it ready with a speed that was honestly a little suspicious. Like the wicked little merchant she was, she rushed Belle into signing every marked spot as fast as possible. And once it was done, the smiling redhead cheerfully informed her that from now on she would be counting on Belle to look after her villa and the nearby camp as well. In other words, Belle would now be seeing her regularly at the camp too. And with that, the door was abruptly shut right in front of her. At that exact moment, it honestly felt as if poor Belle had somehow just signed away her human rights. She had only agreed to a side job worth 1 gold coin, and the fox merchant had apparently prepared the paperwork from the very beginning. That was when the poor maid finally realized she had been completely outplayed. It had only been a few days since Ed had fallen into that slump, dragged down by old memories and the things he could not stop thinking about. But when he looked around and saw everyone else still living their lives and moving busily forward, it pulled him back to reality. Janica was gradually recovering, and little by little it looked like her ability to summon higher-level spirits was returning as well. Life at the academy was not going to pause for anyone, and even the house Lortel was having built continued to go up at a perfectly normal pace. So the main character finally made up his mind. He was not going to sit around in that gloomy, heavy state any longer. More accurately, he simply did not have the luxury of doing that. Final season was already here, and sure enough, the boy was back outside in his front yard, carving and crafting as usual. He needed to hurry and finish the staff too. Vacation would be coming soon, and that fact weighed on him more than it comforted him. Before that time arrived, he needed to make every preparation he possibly could for whatever was waiting ahead. Meanwhile, in her own room, Ed's younger sister sat reading a letter from her father. It had been quite a while since anything like that had reached her hands. In the letter, her father mentioned that during vacation, many students returned home to their families to rest before going back to school again. So Tanya Rothstaler was being invited to come home as well, rest for a while, and then return to Sylvania afterward. That invitation was terrifying on its face, considering this was the same father who had tried to have her brother killed and then stayed silent while she herself was accused of murder. And as if that were not enough, her father had also asked her to bring Ed along with her. The altered scenario was getting ready to begin. The young Rothstaler heiress had just received an extremely unsettling letter from her murderous father, inviting her back home. He wrote that he wished to see her again, and that he missed the presence of his beloved daughter dearly. In fact, he went even further and asked his darling little girl to bring along her charming older brother too. So yes, he was clearly preparing to make a move, as if he had not already sent assassins after his own son before. No wonder Tanya was horrified. She could barely believe the nerve of such a request coming from that man. Her maid gently observed that the young noble lady looked very tired, and honestly, she was. Anyone would be after receiving news like that from a father with murderous intentions. Still, Tanya insisted that she was fine. The poor girl was already overwhelmed as it was with the Elk Trading Company starting to overstep its bounds, and now her father had begun moving too. Altogether, it was enough to make the whole situation feel unbearably heavy, and all she could do was let out a long, weary sigh. Meanwhile, the next day arrived beneath a bright, clear morning sky. The little blonde noble girl grabbed at her aching head and let out a pained whine, sounding completely worn down by the pressure already piling up around her. Right at that moment, Lucy just so happened to wander into view. The instant their eyes met, both girls reacted like startled cats that had just found each other in the same room and hated the surprise equally. Tanya hurriedly greeted the strongest witch on campus, but there was a clear stiffness in her voice. She could not forget how disastrously things had gone the last time Lucy lost control and rampaged while trying to kill her. Lucy, meanwhile, looked just as awkward in her own way. She was strangely shy about speaking to Tanya Rothstaler, mostly because she remembered that humiliating rampage too, and was clearly doing her best to act like none of it had ever happened. Still, the little prodigy gathered every bit of courage her small frame could hold, fidgeted for a moment, and then finally mumbled out a timid apology for acting like a complete lunatic before. The poor girl genuinely apologized for how extreme her behavior had been. Tanya blinked and recalled that the white-haired witch had already apologized once before, so there really was no need for Lucy to keep forcing herself through that all over again. The weather was nice too, almost too nice, and Tanya was so nervous that she started steering the conversation toward harmless things like the day itself and napping. But even while hiding behind small talk, she still wanted to know whether Lucy planned on stopping by her brother's camp anytime soon. Lucy admitted in a low voice that she had not really been going there much lately. That answer surprised Tanya immediately, and she asked at once whether everything was all right. The uneasy prodigy mumbled that things felt weird after napping somewhere else. Her skirt kept getting dirty, dust clung to her clothes, and her hair always ended up messy and tangled afterward. And just like that, the truth became painfully obvious. Poor Lucy had apparently crossed into that dangerous stage where she had started caring about how she looked in front of Ed. She was actually blushing because she wanted to appear nice whenever she was around the boy she liked. Both Tanya and the maid nearby were completely horrified to hear Lucy say something so embarrassingly normal. No one ever expected the cool, detached Lucy to worry about something as delicate as how she looked in someone else's eyes. All of a sudden, the great and untouchable Lucy was acting like an ordinary girl. There was really only one explanation for that kind of change. These were the soft, unmistakable signs of young love starting to bloom. And, as if to confirm it, Lucy shyly admitted that she was planning to visit Ed's camp the next day. She had not been there in quite a while, so she felt like she really ought to stop by and at least say hello. But just thinking about it was enough to make her blush all over again. This side of Lucy was almost frightening in its own way. The fearsome prodigy was now acting exactly like a girl in love. The moment she heard that, the maid jumped in without missing a beat and eagerly took Lucy's side. She insisted at once that the white-haired girl was already beautiful as she was. But tomorrow, she would personally swear, on her title as senior maid, to dress the young mage as perfectly as possible. As senior maid of Ophelis Hall, her official duty was to assist the students. But unofficially, her second calling was clearly love advice. She knew exactly who liked whom, and this was now a matter of professional pride. Lucy, on the other hand, looked a little overwhelmed by how quickly the situation had escalated around her. Meanwhile, over at the camp, the day itself was calm and peaceful. Sunlight poured down through the trees, the forest smelled fresh and clean, and even the birds seemed content to perch quietly and rest. Then, without warning, a dark pressure spread through the woods, and even one of the birds seemed unsettled by it. It was almost as if the little creature itself was wondering what on earth had just gone wrong. That ominous aura seemed to be coming from Janica. Unfortunately for the bird, it had chosen to settle on a stack of lumber that Lortel was using to build her brand-new, deeply invasive cabin right there in the forest. Naturally, Janica was not pleased in the slightest. That little red-haired demon had gone and started building her own house right next to Ed's place, just when Janica herself had only recently moved into the area. The struggle between those two over the main character's heart was as endless as it was intense. And right then, the spirit mage was glaring at that pile of wood like it was a personal insult blocking her happiness. Suddenly, a bright summoning light stole her attention, and spirit energy began to stir. It swirled and danced through the clearing around the forest camp, gathering itself into shape. Then, out of that concentrated spirit energy, a familiar white-haired young woman in white clothing appeared. It was, of course, the guardian of the forest, once again taking on the form of the one human she respected. The lady cheerfully asked how her little students had been doing. Ed remembered that forcing herself into human form put a strain on a spirit, especially after that enormous battle when the spirits still had not fully recovered. Taking on a body like this was not easy right now, but Marilda had decided this was worth making an exception for. The thunder-struck 1,000-year staff had been crafted from wood taken from a 1,000-year-old tree that had survived a lightning strike, then refined further through multiple spells to raise spirit sensitivity efficiency. The finished staff could heighten a user's sensitivity to spirits, improve the mana efficiency of spirit magic, and even allow spirit formulas to be used regardless of natural spirit sensitivity as long as a contract had already been formed. Its performance with the high-rank Wind Spirit Marilda had improved, the range of the Wind Blessing had expanded, and the overall effectiveness of spirit formulas had risen dramatically. Ed had poured a great deal of effort into developing this staff, and looking at it now, he knew making it had absolutely been the right choice. The pink-haired spirit mage stared at the staff in open awe, gasping softly because she had never seen a staff created through magical engineering quite like this before. Then Ed looked at her and asked if she wanted to try it for herself. Of course, Janica wanted to test it. She was excited immediately, though a little hesitant too, since her recovery still was not complete. She worried she might not be in good enough condition to properly judge the material yet. Even so, she said she would do her best. She pulled herself together, focused all of her magic, and steadied her breathing as power began to rush through her body. Spirit magic gathered around her at once, swirling like blue wind as it circled her figure. Janica looked stunned by how much force she could draw up and guide so smoothly. This staff was not just efficient, it felt as if mana itself was flowing through her body in the most natural way possible. She had become a true conduit for spirits. Ed calmly reminded her that her natural spirit sensitivity was already high, so it made sense that the effect would feel that strong to her. Beaming with joy, the pink-haired girl said this would massively improve the power of her spirits. It was incredible, and it made perfect sense why people valued magical engineering so highly. It was an unbelievably useful skill. Once she was done testing it, Janica happily moved to hand the staff back to Ed, clearly assuming it had only been for a trial. But he did not take it. She blinked in confusion, so Ed explained it plainly. The staff was hers now. Janica looked stunned, but he insisted, after all, he had worked hard to make this staff specifically for her. Ed had used the skill he was best at to forge a special weapon for the girl who had always stood beside him without hesitation. He owed her more than he could easily say, especially after the time he had faked his own death. He quietly admitted that he was sorry he had not been able to thank her properly until now. Janica was left so surprised that her first instinct was to say it might be better for Ed to keep and use it himself. But Ed just sighed and told her not to worry, because he planned to make another one anyway. Still, the very first one he made had always been meant for her. Then Ed noticed Janica fidgeting strangely and turned to look at her more closely. She had apparently not realized there would be another one, which meant, in her mind, the two staffs would end up as a matching pair, the kind of thing a couple might carry together. Naturally, there was no way Janica was going to stay calm after that. She brightened up at once, blushing, bouncing with delight, and somehow becoming the sweetest thing in the entire enchanted forest. Hugging the staff close, she happily said that she would treasure it and use it well. She was practically glowing by the time she thanked her beloved crush for giving her such a beautiful gift. Ed could only stare for a second, caught off guard by how beautiful she looked right then. The poor guy had been trapped in survival mode for so long that he barely even seemed capable of recognizing how cute a girl could be anymore. But this time, even the blonde boy could not help it. He smiled. This time, Ed Rothstaler was certain he had chosen correctly. There was no more hesitation in him now, no second-guessing hiding behind that calm face. For once, he could look at the path ahead and feel deep down that he had stepped onto the right one. Meanwhile, back at the academy, a fresh notice had been pinned up, and the moment the students saw it, dread spread across their faces. Before long, a crowd had formed in front of the board, everyone pressing in shoulder to shoulder as they stared at the announcement for the final exams. Final exam season had officially begun. Just those few words alone were enough to make the entire campus atmosphere turn tense. The exams were underway now, and all across the school, students were already whispering about the same thing. Who was going to finish at the top? That answer changed, depending on the subject, of course, but for Ed, this was not the kind of situation where he could afford to focus on only one side of it. Both the written portion and the field exam mattered. Still, that pressure really hit the middle and upper-ranked students the hardest. The written exam stopped at a clean 100 points. But the field exam had no upper limit at all. Because of that, the strongest students in each class could usually protect their positions no matter what, simply by piling up overwhelming scores in the field portion. That was especially true for Wade Collarmore, the first-year ace who sat firmly at the top of his grade. And there was no real need to even bring up Lucy, who remained the untouchable #1 among the second years. So, if someone truly wanted the highest marks, the written exam alone would never be enough. In the end, the field exam was what really decided everything. And when it came to the third years, the one sitting at the summit was, of course, the gentle spirit sorcerer Janica. Sweet as she seemed, nobody could deny how dominant she was in that category. Ed found himself wondering, just for a second, whether he could ever beat Janica's score on the field exam. Honestly, probably not. He had also heard that there was even a practical test involving professors, which made the whole thing sound even more brutal. To begin with, most students were nowhere near capable of facing a professor head-on. Unless you were someone extraordinary like Lucy or Janica, that kind of test was less of an exam and more like a wall you simply could not climb. Still, there was a reward big enough to make anyone dream about it. The top students were completely exempt from tuition. Ed had apparently never realized how much his reputation had changed, but now, whenever he walked across campus, students who passed him would lower their heads unless they were already close enough to treat him casually. He had managed to survive this far on his academy scholarship and the money he made through trading with Lortel Ketchum, but even then, his finances were far from comfortable. Back then, Ed had started this life with no realistic way of aiming for the very top. That had simply never been an option for him. But now, things were different. So he decided he was going to try something he had never seriously aimed for before. This time, Ed Rothstaler was going to make a run for first place in his class. Later, inside the student council room, Ed was escorted in to meet the student council president. The air in the room felt formal and orderly, the sort of place where every movement naturally became more careful. And naturally, the student council president waiting for him was none other than his own sister, Tanya Rothstaler. After arriving, Ed thanked the young woman who had guided him there, and she immediately let out an almost panicked little cry, saying it had been an honor. She had been nervous the entire way over, almost painfully shy about having to lead him through the academy. After all, Ed had become so unexpectedly popular that just walking beside him was enough to make her flustered, though Ed himself did not seem to notice that in the slightest. Tanya, however, still had her mind caught on that awful letter from their father. Even if the man had not openly written the word murder, the intent behind it felt obvious enough. Coming from someone as cruel as Kreppen Rothstaler, nobody was willing to assume anything less sinister. Kreppen knew now that Ed was alive, and he wanted his son to return home. He clearly meant to take advantage of the fact that public opinion around Ed had improved, and that Ed's magical ability had risen enough to become valuable again. From Kreppen's point of view, even the old disgrace of insulting the princess no longer seemed like something that had to be held against him forever. So now the man was willing to welcome his son back into the Rothstaler family. As both family head and father, he claimed he was offering Ed one final chance. He even brought up Arwen, saying that after losing her, he did not want to go through the same thing again. But no matter how anyone read it, the whole thing sounded less like mercy and more like a warning. If Ed wished, the doors of the Rothstaler estate were supposedly still open to him. That was the message in the letter now lying between the siblings, a letter written by Kreppen Rothstaler himself. It had been a long time since either brother or sister had heard directly from their father. And now, all of a sudden, he was talking as if he were prepared to forgive his wayward son. Neither of them believed that nonsense for a second. What Kreppen really wanted was clearly to drag Ed back and discuss matters on his own ground. Ed lowered his eyes to the letter and said it was great news. But Tanya could tell immediately, just by looking at his face, that those words were not coming from his real feelings. The expression he wore did not match the lightness in what he said. On paper, it certainly looked tempting. For a fallen noble, this was the kind of chance people would usually leap at without hesitation, the opportunity to reclaim status, name, and power. Of course, that logic stopped sounding appealing the moment the father in question had already tried to kill you. However, anyone tried to frame it. The situation reeked of a trap. The room grew tight and uneasy with that shared understanding, and neither sibling could pretend otherwise. Tanya started to rise as if she had already made up her mind. She said she would go back home herself and tell their father directly that her brother would not be returning. But Ed cut that idea off. Instead, he calmly said that when summer break came, the two of them would go back together. Then, with a small flare of fire in his hand, he burned the letter to ashes, like a quiet little act of judgment. Ed Rothstaler already had plans of his own for their dearly rotten father, and he had no intention of letting Kreppen control how this would unfold. It was the kind of tale that had long since entered the history books, a story remembered for a fire so deep and so overwhelming that everything it touched was swallowed whole. Back then, the Empire was still locked in war against the demi-humans, and their forces had pushed all the way to the capital of Cloaron. It had been one of those desperate moments in history when it felt like everything could be lost at any second. And in that crisis, the man who led the Emperor's army from the front was none other than the mighty Obel Forcius, the very same man who now sat as principal of Sylvania Academy. At his side were 3 young mages who supported him in that campaign. They were not just assistants in name, but key figures who fought alongside him through that era of chaos. Those 3 were Glast the Seeker, Zelen the Carver, and Kaledi the Outcast. Even their titles alone sounded like names torn straight out of legend. And now, that very outcast, a man who had nearly faded away into history itself, had resurfaced at Sylvania Academy. Naturally, people could not help but wonder what kind of circumstances had brought someone like Kalede back as a professor. At that same time, a bespectacled assistant professor came rushing into the office, coughing the whole way in. She barely looked able to breathe properly by the time she reached the doorway. The reason was obvious the instant she stepped inside. Professor Kalad had completely settled himself into the room while smoke rolled around him in thick waves, making him look less like a teacher and more like some old fire-breathing dragon lounging in its den. The entire office had been swallowed by smoke. Through it, the bespectacled assistant professor, Claire Elfin, reminded him that the final exam was only 3 days away. They still had to prepare the rubric for the field test and submit it properly. Kalade, meanwhile, looked utterly unmotivated to lift a finger, lazily muttering that they could probably just improvise the whole thing. Claire immediately shut that down. Absolutely not. This was the final exam, something every student in the academy would be taking, and they needed a proper plan finished and turned in right away. Kalade still refused to care. He bluntly told her to just handle it herself, and from his point of view that was probably better anyway than letting him meddle with it and make things even messier. Claire let out a tired sigh, the kind that came from someone already overworked before this conversation had even started. Then she turned and dragged herself back to her office, burdened with yet another pile of work. Left alone again, the lazy old man found himself wondering why he had ever nodded and agreed to fill the vacancy Glast had left behind in the first place. Then again, he figured it hardly mattered anymore. Whether it had been a mistake or not, he was here now, and that was the end of it. Meanwhile, Ed headed over to Bel Maya at one of the wealthy student dormitories, Ophilis Hall. The place had the polished, exclusive air of a residence meant for students from privileged backgrounds. Standing at the entrance, Ed asked if he could be allowed inside Ophilis Hall for a while. Strictly speaking, they were not supposed to let just anyone in, but Ed had already proven himself trustworthy and had helped them many times before, so the maids were willing to bend the rules for him. Even so, they were clearly surprised and could not help asking what had brought him all the way there. Ed hesitated a little before answering, speaking carefully at first. Then he finally admitted what he wanted, and the moment the words left his mouth, both maids stared at him in obvious surprise. From the look of it, he was probably here to see Lucy. The real reason Ed had come to Ophilis Hall that day was because he was preparing for a danger he knew was waiting ahead. That danger was the trip back to the Rothstaler mansion. After all, that ragged excuse for a father had already killed him once before, even within the safety of the academy. If Ed were being honest, there was a part of him that wanted to gather every bit of power at his disposal and simply erase that smug noble lord from the world. But he also understood the line he could not carelessly cross. The Rothstaler family stood under royal backing, and if he openly laid hands on them, he would not be treated as a victim seeking justice. He would be branded a traitor and forced to suffer the consequences. Once the maids understood why he had come, they agreed to let him in and quickly led him inside before his presence at the entrance attracted too much attention. After all, the first person who had ever openly threatened the head of that noble house had originally been Princess Funia herself. Princess Fania would be the one to drag that evil man's true motives out into the open, using both her authority and her sharp judgment to expose him in broad daylight where no one could deny what he was. And once that happened, there would finally be a proper, undeniable reason to move against him, to prosecute him for human sacrifice, forbidden research, and even his connection to the evil god. The problem was that at this point in time, Princess Fania was not making any move at all. She had not even become student council president yet. So there was still no natural reason for her to clash with the Rothstaler family in the first place, which meant Ed would have to create that reason himself. Once again, he was putting his own life on the line for the sake of the bigger picture, and the best way to get inside that mansion was to go in personally and investigate it with his own eyes. But if he walked into that place without preparing first, then there was no telling where or how he might end up dead. After all, that mansion was completely under Kreppen Rothstaler's control. Even so, as Ed kept following along, it started to feel like they were taking a surprisingly long way around. Then, out of nowhere, Bel Maya asked whether he planned to take a break from camp work once the exams were over. Ed answered under his breath that he would still keep up the basics, and the maid gave a small nod as if she understood. That alone caught him off guard, because Belle Maya was not usually the type to start a conversation for no reason. It made Ed glance at her and quietly wonder if something was wrong. They were even moving through the maid's passageways now. For someone like Ed to be using a rote like this, his presence stood out painfully, almost like he did not belong there at all. Even though they were going the long way, it seemed obvious Belle Maya was deliberately guiding him along the most hidden route possible, making sure the students who remembered he had once been thrown out would not notice him.
A moment later, she told him to be careful on the stairs as they climbed. Ed found the gesture oddly considerate, and he figured she was doing her best to keep his visit from causing trouble inside the hall.
Still, he could not help wondering why they were moving around this slowly if the whole point was to stay discreet. The careful pace was beginning to feel almost suspicious. Belle Maya then insisted that she had a very important question to ask him, something extremely important. The problem was, she looked exactly like someone inventing that very important question on the spot. Under her breath, she muttered that it was just hard to put into words. So she needed a little more time to think, apparently. Fair enough. But Ed still had to wonder why this deep moment of reflection was happening while they were creeping up a staircase in secret. According to Belle Maya, the matter was delicate, so she needed extra time to choose the right phrasing. At least, that was the excuse she gave him. She kept mumbling to herself and thinking it over while also peeking down the corridors, checking every direction to make sure the path ahead was clear. Then another maid suddenly poked her head out from a nearby room and gave a quick thumbs up. Whatever they had been waiting for, it was ready now. Belle Maya turned back toward Ed, who by this point looked more confused than ever about what exactly was going on around him. Then the maid let out a relieved sigh and casually said it was nothing after all. That very important question was tossed aside so quickly it was like yesterday's garbage. She said she would explain another time, but for now he just needed to keep going. Still thoroughly confused, the blond boy moved down the hidden passage, going past his sister's room as he walked. By now, he had already decided on the message he would send back to his father through Tanya Rothstaler. He would thank his father for so generously granting him this opportunity, even laying it on thick enough to say he was shedding tears of gratitude. He would write that he deeply regretted his past sins and had spent every day striving to become a better man. He would also mention that he had built several connections worthy of the Rothstaler name. He wanted to demonstrate his abilities in front of his father, and on top of that, he intended to introduce the people closest to him as well. Ed did not even need to spell out who the most reliable person to have at his side would be. Much as he cared for Jenica, what he needed for this was overwhelming firepower. That was why he had come here to see Lucy. And now at last, the big reveal had arrived. The maids had clearly put a lot of effort into carrying out Lucy's request, and whatever they had been preparing was finally ready to be shown. The door slowly opened, and Ed stopped short in genuine surprise. Standing there on the other side was an unbelievably beautiful young woman. There she was, seated like a proper young lady, dressed in an elegant, graceful outfit that made the whole room feel softer just by her presence alone. Ed had probably never seen Lucy look this dressed up before. It was so far removed from the version of her he usually saw that it almost did not feel real. She wore a long white dress, and with her oversized hat gone, her hair flowed freely around her, stirred gently by the breeze. With that soft, shy blush on her face, the prodigy mage looked almost like an entirely different person as she greeted him, delicate, embarrassed, and impossibly pretty. Belle Maya immediately chimed in with exaggerated surprise, saying it looked like Lucy was dressed up as usual, as if there were absolutely nothing strange about this scene. Ed, still caught off guard, asked whether Lucy had been busy lately since she had not shown up around camp in a while. There was a good chance Lucy had been avoiding him because she still had not recovered from that kiss they shared. Blushing hard, she quickly said she had not been busy at all. Meanwhile, Ed walked around the room, taking in how neat and polished everything looked. Compared to how she acted at camp, Lucy seemed like a completely different person here. So this was what she was normally like. Except that impression was completely wrong. The truth was, she had only gone all out like this because he was the one coming to see her. Still, Ed could not help being surprised at how soft, flowery, and girlish she seemed in private. Even Ed had to admit it suited her incredibly well. The second those words landed, Lucy's face burst into an even deeper, brighter blush. The boy she liked thought she looked cute in a flowing dress, and in that moment, she probably felt like she could die happy. Then Belle Maya remembered that Ed had said he came because he had business to discuss, and she turned the conversation back on track by asking what that business actually was. That was when Ed suddenly remembered why he was here in the first place. He turned toward Lucy, serious now, and the whole scene instantly started to look like the setup for the greatest misunderstanding imaginable. With the curtains shifting in the wind and flowers visible outside, he faced her and solemnly said that once the exams were over, he wanted her to come visit his home. He was not smiling playfully, and he was not even trying to charm her. But the way those words came out was so loaded that they may as well have sounded like a marriage proposal. Poor Lucy froze under the weight of it. All she could process was that the boy she liked wanted her to come meet his father. Even Belle Maya was visibly shaken. She already knew Ed had an oddly dangerous talent for saying things that hit women right in the heart, but this felt absurdly fast. He was already inviting Lucy home to meet the same murderous parents tied to his family mess. Ed, meanwhile, looked completely lost and could not understand why everyone was reacting so dramatically. In his head, this was simple. He was about to take a huge risk and needed a bodyguard, and Lucy was terrifyingly good at crushing threats. That was exactly why he had chosen her. Then, belatedly, he seemed to realize that yes, his request had been phrased in a very strange way. So he tried to straighten things out, saying he would explain the real situation in detail. Ed was planning to risk his life by returning home. And since the trip back to the Rothstaler estate would take time and involve real danger, he had no intention of asking for that kind of help without offering something in return. He was telling Lucy all of this because he genuinely trusted her. Lucy listened now with far less dreamy enthusiasm than before, probably because she had just realized it was not a confession after all. What Ed was really laying out was a serious plan, one that might end with Kreppen Rothstaler being dragged down from power. Ed admitted he was worried because what he was talking about was not some small act of disobedience. It was open rebellion, both against his own family and against the empire that stood behind them. But even so, he had already decided he could no longer allow his father to remain head of the Rothstaler family. Lucy, of course, had her own reason to hate Kreppen Rothstaler after what he had nearly done to Ed, so she asked him directly whether this whole plan was in the end an act of revenge. Ed fell silent at that question. He really had not stopped to think that deeply about it before, and for a moment all he could do was sit there and consider the answer. Then he admitted the truth. More than anything, he just wanted to survive. He was not chasing something dramatic or complicated. He simply did not want his father sending assassins after him again, and he did not want the story around him to collapse into a bad ending. If he overthrew the father who kept trying to kill him, then the next family head might very well be Tanya Rothstaler. And even then, Ed would still remain the eldest son of one of the continent's greatest noble houses, placed in a position where it would be far harder for anyone to casually harm him. Once he reached that position, he said he would do anything for Lucy. It was an incredibly bold promise coming from someone who had no idea marriage was already part of her mental roadmap. From Ed's point of view, though, he was simply asking her to invest in him. Lucy thought it over while reclining in her chair, listening quietly now instead of reacting right away. Her expression had settled into something more thoughtful. After a moment, she let out a small sigh and said she was not really the type to invest in things. She was a mage, not some merchant or businessman, and as Ed already knew, Lucy was not the kind of person who cared about power for its own sake, either. That sort of bait was never going to move her on its own. What Lucy truly cared about, though, was something else entirely. More than power, more than status. She wanted to know whether she had really kept the promise she made to the old man. That question hit Ed so suddenly and so deeply that it caught him off guard. For a moment, he could only look at her, surprised that she had turned the conversation in such a serious direction. Then, once again, Lucy put on her familiar, oversized hat, returning to the look Ed knew best. She pushed the window open wide and stood there looking out over the academy her grandfather had built, her gaze drifting across the school grounds she treasured so much. As she stared outside, she quietly asked whether the danger had truly passed now, and whether that meant she had finally fulfilled the promise she had made. And if that promise was really over, then what was she supposed to hold in her heart for the rest of her life? What was she supposed to live for after that? Lucy had never been someone who cared about power in the first place. So if she chose to help Ed, it would not be because of influence or gain. It would simply be because she wanted to help him, and that alone would be her reason. Even so, she said she could not do it for nothing. So Ed, still watching her carefully, asked what it was she wanted in return. Lucy hesitated before answering. What she feared most was that once she honored that promise and threw away the burden she had carried for so long, there would be nothing left inside her. So she stepped closer to Ed and asked him for help, asking him to keep her from being swallowed up by that emptiness. Ed asked how he was supposed to do that, Right then, a strong breeze swept through the room, making the curtains billow around them, and in that soft, shifting light, Lucy slowly held out her little pinky finger toward him like she was asking for a vow. She said she wanted to find a reason to keep living, and she wanted Ed to help her find it. The curtains continued to flutter in the wind as the two of them faced each other in silence. It was a little ironic, honestly, that she was asking this of Ed, of all people, a boy who spent nearly every day of his life just trying to survive. But Lucy's words were steady and honest. Her face looked like it usually did, calm and direct, without exaggeration or drama. She was not smiling, and she was not crying either. She only stood there quietly, and Ed found himself wondering what expression she would make if he refused to promise her anything here. At first Ed said nothing. Then, all at once, a deep blush spread across Lucy's face, because in the very next moment he hooked his pinky around hers and accepted the promise. Ed could act carefree all he wanted, but the truth was simple. He really did need Lucy's protection. So, with a serious look on his face, he gave her that pinky promise, and Lucy tried her best to hold back her feelings. She failed almost immediately. Within seconds, she threw herself straight at him and wrapped him in a full, satisfied hug. A promise had been made, and Lucy was absolutely overflowing with happiness because of it. There was no way Ed could fully understand just how much that promise meant to her in that moment. Still, he gently lifted his arms and returned the hug, and after that, Lucy did not say another word for a long while. She just stayed there in silence, holding on to that moment. Before long, it was time for the written exams to begin. Students were gathered in the hall, the atmosphere already stiff with tension, and that was exactly when Ed decided to tell Janica that, for the moment at least, the two of them were rivals. At least for now, they were going to be enemies. Janica looked completely horrified the instant she heard that. Naturally, she immediately asked what she had done wrong, her expression turning anxious as she searched his face for an answer. Ed quickly explained that it was nothing that serious. They just happened to be in the same grade and were taking the same exams. That was all. This time around, he wanted to seriously aim for the #1 spot. Ever since the day he woke up in this world as the arrogant, noble son of the Rothstaler family, Ed's entire goal had been painfully simple: survive, endure, and somehow make it to graduation. And to do any of that, he had needed enough money to cover the Academy's brutal tuition fees. Thanks to the Glocked Foundation scholarship and the money he made through trading with Lortel Ketchum, he had barely managed to hold on this long. Even then, Ed was never fully sure he could keep that up all the way until graduation. But if he became a top student, then tuition would be waived completely. It would be the perfect way to close out the year and finally take that weight off his shoulders. Before, that kind of goal had been far beyond his reach. But now that it was finally something he could actually strive for, of course, Ed wanted to take a shot at it. Once Janica understood what he meant, she laughed warmly, then smiled at him with bright encouragement and said she could not afford to lower her guard or he really might overtake her. Most of the other third years, aside from Janica, were fairly ordinary by comparison. They sat there quietly flipping through their exam papers as the questions were passed out, nowhere near matching the spirit sorcerer's natural talent. Still, in heavy memorization subjects like history and magic engineering, Ed actually had a slight edge. The pink-haired sorcerer smiled brightly and declared that she was not going to let him steal first place that easily. Back in her hometown, people were proud of the fact that she was the top student, and she had no intention of giving that title up without a fight. Ed took that in, but there was no more time to dwell on it. It was time to focus on the finals themselves. At last, the final exams had officially begun. By the end of the first day, the written exams for elemental studies were finally over. It looked like someone had been completely chewed up by that brutal exam. Annis explained that Professor Kalade had been brought in to fill the vacancy left behind by Professor Glast, though, which meant poor assistant Professor Claire Elfin was still the one doing basically everything. She had been forced to write the exam, prepare it, and grade it all in just 3 days by herself. Since then, she had been so exhausted that she was literally collapsed on the floor, looking half dead. Clabius Nortondale somehow looked just as miserable. The poor guy groaned that he might have messed up questions pulled from the basic swordsmanship textbook, and the thought made him feel incredibly stupid, which he absolutely hated. Ever since the written exam ended, the combat genius had been spiraling like that. Then, all of a sudden, someone burst in and demanded to know how long Clabius was planning to mope around like this. If he did badly on the written part, then he could make up for it in the field exam, so he needed to get off the floor and do something. It was Elvira Aniston, the second-year top alchemy student and Clabius's unofficial girlfriend, the so-called wild alchemist. Everyone looked surprised to see her there, and she explained that she had come because she wanted some professors to review the elemental resistance potion formulas she had developed. So, after coming all this way, what she found instead was Claire Elfin looking half-conscious and ready to die on the spot. The others admitted she could not have picked a worse time, especially since the assistant professor currently seemed to be sleeping with her eyes open. Meanwhile, Clebius was still stuck on his own misery. He groaned that at this rate he was going to lose the top position, and then went a step further by whining that Ed probably thought he was worthless now too. Alvira immediately snapped at him to stop whining and quit saying pathetic things like that in front of his senior. Right now he looked embarrassingly pitiful.
Clebius shouted back that Elvira was always looking down on him anyway, and she instantly lunged at him. While that chaos exploded in the background, Annis turned to Ed with a shy look and asked whether he had done well on the exam, since he looked pretty pleased with himself. Ed admitted that yes, he had done fairly well.
After all, he had never really stopped studying since the day he came to this place. Based on the scores up to this point, Janica was still slightly ahead, so if Ed really wanted to overtake her in the remaining subjects, then he would have to put serious focus into the Elemental Studies field exam too. For that course, the field exam was a duel against the professor. That alone made things rough, especially since Ed did not have Janica's natural talent with spirits, and the professor they were supposed to face would be Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. The problem was whether that exam could even happen at all with Claire in her current state. She was so badly overworked and so collapsed that she looked one breath away from death, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. It was obviously going to be difficult, and they would probably need to ask another professor to step in. All of a sudden, a professor came staggering into the office, looking like he had barely managed to drag himself there in one piece. He let out a miserable groan, loudly complaining about just how badly hungover he was. Every step and every breath made it obvious he was suffering. Then the man called out for Assistant Professor Claire Elfin in that exhausted, dreadful voice of his, and it felt less like calling for help and more like some living nightmare had just summoned her by name. Claire Elfin sprang to her feet the instant Professor Kalade beckoned for her. The poor woman looked genuinely terrified, like she already knew whatever he wanted was about to become her problem. Kalade groaned that Dean McDowell had just chewed him out, and the reason was absurdly simple. Somehow, every single submission had gone in under the name of the youngest professor. He had been scolded and told to actually do something for once. The lazy old man, who had never even wanted to be a professor in the first place, muttered in annoyance that the deans just said whatever they pleased because they were deans. Claire Elfin instantly began apologizing, even though none of this was really her fault. Kalade, still sounding miserable, complained that since he was getting paid, he supposed he had to handle at least some of the work. Since the field exam was tomorrow, he might as well take charge of that much. For everyone scheduled to take that exam, that was terrible news. Still rubbing at his head, the man dropped heavily into a chair, clearly still being crushed by the hangover. Then he told Claire Elfin to go get some rest. He would handle the field exam himself, because if this kept up, she looked like she was going to get beaten down by sheer overwork. As he lifted a hand away from the side of his face, a scar running down it became visible, and only then did he finally turn his attention toward the students waiting there with him. The moment his eyes landed on the group, he picked Ed Rothstaler out immediately. Then the old man smiled, and for Ed that kind of smile was rarely ever a comforting sign. For some reason, the big man suddenly looked eager to pick a fight with a school kid, which was more than a little concerning. Even Ed himself had no clue what had just triggered that reaction. Next day, a large crowd had gathered at Obel Hall, the building that served as the heart of the combat training grounds. And that was strange, because this was not even a group training session. Of course, the reason was obvious. Plenty of students wanted to see whether anyone could actually defeat a professor, and on top of that, word had already spread that Professor Kalade was going to be facing Ed Rothstaler. Even members of the student council had shown up to watch the match for themselves. The other students were especially impressed to see that even the chief secretary, Jix Effelstein, was there in person. Tanya Rothstaler, however, was not foolish enough to overestimate her brother in a situation like this. His opponent was, by all rights, a war hero, so she did not seriously expect him to win. Outside of monsters like Lucy, there were barely any students talented enough to challenge a professor, never mind one with that kind of history. Even though Tanya had an incredibly busy schedule herself, she still had a reason she absolutely had to be here. Professor Kalade was still groaning from the fact that he had somehow chosen to go through with all of this while hungover, but Tanya's concern was somewhere else entirely. She had come because she was honestly worried that Ed might get hurt before the two of them could even return home together. Meanwhile, Kalade himself was behaving with breathtaking irresponsibility. He had gotten drunk, slept on the floor, and now his joints were screaming at him so badly that even he was muttering useless complaints about it. The real reason this match worried people, though, was because the old war hero had another title, one that carried a very different kind of reputation. They called him the Mad Dog. Then the Mad Dog stepped into the arena, and a green light flared around him as he activated his power. Ed responded immediately, calling up his own power for defense without wasting a second. He had no intention of just lying down and losing. The two of them began walking toward each other, slowly at first, closing the distance with measured steps as the tension in the arena climbed higher and higher. As Khaled watched him approach, he casually noted that Ed's firepower was not bad at all. There was a hint of approval in the way he sized the boy up. Then the professor's eyes seemed to narrow, almost close, while sparks began to dance over his body. The pressure around him rose as his energy climbed in an instant. Ed tensed the moment he saw those sparks intensify, and he immediately raised the output of his own attack in response. He could already tell this was not about to stay simple. Then Khaledi began chanting an incantation, and whatever he was casting, it was clearly not some harmless little beginner spell. The man went straight into a mid-rank lightning spell, Flash. In an instant, it looked like his whole body had become one massive bolt of lightning. The burst of light swallowed the arena so completely that many of the watching students were temporarily blinded just from how intense it was. Even Ed had to recoil, his vision suddenly washed out by the flash because he could no longer tell where to aim his next strike. Khaleda laughed at that and praised Ed's reaction speed even as he exploited the opening. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the gap between them and pushed right into Ed's space. From point-blank range, the professor fired off the basic impact spell, Magic Shockwave. Ed instantly answered with a basic defensive spell to block it, while at the same time bringing up the basic fire spell, Ignition. Their spells slammed into each other head-on, force against force, and heat against heat. The collision burst outward and drowned the stage in a violent blaze of light and fire. The professor raised a guard as casually as breathing and smiled through it, praising Ed for how skillfully he handled the basics. But then that judgment shifted almost immediately, because he sensed another attack being prepared behind the cover of the ignition spell, hidden from view by the fire itself. A bright point from a mid-rank spell rose sharply upward, then detonated in a concentrated burst like a star exploding in place. Ed did not move carelessly after launching it. He stayed grounded and ready, because he knew better than to think Professor Khaled would go down to something that simple. And he was right. The professor was still standing there. With a grin, he praised Ed for learning fast like a proper student, then casually asked if he was the type to go home every day and review everything he had been taught. Ed actually was exactly that type, but Khaled had already decided to push things into more advanced territory. Water Bullet and Ignition were activated almost at the same time, two spells from two entirely different elements. Apparently, the professor had no intention of taking things slowly. The two attacks collided and exploded, filling the area with a thick screen of smoke. Steam rose from the clash of water and fire, and Ed found himself in an environment he was oddly familiar with. Even through that haze, he could still make out where the professor seemed to be standing, half hidden inside the smoke. So the blonde launched himself straight at that figure, attack already prepared, hoping to catch Khaled off guard before the professor could react. But the only thing he shattered was an ice statue. He had been baited perfectly. The real professor had already slipped around and manifested behind him instead. Even so, Ed's reaction time was excellent. He whipped around almost at once to face Khaled before the follow-up attack could take him down. Khaled praised that reaction speed again, but he also scolded Ed in the same breath, telling him he was taking too much time to think. In real combat, instinct often mattered more than careful thought. And now Ed suddenly found himself surrounded by multiple ghost-like figures, illusionary copies that all looked like Professor Khaled. If he wasted too much time striking the fakes, every second lost would give the real one another chance to hit him. Even if Ed tried to clear the steam away with wind blades, more of it would simply fill the space again. Khaled had the clear advantage in raw magical ability, and that raised the obvious question, did Ed need to find the real professor hidden among all of these? But no, that was not the right answer here. Spending precious time trying to sniff out the real one would only put him at an even worse disadvantage. Every professor-shaped figure in his direct line of sight was almost certainly just another fake, another ice-made decoy meant to waste his attention. Which meant the real Khaled was probably somewhere behind those dummies, hidden out of sight, while silently lining up his next attack on Ed. If that was really the case, then Ed made his move at once, drawing up his magic power without another second of hesitation. The response was so sharp that even Professor Khaled looked impressed. because every single dummy in front of Ed was torn apart in an instant, shredded all at once before the professor's eyes. What Ed had just activated was no weak little trick either. It was a spell with enough force behind it to completely overturn the situation around him.
It was the basic aspectual magic known as forced concentration.
The moment the spell snapped into place, Ed broke through the trap and realized he had used Dispel to blast away both the interference and the false targets crowding his path. But before he could smoothly shift into his next tactic, Professor Kalade immediately answered with Windblade. Barely. Ed avoided that vicious strike by the narrowest possible margin, but the force of it still hurled him backward, and a groan escaped him as he lost his footing. He hit the ground hard and crumpled there, pain running through him as he landed. Professor Kalade then walked toward him at an unhurried pace, studying the boy sprawled on the floor, and asked what exactly Ed thought he was doing. From the look of it, he wondered if Ed was consciously trying to limit himself to elemental magic alone. Ed peeled off his dust-stained jacket and tossed it aside, then asked if that really had been so obvious. After all, this was an elemental studies exam. Naturally, he wanted to pass it by using the kind of magic that actually belonged to the course. Tanya Rothstaler gasped in worry from the sidelines, but Jix Effelstein only smiled faintly, because this sort of stubborn, self-imposed handicap felt very much like Ed. Kalade laughed and called him a funny kid. To begin with, the professor explained that he also considered skills outside of pure elemental magic. Ed immediately asked whether that was really allowed, and Kalade shot back by asking if the boy was worried about getting hurt. Truthfully, Ed still was hung up on the fact that this was supposed to be an elemental studies exam. Kalade countered that elemental magic was the foundation of all combat magic in the first place. The point was not simply to throw elemental spells around by themselves. The real lesson was learning how to combine elemental magic with other branches of magic and make them work together as one. That, he said, was what elemental studies was truly meant to teach. Hearing that, Ed finally started to understand the broader idea behind it. But then Kalade undercut his own explanation by adding that this kind of polished educational speech was what Professor Glast would have said. He, on the other hand, was a very different kind of teacher. Professor Kalade made it simple. He wanted Ed to use absolutely anything he could if it meant stopping his attacks. If Ed was still standing after 10 minutes, he would receive a perfect score. That was the kind of grading system only a true mad dog would come up with. Flames had swallowed everything. The war had already ended, and the reign of Emperor Cloyle continued on. Then, the Guardian Noble and the 3 war heroes all made their way to Sylvania Academy. Each of them took on the role of professor, meant to train and shape the next generation. During one self-study period, that dark new teacher sat at the front of the classroom like a bad omen made flesh, heavy and silent in a way that made the room feel colder. The man let out a dark little chuckle as he wondered what exactly he was supposed to teach these sheltered young students. To children like them, real survival training would look like outright abuse. And ever since he came to the academy, he had hardly been given a single chance to cut loose. He could not force a bunch of young brats to stay up all night sharpening their mana sensitivity. And he certainly could not teach them how to kill, or even how to survive. Just sitting behind a desk was enough to drag him back to memories of those brutal wartime days, and when he snapped out of those thoughts, he would sometimes find that the desk in front of him had frozen over without him even noticing. In fact, the ice would spread across the front of the classroom while the students sat there stunned. Children born into peace could never truly understand the pain, loss, and sacrifice that war demanded. He had clashed with the school over that attitude, and with the students too, again and again. In the end, he had left not long after. After that, the retired hero fell into a life of drinking, trying to drown his sorrow, his pain, and the nightmares that refused to leave him alone. The only place he found any real stimulation after that was the lawless Cohilton region, where he wandered as a bounty-hunting adventurer. That lasted until Sylvania reached out and asked him to return as a professor. It was only after the death of his one lifelong friend, the tormented and haunted Professor Glast, that he finally came back. And yet when he returned, almost nothing about the school truly felt different. His old friend had died without really leaving anything behind, and now there was barely anything meaningful for Kalade to do either. Teaching had never been his strength anyway, and he certainly was not about to refuse easy money. Sitting there in the clutter of his messy office, he let out a sigh and noted that, in the end, it had been the students who stayed beside Glast in his final moments. For all the years Glast had spent giving himself to the academy and its faculty, the ones who surrounded him when he died had not been colleagues or staff, but mere children. In a strange way, that sounded exactly like his old friend. It was Claire Elfin who passed that information along. Apparently, Professor Glast had been especially fond of one of those students, and from the young assistant professor, the old war hero ended up hearing a certain name. At the time, he had asked for that name innocently, If the boy was still on his feet after 10 full minutes, then he would earn a perfect score. Kalade was completely fired up now. Magic flared out from his palm and surged around his body as he raised that broad hand and pointed it straight at Ed Rothstaler. At that moment, Ed looked like the one person in the world Kalade wanted to crush more than anything. But just as the professor launched his next attack, a burst of ice shot out first and came straight at his eyes. It was a sharp, fast, well-timed attack, but Kalade cut it off with his own power almost instantly. The student deserved credit for trying, sure, but he was still about 100 years too early to think he could catch his teacher off guard that easily. Even so, the old man was genuinely a little impressed. In the middle of that brutal exchange, Ed had still found the time to manifest a mana bow and send arrows of condensed magic flying at him. The boy was not giving him even a second to breathe. Honestly, that blonde noble had absolutely no respect for the elderly, because from the moment they started talking, that mana bow had already been drawn and ready. Elemental studies was not even Kalade's own specialty, and yet Ed was throwing every possible tool he had into the fight just to beat his professor. It was admirable. Then Ed activated the spirit formula waterhead, and powerful water erupted upward like a spring bursting from the earth. That was the moment Kalade started reassessing him. He narrowed his eyes and wondered whether this kid was secretly some kind of spirit sorcerer to be drawing on that much force. Gritting his teeth, he prepared his next attack while keeping himself ready for whatever ugly surprise might come next. But even as that thought crossed his mind, he had to admit it was probably a stretch to call a boy like this a true spirit sorcerer. To be honest, it almost felt like a stretch to neatly classify him as just a mage in the first place. Normally, when fighting a mage, the standard move was to close the distance as quickly as possible. But if both sides were mages, the logic usually flipped. And yet, Ed did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. The instant he realized a straight magical exchange put him at a disadvantage, he changed his entire approach and charged directly at his teacher like a man who had already made up his mind. For someone with talent like his, relying on nothing but elemental magic was practically the same as fighting with both hands tied behind his back. The moment the teacher realized that, a broad, almost delighted grin spread across his face. It had been a long time since he had crossed fists with a student bold enough to push him this hard. Still, on an actual battlefield, this kind of nerve would have been nothing unusual at all. No matter how sharp the boy was, or how much he knew, he had never stood in a real war. The old teacher had, and in that world, a single tiny mistake was all it took to decide whether a man lived or died. But then the man caught something else and paused for the briefest moment. Even at this distance, that blond boy was still charging straight in, gathering a roaring mass of magic in his hand like he had completely lost his mind and was ready to do anything it took to win. The power twisting in his palm flared hotter and hotter, glowing a vivid pink as basic aspectual magic was forced into shape. It was concentration through sheer force, crude, violent, and dangerous. The two of them crashed into each other at point-blank range, trading close-quarters blows while casting spells almost at the same time. The kid wasn't holding anything back either, because in the middle of a teacher versus student fight, he had no hesitation at all about pulling a dagger. At that point, it was obvious this feral boy was nothing like the pampered rich brats wandering around the academy. If the teacher hadn't thrown up a force field in time, the kid would have planted that blade straight into his face without blinking. The boy's reactions were fast, frighteningly fast, and the teacher let out a laugh. He remembered that spectral magic was supposed to be one of Ed Rothstaller's many strange little talents, and that only made his pulse race harder with excitement over what the boy would do next. Then Ed summoned Mug, and the tiny spirit bat wrapped itself around the dagger, infusing it with power and turning it into something far more dangerous. The enchanted blade ground even harder against the teacher's force field, shrieking under the pressure. The man's eyes widened just as the blast finally went off, and a violent burst of dust slammed into the ceiling overhead. A deafening kaboom tore through the hall, sending debris everywhere while a thick cloud of smoke swallowed the whole scene from sight. The teacher barely escaped getting dragged into that miniature death blast. He slid backward across the ground to get clear of it. Only then did he stop himself, one hand pressed against the floor as he steadied his body. That kid really was something else. The teacher couldn't stop the grin pulling across his face, and on top of everything else, the boy could even summon a mid-rank spirit. At this point, Ed really did look every bit like a true spirit sorcerer. As the fight dragged on, the truth became impossible to ignore. The student standing in front of him had already left the level of all the other gathered students far behind, and that realization sobered the teacher immediately. For years, his life had been nothing but dull days, dull nights, and the same lifeless routine whenever he wasn't fighting or charging into danger. He had dragged himself into this class with obvious reluctance, but now the cure for all that boredom seemed to be standing right in front of him. Since they had already fought this far, the teacher raised his hand once more and gathered magic into his palm again, bathing everything around him in a golden glow. He had no intention of stopping now. He was having far too much fun to quit before the end. Meanwhile, Ed was over there fighting for his actual life. Sure, he wasn't some lazy slacker, and he had awakened plenty of skills while saving people around the academy. But none of that changed the fact that he was still a student going up against a battle-hardened veteran, and he was starting to realize his opponent was completely insane. The teacher casually admitted that he didn't really know what the cleanup afterward was going to look like. Worse, with the huge charge of power building bigger and bigger in his hand, it sounded very likely he was about to end up writing an incident report, and he was saying all of this so casually it was almost absurd, like the person in front of him wasn't a student at all. The Rothstaller heiress, of course, was horrified by what she was seeing. She had heard the man was a mad dog before, but she clearly had never understood just how deranged he could get, because he was shamelessly pulling out high-ranking electric magic against a student. That charge shot straight into the clouds like it had gone up there to steal thunder from Zeus himself. And now all of that stolen wrath was coming roaring back towards Sylvania for one reason only, to crush Ed. Dark storm clouds rumbled overhead as that sacred, terrifying spell came alive, and the entire school was washed in the ominous glow of that golden death ray. Even before it landed, the magic light alone made the whole place feel dangerous. Within seconds, the bolt came crashing down, and shattered rock burst across the stadium in every direction. The teacher had invoked a thunderous divine punishment, and the next booming explosion shook the hall so hard it lit everything up like a giant firework. Rubble spun through the air inside a blackened storm of fire and smoke. The whole space looked like it had been swallowed by a violent, burning cloud. The old teacher coughed hard, clearing smoke from his lungs as the thought finally crossed his mind that maybe he had overdone it this time. After all, no matter how wild this had gotten, he was still fighting a student, though it was many minutes too late to suddenly start wondering whether he should have behaved like a responsible adult. He had honestly assumed this one might be unnatural enough to survive it. And then his eyes suddenly widened. A dangerous green flash whipped past him like an arrow fired at point-blank range, and it sliced across his cheek before he could fully react. The professor couldn't help but laugh. Not only had this crazy, unbelievable kid somehow endured that thunderous attack, but even standing there battered, bleeding from cuts, and covered head to toe in dust, he was still in the fight. By what almost felt like the almighty blessing of pure plot armor, the boy forced himself back onto his feet and came up ready to throw himself right back into battle. Yeah, now he could understand exactly why Professor Glass had taken an interest in this kid. The thing standing in front of him looked like a monster wearing the shape of a child, glaring at him with the eyes of a tiger locked onto prey. And yet, for all that savagery, he was still clearly a young tiger cub. Even so, framed by those wild flames, the boy looked less like a student and more like some demon clawing its way out of hell. The teacher himself didn't look much better, standing there like a dark butler risen from the underworld. The two of them felt eerily alike, like a pair of monsters forged by war and tempered in the bitter taste it left behind. And the man knew, just from those eyes, that he was staring at someone who had brushed up against death more times than anyone his age ever should have. That fire only showed itself in people who had truly lived through pain and loss, and with that recognition, the teacher crooked a finger and beckoned the student forward, and the boy answered the call at once. Ed had already summoned Marilda, the mighty wind wolf, and the massive spirit lowered itself as it readied an attack against the teacher. At that point, this no longer felt like some academy spar. It felt like a clash between two veterans of war. Marilda threw back her head and roared, and that powerful cry thundered through the hall from end to end. At the same time, the boy rushed in with a roar of his own, charging straight at the target in front of him like a hunter closing in for the kill. The teacher planted himself and met the assault head-on, taking the attacks as they came and knocking them aside with his fists. He welcomed the rush, welcomed the violence, and welcomed the madness pouring out of that young academy boy. Then, in the middle of the clash, a towering wall of ice rose up to shut down the attack. But even that wasn't enough to stop the raging beast Ed Rothstaler had become. He smashed through that mountain of ice and kept charging forward without slowing down. The teacher knew that look. He had seen it in far too many people before. Those burning, desperate eyes, heavy with pain, were the kind of eyes he had stared into when his own life was on the line. He knew exactly what sort of battles created that expression. The boy before him was moving like an assassin sent to bring about his downfall, every step sharp and merciless. And even then, the teacher didn't flinch at all from the sheer brutality of it. He slipped past each attack one after another, answering with savage force of his own until he finally caught hold of the boy's arm. Honestly, it was a miracle. Ed was still standing at all, some absurd act of plot armor keeping him upright, but he still refused to accept defeat, refused to bend, buckle, or stagger back, and instead drove his knee straight into his teacher's stomach. It had been a long time since Ed had fought like such an absolute little brat. And at that point, the teacher was just about fed up with that attitude. At point-blank range, the teacher gathered power right in his hand, which was about the most dangerous distance possible to unleash that kind of attack on a student. Then the blast went off in an instant, and the force of the explosion hurled Ed backward. At this stage, neither of them was fighting like a teacher and a student anymore. They were going at each other like killers. And for a moment, it really looked like the boy had been swallowed whole by the flames. Then, out of that chaos, a stubborn hand suddenly thrust forward, reaching out with desperate determination, almost like the old man in front of him was holding the secret to eternal life. Because one thing was obvious. That boy had absolutely no intention of letting him get away. He seized the man by the coat like he was ready to drag him into the fire with him if he had to. It seemed the youth was still being sustained by that blessing of recovery, the one that gave him temporary resistance to the flames. Ed snatched up his ornate staff and readied another strike, the gem set in its center crackling with power. And since both of them clearly had a thing for blowing everything up, it was only fitting that the next thing Ed did was trigger yet another explosion. The teacher saw the attack coming and grinned anyway, and then another massive blast erupted between them. The force of it shoved the man backward across the stage. Ed detonated the spell, while also bringing forth the blessing of wind, a protection meant to deal with sudden, unexpected attacks. Even Ed looked surprised by that. He clearly hadn't been expecting the blessing of wind to activate, and in the middle of the clash, he found himself wondering what exactly had caused it to trigger while he was facing his opponent. On a battlefield, even the smallest lapse in focus meant certain death. The young boy understood that truth all too well, but even so, in this exchange, he was still one step behind the veteran in front of him. The teacher forced himself back up to his feet, and as he rose, he activated the high-ranking ice spell Permafrost, freezing Marilda in place. The boy cried out through gritted teeth, groaning as his legs were locked where he stood by the ice. It looked like the teacher had used the brief window during their close-range duel to prepare a hidden strike in advance, one the youth had failed to notice until it was already too late. For Ed, it looked like the fight might finally be over. The teacher flatly told him that trying to challenge him now was far too late, because melting that much ice would require an enormous amount of mana, and after the thunderous battle they had already been through, that wasn't something the boy should still have left. The frightening part was that both of them should have been exhausted by now, yet the old man was still capable of calling up a high-ranking spell like that even at this stage of the fight. Cold air ripped through the space with a sharp rush, and Ed flinched hard, fully expecting that this time the finishing blow was finally about to come down on him. And then, all of a sudden, a huge kaboom exploded beside him as something dropped into the battlefield. A tall fighter landed there, someone dressed like a student, and in one clean motion they deflected the incoming attack. To Ed's complete surprise, that strike had been turned aside to protect the blonde upperclassman. The newcomer's hands clenched into furious fists as he faced the teacher and reminded him that the 10-minute limit had already passed. The match was over, and this insanity should have ended already. The teacher had gone far too far for what was supposed to be a fight against an ordinary student, throwing around absurd techniques that could have seriously crippled or killed someone who didn't have ridiculous plot armor keeping them alive. That kind of behavior was unacceptable. The one who stepped in was a fourth-year student from the Faculty of Combat, a valedictorian and senior student council member named Decompellin, and he made it clear that Ed Rothstaler was no longer in any condition to keep fighting. It was time for Professor Khaled to back off, and the moment the clash was stopped, the boy's sister came rushing over in panic, asking whether he was all right. The answer was obvious at a glance, because he looked injured practically everywhere. Even the teacher had to admit he was in the wrong. For all the manic fun he had been having, he had clearly gotten carried away and overdone it. The valedictorian gave a respectful bow and thanked the professor for cooperating, but even the veteran himself knew he'd crossed the line. And on top of that, the thought of the incident report waiting for him was already hanging over his head. The teacher then declared that the blonde boy would receive full marks, which caught Ed off guard. He had assumed there wasn't some clear maximum score on this test, but apparently the professor intended to give him the highest mark possible anyway. If Ed also performed well on the written exam, then he could genuinely end up at the very top, and that was the point of all this. He had been fighting for the top position, and now, more than ever, the teacher could see exactly why Professor Glast had taken such a liking to him. Professor Khalade, a surprisingly large man up close, reached out and patted the young blonde on the shoulder. Looking at him, he admitted that he couldn't understand why the child of a noble family was living this kind of life. The blonde boy answered that he had some personal issues after everything went wrong for him, and after that he simply got used to surviving out in the woods alone. In the end, he had no choice but to learn how to stay alive by himself. But the teacher shook his head and said he wasn't talking about the camp itself. What had caught his attention was something else entirely. The blood and fire he had seen burning in the eyes of someone still so young. That child carried himself like a person living in the middle of a war. Whatever the reason behind it was, the professor told the blonde to get out of that state as soon as he could. Even when everything looked peaceful on the surface, the screams would still echo through the walls, and living too long in a place like that would poison a person from the inside. He knew that better than anyone, and the proof was right there in the way his hand trembled around his flask. If the blonde kept going down that road, he would eventually turn into the same kind of wreck, a degenerate who couldn't live without being drunk on something, just like him. By the time all that madness was finally over, Ed Rothstaler looked absolutely wrecked. His body was bruised, his clothes were in rough shape, and a fresh pair of icy shackles still bound his feet to the floor while his teacher turned and walked away. Even so, one thing was clear in Ed's mind. He really did owe that student for stepping in and saving his life. The teacher paused for a second, knowing full well he wasn't exactly in a position to judge anyone. Still, even by his standards, that kid he had just fought was one unbelievable lunatic. Then again, he truly wasn't one to talk. Little Tanya immediately started fussing over her older brother, bombarding him with worried questions about whether he was okay and where exactly he was hurt. She was already talking about formally protesting to the academy for forcing him through such a brutal practical exam, because if that war veteran had gone all out against some average student, things could have ended in disaster. Meanwhile, the senior glanced down at the boy and noticed that Ed still hadn't thawed his legs. And the stranger part was, it wasn't because he lacked the ability to melt the ice. He simply wasn't even trying to do it, which made the whole thing feel odd. When he lowered his staff and gathered that red mana, it became clear that he hadn't been preparing fire magic at all. What he had been building up was holy magic. That brat had still been readying another attack even while the professor's strike was bearing down on him. Some absurd holy plot armor was apparently enough to keep a teenager standing, even after he had already taken that many direct hits. If the senior hadn't jumped in and stopped them, it was hard not to wonder just how much longer that insane fight would have continued. The boy found himself wondering who really would have come out on top in that wild battle, because somehow the main character could never seem to go a single day without getting dragged into something outrageous. There always had to be that extra layer of ridiculous, that extra edge of overpowering strength, to the point where the actual protagonist barely even felt like the focus anymore. Letting out a sigh, the senior called out to Ed Rothstaler and apologized for interfering. He had only moved to protect the junior, but now it seemed he might have ended up ruining the boy's fun instead. The young blonde just smiled and told him that wasn't true at all. He had gotten a good grade, and for a fight like this, that was what mattered most. The two of them shook hands, and although Ed had heard rumors about him before, this was the first time they had actually met face to face. At this rate, they might really be looking at a new academy-wide valedictorian. Of course, Ed was still competing with Janica, and she was no joke either, a genuinely gifted spirit sorcerer in her own right. The senior laughed as he turned to leave. By then, Ed had finally switched over to fire magic, and his frozen legs were fully melted, though Tanya still had to support his weight. Watching younger fighters rise one after another made the big upperclassman feel like he needed to push himself harder, too. After all, strength like that might be necessary when the final battle came. Thankfully, the exam was finally over now. The written portion had been done, and Ed had finished the practical as well. At that point, there was only one thing left to do. Wait for the grades to be revealed. Someone came to see Professor Kaladay, and the man frowned slightly, looking up like he first needed to figure out who had even addressed him. It turned out to be Anis Halalan, the student teaching assistant. He had already heard she was more capable than most assistant professors, so without wasting time, he simply handed a letter over to her. The girl looked startled the moment she saw it. Apparently, what he had passed her was the grade sheet, and now it was her job to organize everything and post it where the students could all see. It seemed to be the ranking list for the top 20 students in each year for the semester, and she quickly said she would sort it out and put it up right away. She didn't know how she had done on the practical exam, but at the very least, she felt pretty confident about the written portion. Last time, she had barely managed to squeeze in, so naturally she was hoping her name had made the list again. But before she could even finish building up that tiny tower of hope in her heart, the professor bluntly informed her that her name wasn't on it. That one line hit like a knife to the chest. Anis practically growled at how casually he said it too, without even properly looking at her. The full score breakdown, after all, was only available to the professors and the student council. What ordinary students got to see was much more limited. They were only told their highest grade, their lowest grade, and the ranked list of the top 20 students, including the valedictorian. And in Sylvania, the valedictorian rarely changed, mostly because the system heavily favored practical exams, meaning only the truly strong could dominate rankings built around battles like those. But this year, when Anis lowered her eyes to the names in front of her, they widened in pure surprise. Soon enough, students were crowding around the course notice board, gathering shoulder to shoulder to see the newly posted exam results. Everyone had worked hard, and now they wanted something they could proudly bring home to their families before enjoying the holiday. Among the first years, Ayla had, of course, aced the exams and secured the valedictorian spot, with Joseph right behind in second place. Tanya Rothstaler had pushed herself hard enough to land in fifth, which was still an impressive result in its own right. For the second years, nobody had been able to knock Lucy out of first place, so she naturally held onto the valedictorian title again. Right behind her was Lortel Ketchum, who looked like she had put in even more work than usual to claim second. Then came Clavius from Combat, Jix from Magic, and Taylor. As students whispered over the posted sheet, they couldn't help talking about the new names and the way the usual balance had been disturbed. That was because the new valedictorian of the third year was none other than Ed Rothstaler. Right beneath him, in second place, was Janica. For the first time, Ed had taken the top seat away from Janica. And while Decompellin still remained the valedictorian among the fourth years, that wasn't what had people buzzing. The real shock spreading through the crowd was Ed's sudden rise, and just like that, a fresh wave of gossip rippled through the academy. People immediately started talking, saying things like how anyone should be able to become valedictorian if they just worked hard enough. But as for the blond boy at the center of all that noise, he was simply staring at the result in quiet satisfaction. It had taken him 1 year and 7 months of relentless effort to get there. 1 year and 7 months of studying, grinding, enduring, and forcing himself forward. Some people would probably say that was an incredible amount to achieve in such a short span of time. Others would say he had done well just to hold on for that long without breaking. Either way, in the end, only one thing truly mattered. He had become the valedictorian of the 3rd year, and now, instead of breaking his back just to pay for the next semester, he could finally spend more of that time preparing for the threats still waiting ahead, especially the real one festering inside his father's house. In simple terms, his chances of survival had just risen dramatically. He told himself that what he was feeling right now was probably just relief. And yet, as he stood there looking at the board, seeing all that hard work finally bearing such visible, beautiful fruit, something swelled up hard inside his chest. The emotion hit him so suddenly and so strongly that Ed's whole body trembled. Then someone called out the noble's name, and when he turned, he saw Janica smiling brightly and waving at him, already congratulating him on his victory. The pink-haired girl looked genuinely delighted. She had fallen to 2nd place this time, but that didn't stop her from being thrilled that he had won in the end. Ed just stared at her with that heavy emotion still written all over his face, and then, before she could react, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Startled, Janica barely had time to ask what was happening before the boy pulled her away from the crowd. There was something he needed to say to her, and whatever it was, he clearly didn't want other ears around to hear it. Once they were alone, the spirit sorcerer grew visibly flustered, her heart racing as she wondered what on earth the boy she liked wanted to say to her in private. When Ed checked the written exam results more closely, he had found that he scored in the high 90s, around a 95. What shocked him was Janica's score. Somehow, the spirit sorcerer who had repeatedly held the top rank had gotten a 30, a painfully low mark for someone of her level. It made no sense to him at all, so he asked her directly whether she had thrown the exam on purpose. In other words, had she deliberately handed him the win? Janica immediately panicked and asked if it had really been that obvious. Of course it was obvious. A score that low was impossible to overlook. So he pressed her. What had she been thinking? Janica, flustered and sincere as ever, explained that she couldn't receive the scholarship anyway because of the disciplinary action hanging over her. On top of that, she wasn't even living in the dorms anymore, so she felt like she had nothing to lose by giving up 1st place. More than that, she wanted to help the person she cared about, most achieve what he had worked so hard for. And if she was being honest, part of her had also grown tired of the pressure people always placed on her. After thinking it over, she decided it was fine if she wasn't at the top anymore. A small loss wouldn't hurt her, especially when she was still safely in 2nd place. She even told him that his grades were more than good enough for someone worthy of valedictorian, so he shouldn't feel uneasy about it. To her, it simply seemed better if he was the one who won. But Ed wasn't relieved by that at all. He looked more troubled than before. Then he let out a hollow little laugh and thanked her for her effort in a voice so dry it almost hurt to hear. The truth was, it was thanks to her that he had gotten the scholarship, and he said he wouldn't forget that. But beneath those words was something much harsher. After working that hard for so long, it stung to realize his deepest wish had been handed to him instead of truly won. Janica just smiled softly and said it was nothing. In her eyes, he had tried harder than anyone, so she wanted his effort to be rewarded. Right then, Annis suddenly appeared, catching Janica off guard as she asked what she was doing there. Annis answered with a light laugh and reminded her that the 3 of them were supposed to go to Laplace Bakery that day. She, Janica, and Claire had planned to celebrate the end of classes together. The pink-haired girl had apparently completely forgotten about it. Janica looked genuinely surprised. After blurting out a rushed, awkward hello to Ed, Annis immediately grabbed her friend and practically whisked her away, dragging her out of the scene and, for the moment, away from the pain of those one-sided feelings. She announced that she would be borrowing Janica for a little while, since it clearly looked like the girl had forgotten all about their very important outing. Ed watched the 2 of them leave, and all that emotion in him seemed to sag at once. He let out a tired sigh, his mood noticeably dimmer than before. By the time the sun had begun sinking low across the horizon, Annis had sat Janica down for a conversation that was far more serious than the spirit sorcerer was expecting. With a pained sigh, Annis told her straight that she had made a huge mistake. Sure, Janica hadn't acted out of malice. If anything, she had probably only wanted the best for Ed, especially because she liked him that much. But Annis had seen Ed's actual scores, and based on those numbers, even if Janica had earned a perfect mark on the written exam, Ed still would have ended up on top, especially after how he performed in the practical test. Hearing that brought instant relief to the spirit sorcerer. After all, her friend had worked unbelievably hard to reach valedictorian, so knowing he could have done it on his own eased her heart. But even then, she still didn't understand what the problem was supposed to be. That was when Annis spelled it out for her. Ed didn't know that. From his point of view, what he saw was simple. He had failed to reach the top by himself, and Janica had only made it possible by intentionally throwing her score away. That meant his victory now felt hollow, like all the work he put in had ended with someone else handing him the prize. Annis was upset because Janica needed to understand that too. For someone like Ed, being strong enough wasn't the whole point. If he had truly aimed to become valedictorian, then of course he would have wanted to reach it by his own strength. Only then did the full weight of her mistake hit Janica. Her head slowly dropped, and her body trembled as shame washed over her. Because if even Janica, the person he trusted most with that dream, didn't believe he could get there on his own, then what was he supposed to think about himself? Her intentions had been kind, but without meaning to, she had ruined the victory for him. Back at the camp, Ed sat quietly beside the fire, his head lowered as he stared into the dancing flames. The reason he wanted to become valedictorian had always been simple. It was for his own survival. From that perspective alone, the method shouldn't have mattered at all. And yet the heavy feeling in his chest refused to leave. He had pushed himself so hard to get there. It was never going to be easy to surpass Janica Failover, of all people. So finding out that he hadn't really beaten her after all crushed him more than he expected. Maybe deep down, this had become about more than just surviving. It was the same thing with his duel against Professor Kalade. Technically, he only needed to remain standing until the 10-minute limit to secure perfect marks. And yet he had thrown himself into that fight with savage intensity, like he was battling for his life. He had genuinely tried to defeat the professor. He even prepared holy magic at the very end. Looking back on it now, he realized he could have restrained himself at least a little, but that wasn't what he had done. From the moment he first arrived at this academy, Ed had only ever clung to one goal. He wanted to survive, but now, for the first time, he was starting to worry about things beyond survival alone. Ed sat there in a gloomier mood than before, feeding another piece of firewood into the crackling flames, while 1,000 heavy thoughts churned through his chest. He tried to convince himself that none of it really mattered anymore. The semester was over now, and there shouldn't have been any reason left to keep dwelling on it. Whether he liked it or not, there was something much more urgent waiting for him. Soon enough, he would be heading to Rothstaler Manor, and from this point on, survival over there had to become his only focus. At that same time, far away at the royal palace of the Cloel Empire, the topic of Rothstaler Manor was coming up as well. Apparently, it had already been about 5 years. At the foot of the king's throne, a princess appeared and bowed properly before her father. With all due respect, the princess said she had heard that Phinia would soon be returning from Sylvania. It was unfortunate that she would have to leave before her sister came back. Emperor Cloel understood that she wanted to see her sister again, but in his view there was a more worthwhile use of her time right now, and that was a visit to the Duchy of Rothstaler. Still, the young princess couldn't help suspecting that her father's real reason for sending her away was to keep her separated from Phinia. House Rothstaler was the greatest duchy on the continent, a family so influential that a future emperor needed to know how to handle them. Plenty of noble houses would be attending the coming social events, but if anyone were to rank them by importance, only one family would sit at the very top. There was the patriarch, Krepin Rothstaler, and then Tanya Rothstaler, the first freshman in Sylvania's history to become student council president. There was also a son who was apparently supposed to return, though he had once been thrown out of the family. As far as the princess was concerned, she probably didn't need to worry much about a failure like that. Whatever the case, the best thing to do now was leave without delay, and so the princess rose to her feet. It was time for her journey to begin, because she was Princess Salaha, the Frost Princess, and she was headed for Rothstaler Manor. Great hall they entered was so towering and magnificent that every visitor who stepped inside seemed to gasp at the sight of it without fail. Even Tanya felt that way. The place was so grand, so vast and so extravagant that it barely felt like part of the same world. Across all of Achen Island, only Ophelis Hall had more money poured into it than this place. And even then, this facility was still enormous, despite supposedly being only half the size of Ophelis Hall. As the two siblings approached, the guards stationed at the door lowered their heads and respectfully invited them inside. But there was one thing that made this particular building especially different from any other facility, and that was the fact that every single part of it existed for one person alone. Standing out on the balcony of that massive estate was Princess Phinia, her hair and dress lifting in the wind as she turned to face them with eyes like cold steel. There she stood, the third princess of the Cloel Empire, Phinia Elias Cloel. Naturally, the young noble bowed before the princess and offered his respect. He also thanked her for allowing them to come see her in the first place. The reason they had come today was because they needed the use of her authority. But before the boy could even finish saying it, the princess made it clear she had already guessed that much.
All right.
It was almost unsettling how easily she read the situation, but at least it meant he didn't have to waste time on empty pleasantries. Fania was the one who had contributed the most to his expulsion from the Rothstaler family, and because of that, she carried a great deal of guilt over what had happened. So if she chose to acknowledge him now, that alone would make his return much easier. It was a blunt reality, but it was still the truth. Ed bowed before the princess and directly asked for her help in reclaiming his standing as a noble. Going back to Rothstaler Manor was an enormous gamble. Lucy would be going with him. Yes, but brute force alone was never going to be enough. Among nobles, most problems were ultimately solved through power. And by that logic, the princess's towering authority was exactly the kind of medicine this problem needed. If she publicly recognized him, it would become very difficult for anyone to openly oppose his return.
The issue was that, effective as this solution might be, securing that kind of recognition should have been difficult in the first place, and proving it to others should have been even harder. Ed had been publicly humiliated before, so expecting the princess to openly support him was not supposed to be easy at all.
Funia admitted that it had been some time since she last spoke with the Rothstaler family. Then, since Ed was going back home anyway, she calmly asked him to pass along her regards to his father. That caught the boy off guard, and when he turned, his eyes landed on something sitting on the table that immediately looked suspiciously important. It was a letter, a proper one, which meant the princess had already prepared for this in advance. She had known why he would come and had taken the time to arrange something that could help him before he even asked. In the original story, Fania saw House Rothstaler as a threat, so Ed had originally planned to offer himself as a kind of spy within the family in exchange for her support. But he never expected the answer to come this easily. He had been so stuck in his own grim expectations that he forgot the princess wasn't quite the same person anymore. Now she was even entrusting him with her greetings. Carrying a royal letter was no small matter either. It had the official seal and everything that came with it. More than that, the meaning behind the letter itself weighed on him, especially because it was not sealed with wax. That alone was a massive sign of trust, proof that she had no fear he would tamper with what was inside. All of those positive signs completely threw Ed off balance. He hadn't come here expecting trust on that level. He had come prepared to negotiate and bargain for every inch of support. But instead, the princess simply smiled at him with a gentle expression. She told him this would be fine. That unsealed letter was a symbol of complete trust from the sender to the courier, and the warmth in her smile stood in sharp contrast to the cold expression she had worn before. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Ed began preparing in earnest for his trip. He would be leaving in 2 days, so naturally he had to get the camp ready for his absence. First, he needed to finish off the food that wouldn't last, since he didn't have an unlimited supply of magical storage. Then there was the room to clean, the emergency backup supplies around the cabin to put away properly, and the traps throughout the forest to recover, oil, and store. He even made sure to lock the cabin gates shut before moving on. At that point, the only thing left was the foodstuffs. Anything that wasn't suited for long-term storage needed to be dealt with. But right in the middle of that work, Janica, his next-door neighbor, happily called out to him. She looked almost like a little housewife standing there over a pot of stew on the fire, and the moment she spotted him, her face brightened with obvious relief. Bel Maya had apparently given her some herbs to use, so Janica mixed everything together and made curry. She kept tasting it while she cooked, and the smell coming off it was absolutely incredible. Ed stared at her for a moment, and then finally asked why she was acting like she had to walk on eggshells around him. The pink-haired girl immediately froze the second he brought it up. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. She really had been tiptoeing around him for a while now. They had known each other long enough that Ed could read her pretty easily whenever she started acting like this. If he had to guess, then it was obviously about the fact that she had let him become valedictorian. And so he asked her outright if she thought that had been a mistake. The girl instantly crumpled, whining and trying to deny it, insisting she hadn't simply handed it to him, but his guess had clearly struck dead center. With a defeated little sigh, the poor girl finally admitted that yes, that had been weighing on her mind for quite a while now. The problem, Janica admitted, was that she always felt like she understood so much about the blonde noble, and yet at moments like this, it also felt like she understood nothing at all. She kept rushing ahead with her feelings before thinking things through properly, and because of that, dark thoughts about the whole situation just wouldn't leave her alone. That was news to Ed, so he asked her what those thoughts actually were. After hesitating, the spirit sorcerer finally confessed that she had been worried he might secretly hate her for always going too far and doing too much for him. That was an awfully huge leap to make. But people who always stood at the top sometimes made exactly those kinds of mistakes, the kind born from being too considerate for their own good. Janica had probably gone through something like that before more than once. So Ed told her, plain and simple, that she was worrying over nothing. No one could ever fully understand another person, not completely. But there was one thing he could say with confidence. Out of everyone at the academy, nobody understood Janica better than he did. And honestly, those were dangerously sweet words to say to a girl like her. Even when Janica messed up, Ed only smiled because he knew her mistakes always came from kindness. If that was the place her actions came from, then how could he possibly hate her? Those gentle, overwhelming words hit her right in the heart, and when he went even further and told her that she was someone truly special to him, it felt like Cupid himself had fired another arrow straight into Janica's chest. It was exactly what she wanted to hear, and then some. The poor girl nearly burst into tears on the spot. With her voice trembling, she wailed and asked why he couldn't just be mean to her for once. He didn't scold her, didn't say anything cruel about how badly she had messed up, and he almost never even asked her for anything. He was always so absurdly kind to her that sometimes she honestly felt like she didn't deserve it. If he ever did ask something difficult of her, she would gladly do it without a second thought. Then she admitted that she wasn't even going home during this vacation, and that caught Ed completely by surprise. But the moment he heard that, a thought clicked into place. If that was the case, then maybe he really could make use of her help. So he asked whether she could do him a favor, and the talented, pink-haired girl lit up immediately at the thought that he was actually going to rely on her for something. For him, she would do absolutely anything. 2 days later, they entered the lands of House Rothstaler, territory planted right in the very heart of the empire, the kind of prime land other nobles could only dream of possessing. Anyone traveling from the rich coastal cities toward the imperial capital had to pass through Rothstaler land first. That alone showed the house's role as a protector of the crown, which was exactly why people called those lands the shield of the crown. The trip there was long and exhausting. Long enough that Ed actually fell asleep in the carriage, and Tanya kept leaning toward him, whispering for him to wake up. She kept hissing his name in this urgent little whisper too, like she was trying not to cause a scene while absolutely panicking at the same time. Apparently, the atmosphere inside the carriage had turned strangely violent for some reason, and Tanya was losing it. The source of that heavy, aggravated pink hostility was, of course, the spirit sorcerer. Janica was furious about something, and Tanya could only wonder whether this was really how the entire trip was going to be. Janica's eyes were locked on one thing and one thing only. Lucy, who had somehow fallen asleep in Ed's lap, literally sprawled across him and hugging his thighs like she belonged there. And honestly, any girl watching another girl get that physically comfortable with her crush would have trouble staying calm. The air in that carriage was painfully tense. Janica kept trying to peel the powerful mage off him like she was removing a parasite, insisting over and over that sleeping like that was dangerous. Lucy, meanwhile, was having none of it. She clung to the blonde like a stubborn leech, and it looked like not even a crowbar would have been enough to pry her loose. Still, the pink-haired girl kept insisting Lucy had to get off because it was dangerous. And yes, it really was dangerous. Dangerous to Janica's mental state to keep watching Lucy flirt so shamelessly right in front of her. Of course, the little white-haired mage had no intention of budging, while Tanya quietly panicked in the background. At that point, Tanya genuinely had no idea why two of the greatest threats to her peace from earlier arcs were now riding with them all the way back to her house. They were two of the people who intimidated her the most, with Lortella Ketchel easily taking third place, because that woman was terrifying in her own completely different way. Then the carriage struck a bump in the road, jolting hard enough that Ed finally woke up. He must have been sleeping unbelievably deeply not to notice someone wrapped around his legs like that, and yet somehow he hadn't noticed a thing. So when Ed opened his eyes after the jolt, the first thing he saw was complete chaos. Lucy thrown to the far side of the carriage, Tanya shrinking in fear, and Janica somehow clutching onto his legs instead. The poor spirit sorcerer looked so embarrassed, she seemed one breath away from dying on the spot. Meanwhile, Ed could only stare and wonder what in the world had happened in here while he was asleep. They were supposed to reach the manor the following day. Eventually, the carriage stopped for the night, giving the group a chance to step outside and stretch their legs. Naturally, the little mage was still attached to Ed's back, and Tanya couldn't help blurting out that her brothers seemed awfully close with Crazy 1 and Crazy 2. Ed just hummed in response, and said he had gotten pretty close to both of them ever since the semester started. Then, out of nowhere, Lucy actually spoke up and called Janica by name, catching everyone off guard. It was rare enough for Lucy to join a conversation at all. But clearly the little mage had decided she was done putting up with this nonsense. She pointed out that the entire area was crawling with spirits and told the spirit sorcerer to cut it out already. Janica jumped up in protest, but apparently there really was a whole swarm of spirits gathered around the camp too. And whenever anything happened, every last one of them came running to report it back to her. At that point, it was almost painfully obvious that the spirit sorcerer had little spirit informants following Ed around at all times, even when he bathed. To Lucy, that was just irritating, because Janica apparently got to know every tiny detail about their man's daily life. If it kept going like that, then of course Ed would eventually feel like he was being watched all the time. Janica looked mortified having this conversation out loud, while the blonde noble just stared at her in a mix of confusion and disappointment. His upperclassmen really were shameless. Flustered, the poor spirit sorcerer insisted the spirits were doing that on their own. Then again, she also wasn't doing much to stop them. Lucy coldly told her to stop acting innocent and even accused her of being a sneaky little schemer. Ed let out a sigh and said that, honestly, he didn't really mind. With everything going on around him, having that extra layer of awareness was actually helpful for his safety. Janica immediately brightened and clung to that statement like a lifeline, pointing out that the blonde himself said he didn't mind. Though Ed also added that he definitely hadn't expected her to know quite that much about every detail of his life. The moment he said that, poor Janica basically turned into a statue of shame. And that wicked little gremlin didn't stop there either, because Lucy leaned in and whispered even more poison into her ear about how calculating she was. Lucy was obviously the real schemer here, taking full advantage of Janica's soft heart just to guilt-trip her. But the word scheming kept echoing in Janica's head like she was being publicly condemned for treason, and the poor spirit sorcerer visibly lost all color in her face. Then the short menace added that if she were Janica, she'd feel so ashamed she would simply disappear. That was enough. Ed reached over and tugged on Lucy's naughty little ear, making it clear that now it was Lucy's turn to knock it off. They were almost at Rothdale Manor now, and before they arrived, they needed to get serious and discuss exactly what they were going to do once they got there. That place was enemy territory in every sense of the word, and no one understood that better than those two, Janica, who had witnessed the attempt on Ed's life, and Lucy, who had nearly lost her mind when she heard about it. No one in the group could afford to forget their real objective either. They needed to find evidence that would prove Crepin Rothdale's guilt. Before long, they finally arrived at Rothdale Manor. It was highly likely that the rotten old man in charge already knew they were coming to dig up dirt on him, so everyone had to stay cautious around someone that dangerous. The manor itself had 6 main buildings visible at a glance, and the whole estate was even larger than Ophelis Hall. This was wealth on an absurd, almost exotic level. It didn't feel like a single mansion at all. It felt more like an entire town built under one family's name, a place where the word Rothdale carried more weight than the authority of the crown itself. Inside those grounds, the Rothdale name stood above even royalty. When Ed arrived, a butler stepped forward to take his luggage, but the old servant nearly had a heart attack when the baggage slipped from his hands and hit the ground. The poor man immediately broke into a sweat, looking absolutely convinced that his life was over right then and there. He was so frightened that he could not even bring himself to lift his head. The poor servant dropped flat to the floor and shouted out his apology at the top of his lungs, bowing again and again in front of the heirs of the Rothdale family. This household really did feel less like a noble estate and more like a dictatorship, maybe even a twisted religion, because the servants treated the Rothdale bloodline like something divine. In a place like that, it was no surprise at all that the children grew up spoiled, rotten. The man was trembling so hard he could barely get the words out. Tears were already forming as he tried to explain that it had simply been too long since he had personally attended to Ed, and the pressure had crushed him. To a servant like him, the son of the Rothdale family was someone impossibly high above his station, terrifying enough to make his mind go blank. In his panic, he had practically started blurting out praises about the young master's dazzling presence, only to slip up anyway, and now he looked like a man begging for his life rather than forgiveness. Ed let out a quiet sigh, and just like that, he cut the scolding off where it stood. If carrying the luggage was that hard on the servants, then he could carry it himself. A single mistake was not worth turning into a scene. The butler could only stare up at him in open disbelief, because this was supposed to be Master Ed, the same cold young noble who had once tormented servant after servant without hesitation. From that moment on, Ed knew exactly what this visit meant. If he wanted to survive, then he had no choice but to walk straight into Rothdale Manor, the place where his monstrous father was waiting for him. There he was, sprawled across his seat like the ruler of a private hell, welcoming them into the household with the ease of a king. And of all people, he looked especially pleased to see his beloved son wearing that fatherly expression as though nothing at all were wrong. If Ed wanted to live through this, then one day he would have to drag down the so-called god of the Rothstaler family. Rothstaler Manor truly looked every bit as grand as its name suggested, with a ceiling so high it made the hall feel almost cathedral-like. As the guests gathered inside, their eyes were naturally drawn toward a beautiful portrait hanging prominently on the wall, a painting of a stunning blonde woman that at first glance looked like it might have been their mother. But it was not their mother at all. The woman in the portrait was their elder sister, Arwen, and apparently the original Ed had hated seeing that painting in the past. Now, though, Ed found himself staring at it with completely different eyes. Arwen Rothstaler had been the eldest of the Rothstaler children, his older sister, and someone whose presence still lingered in this house even after death. She was no longer alive, and that only made the portrait more unsettling. Ed could not help wondering what mysteries still surrounded her, and why her image had been given such a place of honor on that wall. It felt strangely intimate, almost too personal, to display the portrait of a dead daughter like that. Ed found himself wondering whether his father was even capable of missing any of his children in the first place. Maybe Arwen alone held some special place in Crepin Rothstaler's heart because she had died while he was still alive, or maybe there was nothing sentimental about it at all, and this was simply his way of honoring the daughter who had perfectly embodied the dignity of the Rothstaler house. Questions kept piling up in Ed's mind one after another. Then, before he could sort through any of them, the sound of someone formally acknowledging their arrival rang through the hall, and he immediately knew that could not possibly mean anything good. Just as expected, all of the children turned toward the voice of the patriarch, the most disturbing person in the house, Crepin Rothstaler. With a smooth and measured tone, the old man remarked that the journey must have been long and exhausting, speaking as if he genuinely sympathized with everything they had gone through to get there. Then he smiled, proud and warm on the surface, and said that he had missed Ed terribly because, after all, Ed was his precious son. It was the sort of statement no one in the room could accept at face value, not when they all knew perfectly well that this same father had already tried to get that precious son killed. He went on to mention that the household was somewhat disordered at the moment, since they were preparing to host a large party starting tomorrow evening. Most of the servants were tied up with those preparations, so the children would have to excuse it if they were not attended to as perfectly as usual. Ed answered that he understood, and that arriving during such a hectic time was regrettable. But Crepin only smiled wider and said that this busy moment was exactly why he had wanted Ed here now. He wanted the world to see that his proud son, Ed Rothstaler, had finally returned home. Hearing that much fatherly affection from a man who clearly had none only made the whole thing feel even more suspicious. After that, the patriarch's gaze shifted toward the companions who had come with Ed. Janica flinched a little at the attention, while Lucy stood there looking ready to boil over. She was the kind of person who never let a grudge go, and there was no way she was going to smile politely at the man who had once tried to harm Ed. Janica introduced herself first, cheeks turning red as she gave her name as Janica Palover. Crepin clearly recognized it. He had already heard of her, the spirit sorcerer talented enough to command high-ranking spirits with ease. Then his attention moved to Lucy. With that same smooth tone, he remarked that she must be the genius mage his beloved daughter had mentioned in her letters, the remarkable young prodigy everyone had been talking about. Lucy, however, did not wait for him to finish properly. She cut in without the slightest hint of courtesy and gave her name in a flat, disrespectful manner that made it obvious she had no interest in pretending to like him. The servants around them visibly recoiled at her attitude, and honestly, they had every reason to be terrified. Because Crepin suddenly rose from his seat, the atmosphere tightened in an instant, and it was easy to imagine how ugly things could have become if this insolent little mage had been the only person Ed brought into the manor with him. Still, the smile on Crepin's face never broke. It stayed there, stiff and polished, a smile so artificial that it felt less like kindness and more like a warning. He said he would have loved to stay and continue dining and chatting with them, even though he had barely touched the food in front of him. But the Frost Princess Selaha had just arrived, and as one of her subjects, he needed to go and properly receive her. Before leaving, Crepin turned back to Ed with another practiced smile and told him that his room had been left untouched all this time. He should go and rest. Ed tried to stop him there, saying he had something he needed to take care of before settling in. Then he slipped a hand into his coat and drew out something he had brought specifically for his dear old father. Crepin accepted the small gift from him. Later, when he sat before the princess he had gone to greet, he was still holding that item, his anger contained behind a rigid silence. The Frost Princess could tell at once that something about him was off. In front of the nobleman, her expression softened slightly with curiosity as she wondered what exactly had happened. What Crepin had received was a letter bearing Finia's sigil, and there had been no wax seal on it at all. That meant the message had been entrusted completely to whoever carried it. To the Frost Princess, that detail was enormous. A sign of absolute trust from Finia was not something one saw lightly. For a moment, she had to wonder whether this sinister household had already aligned itself with Finia's side. But then Crepin spoke up and calmly said there seemed to be some misunderstanding. He explained that he had indeed been the one to receive the letter, but the princess herself had not handed it to him directly. That answer only shocked the Frost Princess even more, because an unsealed letter represented trust not only in the recipient, but even more so in the messenger who delivered it. Naturally, that made the Frost Princess intensely curious about who had been trusted enough to carry such a message to Crepin. Meanwhile, Ed was elsewhere in the manor, quietly looking around that strange, uncomfortable place. Eventually, he stopped in front of a particular door and stood there for quite a while, staring at it in silence. He had finally reached Ed Rothstaler's room, a place the story had never given anyone a reason to visit back when this was all still just part of the game. Slowly, with a mix of curiosity and caution, he pushed the door open. But the moment he looked inside, he paused because Lucy was right there beside him. She was supposed to be staying in the room next door, yet instead of going there, she followed him straight into his room. It was obvious why. She did not trust his father in the slightest. Without any hesitation, Lucy dropped herself right onto Ed's bed and told him to wake her immediately if anything happened. She was staying here, close enough to move the instant he needed protection. Lucy often acted like she did not care about anything, but moments like this made the truth obvious. She missed nothing that mattered, and it was clear she intended to keep the promise she had made to protect him. With that, Ed could finally take a calm look around the room that once belonged to the person whose life he had stepped into. What surprised him most was how little had changed. Even after all ties had supposedly been cut, the room had been preserved almost exactly as it was. Then again, maybe that was not so strange after all. Arwen Rothstaler's room had also been left untouched, and in a manner this massive, there was no real shortage of space. Leaving old rooms exactly as they were was probably easy for this family. Thankfully, that gave Ed the chance to inspect the room properly. As his eyes moved across the furniture, he suddenly stopped when he noticed a drawer that was firmly locked. He was Ed Rothstaler, the family's infamous problem child. If he forced something like this open, no one would think it was especially out of character. Even so, he could not go around damaging furniture unless he was sure the risk was worth it. Being known as a troublemaker did not mean being reckless or stupid, so instead of smashing it immediately, he hesitated and wondered whether breaking the lock was really the right move. Then, without warning, purple magic flickered to life from inside the drawer. Sparks danced in the narrow gap, crackling with an eerie glow, and Ed's eyes widened on the spot. It turned out the one helping him was his tiny little protector herself. Lucy had caught him staring so hard at the locked drawer that she quietly used her magic to pop it open for him without a word. Thanks to Lucy's quick help, Ed could keep digging for answers. He immediately grabbed the handle and pulled the drawer all the way open, eager to see what had been hidden inside. What he found made him stop for a second. Inside were stacks of letters, carefully folded and neatly stored away, as if someone had gone out of their way to preserve every single one. And just like that, the story looped all the way back to Act 1, Scene 1 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. In that very first scene, the foolish noble who got himself disowned after insulting the main character, Taylor McClure, was none other than the low-born villain role of Ed Rothstaler. After that early fall from grace, no one really knew what became of that idiot once he was pushed out of sight. Still, one thing had always been obvious. His life afterward must have been miserable. Ed had spent all this time struggling desperately, so he would not wind up as that same ruined person rotting away like a beggar on the street. The problem was that everything before that first scene had always been a blank spot to the protagonist. That meant Ed had no built-in knowledge of what these letters hidden inside a locked drawer were supposed to mean. Slowly, he unfolded one letter after another, and the words inside immediately made his expression harden. Whoever wrote them was terrified of dying, questioning what meaning life could possibly have if it was only going to be cut short so soon. They wondered what value there was in living at all if the end waiting ahead was nothing but certain death. The tone was heavy, philosophical, and deeply unsettling. The writer spoke as someone whose life inside the glory of House Rothstaler would not last long, and yet they still intended to put their affairs in order before everything came to an end. Their path as a member of that house, they wrote, would end here. Letter after letter carried that same suffocating fear. It was someone obsessing over death, over the certainty that they were going to be killed, and every single handwritten page had been addressed to Arwen. That only made the whole thing stranger. There were far too many letters for this to be a brief exchange. If this many had been preserved, then the correspondence must have continued for years. Just reading through all of them would take an absurd amount of time, but in a way that was valuable too. The moment he got the chance, Ed planned to start memorizing what was written in them. For now, though, he had a different problem. Around Crepin Rothstaler, he still needed to keep acting like the original Ed. Under no circumstances could he let his father realize that the person standing in front of him was no longer the same son as before. Then the focus shifted to the powerful mage family of Bloomlever, known throughout the Empire as one of the greatest magical houses in existence. Their specialty lay in direct battle magic, the kind built specifically for duels and open combat, designed above all else to secure victory on the battlefield. The magical aura surrounding them was dazzling to look at, bright and forceful, the kind of power that seemed to shine straight off their bodies.
With ease, they could form ice projectiles out of thin air and fire them relentlessly at their opponents.
And above them all stood the greatest among that bloodline, the matriarch of House Bloomlever, Sinner Bloomlever. The witches of that house had a reputation for being as fierce as wolves, and their magic more than lived up to that image. But for all that fearsome pride, there was still one thing powerful enough to blow all of that bluster away in an instant. Even those witches could do nothing but groan and stagger back when faced with that overwhelming presence pressing down on them. The entire area was swept over by dense, violent purple flames, spreading with such crushing force that it swallowed everything else in sight. When the difference in mana was that absurd, the witches could only flinch in disbelief, realizing their attacks had not even scratched their opponent. Against a monster on that level, the type of magic being used almost stopped mattering altogether, and that terrifying opponent was none other than Lucy. Apparently, the little mage had ended up sparring for some reason. But even while doing it, she looked half asleep, like she had barely bothered to put any real effort into the fight. The duel was taking place on the training grounds in the central gardens of Rothstaler Manor, with the two sides facing each other in full view. The Lady Witch politely bowed and thanked the young genius for accepting a duel so soon after arriving. Back in Sylvania, her children had not stopped talking about this gifted mage, so she had wanted to witness that talent with her own eyes. Nearby, Crepin Rothstaler let out a quiet chuckle and remarked that the match had definitely been worth watching. The old creep was clearly looking at Lucy in a different light now, and that was not good at all. In fact, Crepin seemed to be thinking that his children had surrounded themselves with some very unusual friends. The moment the duel was over, Lucy did something even more shocking. She climbed straight into Ed's lap and curled up there like it was the most natural bed in the world, shameless as a spoiled little cat, even with people watching. Looking down at her, Ed explained to his father that she slept a lot. She had not gotten proper rest the night before either, most likely because she had stayed awake the whole time guarding him. The patriarch replied that if she was not too exhausted, he would like to speak with her properly during dinner. He called the duel a fine spectacle, something worthy of setting the tone for the feast to come. Then he excused himself, saying he would see them all again that evening. By then, the invited guests had started arriving one after another. For Ed, that was actually perfect, because the growing chaos meant his chance had come. He planned to let Lucy keep sleeping in her room for the time being and move, while the manor was still in disorder, but the moment he tried to slip around unnoticed, he ended up running into Janica. Janica looked delighted with herself. Just like he had asked, she had already sensed spirits wandering all through the manor, and because hardly anyone there was sensitive enough to notice them, the scouting had been absurdly easy. She kept happily muttering her findings under her breath, and the second she nearly brought up Crepin's office out loud, Ed had to silence her on the spot. Janica always meant well, and that much was obvious. The problem was that sometimes the sweet girl simply talked far, far too much. So there they were, tucked away in a dark corner, with Ed's hand covering her mouth while they hid. Janica, of course, was stunned by how thrilling that situation felt for entirely different reasons. Ed, meanwhile, was focused on something much more serious. He told the pink-haired girl to come into his room with him, and the second those words left his mouth, Janica's face turned bright red from ear to ear. The poor girl got so flustered that she was probably already imagining something strange and scandalous. Her embarrassment only got worse when Ed added that they could not let anyone hear them, and that no one would be coming into his room. Once they stepped inside, Janica was still blushing helplessly, her cheeks glowing pink. She was alone in Ed's room, the room of the boy she liked, and that alone was enough to send her thoughts spinning. But before Ed could quietly move on with what he had planned, a voice suddenly cut through the room and stopped him cold. He turned in surprise and found himself staring at the royal frost princess. With a faint smile, Selaha casually remarked that this did not exactly seem like the ideal place for a secret meeting. Because, as it turned out, the room was already occupied. Ed immediately bowed, and Janica hurriedly followed suit, both of them apologizing at once, because they had no idea the princess would be using his room. Princess Selaha, however, had come for a very obvious reason. She raised Phonia's letter right in front of his face. She clearly wanted answers. And Ed was the one person in the room she thought might actually be able to give them. What the Frost Princess really wanted to know was simple. Did this boy intend to stay aboard a sinking ship? At that, Ed and Janica dropped to their knees at once and apologized for the disturbance. They had never meant to insult the princess by barging in like this, and they certainly had not expected to find her quietly occupying the blonde boy's room. Selaha was an entirely unexpected presence here. Yet she only smiled and told them they had not been disrespectful at all. In fact, she went on in that sharp, superior tone of hers, saying that noblemen entertaining commoner women was hardly unusual. According to her, having peasant girls hover around them was practically a classic pastime for men of status. She admitted it would be rude of her to assume that was what they had been doing in private, and even if it were true, she said it was not technically her place to judge what Ed chose to do in his own room. But right after claiming she had no intention of criticizing his personal life, she did exactly that. She offered unsolicited advice, warning him not to get too close to peasant women, because things would become troublesome if one of them ended up carrying his child. Janica had to fight through both humiliation and tears as the princess continued talking down to her. Selaha kept going, saying she had seen plenty of noblemen led around by common women before, and that she found the whole thing laughably pathetic. By that point, she had said more than enough. Ed had listened as long as he was willing to, and he was completely done hearing her dress up insult after insult as if it were merely her opinion. Still, it was not his place to openly offend a princess. So instead of snapping back, Ed restrained himself and simply asked why she had really come to see him. The princess let out a slow sigh, as if she had decided there was no point dragging this out any longer, and moved on with what she had actually come here to do. Anyone who had seen her in person should have understood it already, but in Selaha's eyes, Phania was thinking far too naively. The blue-haired princess clearly believed that her blonde younger sister was not fit to sit on the imperial throne. There was obvious hostility between the two sisters, and Selaha made no effort to hide it. Lifting her chin with that same proud, superior look, she extended a hand toward the blonde boy and openly asked him to stand with her instead. It was an unbelievably bold move, especially when she knew full well that he had already earned Phenia's trust. Honestly, the amount of audacity packed into both her gesture and her words was almost absurd. But Ed was not about to respond the way she wanted. He might have been a son of the Rothstaler family, yet he could not bring himself to casually take her hand like that, so he stayed exactly where he was, kneeling on the floor, and made no move whatsoever to reach for her outstretched hand. That only made the princess laugh softly, as if his caution amused her. Since he had chosen his words so carefully, she said she would allow him to continue speaking. Still, the look in her eyes sharpened. Selaha was no fool, and she could already tell the blonde boy was playing his own little game here. Without ever directly saying no, Ed was refusing her. He did not rise to her side, and he did not accept her hand. He simply stayed where he was, making it painfully clear that he had no interest in entertaining a request from someone as rude as her. In response, Selaha warned him that his father, Crepin Rothstaler, was backing her, so as a son under that house, he would do well to choose carefully. If anything, that was the perfect reason not to side with her. Crepin was a nightmare in human form, and that alone was enough to make Ed want nothing to do with her camp. In fact, that was exactly how he saw it. Selaha was the one destined to pursue the power of the evil god while working alongside Crepin. But for all her pride and arrogance, that path would end in disaster. In the end, she would fail to control that power and be devoured by Mabular instead, a humiliating and pathetic end for someone so vain and self-assured. Among the characters in Act 4, hers was one of the ugliest fates of them all. So if Ed needed a reason to reject her, he already had one. With perfect calm, the boy answered that the Emperor's recent actions had brought the Empire into a golden age. An era like this, he said, called for a benevolent ruler, and he had no doubt that Princess Phinia would be able to fill that role. In one smooth sentence, he had insulted Selaha by implication and praised her sister instead. Two blows thrown all at once.
Selaha's face tightened instantly. Her voice dropped into an angry growl as she snapped back that Phania had no desire for the throne and that supporting her was foolish.
Maybe the Golden Princess did not want the throne right now, but that changed nothing for Ed. He intended to support Phonia with everything he had and remain quietly at her side, and as excuses went, there was no better shield than Phonia when it came to turning Salaha down. Sure, that answer would only deepen the bad blood between the two sisters. But it was not as though they had ever been close to begin with. The princess fell silent for a moment, and then, without breaking eye contact, she stepped closer. There was something burning beneath her composure, something ugly and possessive. Instead of simply accepting the rejection and moving on, she reached out and touched the chin of a boy far younger than her, murmuring that his resistance only made her want him more. At that point, someone seriously needed to call Child Protective Services. Zelaha smiled like she was enjoying a private joke and admitted that she rather liked taking things away from other people. It was a good thing she was royalty because otherwise Janica might have exploded on the spot. To Salaha, principles were at their most beautiful when they were broken. She wanted to see just how deep Ed's conviction toward Phonia really ran. At that point, it was impossible to deny it anymore. She was dangerous, and Ed could only groan inwardly. The truth was, he did not even support Phonia in the way Salaha assumed. But now the situation had grown far beyond his control, and the misunderstanding had taken on a life of its own. Salaha, however, only said there was still plenty of time. The party would continue for 5 full days. That meant, in her mind, he had more than enough time to realize what made her superior to her younger sister. With that, the Frost Princess turned and made her way out of the room, while Ed and Janica bowed as she left. 2 butlers appeared as if from nowhere, just to open the door for her, and on her way out, she added that they were free to come speak to her if they ever changed their minds. Fortunately, it was finally good riddance. Even so, Ed simply thanked her for her advice. Salaha answered with a flirtatious little smirk and told him she was certain they would meet again, and only then was she finally out of their hair. Once the princess was gone, the tension in the room shifted, and Ed and Janica were finally able to speak honestly. Janica knew full well that people like Salaha could be difficult, but even so, being looked down on like that still hurt. She might have been a commoner, but that did not mean she deserved to be treated as lesser. At the very least, she understood that much herself. The pretty spirit sorcerer lowered her gaze and sadly played with a strand of her hair until Ed spoke and gently drew her attention back to him. Even then, Janica kept pouting. In a small, frustrated voice, she muttered that she should have said something clever, something sharp and effective, like Lortel Ketchuln would have. The thought that Lortel probably would have handled that situation far better only made her more upset, and Ed could not help laughing a little at how transparent she was. He knew Janica was not someone who could instantly snap back in confrontation. And on top of that, Salaha was a princess, beautiful, powerful, and openly interested in him. Of course, Janica was jealous. Compared to an overwhelming figure like the Frost Princess, the spirit sorcerer clearly felt like she did not measure up at all. Ed, however, did not think that comparison mattered in the slightest. Instead, he turned the conversation back to something more important and asked Janica whether she had found anything useful while scanning the manor. Janica admitted it had taken some time because the estate was so massive, but Mug had picked up something worth reporting. The cheerful little firebat was always eager to help. According to what it sensed, there was an unusual amount of mana gathering beneath Duke Crepin's private study. Of course there was something suspicious there. Directly beneath his office should have been the kitchen, and there was absolutely no normal reason for that kind of mana to be pouring out from below. The whole thing reeked of hidden trouble. Janica suggested they go and check it in person, but there was an obvious problem. Crepin frequently used that study, which made it far too dangerous. And when he was not inside, the room stayed locked, so getting in would not be easy either. They still had 5 days left, so Ed decided there was no need to rush. He told Janica that his room would stay open to her and that she should come to him any time if anything important happened. Janica gasped at that casual invitation to his room, while Ed remained completely oblivious yet again as usual. His head was buried so deeply in the murder plot that romance and flirting barely registered to him at all. There was still far too much for him to do, and he had not even finished reading half the letters between Arwen and Ed. But if he locked himself in his room all day, Crepin would start getting suspicious. So the plan was simple, at least on paper. He would read the letters whenever he could, investigate Crepin's study when the chance appeared, and in the meantime attend the party often enough to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Then the first day of the party arrived, and the entire manor was glowing beautifully under the lights. With a 5-day celebration stretching out ahead of them, the excitement in the air was only starting to build. Most people were still easing themselves into the atmosphere, taking things lightly before the real main events began. And then the Frost Princess arrived. She was breathtaking, of course. Dressed in a midnight blue gown decorated like a winter sky, full of snowflake patterns and star-like details that made her stand out the instant she stepped into view. The attention of the room rushed to her all at once, and with it came a flood of admiration, praise, and near worship. Tanya Rothstaler greeted the princess with cheerful formality and introduced herself as the successor of the Rothstaler family. Even with her brother brought back into the manor, she was still the official heir. Selaha greeted the young lady in return and remarked that the Rothstaler family seemed to have a bright future ahead. Tanya beamed at that and politely apologized that the banquet still felt rather empty. After all, it was only the first day, so the pace was naturally slower. Selaha merely laughed and told the sweet girl not to worry about it. She herself had arrived early, after all. And besides, Selaha added with a knowing smirk, coming early had allowed her to see something rather entertaining. Of course, the moment Ed appeared at the banquet, he caused a stir of his own as well. People recognized him immediately as the former successor who had returned from exile, and he looked striking in a clean, elegant white suit that made him stand out at once. Ed Rothstaler quickly became one of the most talked-about people in the room. Time away from noble life had changed him. He looked broader now, more solid, his body clearly built by real labor in the forest rather than idle luxury. The muscle he had gained gave him a sturdier frame, and combined with the sharp look he carried now, he seemed almost like a completely different person from the boy people remembered. Watching his entrance, Selaha smiled and remarked to Tanya that she had a fine brother. Tanya, with obvious pride, admitted that she truly was proud of him. Even so, behind that smile, the blond boy could feel Selaha's gaze fixed on him with a far harsher edge than before. Over the next 5 days, Selaha silently promised herself that she would show Ed Rothstaler many things. She had already secured the support of Polkus, who was due to arrive in 3 days and served as deputy to Commander Magnus, the man who held control over the army. And that was not all. The brilliant princess in blue also had Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Order standing on her side. In other words, she wanted Ed to understand just how much influence and opportunity she had gathered under her control, and how advantageous it would be to stand with her. But none of that power meant much to him. In the end, all of it would amount to nothing when she was devoured by a monster, so he had no intention of being swayed. By the second day of the celebration, horses rolled in pulling the wheeled palace of the Telos Order. It was honestly ridiculous to look at, like they had dragged an entire church down the road and brought it with them. But absurd or not, what arrived with it was the authority of the greatest religion on the continent. As soon as the entourage arrived, countless eyes naturally turned toward the holy and revered saintess. Just her presence alone carried enormous political weight. In a political sense, who the saintess chose to stay close to, and even what kind of conversations she was seen having, could tilt the entire balance of power in an instant. In other words, simply being on friendly terms with someone as sacred as her could shift politics across the whole continent. That was exactly why Selaha, with all her ambition, had already reached out to the newly appointed Archbishop Samuel, one of the saintess's closest attendants. Phrygius symbolized purity, innocence, and an everlasting bond of friendship. There could not have been a more fitting flower for the saintess. At the same time, it also carried Selaha's intended message, a wish to form a friendly connection between herself and the holy maiden. Pleased with the choice, the princess praised Dest for selecting such a suitable gift. Selaha had already spoken with the archbishop, so in her mind that meant she would naturally be the first to receive an audience with the saintess. She was certain the room would bend beneath her influence and her carefully projected air of authority. From her point of view, there was no reason to approach Clarice aggressively. A graceful first impression would be enough. But then Archbishop Samuel delivered the one piece of news she did not want to hear. The problem was simple. The Saintess Clarice was not here. Selaha could barely believe what she was hearing. She had gone through so much effort to make sure this meeting would work out, only to be told at the crucial moment that the Saintess was nowhere to be found. For a second, she genuinely looked like she had misheard him. Meanwhile, the missing Saintess was casually touring the mansion itself, much to the horror of a sweating servant who had clearly not expected to be handling someone of that status. Clarice, on the other hand, seemed delighted. Visiting Ed at his own family home felt strangely different to her, almost like a romantic little encounter in some distant place. Ed could only sigh and tell her it was an honor. Honestly, when he came back home, he had prepared himself for trouble from his father. What he had not expected was to be blindsided like this by all the people he had met back at school. But Clarice hardly noticed the problem she was causing. Standing there in public, glowing like sunlight itself. She took his hand without hesitation and warmly declared that the real honor was hers. She said she could never forget everything he had done to save her life, and that gratitude had not faded even a little. She had apparently managed to slip away under the excuse that she wanted to look around the mansion, but the problem was that someone in her position naturally drew attention wherever she went. At the very least, Ed wished she would keep that in mind for his sake. To reduce the damage, they had moved to Arwen Rothstaler's room instead, because if he had brought the Saintess into his own room, the rumors would have been far worse. He was trying to keep a low profile, not attract more notice. Clarisse sighed and admitted that, back when she was in the Holy Imperial Capital, she had cared a great deal about that kind of thing. In fact, she used to worry about it constantly. She told him she had been relieved to hear that he was reinstated, but at the same time, she could not believe the household would truly treat him well. Ed answered with a tired honesty that people had never liked him much in the first place anyway. That, apparently, was exactly why Clarisse had come. If anyone dared to treat him badly, she intended to make an example out of them. She had really shown up carrying all that political authority with the intention of crushing anyone who got in his way. Thankfully, it did not seem like that would be necessary. Ed let out another sigh and told her that even if people did mistreat him, it was still his burden to deal with. Still burning with emotion, Clarisse grabbed his hand again and firmly told him to stop trying to carry everything by himself. She said it was exhausting watching him do that all the time. They could handle things together, so he needed to trust her a little more. Hearing that, Ed could only blink and ask what exactly she meant. At that, the girl immediately blushed and started mumbling that he could make use of her position if he needed to. If he stayed by her side throughout the party, then surely no one would dare treat him disrespectfully. It was a sweet offer, sure, but the way she openly phrased it as taking advantage of her made the whole thing sound far stranger than she probably intended. Clarisse panicked the moment she heard herself. Flustered, she quickly corrected herself and said she only meant that she wanted to act in a way that would benefit him. After all, she owed him so much, and she truly wanted to repay that debt somehow. With the way she kept piling excuse after excuse on top of each other, it became almost impossible to argue with her at all. Finally, groaning in embarrassment, Clarisse forced herself to say what she actually wanted. What she needed, apparently, was a partner for tonight. She held his hand gently against her chest and asked if he would do her the honor of dancing with her at the banquet. Then, as if she still needed to justify it, she quickly added that it would also be good for his reputation. And then she kept going, saying it would be good for her too, only to fall straight into more awkward babbling. At that point, it was obvious she simply wanted to dance with him. They had literally just agreed she should stop hiding behind excuses, so Ed really needed her to get to the point faster. Clarisse whined softly, shifted in place, and fidgeted for a while before finally admitting the truth. Tonight, she planned to refuse every single invitation to dance except one. The only person she wanted to dance with tonight was him, and hearing that left Ed completely stunned. The whole situation had suddenly become painfully awkward, and now even the Saintess herself looked too shy to keep standing there. So she abruptly turned and said she had to go greet the other guests. Some people might not be happy that she had come to see him first, so she needed to hurry. Ed tried to ask what exactly had brought her here in the first place, but Clarisse quickly brushed the question aside. Then, with a bright smile on her face, she slipped out and shut the door behind her. Ed stood there staring at the closed door in disbelief, and then, all of a sudden, the closet inside Arwen's room creaked open. That was, without question, terrifying. Slowly, Ed turned toward the sound, only to freeze when he saw that it was his little sister standing there. He immediately started asking what she was doing in there, and Tanya shot back that she had come looking for his coat. She had finally found it, only for the Saintess to suddenly show up. But according to her, that was not even the important part anymore. What really mattered, in Tanya's eyes, was that her brother had apparently become an outrageous womanizer. First Janica, then Lucy, and now even the Saintess had entered the picture, like he was somehow collecting every possible type of woman, one after another. Tanya could not understand how she was supposed to act normally around any of them when it was so obvious all these women were obsessed with her brother. Ed could only groan and rub at his head, because honestly, he had no idea how to answer that either. At this point, the whole situation had spiraled into a complete mess far outside his control. Later on, Clarisse let out a breath of relief, almost panting after finally managing to speak with Ed and tell him how she felt. This was not Sylvania Academy, after all. This was a social gathering full of nobles, so she had to keep herself composed here, at least for the most part. She understood that talent in magic, wealth, age, none of that really mattered in a place like this. More than that, she held the greatest authority in the room while she was here, which meant she had to pull herself together properly. Even so, with her cheeks still pink, Clarice was absolutely certain of one thing. At least at tonight's banquet, no one was going to stop her from getting what she wanted most, and what she wanted was a dance with the boy she liked. The Emperor Cloel had a son. But after the crown prince publicly declared that he would not inherit the throne, public support naturally split among the emperor's 3 daughters instead, and the moment that happened, a struggle for power began. There was the Frost Princess Salaha, the Wisdom Princess Persica, and the youngest of them all, of course, was Phinia, the Princess of Charity. Now, after being away for such a long time, Phinia had finally returned home. She bowed before her father and gently asked whether he had been keeping well. The emperor let out a tired groan and answered that his failing health was hardly news to anyone anymore. Even so, as he looked at his daughter, he could tell that she too did not seem especially well. The girl who once carried herself so confidently now looked burdened by something much heavier. Then Phinia lowered her head before her father and calmly confessed that she did not believe herself worthy of succeeding to the throne. With those words, it became clear that she was stepping out of the succession struggle between her siblings. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Imperial Library, word had already spread that the youngest princess had renounced the throne almost as soon as she arrived. The youngest sister greeted the other princess and asked why she was in the library at a time like this. Then again, the Wisdom Princess was also known as someone who did not seem particularly interested in the throne either. Persica sat reading with her aides quietly stationed nearby, and in her usual calm tone, she remarked that there was always a special kind of joy in discovering yet another new book hidden among the shelves. That said, it had already been more than a year since their beloved younger sister chose to enroll at Sylvania. By now, the Wisdom Princess had almost grown used to seeing Phinia return during every school break. Even so, something about her little sister felt different now. Compared to how lively and spirited she had been before enrolling, Phinia seemed noticeably more subdued. Persica could not help suspecting that this gloom had something to do with that Rothstaler boy. Phinia, however, said nothing, so her older sister continued speaking. The party Kreppen Rothstaler was hosting was suspiciously grand, packed with influential nobles, members of royalty, and even the Saintess herself. Persica had assumed that alone would trouble Phinia, especially considering how intensely she had investigated that particular noble house before. On the surface, though, a banquet like that should not have been a problem. Kreppen was publicly known as a loyal servant of the Empire and a model nobleman. That was certainly how most people saw him. Even so, Phinia had always looked at Kreppen with sharp suspicion, despite never having any easy reason to explain it. Given their positions, each of the sisters had grown skilled at reading something different. Persica excelled at reading books. Salaha was gifted at reading power, and Phinia's strength had always come from reading people. But lately, the youngest princess had started doubting even that gift, all because of that one mistake involving Ed. If her sadness had a Rothstaler at its center, that part was true enough. The problem was, however, that it had nothing to do with Kreppen Rothstaler himself. When it came to Ed, poor Phinia was completely at a loss. She had once wanted to escape that invisible struggle for the throne and prove that she was worth more than the title she was born with. Yet before she realized it, a full year and 6 months had already passed since she left Akan Island for school. During that same stretch of time, the balance of political power had steadily begun to tilt in favor of the first princess. Salaha and the throne had only drifted farther away. Even so, Phinia showed no desire to reclaim that lost ground. If anything, she had seemed increasingly drained and dispirited lately. That one man had made her feel as though her greatest secret strength, her ability to read people, had failed her completely. In truth, she was judging herself far too harshly. She had no way of knowing that the Ed from before and the one standing in front of her now were, in essence, 2 entirely different people. Persica admitted that she had not originally believed Phinia when she said she had no interest in the crown. But the Wisdom Princess trusted her sister's eyes, and because of that trust, she started digging into the matter herself. What she uncovered were books, several of them, and they were part of the collection Kreppen had personally handled while volunteering to inspect the library. Every single volume he had touched was forbidden. They were books filled with ancient magic, forgotten myths, and records concerning long-buried evil gods. Hearing that, Phinia stared in shock. Persica then added that she had also heard how Phinia had caused Kreppen's son to be disowned, and that the boy had recently been restored to the family. From the outside, the conclusion seemed obvious. Most nobles would have starved if forced into the same situation he had endured. so it was natural to assume the boy wanted his position and power back. But in truth, that was not the case at all. Even so, Persica found one part of it especially strange. Crepin might have cast out his son to satisfy Phinia at the time, but then why had that same man suddenly chosen to bring his son back now, at this exact moment? That question made Phinia freeze where she stood. For a year and 6 months, Ed had survived alone in the forest, scraping by with only himself to rely on. Before leaving, he had come to see her in her chambers, and when he took her letter, he told her something she could still remember clearly. He had said that he never expected the princess to help him so easily, and that he had come prepared to negotiate instead. Hearing that memory again in her head, Phinia began to wonder if her first suspicions had actually been right all along. What if Ed had gotten himself disowned on purpose because he knew something about his family that no one else did? At last, her thoughts were moving in the right direction. He had deliberately left Crepin behind, fully aware that the man was researching an evil god, and now his return home looked less like a reunion and more like being sent back in chains. At this point, Phinia's instincts were sharp enough that she almost felt worthy of the title of Wisdom Princess herself. If that was true, then the negotiation Ed had mentioned back then must have meant that he wanted to discuss how to fight the darkness hanging over the Rothstaler family. But instead of understanding that, Phinia had used trust as an excuse and sent him right back into danger, all because she had lost faith in her own judgment. Her hand slowly curled into a tight fist, and her whole body trembled with anger. Tonight was already the second day of the party, and there were still 2 more days left to go. Persica sighed and admitted that she wanted to go there herself, but the trip would take a full day and a half, and that alone was enough to make her give up on the idea. Phinia, on the other hand, might be able to make it there in a single day if she rode without stopping. Persica really was frighteningly perceptive. It was almost sweet, the way she quietly gave her full support to her younger sister. The moment that thought settled in, Phinia suddenly came back to life, energy flooding back into her face as she declared that everything seemed fine now and that she would be leaving at once. She added that it was late, so there was no time to waste. She needed sleep before the ride, and with that, the beautiful princess was already gone. Within moments, preparations were underway for the youngest princess of the Klol Empire. At her request, they brought out the fastest horse they had, one with the greatest endurance available. Despite the emperor's efforts to keep his daughters from colliding directly, it looked like this princess was going to cross paths with her elder sister after all. Phinia intended to ride straight to Rothstaler Manor at full speed. She would not be going alone. A small number of guards accompanied her as she rode out, and the fire in her eyes made her look every bit like a princess charging forward to protect someone. Their group rode hard through the roads, like night couriers, pushing straight toward Rothstaler Manor without slowing down. In the dead of night, the horses burst forward at full speed, their hooves pounding through the darkness. Any man capable of making even the third princess race out into the night like this was bound to leave Rothstaler Manor in utter shock once she arrived. Back at the palace, Persica could not help wondering what kind of boy this Ed really was. Still, now was hardly the time to dwell on that curiosity. With that, Persica was left behind as the only princess still in the castle, and a faint, knowing smirk touched her lips. It seemed every princess carried a slightly wicked side of her own. Well, every princess except Phinia, of course. She was genuinely just a good person. Later, on the second day of the party, a hand was extended in invitation for a dance. It was Ed. There was only so long he could keep putting it off. So, in the end, he asked the Saintess to dance with him. Clarice lit up at once and happily told him that the honor was entirely hers. As the music began to flow, Ed's arm settled around her, holding her close, and little by little, the dance started. The two of them turned together across the floor, their eyes meeting again and again as they moved in rhythm. All around them, the ball carried on, the music continuing while countless other couples also danced beneath the lights. And among all of them, those two stood out, moving gracefully through the glow of the grand hall and looking almost dazzling beneath the ballroom light. Naturally, there were whispers. As they danced, people murmured about the failure who had only just been reinstated as a noble. Some said they had seen the boy the day before, and that he looked like an entirely different person now. Even so, not a single one of them truly believed a lunatic could change that much. Hearing nobles badmouth her partner while she was dancing with him was deeply irritating to Clarice. Still, Ed quietly told her there was no reason to let it upset her. Clarice let out a disappointed sigh and said that all of this had apparently been for nothing. She had gone to all this trouble hoping to improve his standing, only for people to stand there and talk badly about him anyway. But Ed gently reassured her that it was all right, and that she had helped him more than enough regardless. After all, The two of them had still been able to share a dance at this grand banquet. Hearing that, Clarice sighed again, this time realizing she had wasted far too much time worrying. Even then, the celebration was nowhere near finished, and Clarice only smiled more brightly as she asked him for another dance. At that point, she clearly had no intention of sharing him with anyone else and looked fully prepared to steal every remaining turn for herself. The boy answered with a polite smile and told her it would be an honor to dance with her again. And while the second day of the party carried on in glittering fashion, a far more serious and much deeper search was already beginning behind the scenes. Lucy had taken up position on the roof as a precaution in case anything went wrong. Even so, she looked like she might doze off at any second, just lazing around in that oversized hat she loved so much while keeping quiet watch from above. At the same time, Janica was busy slipping into Kreppen Rothstahler's study. It was an incredibly dangerous thing to attempt, but if they were going to drag him down, then they needed real proof, and that evidence had to be found somehow. Dancing with Clarice had definitely drawn some attention his way, and not the kind he particularly wanted. Still, in the long run, that unwanted spotlight would almost certainly work in his favor. At the very least, most of the nobles present would remember that he had been right there in the ballroom, dancing in plain sight, instead of sneaking off somewhere to stir up trouble. And after watching him move so casually with the Saintess, very few of them would be eager to pick a fight with him or recklessly interfere with his plans. Then, out of nowhere, someone approached Ed Rothstahler and remarked that he looked awfully busy. Of course, it was Princess Selaha, and for once, the expression on her face was not composed at all. She looked unexpectedly furious, like yet another headache had just landed in her lap. It was without question an unbelievably annoying situation. The princess gave a cold little scoff and called him out for trying to leave this grand party behind, saying it was obvious what he was after. In her eyes, he was running off to fool around with that commoner girl. The only reason he held his tongue instead of putting that arrogant ice princess in her place was because she was royalty. Even though she was talking far too boldly about one of his closest friends, she was right that he intended to find Janica, but not for anything close to the reason she imagined. So the boy simply lowered his head and thanked her for sharing her opinion. He said he would be more careful with his actions from now on, all while making it painfully clear that he had no interest in wasting precious time arguing with her when he had far more urgent matters waiting. The Frost Princess then said she wanted to see whether those words of his were sincere or just empty politeness. And without warning, she suddenly let her wine glass slip from her hand and threw it to the floor. The moment it hit, the glass burst apart into countless glittering shards. The sharp crash snapped the attention of everyone in the hall at once. In an instant, every gaze turned toward the princess standing in the middle of the ballroom with broken glass scattered around her feet. Then, with those shattered fragments still spread across the floor, she calmly stretched out her hand toward Ed and asked him to dance with her. The invitation was public, deliberate, and impossible to miss. From the way she said it, she made it sound as though he must be quite the dancer after all. But the way this woman was acting was completely wild. Almost like she had been taken over by something. Normally, it was the man who asked for a dance, especially when he came from a lower position. That was why Ed had been the one to ask Clarice earlier. But Princess Selaha was not following that custom in the slightest. She was practically forcing the situation onto him with overwhelming pressure, as if she intended to drag him into it by sheer force. And now that the princess had made the request first, rejecting her in front of all those watching eyes would be taken as a tremendous insult. The ballroom itself seemed to hold its breath around him. Just like that, the poor boy found himself trapped in a deeply troublesome position. And yet, in front of every single guest there, he really did refuse her. Even the maid kneeling down to gather the broken glass looked horrified by what she had just heard, though, as it turned out, she had no reason to panic on his behalf. Ed immediately bowed in apology and answered with careful respect, saying that he would never dare presume to lead a dance with the princess. He explained that he was unwell, and if he embarrassed himself in that state, it would only stain the Frost Princess's honored name before she even had the chance to recover the situation. Then, without lingering there for even a moment longer, the mad lad turned and walked straight out of the hall. Ed wanted absolutely no part of that smoke, that pressure, or that madness coming anywhere near him. The Frost Princess could hardly believe the insolence of that child. Her anger rose at a frightening speed, heating up so fast that it was almost enough to make the whole room tense with her. And honestly, considering what had just happened, it was not hard to see why she was so enraged. Princess Selaha had come to this gathering with a clear goal in mind, to strengthen her image as the next sovereign. On the first day, she had already met with the patriarch to solidify her standing, and on the second, she had planned to secure the saintess as well. But instead of a smooth climb upward, that insignificant outcast kept stepping all over her path. That boy had interfered with everything. He had not only stolen the distinction of being the first one to approach the saintess, but after that he had the audacity to refuse her invitation to dance and simply walk away. Princess Selaha ground her teeth and wondered if that lowly little flea had truly thrown away his pride just to become her sister's dog. She had no intention of letting that insult slide. In her mind, his insolent life needed to be shortened immediately, and no matter what it took, she would strip that young noble of every source of power around him. The way she was moving now, she looked every bit like a full-blown villainess out of some cheap romance drama. On the third day, an investor named Roland was supposed to arrive. He was tied to a trading company that handled the flow of goods entering the capital, which made him exactly the kind of person a princess would want on her side. Because of that, the princess was utterly convinced that the young noble would regret everything the moment he realized Roland supported her. Poor woman, though, because she was playing a losing game from both ends without even knowing it. She believed Roland was a close aide to the new leader who had recently taken control of the company. And yes, that meant she was walking straight into Lortel Ketcheln's sphere of influence. Unfortunately for the Frost Princess, Ed had already managed to worm his way right into that center of power, too. As it turned out, Roland Bellatrax's business trip had already been called off by his superior. He had been ordered back to headquarters instead, where he was to continue his work without delay. The man could hardly believe what he was hearing and immediately demanded to know why such an absurd decision had been made. To him, it sounded like complete nonsense. He needed this trip to happen so he could meet Princess Salaha and build connections. Then the driver calmly asked whether he wanted to speak directly with the company leader, since she was seated right there inside the carriage, more than ready to tear people apart with her words if necessary. The man refused on the spot. One humiliating experience in a single evening was already more than enough for him. After all, the eye of the storm was not somewhere removed from the chaos. It was the very center of it. Inside, Lortel merely smirked as she looked down on him. The leader of the trading company clearly seemed to have plans of attending the party in person after all. That meant the saintess of Tello's order, the princess on horseback, the genius spirit sorcerer, and the legendary mage prodigy were all about to gather under the same roof, at the same estate, and all of it was converging for the sake of one man. The Rothstaler Manor rose to a total of 6 floors. Even as the party stretched deeper into the night, servants continued to move all through its halls, hurrying from place to place without pause. But the higher one climbed, the fewer people there were. That was only natural, since the lower levels held most of the main facilities, while the upper floors were generally set aside for members of the family themselves. Because of that, the staff refused all outsiders entry past the 3rd floor. Ed, however, could not be kept out so easily, because whether people liked it or not, he still counted as family. Even so, the guard could not hide his surprise at seeing him there, since word had already spread that the young noble was in poor condition. Ed only scoffed, brushed the concern aside, and said he could take care of himself, so he wanted to be left alone. In the end, no one could deny that a member of the Rothstaler family had the right to pass as he pleased. Realistically, the only people the guards might not be able to stop besides family were members of the royal house. With that in mind, the blonde noble pushed ahead without hesitation, making straight for his father's study at the far end of the 4th floor. Every window on the 4th floor had been locked tight, which also told him that the man was not inside at the moment. With the party still in full swing, the host, Kreppen Rothstaler, was almost certainly downstairs entertaining guests. That meant he should have no time to return to his study, which in turn meant all the preparations for this moment had finally fallen into place. In other words, this was the perfect chance. Right now, the boy could throw open one of those windows and begin uncovering the hidden secrets of the head of the Rothstaler house. Once they were inside, Ed immediately asked Janica how she had managed to slip away from the party in the first place. Janica explained it simply. When a commoner vanished from an important party, almost nobody paid attention. That made it surprisingly easy for her to move in and out unnoticed. The two of them then got to work on opening a certain door inside the office. After managing it, they carefully slipped into the room beyond, staying alert and making sure it was actually safe before committing themselves fully. But the instant they entered, both of them froze at the voice that greeted them. Someone was already seated inside the room, speaking as though this was a long-awaited chance to finally talk. And really, the first warning sign should have been the fact that they had rushed ahead with this plan without first confirming where Kreppen actually was. There he was, sitting behind his desk with that oppressive presence of his, letting out a low sigh as he said he had been wanting to speak without other people interrupting. Cloaked in that heavy, sinister atmosphere, the man gave a dark little chuckle and invited them to sit and talk. After all, he had many questions for his son, especially after hearing that he had somehow survived such an extraordinary trial. In fact, there were so many things he could bring up that he almost seemed unable to decide where to begin first. Then the man gave a small, almost casual smile and decided he knew exactly where to begin. Of all the things he could ask, the first thing out of his mouth was who, exactly, was inhabiting his son's body. And just like that, the air in the room turned terrifying. Sometimes no one understood a child better than their own parent. In some families, that could be comforting. In this case, though, it was the worst possible thing. The boy was suddenly dragged back to that earlier moment when he had handed over the princess's letter, and Kreppen Rothstaler had pointed out something small but fatal. His son never called him father. In fact, his real son hated him far too deeply for that. That was the danger of ending up inside a story that never fully explored the background of a side character. No matter what this boy had gone through after arriving here, Kreppen could never believe his son had changed that completely. More than anything, he could not sense even the slightest trace of that old buried resentment. To Kreppen Rothstaler, speaking to the current Ed, felt less like talking to his son and more like facing a complete stranger wearing his son's face. It was the kind of brutal twist that always hit hardest when the person closest to the one who had been replaced was the first to notice something was wrong, and it was even worse here because the one noticing it was a major monster in the story. The boy standing before him looked calm and indifferent, and that only made the difference more obvious. Kreppen could tell without a doubt that this was not the Ed Rothstaler he knew. The sheer fury behind the man's expression made the blood run cold in both children. Then the head of the noble house crushed something in his hand with terrifying force, and in the next instant, dark green magic spread through the room and flooded the space around them. Janica reacted immediately, snapping out her spirit sorcerer's staff at once. There was no room for hesitation now. They had to stay on full alert. As that sinister magic circled through the study, the man paused for a moment, as if he had just noticed one more interesting detail. Janica stood her ground without retreating, and called forth her spirits, preparing to fight this dark man head-on. The whole scene was starting to feel like a final battle arriving ahead of schedule, because they were now facing a truly dangerous opponent directly. Even Kreppen looked impressed that the pink-haired girl could summon 3 intermediate spirits almost instantly. To his eyes, she was clearly someone who could handle even higher-level spirits if she wanted. But he quickly guessed why she was holding back. Janica was not trying to collapse the entire building around them. More than anything, she was worried about all the people gathered below. To a man like him, that kind of consideration was almost amusingly cute, because he himself had no such worries, no such restraint, and certainly no conscience. Kreppen was the kind of calculating man who would do absolutely anything to secure victory. Janica Failover was strong, but in his eyes, she was still far too soft-hearted to overcome someone like him. And sure enough, those intermediate spirits were not nearly enough. The moment he said so, he unleashed a flood of attacks at the 2 children. Thick green chains shot outward, wrapping around the summoned spirits, constricting them and crushing them out of the fight. The spirits cried out in pain, yet even while suffering, they still found time to apologize for failing her. They really were painfully sweet little things. Janica gasped as those same wicked green chains whipped around her body too, binding her before she could fully recover her footing. And then she let out a scream as the chains suddenly yanked her forward. Just like that, both the spirit sorcerer and the spirits she had summoned were captured by Kreppen, who clearly had no intention of letting any of them escape. The man was evil to the core, and he carried that cruelty like second nature. But this was the moment Ed had been waiting for. He made his move at once and struck with basic wind magic, unleashing Windblade. In seconds, he sliced through the chain binding Janica and freed her from its grip. Then he stepped in front of her without hesitation, shielding her with his own body as he prepared to fight his monstrous father head-on. With a sudden burst of speed, the young noble lunged forward and closed the distance, appearing right in front of the master of the house. At that moment, he was fully determined to cut the man down one way or another. The calm, controlled villain merely looked down at him and coolly acknowledged that the boy was skilled at least. But even after getting that close, Ed's blade could not pierce the man's hand. It could not even truly reach him. So this was what real power looked like. Kreppen stared at the child before him and became even more convinced that this skilled, driven boy could not possibly be his real son. Ed groaned in pain as magic tore the weapon right out of his grasp. That rotten old monster had not even bothered to use his own hands once. He was overwhelming both of them, through raw magic alone. And the moment Ed was disarmed, the boy was hurled backward into a bookshelf so violently that the shelves shook and books exploded into the air around him. Once again, the man demanded an answer, asking who this thing was that had taken over his son's body. Then, all of a sudden, Crepin's eyes widened when he saw a burning knife streaking straight toward his neck. The noble twisted away just in time, narrowly dodging the strike, though he still ended up with a bloody scratch carved across another part of his body. The protagonist caught the returning fire knife in his hand and growled through clenched teeth that maybe he was not the man's son. But even so, he was Ed Rothstaler. That was the only name he would answer to. He would not claim any identity other than Ed Rothstaler. Hearing that, the wicked man only laughed, dismissing the declaration as utter nonsense. Now Ed stopped holding back and drew his sword for real. Nonsense or not, the truth was still the truth, and he had no intention of calling himself anything else. He had struggled too hard, survived too much, and come too far to become anyone other than Ed Rothstaler. Holding on to that conviction, he charged straight at the wicked man again, and as he moved, he signaled to Janica with perfect timing to do what needed to be done. Janica understood the command immediately. She steadied herself and prepared to unleash her own attack, with the massive presence of a spirit rising behind her. The entire study turned into chaos. Ed's short sword clashed against the man's long blade, and the room shook under the pressure of the battle. Papers, books, and scattered materials were swept into the air, caught and carried by the violent dance of wind magic. Dust billowed thickly through the study, clouding the room as the deadly battle with Crepin Rothstaler, the boss of the fourth act, truly began. Gravity, inertia, friction, and every form of physical force seemed to answer to his will. This was the power of the evil god Mebular, the being that had let his father taste a level of authority that bordered on controlling the world itself. Then suddenly, an impact-amplifying wave ball was hurled upward into the air. The man immediately raised his sword and blocked the force of that dangerous sphere, only to scoff when he realized it had come from a magic engineering tool. Even so, Crepin had not yet pushed beyond the limits of his mana. He still had not fully awakened the evil god's power, and that made this the best possible time to eliminate him. The truth was, they were also still in the middle of finishing a few of their own powers, which was exactly why this timing mattered so much. According to the scenario, Crepin would only truly awaken after invading the academy at the end of the fourth act. That meant the man standing here right now was at the most beatable point he would ever be. This was their perfect chance to bring him down. So Ed came at him with blazing hatred and fury, like a man who had seen him slaughter an entire village of innocent people with his own eyes. Divine wrath seemed to burn through the boy, and there was not a trace of hesitation left in him anymore. A clenched fist tightened around roaring heat, and then the intermediate spell Point Explosion was triggered. The blast that tore through the halls was so thunderously loud that even the people still gathered downstairs at the ball froze for a moment. None of them could understand what was going on above, and while everyone with even a sliver of conscience began to panic at the sound, the princess calmly lifted her wine and took another elegant sip, remarking that the taste was exquisite. Just what you would expect from a cold-hearted witch. By now, serious cracks had begun creeping through the building itself, and the maids below were starting to panic as the force of the battle overhead rattled the estate. The guests had no idea that a vicious clash between father and son was unfolding right above them, nor that it had nearly reached the level of a deathmatch. But if they actually succeeded in taking down Crepin, a man loyal to the crown, that would brand them as traitors, and the consequences of that would be incredibly troublesome. With smoke hanging thick in the area, the protagonist turned toward Janica and quickly checked to make sure she was all right. The pink-haired girl admitted that she was fine, just badly shaken from everything that had happened. Still, they knew they had to completely subdue their enemy. The problem was that they could not do that properly without real evidence of his crimes. They had already found a massive concentration of mana inside his office, but that alone was not enough to prove anything. The room directly beneath his office should have been the kitchen, yet they had discovered a door branching off from the study and ended up entering this hidden space instead. Based on those suspicions, the boy had already expected there to be some kind of secret passage hidden beneath the office of the head of the Rothstaler family. He had originally planned to investigate that hidden place quietly and keep everything under wraps. But with the battle already exploding through the mansion, subtlety was long gone, and now the whole secret had been blown wide open. Right in front of them, the young man could now clearly see a staircase descending into a narrow, suspicious tunnel below. One glance was enough to tell that whatever waited down there was dangerous, the kind of place that seemed to warn people away the moment they laid eyes on it. Before the two of them could even fully steady themselves, Ed felt his father's killing blow rushing straight toward them. He reacted instantly, shoving Janica out of the way without hesitation so she would not be caught in the attack about to crash into them. Janica cried out as she stumbled and fell back, and even then that man still had the nerve to calmly praise Ed for reacting so quickly. With that same composed, wicked smile on his face, the man remarked that it was almost as if the boy had fought him before. He still carried that same sinister, refined air about him, but now there was something deeply unnatural happening with one of his hands, something that made the whole scene feel even more demonic. But no matter how fast Ed moved or how sharp his instincts were, he was still up against the terrifying head of the household in his full monstrous element. The demonic energy gathering behind that man was so suspicious and so blatant that it almost felt absurd he had managed to hide his crimes for this long. More than anything, this place was Kreppen Rothstailer's territory. They were fighting on his ground, in a space he clearly knew how to control and dominate, which put them at an immediate disadvantage. Trying to battle that infuriating old monster in a place like this was a complete nightmare. Still, Kreppen had made one mistake in the middle of all this. He had allowed his son to bring his own support into the fight. They did not have the time to waste trading blows with Kreppen Rothstailer any longer. So both children turned at once and threw themselves into the secret passage, determined to escape his attack and push deeper inside. Behind them, the blonde noble heard the man scoff coldly, mocking them for being reckless enough to turn their backs on him in the middle of battle. But then a sudden flash of purple lit the space, and the man's eyes widened on the spot. A deafening explosion ripped down through the roof and crashed directly into his hidden study. Lucy had entered the battlefield. It looked like she had simply waited for her own side to get clear before blowing the place apart. The sheer amount of mana and violent magic that flooded the room the moment she arrived was so overwhelming that the man immediately swung that corrupted hand toward her. And there she was, that short, monstrously gifted mage, casually chewing on beef jerky while still somehow finding the manners to apologize for the mess. Even so, Lucy had no intention of letting that old man slip past her or chase Ed into the tunnel. Standing in his way and becoming the biggest possible nuisance in his life was now her job, and she looked perfectly willing to do it. Meanwhile, Ed and Janica raced through the tunnel with no time to spare. As they hurried onward, the blonde boy had to tell her something important right away, because she needed to remember every single thing they were about to see. If Janica could testify to it too, then everything would carry far more weight. After all, a lone son speaking badly about his own father would be easy for others to doubt. The pink-haired girl looked uneasy as they descended, wondering aloud what kind of horror might be waiting for them at the bottom of those stairs. Ed admitted that he could not say for certain what they would find. Still, from everything he had pieced together so far, he was expecting something very dark, very twisted, and very demonic to be hidden below. At the bottom of the staircase stood a massive sealed door blocking their way, and on the other side of it, they were finally about to uncover their father's greatest secret. Carefully, slowly, Ed pushed the heavy door open and stepped into the hidden chamber his dear old father had kept buried out of sight. Janica stopped dead the moment she saw what lay inside, horror freezing her in place. The room was filled with death, ruin, and the aftermath of unspeakable cruelty. It was almost a shame they had no camera with them, because a single photograph of this place would have exposed everything. Scattered all around were traces of experiments tied to eternal life, experiments that had consumed countless human sacrifices. More than enough evidence was right there to prove his guilt. As they moved deeper into that underground hell, Ed checked on the spirit sorcerer to make sure she was holding up. Janica was far too kind and gentle to be used to sights like this, so seeing that much blood and violence could not have been easy on her. He held her hand tightly as they walked, grounding her, making sure she did not have to face that nightmare alone. Even then, she steadied herself and said she was fine and that they had to keep moving forward. This was the place his father had wanted hidden forever, a wicked underground chamber buried in the darkness beneath the mansion. And within all that darkness, there was only one place where any light remained. Even under that faint, washed-out moonlight, with the whole room drained of color, one familiar shade still stood out sharply enough to catch his eye. It was the same color as the hair in that giant portrait everyone saw the moment they entered Rothstailer Manor. The same golden hair as his own, and when Ed stopped in that filthy underground torture chamber his father had hidden away, he found the greatest secret Kreppen Rothstailer had been protecting all this time. What stood before him looked like the impaled body of his older sister. A girl bound in chains, pierced and imprisoned, and yet somehow she still looked heartbreakingly beautiful. Arwen Rothstailer was being kept captive inside her own father's dungeon. The sight horrified the boy to his core. That dark, twisted, evil man had planned to exploit his own daughter by force, and if necessary he would have done the same to his other children as well. Then, all of a sudden, a voice broke the silence, and the boy froze where he stood. So much had changed since the last time she had seen him, and not just for him, either. She had changed, too. But there was no mistaking that gentle voice. It belonged to his older sister, and against all odds, Arwen was still alive. The exhausted girl gave him a faint, tender smile, clearly happy to see her little brother again, and quietly greeted him, saying that it had been a long time. Arwen looked at Ed with a faint, delicate smile tugging at her lips, the kind of smile that looked like it might vanish at any second. For one brief moment, her eyes softened, as though memories from long ago were rising quietly behind them. The Ed standing before her now was nothing like the one she remembered, and the distance between then and now felt painfully clear. But Ed was not the only one who had changed during all those lost years. Arwen knew, deep down, that she herself had become someone different as well. Neither of them could simply return to who they used to be, and the heavy silence hanging between them seemed to carry every moment that had passed since their last meeting. At the very same time, deeper within the chamber, another battle was already raging. Ed's father and the mage were facing each other with overwhelming force, their mana colliding again and again in violent bursts, as if the air itself was being torn apart between them. The pressure from their clash shook the entire room. The walls trembled, the floor quaked beneath their feet, and waves of raw mana erupted all around them like explosions trapped inside a sealed chamber, leaving no corner untouched by the chaos. Then the mage calmly raised her power even higher and released a high-level light spell, Blade of Radiance. In the next instant, brilliant blades of magic flashed into existence all around Ed's father. They appeared from every angle, surrounding him in a shining formation and locking him in place at the very center, as if the light itself had become a cage. Even with destruction shaking the chamber around her, the mage did not lose her composure for even a second. She simply kept chewing her gum, looking almost bored by the entire situation. With that cold, indifferent stare, she declared that from this point onward, this place was officially off-limits. There was no need for her to explain any further. The warning in her words was painfully clear. If he did not like being stopped there, then he could try breaking through by force and see if he was capable of reaching her with his own hands. Ed's father did not respond right away. Instead, he remained completely still, his eyes quietly studying the wall of light and the countless blades surrounding him, as if calculating every possible path through that deadly formation. After a while, the strength in his body seemed to drain away. He slowly lowered himself down onto the floor, his posture no longer carrying the same pressure as before. Sitting there in a weakened state, he admitted that she had truly gone to impressive lengths to prepare for this moment. By then, he understood exactly what kind of situation he had been placed in. That defensive spell was not something he could simply tear through without consequence, and even someone like him had no choice but to recognize how troublesome breaking past it would be. Meanwhile, far below, Ed finally laid eyes on the condition his sister was in. The sight hit him all at once, so brutally and so unexpectedly that his entire body froze in place as shock overtook him completely. Arwen looked back at him with a weak, fading smile. Her face was pale, her expression distant, and her voice came out quiet as she told him that he seemed to have changed so much since the last time they had seen each other. After all the time they had spent apart, the reunion they had never properly had was finally happening. Arwen gently acknowledged that moment as she faced the younger brother she had once known, Ed. Seeing Arwen in that state filled Ed with a grief so heavy that it seemed to crush every word before it could leave his mouth. He tried to speak, tried to reach for anything he could possibly say to her, but his voice refused to come out. In the end, the only thing he managed was a broken call of her name. Beside him, Janica could only stare in horror, gasping at the scene before quickly covering her face, as if the sight was too painful for her to keep looking at. Arwen was suspended in midair, her body pinned in place by a long dark staff or spear that had pierced straight through her chest. She hung there limp and unconscious, her upper body slumped forward, both arms dangling lifelessly beneath her. The bottom of the weapon touched the floor below, and around it, a glowing magic circle spread outward, bathing the entire scene in an eerie, unnatural light. Arwen admitted softly that this must be a horrible thing for Ed to witness, and that appearing before him in such a ruined state would only bring him pain. Even knowing that, she had still wanted to see him at least once. At that moment, Ed's mind turned inward, pulling away from the scene in front of him. A question rose inside him with painful clarity. Who was Arwen really in this world, and what place did she truly hold in his own life? Arwen Rothstaler was the older sister of the original owner of Ed's body. That much was certain. And yet, despite being connected to him by blood in this world, she was someone who had never once appeared in the main story Ed knew. While that strange and painful atmosphere continued to stretch between them, Arwen gently changed the subject. In a soft voice, she asked Ed how his life had been after going to Sylvania Academy. Ed cut her off immediately. His voice was tight with tension as he told her that this was absolutely not the time to be asking him something like that. Arwen then brought up the terrible fight they had once had, the fight that ended with Ed leaving her behind. No, more than that, it was the fight that ended with him leaving the entire Rothstaler family behind. Ed answered her without a trace of warmth, coldly reminding her that she should have left as well. He forced the truth directly in front of her. She had known everything too. She had understood the crimes committed by Kreppen Rothstaler, and even with that knowledge, she still chose to remain at his side. Arwen insisted that their father's actions could not be dismissed so simply as evil. To her, Kreppen was the man who had raised them with care, protected the dignity of their bloodline, and carried the glory of the Rothstaler family forward to the next generation. Because of that, she believed Ed should return as well. She wanted him to come back to their father's side. In her eyes, Ed belonged there, standing with Kreppen once again, just as he had in the past. After all, they were family. To Arwen, that single bond was meant to tie them together no matter how much pain, anger, or distance had grown between them. As she said those words, Arwen slowly reached out to him. Her hand moved gently through the space between them before resting against Ed's cheek, and she smiled at him with a soft tenderness that almost felt like something familiar from long ago. But Ed's expression darkened at once. Whatever warmth her touch was meant to carry never reached his eyes. With a cold and steady gaze, he took her hand away from his cheek and firmly brought that act to an end. In that single moment, Ed made the truth impossible to ignore. The person standing before him was not Arwen Rothstaler. The fake Arwen's body stiffened as her expression froze in shock. Almost immediately after that, the illusion wrapped around her began to fracture, splitting and cracking apart right before Ed's eyes. A thick, unnatural shadow spread across the left side of her face, swallowing her features and twisting them into something warped beyond human. From within that darkness, one crimson eye opened sharp, reptilian, and demonic, burning as it glared out with a presence that made the air itself feel colder. The fake Arwen reacted with obvious suspicion, demanding to know how Ed had managed to see through the deception. But that question only made the truth stand out even more clearly. The person in front of him had been acting from the very beginning. Before long, the disguise collapsed completely. The one standing there was not Arwen at all, but their father, Kreppen Rothstaler, who had been wearing her appearance like a mask. Kreppen then began speaking of Arwen's past, revealing that she had willingly taken part in dangerous experiments connected to dealing with the evil god. She had followed him, supported the path he chose, and stayed beside him until the very moment she finally lost herself. Kreppen went on to reveal another secret, buried deep within the Rothstaler family. His son, Ed, had once left for Sylvania after a bitter and devastating argument with Arwen. Even inside the Rothstaler estate, only a very small number of people knew that incident had ever taken place. That was exactly why Kreppen could not hide his suspicion. He could not understand how someone he believed to be nothing more than a fake pretending to be Ed could possibly know about such a hidden family matter. Ed gave him no answer. He simply remained silent, allowing Kreppen's words to hang heavily in the air while his own thoughts sank deeper into everything he had learned up to this point. Just as Kreppen had said, Ed really had clashed with Arwen in the past. But the details of that fight had not come to him through memory. They came from the massive pile of letters Ed had discovered inside his room. By reading through those letters, one by one, Ed had slowly managed to piece together what had happened between them. All of the letters had been written during a very narrow period of time, after his argument with Arwen, but before he entered Sylvania Academy. Because they were written so close together, the same pain, the same thoughts, and the same fragments of that incident appeared again and again, repeating like an old wound that refused to close. As those scattered pieces connected inside Ed's mind, the memory began to pull backward. It carried him away from the present and back to the day when that enormous argument between Arwen and Ed had taken place. Back then, in the middle of their heated confrontation, Ed had grabbed hold of a table and hurled it aside with violent force. The table crashed hard against the floor, breaking apart as the books and documents that had once been neatly arranged on top of it scattered everywhere. Consumed by anger, Ed shouted at Arwen with a voice roughened by desperation. He demanded to know why she would not stop their father, why she continued standing by while things had already gone this far. Arwen, however, only looked at him with a gentle smile. Instead of matching his anger, she remained calm, almost sorrowful, as she quietly noted that this was the first time Ed had ever directed such anger toward her. Ed could no longer keep his rage contained. He pointed sharply toward a book and shouted for her to look at it properly. The book was a historical record about the evil god of the mythic age, Mebular, a god known to govern hatred and rage, and that book was not merely some old, dusty historical text. The imperial family itself had officially classified it as forbidden. Written inside its pages were descriptions of horrific rituals that required countless human sacrifices in order to summon the evil god. Among those sacrifices, people of royal blood and high-ranking nobles, blessed with great prestige, were considered especially valuable. Ed clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, grinding his teeth as he insisted that Arwen already knew all of this. Their father would use any method, no matter how cruel or inhuman, if it brought him closer to his goal. And sooner or later, Arwen herself would become one of his targets. Arwen answered him quietly, saying that she already knew. That calm admission struck Ed harder than any denial could have, leaving him completely shaken where he stood. Even though she fully understood the danger, Arwen explained that their father carried a great purpose and that supporting him was the path their family had chosen. Ed could only stare back at her in disbelief, his face twisting with a mixture of fear, anger, and helpless frustration. Then Arwen gave him her cold and final conclusion. If Ed could not accept the path of the Rothstaler family, then he should leave the family immediately. After saying that, she pointed out something painfully personal about him. Ed had never been particularly gifted when it came to physical activity. Because of that, Arwen suggested that instead of forcing himself down a path that did not suit him, he should turn his attention toward magic. And as fate would have it, the application period for Sylvania Academy happened to be open at that very time. Ed stood there shaking with fury, his teeth clenched so tightly that his entire body seemed ready to burst from rage. But across from him, Arwen continued to smile gently. At the same time, tears slowly slid down her face, making that smile feel even more painful. And as the memory began to fade away, the scene slipped back into the present. Ed remained silent, turning everything over in his mind. The letters, the memory, Arwen's words, and the truth hidden behind them all quietly settled into place one by one. At last, Ed understood what had really happened. Arwen had been the only one who accepted Crepin Rothstaler completely until the very end. But she had never tried to force that belief onto Ed. In fact, she was the very person who pushed him away from the family and sent him towards Sylvania Academy. Yet, just moments earlier, the one wearing Arwen's face had told him to return and stand with the Rothstaler family again. That contradiction made the answer painfully obvious. The real Arwen would have had no reason to suddenly call Ed back to the family she had once urged him to leave. And with that realization, Ed fully understood that the person standing before him could not possibly be Arwen. Still, he said nothing. Crepin looked at Ed with an almost unsettling calm, as though Ed's suspicion had not shaken him in the slightest. Then, in a quiet and composed voice, he remarked that there was never any real reason for him to answer that question to begin with. The very moment those words left him, Crepin's demonic soul slipped out from the body disguised as Arwen. As soon as his presence withdrew, the borrowed body lost every bit of strength it had been holding onto. It went completely limp, then dropped to the floor like an empty shell, collapsing lifelessly at Ed's feet. Ed stood there without moving, but his hands slowly tightened at his sides. His fingers curled into his palms with enough force to hurt, as grief, anger, and helpless frustration twisted together inside him until his whole body seemed to tremble with restraint. At that exact instant, the ground beneath them suddenly began to shake with terrifying violence. A massive roar tore through the area, deep and brutal enough to rattle the air itself. Ed's eyes widened on instinct, his body going tense as a dark sense of unease spread across his face. Janica immediately panicked. Her voice shook as she cried out that the entire place looked like it was about to collapse around them, desperately asking what they were supposed to do now. But Ed's reaction to that monstrous roar was different. There was a familiarity to the sound that chilled him in the worst possible way, and as the thought crept into his mind, he could only hope, silently, desperately, that it was not what he feared. The scene shifted back to the chamber above, where Crepin was still sitting in a weakened state after that intense clash of power. His body looked nearly drained, yet he still managed to lift his gaze toward Lucy. In a low voice, he admitted that he had now confirmed just how extraordinary her power as a mage truly was. Crepin understood it clearly now. Lucy was not an opponent he could overcome by himself. Just as he had anticipated, trying to face a mage of her caliber without any outside help had turned out to be painfully difficult. Then Crepin slowly raised one hand into the air. From his palm, a dreadful green aura began to pour out, thick and sinister. Above that glowing power, an enormous eye appeared, floating in the air with a dark, oppressive presence that seemed to press down on the entire chamber at once. The sight was so grotesque, so far removed from anything natural, that even Lucy's usually unshakable composure cracked for a brief moment. Panic flashed across her face as she stared up at the monstrous eye hovering before them. Then, in one sudden motion, Crepin released a violent surge of power. The force blasted outward from him and tore straight through every floating blade of light that had been holding him in place. The radiant blades formed by Blade of Radiance could not withstand it. One after another they shattered in midair, breaking apart like delicate glass under a crushing blow until the entire formation collapsed around him. With chilling confidence in his voice, Crepin called out to the omnipotent evil god Mebular. He spoke its name as though he were reaching toward something far beyond the limits of any ordinary human power. He asked the devil to lend him its strength, and the moment Mebular's power began flowing into him, the atmosphere around Crepin changed completely, becoming darker, heavier, and far more terrifying than before. From Crepin's body, grotesque arms began stretching outward. They writhed and twisted, like the limbs of an octopus, extending unnaturally far from his human form until he no longer looked like anything that belonged in this world. Those monstrous arms spread through the banquet hall in every direction. They shot forward and pierced straight into the hearts of the people gathered there, killing the guests one after another where they stood. Screams for help erupted across the hall as panic tore through the crowd. And beyond that single room, countless lives throughout the Rothstaler territory were suddenly thrown into mortal danger. The screams, destruction, and violent chaos echoed through the castle walls, reaching even Ed where he stood. And when his gaze fell back onto Arwen's lifeless body lying on the ground, the grief and rage he had been trying to hold down surged through him all over again. Ed clenched his fists even tighter. His jaw locked, his teeth grinding together as helpless fury burned across his face, the kind of anger that had nowhere to go and no easy way to be released. Then Ed moved without wasting another second. He swept Jenica up into his arms in one swift motion, startling her so badly that her eyes widened in complete shock. Before she could even react properly, Ed told her they needed to get out of there immediately. The two of them rushed outside as quickly as they could, fleeing from the horror unfolding behind them, while the entire place seemed to groan and collapse under the weight of Crepin's power. But the moment they emerged and looked around at the scene beyond the chamber, they realized the nightmare had already spread much farther than they imagined. Crepin had used the evil god's power to take control of the entire castle. High above them floated the terrifying presence of Mebular. A gigantic crimson eye burned in the sky, staring down at everything below with an overwhelming, inhuman gaze. Ed quickly turned to Jenica and told her to listen carefully, explaining that the magic circle they had seen earlier existed for one purpose alone, to offer sacrifices to the evil god. That magic circle must have been formed by borrowing Mebular's power, and Mebular was not the kind of evil god that granted human wishes without demanding something in return. There was always a price, and this time, that price was them. If they remained inside the circle's range when it activated, there was a very real chance they would be killed. Ed then reminded Jenica that they were the only two who had witnessed exactly what happened below, which meant staying alive had become more important than ever. Before Ed could fully finish that thought, Jenica spoke up. Her voice was surprisingly calm as she pointed out that if she told him in advance to run beyond the circle's range by himself, he would probably get angry at her for saying it. Ed stared at her, completely stunned. For a moment, he looked as if he had been caught off guard by the direction her words had suddenly taken. Jenica then told him to listen to her carefully. With a serious expression on her face, she confessed in a steady voice that she was willing to die for him. But she made one thing clear right away. That did not mean she wanted only him to survive. Both of them had to make it out alive, because if Ed died, she said, she would never be able to endure it. The instant Jenica realized just how direct her words sounded, embarrassment flooded across her face. She quickly tried to correct herself, stumbling over her own explanation as she insisted that she only meant it in that way, all while her cheeks turned bright red from pure shyness. Ed understood the feeling behind what she was trying to say, but he quickly pulled the focus back to the danger above them. An evil god was still floating in the sky right over their heads. Then, in the next breath, his eyes sharpened, and he suddenly warned Jenica to watch out. In the very next instant, Ed moved purely on instinct. He threw himself in front of Jenica, using his own body as a shield before the danger could reach her directly. The impact slammed into them and hurled both of them aside, sending them crashing hard across the ground. When Ed forced himself to lift his head and look up again, he saw a figure falling nearby. It was Lucy. As she landed, she remarked that the thing they were facing was definitely not an opponent anyone could handle easily. Ed immediately called out to her, worry clear in his voice as he asked if she was all right. Lucy explained that the monster's way of handling mana was completely abnormal. Ordinary defensive magic had no effect against it at all. Its attacks resembled gravity magic in some ways, but at the same time they felt like raw physical force being materialized right in front of them. She concluded that this was absolutely not a normal kind of magic. It was drawing on a power that ordinary mana control could neither block properly nor counter directly. Concerned by that, Ed told Lucy that if continuing the fight had become too much, she should stop before she pushed herself beyond her limit. Lucy answered him without the slightest hesitation. Her voice was calm, steady, and completely certain as she said that she would win. Then Lucy made one more thing clear. She was not the one being cornered here. The one getting forced to the edge was that giant eyeball monster. With that bold declaration, she immediately began gathering her magic once again. Lucy unleashed high-explosion magic, Ruin, and fired it straight toward the evil god Mabular with tremendous force. The blast, tearing through the air like a strike, meant to erase everything in its path. But Lucy's attack did not end with that single explosion. She followed up with 58 consecutive strikes, stacking one attack on top of another in a relentless chain. Then she combined that overwhelming barrage with supreme explosion magic, Moment of Creation. An enormous amount of mana surged around Lucy's small body. It overflowed from her like a storm of pure magical power, so dense and violent that the air around her seemed to tremble beneath it. She poured all of that force into her attacks without holding anything back, bombarding the evil god again and again with waves of destructive magic that crashed into Mabular one after another. After unleashing that overwhelming barrage, Lucy finally reached her limit. The strength left her body all at once, and she collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Ed rushed forward immediately and caught her before she could fall completely to the ground. Holding her up, he urgently asked if she was all right. Lucy warned him at once to get away from her. Her voice was weak, but the urgency in it was clear as she told him that staying too close to her was dangerous. Then she reminded Ed of what he truly had to do. His real objective was not to stay by her side. It was to capture that man. Ed did not answer. His expression tightened as Lucy's words sank in, and for a brief moment, silence settled between them despite the chaos still raging around them. Lucy let out a small sigh, almost as if she had expected that quiet reaction from him all along. Even so, she continued speaking. While keeping her focus on the battle against Mabular, Lucy told Ed to finish what he came here to do. After all, that was the very reason she had come to help him in the first place. With those words, Lucy launched herself toward the evil god once more. Even after exhausting herself so badly, she threw herself back into danger with everything she still had left. Watching Lucy charge back into that terrifying battle, Ed immediately turned toward Janica. There was no time left to hesitate, so he began giving her instructions right away. While Lucy kept Mabular's terrifying presence occupied high above the castle, throwing herself against that monstrous power again and again, she was buying the others precious time with everything she had left. That meant Janica had a completely different responsibility to carry. With so many spirits under her control, her role was not to fight the evil god directly, but to spread her power across the estate and rescue as many people as she possibly could before the disaster swallowed everything. Unlike ordinary humans, Janica's spirits could move across a far wider area in an instant. They could scatter in every direction at once, slipping through the chaos and reaching victims who would never be able to escape on their own. Janica looked back toward Ed, her face still shaken by everything happening around them, yet she forced herself to remain steady. Then she asked him what he planned to do while she focused on rescuing the people trapped across the estate. Ed answered her without the slightest pause. His voice was firm, and his gaze stayed fixed straight ahead as he declared that he was going after Kreppen Rothstaler and capturing him himself. With that decision already settled in his heart, Ed stepped forward and did not look back. He pushed toward the place where Kreppen waited, determined to seize him and bring an end to the chaos tearing through the castle. Elsewhere in the Rothstaler territory, before anyone could fully grasp just how terrible the disaster had become, Princess Phonia and the knights escorting her raised their eyes toward the royal castle. The instant they saw the sky above the fortress, they all froze in horror. Looming over the castle was Mabular's terrifying form, a monstrous entity whose power had already wrapped itself around the entire structure. Princess Phonia stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide as she stared at the catastrophe unfolding before her. The sight was far beyond anything she could have imagined. Beside her, Claire quickly sensed that something about the situation was deeply unnatural. while one of the escort knights realized that he could not simply remain there watching, while the princess stood exposed to danger. As a knight sworn to protect her, he understood that hesitation was no longer an option. He had to move immediately instead of standing frozen in shock. Around them, someone urgently shouted that there was no time left to keep talking things over, because the situation had already gone completely out of control. Cries calling for Princess Phania rang out through the surrounding chaos. Meanwhile, Mebular's enormous demonic red eye began drifting across the castle. It swept slowly over the fortress, scanning every corner with dreadful precision, as though nothing hiding beneath it could ever escape that inhuman gaze. Then, from its massive body, countless octopus-like arms unfurled. They stretched outward over the castle grounds, spreading like a nightmare through the air before forcing their way deep into the banquet hall. Those grotesque tentacle-like arms drove straight into the chests of the guests inside. One after another, nobles and attendees were impaled where they stood, their bodies collapsing as their life force and power were drained away without mercy. In an instant, the banquet hall fell into complete madness. Terrified screams tore through the air, people cried out in disbelief, and panic spread in every direction as desperate voices called for guards, protection, and anyone capable of saving them from the nightmare unfolding before their eyes. In the middle of the crowd trying to flee, one noble looked around with confusion and rising frustration. Inwardly, he shouted about where the guards could possibly be during a disaster like this. Then, all at once, his head slammed into something hard, and the impact sent him staggering backward before he collapsed onto the floor. When the noble lifted his head again, he saw a group of guards standing nearby. At first glance, they looked like proper soldiers in armor, but their unnatural stillness and strange presence made something about them feel deeply wrong. The nobles stared at the guards in disbelief. Their fear quickly began twisting into anger as they wondered whether these soldiers had completely lost their minds by standing there like that in the middle of a massacre. At that moment, Clarisse stepped into the scene and immediately ordered everyone to move aside. The second the crowd recognized her, shock rippled through the hall, and many of them realized that the saint herself had appeared right in the center of the chaos. Clarisse quickly took in the situation and understood that it had already gone far beyond what the people inside could handle on their own. She decided that the fastest option was to contact the nearby Knights Templar station as soon as possible. But before Clarisse could act on that decision, one of the armored knights standing close by rejected the idea in a flat, unwavering voice. Clarisse narrowed her eyes and asked if he was defying her command, but the knight calmly answered that it was not disobedience. According to him, he was simply obeying a different order. He said those orders came from his master. And as he revealed his face, the horrifying truth became impossible to miss. One half of him still looked human, but the other half had twisted into something demonic, and a sinister smirk spread across his warped features. The one standing there was the brown bear knight, Nox. The moment everyone saw Nox's demonic appearance, the terror in the hall surged even higher. Panic exploded through the crowd all over again, and people scattered in every direction, desperate to escape. One man shouted for everyone to run, realizing that even those treacherous knights were part of the conspiracy. Nearby, a female wizard studied the situation with sharp, careful eyes and quickly began putting the pieces together. There were barely any true combatants in the hall. Most of the people gathered there were high-ranking nobles, with a young saint among them. The setup was far too deliberate to be a coincidence. This banquet hall had been arranged so that almost no one present would be able to properly fight back. The wizard called out to the crowd, warning them that the private guards were acting strangely and that nothing about this situation felt right. Concerned for Clarisse's safety, she urged the saint to step back. Even if Clarisse was shaken by the sudden crisis, the wizard knew they could not afford even a moment of carelessness. Suddenly, a bright burst of yellow mana shot across the banquet hall with tremendous force. It slammed directly into one of the demonic enemies, and the attack was so sudden that even the wizard was caught off guard. In the next instant, she recognized exactly what kind of power it was. That divine mana had come from Clarisse herself. Sacred magic surged through the strike, glowing with holy power as it hit the enemy head-on. Clarisse calmly reassured everyone that she was fine and still able to fight, explaining that a protective barrier surrounded her and could react to most attacks aimed in her direction. With that protection wrapped around her, Clarisse did not need to let fear control her movements. She could continue standing at the front line, holding her ground even while the hall collapsed into chaos around her. Just then, another demon knight lunged toward Clarisse from behind, trying to use the confusion in the hall to strike her where she could not see. The female wizard reacted instantly, cutting in and blocking the surprise attack before it could reach Clarisse. While the wizard held the enemy back, Clarisse rushed forward and aimed a direct strike at the demon knight's head. At the same time, she ordered the wizard to focus on protecting the nobles in the hall, making it clear that getting everyone out of the mansion had to come first if they wanted any chance of survival. Among the terrified nobles, one man suddenly clutched at his own hair as panic pushed a troubling thought into his mind. Something about the banquet hall felt wrong. The only ones missing were the members of the Rothstaler family. That realization led him to a horrible conclusion. He believed they must have been working with the attackers from the very beginning. He kept shouting accusations into the chaos, claiming that even the daughter who stood as successor and the son who had been reinstated were involved in the conspiracy. To him, the absence of the entire Rothstaler family was proof enough of their betrayal. He declared that he would use this chance to report their supposed treason to the royal family and even demanded that the whole Rothstaler clan be wiped out. Hearing those reckless accusations in the middle of a life-or-death crisis finally pushed Clarice's patience past its limit. Her teeth clenched with anger, and she could no longer tolerate the pointless screaming. With sharp irritation cutting through her voice, Clarice demanded that everyone stop talking immediately. Then Clarice drove forward with one powerful final strike, putting all her momentum into a decisive attack. The blow landed cleanly and with crushing force, knocking the demonic knight she had been fighting completely out of commission. For a brief moment, the entire hall fell stunned. Everyone stared at Clarice in disbelief, unable to look away after witnessing just how much power she had put behind that attack. Clarice immediately turned back toward the frightened crowd and urged them to stay calm, reminding them that surviving had to come before anything else. Then someone suddenly shouted that the wall had been breached and an escape route had opened. Desperate to live, the people began surging toward the opening and rushing outside. One after another, the surviving nobles fled from the mansion. They spilled out through the ruined walls and into the open area beyond, desperately hoping they had finally found a way out. But the moment they reached the outside, that brief hope was crushed completely. Standing directly before them was Mibulur itself, a grotesque monster staring down with countless eyes scattered across its horrifying body. The nobles froze in pure terror. None of them could move as they looked up at the monstrous entity blocking their path, their faces twisting with confusion and fear as they struggled to understand what kind of nightmare now stood before them. Then some of them realized, with a chill spreading through their bodies, that they had just made eye contact with the demon. In the next moment, several of Mibulur's many eyes began to glow, each one shining with an ominous and unnatural light. From those glowing eyes, new demons began to emerge. They took shape right in front of the horrified nobles, and the instant their forms became solid, the creatures rushed toward the crowd and attacked without hesitation. The nobles panicked even harder as the nightmare unfolded directly in front of them. Someone screamed after recognizing one of the creatures, shouting that it was a gremlin. Others cried out in horror as they realized that this insane monster had summoned an entire tribe of monsters onto the estate. Moments later, the rest of the monsters joined the slaughter. The noble who had been shouting the loudest earlier, the one throwing accusations and panicking more than anyone else, became the first to fall. The monsters swarmed him without mercy and killed him on the spot. Soon, the remaining nobles became targets as well. The creatures attacked relentlessly, cutting down many of them as the chaos spread even further across the estate. The survivors screamed and scattered in every direction once again, while Clarice continued fighting the demons and desperately tried to keep the crowd from losing all control. Meanwhile, the female wizard fought beside Clarice while carefully reading the battlefield around them. The number of enemies was simply overwhelming. From the very beginning, she realized the two of them alone had never truly had enough power to protect everyone gathered there. A cold, heavy realization settled over her. No matter how desperately she fought or how quickly she reacted, the situation had already slipped far beyond what she could control. She also noticed that the attackers were not moving like a disciplined military force. Their assault had no proper formation or order, but that only made the chaos even harder to predict. Then, without warning, a massive explosion thundered from somewhere nearby. The sound of the blast made the female wizard remember something she had once heard from her two daughters, who were currently fourth-year students at Sylvania Academy. She herself was also a fourth-year student connected to the Ministry of Magic, so she understood the Academy's standards extremely well. Even with her own achievements, she believed that becoming the top student had mostly come down to timing and luck. In truth, people said there was a legendary genius wizard in the second year and another extraordinary talent rumored to exist among the third years. And beyond even those rumors, there was that unbelievable presence, a person who could walk onto a battlefield alone and still feel like an entire legion all by herself. As the devastation continued spreading across the estate, another figure finally arrived on the battlefield. Janica appeared with her spirits gathering around her, and the glowing spirit legion surged forward all at once. They swept across the chaos with incredible speed, clashing against the attacking demons and striking down monster after monster as they defended the nobles still trying to flee.
Janica raised her voice over the panic, urgently calling to everyone nearby and telling them to follow the spirits before it was too late. All around her, the survivors staggered through the wreckage in terror, but Janica forced herself to stay focused, taking command of the evacuation and pushing them toward the exit while making sure the guiding spirits remained close enough to lead them safely through the danger.
Meanwhile, Princess Salaha was being escorted through the estate by Dest, the noble servant who remained faithfully at her side. Together, they moved through the mansion's central corridor with careful, measured steps, keeping their pace steady even as the entire building seemed to shake with panic, destruction, and the sounds of disaster closing in around them. At the same time, Senior Bloomriver, the head of the witch family, stepped forward to shield the guests who mattered most. While the Spirit Legion continued holding back the monsters and guiding frightened people toward the exits, Bloomriver kept her attention fixed on the VIPs, making sure they had a path out of the collapsing nightmare before it swallowed them too. Not far away, Clarice finally managed to find Janica again in the middle of the chaos. With noise, fear, and confusion pressing in from every direction, Clarice quickly asked where they were supposed to head next. Janica answered immediately, without even taking time to breathe, saying she had to stop by Ed Rothstaler's room and retrieve something as fast as possible. And with no time left to discuss anything further, the two of them turned at once and ran straight toward Ed's room. That night, the Rothstaler estate had become a place of pure horror. Every hallway, every corner, and every elegant section of the mansion that had once displayed wealth and beauty was now scarred by the disaster tearing through it. The luxurious corridors had been wrecked by the brutal clash between humans and demons, with blood from both sides smeared across the floors and bodies left scattered wherever they had fallen. And yet, even in the heart of that destruction, while screams echoed through the mansion and chaos kept spreading from room to room, there was still one person moving through it all with an almost frightening calm. That person was Ed Rothstaler, and the descent of the evil god was the moment that marked the final turning point of Act 4. In the original course of events, this nightmare was never supposed to arrive so soon. It should have taken place much later, around winter break during Taylor's second year. But the situation unfolding now had already broken away from the original scenario, completely drifting further and further from the path it was once supposed to follow. Even though the sage's sealed book had been kept away from Crepin and never fell into his hands, Crepin was still trying to summon the evil god half a year earlier than the original timeline had ever intended. To borrow strength from that evil god, he needed an overwhelming number of human sacrifices. And among all possible sacrifices, the ones with the greatest value were those who carried noble blood, high social position, and powerful prestige. The higher a noble's rank and the greater their reputation, the more power could be drawn from the evil god when they were offered up. In the original path, however, Princess Phinia eventually rose to the chairperson's position and moved aggressively to suppress Crepin's influence. Because of that pressure, both Crepin's research into the evil god and his ability to collect sacrifices were forced under severe restrictions. That was exactly why, in the original scenario, Crepin ultimately had no choice but to attack Sylvania Academy in search of sacrifices. The academy was filled with children from prestigious noble houses, which made it the perfect target for gathering the offerings he needed all at once. This time, however, the circumstances had changed completely. Princess Phinia had lost the will to compete for the throne, and along with that, she had also lost the imperial authority that once helped keep Crepin under control. The very forces that should have restrained him had disappeared. Because of that, Crepin no longer had any reason to launch a direct raid on the academy. Instead, all he needed to do was make use of noble gatherings that were already taking place at exactly the right moment. By organizing those gatherings under the excuse of supporting Princess Salaha, he could gather large numbers of nobles in a single location without making anyone suspicious of his true intentions. And if he filled those gatherings with ambitious, impatient people who were desperate to gain favor and rise higher in society, then the number of useful sacrifices would naturally increase until it overflowed. That also made Ed Rothstaler's early reinstatement easier to understand. Ed realized that he must have become an obstacle in Crepin's plan, especially after managing to survive the spell Crepin had placed on him. So instead of leaving him outside the family, they had likely chosen to restore his noble status and pull him back into the Rothstaler name. Once Ed regained recognition, fame, and standing as a noble, his value as a sacrifice would rise dramatically. In the end, all the strange events that had happened were tied together by that same twisted design. As Ed Rothstaler climbed the mansion staircase, he kept forcing himself forward, his resolve fixed on reaching his father and killing him. But before he could get to Crepin, monsters appeared along the path ahead, slipping out from the shadows and lunging toward him without warning. Before those creatures could surround and crush him, Janika's spirits came rushing in at fierce speed, tearing into several of the monsters and ripping them apart before they could overwhelm Ed. At that same instant, Ed drew his blade and moved without losing momentum, driving it into the remaining creatures as he pushed forward, cutting them down one after another without the slightest hesitation in his movements. At last, Ed reached the 3rd floor of the annex and arrived at Rothstaler Hall. By then, blood was smeared across his entire body, and his shirt had been torn open and ruined by the fierce fighting he had endured on the way there. As he continued through the ruined hall, stepping deeper into the wreckage, Ed noticed another monster blocking the path directly ahead of him. But when he narrowed his eyes and looked at it more carefully, a deeply unsettling realization began to sink in. The monster standing in front of him was actually Eagle Knight Kardec, and after recognizing Ed, Kardec greeted him with a strange, eerie calmness that made the sight even more disturbing. Ed briefly remembered the relationship the two of them had shared in the past. It had never been particularly warm, and it certainly could not be called a good relationship. But none of that mattered now, because the thing standing before him had become something far worse than the man he remembered. Those who had been offered as sacrifices had been turned into servants of the evil god, their bodies twisted into grotesque forms by its horrifying influence. Knowing what had to happen next, Ed braced himself, tightened his fingers around the hilt of his blade, and prepared to cut down Kardec with his own hands. Kardec stepped forward with violent killing intent, eager to launch his attack. As he closed the distance, he praised the young master in a warped, unsettling voice, advancing without fear as if his broken body no longer understood hesitation. Then, without any warning, one of Janika's spirits suddenly appeared and clamped its teeth into Kardec's arm. Ed took that opening the moment it appeared. With one sharp swing of his blade, he cut straight through Kardec's arm and severed it completely. In that instant, Ed understood something clearly. Even if faint fragments of Kardec's former thoughts still remained somewhere inside him, the creature standing in front of him could no longer truly be called human. He had been reduced to nothing more than a killing doll, a puppet whose only remaining purpose was to destroy whoever stood in his way. What made the situation even more terrifying was that the evil god's power had amplified Kardec's original abilities and instincts. As he fought, Kardec screamed about his loyalty to the Rothstaler family, shouting that word again and again as if it was the only thought left echoing inside his ruined mind. Ed knew that this fight would not truly end unless Kardec's head was taken off. An opponent like this could not be stopped by ordinary wounds, and careless attacks would never be enough to bring him down. Just as Kardec was about to rush forward again and kill Ed, something completely unexpected happened. A massive, monstrous arm suddenly emerged from behind him. In one brutal motion, it sliced straight through Kardec and killed him instantly where he stood. Ed froze in place, stunned into silence, unable to immediately understand what had just happened right in front of his eyes. Then the monstrous figure spoke, telling him to leave. Ed stared at the creature, struggling to process the impossible sight standing before him. This thing had never appeared anywhere in the story he knew. It had never existed as a boss, and it had not even shown up as some hidden enemy lurking in the background. Ed released a long, heavy breath, trying to make sense of the impossible situation that had suddenly unfolded in front of him. And in that moment, a strange feeling settled over him. He was no longer merely someone watching the story from the outside. He had truly become Ed Rothstaler, a living person trapped inside this harsh and chaotic world. Standing there in that blood-stained hall, he felt as though he had finally come face to face with fate itself. As the creature stepped closer, its identity finally became clear. The half-monster standing before him was none other than Ed Rothstaler's own sister. It was Arwen. She looked directly at Ed, determination firm in her eyes, and declared that she could not allow him to continue moving forward like this. Outside the mansion and across the entire estate, monsters had surrounded Rothstaler Mansion completely, trapping everyone inside with no clear way out. The guests were swallowed by fear, and their screams echoed through the halls as panic spread faster and faster. Some of the guests fled toward the fourth-floor food storage area on the Rothstaler Mansion grounds, desperately hoping they might find somewhere to hide. Terrified and running out of options, they tried to escape both the chaos raging inside the estate and the monsters waiting beyond it. With trembling hands, they slammed the door shut and locked it as tightly as they could, clinging to the desperate belief that a single barrier might be enough to keep them alive. But that desperate attempt to survive did nothing to save them. Before long, the monsters smashed through the door, flooded into the room, and slaughtered everyone inside without the slightest mercy. At that very same moment, Ed Rothstaler's younger sister, Tanya Rothstaler, was curled up beneath a table, hiding with both hands clamped tightly over her mouth. She didn't dare move a muscle, forcing herself to stay silent and still, praying with everything she had that the monsters rampaging through the mansion would pass her by without noticing the small figure trembling in the shadows. Tears continued to roll down Tanya's cheeks, one after another. But even then, she refused to let a single sound escape. Fear had wrapped around her so completely that all she could do was shake quietly beneath the table, trapped in the darkness and trying desperately not to be found. In that horrifying moment, Tanya felt as though the nightmare around her would never come to an end. The destruction kept spreading as if there was no limit to it, and somewhere in her panic, she even began to believe that the tower itself might eventually give way and collapse beneath the weight of all this chaos. Then, while crouched in her hiding place, Tanya slowly looked ahead and noticed something below her, not very far from where she was. Down on the third-floor annex of Rothstaler Hall, Ed Rothstaler and Arwen Rothstaler stood directly across from each other, locked in a confrontation so tense it felt as if the air between them had gone completely still. As Ed faced Arwen, his gaze fixed on her figure, his thoughts began drifting toward her and toward the complicated Rothstaler bloodline that connected them both, whether they wanted it or not. He thought of his youngest sister, Tanya Rothstaler, the girl who had been born 5 years after him and who still carried the same heavy Rothstaler name on her shoulders. He also remembered his younger brother, Ed Rothstaler, who had been born 3 years after him and remained another part of that same tangled family line. All of them belonged to the Rothstaler family, tied together by the same name and the same unavoidable burden. With that resolve settling heavily inside his chest, Ed raised his defensive magic. And the moment Arwen revealed herself as the true successor, she wasted no time at all, launching straight toward him with a fierce and decisive attack. Ed responded instantly. He twisted his body aside at the last possible second, narrowly slipping away as Arwen's strike missed him and smashed into the ground where he had been standing just moments before. From that single exchange alone, Ed immediately understood just how terrifying Arwen's speed really was. Her attack had come in so quickly that one wrong movement would have been enough to end him. He also realized that different kinds of elemental magic could be embedded into her movements and weapon, allowing each strike to shift in nature depending on what power she chose to imprint into it. At the same time, the presence of the legendary sword in her hands was impossible to overlook. It was an absurdly heavy weapon, the kind that only a tiny number of people could ever dream of wielding properly, and even now it still retained 90% of its power. That sword was known as the Day of Dawn. For someone who had only just been baptized, receiving such a weapon was almost ridiculously extravagant, a gift so grand it felt hard to believe. Arwen took hold of the sword once again and steadied her stance, her determination sharpening as she prepared herself for the next clash. At that exact moment, Ed clenched his fist with force and activated his middle-level magic one-point explosion. A concentrated surge of power gathered inside him, compressing into a single point, and for an instant Ed's thoughts returned to Arwen's reputation. No one had ever truly denied that she had become the master of the Day of Dawn. Ever since childhood, she had been trained in sociology, imperial studies, and business administration, but her education had not ended there. She had also been shaped through combat training, discipline, and every lesson needed to turn her into a terrifyingly capable warrior. The pressure between them burst apart all at once. Ed drove his fist forward, and at the exact point of contact, a violent explosion erupted, sending a brutal shockwave ripping through the area around them. Arwen reacted just as quickly. She raised her defensive magic and braced her body against the force of the blast, holding her ground before the explosion could swallow her completely. The battle only grew fiercer from there as they closed the distance again. Their blades collided with sharp, metallic cracks, steel crashing against steel, as every exchange dragged the fight deeper into chaos. Even while fighting, Ed's thoughts remained steady and focused. Magic and alchemy could certainly turn the tide of a battle, but the thing that defined Arwen more than anything else was still her mastery of the sword. The influential nobles of the Duke's Circle, the very people who had watched Arwen Rothstaler grow since childhood, had always judged her in the same way. To them, Arwen was like a flower blooming inside the Rothstaler family, someone graceful enough to admire from afar, yet strong enough to stand above those around her. Arwen came at him again with crushing force, swinging her sword down in a heavy attack, but Ed slipped away at the final instant. Her blade missed his body and struck the ground with a thunderous impact instead. Ed didn't let that opening pass. In one swift motion, he stepped directly onto the blade and pinned it beneath his foot. The sudden reversal broke Arwen's balance, and she was thrown backward in shock, unable to recover herself for that brief moment. Ed stood firm above her, his expression hard and completely unmoving as he looked down. A powerful blue aura surged around his body, spilling outward like raw energy, and in that instant he realized more time had already passed than he had expected. With that awareness in mind, Ed activated the blessing of peace, temporarily raising his resistance against fire so he could keep enduring the fight ahead. For one brief moment, an old memory surfaced in his mind, a story from the past about a younger brother who had once looked up to his older sister, and about a man who looked exactly like him. Then Ed's focus snapped back into place, and he began analyzing Arwen's weaknesses with cold precision. He saw through the trick behind her lightweight technique, realizing that the flame imprint she used was only a cover meant to conceal how the sword's weight had been reduced. Her attacks relied heavily on centrifugal force, but they lacked a certain piercing impact. No matter how fast her sword moved, the path of each swing could still be read and avoided if he watched carefully enough. The great sword depended on inertia, especially when the lightning spell faded and the weapon returned to its original weight. While the sword remained in that lighter state, it became much more vulnerable to force from the outside, which meant Ed could redirect it, control its movement, or create a counterattack more easily than before. Arwen forced herself back onto her feet, stubbornly lifting her sword once more, and the battle resumed with even greater heat and intensity than before. Ed continued watching her every movement closely, and his thoughts shifted toward the purpose of the secondary weapon she carried with her. He could infer its role clearly enough. That weapon was there as a backup for the moment her greatsword was neutralized. Whenever the distance between them widened, Arwen would try to regain control of her weapons, making sure she could keep attacking without losing the flow of battle. As long as Ed stayed alert, dealing with that strategy would not be impossible. Arwen charged in again, bringing her sword down with tremendous force, and Ed raised his dagger to meet it. The instant their weapons collided, a sharp metallic impact rang through the hall. But the longer the fight dragged on, the more irritation began building inside Ed. Arwen Rothstaler no longer felt like someone who fit cleanly into the path he thought he knew. She was unpredictable, unsettling, and difficult to place. No matter how carefully Ed watched her movements, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something important he had failed to understand. Because of that, Ed decided he could not afford to take his eyes off her. He had to keep observing her movements, her timing, and the hidden patterns buried inside every attack she made. His thoughts then shifted toward the unnatural abilities granted by Mebular's power. The arms and legs created through that evil influence were capable of regenerating, and that made them especially dangerous and troublesome in a close-range fight. But even a power like that was not flawless. Those regenerated parts could still be blown away, and that single weakness created an opening that Ed could take advantage of. According to what was known, humans who fell under the dominion of the evil god Mebular did not simply die. They remained alive, but their existence was twisted into a form of suffering far worse than death itself. In exchange for that contract, their bodies were consumed by violent, destructive urges, while only the strongest longing they had carried in life remained inside them, lingering like the last broken thought of who they used to be. Ed remembered Kardec, the Eagle Knight and loyal retainer of the Rothstaler family, whose deepest wish had been to serve that family faithfully until the very end. Even if beings like that were left with simplified thoughts, their basic abilities were still terrifying. Their speed, strength, and raw attack power remained dangerous, and the fight gave Ed no chance to relax for even a moment. Arwen continued pressing forward again and again, her attacks falling in rapid succession without leaving any real pause between them. Ed kept matching her as best he could, dodging and blocking each strike with careful precision. But even with his skill, the pressure kept rising, and at last one sharp attack grazed across his cheek, leaving a thin cut opened on his skin. For a moment, Ed was genuinely shaken. He could feel the disadvantage closing in around him. And even with all the abilities he possessed, the situation was beginning to turn against him. He understood clearly that they could not allow this fight to drag on any longer. Beyond this battle, an even greater threat was waiting. On the rooftop of the annex, Crepin Rothstaler was waiting for the full summoning of the evil god Mebular. Lucy was holding it back for now, buying whatever time she could, but no one knew how long she would be able to keep that up. If the summoning was completed, every person within the territory would be offered up and killed as a sacrifice. That truth weighed heavily on Ed with every passing second. If anyone was going to survive this disaster, he had to act decisively, and to protect them all, he needed to defeat Arwen right here and now. At the same time, one thing was painfully clear to him. No matter what the cost might be, Crepin's actions had to be stopped.
Arwen lifted her sword once more and launched another powerful attack at Ed Rothstaler, bringing it down with pure, overwhelming force as the clash between them continued.
Ed Rothstaler understood it then. If every condition needed for survival had been placed on one side of a scale, then at last the weight had evened out. The strange decisions, the reckless timing, and every dangerous risk that had seemed irrational before now began to fit together, because all of it had been measured against one simple goal: staying alive. This time, Arwen Rothstaler's sword stopped so suddenly that the blade froze only an inch away from Ed's throat. The edge hovered right in front of his neck, close enough that even breathing felt dangerous, and for one brief instant, Ed could do nothing but stare in shock at how narrowly death had passed him by. At that exact moment, one of Janika's spirits burst into the exchange and clamped its jaws onto Arwen's sword. With a fierce, violent tug, it dragged the blade away from Ed's neck, forcing that deadly edge off its path before it could cut into him. That was when Ed realized there was no reason to willingly walk into a disadvantageous path. If surviving was the only thing that mattered, then he had to use every tool, every opening, and every method available to him, even if it looked unfair, brutal, or desperate. Right after that, Ed and Arwen charged at each other once more. Their weapons collided in a sharp burst of steel, the sound ringing through the ruined space, but neither one landed a clean blow. Each of them slipped past the other's attack by a margin so thin it felt almost impossible. Ed kept his gaze locked on Arwen's every movement, refusing to blink as he began reading the pattern that emerged after the Day of Dawn had been sealed. Even at 82%, her speed had not fallen at all. She was still moving with the same terrifying quickness she had shown at the very beginning, without even the slightest hint of exhaustion or slowdown. And yet, despite that, Ed could feel his body starting to adjust. Little by little, his senses were learning this side of Arwen's fighting style too, adapting to the rhythm of her attacks in the middle of the battle. But there had still been one mistake, and in a fight balanced this close to death, even a single mistake was more than enough to lead straight to the end. One count passed, then another. In a battle where everything was decided by moments that small, the tiniest delay or shift in timing could decide who survived and who collapsed. Then a magic tool came into Ed's possession. It was the claw hand, a device with the ability to briefly pull nearby objects toward itself. Ed activated it while focusing on the tip of the knife as it was pulled back. That tiny, almost invisible motion became the key he needed to take control of the next exchange. That brief opening was enough to alter the entire flow of the fight. Even if Arwen managed to retrieve her sword, the next slash would inevitably arrive half a beat too late. Then, without warning, Arwen suddenly activated acceleration. Ed's eyes widened at once as he recognized the technique immediately. It was acceleration magic, and together with Sting, in that exact instant, a green aura suddenly flared into view, flashing across the chaotic battlefield and leaving Ed confused for a split second. Then he saw where that strange glow was coming from. The green aura was not surrounding Arwen or the weapon. It was wrapped around Tanya Rothstaler. Some invisible force was pushing Tanya away, forcing her body to move as the destruction around the mansion continued to spiral out of control. The instant Arwen saw Tanya being pushed, her expression changed completely. Emotion surged through her like a crack, splitting open the monstrous shell that had been wrapped around her. Without even a moment of hesitation, Arwen abandoned her fight with Ed and threw her sword aside. Then she rushed forward with everything she had, moving as fast as her body would allow so she could save Tanya before anything terrible happened to her. Meanwhile, far away on the other side of the mansion, the eastern spire was struck by an attack from Mebular. The force of that blow crashed into the annex with terrifying power and tore straight through it, destroying the structure completely as the impact ripped it apart. Back at the scene, Ed shouted Tanya's name, his voice slicing through the roar of destruction and panic around them. As Ed took in what had just happened, Arwen's earlier words returned to his mind. She had spoken about their father's great ambitions and how those ambitions had been accepted as the policy of the family itself. Arwen had once believed she had given up everything, and in the end, it seemed they had chosen to walk the path laid out by Crepin Rothstaler. What came next was still only speculation, but at 73%, the truth became painfully clear to Ed. Crepin had conducted human experiments on Arwen. His purpose had been to summon an evil god, one that placed special value on humans who carried noble blood. That meant Arwen had been the perfect sacrifice. And through all the suffering she had endured, one question remained. After becoming a minion of the evil god, what had she continued to long for more than anything else? Even as her reason broke apart and her body was transformed, there was still something inside her that she wanted to hold on to. something she desperately wanted to protect. Then the scene revealed Arwen clutching Tanya tightly as the two of them fell. Even after that violent drop, neither of them had suffered any serious injuries. In that moment, Arwen urged them to leave, telling them it was all right, as if she was using the final piece of herself that still remained to reassure them. She called out to both Tanya and Ed, insisting that neither of them could stay in that place any longer. With desperate urgency in her voice, Arwen pleaded for them to leave the mansion before it was too late. The next sight was Kreppen Rothstaler standing on the very top floor, surrounded by total devastation. Everything around him had been reduced to shattered ruins, with broken wreckage and death stretching in every direction. He stood calmly in the middle of that destruction, wrapped in an overwhelming demonic power that made him appear as if he ruled over the entire ruined battlefield. At that very moment, Ed Rothstaler arrived. The instant Kreppen saw him, shock crossed his face clearly, cutting through the calm expression he had been wearing until then. A moment later, Kreppen realized something else. Ed had not come to face him alone. Ed had arrived with Janika's fully manifested spirits at his side, their powerful forms surrounding him and making his presence feel far more dangerous than before. Ed did not waste even a second. Standing directly before Kreppen, he declared that he would end everything right there. Then, without offering the slightest warning, Ed clenched his fist and unleashed his intermediate magic, focused explosion. A massive blast erupted through the ruined space, shaking everything around them with violent force. And before the smoke even had time to settle, Ed followed up immediately with basic magic Flamestorm, sending blazing flames surging forward through the wreckage. When the explosion faded and the thick haze slowly began to clear, Kreppen was still standing there, completely unharmed. Even after taking an attack of that scale head-on, Kreppen remained calm and unfazed. He acknowledged that Ed's ability was truly impressive, but the tone of his voice made one thing painfully clear: power at that level was still nowhere near enough to defeat him. However, for just a brief moment, Kreppen's composure wavered. Ed suddenly rushed in, closing the distance and launching a direct attack straight toward him. Kreppen reacted quickly, pulling himself back and avoiding the strike before it could connect. At the same time, Janika's spirit questioned Ed's reckless decision. It pointed out that he had left Mug beside Tanya, then charged straight into a sea of flames without any elemental protection at all. When the spirit demanded to know what he was thinking, Ed dismissed the concern and said none of that mattered anymore. His command was simple and absolute: stop Kreppen. Following Ed's order, Janika's spirit immediately launched itself toward Kreppen and attacked without hesitation. But even with the attack ripping toward him at full force, Kreppen moved aside as if it were barely worth the effort, slipping past the danger with an almost insulting level of ease. Still, he did not look down on the spirit's power completely. With that same calm, unreadable expression, he seemed to admit that its ability was impressive enough to deserve at least a little recognition. From that moment on, the battle only became more savage. Kreppen gave the ruined battlefield no time to breathe, no pause for the dust to settle. He simply shifted his posture, focused his strength, and launched himself straight toward Ed in a direct, aggressive attack. Ed did not retreat even a single step. He faced Kreppen head-on, raising his blade to meet the blow, and the instant their weapons collided, a sharp metallic crash rang through the air. Sparks scattered between them as their opposing strengths smashed together in a violent burst. As their weapons stayed locked in that brutal struggle, grinding against each other while neither side gave ground, Kreppen spoke with eerie composure. He noted that Ed had finally stopped acting like his son. But even then, something about Ed's reaction still seemed strange enough to catch his attention. Keeping his gaze fixed directly on Ed's face, Kreppen pressed him for an answer. In that cold, measured voice, he asked what had pushed him so far and what exactly had driven him into such an uncontrollable fury. At that exact moment, Ed's teeth clenched so tightly that the muscles in his jaw stood out, while his thoughts churned violently beneath the surface. No matter how many times he turned it over in his mind, the same truth kept pounding inside him. She had done absolutely nothing wrong. Ed understood the truth better than anyone else there. He was not truly the original Ed Rothstaler. He was an outsider, a foreign soul who had suddenly opened his eyes inside that body one day and been forced to continue living in someone else's place. If he forced himself to think about it with cold logic, then the tragedy that had consumed the Rothstaler family was never supposed to be his to carry. That bloody conflict, soaked in resentment, hatred, and the weight of old sins, should have had nothing to do with him. At least, that was what reason kept telling him. If he stood far enough away from it emotionally and looked only at the facts, then that should have been the simple, clean, and supposedly correct answer. And yet, no matter how desperately he tried to draw a line between himself and that pain, Ed could not erase what his own eyes had witnessed. He could still see the way she had struggled so desperately, clinging to life with every last bit of strength she had left. She had been forced through one cruel experiment after another, each one tearing at her mind, breaking down her body, and grinding away her dignity as though it had no value at all. For far too long, she had been treated with a brutality that left no room for mercy. All that woman had ever wanted, at the very core of everything she did, was to protect her sibling. And even that, if Ed viewed it through pure logic, should have been a matter completely separate from him and his own life. But somewhere deep inside, Ed also knew another truth. This was not the first time he had witnessed someone like her, someone willing to go that far for another person. Old memories began rising from the depths of his mind, vivid and painful. He remembered a superior who had thrown themselves in front of a bullet meant for him without even a moment of hesitation. He remembered someone who had knowingly placed their own life on the line just so he could continue breathing, even though there had been no promise at all that they themselves would make it out alive. And he remembered a girl who had refused to run, choosing instead to sacrifice her own life in order to turn back time. People like that were beyond Ed's understanding. No matter how hard he tried to grasp their hearts, he knew he could never fully understand them. They were people who could look at their own lives, accept the cost, and still willingly throw everything away if it meant saving someone else. For Ed, life had always been something completely different. Every decision he made, every step he took, every desperate breath he forced into his lungs had always centered on a single, simple goal: surviving. At the same time, Arwen's words echoed again and again inside his skull, cutting through the noise of the battlefield and refusing to fade no matter how much chaos surrounded him. No matter what happened, she had told him, he had to stay alive, and because those words remained with him so clearly, Ed finally arrived at one undeniable realization. For people who carried that kind of unbreakable resolve, for those who could stand at the very edge of death and still refuse to bend, Ed felt something absolute. It was not pity or confusion, it was respect, deep and unwavering. Around them, the battlefield continued falling apart, slipping further into complete chaos. Destruction spread in every direction, swallowing the ground, the air, and everything caught between the two clashing forces. Mebular's gaze stayed locked on Ed without wavering. Its stare was intense, heavy, and unblinking, as though it were watching every movement Ed made and measuring the storm building inside him. Meanwhile, across another side of the devastated battlefield, Tanya held Janika's spirits tightly in her arms. Surrounded by the sound of destruction crashing down around her, she clutched them close, as if their presence was the only comfort she could reach. Then the focus snapped sharply back to the fight. Ed lowered his body, braced himself, and rushed toward Kreppen once again, refusing to leave any distance between them for even a moment longer. Kreppen reacted smoothly to the incoming attack. Before Ed's strike could connect, he slipped out of its path, avoiding the blow with controlled movement and keeping himself just beyond the edge of danger. As he moved, Kreppen noticed the change immediately. The aura now pouring out from Ed was completely different from the presence he had shown when they first crossed paths. This was nothing like the Ed Kreppen had seen back at the library. The air surrounding him had changed, the look burning in his eyes had changed, and even the weight behind every movement felt sharper and far more dangerous. Kreppen then twisted the blade deeper with his words, mocking Ed as he suggested that killing Arwen with his own hands must have finally broken something inside him. He spoke as if Ed's guilt was absurd, as if that kind of pain was too small and meaningless to even matter. That was the moment Ed's anger finally surged beyond control. In one swift and brutal movement, he closed the remaining distance between them and drove his dagger straight into Kreppen's chest, tearing into him with raw, unforgiving force. Ed's eyes went cold as he stared at Kreppen from point-blank range. The killing intent in that glare was so sharp that it cut off Kreppen's words before he could continue, silencing him with a single merciless look. Immediately after that, Ed pushed his power even further and activated Blessing of the Windstorm. A violent gale erupted around him in an instant, roaring outward with wild, unpredictable force. The wind twisted across the battlefield like a living storm, tearing through the air with savage momentum. The blast of wind caught Kreppen and hurled him backward through the air. His body was sent flying across the ruined ground before crashing down hard at a distance, the impact adding to the destruction around them. Janika's spirit could sense the power gathered in Ed's grip, and it understood the strength he was forcing out of himself with every movement. But at the same time, the spirit could also see the danger clearly. It warned him that his mind was no longer steady, and that the state he was in was far from normal. Ed did not listen to the warning at all. Without slowing his assault or giving himself a moment to recover, he forced his magic forward again and cast intermediate magic, compressing that power into another explosive strike. The explosion detonated across the battlefield with a thunderous burst, shaking the area violently as another wave of destructive force tore through the space between them. Even after that, the spirit warned him again in a sharper tone, reminding Ed that his mana was dropping to a dangerously low level. And Ed's physical condition made that warning impossible to dismiss. His breathing had turned rough and uneven. His shoulders rose and fell heavily, and the exhaustion crushing down on his body became more obvious with every passing second. From farther away, Crepin raised his voice through the aftermath and called out to Ed once again. He admitted that Ed's strength was impressive, even remarkable, but at the same time he urged him to regain his senses before his rage swallowed him completely and left nothing else behind. Crepin told him that anger only narrows a person's field of vision. The moment those words reached Ed, something in his expression shifted, and for a brief instant, he looked visibly shaken. Then, without any warning, the ground beneath them began to split apart. Cracks raced through the surface, and the earth started breaking under their feet. Ed reacted almost immediately. He raised basic defensive magic around himself, forming a protective barrier to withstand the sudden collapse beneath him. But even as that protection came together, the toll on his body was plain to see. Ed was wearing down fast, and the exhaustion dragging at him only grew heavier with every passing moment. Crepin, breathing hard and coughing through the lingering aftermath of the clash, finally revealed what was truly approaching. The evil god Mebulur, he said, would soon complete its manifestation. He explained that once the magic circle finished activating, every living thing on that land would be erased. The process had already advanced to 70%, and when it reached completion, Crepin declared that he would cross the boundary into immortality. Crepin continued, telling Ed that no matter how fiercely he fought back, and no matter how deeply he let his anger consume him, the outcome would remain exactly the same. He claimed that he himself would live forever, while Ed would die just like his son, the boy who had once carried that same face. Ed answered by revealing that Ed Rothstaler had only managed to enter the academy because Arwen had helped him. Then, without backing down, he questioned what made Crepin so certain that she was dead. Crepin remained calm as he replied, suggesting that Ed still did not understand the full truth. Crepin began to speak of something buried in the past, dragging the story back to a year and a half ago, to the time when his son had first received the official notice that he was being expelled. Before he was driven out of Ophelis Hall completely, Crepin's son had apparently sent back a reply. The instant those words reached Ed, his face tightened in stunned disbelief, because until that very moment he had never even known that such a letter had existed. Ed's thoughts seemed to stop cold around that one revelation. The original Ed had actually written back. As he struggled to absorb what that meant, Crepin looked at him with unnerving calm and asked whether he wanted to hear what had been written inside. Crepin explained that the boy had poured everything he could no longer keep buried into that letter before sending it away. Every bitter emotion, every resentment, and every hidden corner of his wounded heart had been pressed into those final written words. And after sending that letter, the boy had taken his own life. Crepin described it not as an ordinary message, but as a suicide note, one soaked from the first line to the last in despair. Then Crepin made the truth impossible to misunderstand. Just before he was expelled from Ophelis Hall, his son, Ed Rothstaler, had already died. As that revelation settled over the shattered battlefield, Crepin remained standing there with a faint, unsettling smirk curling at the edge of his mouth. He did not rush to continue. Instead, he allowed the silence after his words to stretch out, letting their weight sink into the broken ground, the ruined air, and everyone still standing there. The memory then drifted backward into the past, returning to the moment when the real Ed sat alone and began writing his final letter to his father. In that letter, he started by saying that he had received the expulsion notice sent to him. He wrote that people everywhere had pointed at him and called him the shame of the family, and yet, even being treated that way was still far better, he admitted, than lying helpless on an experiment table while feeling his very soul slowly being eaten away. That was why he had chosen to behave as though he had lost his mind. He had deliberately caused trouble inside the academy, insulted the princess, and dragged the Rothstaler name through the mud with his own hands. Even so, he declared that from that day forward, he would finally break free from his father's control and fulfill the one wish he had carried for so long. And he knew with painful clarity that none of it would ever have been possible without his sister, Arwen. He also mentioned the favor of being sent to the academy, but to him that was not the greatest issue. What mattered more was the reason he had been allowed to keep living at all. He wondered whether the rumor spreading through the outside world was true, whether his father had really died. By that point, roughly a year had passed since he entered the academy and was eventually expelled from it. Looking back on that time, he began to suspect something horrifying, that the only reason he was still alive was because his father was still alive as well. If Crepin had not given up on the research into the evil god, then there had to be a reason Ed had never been called back. Being left untouched at the academy could only mean one thing. Arwen was still trapped inside that freezing laboratory. Her collapsing body was still being used, still being exploited for that research. Ed admitted that he had finally reached the ending he had always wished for. But once he understood that his freedom had been built on his sister's suffering, he could no longer bear to continue living in such a vile way. Without revealing his father's secrets to anyone, he chose to repay the sin of running away with his own death. And even though he knew his father would never truly listen to him, he still begged for one final thing, that Tanya, at least, not be dragged into that same hell. At the very end of the letter, he signed his name with bitter self-condemnation, calling himself the unworthy son, Ed Rothstaler. And after leaving those final words behind, the real Ed quietly chose to end his own life. Then the world returned to the present. Standing there inside the body he now occupied, the current Ed finally understood the truth. Ed Rothstaler had died by his own hand. But that realization immediately collided with a memory Ed remembered with absolute certainty. In the credits, Ed Rothstaler had still appeared alive, even after reaching that miserable ending. That meant there could only be one possible explanation. Someone, somehow, must have saved Ed Rothstaler from that death. Ed clenched his teeth as the scattered pieces began to connect in his mind, and for the first time, he started to understand why he had been pulled into this world in the first place. The Ed Rothstaler whose body he had taken over had already died before he ever arrived. That death had happened before the possession began, before the foreign soul now living inside that body had opened its eyes. And from the moment Ed awakened in that body, all the way up until this very second, he realized that the life he had been living was built on top of the deaths and sacrifices of others. Crepin's cold voice cut through the air again, calling his own son Ed nothing more than a coward, a boy with no ambition worth speaking of. In Crepin's eyes, that boy had been weak and insignificant, someone who wanted nothing more than to live quietly and peacefully alongside his family and retainers. Ed rejected that judgment instantly. Something deep inside him refused to accept Crepin's cruel dismissal of the boy's life, as if that simple wish had been worthless. Crepin only sneered at Ed's reaction, his expression twisting with contempt as he called that kind of life pathetic. Then, all at once, small demons began crawling out from Crepin's body. As they emerged, Crepin declared that life itself was a place where those with the stronger will to survive devoured the weak. As Crepin named it, survival of the fittest, one of the small demons began to glow with an ominous light, drawing the eye immediately. A heavy and violent aura started pouring from it, spreading through the battlefield like a dark pressure that seemed to press down on the air itself. Ed's eyes widened the moment he saw it. For an instant, shock cut through his anger, and he could only wonder what that thing was supposed to be. The entity unleashed a dark magic known as Eye of Malice. In the very next moment, deadly rays shot out in every direction, impossible to dodge, each one carrying enough power to kill any living being the instant it made contact. Ed survived by the thinnest margin, forcing his remaining mana into defense and blocking the attack just before those lethal rays could tear straight through him. Crepin watched that narrow escape with clear interest in his eyes, visibly impressed that Ed had managed to endure the attack at all. Ed gritted his teeth as his mind raced desperately. He needed a method, some kind of opening, some way to break through this technique before the next wave came crashing down on him. He understood that Crepin's instant kill technique, Eye of Malice, drew its overwhelming power from the evil god Mebular, and because that power was borrowed, it could only remain active for a limited window of time. Once the technique was triggered, all 5 eyes would close at first. Then, at fixed intervals, each eye would begin opening one after another. And the moment all 5 eyes opened again, those unavoidable rays of death would fire across the battlefield once more. Ed quickly forced himself to narrow down the situation, and in his mind, there were only 2 possible ways to stop the Eye of Malice. Either he had to strike Mebular, the source feeding power into the magic, or he had to cut down Crepin himself, the caster controlling it. Ed immediately began hacking through the hands of Mebular as they rose from the ground, slicing them apart each time they reached toward him. But even while he kept moving, the terrible truth became obvious. There simply was not enough time left to handle them this way. He considered calling Marilda again through the Phoenix Ring, but the space around him was far too narrow for her to fight properly. And in a place like this, her magic would burn out far too quickly to be reliable. Crepin stood his ground with absolute confidence, declaring that he could not be defeated because he would do whatever it took to keep himself alive. He spoke of killing his own blood, sacrificing his retainers, and crawling forward through every miserable struggle without stopping. Soon, he claimed, he would obtain eternal life and bring the imperial palace under his control. And after that, Crepin declared that he would crush every last thing that dared to threaten his life. He would become an immortal existence, a being that would continue surviving forever. Crepin added with chilling confidence that, unfortunate as it was for Ed, he would never survive long enough to witness the immortal future Crepin was about to bring into existence. At that exact moment, Ed's gaze snapped toward Crepin, sharp and alarmed. His chest tightened the instant he realized that Clarisse had been caught in Crepin's grasp. Clarisse let out a terrified scream as her body dropped through the air, panic spreading across her face while the ground below seemed to rush up toward her at frightening speed. But before she could fall any farther, Crepin reached out and caught her, stopping her descent only to keep her trapped exactly where he wanted her. Ed immediately swept his eyes over Clarisse, his stare turning sharper as he tried to judge whether she had been injured and just how completely Crepin had managed to corner her. Crepin looked at Clarisse and sneered, treating the very idea of a saintess like something ridiculous, as though her sacred title held no meaning in front of him. He told them coldly that if they had been waiting for some miracle to appear and save them, then they had already missed their chance. Meanwhile, every one of Mebular's eyes opened wide at once, and a terrifying surge of magical power came pouring out like a crushing wave over the battlefield. Just then, Clarisse suddenly released her holy magic, pushing that sacred power forward with everything she had in a desperate attempt to hold back Mebular's force. Ed stared at her in confusion, clearly caught off guard by the sudden move. For a moment, he could not understand why Clarisse had chosen to act right then. Clarisse answered him, not with panic, but with a small, steady smile. It was the kind of expression that showed she had already placed her trust in Ed, believing he would somehow find a path through this. She told him lightly that they could argue later about how reckless and dangerous her decision had been, as if pushing herself this far was something they could scold each other about after surviving. Ed, still breathing hard from the exhaustion weighing down his body, acknowledged her presence and answered that this would not take long. But before Ed could move away and throw himself back into the fight, Clarisse reached out and caught his hand, stopping him for just a brief moment. Ed protested immediately, insisting that this was not the time to hold him back. Even the smallest opening was enough for him to act, and he could not afford to waste it. Clarisse admitted that she did not fully understand everything happening inside the Rothstaler mansion, or all the truth behind the chaos unfolding there, but she was certain that Ed understood it. Then she looked at him with gentle eyes and pointed out something he had been too overwhelmed to notice himself. Right now, Ed was not acting like the person he usually was. With a soft smile still on her face, Clarisse asked him to rest for just a little while. She promised that she would keep holding the blessing of holy magic in place for him. Across the battlefield, Crepin quickly grasped what was happening. Clarisse was using her holy power as a shield, forcing it against his magic to block its advance. In response, Crepin called forth the Blade of Death, and an ominous, suffocating force began gathering around him. He challenged them with a cold edge in his voice, daring them to try blocking this attack as well. Yet, the very moment Ed stopped the strike, Crepin's expression shifted. Disbelief flashed across his face, as though he could not accept that even this attack had failed to break through. Ed stayed exactly where he was, refusing to give up even a single step. His stance hardened, and so did the resolve burning inside him. At first, Ed knew everything he had done might have begun from something simple and desperate, the desire to survive. Then a new weapon appeared in his hand, the legendary grade magic item Professor Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, a tool capable of twisting the timeline and pulling the magic of his future self into the present. Along with it was the lightning-struck thousand-year tree staff, a staff that could summon even spirits without a contract, so long as enough magic was available. Ed condemned Crepin directly, telling him that using his own children and stacking up the deaths of others as the price for immortality could never be called a struggle to survive. Crepin asked if those were Ed's final words, and then, without the slightest hesitation, repeated his own belief. To him, anything, no matter how cruel or unforgivable, could be justified if it meant staying alive. At the same time, Ed's thoughts drifted toward the people whose deaths had left a weight on his soul that he could never simply shake off. He remembered the senior who had died in his place, giving up their own life so that Ed could keep breathing and continue forward. He remembered the woman who had sacrificed herself with only one wish in her heart, to protect her younger sibling. And he remembered the boy who had surrendered his own life because he could not save his older sister, crushed by guilt, until he could no longer bear to live. Whether those people had died unwillingly out of necessity or by their own choice, Ed carried every one of them on his shoulders, even if the world told him to forget them and move on. But Ed could not forget them. Not one of them. That conviction burned fiercely inside his chest and held him firmly in place. Then Ed declared that the people he hated most were people like Crepin, those who took lives and then ran away from the weight of what they had done. In Ed's eyes, Crepin was nothing more than a coward. In that instant, Ed summoned the high-ranking fire spirit, Teorphis. Outside the Rothstaler mansion, a carriage slowly rolled up the road and finally came to a stop in front of the estate. Lortel stepped down from the carriage with her usual composed air, but that calm was shattered almost immediately. The moment her eyes landed on the demonic chaos and destruction spreading across the mansion grounds, her expression changed. The horrifying, unnatural scene froze her in place. A heavy unease crept over her, and fear began rising in her chest as she took in the nightmare unfolding before her. At that very moment, Mebular erupted in a violent explosion. The force of the blast rippled outward in brutal waves, sending shock waves tearing through the surrounding area. Everyone who saw it was left stunned. Their faces froze in disbelief as they struggled to understand what had just happened before their eyes. Among them, Clarice stood completely still, her thoughts racing. She quickly realized that the explosion had come from the central garden. That realization struck her like a physical blow. Her mind went straight to Ed because she knew he was there, right in the center of that chaos. Back on the battlefield, Ed had successfully summoned Teorphis. Even as the sheer scale of that summoning unfolded before him, Crepin remained outwardly calm and unfazed. Crepin answered with cold defiance, convinced that whatever Ed was attempting would end up being meaningless. To him, this battle had already dragged on far too long, and he had no intention of letting it continue any further. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Crepin activated his dark magic and unleashed the terrifying power of the evil eye once again. The air across the battlefield grew darker and heavier as sinister energy spread in every direction. Ed understood exactly how dangerous the situation had become, but even so, he resolved to move forward if he only had one brief moment to act. He prepared to force his magic staff past its limits, knowing full well that the weapon was still incomplete and dangerously unstable. Teorphis responded to Ed's will, opening its enormous mouth and unleashing a devastating torrent of flame. Ed focused every last ounce of strength he had left, determined to manifest even a fragment of that legendary being into reality. The being spoken of in ancient legends, the one said to have burned entire mountain ranges during the Age of Myth, began to take shape before them. Clarice could do nothing but stand there and stare, her body locked in place as the crushing presence of Teorphis descended over the battlefield. This was no illusion, no misunderstanding, and no force she could explain away. The being in front of them truly existed, and the pressure rolling off it was so terrifying that even the air around her felt as if it had begun to burn. Ed Rothstaler knew better than anyone what kind of existence he had just dragged into the world. Teorphis was not merely a spirit of flame, it was connected to every element, a being whose nature reached far beyond ordinary fire. And yet, when it came to heat, fire, and pure destruction, this spirit stood at the very summit, reigning above all flames like an absolute ruler. Right there, in front of everyone watching, the supreme fire spirit Teorphis finally completed its manifestation. Its blazing form radiated such an overwhelming presence that the entire battlefield seemed to warp around it, as though reality itself was struggling to withstand its arrival. Even if this form could only remain for a brief moment, and even if its appearance was nothing more than a temporary miracle forced into existence, Teorphis had still crossed the boundary into reality. For that short span of time, the legend was truly standing before them. It was Ed's resolve that pulled that impossible myth out of the past and into the present. Even as the strain tore through his body, even if the price demanded from him was unbearable, he still forced that legendary being to appear before Crepin Rothstaler. Then Teorphis moved once more. A fresh wave of fire surged forward with a deafening roar, rushing straight toward Crepin and devouring the distance between them almost instantly. Those flames did not merely spread across the ground. They advanced like a living catastrophe, rolling forward in a furious tide and swallowing everything in their path as if the battlefield itself had become fuel. The smaller demonic creatures caught inside that blaze never stood a chance. One after another, their bodies twisted, broke apart, and crumbled away, erased by the unbearable heat before they could even let out a proper scream. In that moment, the true might of the Supreme Spirit formula was laid bare. With the blessing of the fire dragon layered on top of it, the power erupted on a scale so far beyond ordinary magic that no common spell could ever hope to imitate it. The fire released by the supreme fire spirit was not something that stopped at burning flesh, bone, or scorched earth. Even beings formed entirely from mana were reduced to nothing, their very foundations eaten away and consumed by that divine flame. As the inferno continued to rage, it scorched away every current of mana flowing through the surrounding space. The energy that had once filled the area was burned out completely, vanishing until not even the faintest trace remained behind. Before long, the entire battlefield was buried beneath that sea of fire. There was no safe path left, no place to retreat, no room to recover, and no opening for anything trapped within the flames to escape. Only after some time had passed did the roaring flames finally begin to lose their strength. As the terrible heat slowly receded, the thick fog that had covered the battlefield started to thin, peeling away in layers and revealing what remained beyond it. Through that fading haze, Crepin's figure finally came back into view. His body was clearly battered and badly wounded, his posture unstable, and yet somehow he still forced himself to stay standing on his feet. A strained groan slipped from Crepin's mouth as his trembling body fought against collapse. His teeth were clenched tightly, not because he was afraid, but because he refused to yield. Confusion and fury twisted inside him the moment he realized his mana was not returning. Even so, he would not accept that this was the end. In his eyes, the battle had not been decided yet. His thoughts grew cold and merciless, and the rule he had lived by for so long rose to the surface again. Survival was everything. Nothing mattered more than continuing to live. For that belief, he had already crossed every boundary, even spilling the blood of his own family when he deemed it necessary. As someone born into one of the continent's most prestigious ducal families, Crepin had long since become familiar with that kind of brutality. In his mind, cruelty was not some terrible sin to be ashamed of. It was simply the way the powerful endured and remained standing. So even after losing his mana, even after being burned, wounded, and driven into a corner, Crepin Rothstaler still refused to lower his head or surrender. He told himself that he did not need to defeat them here and now. Victory could wait. As long as he escaped this place alive, that alone would be enough. Once he managed to break free from this battlefield, Crepin believed Mebular would simply grant him mana again. With that power restored, his strength would return, and from there he could start everything over once more. What Crepin needed in that moment was not a perfect victory, but time. His desperation, his hatred, and his furious will to survive all drove him forward, like a man clawing his way up from the edge of death itself. Crepin roared that the fight was not over yet, his voice tearing across the battlefield. Then he called out to the evil god Mebular, demanding power as if survival itself was something he had the right to claim. The raging flames had already burned away the mana surrounding them, leaving the battlefield drained, hollow, and empty. But the true source from which that mana came had not been destroyed yet. Mebular answered the desperate call of its follower. Dark power began pouring directly into Crepin Rothstaler, restoring his mana from the source itself before the loss could become permanent. In that very instant, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt once again. The situation started sliding back toward the same nightmare they had only barely managed to push away. Everything they had endured, everything they had sacrificed, was about to be undone right in front of them. If no one stopped it immediately, Crepin's recovery would wipe away the meaning of all their struggle. And right at that critical moment, Lucy appeared. There was no hesitation in her eyes at all, as she stepped into the chaos, her entire presence filled with unwavering resolve. Brilliant mana circles flared to life around her, glowing with fierce and unmistakable power. Lucy unleashed her magic with a force that cut straight through the despair hanging over the battlefield. Her power slammed into Mebular and overwhelmed it completely. Before the evil god could finish restoring Crepin, Lucy's magic tore through its influence, shattering the flow of power and destroying the connection. Crepin's expression twisted with pure disbelief. The sudden reversal struck him so violently that, for one stunned moment, he could only stare ahead, unable to process what had just happened. Ed did not let that brief opening slip away. He moved in from behind Crepin, closing the distance before the wounded man could fully regain his senses. With a rough and desperate grip, Ed seized Crepin by the hair. He forced the man's head backward and dragged him with every last bit of strength his battered body still had left. But even in that weakened state, Crepin reacted almost instantly. The moment Ed pulled him back, Crepin's hand shot out and clamped tightly around Ed's throat. Driven by raw rage, Crepin slammed Ed down hard against the ground. His fingers dug deeper around Ed's neck, tightening with brutal force, as though he intended to crush the life out of him with one hand. Crepin's fury poured out through vicious words. He mocked Ed's very existence, asking how long he thought he could keep clinging to life while trapped in a body that was already little more than a corpse. To Crepin, showing concern for the dead was nothing but weakness. Anyone who failed to keep moving forward was, in his eyes, nothing more than a useless fool abandoned behind the backs of the strong. He declared that survival belonged only to those powerful enough to seize it with their own hands. And in Crepin's twisted belief, he was the one destined to live. His grip tightened even further as he tried to end Ed's life right there. Ed struggled beneath him, but the strength was draining from his body far too quickly. The side effects of the ring had left his left arm completely numb, and no matter how desperately he tried, it refused to move the way he needed it to. There was no mana left inside Ed anymore. Not even the smallest trace remained. He could not summon a blessing, could not rely on help from outside, and could no longer force his body beyond its limit the way he had done before. Death pressed in close, heavy and inescapable. His vision began to darken, the edges of the world fading away bit by bit as his eyes slowly started to close. Then, inside that fading world, a figure appeared before him. It was the real Ed Rothstaler, standing there in the dim space before his eyes. That presence carried a strange and gentle calm, as though it understood that Ed had already pushed himself as far as he possibly could. There was no accusation in it, only quiet acceptance. A silent invitation seemed to linger in the air around him, telling him that it was all right to let go now. After struggling for so long, he could finally stop fighting and rest. But the Ed who existed in this world now refused to accept that peace. He would not reach out for that quiet ending. Something deeper than exhaustion and stronger than pain surged up from within him. From the very edge of death, his determination flared back to life with sudden burning force. Refusing to surrender, Ed struck back in the only way he could. Gathering the last strength left in his body, he drove his head forward and slammed it straight into Crepin's nose. The impact landed with brutal force. Blood burst from Crepin's face as his body lurched backward, his balance breaking before he finally collapsed away from Ed. This Ed, the one who had inherited Rothstaler's life, taken its weight onto himself, and carried that burden forward with his own 2 hands, rose to his feet once again. His body was battered, wounded, and pushed past every limit. But his will burned brighter than it ever had before. And as Ed forced himself back up, he looked back on the life he had chosen to live. He remembered the path he had walked, filled with pain, struggle, and the stubborn resolve that had kept him moving until this very moment. He remembered every wretched step that had led him to this moment. The clothes on his back had once been so worn and torn that he had to stitch them together with his own hands, patch by patch. He remembered the biting cold of lonely nights, the hunger that gnawed at him, and the stubborn, desperate fight to keep living on whatever scraps he could scrape together. He remembered the days when even something that could barely be called food had been enough to keep him going. He had boiled tree bark just to put something in his stomach, forcing his weakened body to endure one more day, then another, simply because giving up had never been an option. And magic had never once been kind to him. It did not flow naturally through him, and talent had never reached out its hand to help him. Even so, Ed kept dragging himself forward, learning each spell, each technique, and each fragment of knowledge through pain, failure, and relentless effort. With nothing but stubborn grit, endless repetition, and the refusal to fall apart no matter how many times he was pushed down, Ed Rothstaler slowly carved out a place for himself. Step by step, he created ground beneath his own feet. Before long, that same Ed had risen until he was counted among the Academy's top students. Others began to look at him as someone worth following, someone worth admiring, even though every inch of that climb had been bought with hardship no one else could see. Then his thoughts drifted to the people he had learned to trust. He remembered the faces that had gathered around him, the bonds he had built along the way, and the camp he had created with his own hands from nothing. That life was not some cheap thing he could simply toss aside. It was a home he had fought tooth and nail to protect, a place he had earned through suffering, and a life he refused to abandon after coming this far. Those memories became strength, flowing back into his failing body even as he stood on the edge of collapse. And beside that strength, the lingering presence of the real Ed seemed to question him, as if asking how he could still possibly remain on his feet. But Ed already knew the answer. What he had inherited was never just a borrowed life or an empty name. Along with Rothstaler's identity came its pain, its regret, its guilt, and the stubborn resilience that refused to disappear. Then the memory of Arwen Rothstaler rose from deep within him. She had suffered a fate crueler than death itself, and even then she had never truly surrendered. That image became one final source of strength inside him. Along with her memory came the guilt of having left her behind. It was a wound the original Ed Rossdaler had carried for so long, a regret he had never managed to run from or bury. And now, that guilt belonged to him as well. Ed accepted it without turning away, choosing to bear every piece of it and carry it into the future, while the soul of the real Ed Rothstaler finally dissolved into the wind and vanished. The burden had been handed over completely. From that moment onward, every weight bound to the Rothstaler name rested on Ed's shoulders alone, with no one left to carry it in his place. With a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, Ed began to move toward Kreppen Rothstaler. His body was battered beyond reason, but even after everything it had endured, his legs still forced him forward. Kreppen stared at him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could not accept what he was seeing, that Ed, in that ruined state, still had enough strength left to move. Even then, Kreppen would not stop resisting. In one final desperate attempt to fight back, he reached for a stone, trying to use it as a weapon before Ed could finish him. But Ed closed the distance before that last attack could connect. He caught Kreppen's hand, stopping the movement cold and crushing that final resistance before it could become anything more. Then Ed acted without the slightest pause. With brutal certainty, he drove the dagger straight into Kreppen's face, ending the struggle with one decisive and merciless blow. Blood spilled onto the ground beneath them, spreading darkly through the dirt as the final strike settled in. Around them, the battlefield seemed to fall into a heavy silence, as if even the air had stopped moving. Kreppen was barely alive now. His body clung to life by nothing more than a ragged, fading breath, each one weaker than the last. Even as his life slipped away, Kreppen still could not understand it. His fading eyes remained fixed on Ed, unable to grasp how that broken, exhausted body was still standing above him. But Ed had not escaped unharmed, far from it. His body was falling apart from the inside, and his skull throbbed violently, pounding as though it might split open at any moment. A fever burned through him with unbearable heat, and his limbs shook uncontrollably beneath him. Every breath dragged through his ruined frame, trembling as if his body could collapse with the next exhale. He no longer had enough strength to answer Kreppen. He did not even have the energy to spend a single word on the man lying before him. To Ed, Kreppen's death was not something worth engraving into his heart. It was not a victory to celebrate, nor was it a memory he wished to hold on to. It was simply an ending that had finally arrived. So Ed shut everything out. He closed his eyes, blocking off the sounds around him as though sealing the entire battlefield, the blood and the pain behind a wall of silence. And once again, just as he had done time after time, Ed Rothstaler survived. Against all reason, against all odds, he remained alive. Ed's blade had pierced Kreppen's chest, and with that single act, the tangled truth behind the entire disaster began to unravel. Until now, everyone had believed the gateway of descent would open through Kreppen's offerings, with Kreppen himself serving as the catalyst and the necessary vessel for a god to step into the world. But that catalyst was gone now. With Kreppen Rothstaler's life extinguished, the very reason holding the evil god Mebular to this world disappeared along with him. The dreadful presence that had loomed over them no longer had a path to remain here. Its defeat had not come from raw power alone. With its contractor dead and its purpose cut away, Mebular had no choice but to retreat back into the dimension from which it had emerged. Even then, the air did not suddenly become light or peaceful. Instead, an uneasy heaviness settled over everyone present, filled with questions that refused to fade. And the first of those unanswered questions centered on Lucy. She had stood directly in front of Mebular without flinching. With her gaze steady and her posture unshaken, she had openly defied the evil god and ordered it to leave, as though it were something far beneath her. There had been no fear in her voice, and not the slightest hesitation in the way she held herself. No matter how talented a human might be, standing against a god with that kind of overwhelming power should have been impossible. Yet Lucy had done exactly that, and the sight remained burned into everyone's mind, terrifying, impossible, and awe-inspiring all at once. The second question had come from Mebular itself. Just before it vanished, the evil god had spoken, and its echoing voice carried something strangely close to confusion. It had asked about its contractor, Kreppen Rothstaler, demanding to know who among them had killed him. Even while being forced away from this world, Mebular was still searching for that answer. That question remained hanging in the silence after Mebular's departure, like a dark shadow that refused to fully disappear. And just as the tension finally began to loosen around them, Ed collapsed. His body had been driven far beyond every limit it could endure, and at last it completely gave out. Ed dropped to the ground, his breathing rough and broken, while his vision flickered in and out as consciousness slipped away from him. Nearby, Phonia watched him with unmistakable worry in her eyes. Her usual calm expression had cracked, replaced by a quiet uneasiness that matched the heavy silence settling across the ruined grounds. Strangely, even after everything Crepin had done, his death still left behind a certain weight. The destruction he had nearly unleashed was unforgivable, and yet the life he had lived carried a presence that could not be brushed aside so easily. Many others had once chased after the throne, only to give up on that dream after repeated failure. Crepin had not. Even as death closed in around him, he continued clinging to his ambition until the very end. No matter how twisted his actions had become, Crepin had carried them out with undeniable resolve. In a strange and unsettling way, it almost seemed as though he had taken on the role of a martyr, fulfilling a duty that only he believed held any meaning. Whatever the cost, Crepin had walked that path all the way to its conclusion. And now, with the immediate threat finally gone, movements slowly began to return to the manor grounds. Janica and Clarice began working together, calling upon their spirits as they moved through the ruined area. Their focus shifted toward repairing what had been broken and restoring what the battle had shattered. Their magic flowed steadily across the remains of the Rothstaler Palace. It threaded over damaged walls, broken structures, and scarred stone, slowly beginning the work of restoration piece by piece. The knights quickly gathered themselves and returned to disciplined order. They reorganized into defensive formations, set up a temporary camp, and completely sealed off the entrance to the mansion. From that point on, no one would be allowed to enter or leave without strict permission. At the same time, the news spread rapidly through the ranks. Crepin Rothstaler was dead. Those words carried a heavy finality, marking not only the death of one man, but the closing of an entire era. Selahas stood apart from the commotion, silently watching everything unfold with a calm and detached gaze. To her, the meaning of it all was obvious. This was the downfall of the Rothstaler family. Beside her, her butler quietly admitted that he had never imagined the gathering would end in such a way. Then a voice came from behind them. Lortel Ketcheln approached with her usual composed air, her tone carrying the faintest hint of amusement as she remarked that the night was still far from over and that everything they had witnessed might only be the beginning. Selaha turned her head toward Lortel, a thin smirk forming on her lips. She agreed without hesitation, already understanding that whatever came next would demand their full attention. Meanwhile, far away from the smoke, blood, and chaos surrounding the manor, Persica sat across from her father in a quiet room and calmly moved a chess piece across the board. The contrast felt almost unsettling. Outside those walls, the world was being torn apart by bloodshed, political schemes, and disasters no one could fully control. Yet Persica sat there with perfect composure, as if none of that chaos could ever reach her. In a quiet, almost casual voice, she mentioned how lonely the palace had become lately, one brother confined to his sickbed, her sisters nowhere to be seen in the halls, and even an ordinary conversation becoming something rare enough to miss. Her father replied with the same blunt honesty he always carried. He pointed out that Persica had never been someone who actively sought out company in the first place. She had always preferred silence to crowds, spending most of her days hidden away in the library, surrounded by books instead of people. So to him, hearing her complain about loneliness now was shameless enough that it almost sounded amusing. Persica did not look offended in the slightest. Instead, she simply let a small, gentle smile settle on her face, her expression calm, elegant, and almost impossible to read. She admitted that being alone did suit her nature, and that she genuinely enjoyed the quiet of solitude. Even so, she confessed that there were still moments when she wanted to see her family's faces, sit across from them, and exchange a few simple words like any ordinary family might. But behind that soft smile, Persica's thoughts had already shifted somewhere far more calculating. The balance of power within the palace had begun to change. Phenia had once held a clear advantage in the succession struggle, but her decision to leave for Sylvania Academy had weakened her presence and influence in the capital. At the same time, Salaha's position had only grown stronger. With fewer rivals standing close by, her presence inside the palace had expanded, and her influence had begun to take root more firmly than before. After all, the battle for the throne had always revolved around the capital. This was the place where rumors spread fastest, alliances were made in quiet rooms, and the support of a single noble household could shift the entire balance. Whoever held control over the capital controlled resources, connections, and the political momentum needed to move the nobles. And now, with both of her sisters away from the palace, Persica found herself standing in a position that almost no one had expected her to reach. The princess, once dismissed as someone with no interest in power, was beginning to move in silence. Without drawing attention, she started placing the first pieces of her own path toward the throne. Then Persica mentioned the legendary treasure of the great sage Sylvania. With that single topic, spoken so calmly across the chessboard, she immediately captured her father's attention. But before their conversation could move any deeper, a knight suddenly burst into the room. His entrance shattered the quiet atmosphere as he delivered urgent news from Rothdale Manor. A wave of shock passed through both father and daughter at once. In that instant, it became clear that the center of the conflict was no longer confined to the capital's political games alone. Back at the manor, the air still felt heavy and scorched, weighed down by the aftermath of the battle that had just ended. Zelaha turned her gaze toward Fania, her expression composed, but her voice carrying a sharp edge beneath its calm surface. She remarked that their father would surely be troubled if he discovered that his beloved daughter had rushed into such danger without giving any notice at all. Funia stood frozen for a moment, clearly stunned by the remark. But Zelaha did not give her any room to recover and simply continued speaking. She acknowledged what Fonia had done, admitting that a crisis of this scale could only be handled by those who truly carried the right to inherit the throne. In that sense, Fonia's involvement could not simply be dismissed. Zelaha also spoke of the ones who had fought at the very center of the disaster, the small mage and the spirit sorcerer. She said their actions deserved proper reward, not merely with empty praise, but with honor, recognition, and gold. Funia agreed with that point at least. But then Salaha's tone shifted, the polished softness in her voice turning colder and more dangerous beneath the surface. She proposed that the remaining members of the Rothdale bloodline involved in the incident should all be executed. Funia reacted immediately. Her calm shattered as anger flashed across her face, and she demanded to know whether Salaha was including Ed in that judgment. After all, Ed was the very person who had stopped Crepin Rothdale. Salaha dismissed Fonia's protest without the slightest hesitation, as though she had already expected that objection from the beginning. She argued that Fonia had only witnessed the final moments of the incident, and because of that, Fania had no right to speak with complete certainty about everything that had taken place before she arrived. In Saleha's version of events, Ed had stood beside Crepin until the very end. Only when betrayal became the most convenient path, she claimed, did he turn his blade against him. Funia's anger rose even higher at those words. She defended Ed with fierce conviction, pointing to Lucy's alliance with him as proof that he could not possibly be the traitor Zelaha was trying to paint him as. Zelaha answered in a calm that felt almost more disturbing than open hostility. She suggested that Lucy might have been manipulated, and then went even further, implying that Fania herself may have been deceived as well. The slap came without warning. Its sharp crack cut through the tense air, leaving the entire scene frozen for a breath. Zelaha's butler immediately stepped forward in shock, ready to intervene, but Zelaha stopped him at once. Her expression barely changed, as if the blow had not shaken her in the slightest. She merely remarked that Fania was still a child. To Zelaha, that sudden outburst seemed to confirm exactly what she already believed. Then Zelaha laid out her reasoning with chilling precision. The people needed someone to blame. Order could only be restored if one person carried the full weight of the disaster, and Ed Rothdale, with his bloodline and his connection to the incident, was perfectly suited to become that scapegoat. Funia refused to accept that logic. She accused Zelaha of acting not out of justice or concern for the kingdom, but out of fear. The fear that rival factions might rise from the chaos and threaten her hold on power. Before the argument could spiral any further and turn into something even harder to control, Lortel Ketcheln calmly stepped between them, placing herself right in the middle of the growing conflict. Funia made her position completely clear. In her eyes, Ed was not a criminal to be sacrificed. He was a hero, and a hero deserved recognition and honor, not execution. Lortel, however, did not share that view. With Crepin gone, the balance of power would inevitably begin to shift, and everyone with influence would start moving at once. The nobles would not sit quietly. They would rush to seize whatever remained of the Rothdale name, its fortune, and the influence attached to it, each one trying to claim a piece before anyone else could. In that kind of political storm, Ed's very existence became dangerous. Lortel suggested that removing him would solve the problem cleanly, and by standing on Zelaha's side, she revealed the cold, practical logic behind her decision. To Lortel, truth itself had no value if it could not be turned into profit or advantage. After Fania left in anger, Zelaha appeared satisfied with the alliance that had taken shape between them. For the moment, at least, their interests seemed to align. Lortel, however, did not remain pleased for long. Her expression shifted, and instead of celebrating, she offered Zelaha a warning. Persica was already making her move. The failed gathering had not weakened her position at all. If anything, the chaos had given her a stronger place to stand. If Persica and Fania joined hands, Ed could become an extremely troublesome piece on the board. His existence might complicate the entire political game in ways neither Selaha nor Lortel could ignore. Selaha's expression tightened at that possibility. A faint frown crossed her face, revealing that Lortel's warning had struck exactly where it needed to. Lortel then offered a cleaner and more controlled solution. Instead of killing Ed immediately, they should hide him away. If they kept him alive, he could still be used as leverage. And rather than leave him somewhere obvious, Lortel already had a place in mind where he could disappear from public view. It was a vast storage complex located in Oldek. The facility belonged to her company, and it was the kind of place where order and chaos existed side by side. Inventory was constantly shifting, goods were always moving in and out, and the records changed so often that no outsider could easily follow them. In other words, it was the perfect place to make a person vanish quietly, without leaving behind a clear trail for anyone to trace. Selaha agreed to the plan. The decision was made, quiet orders were passed along, and the hidden machinery of the LT Trading Company began to move beneath the surface. Somewhere beyond the palace walls, away from the eyes of those still reeling from the disaster, preparations to transfer Ed in secret had already begun. Later on, when Lortel Ketchum came to see how Ed Rothstaler was holding up, she was already expecting complications. But even she had not expected the kind of trouble waiting right in front of her. What greeted her was yet another disaster beginning to unfold. It was as if the battle had only just ended, and before anyone could even breathe, a completely new storm had already started gathering. Clarisse and Janica stood facing each other, the air between them stretched tight with dangerous tension. Their mana rose sharply around them, fierce enough that it felt like either one could make a move at any moment. A short distance away, under the shade of a nearby tree, Ed and Lucy sat side by side in exhausted silence. Both of them looked utterly drained, worn down so completely that even opening their mouths to speak seemed like too much effort. Lortel pressed a hand to her forehead, and for once, a trace of real fatigue showed through her usually composed expression. Even her calm smile could not fully hide how tiring this situation had become. She understood immediately that dealing with Ed's condition would not be a simple matter of moving him somewhere safe. The problem was already far more tangled and troublesome than she had first assumed. Inside Ed's mind, the present began to blur, slipping into memories from another life. He remembered the battlefield and the voice of his commander telling the soldiers that once the fighting ended, every one of them would be able to return home. That simple belief had kept them alive. The idea that somewhere beyond the mud, blood, fear, and endless cruelty of war, there was still a place waiting for them. It gave the soldiers something to hold on to when reality became too merciless to face directly. Those memories had become faint with time, hazy and distant like scenes seen through fog, and yet they had never disappeared completely, remaining tucked away in some quiet corner of Ed's mind. When Ed returned to the present, he found himself sitting with his eyes closed, lost in thought. A hollow feeling spread through his chest as he realized that in this unfortunate world there was still nowhere he could truly call home. He leaned his back against the rough bark of the tree, letting it support him because his exhausted body could barely stay upright on its own. Right in front of him, Janica and Clarisse continued to argue. Their voices rose higher and higher, neither of them willing to step back or give even an inch. Janica insisted that Ed had already done far more than anyone could ask of him, and that his wounds were much too serious to ignore. In her eyes, the best option was to take him somewhere safe, let his body recover, and only then calmly figure out what came next. With chaos spreading and pursuers likely to appear at any moment, she believed there was no better place for him to hide and heal. Clarisse rejected that idea right away. Fresh air and clean water might be enough for an ordinary injured person, but Ed's condition was far beyond anything so simple. For wounds this severe, she argued, they needed high priests, skilled healers, and proper medical treatment in the holy imperial capital. Lortel stepped into their argument, her voice steady and controlled as she reminded them that making arrangements was not the true problem. The real danger would come after those arrangements were made. She explained that the Rothstaler family had, for all practical purposes, collapsed, and because of that collapse, Ed was now standing in one of the most politically dangerous positions imaginable. If Ed was publicly honored as a hero, then every noble hoping to seize what remained of the Rothstaler family's power would inevitably turn their attention toward him. But if he was branded as a traitor instead, then the imperial family would never allow him to remain alive. Either way, his existence would become a target. Under those circumstances, Lortel questioned whether any of them could truly protect Ed. More than that, could they really give him the safety and time he needed to recover? Then Lortel stated her decision without hesitation. She would take Ed to Oldek because, in her judgment, that was the safest place to hide him from the forces already beginning to move around them. Clarisse shouted back in protest, declaring that if it came down to it, even the holy imperial capital could stand against the imperial family for Ed's sake. Lortel's eyes widened slightly when she heard the weight in Clarisse's voice. She realized Clarisse was not simply speaking out of emotion or trying to sound dramatic. She might truly be willing to risk open conflict between the holy imperial capital and the empire just to protect Ed. Lortel pressed her on that point, asking what justification the holy imperial capital could possibly present. If they intended to negotiate with the empire, passion and goodwill would not be enough. They would need a reason strong enough to withstand political pressure. Clarisse reacted with visible emotion. Her expression tightened, and the frustration and worry she had been holding back began to break through her usual composure. Lortel, however, did not soften. She emphasized that this was not a situation that could be solved with sincerity alone. What they needed now was sharp political judgment and the ability to survive negotiations with people far more dangerous than ordinary soldiers. Janica agreed on at least one thing. Whatever happened next, Ed could not be allowed to become a convenient tool in the hands of powerful people. Then Janica declared that she would take Ed with her herself. The moment those words left her mouth, Lortel's expression visibly darkened with concern. Janica argued that if powerful people were the true danger, then maybe Ed should stay with someone who had no power to exploit him. With her abilities, she was confident that once she started moving, no one could catch her. Not like those trapped by titles, territory, status, and political obligations. Their tense discussion was suddenly cut off by the arrival of Princess Selaha. She appeared with several nobles following behind her, and the look on her face made it clear she had not come merely to observe. She had arrived with a dangerous plan already prepared. Selaha, the first princess of the empire, stepped forward with the natural authority of someone who was used to giving orders and having them obeyed. In a firm voice, she commanded that Ed Rothstaler be taken to the imperial palace at once for investigation. Janica protested immediately, pointing out that Ed had been gravely injured after fighting Krepin. She insisted that what he needed now was treatment in the holy imperial capital, not interrogation inside a palace. But the nobles accompanying Selaha quickly began shouting over her. They reminded everyone that many high-ranking nobles had died and that Ed had been involved in the summoning of an evil god. To them, that kind of involvement could easily be treated as an act of rebellion against the empire. And if rebellion had truly occurred, then someone had to be held responsible for it. Someone had to bear the blame. As the nobles continued pouring out their anger, Selaha observed the situation with cold clarity. Power never allowed an empty space to remain for long. The instant one authority collapsed, others would rush forward to claim whatever was left behind. The nobles insisted that with the head of the Rothstaler family gone, Ed Rothstaler should be punished in his place. Their men began to move forward, ready to seize him and drag him away. Selaha carefully weighed the scene before her. If the Rothstaler family was shaken and broken now, the nobles would begin dividing its remaining influence among themselves, and that division would ultimately strengthen her own position within the empire. Then she declared that no one was to lay a hand on Ed. At that exact moment, a sudden and dangerous attack tore through the scene, cutting between Ed's group and the nobles and forcing them onto opposite sides. Everyone froze in shock. The unexpected strike had caught them completely off guard, stopping the movement of the entire crowd in an instant. Even Selaha and the three girls stared in disbelief. The tension that had already filled the air sharpened into a heavy, silent pressure. The one who had launched that attack was Tanya Rothstaler. She looked exhausted and badly injured, but despite the state of her body, her eyes still burned with stubborn determination. As Tanya stepped forward, despair weighed heavily in her chest. It pressed down on every thought, shaping the way she looked at the ruined scene before her. She had lost everything. Her father, the honor of her family, and the proud legacy of the Rothstaler name that had served the empire for generations had all been torn away from her. Now that same family was being branded as a bloodline of nobles' murderers. Its name was being dragged through the mud in front of everyone, reduced to something shameful and hated. And yet, even with nothing left in her hands, Tanya remembered that Ed had once been left with nothing as well. He had been cast out, stripped of status and support, and forced to survive on his own. Even then, Ed had tried to build a home for himself on a remote northern island. With whatever little he could gather, he had turned that lonely place into somewhere he could live. Tanya made her decision. She would remain exactly where she stood, face the ruin of her family head-on, and take responsibility for everything that had happened. Tanya declared that nothing had truly been proven yet. Until the truth was brought into the open and the facts were properly confirmed, she would remain there herself and oversee the investigation with honesty. She would not allow the Rothstahler name to be buried beneath rumors, fear, and convenient accusations alone. She reminded everyone that there were still servants alive within the estate, people who had survived the disaster and could testify about what had really happened. The ruined manor also needed to be restored, and for that work to move forward properly, someone from the family had to stand at the center and take charge. As a rightful successor of the Rothstahler family, Tanya claimed the responsibility of family head for herself. She vowed to personally investigate the case surrounding her brother, and the moment she said it, the crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to understand why she would willingly shoulder such a dangerous burden. Some stared at her as if she had chosen to walk straight into her own ruin, stepping into the flames left behind by her father's crimes. But others understood what her decision truly meant. By accepting responsibility, Tanya was making sure the Rothstahler family would not simply disappear from history. She even declared that she would take responsibility for compensation as well. That single statement struck the crowd into stunned silence, leaving the nobles and onlookers with no easy accusation to throw back at her. Selaha watched Tanya carefully, her eyes narrowing as she judged the girl's actions. To Selaha, it looked reckless, almost like tossing a burning torch onto dry grass and expecting the flames not to spread. But after a moment of cold calculation, Selaha realized that Tanya herself was not the true obstacle standing in her way. The real problem was Ed Rothstahler. His position in the eyes of the Empire remained vague and unsettled, neither clearly innocent nor officially condemned. Because that uncertainty still existed, he could be branded a traitor at any moment. All it would take was for the right person to control the story before anyone else could. Selaha also noticed that powerful and influential people had already begun gathering around Ed, that made any careless move against him far more dangerous than it might appear at first glance. There was Clarice, whose status and influence could not be dismissed, and beside her stood a powerful spirit mage who had clearly placed herself on Ed's side. And then there was the girl who had stood against an evil god itself. Her presence was so extraordinary that even nobles, with all their pride and authority, would hesitate before provoking her. Selaha understood that if she moved against Ed too openly or too carelessly, the consequences could spiral out of her control before she had time to contain them. But leaving him untouched was just as dangerous. If Ed was allowed to grow freely, he might one day become a threat too large and too rooted to remove. So Selaha changed her approach. She softened the atmosphere around her, smoothing the edge from her voice as she calmly stated that everyone there was making a mistake. She declared that Ed's efforts should be acknowledged, not condemned. According to her, he should be escorted to the palace for proper treatment and receive the rewards and recognition he deserved. But beneath those polished words, Selaha had already chosen a different path entirely. She intended to bring Ed to the palace first, then later imprison him in Oldek, exactly as Lortel had suggested. Since no one could predict what Ed might do in the future, Selaha decided that keeping him within reach of the imperial palace was the safest and most controllable choice. At that moment, Lucy appeared and quietly announced that Ed had regained consciousness, her words immediately drawing everyone's attention. Ed appeared soon after, standing on his own 2 feet despite the terrible condition of his body. He looked as if he might fall at any moment, yet sheer willpower kept him upright. He admitted that he had overheard their conversation. His tired eyes made it clear that he understood far more than some of them likely wanted him to know. Inside, Ed began carefully weighing the intentions of every person gathered around him, one by one, as if sorting through the pieces of a dangerous game. Janica wanted to take him away with her. Clarice wanted him brought to the Holy Imperial Capital. Lortel intended to return to Oldek. Lucy seemed almost detached from the political struggle unfolding around them, while Selaha wanted to take him directly to the Imperial Palace under her authority. Every path placed before him carried its own danger. Ed struggled to decide whose hand he should take, or whether he should refuse them all and follow no one. By the time the scene shifted, evening had begun to settle over the camp, washing the area in the dim colors of the day's end. Before long, night fully covered the grounds, wrapping the damaged world around them in a quieter, darker stillness. Belle stepped outside beneath that night sky, expecting only the silence of the late hour and the faint chill that came with it. But she stopped in surprise when she saw Ed already preparing to leave. His belongings were gathered around him, as if he had quietly made up his mind while no one was watching. Belle asked where he was planning to go and what had happened to the others. Her voice carried both confusion and concern as she tried to understand the scene in front of her. Not long after, a campfire was lit. Its warm glow spread through the darkness, pushing back the night around them in a small circle of light. Belle sat beside Ed near the fire, watching his worn-out face flicker in the orange light. After a quiet moment, she gently remarked that he seemed to have gone through something truly difficult. Ed silently looked back on his past. He remembered the days when he had wandered across battlefields and the deep, aching need he had felt to find somewhere he could finally belong. He recalled how he had turned down every offer that had been placed in front of him, choosing instead to return alone to the camp he had built with his own hands. After surviving so many encounters with death, that longing only became stronger. More than anything, he wanted a place he could return to, no matter how broken, exhausted, or wounded he became. And at last, Ed let his formal way of speaking slip away. His words came out more naturally than before, softer and more honest, as if he no longer had the strength or desire to hide behind distance. He admitted that Belle had changed him. When Belle heard those words, a quiet sense of relief passed through her, and she gently asked what had caused such a change in him. But when she noticed Ed fall silent, she stopped herself. Rather than force an answer out of him, she chose to let the quiet remain between them. Ed's thoughts turned inward once more. He remembered how many people had believed he was already dead in every meaningful way, and yet there had still been moments when he felt unmistakably alive, even within a life that had been shattered. His memories drifted back to earlier days, returning to the time when Belle had been the one standing beside him. When everyone else kept their distance and chose to avoid him, Belle had still reached out her hand instead of turning away. She had noticed the state he was in, and when Ed had stood at the very edge of ending his own life, Belle had desperately tried to pull him back. Ed remembered that kindness with painful clarity. It was the kind of warmth that stayed with him even after so many other memories had become blurred, bitter, and difficult to face. So he thanked her, not with empty courtesy or polite habit, but with genuine gratitude carried quietly in his voice. He admitted that Belle was even better than the person he had once heard about. She was warmer, stronger, and far more real than any rumor or description could ever capture. Belle lightly brushed his words off as flattery, trying to keep the mood gentle. But the softness in her reaction made it clear that his words had reached her heart. As the night deepened around them and the campfire slowly burned lower, Belle finally prepared to leave. She rose from beside Ed with a quiet, careful movement, as if not wanting to disturb the fragile peace of the moment. She thought about how summer break was almost over, and how Ed would soon be pulled back into a busy life filled with duties, danger, and endless complications. For that night, at least, Belle hoped he could rest peacefully, even if it was only for a few quiet hours before everything began moving again. She wished he could finally breathe without fighting.